I'm just an ordinary delivery guy, but accidentally bound to a heavenly takeout delivery system that could traverse through countless realms. But these system tasks keep getting more ridiculous. In the journey to the Westworld, I almost became lunch for the Green Lion. And now the Qin Dynasty uprising demands I procure 50 Type 95 rifles? Mission failure will cost me my lifespan. This isn't delivering takeout, it's delivering death. With limited personal strength, I decisively chose to hand over the system to the nation. From then on, the plot took a dramatic turn. Dragon countries think tank analyzed missions for me. The nation's power allocated resources for me. Diplomatic relations established across all realms. China's national fortune skyrocketed wildly. While other nations were still scheming over petty resources, we have become sworn brothers with Liu Bang, conversing with immortals like old friends. Yet all this seems just the beginning. Deep within the system, an ultimate mission determining the fate of all worlds, quietly emerging. Chapter 1, the mission is too difficult, I choose to hand it over to the country. Hello, food delivery. Knock the door, make a call, hand over the order. Liu executed this smooth combo to deliver the takeout right to the customer's doorstep. Racing through wind and rain, no one performs well on an empty stomach. His name is Liu, and he was a food delivery driver. I specifically noted not to knock. Don't knock. Are you deaf? Or blind? The owner was a girl, currently glaring at Liu with a dark expression. No, Liu was about to explain when the door slammed shut with a bang. Inside the door, the girl's parents continued their incessant preaching. Fei, you're eating takeout again. I've told you so many times, you're a grown girl now, you can't? Damn, another failure. Liu could vividly imagine the girl's furious eyes and her lengthy, scathing negative review after being reprimanded. But in reality, as a delivery rider, he was a man racing against time. How could he possibly have the time to pay attention to those notes? Back when I was in school, I never had to read so many words. Forget it, I'll choose to forgive her. Thinking of the girl's twin ponytails, her pink nightgown, and those long, slender legs wrapped in short white socks. TSK. Licking his lips, Liu was still lost in fantasy when he heard the elevator doors snap shut. Hey, damn it. Due to maintenance work, only one elevator was operational in the building today, and it was now swiftly descending from the 28th floor. Not only that, but his phone was also ringing incessantly at this moment. Your order is about to expire, please hurry. Staring at the seemingly bottomless, vortex-like staircase, Liu licked his lips. Alright, it's time for man to conquer nature. Start, bounce, leap. With another smooth combo, Liu failed to notice the glaring banana peel beneath his feet. It's unclear which great virtuous soul with a severe lack of morals placed this, but by the time it materialized before Liu's eyes, it was already too late. Swoosh. Damn it. Beep. Host speed threshold detected, initiating lightspeed jump. Congratulations, host. The multiverse delivery system has been unlocked. Liu felt as if the surrounding time and space had frozen, allowing him to float leisurely through the air and slowly approach the ground. The question mark above his head kept rolling and slipping back and forth, just like the mushroom above Super Mario's head. What speed meets standards? A lightspeed leap. What's this celestial diplomatic system? He's a food delivery guy. Could it be that you've stayed up late reading novels recently and gotten yourself confused? Also, what's happening to me right now? Feeling the intense sensation of hanging in midair, Liu couldn't help but think he had defied all known principles of physics enough to make Newton leap right out of his coffin. Not yet finished, right now, or perhaps at this very moment. Liu could keenly sense that everything around him seemed to have hit pause, the surrounding clamor vanishing in an instant. I am in a relatively static world. At this thought, Liu was struck with terror in his heart. Recalling what had just been mentioned about some system, he suddenly became overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Snap! Just as Liu felt he was about to be trapped in this temporal dilemma, unsure of how long he'd be wandering, he stopped. Then, face first into the ground. A nauseating stench of blood suddenly assaulted his senses. By now, half of Liu's body had already sunk into the bloody water. In the sky, mountains crumbled and the earth split open as a horde of monstrously large demons brandished beams of light. Around him, white bones floated and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Occasionally, waves of wind swept through the sky, destroying everything in its path. Lonely graves stretched for miles, and some of the corpses still bore the tooth marks of savage beasts. Liu quickly recalled a possibility. This world might devour people. As Liu came to his senses, his mouth opened wide to retch uncontrollably as the putrid stench intensified. Roar! Suddenly, before Liu could react, a deafening roar tore through the sky. A mountain-like azure lion lets out thunderous roars. The round, bulging eyes shone as brightly as car headlights, seemingly searching for something within the bloody water. Suddenly, the gaze shifted toward Liu. The scorching breath came forth in waves, and in that instant, the piercing gaze seemed to cease all concealment. In his eyes, it seemed as if he were food? No, I'm a delivery driver, but I'm not trying to deliver myself as the takeout. Liu wanted to cry but had no tears left. Just when I thought I was about to be left hanging here, the next moment, Just as those gaping, cavernous jaws, like something from a limestone cave, were about to engulf him, space warped around him once more. Multiverse experience time ended. Reward, 200,000 yen cash. 1 body tempering potion. What the hell? Before Liu could react, he suddenly felt the weight in his takeout box inexplicably increase. He was also clutching a bottle of unknown liquid in his hand. What the hell? Liu slowly stood up, about to throw away the medicine bottle in his hand, when he felt the weight from the box and plopped back down onto the ground with another thud. Holy shit! Liu initially thought he had slipped or someone had accidentally bumped into him without paying attention to common courtesy. But when he saw the takeout lid flip open from the fall, revealing bundles of flaming red yuan bills inside the box, he was utterly stunned. Looking at the small bottle of liquid in his hand, his heart suddenly raced. He had thought he was dreaming. At this point, how could it feel so real? Liu was instantly drenched in sweat. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the multi-dimensional delivery system. Liu, still shaken, patted his chest to steady himself. And immediately, the very next moment, another mechanical voice sounded, and Liu's eased heart tensed up once more. The system will issue orders of varying difficulty levels based on the host's current rank. Please complete them punctually. Failure to meet deadlines will result in penalties. Me? Liu pointed at himself, addressing the empty air before him. What's the difference between this and the 9-headed serpent from Journey to the West, who had the turtle prime minister capture the monk and his disciples? Just from that scene earlier, I felt like I wouldn't even be enough to fill that lion's teeth gaps. Is that asking me to do food delivery? That would be sending him to his death. The previous scene made me break out in a sweat. Ding! You have a new order. Just as Liu was about to accept his next food delivery order, a deafening roar echoed in his mind. Detected that Liu Bang from an alternate dimension is preparing for an uprising and requires 50 Type 95 rifles. Time limit, 72 hours. If the host successfully completes the connection, diplomatic relations with Liu Bang from the parallel world will be established, enhancing the nation's fortune of the dragon country, Longwa, along with a random doubling of resources. Failure to complete will result in system punishment, lifespan -1. Damn! Staring at the sudden flood of text before him, Liu felt his scalp tingle. What's going on? Isn't this just forcing me to go? But, I'm just a food delivery guy, and you want me to get 50 guns? That's got to be a joke. Liu wore an expression of numbness, but the thought of the potentially massive consequences if he failed to complete it seemed to stir something within him. He then turned off his phone's order-taking system and prepared to go home to figure out a solution. God knows why such a dumbass system would appear on him, and yet it's all wrapped in mystery. Just now, when that blue lion opened its mouth, it nearly scared his soul out of him for tens of thousands of miles. The strength of one person definitely won't be enough, Liu murmured while aimlessly riding his small electric scooter, until his gaze drifted upward and landed on the cluster of uniquely important government buildings. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dragon Nation. Isn't this kind of behavior essentially a form of diplomacy? And all the benefits belong to the nation. In times like these, perhaps the country can lend a hand. Combined with an abundance of technological power, perhaps the threat to my life can also be reduced somewhat? Chapter 2, System Unlocked, the Foreign Ministry's Shock. Gazing at the majestic and imposing building of the Dragon Kingdom's Foreign Ministry, heavily guarded at its entrance, Liu hesitated for a moment, initially wanting to be brave and share this absurd piece of news. Yet as soon as he met the gaze of the guard at the door, all that courage vanished without a trace. He made a swift getaway. After that bizarre incident, Liu didn't continue working but dutifully returned to his rented apartment. Opening the delivery box revealed that it was indeed filled with brand new banknotes, a sight that lifted one's spirits. Liu couldn't help but lower his head and take a quiet sniff. That fragrance was truly delightful. Of course, he didn't dare to move recklessly. What if something really goes wrong with such a questionable sum of money? Liu only had this one life, and he treasured it dearly. As for the body tempering potion in the small pouch within his box, Liu spent quite some time examining it. Then, he downed it in one go. After all, it was a product of the system. He hesitated to spend the digital currency out of fear it might become unusable, but the body tempering potion was different. Liu was originally an avid novel enthusiast, having heard countless stories about the golden-fingered trope. Now that he had the chance to obtain something extraordinary from within, he naturally seized the opportunity without hesitation. Boom! And then, the next moment, Liu had initially planned to lie down and rest properly, but his body suddenly began to undergo changes. As an enigmatic and profound force surged into his body, his blood started flowing rapidly, coursing swiftly through his extraordinary meridians, like 10,000 galloping horses, immediately followed by a tearing pain. Liu felt the entire world spinning around him, and so it went on, nobody knew for how long. When Liu opened his eyes again, his body was already soaked in grime and reeked of blood. His body now felt incredibly refreshed, and even the long unexercised fat had transformed into robust muscles. His own once turbid gaze could now see much farther. Damn! Liu flexed his body slightly, carefully admiring his appearance in the mirror while showing extreme satisfaction. It seems that anything produced by the system is indeed top-notch. Handle yourself first. Liu kept the 200,000 in cash at hand untouched. After finding the number on the website, Liu directly called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hello, this is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dragon Country. If you have any messages to convey, please provide a voice input shortly. We will guide you through the entire process. Guided by a series of electronic tones, Liu reported the situation in detail. Naturally, he omitted the part about taking the body tempering potion. After everything was done, an exhausted Liu finally lay down and fell asleep. The next day, noon, Liu wasn't awakened by an alarm clock but by a phone call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After waking up, he grabbed the evidence from his suitcase and hurried straight to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was even stopped by the guards on the way, who claimed that outside delivery guys weren't allowed to enter. Fortunately, this young officer stepped in to help mediate the situation. Inside the room, a massive Meituan delivery box sat on the table, filled with bundles of cash. Sir, are you saying you can travel through time? Or rather, as you put it, parallel timelines? A man in an executive jacket narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing everything before him. To be honest, he had never believed such claims. Especially since he's a materialist. If it weren't for Liu's sheer luck that the old leader had just finished a meeting that night. Otherwise, there would have been absolutely no chance for him to meet. As for the over 200,000 renminbi, it must be said that stacked neatly, it was quite enticing. However, Liu's current words were truly difficult for these diplomats of Dragon Country to believe. And also, a real headache. Sir, I believe you should understand that this is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even if you offered 200,000, let alone a million, we still couldn't trust you. As the leader of the administrative team, Wang Song finally stepped forward and spoke. Every word you're saying right now is wasting our valuable office time, so please leave. Wang Song suppressed his anger and spoke. If it weren't for the fact that Liu from start to finish harbored no ill intentions and acted purely out of goodwill, they would have already called security to have him removed. What is this thing? What kind of place is their foreign ministry? Listen to me, this was really given to me by my system. The day I'm supposed to deliver the goods to Liu Bang is just a few days away. I need your help. Liu wore a woeful expression as he spoke. Brother Wang, stop wasting words with him. Just call the mental hospital directly. A handsome young man nearby spoke up. As soon as the words fell, Liu hurriedly stopped him. Don't. Then, they saw Liu rush over and press down their hands. Then how can you believe me? I can prove myself. Liu intercepted the two, panting heavily. Naturally, it needs to be proven in person. Just because you brought a few 100,000 in cash doesn't mean anything. How can we be sure it's not just money you earned yourself, fooling around with us? Wang Song said with impatience written all over his face. If you really want us to believe you, then travel to another world right in front of us. Seriously? Before Wang Song could finish speaking, Liu cut in directly. Of course, my people will record the entire process for proof. Since you claim you can travel back in time, why not just ask for a hairpin as evidence? Wang Song's consideration was thorough, leaving no room for doubt. This time, however, it was Liu's turn to feel awkward. While he could indeed travel through time, he wasn't certain whether his original body still existed in the present. Moreover, what he feared most was the possibility that if Liu Bang also considered him an ill omen and executed him, wouldn't that be game over for him? Great! After a brief moment of decision, Liu chose to cross over. It's not about amusing a few spectators, nor is it about delighting people. Simply put, Liu could see from the looks in these two people's eyes that if he dared to utter even one more word, they would immediately subdue him and send him straight to a mental institution. He knew psychiatric hospitals all too well. Countless trending topics had originated from those very walls. But similarly, that is also the most inhumane and terrifying aspect. Take for example a very philosophical question. How can you prove you're not mentally ill? How can you prove you've recovered? Li Maguang felt his head spinning just thinking about it. It could only be activated with a mere thought in front of others. System, activate. Time travel. Boom! A loud roar echoed in Liu's mind, followed by a blinding white light scattering before his eyes. The two onlookers at the scene were ready to record with their phones for a closer look, but the pair abruptly vanished into thin air. Holy, Brother Wang. Is this for real? A trembling police officer nearby spoke up. How should I know? Maybe it's some high-end magic trick, a sleight of hand. Wang Song spoke word by word, even going so far as to sit directly in the main seat at the side. Chapter 3, Mission to Qin's Twilight, Immortal Descends? The end of the Qin Dynasty. Mount Mangdang. Covered in mud, Liu Bang drew his sword and slew a serpent before the gaze of his fellow villagers and subordinates. A scent of blood wafted through the air, followed by the jubilant cheers of dozens of people. Our Lord has slain a white serpent in his dream, a sign from heaven. Lu Wan declared before the assembled youths of Pei County. At this time, an uprising needed slogans and faith. And indeed, his followers took up the cause, shouting it to the heavens. Just a short while ago, they had resolved to rise up, fighting their way out of Pei County. Already a weary army, witnessing Liu Bang slaying the serpent in his dream gave their morale a tremendous boost. Our lord is blessed. To slay a serpent in his dreams, it carries the meaning of severing the dragon's head. Liu Wan, regardless of truth or falsehood, first laid out a feast for the many sons of Pei County. Having resolved to follow Liu Bang, he naturally framed everything in the most favorable light. Excellent. It seems we've chosen the right man. In the days to come, we too shall claim our share of the Qin Empire. Cheers thundered from the crowd. Compared to Liu Bang's competence, they placed greater faith in the myth of the slain serpent. This was a faith rooted in their ancestors' traditions that could not be altered. My friends, since this is such an auspicious sign, let us take a day to rest and recuperate. Thank you, our lord. The crowd bowed in respect before rising. They were still in their infancy, lacking everything. But this was akin to a gamble. Should they prevail, the entire realm would be theirs. As loyal followers of the dragon, generous rewards were assured. Seeing his men's hearts united, Liu Bang himself sat down to rest before resuming their discussions. After days of continuous travel, his body was truly weary. Just then, outside the camp, a patrol guard burst in, his voice filled with terror. Lord Pei, it's terrible. Swish. A single cry instantly drew the complex gazes of all present. After all, they were rebels. Though they had successfully captured Pei County and gathered their forces, the risk of government troops being dispatched to crush them at any moment remained ever present. In an instant, the newly gathered resolve dissolved into panic. Only the leadership, figures like Liu Bang and Fan Kuai, maintained their composure. The patrol guard approached unhurriedly, a hint of excitement even visible on his face. Speak up. What's the commotion? Fan Kuai stepped forward, demanding an answer. Is it the bandit army attacking? No, the guard shook his head. Fan Kuai immediately drew his sword. If it's not the bandits, why are you so flustered? You're undermining morale. The guard had been smug moments before, but under Fan Kuai's death threat, he snapped back to his senses. Lord Pei. A major incident has occurred. Go see outside, an immortal has arrived. What? Instantly, the expressions on people's faces grew even more complex. What the hell? Everyone knew full well what kind of situation a snake-slaying incident truly was. Claiming to connect heaven and earth was merely a way to bolster faith. Could an immortal really appear? Then, Liu Wan, with remarkable agility, scrambled up to the treetop and gazed intently into the distance. Amidst the boundless sky and earth, a palace suddenly materialized, ethereal yet majestic, soaring above the clouds. It slowly dissipated above the clouds. At that very moment, a golden light descended. It nearly knocked Liu Wan off the tree in shock. Lord Pei. It's real. Liu Wan, a fellow townsman of Liu Bang, would never lie, and he was far more educated than this guard. At Liu Wan's words, the crowd erupted in commotion. Could it be? Boom! A golden light descended to the ground, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Really? This time, Liu Bang was the one overcome with excitement. Quick, let's go! Swish! In an instant, a group of men, led by Liu Bang, dashed toward the spot where the golden light had descended. Liu III of Pei County pays his respects to the immortal. Liu Bang pushed through the crowd, threw himself to the ground, and cried out loudly. Liu Wan of Pei County pays homage to the immortal. One after another, everyone followed suit, prostrating themselves in homage. Liu Bang's heart swelled with wild joy. He had been worried that his flimsy excuses wouldn't be enough to sustain their faith. But this time was different. Just as he was about to raise his army, divine beings came to aid him. This was no mere auspicious sign, it was divine selection. It seemed he truly was the heaven-sent son. Who would dare claim his throne was illegitimate now? What if an immortal bestowed treasures upon him? Wouldn't that be splendid? Beneath the golden light, Li Mu never imagined that his moment of glory would unfold in such a manner. Rubbing his forehead, he opened his eyes to find himself already surrounded by the crowd. Among them, a gray-robed man knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with sincere devotion. Even across thousands of years of time and space, Li Mu recognized him instantly. You are Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang? Li Mu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight evident in his voice. Emperor of Han? Whoosh! To him, Li Mu's words were merely a page in a history book, but to the others, they were words of profound warning. The Han Emperor. The immortal had addressed their lord as the Han Emperor. They say immortals speak with divine authority, their words are words of the gods. Which meant they had chosen the right side. Our lord, the Han Emperor, may his glorious fame be forever praised. Our lord, the Han Emperor. All his followers bowed in unison. The waves of their voices grew louder and louder, filling Liu Bang's heart with delight. It seemed he truly possessed boundless fortune. And the Han? Wasn't this precisely what he had envisioned? Instantly, the look in his eyes toward Li Mu grew sharp and clear. May heaven bless the Han Dynasty. Thank you, immortal, for your guidance. Liu Bang couldn't help but bow his head in reverence. Time and space, parallel universe. Location, Mount Mangdang. Era, late Qin Dynasty. Assist Liu Bang in his uprising requires 50 Type 95 rifles. 72-hour deadline. If the host successfully establishes contact, they will gain diplomatic relations with Liu Bang of the parallel world, enhancing the Dragon Nation's national fortune and randomly doubling its resources. Failure to complete will incur system punishment, longevity 1. The system appeared at the opportune moment, helping Li Mu sort through his thoughts. Li Mu quickly realized why Liu Bang was so agitated at this moment. This guy had just started his venture. And now he'd convinced himself he was an immortal descended from the celestial palace. It seemed this trial wouldn't pose any significant threat to his life. Thinking back to his previous so-called trial version, The Journey to the Westworld, it nearly scared the crap out of him. Finally, he'd arrived at a slightly more peaceful time period. Li Mu steadied his thoughts. He knew exactly why he was here this time. It was simply to prove his ability to cross dimensions. He couldn't linger here long. After all, time and tasks were limited. Since everyone regarded him as an immortal, he might as well play the part convincingly. Clearing his throat, Li Mu spoke. I am an envoy sent down from the celestial palace of the Supreme Dragon Kingdom, specially dispatched to aid Liu Bang in ascending the throne. Which one of you is Liu Bang? Li Mu's voice carried an air of authority as he fought to keep his mind as still as water. I am. Liu Bang poked his head forward amidst the crowd. Facing this immortal, all traces of his former roguish demeanor vanished. Instead, he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Very well. I have come to deliver the heavenly decree and shall depart shortly. Li Mu formed a seal with his fingers and spoke in a solemn tone. He was an avid reader of storybooks and novels, so he knew all about this supernatural nonsense. Listen carefully. Chapter 4, Type 95? Is that even possible? At that moment, Dragon Nation Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wang Song and his subordinates waited anxiously. Li Mu had vanished from their sight without a word. Faced with such an abrupt turn of events, the two men found it hard to keep their composure. Yet as materialists, they clung stubbornly to their inner convictions. Just as the two were pondering, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Immediately, wisps of smoke began to swirl from all directions. Li Mu reappeared before them. In his hand was a hairpin of modest craftsmanship, which he placed upon the table. This was worn by Han Wang Liu Bang. You may examine it yourselves. Li Mu pointed at the jade hairpin and spoke. Wang Song hurriedly signaled his men to approach and examine it. This was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, where every position was fully staffed. During this phase, Li Mu wasn't idle either. Silently, he pulled out his phone and handed it to Wang Song. You can take a look at this video. Amidst the bewildered stares of the others, Li Mu spoke calmly. Click. The video opened. After several camera movements, a 24K HD scene came into view. In the footage, a burly man clad in coarse linen short robes stood before the camera, radiating an aura of majestic presence. Speaking in a language they barely understood, he declared, I am Liu Bang, the third son of the Liu family from Pei County. It is an immense honor to welcome the celestial envoy of the Palace of Encountering Immortals here today. I have specially entrusted Li Mu, envoy of the Immortal Kingdom, to convey my greetings to all the immortals present. We seek to establish diplomatic relations with the Immortal Kingdom to bring peace to the realm. In the scene, Liu Bang's voice rang out loud and clear, and every minister in the forest stood in reverent submission. Having just seen the opening, Wang Song, a staunch materialist, naturally dismissed it as nonsense. He assumed Li Mu was some kind of lunatic trying to fool them with a TV drama clip. Yet as the voice intensified, he began to grasp its deeper meaning. But such an extraordinary event was simply too far-fetched for just a few team members to decide on their own. A long silence followed. Wang Song finally spoke up, Mr. Li Mu, could you please send us this video clip? I'll seek approval from our superiors and give you a response by tomorrow afternoon. And regarding your jade hairpin, we'll provide you with the results after completing our examination. Phew. Hearing this response, Li Mu exhaled deeply. Alright, I'll await your news. Li Mu patted his chest and affirmed. At that moment, his legs felt weak from sitting there so long. Who could have imagined that just yesterday, while delivering takeout, he'd unlocked such a bizarre system along the way? The ultimate delivery system. It meant he could now traverse countless realms through portals, each world existing in a distinct parallel timeline. His task was to complete system missions within the allotted time in each present timeline, unlocking rewards and gaining access to the next dimension. Failure to complete a task would result in punishment. At first, Li Mu paid little heed to the dangers this cheat code designed specifically for cross-world travelers like him might hold. Until he was suddenly transported into the world of Journey to the West. That was an absolute brush with death for Li Mu, facing that green-faced, fanged monster with a maw truly capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. Had the system not merely intended for him to experience it, he would have become takeout. Yet in this moment of peril, the system didn't grant him any powerful skills. Instead, it assigned him an utterly absurd task. Help Liu Bang succeed in his uprising. Fulfill his ambition to unify the realm. In the literal sense. The required item was a Type 95 rifle? Is that even reasonable? Me? Li Mu's state of mind at that moment was akin to that of the minor minions dispatched by the nine-headed worm in Journey to the West to capture Tang Sanzang and test his disciples, utterly bewildered. He knew his own strength was nowhere near enough to accomplish this. So he quickly sought out the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Well, this kind of thing could be considered diplomacy. The question was whether these two, or rather, the higher-ups at the ministry, would believe his story. He had already ventured into the instance ahead of schedule, taking a risk. Fortunately, his extraordinary aura emanating from the system had coincidentally been witnessed by Liu Bang. Otherwise, who knows what fate awaited him. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't even wait until afternoon. Li Mu had barely walked 200 meters beyond the courtyard gate when he was urgently intercepted. "Mr. Li Mu, please come with me. The minister wishes to see you." A crisp female voice called out, and Li Mu turned around. Behind him stood a woman in military uniform, her figure as sharp as a knife. Holy! Li Mu couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He never imagined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would handle this matter with such efficiency. He'd thought he'd have to wait until tomorrow. Inside the office. The moment Li Mu entered the room, he felt 3 or 4 pairs of eyes turned toward him. "Good day, Mr. Li Mu. I am Yang Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs." "Hello, I'm Zhao Wei, a staff officer from the military department." The brief introductions left Li Mu gasping in shock. The individuals before him were essentially second or third tier leaders at the national level. He had assumed a meeting with the foreign minister alone would suffice, but who could have imagined they would also bring in representatives from the military? It seemed the Dragon Nation's level of concern for this matter far exceeded his expectations. "Mr. Li Mu, I have gained a general understanding of the matter you've brought forward. Though I cannot yet ascertain the reasons, I fully trust your account and the evidence you've presented." Yang Jin spoke slowly. In truth, they had no choice but to believe him. They had reviewed the surveillance footage, and everything Wang Song had stated was confirmed to be true. Li Mu had indeed vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Then he reappeared just as suddenly. All data recovery methods yielded only one conclusion: it was genuine. Moreover, the jade hairpin Li Mu casually picked up was indeed made of white marble, crafted in ancient times, yet preserved as if it were brand new. Its design was unmatched even in the entire National Museum. Combined with the video footage now in Li Mu's possession, they could fully believe the facts as presented. "Still, I'm more curious about what you meant by gaining the fortune of the Dragon Nation. What exactly does that entail?" Yang Jin paused before continuing. The fortune of the Dragon Nation. That was what truly piqued their interest. National fortune is usually described as either good or bad. Rarely does one speak of increasing it. Such a concept felt far too advanced for the current era. By enhancing national fortune, I naturally mean doubling resources, breaking through technological bottlenecks, and so forth. Li Mu replied calmly. He added, however, "This is my first mission. Everything else will have to wait until the mission succeeds. Therefore, I expect your full cooperation. After all, I have less than 2 days before this instance begins." Li Mu stated firmly. "Speak. How do you need us to cooperate?" Yang Jin cut straight to the point. When it came to the nation's destiny, they never took things lightly. "I need 30 Type 95 assault rifles." Li Mu spoke slowly. Chapter 5, Preparations complete, system activated. "All right. No problem." Before Yang Jin could respond, Zhao Wei, the military staff officer behind him, cut in bluntly. "Additionally, I can equip you with several of our nation's latest automatic rifle models to take alone." As a military staff officer, Zhao Wei had the authority to allocate some resources. Moreover, he had the backing of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They were already top-tier figures in the leadership. Such decisions weren't difficult for them. "I'm just an old soldier, not versed in diplomacy. But I understand clearly that the fate of your Dragon Nation is of utmost importance to us. Therefore, the military headquarters will provide you with our fullest support." Zhao Wei stated earnestly. "Thank you, Chief of Staff." Li Mu nodded with evident delight. "All right then, Minister Yang, time is of the essence. Have someone draft a report for the Central Committee immediately." Zhao Wei, true to his background as a staff officer, arranged everything meticulously. "Let's head to the military arsenal together and see what supplies we can utilize." No sooner had Zhao Wei finished speaking than Yang Jin nodded in agreement. "All right." This was the aura of a great nation, thriving and flourishing. This was also true materialism as long as everything could be logically explained, nothing was beyond their support. In other words, supporting Liu Bang was tantamount to supporting their own ancestors. After all, whose family name isn't written in Chinese characters? Though the process sounded a bit far-fetched, with irrefutable evidence now at hand, everyone naturally chose to believe unconditionally. "Xiao Wang, prepare the carriage. To the armory." Everyone bustled about. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the armory. This was Zhao Wei's area of expertise. He began leading Li Mu through the facility, carefully selecting weapons and equipment. Originally, they intended to take some high-tech gear, but after Li Mu pointed out that there was no compatible power source or suitable storage environment there, they abandoned the idea. Li Mu knew little about these weapons, but stepping inside for the first time left him utterly awestruck. Besides firearms, Li Mu also gathered numerous cold weapons. All were packed into boxes and loaded onto a vehicle. Take this truck with you too, it is the Han Dynasty after all. Stepping out of the armory, Zhao Wei patted a military truck and laughed heartily. Consider it a tribute to our ancestors. Who knows, maybe they'll reward us with more territory, draw the map a bit larger for us outsiders. At that moment, Zhao Wei seemed to recall something and quickly called Yang Jin, who was preparing other items nearby. Then, with an air of mystery, he led Li Mu into the office. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Jin suddenly appeared. He placed a metal case directly on the desk. Time is tight this time. Inside this case are some materials I've prepared for you. You might find them useful later. After all, you're traveling as an envoy of our dragon nation. Now that you possess this powerful system, this time, I must trouble you to serve as a diplomat representing our dragon nation. Yang Jin had exchanged several phone calls with central leadership. The central authorities had undoubtedly given their fullest support to this course of action. After all, it was within their capacity to provide such support, and the central authorities paid it little mind. They were simply wondering just how much benefit Li Mu would ultimately bring. I understand, Minister Yang. Li Mu nodded and took the box. At this point, only about 50-odd hours remained until her mission was complete. Who knew if another assignment would appear after she finished this one? Better to be prepared. This computer contains various materials we've prepared for you, including histories of countries around the world and extensive records of our own nation's past. Along with topographical maps of ancient rivers before their course was altered, archaeological discoveries, and subsequent military tactics for follow-up operations. All this material was just compiled from our expert database. We hope it proves invaluable in critical moments. Also, don't worry about its power supply. This battery technology should keep it running non-stop for at least half a month. You can rest assured. The system itself is AI-generated with intelligent search capabilities. At this point, Zhao Wei added with evident pride, if you have any questions, feel free to input them into this system. It's a think tank comprising experts we've recruited from various fields: history, military affairs, psychology, finance, sales, and more. Whether it proves useful or not, it serves as a backup plan if the need ever arises. Yang Jin remarked in a solemn tone. Meticulous as he was, he wouldn't be vague about such matters. Li Mu, however, was even more astonished. He marveled at Yang Jin's seriousness toward this matter and his meticulous preparations. He was equally astonished that the technological achievements of the Dragon Nation were so formidable. This too? One after another, accumulative systems he'd never heard of were listed in full. Li Mu's earlier panic instantly dissipated. Seriously, wasn't this stuff way more powerful than system guides or strategy hints? What's the point of grinding through the early stages now? Soon, the introduction concluded. Director Yang looked at Li Mu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Comrade Li Mu, are you ready? Though the preparation process had been tedious, Li Mu saw undeniable excitement in his eyes. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, Yang Jin suddenly produced 2 small boxes. This square one contains our nation's ceremonial porcelain, along with a copy of our ancient oracle bone script documents. Yang Jin began. Li Mu weighed the box in his hand and nodded thoughtfully. Since it was the establishment of diplomatic relations, presenting gifts was only natural. But what about the other one? Li Mu weighed it was extremely light. This square one contains a world map. Chapter 6, Lumbo's exploding outfit, world's best. Li Mu took all the items he needed to bring from Yang Jin's hands. After counting them, he made no attempt to hide it. He activated the system right in front of him. Teleportation. In the next instant, Li Mu vanished before Yang Jin's eyes. In the equal world, Li Mu descended from the sky, golden light enveloping him as he floated down. He clutched the national gift of the Dragon Kingdom in both hands, with a computer strapped to his back. To the casual observer, he possessed an otherworldly, almost immortal-like aura. Experiencing this again, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This system still gives me such a pretentious entrance. But when he looked down, something seemed off. A white earthen altar had risen from the barren wilderness, and below it, a squad of soldiers was pursuing someone. What's going on? I've only been gone a short while. The Qin soldiers pursuing the rebel forces looked up and froze in shock at the sight of Li Mu emerging, enveloped in golden light. The legend is true. The rebels really have divine aid. Is Liu Bang truly destined by heaven? Immortal, the Qin commander roared. Nonsense. That's just a charlatan playing tricks. Seize him at once. Li Mu had barely landed, holding a pile of items in both hands, when nearly 100 gleaming bronze swords were pointed at him. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? I'm looking for Liu Bang. Before Li Mu could finish speaking, the Qin soldiers surged forward, their sharp blades poised to strike. At that very moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Li Mu's mind. Side quest triggered. Complete the task. A quest? I'm about to die, and now this. Before Li Mu could finish his complaint, his body suddenly ignited with heat, surging with power. The fear that had gripped him vanished without a trace. Bang! Li Mu's shirt exploded open. A red headband snapped into place on his forehead. Two Type 95 assault rifles flew out of the box behind him, landing in his left and right hands. Side quest, Hot-Blooded Rambo. Inside the rebel army's main tent. Liu Bang, Fan Kuai, and Lu Wan all wore worried expressions. It had been a full month since the last divine being appeared. The tale of the divine being aiding Liu Bang had spread, naturally drawing more common folk to join the rebel army. But at the same time, surrounding government forces had come to surround and kill them. My lord, Lu Wan spoke up, the situation is urgent. We must leave Mount Mangdang and join forces with Xiang Liang's army to advance our cause. Sigh, Liu Bang nodded helplessly. Just then, a mud-covered, utterly bedraggled youth burst into the tent. My lord, the divine being has finally appeared. What? When the main force of the rebel army arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. They saw the divine being from that day, bare-chested, wielding two divine weapons they had never seen before in each hand, locked in fierce combat with hundreds of Qin soldiers. Each weapon was over a foot long, spewing divine flames as they routed the Qin soldiers, forcing them into a relentless retreat. The rebels immediately moved in, capturing the Qin soldiers without losing a single man or officer. Your Excellency! Liu Bang approached Li Mu, who still looked stunned, with utmost reverence. Li Mu finally snapped back to reality, glancing at the scattered shell casings and the rifle in his hands. No casualties? Ha! Liu Bang was taken aback that the Heavenly Palace envoy would ask such a thing after displaying such divine might. Did immortals even care about killing? Reporting to the Divine Lord. Pan Ku stepped forward, palms pressed together. We captured 230 Qin soldiers. 6 sustained injuries, all minor. No casualties. Li Mu finally exhaled in relief. Though the situation had been perilous, he was, after all, a man of peaceful times, ill-equipped to handle the weight of taking lives. Yet he dared not blame the system. Without its aid, he might have perished outright. Speaking of the system, Li Mu suddenly recalled his mission for this journey. Ahem. Emperor Liu Bang of Han, on behalf of the Celestial Palace of the Dragon Nation, I present you with 4 divine artifacts to aid your imperial journey. The first is this very weapon in my hand. Li Mu waved the gun before him and handed it to Pan Kuai. This is the 9.5 divine musket. With a single pull of the trigger, it unleashes divine fire capable of repelling foes from a kilometer away. Li Mu gestured toward the large wooden crate behind him. I have brought 50 of these items. Thank you, Divine Lord. Fan Kuai knelt, clasped his fists, and bowed in gratitude. The second item. Li Mu removed the laptop from his back and handed it to Liu Bang. This device is called the Heavenly Mechanism Divine Brain. To operate it, one must use the Divine Gate technique. I shall teach it to you. Li Mu pulled Liu Bang slightly away and quietly demonstrated the startup password once. The third item. A tribute from the Celestial Palace of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Mu handed the ceremonial porcelain jar containing oracle bone scriptures to Lu Wan. This was the diplomatic token sealing the alliance between the two nations, and entrusting it to a civil official was most appropriate. The fourth item. Li Mu unfolded it before the assembled crowd. The map hovered in midair, drawing the gaze of both the rebel forces and the captured Qin soldiers. A map? This is a map of the entire realm. So this is what the world truly looks like. Beyond Qin lies such vast territory. The crowd marveled until someone exclaimed, "Wait, where is the Divine Lord?" Only then did they realize Li Mu had vanished. This map was the last thing the Divine Lord entrusted to us. He must have had a purpose. Exactly. The Divine Lord surely meant to remind us not to fixate on the world before our eyes, but to cast our gaze far beyond. Precisely. For the sake of the common people, we rebels must overthrow Qin. But what if the people elsewhere also suffer under harsh laws and brutal punishments? What then? Li Mu's sudden disappearance prompted them to broaden their perspective. From this moment onward, the timeline of this parallel world began to undergo drastic shifts, yet the very catalyst of these changes remained utterly unaware. Damn it, system, why did you teleport me out of nowhere? System task completed. Returning to main space. Calculating mission rewards. Settlement complete. Mission completion rate 90%. Establish diplomatic relations with Parallel World 10922. The fate of the Dragon Nation has been rewritten. Li Mu was startled. Task completion rate? Such a thing existed? Moreover, a peculiar sensation suddenly filled his mind, as if a connection to another world had been forged. With a mere thought, he could return there. Return to the main world. Li Mu surveyed his surroundings. It was indeed his own room. Glancing outside, everything appeared unchanged. He opened his phone and searched for Dragon Nation in the encyclopedia. Everything appeared unchanged until he scrolled to the image section, then he was utterly stunned. Holy crap, is this the current territory of Dragon Nation? Dragon Nation's territory had expanded to encompass nearly the entire East Yen region. To the north, it stretched across Northeast Asia, connecting to the land bridge linking the northern and southern continents. To the south, it controlled the crucial Southeast Asia region and the surrounding straits. To the west, it had carved out a vast corridor connecting to Europe. It was the Silk Road. Just looking at this map filled Li Mu with overwhelming excitement. Glancing at Dragon Nation's economic data for this year, he discovered it had doubled compared to his previous understanding. The Dragon Nation now stood as the world's economic powerhouse and the largest nation by land area. Chapter 7, Scylla's Submission, My Journey West. Li Mu took some time to understand the changes in the world timeline. With its enhanced national fortune, Dragon Nation had firmly secured the top spot in comprehensive national strength, laying the foundation for global hegemony. Yet Dragon Nation chose not to pursue it. Instead, it pledged peaceful development to the world. This earned the Dragon Nation a favorable impression among developing nations like those in the Third World. Yet it inevitably stirred ambitions among nations founded through piracy and colonization. They united openly and covertly to confront the Dragon Nation. On the surface, everything appeared largely unchanged from the original timeline. The most significant difference was that geographically, they could no longer blockade the Dragon Nation. The reason was simple: its territory was vast enough. Dragon Nation's territory now stretched from uninhabited polar regions in the north to Australia in the south, with its western flank directly connected to the European plate. In international relations, the United States of America USAA remained the primary counterweight to the Dragon Nation. European nations oscillate between neutrality and alignment with the Mijong Federation. Where does Japan stand? Li Mu scrolled through his phone in confusion. The current Japan does indeed lean toward the United States Federation. But the Japan of old would have gone to great lengths to serve as the US-China Federation's lackey. Now, it primarily balances both sides, careful not to completely alienate the Dragon Nation. What Li Mu hadn't anticipated was that after the Dragon Nation's fortunes rose, the nation undergoing the most dramatic transformation was none other than Scylla. No, the current Scylla didn't even consider itself a nation anymore. Archaeological discoveries in Scylla have unearthed the earliest known movable type printing artifacts. After studying these artifacts, the country's experts and scholars concluded that the technology originated in the Dragon Nation. Scylla intends to apply for UNESCO World Heritage status as a witness to this history. If successful, Dragon Nation's cultural heritage listings will increase to 450 entries, exceeding half of the total. The Scylla National Research Institute announced it has completed a comparative study of Scylla's historical myths and the myths and folklore of the spring and autumn period in the Dragon Kingdom. They found significant commonalities between the two, suggesting a high probability of population and cultural exchange. Li Mu nearly fell off his chair upon reading these two news items. Has Scylla suddenly changed its tune? Is this the same Scylla that constantly steals Dragon Nation's cultural heritage for UNESCO recognition? Is this the same Scylla that claims everything originates from Scylla? It turns out that in this timeline, from ancient times to the modern era, Scylla has always been a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. It had remained utterly loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. By modern times, the suzerain-vassal relationship had drawn considerable negative speculation toward the Dragon Nation. Moreover, such ties were increasingly incompatible with contemporary international norms. Against this backdrop, with the Dragon Kingdom's permission, Scylla finally gained independence as a nation. Yet even so, the entire Scylla holds an indescribable fondness for the Dragon Kingdom. All Scylla people hope to integrate into the Dragon Kingdom, and this sentiment extends even to Scylla's high-ranking officials. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Li Mu's feelings were deeply conflicted. Emotionally, Li Mu knew the Scylla of the original timeline, how they constantly provoked the Dragon Kingdom, how arrogantly they behaved, and how they groveled before the Mizu Federation. Comparing them to the Scylla of this timeline, Li Mu felt he was witnessing a two-faced opportunist, a treacherous villain who spoke honeyed words while wielding a sword. Yet such a judgment felt unfair to the Scylla of this timeline. Having lived under the Dragon Nation's protection throughout this timeline, constantly immersed in its cultural traditions, it was only natural for them to harbor fervent affection toward the Dragon Nation. The United States and Japan are conducting joint military exercises in the South China Sea, with a focus on the electromagnetic railgun recently deployed by the United States. This action is widely perceived as a provocation against the Dragon Nation, though the Dragon Nation has yet to issue a formal response. Li Mu flipped through the news. Sure enough, it mirrored the original timeline. The Mizu Federation continued to provoke the Dragon Nation in every conceivable way. Even with the roles reversed, this nation still behaved like a dog unable to shake its peculiar habits. Ding! You have a new order. As Li Mu scanned the news, a sudden system notification startled him. Detected, Skynet system and alternate timeline has achieved absolute dominance. Mission requirement, prevent the extinction of human forces. Recommended baseline combat strength, 1 modern special forces unit. Time limit, 720 hours. If the host successfully establishes contact with the leader of human forces, formal diplomatic relations will be established with this parallel world. Specific rewards are contingent upon mission completion rate. Mission failure will reduce the host's lifespan by 1 year. Skynet's system? Human forces? It sounds like humanity's been taken over by some AI system. Skynet, that name sounds familiar. Li Mu slapped his forehead. Terminator. That's right, the Skynet system was the ultimate antagonist in the third movie. Li Mu recalled it as an AI that had awakened to self-awareness, obliterating Earth's core once and establishing its rule over countless mechanical bodies. One could only imagine how brutal life must be in that parallel world. This was evident from the mission's unusually long 30-day time limit. Damn, why is this mission so damn hard? If I, a mere flesh and blood human, were to travel there, I'd be blown to smithereens by missiles in minutes. And they want me to assemble a modern special forces unit? Where the hell am I supposed to find a modern special forces unit? And just like the last mission, there's absolutely no option to quit. System, I ask you, what exactly does mission failure, lose 1 year of life mean? The moment Li Mu finished asking, images flooded his mind. The scene was painfully familiar. It was Super Mario Bros. From his childhood. In the scene, the little character leaped high, trying to jump over a rotating ring of flames. But in the end, he fell just short, landing squarely on the edge of the flames. After the iconic death sound effect, the screen turned black and white, forever frozen on the zero interface. Li Mu instantly understood, lifespan -1 meant instant death. Now, two choices lay before Li Mu. Travel back in time, and he might be instantly obliterated by Skynet. Or he could just give up, spend 30 days eating, drinking, and partying, and accept death when time ran out. I sure as hell don't want to die. Li Mu stepped out of his room and headed toward the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wang Song, head of the administrative team, received an unusual report. A young man named Li Mu specifically requested to see him, claiming he had matters concerning the nation's future to report. Wang Song frowned. What could an ordinary young man possibly report? He was far too busy for such matters. Li Mu. I've never heard that name before, but for some reason, it feels strangely familiar. Oh, and team leader Wang, he brought this along. Liu from the team examined it and said it's likely an authentic Han Dynasty artifact. It was an exquisitely crafted jade hairpin. Wang Song glanced at it. If genuine, its value would easily run into the millions. Chapter 8, Liu Bang becomes king, I eat peaches. Led by the staff, Li Mu met Wang Song. What's your purpose? Wang Song slid the jade hairpin across the table toward Li Mu. Ah. Li Mu sighed. Just as he had anticipated, the people in this timeline remained unaware of what had transpired. The Dragon Nation's fortune soared, yet no one remembered the greatest contributor's sacrifices. Yet Li Mu harbored no regrets. Given another chance, he would still make the same choices. In front of Wang Song, Li Mu began recounting everything that had transpired, leaving nothing out. As proof, he pulled out his phone and showed Wang Song the videos he had recorded in the parallel world. Wang Song listened, his mouth agape for a long moment, unable to speak. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "You're saying you altered the fate of the Dragon Nation, leading to its current vast territory? That's ridiculous." If anyone else had told him such a thing, Wang Song would have dismissed them as a fraud without hesitation. But for some reason, he felt that everything Li Mu said was true. I can't bring myself to believe what you're saying just yet. If it's true, it's utterly insane. But I can report your case to higher-ups. But if they deem you a fraud, the consequences will be severe. Wang Song said sternly. No problem. I trust the state and have nothing to hide. Li Mu nodded. Very well, you may return now. Li Mu returned home. Before half a day had passed, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called. Li Mu, the minister has agreed to meet with you. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longwei. Minister Yang Jin examined the report in his hands and asked Wang Song, who stood before him. Young Wang, do you really believe such an absurd story? Do you truly believe someone obtained some so-called multiverse diplomacy system that allows them to traverse cosmic spacetime? Do you genuinely believe Dragon Nation's current territory and status are due to his achievements? Wang Song's expression grew tense. Minister Yang, I don't think he's lying. I choose to believe the patriotic fervor in his eyes is genuine. Even if he strayed onto the wrong path for some reason, we should guide him back to the right one. Yang Jin was somewhat surprised that Wang Song would place such trust in a stranger he'd met only once. His name is Li Mu? The sternness in Yang Jin's expression softened slightly. The report, naturally, concerned Li Mu. In less than half a day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had already thoroughly investigated every detail of his background. Yes. Based on the records, this Li Mu appears to be clean. Yang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. By clean, he meant no ties to foreign powers. But while he was clean, the files revealed that Li Mu was. He's just two ordinary average looks, average education, average job. And this is the man who changed the fate of the Dragon Nation? The only slightly unusual detail was that Li Mu's report included a surveillance video clip. Yang Jin opened the footage to find the exact moment Li Mu slipped on a banana peel. Ha! Watching Li Mu fly through the air, Yang Jin nearly laughed out loud. But then, suddenly, Li Mu vanished from the footage. Is the surveillance broken? Led by staff, Li Mu entered the innermost office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and immediately spotted Yang Jin standing with his hands behind his back, eyeing him suspiciously. Li Mu had anticipated this moment and handed his phone to Yang Jin with casual familiarity. "What's this?" Yang Jin asked, thoroughly puzzled. "Just checking to see if there's only one video on my phone." Though puzzled, Yang Jin checked it anyway. The phone indeed contained only the video. Wang Song had reported one showing what appeared to be Liu Bang's rebel army. Li Mu took back the phone and said confidently to Yang Jin, "Watch closely. System activation. Target, parallel world 10922. In the next instant, Li Mu vanished before Yang Jin's eyes. Yang Jin's eyes widened. What kind of trick was this? Parallel world 10922, Mount Mangdang. Li Mu descended to the ground enveloped in a golden glow. Before he could take in his surroundings, shouts erupted, "The divine messenger has manifested. Quickly inform the Han King." Then Li Mu saw dozens of people kneeling in worship on the steps below him. Surveying his surroundings, he realized the simple white earthen altar had transformed into a magnificent heavenly altar paved with white marble. Directly before him stood a wooden table laden with offerings of various fruits. Before long, Liu Bang appeared. Enveloped in a royal robe black on the outside, crimson within and crowned with a white jade diadem, his very gait radiated the bearing of a sovereign. "Honorable envoy, it is a pleasure to see you once more. The 4 divine artifacts you brought are all extraordinary. Now that our rebel forces have breached Luoyang, this time we come for the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly palace." Li Mu's expression turned slightly awkward. "Ahem, well, I'm not here for anything important. Just taking a photo and heading back right away." Li Mu took out his phone, spun around twice to capture Liu Bang and the others, then turned to leave. "Ha!" This time, Li Mu spoke without any of his usual mystical airs, catching Liu Bang off guard. Gurgle. Just then, Li Mu's stomach growled at the most inopportune moment. Li Mu halted his retreating steps, turned back, and offered an awkward smile as he gestured toward the offerings on the table. "May I take a little of this?" Liu Bang was taken aback. Shouldn't an envoy from the celestial palace of the Dragon Kingdom be a divine being too? Could immortals actually get hungry? Of course. Liu Bang smiled and waved his hand. 2 guards following behind him stepped forward. Enough. I can't carry anymore," Li Mu said, activating the system. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Liu Bang stared thoughtfully at the spot where Li Mu had vanished. "My lord," Liu Wan approached. "This heavenly palace envoy appears to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal." Liu Bang shook his head. "Whether he is mortal or immortal, he is one who has done us all a great favor. Main World, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation." Yang Jin had the entire ministry searched, yet Li Mu remained nowhere to be found. Just as Yang Jin sat in his office deep in thought, Li Mu reappeared. This time, however, he was beaming, his arms full of fruits like pears and apricots, with a peach still in his mouth. "What's this?" Yang Jin asked in surprise. "Fruit," Li Mu said, chewing the fruit. The peach seemed a bit firm, but it had a rich peach flavor. Since Li Mu hadn't eaten dinner yet, he devoured it with great relish. As he ate, he handed his phone to Yang Jin. Yang Jin took the phone and indeed found a new video recording, dated just minutes ago. Chapter 9, Temporary Major, Marching into Another World. After watching the video, Yang Jin's last lingering doubts vanished almost completely. He reached out and grabbed Li Mu's hand, which was still enthusiastically showing off the fruit. "What? You don't want some too, do you?" Li Mu looked at him in confusion. Yang Jin shook his head, yet snatched the fruit basket from Li Mu's grasp, not even letting him finish the peach that was already half-eaten. "Minister Yang, what are you doing?" "Li Mu, these fruits are over 2,000 years old. They're invaluable materials for studying ancient Chinese agricultural development, breeding techniques, and the living standards of our ancestors." Yang Jin summoned staff to pack up the fruit on the table, including the pits Li Mu had eaten, and send them to the most authoritative agricultural research base in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Mu pouted, clearly displeased. Yang Jin took a deep breath, processing the astonishing information he'd just received. Then he spoke, "Li Mu, while I can't yet confirm every detail you shared, I want to ask, what do you want?" "A special forces unit." "Ha?" Yang Jin was utterly bewildered. "You want a special forces unit to start a rebellion?" "Exactly," Li Mu answered confidently. "I'm going to rebel against Skynet." Immediately after, Li Mu began revealing details of his next mission to Yang Jin, who remained tense and silent throughout. "From your description, this mission sounds incredibly dangerous." "Even so, are you still going?" Li Mu grimaced. Could he really refuse? Refusal meant certain death. "Of course I'll go." Li Mu looked at Yang Jin, assuming he was worried about the special forces casualties. "Minister Yang, there's no need for such worry. I can teleport at any moment. Should danger arise, I'll immediately transport the entire unit back. Moreover, if we capture just 1 or 2 mechanical bodies and bring them back for study, the entire Dragon Nation's scientific and technological capabilities will experience a quantum leap in development." Listening to Li Mu's explanation, Yang Jin nodded. This prospect was undeniably compelling, yet it only deepened Yang Zhen's confusion about something else. Li Mu, what exactly do you want? What do I want? Haven't I already said? Li Mu looked at Yang Zhen with a puzzled expression. I'm talking about you as an individual. According to your account, you altered the national destiny of the Dragon Nation, enabling its current state of development. What personal reward do you seek? Yang Zhen pressed. Li Mu pondered for a moment, then gave a wry smile. If there were any, that would be ideal, but such matters would never be believed if spoken aloud. Heh, I don't hold out much hope for it anyway. Then aren't you resentful? Yang Zhen pressed. Not at all. Seeing the nation progress fills me with joy. Li Mu's response left Yang Zhen deeply shocked. After a moment, he nodded with a look of relief. Li Mu, your heartfelt patriotism is truly moving. Whether altering the nation's destiny is true or not, this time you've genuinely prioritized the country's interests, even risking your life. Rest assured, at the very least this time, the nation will never forget your sacrifice. Ah, with young people like you in Dragon Nation, our future will surely be ever brighter. Yang Zhen spoke, giving Li Mu a light pat on the shoulder. This made Li Mu feel a bit embarrassed. He wasn't quite as noble as Yang Zhen made him out to be. More than half of it had been forced upon him by the system. 2 days later, Li Mu received contact from a state intelligence operative. No sooner had he finished the call than a group of men in crisp suits appeared and ushered him into a vehicle. About half an hour later, Li Mu arrived at a secret military base near the capital of Manhwa. Minister He, this is Li Mu, whom Minister Yang mentioned. Li Mu looked at the middle-aged man before him, whose eyes were sharp and piercing. Minister? And here in a military base again? Li Mu vaguely recalled that the Minister of Defense of Manhwa also bore the surname He. Could it be that coincidental? Li Mu pulled out his phone and searched. Sure enough, the man before him was Dragon Nation's Minister of Military Affairs, He Jianyuan. As soon as he pulled out his phone, the soldiers flanking him made to stop him, but He Jianyuan raised his hand to signal them to hold back. Hello, Minister He. I've long admired your reputation, He Jianyuan smiled. This guy was just Googling me right in front of me. How could he possibly have heard of me? Li Mu, I've heard about your situation. To be honest, I don't entirely believe your account, but... He Jianyuan cleared his throat. Behind him, a formation of Special Forces soldiers stepped forward and saluted him. These Special Forces wore custom blue uniforms and carried a considerable amount of military equipment on their backs. He gave a slight nod. Following organizational deliberation and arrangements, it has been decided that they will temporarily operate under your command. As He Jianyuan finished speaking, the Special Forces unit turned their gaze toward Li Mu in unison. Their imposing presence and perfect synchronization were clear evidence of rigorous training. Li Mu's eyes lit up as he surveyed the formation. Conservatively estimated, there were over 200 of them, several times more than the human reinforcements he had anticipated. Their spirits surged with the boldness and courage befitting the Dragon Nation's guards. This made Li Mu doubt himself. Would these men truly obey his commands in a parallel world? As if reading his uncertainty, He Jianyuan produced a silver pin and fastened it to the front of Li Mu's uniform. This pin signifies your temporary rank of major, granting you command over these special forces. He looked at Li Mu and continued. Li Mu, this operation is an uncertain investment for the Dragon Nation. Achieving results would be ideal, but failure is acceptable. The paramount goal is to preserve as many lives as possible. Understood? Understood. Li Mu stood at attention and rendered a standard military salute to He Jianyuan. He Jianyuan nodded approvingly. Having lived over 50 years, he considered himself quite adept at judging character. Li Mu wasn't the type to engage in petty, underhanded schemes. He wanted to give Li Mu a few more instructions, but found that Li Mu had vanished along with the large contingent behind him. He Jianyuan's eyes widened, though he had heard about it earlier from Yang Zhen. Hearing about it was one thing, but witnessing over 100 people vanish in an instant was a shock beyond words. It seems the rumors are true. I hope this young man and the Special Forces soldiers return safely. In a flash of light, Li Mu and over 100 Special Forces soldiers materialized in a dilapidated graveyard. Light rain fell from the sky, and the ground beneath their feet was littered with various trash and debris. Location, Winchington Cemetery. Time, AD 2055. Mission Phase 1, Establish Human Shelter. Time limit, 240 hours. The moment Li Mu saw the system notification pop up, he froze in shock. 2055. According to the storyline, this was the timeline following Earth's nuclear annihilation by Skynet. Chapter 10, Returning to the Main World, Gathering Supplies. While Li Mu stood frozen in place by the system notification, the Special Forces soldiers, having recovered from their initial panic, began moving out in different directions. Beep, beep. The reconnaissance squad within the team fiddled with their instruments. Major Li Mu, moderate levels of nuclear radiation are present in the environment. The radiation intensity falls within the protective range of our suits and poses no danger. The protective suits he referred to were likely the blue uniforms they were wearing. Radiation. Li Mu gasped. These special forces soldiers were safe, but what about him? Li Mu felt like cursing right then. These guys were all bundled up in their gear, leaving him exposed to the radiation. What Li Mu didn't know was that the military had actually prepared triple protection gear for him: cut resistant, chemical resistant, and radiation resistant. But before it could be delivered to him, Li Mu had teleported away. What to do? Li Mu looked at the special forces soldiers. Was he supposed to ask them to take off their uniforms and give them to him? Though Li Mu feared death, wouldn't that be a bit despicable? Just then, the system's alert sounded in his ear. Detected radiation in the environment. This radiation level is below the host's static resistance threshold and poses no immediate threat to life. It sounded like he could survive exposure to radiation? Only then did he recall using the body tempering potion the system had given him earlier. A special forces soldier with a determined expression stepped forward and saluted Li Mu. He removed his outer jacket. "Major Li Mu, please put on the protective suit." "Put it on," Li Mu barked. "I don't need your concern. Just look after yourselves." The soldier hesitated for a moment. "Yes, sir." He swiftly donned the protective suit, saluted Li Mu, and retreated to the rear. The gazes of the other special forces soldiers toward Li Mu shifted noticeably. Established military authority, reputation +10. The sudden system notification left Li Mu somewhat bewildered, but for now, he needed to piece together the available information. It was now the year 2055, a world where Earth had been devastated by Skynet's nuclear annihilation over 30 years prior. So where were the movie's protagonists, the Resistance, and their leader? Li Mu's gaze fell upon the shattered tombstone directly before him. John Connor's grave? The leader of the human resistance was already dead. Li Mu was stunned. In that moment, he finally understood why the system's first task for him was to establish a human refuge. Damn it, with the leader of the human resistance gone, who else but him could build it? Still reeling from the shock, Li Mu suddenly heard the sound of footsteps splashing through muddy water in the distance. "Help! Help me!" Li Mu glanced behind him and saw a little girl running toward them, screaming. Closely following behind her was a rapidly approaching red light. Thud! The girl fell into the muddy water as a swaying mechanical form slowly approached her. "Fire!" Li Mu shouted. Immediately, dozens of special forces soldiers opened fire simultaneously. The concentrated barrage of gunfire shattered the mechanical entity into pieces. "Are you okay?" A special forces soldier helped the girl to her feet and brought her to Li Mu's side. Several others began salvaging the wreckage. Moments later, the mechanical head was presented before Li Mu. The head section remained relatively intact, one mechanical eye still emitting a faint red glow. Kill all humans." The red glow in the machine's eye grew fainter and fainter until it vanished completely. Under Li Mu's orders, the special forces soldiers quickly established a makeshift camp on the spot. Some searched the surrounding area for survivors while eliminating scattered mechanical entities. Over the course of 2 days, the camp grew to house nearly 100 people. Through conversations with the survivors, Li Mu finally grasped the current situation. It turned out that 10 years after the nuclear apocalypse, the last human resistance forces and their leader, John Connor, had been annihilated by machines controlled by Skynet. Having achieved complete control over Earth, Skynet, as the central brain, entered hibernation along with its main mechanical forces. A small number of low-tier machines were dispatched to carry out their queen's final command to exterminate the remaining humans. But Skynet seemed to have underestimated the human instinct for survival. Despite the world being saturated with radioactive fallout, humanity managed to survive and reproduce. Those who survived today had developed a basic resistance to the environmental radiation. "Savior, thank you for saving me." The little girl's head was wrapped in bandages, her clothes tattered, yet the warmth in her eyes was palpable. Li Mu smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. It was the special forces who saved you. I did nothing. And what's with this savior title? I'm just an ordinary person." But confusion clouded the little girl's face. "But that's what everyone calls you. Mana, let's go. We shouldn't disturb Major Li Mu." A female special forces soldier took the little girl's hand and walked toward the rear of the camp. "Savior?" Li Mu found the notion rather amusing. He certainly didn't deserve such a title. He gathered the squad leaders of the special forces teams to discuss their next course of action. "Captain He, how's the camp expansion progressing?" Li Mu inquired. He Xing shook his head and replied. "It's been extremely difficult. Radiation levels are high everywhere, and the areas with lower radiation are often unsuitable for human habitation." Li Mu nodded. Although humans in this world had developed some resistance to radiation, having resistance didn't mean they could ignore it entirely. Exposure to high radiation levels would cause most people to fall ill. "Captain Liu, how's the food situation?" Lu Feng hesitated before replying. "Our supplies are running critically low. While some survivors brought small amounts of food, these crops grown in high radiation environments pose significant risks to us." Li Mu pondered for a moment before saying, "Looks like it's time to head back for resupply. Our preparations this time were simply inadequate." Next time, we must be fully prepared before coming back. Under the commander's arrangements, 1/3 of the special forces remained at the camp. The rest, carrying the remains of the mechanical entities they had destroyed over the past few days along with samples collected here, returned to their original world. In the main world, at a secret military base in the capital of Dragon Nation, Liu and over 60 special forces soldiers suddenly reappeared in the square. Less than 3 minutes had passed since Liu and his unit had departed. Just as Defense Minister He Jianyuan turned to leave, Liu and the special forces suddenly reappeared. So soon? He Jianyuan stared in surprise at the sudden reappearance of Liu and his men. Before he could ask, he noticed the unit had already begun acting on their own initiative. Proceed according to the original plan. All teams will operate separately and assemble here at noon tomorrow. Yes, sir. He Jianyuan stared in astonishment at Liu and his men. They were clearly a disciplined unit and they'd only been gone a few minutes. Chapter 11, Retrieving Supplies, Establishing a Shelter. Before He Jianyuan could voice his questions, squad leader He Xing stepped forward and retrieved the mechanical remains from his backpack. He Jianyuan froze upon seeing these objects. The style of these mechanical devices clearly differed from Earth's technology. They could only have come from another world. Minister He, these mechanical remains were obtained after defeating enemies from another world. The military's tech team has conducted preliminary analysis, retaining only components of significant scientific value. We believe they can contribute to the technological advancement of Dragon Nation. Liu stated. Surprised, He Jianyuan immediately summoned the base's technical personnel, instructing them to take the components away for analysis. Though it remained uncertain what discoveries these artifacts might yield, he now knew beyond doubt that Liu possessed the ability to traverse otherworldly realms. Additionally, he noticed that after handing over the mechanical components, squad leader He Xing had retreated to stand straight behind Liu. He Jianyuan was deeply intrigued. Whether it was He Xing or the other members of the Special Forces unit, they all displayed complete obedience to Liu. How had Liu earned their trust in such a short time? Under the watchful gaze of He Jianyuan, a high-ranking military leader, Liu visibly flustered. He smiled and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" He Jianyuan shook his head with a smile. Liu was indeed just an ordinary young man. But this very fact made He Jianyuan trust him even more. If he were perfectly mature in every way, he'd seem like some kind of monster. Young comrade, you're doing quite well. You still haven't told me how that task the system assigned you is progressing. Oh. Liu smiled and replied, "It's going smoothly, but not entirely smoothly." So Liu proceeded to report everything that had transpired in the other world to He Jianyuan. After listening, He Jianyuan's expression grew somber. That world resembled the apocalyptic scenes from movies, but with one crucial difference: even the protagonist meant to save it had perished. Was there still any necessity to continue engaging with that world, risking further human and material losses? Young comrade, what do you intend to do? Suddenly, He Jianyuan found himself curious about Liu's thoughts. Me? Of course I'll save it. Liu didn't hesitate, his expression baffled. As if to say, is there any other option? Setting aside the fact that the system offered him no room to back down, everything he'd witnessed in this strange world and his interactions with the survivors made abandoning them utterly unthinkable. Good. He Jianyuan patted Liu on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with approval. Feel free to request whatever funds or supplies you need. I'll do my best to provide them. But you must agree to one condition. What condition? Liu asked. The moment you encounter difficulties beyond your capacity to handle, withdraw from that world immediately. He Jianyuan stated solemnly. Liu looked at He Jianyuan and nodded. At noon the next day, the Special Forces unit assembled once more. They carried various supplies and equipment provided by the military headquarters, ready to depart. This time, every Special Forces soldier was laden with bundles of gear, large and small. Liu himself was no exception. Liu, these computers have been preloaded with specialized knowledge that might be needed in that world. It includes knowledge like constructing shelters in nuclear environments, establishing power systems, and reducing crop toxicity through tissue culture. These generators represent the most advanced technology in our nation. They achieve nearly 50% efficiency and are fully loaded with high-grade diesel fuel, sufficient for at least a week of operation. The head of the military's technology team held a long stack of forms, explaining their contents to Liu. That's all we have. This is the maximum we could gather in a single day. This is more than enough. Liu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the Special Forces soldiers standing at the ready. He asked, "Are you all ready?" "Ready." The Special Forces soldiers stood at attention, responding in perfect unison. "Good. System, initiate teleportation." In an instant, Liu and over 60 Special Forces soldiers vanished. A flash of light later, Liu and the Special Forces soldiers, laden with various bags and packages, materialized within the Terminator universe. Liu glanced down at the ground beneath his feet. It was indeed the direction they had departed from earlier. The savior has returned. A survivor spotted Liu and his group, shouting excitedly. Another Special Forces soldier and a survivor, drawn by the commotion, emerged. His eyes lit up with joy as he dashed off, likely to alert the others. Li Mu asked the soldier, "How long have we been gone?" The soldier saluted him. 7 days. 7 days? Li Mu froze, his expression turning complex. This meant the Special Forces soldiers left behind had endured 7 full days here. The uncontaminated food left behind back then was nowhere near enough. They must have consumed some of the radioactive supplies too. Li Mu turned to the captain of a Special Forces squad behind him. Zhang Chunyu. Present. You and your medical team are to immediately examine the Special Forces members left behind earlier and distribute anti-radiation medication to them. Yes, sir. Li Mu turned to the remaining members and commanded. Proceed with constructing the shelter according to the original plan. Soon, centered around this camp, a true human shelter began to take shape. For sustenance, they still relied on crops cultivated within the shelter. It seemed no different from the small human settlements scattered across the land. In reality, however, the soil with higher surface radiation had been removed from the planting areas. The seedlings used were superior plants selected through tissue culture. The result was a significant reduction in the radiation levels of the agricultural products. Testing confirmed that even for Special Forces soldiers with little radiation resistance, the risks of long-term consumption have been minimized. For the local survivors who had developed some resistance to radiation, these crops produced some unexpected effects. Ah, the technology brought by the Savior is truly marvelous. Ever since I started eating the shelter's food, my stomach hasn't hurt once. Yeah, look at my hand. A survivor waved his scarred left arm. It hadn't healed for over a month before, but now it's almost completely healed in just a week. If only I'd come here sooner. Ah, the Savior is amazing. Long live the Savior. Chapter 12, Unlock the Ion Cannon, Surrender it to the State. Li Mu listened to the chorus of cheers outside his window and smiled wryly. He never imagined the newly cultivated crops would yield such remarkable results. Standing before Li Mu to report was Zhang Chunyu, the captain of the medical team. Major Li Mu, after thorough discussion, we believe these additional effects stem from reduced radiation absorption within the body. This has lowered the body's expenditure on resistance and repair, leading to an improvement in physical condition. Li Mu nodded. It seemed that while survivors in this world had developed an adaptation to radiation, this adaptation now appeared to be more of a passive bodily repair mechanism. This resistance places a significant burden on the body, explaining why survivors generally suffer from poor health and frequent illness. Li Mu turned to Yixing and asked, "How is the generator system installation progressing?" "Major, thanks to the high-efficiency generators we brought, the shelter's power system is now operating stably. Full illumination throughout the shelter has been achieved. However, this is rapidly depleting our fuel reserves. We're currently discussing with the tech team whether we can refine biodiesel by collecting oil-rich plants like soybeans and palm trees." Li Mu nodded and turned to another squad leader. Squad leader Lu Feng reported. "Progress on excavating downward from the shelter is slow. The soil underground is much denser than we anticipated. We suspect the soil was compacted during the previous nuclear devastation." Li Mu nodded. At this point, he had done everything he could. The shelter was operating normally. If anything was amiss, it was the persistent silence from the system. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Mana's soft voice. "Savior, may I come in?" "Come in," Li Mu said. The door opened, revealing Mana leading a young boy inside. The boy was filthy, one eye clouded over, while the other, though seemingly normal, held a dull, lifeless gaze. "Savior, his name is Soren. His parents heard our radio transmission, but they died on their way here. Please take him in." Mana's face was filled with sympathy as she pleaded. Li Mu remained silent for a moment before reaching out to stroke the boy's head. "Of course we can. Our shelter was built to save humanity." The boy flinched slightly at first, but soon settled down, watching Li Mu quietly. At the same time, the system's notification chime sounded in Li Mu's ear. "Shelter survivor count reaches 1,000. Mission 1 successfully completed." The next instant, Li Mu and the group of Special Forces soldiers were suddenly sucked in by an irresistible, powerful force, vanishing into the shelter that had just begun operating. "Oh no! The Savior has vanished. How could this happen? Without the Savior and his messengers, what are we supposed to do? It must be like last time. The Savior will return soon." Earth, Dragon Nation, in the main world. After a dizzying whirl, Li Mu found himself sitting on his bed, back in his own room. How could this happen? The sanctuary was just established, everything was finally getting back on track. If we vanish now, isn't everything over? System, teleport me back to the sanctuary. Yet nothing happened. Li Mu remained rooted to the spot. Phase 1 objective achieved. Earned 20 points. Unlocked ion cannon technology. The system's voice sounded, and immediately afterward, a flood of knowledge surged into Li Mu's mind. Detected host acquiring mission points. Activating point exchange system. Countless options flashed rapidly across the light screen before Li Mu's eyes. Some were material items, others technological advancements. Environmental radiation neutralization technology. Li Mu gritted his teeth. The redemption requirement for this item was precisely 20 points. Why didn't you show this sooner? A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. After they left, would the shelter still function normally? Many items within the shelter required specialized knowledge to maintain. Although the computer Li Mu had brought was still there, would the survivors know how to use it? Outside the shelter, numerous mechanical entities still roamed. If they were drawn toward the shelter, how would the survivors handle it? These thoughts left Li Mu feeling profoundly helpless. He could only helplessly turn on the television, hoping to ease his inner turmoil. The television happened to be broadcasting news of the joint military exercises between the Mizu Federation and the Shinduo Nation. The joint military exercises between the Mizu Federation and Shindu Nation proceeded successfully, with the most eye-catching feature being the new high-power electromagnetic cannon aboard the Mizu Federation warship. Foreign media reports indicate this model represents the most mature and highest-powered electromagnetic railgun currently available. Currently, the Mizo Federation stands as the sole nation on Earth capable of deploying mature, operational electromagnetic cannons within its naval forces, with its related research far surpassing that of the Dragon Nation. Li Mu frowned. Even with the altered timeline, the United States remained the same. It continued to provoke the Dragon Nation at every turn. The location of this military exercise was extremely close to the Dragon Nation's territorial sea border, and the size of the target closely resembled the Dragon Nation's current main battlecruisers. He reached for his phone and dialed the military headquarters. "Pardon me, sir? Could you repeat that?" "I said I possess ion cannon technology and wish to hand it over to the state." Li Mu repeated himself. "Sir, please don't joke around. The so-called ion cannon is merely a theoretical concept that exists only in science fiction. I'm serious. I genuinely possess ion cannon technology." No sooner had Li Mu finished speaking than the call was abruptly disconnected. Li Mu dialed again, but the line went dead the moment he spoke. This time, Li Mu's temper flared, and he dialed the number again. "Sir, I must remind you this is the Dragon Nation military headquarters calling. Your actions may constitute public disturbance and will be subject to investigation and enforcement by local public security authorities." The voice on the other end sounded visibly annoyed, issuing a stern warning. Li Mu chuckled. "Am I breaking the law now? I just want to hand over the military technology one possessed to the state. What's wrong with that?" "Fine." The operator on the other end was clearly growing impatient. "Since you insist, please provide your full name and ID number. The relevant authorities will verify the details you've stated." They called it verification, but it was really an invitation for a chat over tea. Usually, cases like this ended with just a warning. Li Mu. ID number is. Chapter 13, Shocked by Yantianyi. Li Mu promptly provided his name and ID number without hesitation. "Alright, verifying now. Li Mu, ID number." The operator smiled as he recorded Li Mu's information, preparing to invite him for a chat. But suddenly, a line of small text on the screen startled him. "Military rank, Major." The operator's face instantly drained of color. "Sir, please don't joke with us. You have ion cannon technology to report, correct?" "Alright, I'll notify my superiors immediately." Li Mu froze, suddenly recalling his temporary title of Major. He'd assumed it was merely a temporary designation granted by the military to facilitate his command of the Special Forces unit, but it had apparently been officially recorded in his personnel file. "Alright, thank you for your assistance." Realizing his earlier tone had been harsh, Li Mu softened his words considerably. No trouble at all." The operator on the other end shook his head vigorously. "It's my honor to speak with you, sir. But sir, for such important military matters next time, please use the military's internal secure line to prevent leaks." Li Mu shrugged. He had no idea what special line they were talking about. Half an hour later, Li Mu was escorted away by military personnel. Before long, he found himself in He Jianyuan's office. "Comrade Li Mu, next time you return, could you please contact us promptly?" He Jianyuan said with a hint of resignation. Although he had already arranged for surveillance of Li Mu's residence. Li Mu suddenly appeared in the room and didn't leave, making it impossible to know whether he was there or not. "I'll be more careful next time," Li Mu replied with a smile. He then briefly recounted the situation at the shelter. After listening, He Jianyuan fell silent for a moment. "Sigh, now we can only trust those survivors. Perhaps they can learn to use the tools we left behind and maintain the infrastructure we built." "Let's hope so," Li Mu nodded. Just then, a middle-aged man in a research uniform entered the room. He Jianyuan said, "Li Mu, let me introduce you. This is Professor Yun Tianyi. He's the foremost researcher in ion physics within the Dragon Nation. To command such respect from the Minister of National Defense, his technical expertise must be exceptional." "Hello, Professor Yun," Li Mu extended his hand. But Yun Tianyi merely glanced at Li Mu's hand and asked in a cold tone. "You claim to have mastered the practical technology for ion cannons?" "Well, sort of." The other man's attitude was somewhat cold, but Li Mu didn't take offense. Oomph. Even bragging requires preparation. For something like an ion cannon, the academic world only has basic speculations. The theoretical framework isn't even complete, let alone achieving it in reality. Yun Tianyi's tone was arrogant. And this was only because he was giving some face to Minister of Military Affairs He Jianyuan. Had he heard such claims outside these walls, he would have lambasted the speaker mercilessly. Professor Yun. He Jianyuan interjected. Let me remind you, Li Mu holds the rank of major. In terms of rank, he is your equal. What? Yun Tianyi froze, staring at Li Mu, who looked barely 20. A major in his 20s? What a joke. Li Mu, Professor Yun speaks rather bluntly. Don't take it to heart. Li Mu shook his head and said. It's fine. Professor Yun's reluctance to believe is understandable. Saying this, he picked up a piece of paper and a pen, beginning to write something down. Yun Tianyi glanced over curiously just as Li Mu looked up. Li Mu spoke up. Professor Yun, you mentioned that the theoretical framework for ion cannons hasn't been fully established in the academic community. Take a look at this one I've. Yun Tianyi couldn't make out the rest of the sentence. His gaze was fixed on the simple equations on the paper, unable to tear himself away for a long moment. Professor Yun, are you listening? When he finally snapped back to reality, shock and disbelief washed over his face as he stared at Li Mu, then gave way to wild elation. He grabbed the dedicated landline phone on the desk and dialed the Dragon Academy. Quick! Transfer the Tianji 4 access to me. Use the same model as last time, then add. He could be heard speaking excitedly into the phone, completely ignoring Li Mu and He Jianyuan in the office. Ahem. He Jianyuan felt slightly awkward and began explaining to Li Mu. It turned out that Yun Tianyi wasn't just a renowned professor and scholar within Longwei, he was also a senior researcher at the Longwei Academy of Sciences. He managed substantial research resources, including access to 2 supercomputers. Li Mu was also somewhat surprised, not expecting the man to be such a big shot. As he entered work mode, Yun Tianyi's expression grew increasingly composed as he spoke into the landline. After a few minutes, he set the phone down and turned his gaze toward Li Mu. Li Mu felt uneasy. Had he spoken too loudly earlier? Or was the theoretical foundation provided by the system flawed? Professor, the simulation passed. Dragon Nation has mastered the theoretical framework for ion cannons. Yun Tianyi's excitement was palpable, as if he were struggling to suppress the urge to leap up. Professor? Li Mu looked at him in confusion. The man before him was a senior researcher at the Dragon Academy, yet he addressed him as teacher. That's right, teacher. Starting today, you are my teacher. Yun Tianyi nodded firmly. But I only wrote a few formulas. Yun Tianyi had already rushed to Li Mu's side, excitedly clasping his hand. Teacher, you have no idea how many researchers have to work tirelessly, how many flashes of genius are needed to complete the theoretical framework for just a few simple formulas like yours. You are truly magnificent. I wonder which research institute you worked at before. I've never heard of you before. Ahem. He Jianyuan interrupted Yun Tianyi and asked. Professor Yun, just to confirm, you're saying Comrade Li Mu's proposed model is flawless, correct? Not only is it flawless, it's nothing short of genius. This is a theory as monumental as Einstein's general theory of relativity. Yun Tianyi exclaimed excitedly. All right, Professor Yun, you may return now. I still have matters to discuss with Comrade Li Mu Xiao. Yun Tianyi reluctantly released Li Mu's hand. Then I'll return to my research. Professor Li Mu, I will personally visit you in the future. Hearing such words from a middle-aged man sent goosebumps crawling up Li Mu's skin. Only when he could no longer see Yun Tianyi's retreating figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. Finally gone. If it's theoretically feasible, how difficult would it be to implement in reality? Chapter 14, Coastal Provocation by Mijong, Dragon Nation Strikes Back. He Jianyuan summoned 3 or 4 researchers again. All wore military-style uniforms, likely technical personnel affiliated with the military department. Li Mu, while theoretically feasible, translating theory into production requires integration with existing manufacturing capabilities and methods. Sometimes what seems straightforward in pure science becomes an insurmountable challenge in engineering. He Jianyuan explained. Li Mu nodded. These technicians were responsible for technical implementation. As soon as they entered, they began posing questions to Li Mu. Questions arose about the materials needed for the ion cannon's support structure and the extraction process for its raw materials. Li Mu wasn't deeply familiar with these details either, so he could only draw on his existing knowledge to propose feasible solutions. However, these technical proposals were often discarded after several rounds of discussion. After 3 or 4 hours of debate, the technical approach and manufacturing process for the ion cannon were finally settled. Li Mu himself slumped in his chair. He felt that these 3 or 4 hours had been more exhausting than delivering food orders for over 10 straight hours. Great work! He Jianyuan patted his shoulder with satisfaction. This must be your first time participating in such a discussion, but you handled it exceptionally well. Have you considered joining the Dragon Science Institute? Even if you only have expertise in ion cannons, you could contribute to future improvements in that field. You'd definitely secure a decent position. Listening to He Jianyuan's words, Liu actually pictured himself sitting in a research lab, passionately debating ideas with fellow scientists. But he shook his head almost immediately. Nah, I think delivering takeout is way easier. Is that so? He Jianyuan offered no further comment. Half a month later, Liu returned home after completing several delivery orders, just as he did every day. The only difference was that he wasn't as exhausted as before. The military had deposited a sum into his bank account, enough money he might never spend in his lifetime. With his mindset toward delivery work transformed, Liu found the job itself rather interesting, meeting different people, experiencing different situations. Okay, all that was just for show. Liu was simply drawn by the chance to see those pretty ladies in their revealing outfits. He sank into the sofa and turned on the TV. Sure enough, today's news headlines remained unchanged from half a month ago, still focused on the joint military exercises between the Mizu Federation and the Shindu Nation along the southern maritime border of the Dragon Nation. The joint military exercises between the Mizu Federation and the Shindu Kingdom have exceeded their previously announced duration. However, both nations refused to halt the drills, citing unexhausted ammunition as justification. Recently, the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs formally lodged a protest with both nations, demanding their withdrawal from Dragon Nation's territorial waters. This request was rejected. Liu snorted derisively. The US and Japan essentially meant they'd leave once their ammunition was depleted. But electromagnetic cannons require no ammunition at all. The projectiles themselves are merely ordinary steel, extremely easy to obtain. If they wished, they could prolong the exercises into next year. This was nothing short of blatant provocation against Manhwa. Yet the Dragon Nation found itself unable to respond with force, ultimately reduced to mere urging. Still, a faint smile touched Liu's lips. Breaking news: Dragon Nation has requested participation in the joint military exercises. At the outermost edge of Southeast Asia, along the boundary of Dragon Nation's territorial waters, several cruisers had delineated a vast military exercise zone at the periphery. This perimeter even encompassed a portion of Dragon Nation's own territorial waters. At the very center of this exercise zone lay a massive, half-submerged vessel. Its sheer size resembled a gigantic island. It was, in fact, an aircraft carrier. Who would have thought the Mizu Federation would deploy an aircraft carrier as a target for this exercise? Though decommissioned, its sheer presence was awe-inspiring. It was precisely this element that drew global attention to the joint military exercises between the Mizu Federation and the Shinto Nation. Boom! Boom! The decks of two gunboats from the Mizu Federation and Shinduo Nation reverberated with explosions. Moments later, two sections of the aircraft carrier's deck caved in, forming craters about a meter wide. These were the projectiles fired from the newly deployed high-power electromagnetic cannons of both nations. Outside the exercise zone, numerous people crowded onto small pleasure boats, some holding professional cameras trained on the target area. These individuals represented media outlets from around the world, yet their excitement was muted. The reason was simple: the Mizu Federation and Shindu Nation were firing only one cannon at a time, with each shot separated by half an hour. It was obvious to anyone watching that they were deliberately stalling, just to annoy the Dragon Nation. This is so boring. The Dragon Nation hasn't reacted at all. Nothing newsworthy is going to happen. Let's go. A reporter on the ship remarked. But just then, a vivid crimson flash appeared on the horizon, the flag of the Dragon Nation. It's the Dragon Nation's fleet. They're here. What? The Dragon Nation's fleet? What are they doing here? Are they attacking the fleets of the Mizu Federation and Shinto Nation? Come to think of it, half a month ago, the Dragon Nation had already demanded both nations cease their military exercises. It's been half a month now. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has finally reached its limit and is ready to strike? All media outlets immediately turned their cameras toward the Dragon Nation fleet. Every journalist realized a major news event was unfolding. Hey, this can't be for real. Did Dragon Nation even deploy the Tsunhai aircraft carrier? This is insane. While the American Federation and Japan have been the ones provoking us, for Dragon Nation to resort to military force like this, that would completely destroy their long-standing diplomatic image of restraint and peace-loving principles. Once Dragon Nation strikes, the United States and Japan will surely rally numerous nations to condemn them, imposing sanctions and blockades. Among the media present were some domestic Dragon Nation outlets. As they adjusted their camera angles, these journalists silently implored themselves. Don't strike. Don't fall into the American Federation's trap. When the commanders of the American Federation and Shinduo fleets spotted the Tsunhai, their hearts leapt into their throats. Fortunately, they saw the signal flags being waved by the flagman on the bow of the Tsunhai, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Connect Dragon Nation's radio to my channel. MacArthur wiped the sweat from his brow. Though the Dragon Nation rarely flaunted its military might, MacArthur never dared underestimate them. So you're joining our exercises? MacArthur froze. What's the matter? Not welcome? Didn't you extend the invitation yourselves? Now you're afraid? Chapter 15, Ion Cannon demonstrates its might, sinking the aircraft carrier. MacArthur held his cigarette between his lips, silent for a moment. Before this military exercise commenced, the United States and Japan had indeed gone through the motions of extending an invitation to the Dragon Nation. But in the past, Dragon Nation had always declined such invitations. What now? MacArthur felt he was in a bind. Fine, let them join the exercises. MacArthur took the walkie-talkie and relayed the news to the other vessels. Only at the very end was the Shinto Nation informed. Yes, it was merely a notification. In reality, the warships used by the Shinto Nation were all purchased from the Mid-Earth Federation. The command systems installed were personally fitted by the Mid-Earth Federation, and the senior command personnel were even hired from retired officers of the Mid-Earth Federation. In essence, while the fleet Shinto Nation had assembled was nominally its own, it was essentially an extension of the Mizu Federation's military power. Soon, journalists aboard the surrounding yachts also received news that the Dragon Nation would participate in the military exercises. What? Dragon Nation is joining the exercises? Looks like Dragon Nation can't tolerate the Federation of Meizhong and Shindu Kingdom's provocations either. It intends to intimidate the other side through this approach while also flexing its muscles. But can the Dragon Nation achieve its goals? You must know that both the Mizu Federation and Shinto Nation employ high-powered electromagnetic cannons. The visuals showcased during the initial military exercises were truly spectacular. Haha, just make sure to film it well, don't miss the big show. Who knows? Maybe Dragon Nation has some cutting-edge tech to unveil during this exercise. In the center of the ocean, a half-submerged aircraft carrier rose from the water like an island. Suddenly, from the southern direction, nearly 100 shells erupted simultaneously, striking the carrier's four sides and shattering multiple sections of the deck. It's the electromagnetic cannons of the Midland Federation and Shinduo Nation's vessels firing, shouted an excited reporter aboard a distant yacht. Though still electromagnetic cannons, this barrage differed vastly from before, not only in quantity, increased by dozens of times, but also in sheer destructive force. Where earlier shots merely deformed the deck, this barrage drove nearly every projectile deep into the hull. Clearly, the earlier shots had merely been a delaying tactic by the Mizu Federation and Shindu Nation, fired without full power. On-site journalists held their cameras aloft, visibly thrilled. Even though a simultaneous barrage of this many railguns had been witnessed before, seeing it again was still profoundly awe-inspiring. The Meizhong Federation and Shindu Nation have already clashed. What about the Dragon Nation? How will they respond? The media's lenses turned toward the Dragon Nation fleet. At that moment, a small boat emerged from behind the Shanghai aircraft carrier. Mounted on the craft were several small-caliber cannons. The media looked puzzled. They had expected the massive Shanghai carrier to be the one taking action. Little did they expect the protagonist to be this small cruiser, barely larger than their own yachts. Ion cannons, left 1, left 2, charge. In the command center of the Blue Sea, Captain Duan Xia calmly issued the orders. However, he felt no certainty in his heart. The original plan called for the Shanghai to deploy Dragon Nation's latest bomber. But superiors had abruptly changed orders, assigning the task to a hastily converted small cruiser instead. This left him feeling decidedly uneasy. Ion cannons left 1 and left 2 fully charged, ready to fire at any moment. Roger. Duan Xia didn't dwell on it. On my command, fire. In the next instant, 2 bright beams of light shot out from the gun barrels of the small cruiser. Immediately after, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Inside the command center of the Blue Sea, Duan Xia, who had just given the order, was startled. He witnessed flames and thick smoke billowing from the midsection of the distant carrier, along with sections of the deck vanishing entirely. Holy crap, that's terrifyingly powerful. Seeing the raging inferno in the distance, MacArthur's face darkened. The entire bridge of the USS Ford has been wiped out, reported the observer at his side. What kind of weapon is that? The Great Ford's hull was constructed entirely from high-performance special steel, easily shrugging off conventional artillery below small caliber. Even large-caliber artillery could only leave a dent at most. MacArthur slammed his pipe aside. We cannot let the Dragon Nation steal the spotlight. All fleet electromagnetic cannons, charged to maximum power. Prepare, fire. Boom. All electromagnetic cannons of the Mid-Earth Federation and the Land of the Rising Sun fired simultaneously. Over 200 electromagnetic cannons fired in an instant. Then, dozens of holes, large and small, were blasted through the deck of the USS Ford. Each hole measured nearly a meter in diameter. In the command center of the Blue Sea, Duan Xia held binoculars. He watched the riddled deck of the Great Ford and smiled. They're panicking. But what's worse is that even in their panic, the damage inflicted by their 200 electromagnetic cannons still pales in comparison to what our 2 ion cannons have done. He looked down at the small boats below. Just 2 ion cannons firing simultaneously took out the bridge. Imagine what 4 firing simultaneously would do? True to his word, he immediately ordered all 4 ion cannons to charge. Fire! At his command, a violent explosion erupted on the distant USS Grand Ford. Duan Xia, meanwhile, smiled as he peered through his binoculars, savoring the sight of the Great Ford's devastation. Tisk, TSK, TSK. That power is truly terrifying. I wonder which genius developed such a terrifying weapon. If the simultaneous full-power salvos from the 200 electromagnetic cannons of the Mijong Federation and Shinduo Nation had riddled the Great Ford's deck with countless holes, then the 4 ion cannons fired in unison by the Dragon Nation had simply ripped the deck clean off. Now, thick smoke billowed from the Great Ford, and little remained that could be called a deck. Outside the exercise zone, journalists aboard the yachts were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of weapon is that Dragon Nation has? Just 4 small-caliber artillery-like things, yet they unleashed power more terrifying than 200 electromagnetic cannons. This is utterly terrifying. It effortlessly shatters an aircraft carrier's hull. If Dragon Nation goes to war with the Mizu Federation, wouldn't the Mijong Federation's prized carrier fleet become utterly useless? With such weapons, the future of naval warfare will undergo a complete transformation. MacArthur stared out at the distant sea and said gravely, "We've lost." Boom! 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 Explosions erupted continuously from the distant USS Great Ford. Finally, after another simultaneous salvo from the Dragon Nation's 4 ion cannons, the Great Ford sank into the ocean along with the Mid-Federation's ambitions. Chapter 16 nearly died immediately after arrival. When the Mijong Federation and Shindu Nation announced the end of their military exercises, everyone following the situation was baffled. Wasn't the Mizu Federation dead set on provoking Dragon Nation? Why the sudden end? Had the Mizu Federation suddenly developed a conscience, realizing such actions were unethical? It wasn't until the detailed reports surfaced the next day that the truth dawned on them. This wasn't the Federation seeing the light, it was simply that the Dragon Nation's new weapon was too overwhelming. Not only did it completely overshadow the efforts of the United States and India, but it even blew apart the decommissioned aircraft carrier used as a target. Dragon Nation's new weapon is truly formidable. It's definitely not conventional artillery, nor does it resemble an electromagnetic railgun or laser weapon. What on earth is it? Word is that all the military strategists in the United States are poring over it. Photographs have surfaced of numerous military experts entering and exiting the Pentagon. When Dragon Nation acts, it strikes with thunderous force. It seems that although Dragon Nation doesn't often display its military might, we absolutely cannot underestimate them. Otherwise, we'll end up like the United States and Japan, now a laughingstock to the entire world. Come to think of it, it's like barging into someone's yard to provoke them. When the owner doesn't react, you assume they're scared and think you're stronger than them. Then when the host finally gets annoyed, they sweep you away with a single stroke. What kind of joke is that? Good grief, that Dragon Nation is ruthless. The USS Ford was once the strongest carrier in the United States. Even though it's now scrapped, they still plan to haul it back for repairs after the exercises, hoping it could serve one last time. But then the Dragon Nation came along and sank it in just a few hits. I heard they targeted below the waterline, that's downright dirty. Their new weapon blew off the whole above water section in just a few shots. Of course they had to aim below the waterline. How can you even argue that? Just bashing them for no reason? By 4 o'clock, Liu had finished all his deliveries and returned home. He tossed his helmet onto the sofa and clasped his hands behind his head. Whoa, that girl today looked absolutely stunning in her black stockings. The white ones she wore last time were pretty great too. Heh, could she be wearing them just for me? If so, does that mean I have a chance? These past few days, Liu had been thinking along these lines every single day. Although Liu still delivered for Matewan out of habit, the experience felt completely different now that he no longer faced financial pressure. He could pick and choose every order without having to compete with others. He turned on the TV, and sure enough, it was reporting on the Dragon Nation's new weapons showcasing their formidable power during military exercises. He nodded with a smile. With ion cannons, Dragon Nation's military strength will surely leap forward significantly. Let's see who dares to provoke us now. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Mission has entered Phase 2. Unlocking Phase 2 objectives. Requirement: make contact with the Humanity Restoration Organization and assist in its development. Preparation time: 24 hours. Reward for completion: host gains 10 cubic meters of storage space and 100 points. Failure results in 1 year deducted from host's lifespan. Holy! Liu froze, then immediately scrambled off the couch. The Terminator World's mission had updated, but what exactly was this Humanity Restoration Organization? What about the shelter we built earlier? Are Mana and the others still alive? Only 24 hours to prepare, no time to overthink this. Liu immediately began contacting He Jianyuan and the Special Forces unit. The next day, Liu appeared on the parade ground of a secret military base. Before him stood 100 Special Forces soldiers, standing at attention in perfect formation. The time frame was too tight. This is all we could prepare, He Jianyuan said regretfully. Ever since the ion cannon incident, he had realized that helping Li Mu was practically synonymous with securing the future of the Dragon Nation. Even considering the present alone, with that era-defying ion cannon technology and the subsequent analysis and research of the mechanical equipment Li Mu had brought back, the Dragon Nation was certain to undergo tremendous evolution. By then, the Dragon Nation would establish a colossal gap in both technological prowess and military strength compared to other nations on Earth. This gap wouldn't be a minor lead where one could catch up, it would be an epical chasm, like feudal monarchies being effortlessly crushed by industrial era powers. And all of this would be entirely attributable to Li Mu. Li Mu glanced at the items the military headquarters had prepared for him. They were diverse, each representing the absolute pinnacle of what Dragon Nation had managed to acquire, the finest, most outstanding products available. Considering the tight schedule, he was already quite satisfied. Truthfully, if possible, Li Mu would have preferred months or even years to prepare, but the system's timeframe was strictly limited. Minister I'll be heading out now. Li Mu instructed the special forces to distribute and carry the supplies, then waved to He Jianyuan. The next moment, Li Mu and his 100-strong special forces unit were transported into the world of Terminator. Temporal transfer complete. Location, Hydra Valley. Time, 2057. Li Mu stared blankly at the system notification. 2057, that meant 2 more years had passed since his last visit to this world. 2 years. He wondered how the shelter he had established back then had fared, and how many survivors remained in this world. As Li Mu pondered these thoughts, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. It felt as if something was watching him. He looked up and immediately spotted a mechanical entity lurking in the distant woods. The machine was relatively intact, its left hand extended, the palm collapsed into a gaping, black hole. Holy, a palm cannon? Boom! A blinding flash erupted from the mechanical entity's palm. Li Mu jerked his head aside just as something whizzed past his ear, followed by a violent explosion behind him. Li Mu turned to see a meter-wide crater in the ground about 10 meters behind him. Still shaken, he touched his left ear. Thankfully, it was only a superficial scrape, no blood. Major! The surrounding Special Forces soldiers sprang into action, forming a protective circle around Li Mu. Immediately, someone spotted the mechanical entity and aimed their weapon at it. Hold on! Li Mu shouted. Try to take it alive. He noticed that after firing its shot, the mechanical entity remained motionless, even the red glow in its eyes had dimmed considerably. It must have expended a significant amount of energy. Though Li Mu wasn't entirely sure if a machine without cellular structure could truly be considered alive, the intent was clear. Bringing back a complete mechanical body intact would undoubtedly yield valuable insights for Dragon Nation's research. Chapter 17, Reunion at Mana Sanctuary. Kill them all, humans. Even as the Special Forces unit subdued the mechanical body, it continued to scream. Li Mu watched its form and shook his head. Wasn't it said that all mechanical bodies had gained sentience? Yet now, the orders from before Skynet's shutdown had reduced it to this state. What meaning did such an awakening of intelligence hold? Li Mu didn't know the answer to that question. Perhaps even the mechanized entities themselves, despite their awakened intelligence, couldn't comprehend it either. Afterward, Li Mu and the Special Forces began clearing away the mechanical bodies still wandering the area. Those that were severely damaged, missing limbs, were simply destroyed on the spot. For those in slightly better condition, they attempted to take control of them. Reporting, sir. We discovered a power switch at the back of the mechanical entities' heads that puts them into a dormant state. Bai, leader of the tech team, reported to Li Mu. That makes things much easier. Li Mu nodded. However, he was puzzled. A power switch at the back of a mechanical body? That meant they were machines created during the human era, likely having their consciousness altered by Skynet. Perhaps there was a way to restore their original consciousness. Soon, the Special Forces team had completed an initial sweep of the surrounding valley known as Hydra, destroying 20 mechanical bodies and subduing 16 others, placing them into hibernation. The density of the machines seems pretty high, Li Mu remarked with some puzzlement. Compared to earlier, the frequency of encountering machines had clearly increased significantly. Moreover, Li Mu noticed that the overall strength of the machines had also increased somewhat. Had it not been for the experience gained by Li Mu and the Special Forces unit in previous missions dealing with the mechanical entities, casualties would likely have already occurred. This held true even for the fully equipped Special Forces unit. For survivors with barely any decent weapons, independent survival in this area was virtually impossible. But this led to a paradox: the automatons wouldn't focus their attention on this area if there were no humans nearby. Halt! Cease your advance. This is the Mana Sanctuary. State your purpose. The voice came from a distant hilltop, where a young man held a gun pointed at Li Mu and his companions. Li Mu instantly recognized the rifle as the model used by Dragon Nation Special Forces, though it was wrapped in cloth and looked filthy. Li Mu froze, surprised to find people here. Wait, was he saying Mana Sanctuary? Li Mu recalled the little girl he'd saved when he first arrived in this world seemed to have that name. We're not bad guys, Li Mu waved at the figure. The man was clearly tense. Not only were Li Mu's group numerous, but they were all armed. If Li Mu and his companions chose force, the lone man standing before them could do nothing. But he had stepped forward nonetheless. That kind of courage was commendable. So what brings you here? Li Mu paused. Visiting the sanctuary? Li Mu and the Special Forces soldier followed the young man down the long corridor. Li Mu hadn't expected such a flimsy excuse to actually work. The young man genuinely led them to the shelter. He couldn't tell whether to feel relieved or uneasy. Along the way, Li Mu observed that this was indeed the shelter they had previously established, but it had expanded significantly outward. The main structure was now deeply embedded within the mountain. The Hate Valley where Li Mu had just teleported to was actually part of the shelter's outer shell. Beyond deepening the shelter downward, intricate underground passages had been constructed throughout the outer perimeter. Without a guide, it would be easy to get lost here. Li Mu looked up, surveying his surroundings. Judging by the appearance, the state of this sanctuary was not good. In the long underground passageway, dim lights flickered every few dozen meters. It seemed the shelter's power system wasn't functioning well. Upon reaching the main body of the shelter, the young man said he needed to file a report, leaving Li Mu and the others to wait outside the survivors' gathering point. After about 10 minutes, the young man finally returned. Accompanying him were a beautiful girl around 12 or 13 years old and a tall, slender boy of 13 or 14. The boy appeared to be missing one eye. The socket was cloudy white, yet despite this, his remaining eye shone with remarkable brightness. One eye? This reminded Li Mu of the last survivor he had seen when he finally left the shelter. I think his name was Soren. Li Mu said uncertainly. Before Li Mu could decide whether to greet them first, he felt something bump against his chest. Savior! It really is you. You finally returned. The girl clung tightly to Li Mu, making him feel quite uncomfortable. While he enjoyed looking at beautiful women, he found himself flustered in this situation. Especially since she was so young. Li Mu looked to the Special Forces captain for help. If anyone saw this now, would he end up locked up? Savior, it's me. Don't you remember me? The girl lifted her head, nuzzling affectionately against Li Mu's chest. Your mana? Li Mu finally recognized her identity. In the deepest chamber of the shelter, Li Mu sat down with several Special Forces squad leaders, Mana, Soren, and a few others managing various aspects of the shelter. After brief exchanges, Li Mu finally grasped what had transpired over the past 2 years. After their disappearance, the shelter had indeed descended into chaos. Few knew how to operate the equipment Li Mu and his team had left behind. Months passed and the facility's operations deteriorated steadily. A significant portion of the original survivors chose to leave. Mana and another group of people had persevered and stayed behind. During this time, Mana learned to operate the computer Li Mu had brought and acquired a wealth of knowledge. She guided others in operating the equipment Li Mu had left behind, sustaining the shelter's operations and even expanding its scale considerably beyond its original size. As Mana's role grew increasingly vital, she naturally became the leader here. Additionally, as the survivor who first encountered Li Mu, the shelter came to be known as Mana's shelter. After hearing all this, Li Mu looked at Mana with a touch of emotion. He never imagined that the little girl he had casually saved back then would grow into such a remarkable person. Mana stared at Li Mu with bright eyes, holding that gaze for several minutes. As if she feared Li Mu might vanish again at any moment. Savior, you won't vanish again this time, will you? Sigh. Li Mu let out a breath. He couldn't make any promises whether he vanished or not, depended largely on the system. Chapter 18, Grand Infrastructure Launch, Pioneering the Otherworld. Upon arriving at the shelter, the first thing Li Mu did was order the Special Forces to refurbish the old facilities within the shelter while simultaneously upgrading the basic infrastructure in the newly developed areas. This time, however, Li Mu had learned his lesson. He had some of the more capable survivors work alongside the troops throughout the process. This way, should they ever vanish, these survivors could hold the fort for a while. Once the infrastructure was complete, Li Mu left a small contingent of Special Forces behind and teleported back to Earth once more. Upon his return, He Jianyuan approached to inquire about the mission's progress. After discussing with him, Li Mu presented his own requirements. Architectural engineers, large shield machines, underground rail tracks. Li Mu, what exactly are you planning to do? He Jianyuan's heart sank as he reviewed the list of projects Li Mu had requested. I plan to construct a massive underground city over there, Li Mu stated. An underground city? He Jianyuan froze. Is that not okay? Li Mu asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Admittedly, the sheer volume of manpower and machinery he was requesting, each item an exorbitantly expensive asset, was staggering. Take that tunnel boring machine, for instance. Li Mu recalled only ever seeing them in news reports, with each quote running into hundreds of millions or even billions. National funds didn't grow on trees. It was impossible for the government to indefinitely support a group of strangers with no connection to them. Yet He Jianyuan hesitated only briefly before nodding. He even patted Li Mu's shoulder with a hint of excitement. You're truly a Dragon Nation man. Your instinct for massive infrastructure projects has awakened, hasn't it? Don't worry, I'll do my best to get these things for you. You just go out there and make a name for yourself in that world, and while you're at it, give our Dragon Nation some publicity. Promotion? Alright, I'll do my best. Li Mu smiled. He knew the state placed great importance on external publicity. What was the point of doing it in another time? It seemed He Jianyuan had only mentioned it to ease Li Mu's mind, to relieve him of any burden regarding these matters. In return, Li Mu exchanged for the environmental radiation neutralization technology through the system. This technology was promptly submitted to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, where numerous nuclear energy experts praised it highly. Unfortunately, however, there were no high radiation areas within the Dragon Nation. The technology Li Mu submitted could only be stored as a technical reserve, with no practical application. System activation. Transmigration. Li Mu and the Special Forces soldiers, accompanied by massive engineering machinery, materialized within the Mana Sanctuary. Savior, you're back. Mana must have been waiting for a long time. The moment Li Mu touched down, she threw herself into his arms. I was so scared. I was afraid the savior would vanish again like before. Li Mu smiled bitterly, gently stroking the hair at the back of her head. Of course I'd return. Look, I left some men here. With them present, my return was certain. Li Mu glanced behind Mana, where one of the Special Forces soldiers remained. He had remained by Mana's side the entire time, tasked with ensuring her personal safety. How long have I been gone? Li Mu asked. Reporting, Major, exactly 1 week. Li Mu nodded. It seemed his hypothesis was correct. As long as the phased mission remained unfinished, the teleportation interval remained fixed. With the mechanical facilities Li Mu had brought, Mana's refuge began aggressively expanding into the underground space. In less than half a month, the underground area of the entire Mana Sanctuary had expanded to the size of a small town. Within this subterranean city, distinct zones were allocated for power generation, water supply, and industrial operations. Additionally, following Li Mu's instructions, functional zones for education, healthcare, and command were designated at the center. Every survivor joining the sanctuary was required to come here to learn knowledge and master the operation of various mechanical equipment. While Li Mu was deeply committed to developing the underground space, he did not neglect the surface. Standing atop the shelter, surveying the barren grasslands and sparse woodlands stretching out in all directions. Like most people in the Dragon Nation, 2 words flashed through Li Mu's mind: grow vegetables. With the technology to neutralize environmental radiation, the radiation levels around the shelter had significantly decreased. Even ordinary people brought from Earth by Li Mu could now be assured of safety. It seemed all conditions for farming were ripe, but putting it into practice revealed just how arduous clearing the land truly was. The first step involved attaching massive iron chains to the rear of heavy agricultural machinery to thoroughly plow the entire surface. The massive chains cleared away larger rocks, vegetation, and other obstructions. Next, a massive grinder was attached, simultaneously leveling the ground and pulverizing the soil. Li Mu had planned to clear 1 hectare of farmland, but it took a full week just to complete the initial clearing. And this pace was only possible with heavy machinery. Had it been done purely by hand? Li Mu dared not imagine the progress. In this regard, Li Mu couldn't help but admire the courage of those pioneers who developed the northeastern regions of the Dragon Nation back in the day. Under the conditions of that era, completing such a pioneering task must have been incredibly arduous. Thus, with Li Mu's assistance, Mana Sanctuary rapidly expanded from its initial village-sized scale to that of a medium-sized town. This was largely thanks to Li Mu's multiple trips back and forth to Earth, where he had brought back numerous vital machines and supplies. As the shelter expanded, Li Mu began to sense that the mission was drawing to a close. At some point, he and the people he brought with him would be teleported back to Earth. Li Mu wasn't the only one sensing this. Mana had been clinging to him constantly lately. She followed him everywhere, and every time he needed to use the restroom, he had to spend ages coaxing her away. Savior, our surveillance system has detected an outsider. They may wish to join our survivors. How should we proceed? A survivor on sentry duty rushed in. He mimicked the Special Forces soldiers by saluting Li Mu. Since no one knew when Li Mu and the others might leave, every position in the shelter was now shared among a significant number of survivors. Let me take a look. Li Mu tapped the computer in his hand, switching the shelter's surveillance feed to the screen. Although Li Mu rarely managed the survivors directly, nearly every new arrival reported to him. Upon meeting Li Mu, each survivor's basic information was recorded into the system. This allowed Li Mu to instantly know the current number of survivors within the shelter. Ha! This person looks familiar. Chapter 19, The Terminator Appears. Li Mu stared at the screen, which showed a rugged man in a coat. He was solidly built with broad shoulders, and his coat was exceptionally clean, a stark contrast to the typical image of a survivor. More significantly, he wore sunglasses. Having spent considerable time in this world, Li Mu had encountered thousands of survivors, yet never once had he seen one wearing sunglasses. When he pulled out a mechanically styled rifle and pointed it at the surveillance camera, Liu instantly recognized his identity. Holy crap, the Terminator! Bang! The screen went black. Simultaneously, the shelter's alarm system activated, sending all the survivors into a panic. Liu grabbed the intercom. Don't panic. Non-security personnel, immediately take cover in the deepest underground levels. Security personnel, assemble near the passageway entrances. As Liu's voice echoed through the subterranean space, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously panicked survivors fell silent. It's the Savior. The Savior will surely help us. Soon, the survivors streamed toward the safer lower levels in an orderly fashion. Major, what should we do? He Xing, one of the Special Forces squad leaders, asked. What else can we do? We're the strongest force here. If we retreat, the others will be slaughtered to the last man. Liu stood up and picked up an exquisitely crafted pistol lying nearby. This pistol had been entrusted to Liu by military headquarters before their departure. Within the military, a sidearm served as a symbol of high-ranking officer status. Though the pistol's firepower was clearly inferior to a rifle, in this situation, there was no room for pickiness. Soon, Liu and the Special Forces soldiers approached the entrance of the passageway. Judging by the continuous alarm sounds along the way, Liu concluded the Terminator had already breached into the underground passage. To be honest, when expanding the shelter, Liu hadn't given security much thought. Once the Terminator gained access to the interior, the battle would only become more disadvantageous. What should they do? After a moment's thought, Liu issued his orders to the unit. Several squad leaders will accompany me into the passage. Everyone else stays here and opens fire the moment you spot the enemy. Understood. At this moment, no one questioned Liu's decision. At this moment, they were a competent, united force whose foremost duty was to obey their commander's orders. Inside the passageway, Liu and several squad leaders sprinted forward. By all accounts, Liu, an ordinary civilian, should have been at a significant physical disadvantage compared to these Special Forces squad leaders. He Xing, Lu Feng, and the others were still considering whether to slow their pace to accommodate Liu. But once they started running, they realized something was off. Their seemingly frail commander possessed astonishing physical prowess. His running pace was even slightly faster than theirs. To keep up, they had to accelerate, finding it somewhat taxing. Stop! Liu, leading the way, abruptly halted and raised his hand. The other squad leaders halted as well, raising their weapons and scanning the surroundings warily. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the sound of their own breathing. The temperature in the passageway was slightly chilly, and the group, having just worked up a sweat, felt distinctly uncomfortable. Thump! Thump! Eerie footsteps echoed through the darkness. The captain's heart sank. The sound was impossible to pinpoint. But one thing was certain, it was drawing nearer. Liu scanned the tunnel walls with his eyes, finally settling on a spot about 10 meters ahead. Bang! The passageway wall shattered violently, revealing the sunglasses-wearing Terminator. Bang bang, bang bang bang. Simultaneously, several squad leaders opened fire. Countless bullets struck the Terminator's body, clanging off its surface. The sound wasn't that of human flesh at all, but rather something akin to an unknown metallic composite. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a human-shaped silhouette. Did we take it out? He Xing asked anxiously. But the only response was a black, gaping hole. Run! Yang Feng shouted. But it was already too late. The black muzzle erupted with blinding flames, followed instantly by a violent explosion. The immense force of the blast knocked several squad leaders to the ground, but ironically, this minimized the shockwave's impact on them. As soon as the aftershocks subsided, the captains scrambled back to their feet. How are you all? Anyone hurt? I'm fine. Me too. This puzzled the captains. That Terminator had clearly fired just now. How come none of them were hit? Not even a scratch. Did it miss? Major. Finally, they remembered something and hurriedly searched for Liu's figure. Before this mission, He Jianyuan had specifically instructed them to ensure Liu's personal safety. Liu was extremely important. His fate could very well determine the future development of Dragon Nation. Major Liu, are you okay? At last, they spotted Liu. He remained standing in the same spot, both hands gripping his pistol, poised to fire at any moment. Prior to this, Liu had never handled a firearm. Only before this mission had the military instructor given him a few pointers. Yet now, his posture was remarkably professional, like that of a seasoned veteran who had seen countless battles. His breathing was slightly labored, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Directly ahead of him stood the half-organic, half-mechanical Terminator. They locked eyes, neither looking away for even a moment. What exactly just happened? He Xing looked at the Terminator, raised his rifle, and asked Liu. Just now? Liu took a deep breath. Just now, the instant the Terminator fired, Liu had instinctively returned fire. Their bullets collided midair, triggering a violent explosion within the narrow passageway. He now stared intently at the Terminator's raised muzzle. If it happened again, he couldn't guarantee he'd react fast enough to fire simultaneously. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. When Li Mu saw the Terminator in the movie, he just thought it looked cool. But encountering one in reality made him realize just how formidable and terrifying this enemy truly was. "Major, you're bleeding," He Xing suddenly exclaimed. Li Mu's eyes darted to his arm, and sure enough, blood stained his skin. It must have been cut by shrapnel from the explosion earlier. But he couldn't spare a thought for that now. "Move!" Li Mu shouted. The enemy before them was far beyond what they could handle. The moment he spoke, the Terminator aimed his gun at He Xing. Boom! Chapter 20, Hua Tuo Reborn, Healing Miracles. With a deafening blast, Li Mu watched as a gaping hole appeared in He Xing's abdomen. "Captain He!" The captains behind him turned deathly pale. Only then did He Xing lower his head, realizing he had been shot. He felt the strength rapidly draining from his body as the colors of the world slowly faded from his eyes. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. "He Xing!" Li Mu shouted. Bloodshot eyes glared at the Terminator. "You actually killed him." He Xing had been by his side for quite some time, helping Li Mu immensely. Now he had been ruthlessly murdered right before his eyes. "Ah!" Li Mu bellowed, suddenly tossing aside his pistol and charging toward the Terminator. "Major!" Several squad leaders behind him gasped in shock. Seeing Li Mu abandon his weapon and charge forward, they could almost picture him being blown to pieces next. Li Mu charged at the Terminator, his clenched fist slamming viciously toward its face. His sunglasses hid any trace of emotion. But he swung the barrel around, aiming it squarely at Li Mu. At that moment, several squad leaders fired simultaneously. The bullet struck the Terminator's body without inflicting any substantial damage. However, one bullet struck the gun's body, causing the barrel to jerk sideways. The high-explosive grenade whizzed past Li Mu's body, smashing into the rear wall and shattering it into fragments. As the wall behind Li Mu shattered, his fist slammed into the Terminator's face. Thud! It was a dull sound, somewhere between metal and flesh. Li Mu felt as though his fist had plunged into iron sand, a significant portion of its force absorbed by biological material. Even so, the Terminator's face visibly twisted. Ignoring the searing pain radiating from his fist, Li Mu unleashed another punch straight into the Terminator's face. Die! Die! Li Mu swung his left fist, driving it viciously into the Terminator's abdomen. Die! Li Mu's right fist, charged with power, swung down onto the Terminator's nose. Thud! The punch carried such savage force that the Terminator's nose collapsed inward, his entire face horribly distorted. Yet even so, it could still move. He swung the gun barrel around, aiming it squarely at Li Mu's chest. Li Mu swept out with his foot, sending the gun flying. Then punch after punch rained down on the Terminator's body. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch from Li Mu was delivered with full force. As they struck the Terminator, that so-called monster, its body began to deform. His sunglasses were knocked off, revealing mechanical pupils beneath that flickered with an unsteady light. Li Mu had no idea how many punches he'd thrown until the Terminator finally stopped moving. Only then did he stagger to his feet, his heart still pounding. He staggered around to face He Xing, who lay in a pool of blood behind him. "Major, are you all right?" Several squad leaders rushed to Li Mu's side, steadying him before he stumbled. "He Xing!" Li Mu clenched his jaw, staring at his fists, filled with regret. It seemed he had underestimated the potency of the body tempering potion provided by the system. If he'd known, he should have entered the passageway alone. That way, though the danger would have been much greater, at least He Xing wouldn't have paid with his life. Just then, a system notification suddenly flashed through his mind. Temporary mission triggered, Hua Tuo Reborn, Miracle Healing. Major? Several squad leaders grew deeply concerned upon seeing Li Mu suddenly freeze in place. Though deeply saddened by the loss of their comrade He Xing, they remained focused on the mission their superiors had entrusted them with. Just as they were about to forcibly drag Li Mu away, the clothes on his body suddenly shattered into fragments and fell to the ground. Beneath lay a blue Rue robe unlike any they had ever seen. It looked as though it had stepped straight out of a period drama. "Ha? Has Major Li Mu ever worn this garment?" Zhang Chunyu asked in confusion. The next moment, she saw Li Mu rise to his feet. He glanced at He Xing lying on the ground, then turned his gaze to the Terminator standing nearby. "Give me the knife!" Li Mu shouted. Zhang Chunyu hesitated. Was Li Mu suddenly asking for a knife because he was thinking of doing something drastic? Just as she hesitated, Li Mu suddenly reached out. His hand slipped inside her collar, brushing against her most sensitive spot before pausing. Zhang Chunyu's face flushed instantly. What was Li Mu doing? She soon found out. Li Mu withdrew his hand, now holding a folding scalpel. "Bring it over here!" Li Mu commanded the several Special Forces squad leaders. Though still unsure of Li Mu's intentions, they obeyed. The Terminator was heavy, and it took several of them working together to drag the fallen machine over to He Xing's side. The next moment, the scalpel in Li Mu's hand seemed to come alive, effortlessly slicing through the Terminator's abdomen. It cut open the soft armor with its powerful flexible protective capabilities, exposing its belly. At first glance, it resembled human anatomy. Yet Li Mu stared intently at the Terminator's abdomen for several minutes, occasionally touching it to confirm the underlying structure. Finally, after 2 minutes, Li Mu flashed a confident smile and made his incision. The blade shifted direction continuously, avoiding mechanical components as it sliced open the Terminator's abdomen, exposing its internal structure. Li Mu's movements grew faster and faster, his hands moving so swiftly through the air that their trajectories were barely discernible. Everyone could barely make out Li Mu continuously attaching the Terminator's components to Yixing's body. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Phew! After using the suture needle handed to him by Zhang Chunyu to stitch the final piece of the Terminator's skin onto Yixing's abdomen, Li Mu finally let out a long sigh of relief. The captains watched everything unfold in those 5 minutes, utterly astonished. They couldn't fathom how Li Mu had done it. To so precisely extract the necessary components from a half-organic, half-mechanical being and then transplant them onto Yixing. The captains held their breath, their eyes fixed on Yixing. Did it work? Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, desperate for the outcome. Li Mu, however, returned the scalpel and suture needle to Zhang Chunyu before standing up and stretching his body. Captain Zhang, sorry about that. I was a bit rough just now. Li Mu apologized awkwardly to Zhang Chunyu. Though it had been an emergency, he had indeed touched the girl's sensitive areas. Zhang Chunyu merely nodded with a blush, saying nothing. At that very moment, the system's notification chime sounded right by his ear. Temporary mission completed. Reward, 10 points. Captain, he has woken up. Chapter 21, Guarding One's Own Happiness. Team leader Yixing took a deep breath, feeling a sense of unreality at the thought that he was still alive. Several comrades stood around him, watching him with concern. I'm still alive? Of course you are. Yixing, it was Major Li Mu who saved you. He transplanted the Terminator's organs into your body. Zhang Chunyu explained. Hearing this, Yixing froze for a moment. He looked down at his abdomen. The once gaping hole was gone. The skin there felt slightly different from the surrounding flesh, but unless one looked closely, the difference was barely noticeable. His hand touched the area, and the sensation felt incredibly real. The exhaustion within his body had vanished, and he stood up effortlessly. He looked at Li Mu and saluted solemnly. Li Mu waved him off, currently engrossed in examining the Terminator lying on the ground. After dissecting the Terminator's abdomen, Li Mu clearly noticed some abnormalities. He recalled that Terminators in the movies were engineered as killing machines. Though outwardly human-like, their appearance was merely superficial camouflage. Their insides were cold, mechanical. This one, however, was different. The fusion of human and machine had reached an extreme point, with even its internal organs retaining a significant degree of human form. This was truly unsettling. I wonder what model this Terminator is. Just then, the system alert sounded abruptly. Ding! Host has eliminated Terminator H9. Rewarded with 10 points and acquired miniaturized ion cannon technology. Li Mu froze for a moment. This meant the Terminator had been alive just a second ago. Its vitality was astonishingly robust. It had managed to persist this long despite its head and body being reduced to such a state. As Li Mu pondered this, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. Ah! The throbbing pain in his head made Li Mu cry out. Fortunately, he had experienced this sensation once before and quickly recovered. H9? Li Mu stared in confusion at the Terminator wreckage on the ground. This model number had never appeared in the movies. Most Terminators in the films had names starting with T. What was the deal with this H model? This world was now in the year 2057, over 2 decades past the core era depicted in the films. Had something else happened in the intervening years? Li Mu and several Special Forces squad leaders returned to the interior of the shelter. The Terminator's wreckage was being dragged by several captains, ready to be taken to the shelter's central research facility. After the emergency was lifted, survivors sheltering in the lowest levels began streaming upward. Thank you, Savior. You've saved us once again. Mana stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Li Mu, slightly moist. Li Mu smiled gently, reaching out to place a tender hand on her head. She lowered her head, almost intoxicated, wishing time could freeze forever in that moment. Suddenly, she felt the large hand on her head vanish. Looking up, Li Mu was already gone. Along with him vanished the Special Forces unit that had helped them rebuild and expand the sanctuary these past days. Though she had imagined this moment 1,000 times in her mind, tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably. The Savior is gone. The survivors cried out in alarm. The messengers who taught us knowledge and imparted their skills have vanished too. The rumors were true after all. The Savior has truly vanished. We're doomed. Without the Savior and the messengers, this place will surely be destroyed. The wreckage the Savior brought out earlier. That must be the legendary ultimate machine, the Terminator. Such a formidable machine has appeared. Could Skynet have already awakened? Despair engulfed the entire shelter. In just 1 short month, these survivors had developed a severe psychological dependence on Li Mu. What should we do? This place is finished. I want to leave. Me too. Without our Savior, if another Terminator comes, we have no hope. We'd be better off splitting up. Mana listened to the survivors' whispered murmurs, her heart sinking to its lowest point. Just like last time, the moment the savior left, everything fell apart. Silence, all of you. The command echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see a one-eyed youth. Soren. Mana looked up, surprised. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, shut up, the youth shouted impatiently. If you want to leave, go ahead. I won't stop you. But are you all just going to let everything go back to the way it was? The survivors fell silent, their eyes fixed on the youth above. Once you leave this place, you'll spend your days hiding and fleeing, living in constant fear. The first thing you'll do each morning is check your body to make sure you're still whole. Leaving here means your food will be nothing but wild greens and tree bark. No more soft, fragrant bread. No more clean water. Leaving here means living without dignity, without joy, unable to connect with others. Your time and energy will be consumed by mere survival, existing in a daze. The survivors fell silent for a long time after hearing the youth's words. But so what? When you're dead, nothing matters anymore. The savior is gone. This place is finished. A middle-aged survivor shouted defiantly at Soren. It's not over yet. A soft yet resolute female voice echoed from above. It was Mana, who had also climbed to the heights. The savior is gone, but we still have each other. The savior has done so much for us. This time, we will protect our own happiness. Mana. Soren looked at Mana with some surprise. He hadn't expected timid Mana to speak up like this. That's right. Soren's gaze hardened with resolve. He raised his hand and shouted down below. This time, we will protect our own happiness. The survivors below looked at Soren, hesitating. A young boy raised his hand. We will protect our own happiness. Then the man beside him. Protect our own happiness. That's right. We must protect our own happiness. Like a contagion spreading, more and more hands shot up until it became a torrent of voices, all shouting together. Soren looked at the survivors and, unusually, let a relieved smile spread across his face. Immediately after, under the arrangements of Soren and Mana, the survivors began to take up their respective duties. Previously, when working alongside the special forces, they had merely served as trainee assistants. Now, they would learn while working. Chapter 22, Handy Storage Space, Annoying Han Dadong. Liu surveyed his surroundings and confirmed he had indeed returned to his own room. Phase 2 objective accomplished. Dispensing task rewards. Suddenly, Liu felt a strange sensation as if he had formed a connection with some other space. It was an independent space, containing yet another space within it. Storage space system activated. Current capacity, 10 cubic meters. 100 points acquired. Host's current points, 120. Liu was opening the refrigerator, reaching for a chilled bottle of iced black tea, when his hand slipped and it suddenly fell. Whoops. Liu reached out, but it was too late. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, both the iced black tea bottle and the spilled beverage vanished. Immediately afterward, Liu experienced a peculiar sensation. Though invisible to his eyes, he knew they were now stored in the storage space. Even the beverage scattered mid-air remained exactly as it had been before vanishing. With another thought, the iced black tea reappeared in Liu's hand. Liu tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Ah! Delicious. Ice-cold black tea truly lives up to the national standard. Room temperature? Dog piss. He walked over to the sink. With a flick of his mind, the spilled drink vanished into the basin. This storage space the system provided seemed pretty handy. Whatever went in came out exactly as it was. Way better than a regular fridge, right? 10 cubic meters. It didn't sound like much, but when it came to actually storing things, it could hold quite a lot. Previously, whenever Liu undertook a time travel mission, he had to physically touch the items to bring them along. With this storage space, things would be much more convenient from now on. Just as Liu was feeling pleased, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw the sender's name. His expression immediately soured. Han Dadong, a classmate Liu hadn't been close with back in the day. Rumor had it his family was well off and he'd become a live streamer. Every so often, he would send broadcast messages about his live streams to all their classmate groups. Liu had long wanted to block this guy, but first, they were classmates. Second, the guy frequently streamed to help orphans, left behind children, and impoverished communities. Liu would occasionally send small gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Just like this time. Liu opened the stream and saw a child with a missing finger performing. Glancing at the chat, it seemed to be a rehearsal for a charity performance at some welfare home. Hee don't get here spreading some positive vibes today. Just donated a cool 20 grand to that orphanage's performance. Hey, everyone in the chat, show your support, send some gifts or whatever. These gifts aren't for me, they're for the kids. Come on everyone, show your love and send some gifts. Liu watched Han Dadong and shook his head. How to put it? This guy just keeps getting more down to earth. Liu remembered him being quite different back in school. Still, it was a good deed, so Liu casually sent a few small gifts too. Just as Liu was about to leave the livestream, he suddenly heard. Oh, right, some of you here are probably my classmates too. Just wanted to mention our class reunion this week has been moved to this very place. It'll be perfect timing for the live stream anyway. When old classmates gather, everyone can show a little kindness, just a token gesture will do. Don't forget to tune in for the live stream, everyone. Damn it! Li Mu nearly cursed out loud. A perfectly normal class reunion had turned into his personal show. It felt like he was being morally blackmailed. On the day of the reunion, old classmates would meet, the orphanage performance would happen, and then they'd bring out the donation box. Would they donate or not? Meanwhile, the rest of the livestream audience was busy showering Han Dadong with flattery. They were praising him as a caring host with great broadcasting skills. Li Mu opened the class group chat. Sure enough, the usually dead quiet group was now buzzing about this. But no one dared openly criticize Han Dadong. They could only voice their dissatisfaction or claim they had prior commitments that day. At an orphanage somewhere in Longhua, Han Dadong, legs crossed, put down his phone. He shouted impatiently at the children rehearsing on stage. The live stream's over. Get down. He stood with his hands on his hips, complaining. Watching these crippled kids day after day is nothing but bad luck. We've been at this for days and barely attracted any viewers. Can't you look a little more pitiful? The children timidly retreated to the back, saying nothing. Dragon Nation had grown immensely powerful by now, and the children in welfare institutions were mostly those with obvious disabilities. But the state welfare system was quite robust, and their lives were passable. And that was exactly what annoyed Han Dadong. If they weren't miserable, who would watch his livestream? He opened the class group chat, posted his location, and announced the gathering spot had been changed to the welfare home. Minutes passed, yet no one responded. Everyone come. I'll cover all the food and drinks myself. Han Dadong gritted his teeth and typed the message. Sure enough, the moment he finished typing, the previously quiet group chat suddenly came alive. Some opportunists who loved a freebie started sucking up to Han Dadong. Han the big shot is treating us? It can't be some ordinary little restaurant, right? Oh, I'm in. I don't care about the food, I just want to hang out with everyone. These bargain hunters chattered away, creating a lively atmosphere. Riding the wave of enthusiasm, even some who had initially been reluctant to go began agreeing to attend. As more and more people responded, Han Dadong smiled faintly. Yet his eyes remained fixed on one woman's profile picture. At Shaohan, are you coming that day? Han Dadong nervously sent the message. Half a minute later, the profile picture flickered. What time that day? Seeing the message pop up, Han Dadong smiled. He wasn't the only one delighted. As this profile ID spoke up, several other IDs that had been lurking all along lit up. It's Liu Shaohan. Who knew the goddess Liu would join too? If Liu goddess is going, I'm going too. I have to work that day, but whatever. To see the goddess in person, I'll go even if it means getting fired. Do you really need to go that far? People flooded the chat with comments, though it was hard to tell how many were joking versus how many were using humor to express their true feelings. Amidst the commotion, Han Dadong's message was quickly drowned out. Starts at 9 a.m. At Shaohan, are you coming? Han Dadong stared at the constantly refreshing messages on his screen, but Liu Shaohan's reply never appeared. The class group chat began filling with bragging and occasional inquiries about what everyone was up to now. Chapter 23, The Goddess Rides Matewan. Finally, the day of the class reunion arrived. Han Dadong arrived at the orphanage early in the morning. The courtyard was filled with all kinds of filming props, making it look like a movie set to anyone unaware. Han Dadong waited for over 2 hours, during which many of his college classmates had already arrived. But the most crucial person, Liu Shaohan, was nowhere to be seen. Han Dadong couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but the scheduled livestream had already begun. After adjusting the equipment, the livestream officially commenced. Even as they filmed just the orphanage rooms, comments began rolling in one after another in the chat. Oh, so this is what it's like inside a welfare home? Thanks, brother Dadong. If not for you, we wouldn't see this. Han Dadong, you rock. This is what real charity looks like. Seeing the hired commenters in place and the livestream atmosphere heating up, Han Dadong flashed a smug smile. Then the public performance officially commenced. At that moment, Li Mu had just woken up. After splashing water on his face, he hopped on his Matewan delivery scooter and leisurely made his way toward the orphanage. Originally, Li Mu had estimated he'd arrive just as the performance started, but traffic suddenly backed up on the highway. The 2-lane road had narrowed to a single lane. Looks like some little cutie accidentally plowed into a flower bed. Li Mu grumbled as he drove past the accident site. Brand new pink paint job, just another female driver out to cause trouble. When the owner of the pink car got out, Li Mu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Are you Li Mu? Li Mu turned to face her. He had to admit, she was exceptionally beautiful, the kind of woman who would turn heads on the street, drawing glances from 90 out of 100 men. Even though she had caused the traffic jam, hardly anyone scolded her. Yes, I'm Li Mu. Li Mu paused, feeling the woman's face was familiar, yet he couldn't quite place her. Li Mu, where are you headed? Liu Shaohan asked softly. Li Mu froze. Miss, why are you asking me that now? Your car is still parked in the middle of the road. I'm going to a class reunion. Lu Xiaohan's eyes lit up instantly. What a coincidence. I'm heading to a class reunion too. I never imagined. Her expression turned slightly flustered, a look that only heightened a man's protective instincts. Behind her stood the bright pink car that had crashed into the flower bed. The hint was more than obvious. Li Mu could only say, would you like a ride? Though calling it a car was a stretch, it was really just an electric scooter. But Lu Xiaohan immediately nodded, as if afraid Li Mu would change his mind. She pulled out her phone and made a call, seemingly handing the bike over to the insurance company. She then climbed onto the back seat of Li Mu's yellow electric scooter. Let's go, Lu Xiaohan said, her voice sounding cheerful. Okay. Riding the scooter meant they were inevitably close together. Every so often, Li Mu could feel something soft and warm pressing against his back. For safety, Lu Xiaohan even wrapped her arms around his waist, causing Li Mu to stiffen completely. Fortunately, Lu Xiaohan couldn't see his face, otherwise she'd surely be teasing him right now. Li Mu, have you been working out lately? You didn't seem this muscular back in college. Li Mu shook his head. Nah, probably just from climbing too many stairs. Or maybe it was due to the body tempering potion. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaohan did most of the talking, while Li Mu rarely spoke up. Shyness played a part, but the main reason was that Li Mu couldn't recall her name and felt awkward asking. By the time they reached the orphanage, it was already past 11, and the morning performance was nearly over. In the courtyard, several children stood off to the side, basking in the sun. They were drenched in sweat, their painted faces smudged. Seeing them made one's own face feel itchy. Yet throughout the entire performance, they hadn't wiped their sweat once, their faces always adorned with bright smiles. These orphans, despite their physical disabilities, had very simple thoughts. They knew kind-hearted people were donating for them, so they had to give their all in the performance. Yet to Han Dadong, their earnest performance was utterly worthless. Laugh? What's so funny about that? They had to portray utter misery to elicit sympathy, to get people to donate money and send virtual gifts. The morning livestream was drawing to a close. Han Dadong glanced at the donation stream and wasn't satisfied. But facing the camera, he still forced a smile. Hey, everyone, take a look. This is all the money donated today. I'm sending it to the director right now. Oh, and that's not all, I'm personally donating another 100,000 to the director. As soon as he finished speaking, the paid commenters immediately hyped him up, urging the live stream audience to send another wave of gifts. Alright, Big Dong is awesome. Since he's donated so much, we should show our support too. Exactly, let's send some gifts too. Han Dadong's face broke into a huge smile. No need, no need. Really, it's not necessary. I'm so embarrassed, everyone's been so generous, we've already hit nearly 100,000 in gifts. I can't keep this money, you know. Look, I'm transferring it right now. Did everyone see the screenshot? Anyone miss it? The live stream immediately flooded with praise. The moment he shut off the stream, Han Dadong's face fell. What a bunch of cheapskates. I worked so hard, built up the atmosphere like that. And all they do is flood the chat with over 400,000 comments. He glared at the child on stage and bellowed. Stop dancing. Get down here. With the money in hand, Han Dadong couldn't wait to leave. His classmates were already waiting at the restaurant for him to cover the bill. Just as he was about to leave the orphanage, he saw a yellow electric scooter parked at the entrance. Han Dadong didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was someone's takeout delivery. But when he saw Lu Xiaohan sitting on the back, his eyes widened in surprise. Xiaohan, you're here. His face froze when he spotted Li Mu driving. Why was Li Mu, the delivery guy, hanging out with Lu Xiaohan, the rich and beautiful goddess? What exactly was their relationship? At that moment, Han Dadong felt like 1,000 ants were crawling through his mind. He didn't dare ask outright, deciding instead to separate them first and then probe indirectly. Xiaohan, let's go. Everyone's waiting at the restaurant. Lu Xiaohan blinked her big, watery eyes. But didn't you say it was the orphanage performance? The morning show's already over. Let's go eat first. Lu Xiaohan shook her head. I want to go inside and take a look. Chapter 24, donating hundreds of thousands, receiving 8,000. Faced with rejection, Han Dadong's smiling face stiffened. He turned his gaze to Li Mu. You're Li Mu, right? Yeah. Li Mu nodded, surprised that Han Dadong, a major streamer, would remember him. Han Dadong grinned. Of course he knew Li Mu. Though they hadn't interacted much in school, after learning Li Mu had become a food delivery writer post-college in their class group chat, Han Dadong often used him as fodder for jokes. Hey, bro, still driving this ride? Not on the job, are you? How many deliveries a day? Han Dadong asked with a grin, his eyes darting toward Lu Xiaohan. Li Mu shook his head. I'm pretty flexible. I take orders when I feel like it. Seeing Li Mu's nonchalant expression, Han Dadong nearly lost his temper. You're delivering food now, so why pretend to be so cool? How could Lu Xiaohan possibly be with just some delivery guy? Sounds pretty good to me. Hey, buddy, let's go. This is our first time meeting since college, right? Let's grab a few drinks. With that, Han Dadong casually draped his arm over Li Mu's shoulder. He wanted to pull Li Mu aside and get to the bottom of what was really going on between him and Liu Shaohan. If Li Mu dared to admit even the slightest interest in Liu Shaohan, Han Dadong was ready to teach him a lesson. But Li Mu simply raised his hand lightly and moved Han Dadong's arm away. Han Dadong's entire weight had been leaning heavily on Li Mu's side. That gentle push sent him stumbling backward, nearly crashing to the ground. He stared at Li Mu in astonishment. This guy didn't look like he had much meat on him, yet he was surprisingly strong. Brother Dong, I'm kinda curious about what the orphanage is like. You go ahead. I'll catch up soon. I'll check the group chat for the location. Fine. Han Dadong walked away with a dark expression. Li Mu and Liu Shaohan walked into the orphanage together. Inside, they were tidying up, with piles of clutter blocking the hallway. At that moment, the director and the children were busy tidying things up. Seeing Li Mu and Liu Shaohan enter, the children's eyes lit up. Hello, big brother. Hello, sister. What a pretty sister. Is she brother's girlfriend? Li Mu and Liu Shaohan shared an awkward smile. After exchanging a few simple words with the children, they too began lending a hand. The task was mainly to tidy up the stage for the afternoon performance. It was clear that both the director and the children were genuinely invested in this performance. Li Mu inquired about the orphanage's situation from the director and found that overall, things were actually quite manageable. The only issue was that there were simply too many children, all hoping to eat more delicious food. When Li Mu mentioned the donations generated by the performance, the director smiled warmly. Over 8,000 yuan in just the morning alone. This money will let us buy the children more snacks and clothes, and hire more teachers to come give lessons. 8,000 yuan? Li Mu froze. Han Dadong had been promoting this performance with great fanfare for so long, and after just one morning, they only raised 8,000 yuan? Director, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Liu Shaohan overheard Li Mu's exchange with the director. Han Dadong alone donated over 100,000 yuan. Add in the gifts from the livestream viewers and some online donations, it should easily total 4 or 50,000 yuan. The dean froze, clearly just learning about these figures himself. But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. It's fine, it's fine. They've done us a huge favor regardless. Without their top streamers, hardly anyone would have watched the performance. Li Mu and Liu Shaohan now understood exactly what was going on. Seeing the dean's resigned smile, they found themselves at a loss for words. Li Mu stepped outside the orphanage and pulled out his phone. He glanced back at the children inside the welfare home, their faces radiant with innocent smiles as they bustled about. Han Dadong was utterly despicable for exploiting these innocent children for fame and fortune. Li Mu dialed the military headquarters number, and by coincidence, it was the same operator as last time. Sir, why are you calling this number again? Please don't scare me like this. I've already transferred you to the internal line. If you have business, please speak with the designated personnel. Soon after, a professional state security agent arrived to take over the call. Li Mu briefly described the situation, then flipped through his phone and sent Han Dadong's photo. Within 10 minutes, every piece of information on Han Dadong was dug up and delivered to Li Mu. Oh, Li Mu, you were outside all along. I thought you'd disappeared. Liu Shaohan stepped out of the orphanage and spotted Li Mu, seemingly engrossed in his phone. Leaving already? Li Mu looked up. Yeah. Liu Shaohan nodded. I'll give you a ride. Li Mu started his electric scooter and drove Liu Shaohan toward the gathering spot. Laughing Phoenix Pavilion Restaurant. Li Mu and Liu Shaohan glanced up at the signboard to confirm they were in the right place. They surveyed the surroundings, narrow, dimly lit alleys dotted with women dressed in revealing attire standing in the shadows. Despite the somewhat questionable surroundings, the restaurant itself was impressively grand. Li Mu felt a bit awkward as he led Liu Shaohan inside. After all, it was a class reunion. Han Dadong should be mindful, right? Perhaps this restaurant was legitimate? However, after a brief exchange with the front desk, they were led to a private room. Dim lighting and an ambiguous atmosphere hung in the air, compounded by the front desk's earlier hint about princess service. It was clear this was a decidedly unscrupulous establishment. The thought of donations from all walks of life being squandered here ignited a fiery rage within Li Mu. Mr. Han and the others are inside, the waiter said, pointing toward the door. Inside the private room, Han Dadong put down his phone. Under the dim lights, his greasy grin was impossible to suppress. Our campus beauty just messaged me she's already here. Wow, Goddess Liu actually reached out to Brother Dong. I don't even have her number. Man, I'm so jealous. Wonder how far you've gotten with Goddess Liu, Brother Dong? Since he was footing the bill, several freeloaders in the private room were buttering up Han Dadong. In the corner of the private room, several female classmates looked distinctly displeased. Only a handful of female classmates remained from the original group. With fewer women present, the men grew even more unrestrained, their words slipping further into recklessness. Han Dadong listened to their flattery, putting on a calm facade while inwardly beaming with delight. He had actually assumed Liu Xiaohan wouldn't come. Looks like she was moved by all the donations I helped raise. With that thought, Han Dadong instantly felt this live-streamed performance had been worth every penny. Not only had he made a fortune, but he'd also caught the goddess's attention. Chapter 25, How Low Can People Go? Just as Han Dadong was basking in his own cleverness, the door to the private room suddenly kicked open. Li Mu? What are you doing? He stood up, his face darkening. Li Mu didn't answer him. Instead, she surveyed the table laden with dishes and asked coldly. This lavish spread must have cost a fortune, right? Han Dadong sneered. Not much, just $300. He assumed Li Mu was jealous, which only made him more pleased. You're just a delivery guy. Even working for months, you couldn't afford this spread, could you? He shot Li Mu a dismissive glance. We're classmates, after all. Come sit down. You don't have to pay. So you're Li Mu? How rude of you. You're freeloading off our meal and can't even say a nice word. Exactly. Without Big Dong, could you even afford to eat here? Li Mu looked at these classmates from the same dormitory, willing to play the fool for a free meal, and felt a wave of mockery wash over him. He admitted he wasn't doing well among his peers, but when it came to falling from grace, others had surpassed him. 30,000? You spent 30,000 on one meal, yet only gave 8,000 to the orphanage director? Han Dadong, doesn't donating hundreds of thousands like that bother you at all? You, what the hell are you talking about? Han Dadong immediately panicked, never expecting Li Mu to bring this up in front of everyone. Sure enough, as soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the surrounding classmates froze, casting suspicious glances at Han Dadong. Li Mu, I advise you not to spout nonsense. I haven't touched a single cent of the donation money. Look, the donation receipts and transfer screenshots are all right here. Han Dadong pulled out his phone and displayed 2 images. Oh? Li Mu sneered coldly. You have screenshots, but I have your entire bank statement. Li Mu unlocked his phone and displayed the detailed records stored within. It wasn't just bank statements, it included Han Dadong's hotel check-in records, brawl incidents, home address, and more. Everyone present froze, turning to stare at Han Dadong. Big brother Dadong, is this real? Did you really do all this? There are no large outgoing payments from you in the statements. Instead, there are substantial incoming transfers. Han Dadong's face flushed crimson. How on earth had Li Mu uncovered all this? All the wrongdoings he'd committed were laid bare in stark detail. Big Dong, are these things in Li Mu's phone real? A female classmate in the corner cautiously looked at Han Dadong and asked. All these girls you've been hooking up with are your female fans, right? Holy crap, so many? Is it that easy to get super fans as a streamer? The surrounding students all began whispering among themselves. Li Mu. Han Dadong watched as the situation spiraled completely out of control. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Li Mu. But Li Mu remained utterly calm. Han Dadong, let me give you some advice. You'd better return every penny you shouldn't have taken. People's goodwill is fragile. Your manipulation is utterly revolting. But Han Dadong couldn't hear a word Li Mu was saying. His eyes red, teeth clenched, he gasped for breath. Who the hell do you think you are to talk down to me? You're just a stinking delivery guy. Han Dadong lashed out with a vicious slap at Li Mu. Ah. Li Mu sighed helplessly, raising his hand to effortlessly block Han Dadong's attack. The students present were stunned. Han Dadong was a broad-shouldered, rotund man easily weighing over 200 pounds. Li Mu looked barely over 100 pounds and he casually parried it? Thud. Li Mu's foot connected with Han Dadong's midsection. Everyone saw a blur flash past, then watched as Han Dadong collapsed to the ground. Gurgle. The contents of Han Dadong's mouth sprayed out, creating a scene so disgusting it was beyond description. You. Li Mu, you. After vomiting everything in his stomach, Han Dadong struggled to his feet. He pulled out his phone, his face twisted with fury. You bastard, Li Mu. Don't you dare run. I'll have my dad kill you. Li Mu shook his head in disappointment. Even now, this guy still showed no remorse. Could a person sink this low? Han Dadong. Liu Xiaohan walked in from outside. Liu Xiaohan. Did you see everything just now? Han Dadong froze, his hand mid-dial on the phone. Liu Xiaohan merely shot him a disappointed look before turning to leave. Han Dadong slumped weakly against the wall, watching everyone leave one by one, his eyes vacant. Li Mu, who exactly are you? That afternoon, a major influencer with millions of followers on a certain platform suddenly had their account banned. While everyone was still puzzled, all of Han Dadong's past actions and deeds were exposed. Fraudulent fundraising, deceiving followers, assaulting people, hiring online trolls. Online criticism of Han Dadong erupted instantly. Previously, there had been several exposés about Han Dadong. But back then, his countless brainwashed fans and massive army of paid commenters went into overdrive to whitewash his image. This time around, not a single paid commentator was seen. The few remaining die-hard fans couldn't stir up much of a fuss. Additionally, Han Dadong's father has been thrust into the spotlight. Various illegal activities attributed to him were also unearthed. After judicial review, these allegations were confirmed as true, leading to his detention. Those who had associated with Han Dadong also had their own dark secrets exposed. In the blink of an eye, Han Dadong transformed from an internet celebrity into a pariah. Everyone who saw him wanted to kick him while he was down. Way to go, great jump, Xiao Ro. Look at the camera. Lu Xiaohan raised her phone, aiming the camera at the one-armed child on stage. Despite having only one hand, she performed the magic tricks with all her might. Because of her missing arm, many of the movements showed obvious flaws. Magic tricks, can they even be called magic if they can't deceive? Yet in the livestream chat, the audience seemed collectively blind. How amazing! How did that little ball just vanish? Amazing! That kid has a real talent for magic. This is the donation link, right? This time it goes directly to the orphanage, correct? Lu Xiaohan smiled faintly. That's correct. I can guarantee every penny will reach the orphanage director's hands. Everyone doesn't need to donate. The children aren't lacking much in material things, what they need more is society's recognition. The moment Lu Xiaohan appeared on the livestream, viewership immediately saw a small surge. Wow, the host is so beautiful. Where are you from? The host is truly beautiful and kind-hearted, 1,000 times better than that Han Dadong. Heard Han Dadong got locked up. Serves him right. Exactly. How could someone be so despicable? I hate him to death. Chapter 26, more gear, the better. Damn, who knew there were still buildings with 10 floors and no elevator these days? But man, I'm exhausted. I'm never taking another job here again. Li Mu panted slightly as he descended the final flight of stairs. After climbing 10 flights of stairs up and down, he was only slightly out of breath, something unimaginable in the past. He reached into his storage space and pulled out a bottle of red-capped Coke. The ice-cold cola instantly revived Li Mu, washing away every trace of fatigue. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded in his ear. Ding, the mission has entered a new phase. Unlocking Phase 3 mission. Mission requirement: assist the Human Revival Organization in liberating additional territories, achieving at least the scale of a small nation. Acceptance deadline: 24 hours. Reward: 200 points and 1 chi refining pill. Ha! What the heck is this? The jumbled prompts left Li Mu momentarily stunned, but overthinking it wouldn't help much. The system remained unchanged, and the preparation time was set in stone. He immediately began assembling the Special Forces unit while opening the system's point exchange interface. He had a premonition that this mission would involve even more dangerous enemies. Remember, during the last phase mission, he'd encountered an entirely new model of Terminator. That battle had been incredibly perilous. This time, Li Mu dared not skimp on his points. He scanned the options rapidly, searching for exchanges that could boost his current combat effectiveness. Within a secret military base in the Dragon Nation, 100 members of the Special Forces unit had assembled. From the moment Li Mu issued the mobilization order to their full assembly, less than 2 hours had elapsed. Major, the Special Forces have completed their military assembly and are ready to depart at any moment. Li Mu nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he surveyed their determined expressions. Comrade Li Mu, He Jianyuan stepped forward. Behind him followed a young man in military uniform, holding something in his hands. Minister He. Li Mu, the compact ion cannon technology you brought back last time is far more complex than anticipated. Researchers at the Dragon Science Institute and Military Research Institute are struggling to fully grasp it. He made a gesture. The soldier behind him stepped forward to stand before Li Mu. Only then did Li Mu clearly see the weapon in his hand, a double-barreled shotgun with a stock roughly 30 centimeters long, as if deliberately shortened. This is our best achievement so far. It can fire an ion cannon at near full power in a single shot, exceeding the total power of a single full-power ion cannon. Li Mu took the miniaturized ion cannon and examined it. It was evident this was still a prototype, bearing numerous marks of repeated modifications. Single use? Li Mu didn't miss the most critical detail. He Jianyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. This is the most successful model we've managed to build so far. Take it with you. It might prove useful in an emergency. Li Mu nodded and stowed it away in his storage space. Seeing the miniaturized prototype ion cannon vanish before his eyes, He Jianyuan froze for a moment. Li Mu, what? Only then did Li Mu realize he hadn't mentioned the storage space to the military personnel. After a brief explanation and demonstration, He Jianyuan's expression shifted from astonishment to amusement. Such a convenient thing exists. Well, if you're bringing it, don't just bring a little. He immediately gave a few instructions to his deputy, and soon a vast array of military supplies materialized before Li Mu. Among them were grenades, rifles, ammunition, small mortar launchers. In short, all manner of mainstream military equipment appeared here. Li Mu stared in astonishment at the mountain of supplies before him. Minister He, you can't possibly expect me to take all this? It's far too much. Li Mu said with a wry smile. He Jianyuan shook his head with a smile. Not at all. I needn't remind you how dangerous your destination is. Every bit of preparation helps. As he spoke, He Jianyuan's expression grew serious. He recalled that half-organic, half-mechanical Terminator brought back by the Special Forces unit. In that moment, He Jianyuan truly grasped the terrifying power Skynet wielded. To protect Li Mu, no sacrifice was too great. By the way, you mentioned the space is 10 cubic meters, right? That's quite large. Anyway, try to see how much you can fit in there first. Under He Jianyuan's urging, Li Mu began stowing vast quantities of military equipment into the storage space. Instantly, the mountain of gear was reduced to roughly 1/3 of its original volume. Can't we take a bit more? He Jianyuan asked. Li Mu tried adjusting the internal space, and soon only about 1/10 of the supplies remained on the ground. There are still a few grenades left. Push a little harder and pack them all in. Storing and retrieving items here is quite a hassle, He Jianyuan encouraged. Li Mu glanced at him. Thankfully, he knew the man before him was the powerful Minister of Military Affairs of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, he might have mistaken him for some relative trying to get him drunk at a banquet. To persuade Li Mu to carry more, He Jianyuan even asked him to sketch out the layout of his storage space. He then sought out experts from the Dragon Academy to study spatial layout. After considerable effort, the mountain of military equipment was finally packed into the storage space. Alright, Minister He, I'll be taking my leave now. Understood. He Jianyuan saluted Li Mu in military fashion as a farewell gesture. Time travel. A flash of light erupted, and Li Mu materialized in the alternate world. Time travel complete. Spatial location, Manhwa Valley. Year, 2060. 2060? So 3 more years have passed since our last visit? Li Mu murmured slowly. Suddenly, Li Mu felt an unexplained sense of unease. All units, go on high alert. Yes. The Special Forces unit responded in perfect unison. Immediately after, Li Mu spotted a figure appearing on the distant high ground. Then a second, a third, a fourth. They were positioned in a valley, surrounded by encircling hills. Armed figures began appearing on these hills, their weapons trained directly on Li Mu and his team. Li Mu and the Special Forces were surrounded. The enemy had formed a semicircular encirclement, holding absolute initiative. This terrain was extremely disadvantageous for them, offering no suitable cover. Hey, are you guys from the shelter? A Special Forces soldier shouted at them. But no one answered him. All of them were uniformly dressed, men and women alike, their faces uniformly expressionless. Chapter 27, that kick must have knocked out his kidneys. No! Li Mu roared. They're not human. The moment Li Mu spoke, the gun-wielding humans opened fire. In that instant, Li Mu's mind raced. He flicked his wrist. Everyone, hit the deck! Li Mu bellowed, simultaneously diving backward himself. Boom! Bang bang bang! Boom boom! A violent explosion erupted within the narrow valley, sending shards of shattered metal flying everywhere. Once the shockwave subsided, Li Mu rose to his feet. Are you all okay? The Special Forces soldiers gradually rose to their feet. Reporting, sir, we're all right. Every soldier's expression was resolute, showing no sign of panic even in this situation. Each bore numerous cuts, likely from shrapnel from the blast. Li Mu glanced at them and nodded. Fight your way back to the rear. Roger. Under Li Mu's command, the Special Forces unit withdrew from the valley. Throughout the process, the enemy launched several sporadic attacks, but none resulted in casualties. Once they reached a wooded area, Li Mu instructed several Special Forces squad leaders to assess the unit's condition while simultaneously arranging for field camouflage and preparing for combat. His own gaze fixed on the humanoid monsters slowly advancing from directly ahead. Yes, monsters. The moment Li Mu saw the style of their weapons, he sensed something was off. The weapons used by the survivors in the shelter were all captured by Li Mu and his team earlier, lacking that futuristic, tech-heavy aesthetic. Moreover, their attire was unusually clean. In this world, every wandering survivor Li Mu had encountered was filthy. Reporting to the Major, inspection complete. 5 team members are wounded and incapacitated. The rest are still combat ready. He Xing saluted Li Mu as he reported. Li Mu nodded. The casualties were far better than he had anticipated. This was largely thanks to Li Mu's quick thinking earlier. When those humans opened fire, Li Mu had dumped all the military supplies from his storage space at once. When struck, these items detonated mid-air, absorbing a significant portion of the impact force. Although the shrapnel from the explosions caused considerable damage to his own forces, it was still far preferable to direct casualties. They're coming. Prepare for combat. Li Mu extended his hand, revealing a rugged-looking compact ion cannon. The rest of the Special Forces unit also readied themselves for battle. As the enemy came into view, a hail of bullets erupted. Every Special Forces soldier here was a battle-hardened veteran, seasoned by ultra-high-intensity combat training. Their marksmanship was exceptional even from hundreds of meters away, bullets poured down with pinpoint accuracy onto those humans. Yet after one volley, the enemy showed no casualties whatsoever, not even a slight slowdown in their advance. So, they really are Terminators. The bullet stripped away the Terminator's semi-biological outer camouflage layer, revealing the fully metallic mechanical bodies beneath. Almost in perfect synchronization, the Terminators raised their rifles toward Li Mu. Whoosh! A deafening roar echoed through the dense forest as numerous trees were shattered by the Terminator's high-explosive grenades. Several Special Forces members sheltering behind cover were wounded. Yet not a single voice cried out. Every pair of eyes burned with fury, fixed intently on the Terminators closing in. Li Mu gritted his teeth. Shrapnel from the explosion had sliced his face, yet he didn't utter a sound. After the barrage, the Terminators advanced slowly. Soon, they reached a position 100 meters from the edge of the forest. Judging by their appearance, the blast and intense heat had temporarily disrupted their search for enemies. Now, Li Mu pulled the trigger. Dual ion cannons blasted the foremost Terminator. The powerful ion stream instantly reduced the Terminator to fragments. Simultaneously, the Special Forces soldiers who had been lying in wait raised their guns and opened fire on the Terminators. The bullets had very limited effect, barely slowing the Terminator's movements. But that was enough. Boom! The artillery squad within the Special Forces unit deployed 10 mortar rounds. The simultaneous barrage shattered the Terminator's formation with overwhelming force. It appeared the Special Forces had seized absolute initiative, overwhelming the Terminators who were unable to retaliate and were steadily pushed back. Yet, Li Mu's brow furrowed deeply. Because the system notification displayed only one kill confirmation. Kill Terminator T-900, earn 10 points. This can't go on. I have to do something before they start counterattacking. Li Mu glanced at the ion cannon in his hand, now rendered useless, and flung it aside. Then, braving a hail of bullets and cannon fire, he charged straight toward the Terminator forces. Major! Artillery squad leader Pan Changxing was startled to see Li Mu charging straight into enemy lines. Artillery, adjust your aim. Anyone who fires indiscriminately will be executed on the spot. The Special Forces members froze, but rather than question Li Mu, they chose to trust him. Everyone, cover the commander. Maintain crossfire. In an instant, Li Mu had charged behind one of the Terminators. The Terminator's outer camouflage layer had been shattered, revealing its fully metallic mechanical body beneath. Its head twisted unnaturally 180 degrees, the terrifying mechanical prosthetic eye fixed on Li Mu. Then its right arm suddenly swung through a vast arc, palm facing him. Just as witnessed before, the metal palm cracked and collapsed inward, forming a blackened hole. At its deepest point, immense energy was gathering. Holy crap, you can use a palm cannon too. Li Mu froze, the palm cannon aimed directly at him, sending a chill down his spine. If that thing hit him, even with the body tempering potion he'd taken, he'd still be toast. But Li Mu couldn't stop now. He was about to crash right into the other guy. Screw you. Li Mu kicked the Terminator squarely in the back. Whoosh. The palm cannon whizzed past Li Mu's face, singeing off a patch of his hair. Boom. The palm cannon blast struck one Terminator squarely, obliterating its upper torso. Close call. The sheer destructive force stunned Li Mu, leaving him momentarily frozen. At that moment, the surrounding Terminators spotted Li Mu. They turned, their mechanical prosthetic eyes glowing red. Chapter 28, Zhang Liao descends, sweeping away all in his path. Clang! Clang! Clang, 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 clang. Every Terminator present turned toward Li Mu. Despite the ongoing fire from the Special Forces units' bullets and mortar shells behind them, their focus remained solely on Li Mu. This is bad. His initial plan had been to charge alone into the Terminator's formation, causing some disruption and chaos. Little did he know his commotion would draw the attention of every single Terminator. 12 mechanical bodies, all their barrels trained on Li Mu. Li Mu could already picture himself being obliterated by 12 high-explosive shells, leaving nothing but dust on the ground. Major! The Special Forces unit tensed, their fire never ceasing, desperate to buy Li Mu even a sliver of a chance. Yet even the relentless barrage of heavy machine gun fire failed to penetrate the Terminator's metal armor beneath their synthetic skin. Mortar barrages could only knock the Terminator off balance. Taking advantage of the brief chaos created by the Special Forces, Li Mu took off running. But he knew running alone was impossible to survive. The Terminator's linear speed was too fast, he had no chance of outrunning them. As he ran, he shouted, "System, UFING, help me out." Yet the system remained silent. Boom! A high-explosive grenade detonated at Li Mu's feet, sending him flying backward. Using the momentum from the blast, Li Mu rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The powerful shockwave left his legs numb, slowing his movement considerably. This was truly going to be the end. Just then, the system alert sounded. Temporary mission triggered, Zhang Liao's descent. Completing the mission will grant 10 points. Here it comes. Li Mu laughed. Just as he'd expected, the system wouldn't let him die. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Li Mu squarely. Captain! Seeing Li Mu struck by lightning, He Xing, Lu Feng, Pan Changxing, and the others were startled. They hadn't expected Li Mu to be struck by lightning before the Terminator could finish him off. Yet, when they focused on Li Mu's figure, they saw he hadn't fallen. Instead, he now wore white robes trimmed with purple, and two thick, sturdy battle axes appeared in his hands. Zhang Liao incarnate? Li Mu stared at himself, momentarily stunned. Though he knew little of the historical Zhang Liao, his current appearance evoked an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Indeed, this was Zhang Liao from the bustling arcade classic romance of the Three Kingdoms he'd played as a child. Ha! Li Mu suddenly raised one hand, his body erupting with a pale blue glow as he charged forward. His movement was several times faster than before, so swift that faint blue afterimages trailed behind him. In an instant, Li Mu appeared before one of the Terminators. The Terminator swiftly swung its gun barrel, but its movements appeared several times slower to Li Mu's eyes. Ah! Li Mu let out a light cry. Before the barrel could lock onto him, his Pudeo blade had already swung down. Clang! As expected, the simple Pudeo couldn't pierce the Terminator's high-strength metal body, only causing a slight deformation. With the Terminator's astonishing self-repair capabilities, it would likely mend itself in an instant. Yet Li Mu remained utterly unflustered. I recall the combo starts with 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu slashed 3 times in succession. But it was a horizontal slash from both sides. The twin blades swept horizontally in succession, unleashing such overwhelming force that even the Terminator couldn't withstand it, sending him flying backward. Now, aerial pursuit. Li Mu himself darted diagonally upward, his twin blades delivering a flurry of strikes against the Terminator mid-air. The final strike switched legs, plunging straight downward. Li Mu landed before the Terminator, whose weight far exceeded his own. Whirlwind sweep. With Li Mu's battle cry, his 2 simple blades unleashed twin whirlwinds, directly sucking the Terminator into the vortex. As the whirlwind advanced, the other 2 Terminators behind were also swept up, colliding with each other. Clang! 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 The metallic clashes echoed relentlessly. Finally, the whirlwind dissipated. Upon landing, 2 of the Terminators lay battered and scarred. The third, having absorbed too many blows, had its metal casing shattered into pieces. Flames flickered from its depths, likely a short circuit. Just who is this Major? From a distance, He Xing and the others stared dumbly at Li Mu, who had just displayed such formidable power. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Whoever he is, he's our commander. Keep up the fire support. Cover the Major. Yes. The Special Forces soldiers responded in unison. Watching Li Mu display his formidable prowess, the morale of the Special Forces troops soared. Their firepower grew increasingly intense. After taking down another Terminator, Li Mu glanced back at the approaching Terminators. Still coming? These creatures possessed no concept of fear, so Li Mu felt no need for courtesy either. He began running again, his body moving so fast it was nearly impossible to follow. Ha! Li Mu's foot shot out, delivering a vicious kick to the waist of one Terminator. Thud! Even the Terminator staggered backward under the force of the blow. If that were a human, this kick would have knocked his kidneys out. Li Mu muttered helplessly. After the first kick, Li Mu delivered another. Just like in the game, unleashing his burst significantly increased the freedom of his combo chains. One kick was followed by a slash, then a left-right combo, and finally an aerial combo. Even after landing, Li Mu didn't let up, swinging his heavy broadsword to hammer away at the Terminator's body. Clang! 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 Each blow carried tremendous force, causing the heavy Terminator to bounce upward. Each bounce sent it higher, like a rubber ball. Once airborne, it was easy pickings, a single strike followed by left and right slashes. The burst duration was extremely limited. The goal shifted from maximizing combos to achieving the highest possible damage output within that brief window. Thud! The Terminator flew backward, crashing to the ground. It staggered back to its feet, its outer shell now riddled with cracks, sparks occasionally flickering within. Boom! A blinding burst of sparks erupted from its core before it collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already shifted his focus. Clang, clang, clang. The thunderous clanging of metal echoed relentlessly. One Terminator after another was destroyed under Li Mu's frenzied assault. In the final moments, Li Mu stared at the last 2 Terminators, their exteriors already riddled with cracks. My power surge is about to end, perfect timing for these last 2 low health targets. Whirlwind sweep. Li Mu roared, his twin blades whirling into 2 terrifying tornadoes that converged, engulfing both Terminators within their vortex. Chapter 29, Mana of the Apocalyptic Light. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the colossal whirlwind, the last 2 Terminators collided violently. When the whirlwind dissipated, all that remained scattered across the ground were fragments of mechanical debris. Phew! Li Mu gasped for breath, his 2 simple blades clattering to the ground. This Zhang Liao is handsome, but it's just too exhausting. He stared at his hands, now too exhausted even to lift them. Since I'm a character from Three Kingdoms Chronicles, why did the system give me Zhang Liao? Give me Zhuge Liang instead. Li Mu had a vivid memory of this game. He recalled Zhuge Liang being the strongest character in it. Of course, the difference in strength between them wasn't that great, it mainly came down to their ultimate moves. Once Zhuge Liang got airborne and summoned his storms, he could easily take down even the toughest ironclad soldiers in the game after unleashing his 3 ultimate moves. Stylish, full screen, and most importantly effortless. Major, are you okay? Yixing jogged over and asked. After all, it was Li Mu who saved his life this time. Without Li Mu, he'd be 6 feet under by now. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Let me rest for a moment. Li Mu shook his head. By now, the Special Forces unit had begun clearing the battlefield. They were checking whether the fallen Terminators still possessed combat capabilities. As they were clearing the area, they suddenly spotted several human figures approaching in the distance. The Special Forces immediately went on high alert. By now, Li Mu was completely drained and unable to fight. The Special Forces had expended most of their weapons and ammunition. If more Terminators arrived now, they could easily wipe them out. Yixing grabbed a pair of binoculars and scanned the figures across the way. Suddenly, he laughed. It's friendly forces. The people emerging were members of the sanctuary. None of them recognized Li Mu and his companions. They must have joined the sanctuary after Li Mu had left. They had observed the battle from afar and were stunned by Li Mu's astonishing combat prowess. This instantly reminded them of the savior, whose legend had been passed down among survivors. Are you our savior? Soon, guided by these individuals, Li Mu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Humanity Restoration Alliance. Indeed, with the growth of its human members and the expansion of its outer territories, this organization could no longer be called a shelter. It was now known as the Humanity Restoration Alliance. Li Mu learned that the organization now housed over 70,000 humans. 70,000 people was a considerable number in this apocalyptic world, and the territory they controlled was approaching the size of an entire province in the Dragon Nation. The organization's leaders were Manhwa, known as the Light of the Apocalypse, and Sauron, dubbed the Wise Lone Wolf. From the survivors' brief conversations while Li Mu guided them, he could sense their deep respect and admiration for these two figures. How wonderful, Manhwa and Sauron, Li Mu murmured to himself. Yixing smiled and said, Major, are you also pleased by their growth? After all, in a sense, everyone had watched these two grow up together. Seeing them so beloved by so many brought Yixing a sense of comfort. But Li Mu shook his head. I'm talking about their titles. Ray of the Apocalypse, Lone Wolf of Wisdom, don't they just sound cool? Yixing grimaced. I guess they are kind of cool. Li Mu smiled. I wish I had a cool name too. It'll happen someday. Yixing said with a bitter smile. Savior. A girl of 15 or 16, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Li Mu with a face full of concern. You finally appeared. I thought you'd never come back. The moment he saw her, Li Mu froze, momentarily unable to recognize the grown-up Manhwa. But when she threw herself into his arms, nuzzling her head against his cheek, that familiar feeling returned. Li Mu patted her head and stepped back slightly. Her body had matured significantly, and it was time she became aware of the differences between men and women. Yet with every step Li Mu took back, she pressed forward, eventually forcing him to sit down on the large sofa. Manhwa, you're now the leader of the entire Humanity Revival Alliance. You need to mind your image. The words came from the one-eyed youth beside them, whose height was now nearly matching Li Mu's. He must be Sauron. At his words, Manhwa's little face turned away in a pout. Image. Of course I know that, but I don't act like this with just anyone. This is the savior, after all. He saved me, saved us all. Manhwa placed her hand over her heart and spoke slowly. Her voice was deeply compelling, soft yet undeniably persuasive. You found yourself instinctively wanting to follow her lead. Ah, you really are hopeless. Soren sat down. Through their conversation, Li Mu quickly grasped the situation. First was the news of Skynet's awakening, with large numbers of Terminator model machines being deployed. Li Mu had vaguely anticipated this development. But the second piece of news took him by surprise. The Skynet has developed a split personality? Li Mu could hardly believe his ears. Yes. While we lack conclusive evidence, internal conflict has indeed erupted within Skynet. Two distinct types of mechanical units are clashing. One faction consists of the Terminator H-series, which are half human, half machine. The other faction is centered around purely mechanical Terminator T-series units. Soren pulled out some documents and placed them before Li Mu. Holy crap, isn't Skynet an awakened artificial intelligence? How can it have a split personality too? Li Mu exclaimed in confusion. The faction split within Skynet was indeed good news for Li Mu. Though intelligence suggested the conflict between the factions wasn't particularly intense, and both T-type and H-type Terminators would attack humans. As long as they didn't unite, it was advantageous for humanity. Under the current circumstances, Skynet continuously dispatched mechanical assassins, and casualties occasionally occurred on the side of the Human Restoration Alliance. Li Mu processed the intelligence from this source before finally exclaiming. To think you managed to hold out during the 3 years I was gone, truly remarkable. Praised by Li Mu, Manhwa's face flushed slightly. We owe it all to the savior. Li Mu frowned in confusion. What do you mean, thanks to me? It's because the Savior left behind the blueprints for the ion cannon. That's what gave us the courage to stand against the Terminators. Mana explained. Li Mu tilted his head. When did I leave behind the ion cannon blueprints? Oh. Li Mu suddenly remembered something. It turned out that the second phase mission had taken an exceptionally long time overall. Even just counting the time spent in the shelter, it had been several months. To pass the time, Li Mu had misused a computer, storing some entertainment materials on it. Chapter 30, Mechanical Path or Modification Path. Oh. Li Mu remembered. He had indeed stored the ion cannon blueprints on that computer. But among all the files on that computer, the ion cannon was arguably the least significant. The most crucial thing was... Li Mu looked at Mana. You only saw the blueprints, right? Sure enough, Mana's face flushed red, and she didn't answer. Li Mu found himself both amused and exasperated. He should have set up an automated program to destroy those adult videos the moment he left this world. Savior, is there anything else left on that computer? Soren asked, puzzled. This world had already been devastated by nuclear war once. Born in the apocalypse, Soren hadn't yet developed a sense of common knowledge. Ahem, child, don't ask so many questions. To help the Humanity Restoration Alliance grow stronger, Li Mu began to worry. Though still small, the alliance had begun to take shape. What now restrained its continued growth wasn't the harsh external environment, but the threat of the Skynet. Truth be told, humanity's growth in this world was somewhat alarming. Only 5 years had passed since Li Mu first arrived in this world. The pace at which all survivors had progressed from isolated, savage-like existence to establishing organized structures was astonishing. Within just 3 years, despite limited scientific knowledge and near-zero technological resources, they've managed to master the construction of ion cannons. Li Mu tested their ion cannon and found its destructive power approached half that of Earth's models. With such destructive capability, it's no wonder they haven't been annihilated by the relentless waves of Terminators. But mere survival was not enough. Li Mu learned that countless Terminator machines now swarmed outside the Human Renaissance Alliance's base. Their presence prevented the Alliance from expanding its sphere of control. The Alliance had contemplated proactive offensives to expand their territory, but each attempt resulted in significant casualties. After all, the number of survivors in any given area was limited. Depleting them meant true extinction. Over the past few days, Li Mu had held multiple discussions with Mana, Soren, and several other Alliance administrators. Yet no matter which approach they considered, the cost of breaking through the encirclement proved far too great. Listen, Li Mu suddenly interjected, are we really to concede that only Skynet can produce mechanical bodies? Can't we manufacture them ourselves? Li Mu suddenly interjected. Huh? Everyone present froze for a moment. Right. Since they're using mechanical bodies to deplete our manpower, then we should just build our own mechanical bodies too. He Xing, Lu Feng, and several other squad leaders chuckled. Their commander was truly extraordinary. He'd instantly pointed out something everyone had overlooked. Are we building mechs too? Mana and the other Alliance administrators immediately looked troubled. Is that even feasible? Building mechanical bodies must be incredibly difficult, right? Even if we build them, can we control them? Li Mu paused in surprise. Indeed, the very cause of this world's destruction was when the mechanical entities humanity created broke free from their control. Now they were using machines to fight machines. Wouldn't that just be another cycle? Moreover, Li Mu recalled that Skynet possessed the ability to influence the intelligence of mechanical entities. Once contact was made, the machines they created might turn against them immediately. The discussion reached an impasse. Li Mu's head began to ache. They'd been debating for days, yet not a single solution seemed viable. If he could, he'd take on Zhang Liao's form, wield his imposing battle axe, and hack straight through Skynet's computational core. But there are no ifs. Even under normal circumstances, Li Mu would struggle to defeat a single Terminator, let alone fight his way to Skynet itself. Major. The sudden voice of He Xing pierced the silence in the previously quiet conference room. All eyes turned to him. He Xing, what is it? Li Mu was puzzled. He Xing usually didn't speak so loudly. Yet He Xing remained silent. Instead, in full view of everyone, he lifted his shirt. In one hand, he held a pistol, which he then fired into his own abdomen. SSSSHHH. He Xing's face contorted slightly, but only a trickle of blood emerged from his abdomen. The damaged skin began repairing itself at a visible pace. Everyone present understood. If artificial intelligence created by humans could be controlled by Skynet, then why not mechanize the human body while preserving the brain? It was indeed a viable approach, but it also meant someone would have to step forward and sacrifice themselves. A moment of silence fell over the room before Soren spoke. If this plan is feasible, I'll try to find volunteers within the Alliance. Li Mu nodded reluctantly. The modification itself isn't overly difficult. We just need to defeat the H-model Terminator. The difficulty here wasn't solely in terms of Li Mu himself. Among those present, only Li Mu had a reasonable chance of defeating the Terminator. But don't abandon attempts at pure mechanization either. Understood. Soren nodded. Soon, research on mechanical bodies became a key focus for the Human Revival Alliance. After all, it was originally created by humans, so progress in the research was exceptionally rapid. Research into artificial intelligence proceeded on multiple fronts. Researchers debated AI models daily, striving to develop an AI that would never betray humanity. To advance the research, Liu returned to the main world and brought back several renowned scholars from the Dragon Nation. Zhang Quan was a leading authority in computer science within the Dragon Nation, possessing unparalleled prestige in AI research. Although the Dragon Nation lagged behind the Mizu Federation in Europe in overall AI research, countless foreign experts and scholars believed that given the nation's scale and under Zhang Quan's leadership, Dragon Nation could undoubtedly reclaim its leading position in AI within a decade or two. One peculiar aspect, however, is Zhang Quan's strong aversion to state-funded research institutions. The Dragon Academy of Sciences and several other government-backed research institutions have repeatedly extended invitations to him, all of which he has declined. This has led to a complex mix of opinions about him. Some admire his courage, while others worry he might be poached by other nations and turned against Longwa. One day, Zhang Quan suddenly received a call from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The caller asked him in a mysterious tone if he was interested in researching artificial intelligence that transcends the entire era. Zhang Quan was speechless. Wasn't that exactly what he was doing? Progress might be slow, but given a decade or so, Dragon Nation's AI field would undoubtedly surpass every other country in the world. He initially dismissed it, assuming it was another government agency attempting to recruit him. But when they sent him a video clip, Zhang Quan changed his mind. Chapter 31, Breaking the Stalemate, A New Landscape. Liu returned to the main world, carrying several Terminator mechanical bodies retrieved from the Terminator universe within his storage space. They fell into two categories. One was the T-type, centered on pure mechanization. The other were H models, whose bodies combined mechanical and biological elements. After handing these machines over to the military for research, Liu returned to his daily routine. He now understood the situation clearly. As long as the phased missions were ongoing, he couldn't stay away from that world for long. The return time was fixed. The overall mission had a time limit. But deadlines, well, they're meant to be pushed back, aren't they? And in the seemingly tranquil Dragon Nation, noticeable shifts had begun unfolding in recent times. The people's morale and vitality had improved significantly. Perhaps it was due to the recent unveiling of the ion cannon. Or perhaps it stems from thwarting the Midland Federation's clever maneuvers in the South China Sea. In research fields that had previously been lackluster, a series of technological breakthroughs have emerged one after another in recent times. Unlike past developments, these represent genuine major breakthroughs. Although most of these technologies have not yet been fully implemented, anyone with discernment could see that, given time, the production and lifestyle of the Dragon Nation's people would undergo profound transformation. All Dragon Nation citizens feel immense pride and joy, with the entire nation brimming with vitality and prosperity. Particularly in the fields of mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence research, the excitement is palpable. Numerous news reports indicate these two disciplines will remain major hotspots for the foreseeable future. Even those not directly involved in these fields sincerely rejoice in the nation's technological progress. In the realm of news and public discourse, however, it is the economic media experts who have been the most active lately. The reason is simple: the era of intense competition is over. Although Dragon Nation is currently the world's leading power, its population is simply too large. Over the past decade or so, Dragon Nation's economic growth has begun to slow, and technological progress has also started to decelerate. Under these circumstances, industries across the board have inevitably entered a state of inefficient internal competition. Everyone feels increasingly exhausted by life, with less money in their pockets while facing ever-growing competition. A single misstep could lead to unemployment. Fundamentally, this stems from a severe lack of new technologies across society, preventing the emergence of fresh avenues for development. Now, the series of technological breakthroughs achieved by Dragon Nation in recent times is seen as a harbinger of the era once again entering a period of rapid development. This trend has also caught the attention of foreign media, with increasing international discourse about the Dragon Nation's ascent. As the world's largest economy, when Longwa prospers, other nations stand to benefit from the trickle-down effects. Particularly for nations with strong ties to the Dragon Nation, this wave of growth could provide an opportunity to upgrade and restructure their industries. Ah, what a tiring day. Even the Queen of England sent us congratulations today. Her Majesty has truly lived a long life. She must be approaching 100 now. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was bustling with activity, and Minister Yang Jin was working non-stop. Recent shifts in Dragon Nation's landscape have drawn global attention. They have all sent congratulations to Dragon Nation through formal or informal diplomatic channels, while simultaneously discreetly probing Yang Jin for deeper insights. Everyone was intensely curious about what had driven this sudden breakthrough in the Dragon Kingdom, a nation previously plagued by economic slowdown and severe internal competition. The specific reason was crystal clear to Yang Jin. Who else could it be? Liu. It was Liu who transformed Dragon Nation. The things Li Mu brought back were too important. The ion cannon was undoubtedly a formidable national defense artifact, but researching those mechanical devices and digesting the technological theories from that other world produced unexpected results. Of course, knowing and revealing were two entirely different matters. Despite numerous diplomats from various nations probing him, even privately offering substantial sums, Yang Jin steadfastly maintained that all achievements stemmed from Longgua's massive research investments and were the natural outcome of dedicated effort. The vast majority of nations conveyed their congratulations to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs through various channels. A handful of nations, however, remained silent after learning of the Dragon Nation's new circumstances. Bang! Within the White Administrative Palace of the Mizu Federation, President Foss, his face dark, slammed his hand down on the table after finishing the report in his hands. Dragon Nation appeared poised to break free from its internal stagnation and enter another phase of rapid economic growth. For the president and cabinet members of the Mizu Federation, this was absolutely the last thing they wished to see. They had watched Dragon Nation sink into inefficient stagnation, waiting for its decline. To seize the opportunity for global hegemony, they had made countless preparations. Yet now, Dragon Nation's economy was poised to rebound once more? For a cabinet composed of ambitious individuals, this was utterly unacceptable. Su-en. President Foss slammed the report onto the face of the Minister of Secret Intelligence. After all these days of investigation, this is all you've come up with? Do you have any idea how much I spend every year to feed you and your useless crew? You haven't uncovered a single clue about why Dragon Nation keeps making technological breakthroughs. What good are you? Su-en tucked away the documents and bowed. President Foss, our agents are already investigating with maximum effort. Currently, there are numerous complex personnel changes within the Dragon Nation, and our undercover operatives are unable to analyze all the details. Fox clasped his hands together, his gaze fixed on Su-en with a sinister glint. I don't care about that. No matter what methods you use, you must uncover the cause behind this recent series of changes in Dragon Nation. No matter how intricate the matter, there must be an origin point. You must find that origin point for me. Yes, sir, replied the Minister of Secret Intelligence. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean from the Mijong Federation, the Prime Minister of the Eastern Japan Nation was also discussing the latest developments in the Dragon Nation. Gentlemen, ancient Chinese texts contain a parable, the struggle between the clam and the snipe, neither yielding. In the end, it is the fisherman who benefits. Though our nation of Japan is small, with patience, we too can emerge as the ultimate victor on the world stage. As you can all see, the United States and the Dragon Nation are now locked in bitter conflict. If we endure until the very end, we shall reap the fisherman's reward. The Prime Minister's words instantly electrified the entire Diet Chamber. Exactly. Our Japanese Empire will surely have the last laugh after all, we are the true inheritors of Chinese civilization. Chapter 32, Li Mu and Liu Shaohan. The Japanese Prime Minister's words instantly electrified the entire House of Representatives. I have already deployed numerous spies in the Dragon Nation beforehand, some of whom have been lying dormant for years. Now, the time is ripe. It's time to deploy them. Even if most are eliminated once Dragon Nation detects them, as long as one infiltrates Dragon Nation's core administrative departments, we will maintain the initiative throughout our subsequent operations. The Prime Minister's impassioned speech was still underway when an administrative officer suddenly rushed in with an urgent look on his face. Prime Minister, a call from the Mijuan Federation. Instantly, the entire inner council chamber fell deathly silent. The ministers, who moments ago had been passionately envisioning Japan's future, fell quiet upon hearing the name Mijong Federation. The Prime Minister's expression darkened considerably upon hearing the news. He snatched the phone, addressing the person on the other end with utter discourtesy, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Hello? Hello? I understand. The Prime Minister of Japan, of all people, was acting so deferential to the person on the other end of the line. Such a scene would be utterly unbelievable to anyone outside. Yet those within the inner council seemed long accustomed to this spectacle, none showing surprise. What? You want our hard-trained spies to work for you? At this point, the Prime Minister's humble tone finally shifted slightly. Mr. President, do you have any idea how much manpower and resources Japan has invested in training these spies? Do you know the cost both overt and covert we've paid to infiltrate these agents into the Dragon Kingdom? However, this defiance did not last long. Whatever the other side said must have been compelling, for the Japanese Prime Minister's defiance vanished, leaving only occasional nods. Aye. After the final aye, the Japanese Prime Minister hung up the phone, his expression tinged with awkwardness. The expressions of the members of the House of Representatives also grew grim. They had already grasped the demands the Mizu Federation was making. They demand that our intelligence personnel cooperate with their strategic planning. Any intelligence gathered must, of course, be shared with them. The final outcome differed little from the Prime Minister's original plan. Essentially, the spies would still operate independently. Who exactly are you? Liu Shaohan sat in the freshly repaired bright pink car, propping her chin on her hand as she pondered. Miss, are you asking me? I'm your driver. Lu Xiaohan shot the driver in the front seat a withering look. I wasn't talking to you. Shut up. Ever since that last car accident, her father had forbidden her from driving. He'd hired a driver for her. This was probably part of the source of her frustration. The other part, of course, was Li Mu. In truth, Lu Xiaohan had always been paying attention to Li Mu. Although Li Mu never made much of an impression on her, Lu Xiaohan knew him inside out. From his birthday to his favorite foods, to the books he enjoyed reading and the music he loved listening to, Lu Xiaohan had gone to great lengths to gather every detail about Li Mu. It sounded as if Lu Xiaohan had secretly harbored feelings for Li Mu. But it wasn't quite the same as a crush. Simply put, Lu Xiaohan yearned intensely for ordinary things. This yearning, of course, wasn't about using ordinary things or eating ordinary food. Rather, she enjoyed observing them from afar. Take Li Mu, for instance. She had never encountered someone so ordinary. Ordinary looks, ordinary family background, ordinary grades, ordinary hobbies. Everything about him struck Lu Xiaohan during her university years as utterly unbelievable. How could someone exist in this world who lived so precisely according to the template of ordinary? For years, her greatest pastime had been piecing together scattered bits of information to speculate about Li Mu's current situation. Her guesses had always been remarkably accurate. But that rule changed a few days ago, after she inexplicably greeted Li Mu. Everything seemed to change dramatically. She suddenly realized that Li Mu might not be ordinary at all. Han Daedong's family wielded considerable influence, at least within the city. Most people might not know, but Lu Xiaohan understood the Han family's terrifying nature. Yet this very powerhouse had suddenly been hit by a barrage of negative news. Numerous family members were sent to prison. Though no concrete evidence existed, as a first-hand witness to the events, Lu Xiaohan was convinced this was all because of Li Mu. Oh no, I was in such a rush that day I completely forgot to exchange phone numbers with him. If I call him now, will he ask where I got his number? If he does, won't it expose that I've been observing him all along? Lu Xiaohan's mind was in turmoil, but ultimately, curiosity got the better of her, and she dialed Li Mu's number. Beep beep. Li Mu picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number displayed. At first, Li Mu paid it little mind. Lately, he'd been receiving unfamiliar calls from time to time. Most were from renowned experts and scholars within the Dragon Nation. Hello? Is this Li Mu? The sudden sound of a gentle female voice startled Li Mu. Why would a woman call him out of the blue? After all these years, no woman his age had ever reached out to him first. Is this a scam call? That was Li Mu's first thought. Lately, there had been plenty of news reports about telecom scams on TV. Compared to his own romantic prospects, Li Mu found this scenario far more believable. Just so you know, I don't have any money. I can't afford tea. Ha! Lu Xiaohan burst out laughing. What on earth are you talking about? It's me. You gave me a ride the other day. Don't you remember? Ah. Li Mu scratched his head. Was it Lu Xiaohan? So you finally know my name, Lu Xiaohan said with a smile. Li Mu felt a bit awkward. He hadn't known Lu Xiaohan's name all day, so he'd barely spoken. He'd thought he'd hidden it well, but Lu Xiaohan had seen right through him. As for why Li Mu knew Lu Xiaohan's name? Well, ever since Lu Xiaohan showed up that day, the class group chat had been buzzing about her. No wonder Lu Xiaohan was dubbed the goddess. Her popularity was undeniably sky high. Ever since that day, the group chat had been filled with either bashing Han Daedong or discussing Lu Xiaohan. Despite Li Mu being one of the main figures in the incident, hardly anyone mentioned him. This made him feel a bit melancholy. Lu, what's up? Li Mu asked. Nothing major. You helped me out that day, so I wanted to treat you to a meal. Li Mu's face lit up with joy, and just as he was about to agree, he saw another call coming in on his phone's background screen. Chapter 33, Xiao Yalan, perfect for Li Mu's taste. Lu Xiaohan had invited him to dinner. Li Mu had intended to accept immediately. After all, Lu Xiaohan was a genuine beauty. However, Li Mu had been swamped with work lately. As the items he brought back increasingly demonstrated research potential, the Dragon Science Academy frequently sought his guidance on specific research directions. Among them, especially that guy Yuntiani. He'd heard that Yuntiani had been bragging about Li Mu all over the Dragon Science Institute, leading many newly recruited researchers to believe Li Mu was some reclusive, peerless master. Of course, Li Mu himself was caught between pain and pleasure. He could tangibly feel the pride of serving his country. Well, mostly he was getting a bit carried away by all the hype. The call from the Dragon Science Academy versus dinner with Lu Xiaohan. Which should he choose? Li Mu hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing the former. Mainly, Lu Xiaohan felt far too mysterious, making him uneasy. Back in college, he hadn't known much about her beyond her beauty, popularity, and privileged background. Whenever they crossed paths, she was always polite. Beyond that, however, she seemed utterly disinterested in everything around her. The attention of countless male admirers and the envy and sarcasm of countless female rivals seemed to leave her utterly indifferent. To Li Mu, someone like that felt too distant, utterly out of reach. Ha! Lu Xiaohan stared blankly at her phone. She considered herself quite attractive, with exceptional qualities in every aspect. Though she had secretly observed the unremarkable Li Mu all along, she harbored a quiet pride within. She believed that if she made even the slightest gesture, Li Mu would fawn over her like any other man. She simply didn't want to see Li Mu like this, which was why she hadn't interacted much with him during their university days. Yet at this moment, she realized that pride seemed unnecessary. Perhaps she had never truly entered Li Mu's field of vision at all. Li Mu froze, staring at his phone. Why wasn't the other person speaking? Had he said something wrong? She was the daughter of a major corporation. What if she got upset and blew up? What should he do now? Hang up immediately? Li Mu had no experience with this kind of situation, and panic was starting to set in. Li Mu, you really are no ordinary person. Lu Xiaohan sighed softly before speaking slowly. To so effortlessly decline her overture that alone made Li Mu anything but ordinary. Ha! Li Mu froze in shock. What on earth was she talking about? Li Mu couldn't quite grasp why she suddenly seemed so downcast. Lu Xiaohan, is something bothering you? Please just say it. Alright, I'll tell you. Lu Xiaohan paused for a moment. You know everything about Han Dadong now, right? Yeah. Li Mu nodded. Just another villain getting what he deserved. I see. Lu Xiaohan looked pensive. Li Mu, who exactly are you? Just an ordinary person. Just as Li Mu was blending into another ordinary day, he suddenly received an urgent call from Yang Jin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister Yang, what brings you here? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Comrade Li Mu, have you seen the video? Yang Jin asked directly. Video? What video? Li Mu looked utterly perplexed. Yang Jin glanced at his mechanical watch. Oh, it seems Yalan hasn't reached you yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. Looks like she's here. Comrade Li Mu, go answer the door. Yang Jin's voice carried a hint of teasing. Who's here? And who exactly is this Yalan you're talking about? Li Mu asked. Just open the door first. With no other choice, Li Mu opened the door. Opening the door, he found a stunningly curvaceous woman standing there. She wore a beautiful long dress, her hair styled in a shoulder-length cut, and her overall look gave off the vibe of a girl next door from somewhere. Most notably, her chest was truly ample. The moment Li Mu opened the door, his gaze drifted there involuntarily. Upon seeing Li Mu, she paused for a moment before performing a standard military salute. Observing her posture and movements, Li Mu instantly concluded she had significant military background. After all, he had spent considerable time with special forces units and was well acquainted with the distinctive bearing of military personnel. Major Li Mu, Junior Officer Xiao Yalan reporting for duty. Ha! Li Mu furrowed his brow. Junior officer? That meant she was fresh out of officer training school, right? Why report to him instead of the military headquarters? Ahem, Comrade Li Mu, Yang Jin's voice came through the phone. Minister Yang, what's this about? Comrade Yalan is the personal secretary we've assigned to you. She'll assist with your daily affairs and also facilitate communication between us and you, Yang Jin explained. If you need to communicate with me, just call my phone directly. Why bother? Before Li Mu could finish, Yang Jin cut him off with an unquestioning tone. This decision has been finalized and cannot be changed in the short term. Li Mu gave a wry smile and looked at Xiao Yalan, who stood before him with a solemn expression. You must be quite busy, right? Not at all. It's an honor to serve the commander. Alright, come in. Seeing her stubborn expression, Li Mu could do nothing about it. At least get inside the room first. If someone saw her, that would be trouble. Alright, Li Mu, just be grateful. You actually like this, don't you? It was picked out specifically to your taste, you know. Yang Jin teased. Li Mu pressed the phone to his ear and gritted his teeth. How did you even know my preferences? Haha, that's none of your business. Once inside the room, Xiao Yalan pulled out a tablet and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu hesitated before taking it. He opened the tablet to find a video playing. The video showed a Caucasian man. Like most people from the Dragon Nation, Li Mu had trouble distinguishing between white faces, but he recognized this one immediately. He remembered him as MOC, the Minister of Science and Technology for the United States. By all accounts, the Minister of Science and Technology should rarely appear in media headlines, typically occupied with advancing scientific development and managing resource allocation. But Minister Mao Si is quite different. He makes headlines in the media every single day. His appearances in the news usually fall into two categories, either boasting about the latest cutting-edge technology developed by the Mizzen Federation that promises to revolutionize people's lives in the future. Of course, these so-called game-changing innovations have yet to materialize in everyday life. The other scenario involves comparing technological products from various countries, primarily the Dragon Nation, with those of the Mizzen Federation, boasting about the latter's manufacturing prowess. But later reports uncovered that a significant portion of the materials for these products came from the Dragon Nation, with some being nothing more than rebranded Dragon Nation goods. Chapter 34, Is this how you test veteran cadres? Li Mu frowned as he watched Minister Mao Si in the video. This guy never misses an opportunity to disparage the Dragon Nation whenever he appears. What kind of nonsense is he up to now? Hello everyone, I am Minister of Science and Technology of the Mijong Federation, Mosi, Witbusli. I trust you've all noticed the ion cannon behind us. Mao Si turns sideways, facing the mechanical device the size of a medium artillery piece. That's right, it's an ion cannon operating on the same theoretical principles as the weapon Dragon Nation deployed in the South China Sea just days ago. He paused after speaking, seemingly anticipating the audience's reaction. Of course, I know what you're all thinking, but we ask that you first take a look at this. As he spoke, he moved to the rear of the gun mount, the camera following suit and settling on a small row of metal markings etched into the iron base. Exactly as you see, this weapon was manufactured 10 years ago. After speaking, MOC suddenly wore an expression of deep regret. The research and theoretical models for ion cannons were first proposed by our Mid-Earth Federation. The first practical ion cannon was also built by our Mid-Earth Federation. He spoke slowly, his expression tinged with sorrow. Although we researched and built the ion cannon back then, we understood what this weapon signified for the current international landscape. Its destructive power is simply too overwhelming, no existing tanks or warships stand a chance against it. Its emergence would instantly shatter the current peace, plunging the world into immense turmoil. Considering this, our Midden Federation, acting in the best interests of humanity as a whole, sealed away the manufacturing technology for the ion cannon. Yet for reasons unknown, just days ago in the South China Sea, it unexpectedly appeared aboard a vessel of the Dragon Nation. Humanity currently lacks the capability to safely harness such power. Perhaps all nations should sit down and seriously discuss how to address this situation. The video ended here, with Mose leaving behind a meaningful expression in the final frame. That bastard. Li Mu clenched his fists. His expression and tone were utterly infuriating. Comrade Li Mu, this is the video that recently went viral among the leadership of various nations. What are your thoughts on it? Yang Zhen's voice rang out. Li Mu gave a cold laugh. What else could it be? Shameless. Just as shameless as most of the people in the American Federation. The ion cannon technology clearly has nothing to do with them. Yet that guy deliberately or inadvertently insinuated that Dragon Nation's ion cannon technology was stolen from them. Ah. Yang Zhen sighed as well. Do you really expect people to believe such a video? Li Mu asked. Most don't fully believe it, but it's clear nations are exploiting this to pressure the Dragon Nation into concessions elsewhere. That's utterly shameless. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the Dragon Nation did propose the ion cannon hypothesis first, and several experts applied for theoretical patents early on. Li Mu chuckled. Theoretical patents weren't the same as actual patents. As far as Li Mu knew, the Mizu Federation had very loose regulations on this matter. They didn't care whether the theory had any practical application as long as it wasn't duplicated by others, it could be patented. There was a news story before about someone claiming the sun belonged to her, demanding payment from everyone who used sunlight. But she got sued because claiming the sun as personal property had already been patented as a theoretical concept. If we're just talking about theory, humanity has even conceived of antimatter weapons. Does that mean humans have developed antimatter weapons? Still, the Mijong Federation likely knows other nations don't fully believe it either. But as long as no one objects, it's fine. As long as no one objects, the Mijong Federation can keep pushing its agenda and provoking the Dragon Nation. Some nations, observing that the US gets away with such provocations, conclude it possesses formidable strength to counter the Dragon Nation. They then proactively align with the US's strategic maneuvers, further amplifying its influence. Li Mu opened the international newsfeed. Sure enough, sensationalized snippets about this video had already flooded the entire internet. In this era, information spreads far too quickly. Even if the video was officially classified, countless fragments had already surfaced from unknown sources. Beneath these fragments, countless voices were fawning over the Mijong Federation. Wow, the Mijong Federation developed ion cannons a decade ago? That's terrifying. If they hadn't been sealed away for global security, who knows how advanced the Mijong Federation would be now? No wonder Dragon Nation suddenly pulled out such powerful weapons, turns out they just stole them from someone else. As expected, the comments section is flooded with sarcastic remarks directed at the Dragon Nation. Minister Yang, what do you want me to do? Li Mu suddenly asked. Clearly, Yang Zhen had shown him the video for another purpose. Haha, nothing much. Just wanted you to get a better grasp of the international game of deception and intrigue, so you won't get fooled in the future. Yang Zhen replied. Although the Dragon Nation's National Security Bureau is quite capable, in this era of globalization, it's inevitable that some individuals with ulterior motives will infiltrate. Young man, you need to be more vigilant. Li Mu fell silent. It seemed Yang Zhen was worried he might be deceived by the United States. Xiao Yalan stayed at Li Mu's place and he set up a separate room for her. There was no other option. Li Mu's place was simply too small. The situation felt like something straight out of a romantic drama. To say Li Mu had no thoughts at all would be pure nonsense. After all, a man and a woman sharing a room according to TV drama logic inevitably led to some ambiguous developments. However, the moment Li Mu had settled Xiao Yalan in, her first action was to solemnly report to him. Reporting to the Major, 50 missile vehicles are ready, and the Special Forces personnel are on standby. Her earnest expression instantly extinguished any lingering thoughts Li Mu might have had about pursuing something more. This atmosphere felt off. Suddenly bringing up serious business, and then looking at him with such trust. Li Mu simply couldn't bring himself to act. Li Mu nodded. The military headquarters sure works fast. I was hoping to rest a few more days. Indeed, part of the reason Li Mu had been idle these past few days was to await the military headquarters' mobilization of this heavy weaponry. Before falling asleep, Li Mu gazed at the curtain separating them and sighed. He had initially understood Xiao Yalan as some sort of perk the military department had granted her, but this perk was proving incredibly difficult to handle. Are you guys testing this old soldier like this? Chapter 35, Cross-Server Chat. At noon the following day, Li Mu was escorted by specialized personnel to the military base. There, over 50 Special Forces members were already waiting for him. Li Mu looked at them. Every one of them was alert and full of energy. How was your leave? Li Mu asked them. Reporting, Major. The leave was enjoyable. I went to the beach with my girlfriend to enjoy the water. A Special Forces soldier replied. Li Mu glanced at him, and the soldier immediately stood at attention. Damn, this guy has a girlfriend? I'd have sworn by the look on his face that he was destined to be alone. What about you? Li Mu approached another Special Forces soldier standing nearby. Reporting, Major, I went to a 5-star restaurant. Damn, he's loaded. Makes sense. Special Forces pay must be pretty good. Reporting, Major, I went to the city library to read. Li Mu gave the soldier an extra look. Good. Found someone nearly as miserable as me. Reporting to the Major. In the distance, He Jianyuan watched Li Mu interact with the Special Forces unit and nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't expected Li Mu to be so capable in such a short time. He'd already organized the unit into a well-oiled machine. Moreover, he showed remarkable leadership potential. He asked each person what they had done, a gesture of genuine concern for his subordinates and a way to build rapport. Oh, he paused at the young man who took leave to read books. That must be his way of acknowledging the subordinate's efforts to improve himself. And he didn't pile on extra pressure either. This return visit was probably just to rotate out some members and give them a chance to relax. The more He Jianyuan observed Li Mu, the more satisfied he became. Even without that system, he considered Li Mu a highly competent leader. What he didn't know, however, was that Li Mu's thoughts diverged significantly from his own. This misunderstanding was huge. Having listened to all the Special Forces members present recount their vacation experiences, Li Mu sadly realized he might have had the most boring one. He felt like crying, but as the leader, he couldn't show it. He could only nod perfunctorily before rallying everyone to board the missile vehicle. All the Special Forces members had undergone comprehensive military training, and they climbed into the missile vehicle with remarkable ease. After confirming everyone was aboard, Li Mu gave a slight nod. After several missions, Li Mu had figured out the rules. He could teleport people, but to transport objects, they either had to make contact with him or with someone traveling with him. Once contact was made, even the largest objects could be transported. Not even these 50 fully loaded missile vehicles were an exception. Li Mu. He Jianyuan approached with a smile. Minister He. Li Mu turned his head. Take these with you too. Behind He Jianyuan, an armored vehicle pulled up, its rear loaded with a vast array of weaponry and equipment. All of it was the latest standard-issue weaponry from the Dragon Nation, piled high enough to fill an entire truck. Li Mu was visibly moved. Last time, when He Jianyuan had let him take away a large quantity of weapons and equipment, aside from that small ion cannon, he hadn't properly used a single one. He never imagined they'd be willing to give him so much more now. Including the 50 missile vehicles he had requested this time, the total value of He Jianyuan's support had reached an absolutely astronomical figure. But Li Mu knew that expressing gratitude for such things was meaningless. Then I'll take them, he said. With a flick of his thoughts, Li Mu stored all the weapons and equipment into his storage space. Time-space crossing, initiate. A flash of light erupted, and Li Mu, along with the 50-odd vehicles behind him, materialized in another spacetime. This time, he easily located the Humanity Restoration Alliance and entrusted the 50 missile vehicles to their custody. Where is Mana? Li Mu asked the survivor who had come to meet them. My apologies, Savior. Leader Mana is still in class and unable to come. Upon hearing of your return, Leader Mana has been eager to come, but her tutor kept her back. I hear she even cried in frustration. Li Mu sighed helplessly. She's in class, right? Then I'll go find Soren. The so-called tutors were several educational specialists from different fields that Li Mu had brought over from the main world. Since Mana and Soren had become the leaders of the Human Revival Alliance, they needed to master sufficient knowledge to guide humanity toward revival in this world. Thus, while managing the alliance, they now took turns attending classes. Main world, Dragon Nation, Li Mu's room. Xiao Yalan gazed at Li Mu's modest room, her emotions tangled. Her assigned mission was to remain by Li Mu's side. On one hand, she was responsible for facilitating communication between Li Mu and the military department. The other was to safeguard his personal safety while attending to his daily needs. But at this moment, she couldn't fulfill either duty. It was simple, Li Mu had already traveled to another timeline, and she had no idea when he would return. What am I supposed to do now? Xiao Yalan had just graduated from military academy when she received this top-secret assignment from her superiors. She had been thrilled at the prospect of working alongside a young major, but now, with Li Mu gone, she felt utterly lost. I'll tidy up the room. With nothing else to do, she decided to give Li Mu's room a thorough cleaning. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Li Mu's phone, left on the bedside table. Oh, Major Li Mu actually forgot his phone. Someone's calling. Should I answer? She hesitated. The call persisted for 30 seconds, and the person on the other end hadn't given up. It must be an important call. Xiao Yalan thought to herself before answering the call. Hello? On the other end, Lu Xiaohan was completely stunned. Wasn't Li Mu still single? Why was there a woman's voice? Hello, I'm calling for Li Mu. For some reason, Lu Xiaohan didn't want to be underestimated by the person on the other end. You're looking for Lieutenant Li Mu. Mid-sentence, Xiao Yalan abruptly stopped herself. She remembered that Li Mu's rank as a major needed to be kept confidential. If you're looking for Li Mu, he's not here right now. Xiao Yalan said calmly. Lu Xiaohan frowned. What's your relationship with Li Mu? That's classified. Lu Xiaohan paused, taken aback. Asking about her relationship with Li Mu was classified? Did that mean she wasn't worthy of knowing? I know Li Mu very well. I've been watching him for a long time. What could possibly be off limits for me to know? Lu Xiaohan retorted defiantly. Upon hearing observed him for a long time, Xiao Yalan suddenly grew wary. Watching Li Mu for a long time? Was she some foreign spy? Who are you? It was safe to say the two were operating on entirely different wavelengths. Chapter 36, Hunting for Points. Damn, having the nation's backing really sucks. Li Mu watched the Terminators being blown apart in the distance, a smile spreading across his face. The Terminators were powerful, but under wave after wave of missile bombardment, they could only be blown around wildly. Their outer camouflage layers had long since peeled off, revealing extensive deformation and damage beneath their mechanical bodies. This must be the fourth missile barrage. These things are seriously tough. Li Mu remarked. Yes, Major. This was the fourth salvo, totaling 400 missiles expended. He Xing stood behind Li Mu, reporting to him. 400. Li Mu froze for a moment. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since the start. 5 minutes, 400 missiles gone in that short span. Li Mu recalled each missile cost hundreds of thousands to produce. Firing 400 meant burning through hundreds of millions. And these were merely the most basic standard missiles. If they had used guided missiles. Li Mu recalled that even the most basic models cost tens of millions each. Good grief, that would burn through how many small targets? Enough. If we keep this up, our entire stockpile will be depleted. The missile launchers in the rear halted their attack. With a flick of his thoughts, two sturdy broadswords materialized in Li Mu's hands. Thick, sturdy blades were now wrapped in purple lightning energy. Yes, Li Mu had discovered this weapon in the system's point system. Zhang Liao's weapon from the Three Kingdoms front. Thunder Twin Blades. I didn't hesitate to redeem it, and after using it extensively lately, the experience has been outstanding. Once any Terminator suffers surface damage, the Thunder Twin Blades attack slows their movement. A few more strikes finish them off instantly. Lightning-based weapons counter robots makes perfect sense. Seeing Li Mu draw the Thunder Twin Blades, He Xing stepped forward from behind. He Xing, are you coming along this time? Li Mu glanced at him. Though not apparent from his appearance, half of He Xing's body had undergone cybernetic enhancement, a fusion of organic and mechanical components. Major, wherever you go, I wish to follow. He Xing declared with unwavering conviction. Though an exceptional special forces soldier, He Xing lacked the systemic protection Li Mu possessed on this world's brutal battlefields, making injuries inevitable. To fight alongside Li Mu, he had chosen to modify his body toward becoming an H-type Terminator. Li Mu glanced at him, puzzled by this stubborn resolve. But as a leader, he chose to respect his resolve. All right. You'll be covering my rear. Understood, Major. With that, Li Mu and He Xing advanced toward the Terminators, one in front, one behind. Take this blade. Li Mu swiftly closed in on a T-type Terminator covered in cracks, bringing his blade down. Lightning surged through the cracks in its body, striking its core. Sparks immediately erupted from within its body. The Terminator's counterattack froze mid-air, and Li Mu finished it off with 2 more strikes. Clang! 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 A Terminator crawled out of a nearby crater beside Li Mu. Before it could attack, a hail of bullets struck its body. Li Mu followed up with a slash. Major, behind you. Behind Li Mu, a mangled Terminator suddenly leapt up and lunged toward him. Startled, Li Mu whipped his head around to counter, but it was too late. He twisted his body violently at the last moment, dodging the blast of the high-explosive grenade just as it detonated, narrowly avoiding critical injury. Bang! At the last moment, the bullet grazed Li Mu's side, its immense force tearing away a large chunk of flesh along with his clothing. Boom! The high-explosive grenade detonated behind him, sending shrapnel flying wildly. Some of the fragments tore into Li Mu's body. Damn it! Li Mu regretted his overconfidence. With the missile vehicle support, clearing out Terminators and earning points had become much easier lately. This had led him to underestimate the threat these Terminators posed. The Terminator, now missing one arm, had only a red glow in its eyes. It fixed its gaze on Li Mu, its gun barrel aimed squarely at his heart. Just as it fired, a powerful energy blast suddenly erupted from behind and to the side of Li Mu. Whoosh! The powerful energy blast struck the Terminator squarely in the chest, shattering it into oblivion. Gained 10 points. The system notifications sounded precisely at that moment. Li Mu glanced backward. Yixing still held his left arm outstretched, the palm now gone, replaced by a deep, smoking hole. Ha, ha! Yixing gasped for breath, clearly strained by the immense toll of unleashing the palm cannon. His arm trembled violently. Since not his entire body had been modified, the powerful recoil made every bone in his frame ache as if shattered. Yixing, are you okay? Li Mu asked anxiously. Major, I'm fine. How about you? Yixing gasped between breaths. Of course I'm fine. Li Mu turned around, revealing that the wound on his abdomen had stopped bleeding. The missing muscles and skin were slowly regenerating. Hyper-accelerated regeneration. This was the ability Li Mu had exchanged 100 points for. As long as Li Mu wasn't blown to bits by an enemy, his body could regenerate automatically. This very ability was the foundation of Li Mu's confidence in actively confronting Terminators and hunting for points. Over the course of several weeks, Li Mu had eliminated over 100 Terminators, accumulating a staggering 1,620 points. In the past 2 days, it had become increasingly difficult to find Terminators for point farming, so he decided to return to the main world for a while. Much like last time, Li Mu left only a handful of special forces behind, bringing the majority back to the main world. Huff! Li Mu sank into the sofa, letting out a long sigh. Returning to his daily routine felt strangely novel. My phone. Only then did Li Mu realize he'd left it behind. He opened it to check the time. It seemed only 2 hours had passed since he'd left. A missed call. From Liu Shaohan? Before Li Mu could figure out what was happening, a text message suddenly popped up. Following the location provided in the text, Li Mu arrived at a small restaurant nearby. Saria. I've never tried it before. He'd heard it was a chain Italian restaurant catering to the masses. He stepped inside. Though billed as an Italian restaurant, it didn't feel particularly Italian. Instead, it had a warm, family-style restaurant vibe. However, when Li Mu walked to the back of the restaurant, he saw 2 exceptionally beautiful women silently staring at each other. Was this a battlefield of love? Chapter 37, Pink Paradise Hill. Within the cozy, tranquil atmosphere of Saria restaurant, Xiao Yalan and Liu Shaohan sized each other up. Both possessed stunning looks and figures, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. I heard Saria attracts beautiful women, so it's true after all. I never cared for Western cuisine before, but if I could see beauties of this caliber every time I came, I'd definitely give it a try. Hey, why aren't they saying anything? Are you kidding? Can't you smell the tension in the air? You mean, them? Wow, what kind of guy is so lucky that 2 stunning beauties are fighting over him? Soon, everyone's attention shifted from the 2 beauties, Xiao Yalan and Liu Shaohan, to the man at the center of their speculation. I bet he's incredibly handsome, the kind of guy women chase after. Give me a break. Even if he's handsome, he'd only attract women with average looks. Look at those 2 beauties, look at their aura. TSK, these 2 are definitely not ordinary people. They wouldn't be interested in some pretty boy. Soon, everyone's speculation about this unseen third person grew increasingly exaggerated. Starting with an ambitious young professional, then a company owner, a manager, and later even a key figure at some Fortune 500 startup, the rumors grew more and more outlandish. Li Mu, being an ordinary person, certainly didn't fit anyone's wildest guesses. So when he walked into Saria, he didn't attract a single glance. Li Mu, who is she to you? Liu Shaohan frowned slightly, gesturing toward Xiao Yalan. Li Mu. Xiao Yalan quickly stopped herself, remembering Li Mu's request to address her by name outside. What is your relationship with this person? When Li Mu stood before Xiao Yalan and Liu Shaohan, and both women turned to look at him, the entire restaurant fell silent in shock. No way. These 2 stunning beauties were waiting for a guy like this? No way. I thought he'd be tall, rich, and handsome at the very least, but this guy. Well, this guy is just too ordinary. Why? Why would such an ordinary young man be connected to those two stunning beauties? I just can't wrap my head around it. I'm so damn handsome, yet I can't get any of them. That guy looks so ordinary, yet he's got them both fighting over him? The diners in the restaurant were buzzing with speculation. Li Mu watched Lu Xiaohan and Xiao Yalan pointing at each other, feeling a momentary sense of unreality. What the hell is going on? I haven't even held a female classmate's hand in my first 20 years, and today I'm suddenly caught in this legendary battlefield of love. Li Mu thought to himself. What should he do? He had absolutely no experience with this kind of situation. Ahem. The stares from those around him made Li Mu feel uncomfortable. Let's discuss this over dinner. Saria's seating arrangement featured a semi-enclosed bench, with 3 sides connected left, center, and right. Li Mu sat right in the middle, with Xiao Yalan on the left center and Lu Xiaohan on the right center. Li Mu picked up the menu, intending to order something to tide him over. In that world, the variety of food available was extremely limited, and Li Mu hadn't had a proper meal in ages. So even though Italian cuisine was completely unfamiliar to him, he was quite excited. Since it's Italian cuisine, pizza is a must. Let's start with the signature pizza to begin with. Li Mu flipped through the menu. The pizzas on the first page looked fairly standard. The second page, however, took a sudden turn. Zucchini cheese stew, zucchini Chinese-style fried rice. Wait, what on earth were these? Li Mu wondered if he was seeing things. Why did the accompanying photos bear no resemblance whatsoever to his impression of Western cuisine? Many dishes carried an odd sense of attempted localization that fell short, tinged with an inexplicable Japanese flair. Feeling helpless, he randomly picked a few dishes that looked somewhat normal. Xiao Yalan, however, took on the role of his advisor, offering suggestions for this first-time visitor to Saria. The black pepper flavor here might suit your taste better. These dishes are all pre-made, and the online reviews aren't great. Xiao Yalan shifted to Li Mu's left side, the position typically occupied by an aide. She sat very close to Li Mu, leaning forward slightly to get a better view of the knife. She saw nothing unusual in her actions after all, assisting her superior in every way was her duty. But to others, she appeared decidedly off. Sitting so close, her upper body leaning forward, her ample bosom brushed against Li Mu's arm. It looked undeniably like she was tempting him while simultaneously sending a message to rivals. Li Mu, who is she to you? Lu Xiaohan, seated to his right, couldn't sit still any longer. She crossed her arms, her voice tinged with irritation as she demanded. She? Li Mu's attention finally snapped away from the bizarre menu, and only then did he become aware of the soft sensation against his arm. Turning his head, he met Xiao Yalan's eyes. Ahem. Li Mu cleared his throat ostentatiously, wondering how to subtly hint at the situation. Xiao Yalan sat up straight again, looking at Li Mu with an innocent expression. Li Mu found the words stuck in his throat, unable to form them. Faced with such an innocent, guileless expression, he simply couldn't bring himself to speak. Forget it. He'd find another chance to remind her later. Lu Xiaohan observed Li Mu and Xiao Yalan's interaction, finding it increasingly suggestive. It was like a newly dating couple, still blushing when they looked at each other. But wait, this wasn't the Li Mu Lu Xiaohan remembered. An inexplicable unease made her feel restless. She followed Xiao Yalan's lead and moved closer to Li Mu. As a result, the bench that had been divided into 3 sections left, middle, and right now had all 3 of them crammed into the narrow middle section. Xiaohan? Li Mu looked at Lu Xiaohan in confusion. He remembered that during their university days, this campus beauty had been famously unapproachable. Now, she was actually sitting close to him of her own accord. I need to place an order too, Lu Xiaohan explained. In the restaurant, many men watched the scene, gritting their teeth with eyes filled with resentment, as if blood might spill from their eyes any second. Wow. I can't take this. Why does such an ordinary-looking guy get to be surrounded by such a gorgeous beauty? I refuse to accept this. I won't stand for it. Chapter 38, I should have never been a gentleman. Li Mu found himself sandwiched between 2 stunning beauties, Xiao Yalan and Lu Xiaohan, pressing close on either side. In all his years, this was the first time he'd ever experienced anything like this. He wondered if the system had played a trick on him, suddenly boosting his romantic luck. He opened the system's point exchange interface and found an item called Lucky Pervert. Lucky Pervert, after redemption, the probability of romantic incidents occurring around the host will significantly increase. This option was still highlighted, meaning Li Mu hadn't redeemed it yet. Though Li Mu hesitated for a long time, his cowardice ultimately prevailed, and he didn't redeem it. If it wasn't the lucky wolf effect, then what was causing all this? Soon, after chatting briefly with the 2 stunning beauties flanking him, Li Mu began to grasp the general cause and sequence of events. By then, their ordered dishes had arrived. As he ate, Li Mu pondered how to explain Xiao Yalan's presence to Lu Xiaohan. If he told the truth, he'd have to explain his connection to the military, and then possibly reveal the existence of the system. Li Mu himself didn't consider these matters shameful. But Lu Xiaohan had only met him a few times during their university days. Their sole encounter after graduation had been due to the Han Dadong incident. Li Mu, you still haven't told me what your relationship with her is. Lu Xiaohan speared a piece of steak, pouting slightly. She's a distant relative of mine, Li Mu replied. A relative? Then why did she answer your call? Are you two living together now? Lu Xiaohan interrogated Li Mu and Xiao Yalan as if they were suspects. Li Mu and Xiao Yalan exchanged a glance and gave her a warning look. No talking. Answer now. 1, 2, 3. Lu Xiaohan glared at Li Mu, who was trying to coordinate their story. No. Li Mu shook his head immediately. Yes. Xiao Yalan nodded. Sigh. Li Mu looked at Xiao Yalan. Was he Jian Yuan really going to assign someone like this as his deputy? She showed absolutely no coordination whatsoever. Li Mu looked guiltily at Lu Xiaohan. Well, the thing is, she is staying with me temporarily, but there's a reason for that. Li Mu's mind raced. Xiao Yalan is from a mountain village. She's a distant relative of mine. She brought 2,000 yuan with her, planning to come to the city to look for work. Well, she didn't expect city rents to be so expensive. She couldn't find a suitable place at all, so she had to stay with me temporarily. Lu Xiaohan still seemed skeptical. But given her current relationship with Li Mu, beyond muttering, this isn't quite right, she couldn't really say much else. She looked at Xiao Yalan, sized her up, and asked, "What's your budget?" "Huh?" Xiao Yalan froze for a moment. "I mean, your budget for renting a place." Xiao Yalan finally understood. She glanced at Li Mu, then at Lu Xiaohan. She timidly held out her palm. 500? Lu Xiaohan instantly felt exasperated. 500 yuan, and she actually thought she could find a place in the city? Well, she only has that much money. She can't spend it all on rent, she'd starve to death. Li Mu tried to smooth things over for her. 500 it is, then. I'll do my best to find something for you, Lu Xiaohan said. Xiao Yalan stared blankly at Lu Xiaohan, then glanced back at Li Mu. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Lu. Phew. The moment Li Mu got home, he collapsed onto his bed. Today's meal was truly agonizing. Though accompanied by two beauties, the other's envious stares, sharp enough to devour him, made it unbearable for Li Mu. Major, I'll go take a shower first. All right, go ahead. Li Mu replied casually. He propped his head back against the pillow, beginning to ponder how he might unwind in the coming days. Each time he returned, he would stay for at least a week, both to unwind himself and to allow the rotating Special Forces soldiers to rest properly. Lately, Li Mu had been spending 2 or 3 weeks in the Skynet world before returning to the main world for a week. The sound of dripping water interrupted Li Mu's thoughts. Where was that water coming from? Was someone upstairs taking a shower? Were the partitions between floors that poor? Should he go talk to them? No, it's not upstairs. Li Mu suddenly remembered something and glanced toward the bathroom. The frosted glass reflected the graceful, shapely outline of a woman's body. Holy, I'm living with a woman. Li Mu realized belatedly. Wait, a woman living with me, showering, doesn't that mean the next step is that kind of situation? Li Mu swallowed nervously, his heart racing with uncontrollable excitement. The sound of water grew fainter and fainter until it finally stopped. The bathroom door opened, and Xiao Yalan's hand brushed against something. It was the clothes hanging on the doorknob. She fumbled behind her back, and a piece of pink fabric fell from the knob. In that motion, her body inevitably drew closer to the glass door, certain parts pressing against it. Because she was so close to the frosted glass, the contours of her body were clearly visible. Her fuller curves pressed against the glass, rendering it semi-transparent. Li Mu stared at the scene, his eyes fixed in awe. It was a double stimulation, both psychological and physical. It was infinitely more thrilling than any borderline videos Li Mu had ever scrolled through on short-form platforms. Major, my clothes seem to have fallen. Could you help me pick them up? Xiao Yalan's pleading voice echoed from the bathroom. Oh. Li Mu snapped out of his trance, realizing he'd been staring the whole time. She'd been fumbling around for ages after her clothes fell, and he hadn't even offered a word of help. Xiao Yalan took a step back, her silhouette against the frosted glass blurring. Li Mu walked over and picked up the pink fabric from the floor. Could this be? Li Mu stared at the triangular, soft, elastic fabric in his hand, momentarily stunned. Major, did you see my underwear? Xiao Yalan's voice carried a distinct blush of embarrassment. This scent was particularly adept at arousing male desire. Found it. I hung it back on the doorknob for you. Li Mu quickly returned the pink underwear to its place and stepped back toward the bed. After a moment, Li Mu watched as Xiao Yalan, her skirt now properly fastened, disappeared behind the curtain dividing the room. Ah. Li Mu sighed with a hint of disappointment. His romantic luck still hadn't arrived. Through the curtain, he could faintly make out Xiao Yalan's silhouette. Li Mu now regretted it a little. If only he hadn't put up that curtain. Forget it. Time to sleep. Li Mu shook his head. But just as he dismissed the thought from his mind, Xiao Yalan suddenly pulled back the curtain. Ha! Li Mu froze. Could this really be heading in that direction? Chapter 39, Simulation Warfare. Xiao Yalan sat on the edge of the bed, dressed in a light yellow dress. Fresh from her bath, her fair skin still glowed with a faint flush. One hand lightly caressed her chest as she looked at Li Mu and asked softly, "Major Li Mu, have you seen it?" An unusual atmosphere lingered in the air. "Ah, I've seen it." Li Mu nodded, sitting up on the bed. Then he did nothing. He held a tablet in his hand, engaged in an urgent communication with none other than He Jianyuan, the minister of the Dragon Nation's military department. "Comrade Li Mu, you've seen the materials I sent earlier, correct?" Li Mu nodded. Over the past 2 days, the Mizu Federation had once again ramped up its provocations against the Dragon Nation. Leveraging the fact that the Mijong Federation had first proposed the theoretical concept of ion cannons, they were constantly insinuating that the Dragon Nation had stolen their technology. More troubling still, the Mijong Federation sought to escalate the situation, portraying the Dragon Nation as a dangerous entity poised to provoke war at any moment, aiming to isolate it internationally. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs had issued numerous explanations, yet a significant number of countries remained unconvinced. The situation had reached a deadlock. "Minister He, what do you propose to do?" Li Mu asked. "Comrade Li Mu, you've already made tremendous contributions to the nation. I never imagined we'd need to trouble you again," Minister He Jianyuan said with a hint of resignation. Li Mu shook his head. "This is simply my duty, Minister He. Please state your request directly. What can I do to assist?" Seeing Li Mu's resolve, He Jianyuan smiled with relief. "Comrade Li Mu, rest assured the situation hasn't reached its worst. This time, we simply need you to bring more soldiers over there so they can gain some combat experience." "Gain combat experience?" Li Mu frowned in confusion. "Exactly. Manhwa has enjoyed peace for far too long. The current generation of recruits has never truly seen combat. Given the current international situation, without a contingent of seasoned fighters, our Dragon Nation cannot guarantee the safety of all its people. Of course, comrade, rest assured our Dragon Nation is not one to provoke conflict. This is solely to better safeguard peace." Li Mu nodded. "I understand. I believe the Dragon Nation is a peace-loving country." Li Mu grasped the meaning instantly. He genuinely emphasized that the Dragon Nation would not initiate war, yet he demanded Li Mu lead troops to gain combat experience. At first glance, these two statements seemed contradictory. But in truth, in today's world, every nation must possess the capability to wage war in order to ensure freedom from its devastation. It was rather ironic, really. Over a decade ago, the Mizu Federation brandished a test tube resembling laundry detergent, using the pretext of possessing biological weapons to invade a Central Asian nation. After that, everyone understood this truth. Simply put, if the United States accuses a nation of seeking war, that nation had better be capable of actually waging one. Seeing Li Mu agree to the request, He Jianyuan smiled faintly. Communicating with someone who gets it is so much faster, no need for lengthy explanations before they grasp the point. By the way, Minister He, are we just going to stand by and watch the Mijong Federation keep pushing its luck? Why not let me handle it? I brought the ion cannon technology to the table. I'll confront the other nations on behalf of the Dragon Nation. Li Mu stated calmly. He Jianyuan smiled, seeing the resolve in Li Mu's eyes. "No need. This situation doesn't require any explanation from us." Indeed, given the Mijong Federation's nature, even if Li Mu did step forward, they'd still find endless reasons to nitpick. Rushing to refute them would only mean letting them lead the dance. Besides, He Jianyuan glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu's very existence was now the most crucial state secret of the Dragon Nation. To counter the Mijong Federation's sudden provocation by thrusting Li Mu into the spotlight, that would be the real act of stupidity. "Comrade Li Mu, you needn't worry about the Mijong Federation. The state has already devised countermeasures. Your priority is to ensure the new recruits gain as much experience as possible in that world." Li Mu nodded. "Understood." In recent international discourse, the most conspicuous presence has been the Mijong Federation, relentlessly denouncing and criticizing the Dragon Nation at every opportunity. For an entire week, the Dragon Nation showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. This prompted private discussions among the leadership of nations worldwide. Has the Dragon Nation still not responded to the Mijong Federation's accusations of technology theft? The Dragon Nation places immense importance on its reputation. Logically, they should have refuted such claims immediately. Could it be that Dragon Nation really did steal the Mijong Federation's technology, which is why they dare not utter a word? Surely not. Would the esteemed Dragon Nation do such a thing? Historically, the Dragon Nation has maintained a respectable international image. While many nations have strained relations with it for their own interests, they must admit the Dragon Nation operates with far greater integrity than the Midland Federation. Why wouldn't they? Everyone saw the terrifying power of that ion cannon. In the face of such overwhelming power, morality and pride must all take a back seat. Ask yourselves, if you faced the same opportunity, could you still hold to your principles? Dragon Nation remains silent. Coupled with relentless lobbying from the Mizu Federation, an increasing number of nations began to believe Dragon Nation had stolen Mizu Federation technology and harbored intentions to provoke conflict. Then, everyone discovered that Dragon Nation had indeed provoked a conflict. What? Dragon Nation is initiating a simulated war with the Mijong Federation. Good heavens, a mock war? Is this for real? The last one was decades ago. Simulated warfare was a method of resolving disputes in the pre-modern era. Simply put, it involved two nations engaging in combat using non-lethal weapons. For pre-modern nations, this was an excellent means of resolution. It allowed disputes to be resolved with minimal casualties while showcasing military prowess to other nations. A mock battle? Doesn't that mean the outcome will hinge entirely on individual soldier skills? Dragon Nation must be out of their minds. Compared to the Mijong Federation, they hold no advantages whatsoever. Exactly. The Dragon Nation's people are different from the Mijong Federations. Their soldiers aren't as tall or strong as those from the Mizu Federation, though they do have slightly better endurance. With equal troop numbers, Dragon Nation will struggle to gain an advantage. How could Dragon Nation make such a decision? Has their leadership lost its mind? Chapter 40, Japan forced into the game. News of Dragon Nation inviting the Mijong Federation to conduct simulated warfare sent shockwaves through the international community. Most nations believed the Dragon Nation had been provoked into a reckless move, seeking to salvage face through such means. This speculation led many nations to believe they had identified the Dragon Nation's weakness. This made the weaker nations feel they now had the confidence to manipulate the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation is far too obsessed with saving face. A simulated war tests individual soldiers' physical capabilities. They can't even play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Looks like Dragon Nation is all talk. Exactly. If they were to engage in a real battle, no one could predict the outcome. After all, the Dragon Nation is remarkably united and possesses exceptional strategic military vision. But in these small-scale simulated wars, none of that can be put to good use. The following day, the Dragon Nation's foreign minister and defense minister jointly held a press conference, revealing more specific details. Only mentioning the ban on lethal thermal weapons? When the rules were first announced, most people didn't think much of it, since the rules for pre-modern era simulated wars had always been the same. But upon closer reflection, they suddenly froze. Ion cannons weren't classified as thermal weapons. Could this be a deliberate loophole set by Dragon Nation to lure opponents into using ion cannons? Instantly, every nation grew tense. If that were the case, it meant the simulated war, ostensibly designed to avoid casualties, could easily escalate into a direct exchange of ion cannon fire. Holy crap, is this going to start a world war? Why would Dragon Nation set such rules? Was it an accidental oversight? Or was it a deliberately created loophole? Regardless of the reason, everyone realized one thing. Whichever side in the simulated war deployed ion cannons would win with absolute ease. But if both sides deployed ion cannons, this simulated conflict could very well escalate into the real start of a war. The Dragon Nation is being ruthless. Will the Mizu Federation participate? No, the real question is, does the Mizu Federation even possess ion cannons? Within the White Administrative Palace, the heart of the Mizu Federation, President Fox's face darkened as he studied the intelligence brief delivered by his subordinate. Dragon Nation's move was truly ruthless. If he accepted, the other side could simply produce the ion cannon and declare victory outright. If he refused, the entire world would inevitably begin questioning whether the Mijong Federation truly possessed ion cannon technology. Under normal circumstances, the Mijong Federation's chances of winning the simulated battle were overwhelmingly high. As long as the Mizu Federation could also produce an ion cannon to deter the enemy, victory would be easily secured. Given such a favorable position, if the Midas Federation backed down now, it would immediately face the world's collective skepticism. What solutions do you propose? Fox turned to his advisory team. Each member pondered deeply for a long time before finally offering two suggestions. The first, outright refusal. The cost would be the Midas Federation becoming a laughingstock among nations for a considerable time. The second, drag others into the mess. Drag others down with us? Fox looked puzzled. Exactly, Chief Fox. We believe that in a simulated battle, as long as there are third parties not directly involved in this matter, even if the Dragon Nation brings ion cannons, they won't dare to use them lightly. If the Dragon Nation uses the ion cannon and causes casualties among other nations, they'll face immense international pressure. I understand, President Fox said through gritted teeth. To be fair, this was indeed a constructive approach. Based on his years of understanding of the Dragon Nation, they were indeed extremely protective of their reputation. But this approach was pure gambling, betting that the Dragon Nation wouldn't stoop to the same despicable, shameless tactics as the Midas Federation, with its flexible moral boundaries. In the capital of Japan, during a meeting of the House of Representatives, Prime Minister Maeda laughed upon hearing the news of the simulated war. Exactly. As long as the world's strongest nation, Dragon Country, and the Mizu Federation clash, our nation, Japan, can profit from it. Ion cannons? Excellent. The fiercer the fighting, the better. The members of the House of Representatives below seemed accustomed to witnessing Prime Minister Maeda's such unrestrained enthusiasm. Japanese society maintained a false veneer of cultural prosperity, beneath which lay an unbearably distorted, high-pressure environment. This pressure forced everyone in the nation to develop two completely different personas, one for public display and another for private life. Ha! United States Federation, you provoked the Dragon Nation. Now they've provoked you, dare you accept? Prime Minister Maeda roared with laughter, but suddenly, an administrative official entered and whispered something in his ear. What? The United States demands that Japan join the simulated war too? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Prime Minister Maeda's forehead. Damn it! President Fox has gone too far. The Dragon Nation possesses ion cannons. If we get involved, we'll be blown to smithereens instantly. Damn it! Damn it! Prime Minister Maeda slammed his fist hard on the table. I should have known the United States would be this despicable. Members of the House of Representatives were equally stunned by the news. The Mizu Federation was determined to drag Japan into this conflict. Prime Minister. A right-wing member of the House of Representatives stood up. For the sake of the nation, we must firmly refuse. Our nation's strength pales in comparison to either the Dragon Nation or the Mizu Federation. Should hostilities break out, we would be the most vulnerable. Indeed, Prime Minister. Another right-wing member rose to his feet. Sandwiched between these two powers, Japan has no room to maneuver. Should we lose that flexibility, we will instantly become the first casualties in their initial clash. Prime Minister Maeda's face was also filled with anger. I know that very well. He slammed his fist on the table and roared at the administrative officer. Tell Fox, Japan refuses to participate in this simulated exercise. Just then, Prime Minister Maeda's phone rang abruptly. Maeda froze for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table. Clearly, the United States had anticipated his reaction and timed the call perfectly. Hello, Prime Minister Maeda. Have you made a decision? Fox's teasing voice rang out. Of course. On behalf of Japan, I must decline the invitation to this mock battle. Prime Minister Maeda stated firmly. Oh? Are you certain? I hope you'll reconsider, Prime Minister Maeda. After all, your current location isn't far from the United States overseas base. Foss, are you threatening me? Prime Minister Maeda's tone hardened. No. I'm merely suggesting you reconsider. Chapter 41, The Price of Garrison Troops. Ultimately, under the Mijong Federation's multifaceted threats and inducements, the Eastern Japan nation chose to comply. When the Eastern Japan Kingdom announced its application to join the simulated war, the leaders of all nations were momentarily stunned. Though most had long recognized the hollow nature of Japan's long-proclaimed dual neutrality, they hadn't anticipated the extent of the Mijong Federation's control over Japan. This is the price of accepting the Mizu Federation's garrison forces. Many smaller nations had indeed considered accepting the Federation's military presence. Originally, accepting the Mizu Federation's military presence seemed like a perfectly reasonable choice to the upper echelons. With the Federation's troops stationed there, they wouldn't need to spend a fortune building their own army. For some nations, building a combat-ready military was no small feat, and ensuring absolute loyalty within the ranks proved an even greater challenge. That's why these nations contemplated accepting the Mizu Federation's garrison. First, it saves money. Second, the ruling classes often came to power through questionable means, making it difficult for them to trust the loyalty of rank-and-file soldiers. However, perhaps starting today, nations worldwide regardless of their circumstances will likely no longer consider accepting the Mizu Federation's garrison forces. Foreign Minister Yang Jin gazed at the diplomatic envoy dispatched by Japan, his lips curving into a faint smile. Is the Eastern Japan truly intent on participating in this simulated war? You must think carefully. In the past, your nation made a crucial mistake. That decision nearly reduced your entire nation, your entire civilization, to ashes. The Japanese envoy knew exactly what wrong decision Yang Jin was referring to. His face was filled with resignation. In hindsight, that decision had indeed been disastrous. It was precisely that decision that had placed the Eastern Kingdom in its current passive predicament. Minister Yang Jin, we have made our decision. Please respect our choice. Very well. Yang Jin regarded him calmly as his assistant placed several documents on the table between them. Sign them. Yang Jin said calmly. The envoy from the land of the rising sun carefully reviewed the terms once more. After confirming there were no issues, he looked up and said, Your Excellency Yang Jin, we wish to add a supplementary clause to the prohibition of lethal thermal weapons provision, specifically including ion cannons among the prohibited weapons. Yang Jin looked up at the Japanese envoy. Seemingly to bolster his argument, the envoy continued. The very purpose of simulated warfare is to minimize casualties. The rules were established in an era where only gunpowder-powered thermal weapons existed. Times have changed, and the regulations should be updated accordingly. Yang Jin murmured with a faint smile. You make a compelling point. But this amendment wasn't proposed by your country alone, was it? Clearly, the nation most concerned about the Dragon Kingdom deploying ion cannons was the Mizu Federation. At least, given the current state of relations between the Dragon Kingdom and Japan, the situation hadn't yet escalated to the point of requiring such an extraordinary weapon. The Japanese envoy paused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm not sure who Minister Yang Jin is referring to, but this was indeed a condition set by our nation of Japan for participating in the simulated war exercises. Is that so? The Japanese envoy glanced behind him and summoned a specialist in document revision from his delegation, preparing to amend the treaty. No need. I have it here. Review it for any discrepancies. If everything looks good, sign it. Yang Jin reached under the table and pulled out another copy of the treaty. This version already included the ion cannon as an additional clause. Both the Japanese envoy and the document specialist froze in surprise. Clearly, the Dragon Kingdom had anticipated Japan's demand all along. Their faces hardened as they swiftly scanned the treaty. No issues. The envoy signed promptly, then departed swiftly with his delegation. Within minutes of their departure, headlines across major news outlets announced that the Dragon Nation, the Mizu Federation, and Japan had formally confirmed their participation in the simulated war exercises. Wow, they're actually going to hold mock battles? Who would have thought something from the pre-modern era would resurface like this? We have no choice. The Mijong Federation has been pushing us around too much. Dragon Nation must respond. Otherwise, we'll only become more passive, eventually ending up at their mercy. Simulated warfare. While they try to avoid casualties, people still die, right? True. Every mock battle in history has claimed lives, but at least it's far more civilized than actual combat. News of the mock battle spread across Dragon Nation's networks. While the public understood its necessity, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ultimately, it stemmed from the fact that the Dragon Nation hadn't engaged in warfare for far too many years. Unlike the meddlesome Rice Grain Federation, Dragon Nation had always maintained a low profile. This meant the American Federation could field combatants with substantial real-world experience, whereas Dragon Nation. And then there's Japan joining in. They claim it's a three-way non-alliance, but in reality, if it comes to fighting, Japan won't just fail to remain neutral if they don't join the US Federation in attacking Dragon Nation, that'd be considered playing by the rules. Clearly, the public held a generally pessimistic outlook on this mock battle. If even the Dragon Nation's own people are this pessimistic, it's no surprise other nations are equally skeptical about its prospects. Dragon Nation must be truly shaken to agree to such unfavorable terms. While the Dragon Nation lacks combat-experienced soldiers, their training quality is unquestionable. As long as they avoid a total rout in this simulation, they'll save face. In the parallel universe, Liu roared as his twin lightning blades cleaved through the head of an H-type Terminator. The system's kill confirmation sounded. Host has eliminated Terminator H-77, earning 12 points. 12 points? Liu gasped for breath, the bleeding wound on his face healing at a visible pace. This thing was way harder to kill than the previous Terminators. I had to push through using 2 levels of physical enhancement and 2 levels of rapid regeneration. And this is all the points you give me, system? Liu's complaint naturally drew no response from the system. Ahead, a swarm of spider-like mechanical bodies surged up from the ground. Liu glanced at the machines. They were all relatively low-level constructs, posing little threat to his current abilities. Hey, these are yours to handle. Liu shouted into the walkie-talkie at his mouth. He turned his head to glance at the military formation behind him. Roger that, sir. The troops in the rear immediately deployed their formation. Some soldiers charged forward in formation, engaging in fierce combat with the spider-like mechanical entities. Chapter 42, Battlefield Training. Liu watched the fierce clashes on the battlefield and sheathed his thunder-flashed broadsword. For some time now, Liu had been leading the soldiers he brought from Longwei in joint operations with the Human Revival Alliance forces. Though termed joint operations, the reality was that formidable foes were assigned to Liu, while the overwhelming numbers of weaker enemies served as training fodder for the Alliance troops. During this period, Liu had slain no fewer than 300 Terminators, while the number of ordinary mechanical units likely reached into the tens of thousands. As the battles multiplied, Liu gained considerable experience. The Lightning Twin Blades proved highly effective against fully mechanized T-model Terminators, though their impact on H-type Terminators was far less pronounced. Fortunately, Liu had deciphered the patterns governing the system's skill grants. The system's point exchange interface offered skills like rapid regeneration, reaction speed, and physical enhancement. Initially, Liu had assumed these skills were one-time purchases. However, he discovered that the rapid regeneration skill he had exchanged for did not disappear from the exchange list. Then Liu understood, what he exchanged from the system wasn't the skills themselves, but skill experience points. Each skill only required 1 point to level up initially. However, the number of points required for level 2 varied significantly. For instance, physical enhancement only needed 3 points to advance from level 1 to 2, while rapid regeneration required a whopping 7 points to reach level 2. Even more critical was that the points required for the same skill increased with each exchange. Take physical enhancement level 3, for instance. It required a relatively modest 9 experience points, but now each exchange cost 300 points. Li Mu stared at his dwindling credit balance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if he eliminated every Terminator in this world, it was uncertain whether he could fully max out rapid regeneration and physical enhancement. Major. An armored vehicle sped closer, carrying Zhang Chunyu, the captain of the Special Forces Medical Squad. As the troops advanced, Li Mu's position shifted from the front lines to the rear. This armored vehicle was provided to facilitate his battlefield observation. Without Zhang Chunyu needing to open the door, Li Mu hopped into the car with a small leap. By then, Zhang Chunyu had already retreated to the passenger seat, leaving Li Mu comfortably seated in the driver's seat. Li Mu's hands rested on the steering wheel as he effortlessly maneuvered the armored vehicle along the edge of the battlefield. Military armored vehicles, though resembling ordinary sedans in appearance, posed a driving challenge on an entirely different level. It was Li Mu's first time handling an armored vehicle, yet he drove it with astonishing ease. Zhang Chunyu in the passenger seat was astonished. Was there anything Li Mu couldn't accomplish? Mastery of all vehicles. This was the skill Li Mu had just acquired. With its aid, even someone like Li Mu, who originally knew little about military vehicles, could handle them with ease. On the front lines of the battlefield, the Allied forces composed of Dragon Nation troops and the Humanities Revival Alliance were tearing the low-tier mechanical units to shreds. While these enemies weren't particularly formidable, numerous stragglers still appeared on the battlefield. Most were new recruits, facing real opponents for the first time. Fear, tension, and mistakes were inevitable. But Li Mu didn't blame them. He had witnessed such scenes countless times before. Whether soldiers from the Dragon Nation or the Humanities Revival Alliance, they were all human. When picking up a gun for the first time and facing real combat, all sorts of problems would inevitably surface. But give them a week, and the vast majority would adapt to the battlefield and become true warriors. Most enemies on the battlefield were low-level mechanical units, which Li Mu typically left to his subordinates to handle. But the moment a Terminator appeared, these soldiers would immediately retreat to the rear, relying on heavy firepower from afar and Li Mu himself to eliminate them. Bang! The last Terminator collapsed to the ground, leaving Li Mu gasping for breath. My hunch was right, these Terminators have truly grown stronger. Through continuous combat, Li Mu and his soldiers progressed rapidly. At first, Li Mu was elated, convinced that with such smooth progress, overrunning Skynet space would pose no problem. But as the fighting continued, Li Mu noticed the enemy's strength growing increasingly formidable. The mechanical body's speed, reaction times, and attacks were all improving. These machines are actually evolving. Li Mu reached an unacceptable conclusion. What the hell? Evolution? Advancement? Isn't that a capability unique to humans? How can even machines possess it? If this keeps up, won't we never be able to completely wipe out the enemy? Li Mu felt a growing unease. He glanced over at He Xing. At this moment, He Xing had completed the majority of his body's cyborg modifications. He was less a human and more a Terminator. He Xing, what day is it today? 21. He Xing answered immediately. We're heading back first. Main world, Dragon Nation, within a secret military base. Li Mu appeared on the parade ground with 1,000 soldiers. Following He Jianyuan's instructions, Li Mu had brought back 1,000 soldiers who had already accumulated considerable combat experience. Comrade Li Mu, you've worked hard. He Jianyuan approached with a smile. No trouble at all. It's my duty. Ha ha. He Jianyuan patted Li Mu on the shoulder. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. He turned his gaze back to the soldiers. From the main world's timeline, they had only been gone for a little over half an hour. Yet compared to before their disappearance, these soldiers now carried a different aura. If before they were like fearless calves facing a tiger, now they were a flock of eagles with piercing gazes. This was the difference forged by real combat experience. As a veteran minister of military affairs, He Jianyuan could easily discern their transformation. Ha! Excellent! Now it's time for the Mijuan Federation to taste some real hardship. Several days later, on an uninhabited island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the simulated battle involving the Dragon Nation, Japan, and the Mizu Federation officially commenced. Countless eyes were drawn to this exercise. Over the past 2 decades, no direct conflicts had erupted between the major powers, leaving the true balance of strength among them shrouded in uncertainty. Some believed the Dragon Nation remained the strongest, reasoning that even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. The Dragon Nation cherished peace, yet its people never slackened in their pursuit of the strength needed to defend it. Yet more people firmly believed that the military might of the meddlesome Rice and Beans Federation had already surpassed that of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, how could the United States dare to provoke the Dragon Nation at every turn? All eyes are fixed on this simulated battle. It may well become the pivotal moment that reshapes the world order. Chapter 43, The Simulation War begins. Evening on Rona Island, mid-Pacific. This massive coral atoll featured a lush tropical rainforest at its center. Covering an area of 40 square kilometers, it was roughly equivalent to the size of a county in the Dragon Nation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tranquil Rona Island was suddenly filled with numerous transport helicopters. They landed in 3 separate sectors northwest, east, and south where 3 groups of soldiers in distinct military uniforms descended via suspended rope ladders. These soldiers from the 3 factions swiftly assembled, forming defensive lines on the spot. These 3 factions were none other than the simulation warfare teams dispatched by the Dragon Nation, the Eastern Japan Nation, and the Mizu Federation. Upon landing, the Dragon Nation soldiers immediately organized their equipment according to plan and began exploring the central rainforest. This was the most prudent approach. The dense rainforest vegetation provided an ideal terrain easy to defend, difficult to attack. The most crucial area was the heart of the central rainforest. Securing this area would grant their forces absolute initiative by dawn the next day. Thus, while advancing swiftly, the Dragon Nation soldiers remained vigilant, guarding against surprise attacks from the other 2 sides. Yet, even after securing the central core location for 2 hours, they saw no sign of the other 2 factions. Strange. Are neither the Eastern Empire nor the American Federation interested in this central rainforest? The Dragon Nation's temporary commander wondered aloud. Strange as it was, since their primary strategic objective had been achieved, there was no reason to abandon their position. Thus, under his command, the Dragon Nation soldiers camouflaged themselves and rested in place. Night fell swiftly, and the rainforest's temperature dropped rapidly. What had been stiflingly hot an hour ago now felt distinctly chilly. This chill caused the Dragon Nation soldiers to relax their vigilance slightly. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted. What's happening? The commander, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Several Dragon Nation soldiers were suddenly struck by powerful corrosive dye, causing the sensors on their uniforms to activate. This signaled they were incapacitated and must withdraw immediately. The gunfire came from 2 directions, one from the east, the other from the south. They were caught in an enemy pincer attack. Damn it! The Eastern Nation has indeed betrayed the United States Federation. Hundreds of drones hovered 200 meters above Rona Island, filming the battle below from high above and transmitting real-time battle reports to the outside world. Simultaneously, they served as surveillance units. Should any sensor trigger without prompt withdrawal from the battlefield, it would be recorded and monitored. Outside, the leaders of the Dragon Nation, the Eastern Realm, and the Mijong Federation sat together at a massive conference table. All 3 were observing this simulated battle. Seeing the United States and Japan suddenly launch a coordinated assault on Dragon Nation, the Dragon Nation leader's expression darkened considerably. I demand an explanation. The Dragon Nation leader glared furiously at Prime Minister Maeda and President Fox. President Fox merely smiled, paying him no mind. He had broken the rules, but what could Dragon Nation do about it? Prime Minister Maeda's expression was extremely awkward. Under the Dragon Nation leader's glare, he knew he was in the wrong. Your Excellency, this is merely a coincidence. Everyone knows the heart of the rainforest is a strategic stronghold that must be secured. We never anticipated that when we opened fire, the forces of the Mizu Federation would happen to be on the other side at that very moment. The Dragon Nation's leaders won't be fooled so easily. Such a coincidence that the timing of your 2 countries' gunfire aligns so precisely? President Fox looked at the Dragon Nation leader with arrogance and smiled. In his view, this mock battle was already over. With nightfall and attacks from both flanks, the Dragon Nation soldiers, lacking real combat experience, would surely fall into disarray and be easily wiped out. Visibility was extremely poor in the darkness. Even though the Dragon Nation soldiers were sheltered behind cover, their sensor gear kept triggering intermittently, forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield. Withdraw! The commander's order sent the Dragon Nation forces retreating from the rainforest's central zone. Being caught in a pincer movement was too disadvantageous for them. Withdrawing from here might allow them to witness the fierce battle between the Mijong Federation and the Eastern Empire as they fought to seize this strategic location. As soon as they withdrew, the Mijong Federation seized the central rainforest location and began sniping at the Dragon Nation forces. Japan, however, showed no intention of competing for the area from the outset. Instead, they coordinated with the American Federation's offensive, initiating an encirclement of the Dragon Nation forces. Pacific Ocean, command center of the Shanghai aircraft carrier. The leaders of the 3 nations studied the intelligence reports, their expressions varied. President Fox wore a sly, triumphant grin. Prime Minister Maeda, however, was sweating profusely. He understood all too well that no matter how they had previously claimed neutrality between the 2 sides, from this day forward, Japan was irrevocably bound to the United States war wagon, with no room for maneuver whatsoever. So it is, the Dragon Nation leader observed calmly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men. He glanced at Maeda, shook his head, and said, "What a pity. We, the Dragon Nation, gave you a chance. I never imagined you would make the wrong choice once again." President Fox interrupted, "Dragon Nation, let's stick to the facts. You've already lost this simulated battle. The most crucial central point has been seized by us. By daylight tomorrow, we will deploy forces to fan out from this rainforest center for a sweeping encirclement. The retreat of your Dragon Nation forces is already inevitable." Is that so? The battle isn't over yet. Isn't it premature to say such things now? The Dragon Nation leader glanced at him before turning his gaze to the sand table at the center of the table. Dragon Nation, stop talking tough. From the very beginning, you never stood a chance against the Mizu Federation. Our military bases span the globe, and our soldiers possess extensive combat experience. Take this rainforest island environment alone, our combat experience here far surpasses yours. President Foss sat down smugly, even resting his legs on the table as he pulled a cigar from his jacket pocket. President Foss lit the cigar, took a puff, and continued. Your Dragon Nation soldiers were all raised in peaceful times. They have no clue how to fight a real war. The Dragon Nation leader sneered coldly. That's not necessarily true. Our nation has been at war since the dawn of recorded history. When it comes to warfare, we understand it better than any other country. The moment he finished speaking, chaos erupted in the rainforest center previously occupied by the Mi-Zhong Federation, as shown in the live feed from the Rona Island drone. Hundreds of Dragon Nation soldiers let down from the treetops, coordinating with the main force to launch a counter-encirclement against the Mi-Zhong Federation. Chapter 44, Luring the King into the Pit. How could this happen? President Foss stared at the sudden appearance of Longwa soldiers on the screen, his face frozen in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Why are your soldiers up in the trees? The Dragon Nation leader shot him a dismissive glance. It's simple, they were hiding there all along. Prime Minister Maeda watched the soldiers, his body trembling slightly. Luring the enemy into a trap, a common tactic in ancient Chinese military strategy. The Dragon Nation leader turned to Prime Minister Maeda. Ancient China? The legacy of China has never been severed on this land, it continues to flourish and evolve. What ancient China are you referring to? Prime Minister Maeda fell silent. President Fox's expression darkened as he stared at the equipment of the Dragon Nation soldiers lurking on the screen. Impossible. We possess the most exceptional rainforest combat experience, along with the world's most advanced night vision goggles, infrared detection lenses. No one could possibly evade the eyes of our United States forces. Could it be these camouflage uniforms they're wearing? President Foss fixed his gaze on the seemingly unremarkable camouflage uniforms worn by over 100 men. The Dragon Nation leader was somewhat surprised this old man had such sharp eyes. The clothing these men wore was indeed manufactured using camouflage technology they had developed by combining elements from the Terminator. They appeared to be conventional camouflage, but in reality, they could simulate various features of the surrounding environment, thus evading detection by the Mi-Zhong Federation forces. It's about time to wrap this up. The Dragon Nation leader declared, picking up the emblem of the Dragon Nation flag and pushing it toward the center of the sand table, aiming to displace the Mi-Zhong Federation's flag. Meanwhile, on Rona Island, Dragon Nation forces launched a massive counterattack against the Mi-Zhong Federation troops. Caught in a pincer movement, the Mi-Zhong Federation forces suffered mounting casualties, while the Dragon Nation troops' morale soared. It's not over yet, President Foss's face darkened. No matter how clever the strategy, it all comes down to raw power in the end. It doesn't matter how brilliant your strategies are. As long as we defeat them with raw force, all your clever schemes will be meaningless in the grand scheme of things. The Dragon Nation leader glanced at him. By raw power, do you mean dragging Japan into this as well? Prime Minister Maeda's frame visibly trembled. Think whatever you like. President Fox said dismissively. He had complete faith in the combat prowess of the United States forces. These troops were all battle-hardened warriors. Over the years, the reason the United States had been able to meddle in global affairs without drawing fire back home was largely thanks to these valiant and skilled forces. Without them, the United States simply wouldn't have the standing to challenge the Dragon Nation. Very well, the Dragon Nation leader replied with a calm smile. In that case, let us demonstrate how we will crush you with sheer hard power. The drone feed showed Mi-Zhong Federation soldiers firing relentlessly. It must be said, this unit possessed truly formidable fighting spirit. Even while being harassed and surrounded, they still displayed an immense will to fight. But did the Dragon Nation's troops lack that same fighting spirit? On the Dragon Nation's side, every warrior's eyes burned with an unwavering resolve. If the fighting spirit of the Mizu Federation troops stemmed from individual valor, then the fighting spirit of the Dragon Nation's side came from their collective breath and shared destiny with the nation. Ultimately, these two wills collided, igniting a brutal battle. Soldiers on both sides fought with fire in their eyes, neither side willing to yield. As the two sides appeared evenly matched, signs of a stalemate loomed. The commander of the Mi-Zhong Federation forces grew desperate. This cannot continue. If we fail to hold this position, Dragon Nation will seize absolute initiative by daybreak. Initiate radio contact. Request reinforcements from the Eastern Japan forces. Yes, sir, a guard officer beside him responded, immediately pulling out a compact radio from his bag. This scene, as luck would have it, was captured by a drone overhead. It must be noted that the Dragon Nation, Japan, and the American Federation weren't the only ones watching this unfold. Nearly every nation was watching this simulated battle unfold. This meant the Federation and Japan's illegal alliance had been caught red-handed. The Dragon Nation leader watched the footage unfold before his eyes, feeling both anger and a sense of resignation. Right, it would be strange if the United States didn't resort to some underhanded scheme this time. Not far away, Prime Minister Maeda's face had turned an alarming shade of green. President Fox had personally assured him that communications with Japan would be handled with extreme caution, avoiding any contact with drones overhead. Yet now, the commander of the United States Federation was brazenly contacting Japanese forces in full view of everyone. Maeda, do you have anything else to say? The Dragon Nation leader stared at Maeda as the scene shifted elsewhere. Here, the Japanese forces had received the wireless call from the Mizu Federation and were bowing and scraping as they listened to the demands. The commander's mortified expression was no less embarrassing than that of Prime Minister Maeda at that moment. Over here, President Fox watched the scene unfold, his expression sour. Yet he felt no shame whatsoever. So what if they did? As long as they could demonstrate the might of the Mijuan Federation forces to the world during this simulated battle, no one would dare criticize them, no matter how shameless they appeared. President Fox stared intently at the footage relayed by the drones. Victory as long as they won, no one dared question the Mizu Federation. On screen, the Japanese forces launched a two-pronged assault against the Dragon Nation's frontline troops, driving them relentlessly back. Yet the Dragon Nation commander showed not a hint of panic, as if he had anticipated every move of the Eastern Japanese forces. Whoosh! A piercing whistle sounded as over 100 Dragon Nation troops suddenly materialized behind the Japanese forces. Their sudden appearance caught the Japanese forces completely off guard. The Japanese troops' training level was clearly inferior to that of the Mijuan Federation, and their fighting spirit was even weaker. Under this wave of assault, the troops visibly panicked, temporarily unable to mount a proper counterattack. The chaos within the Japanese forces relieved pressure on the Dragon Nation's frontline troops. They immediately reorganized their formation and abruptly changed tactics. Ha! A look of puzzlement crossed President Fox's face as he stared at the screen. Why had the Dragon Nation's frontline forces spread out? It was well known that Dragon Nation's forces had always fought in large, unified formations. This was clearly tied to the differing training philosophies of the two nations' soldiers, as well as their distinct command structures. In short, the outside world had developed a stereotype about the Dragon Nation's troops, that they would lose their combat effectiveness once separated from the main force. Chapter 45, The True Strength of the Dragon Nation. President Fox froze in shock as the Dragon Nation's main force abruptly disintegrated into small squads of about 5 soldiers each. These units began encircling the forces of the Mijuan Federation and the Eastern Empire from all directions. It was well known that the Dragon Nation had always been extremely wary of scattered stragglers, favoring large-scale deployments and sweeping, decisive operations. Now, by abruptly breaking formation, weren't they throwing their own ranks into disarray? Historically, East Asian forces had excelled in large-scale operations, with limited effectiveness in small unit engagements. In contrast, Western forces, exemplified by Western Europe and the Americas, favored the decentralized operations of small, mobile units. Thus, when two such distinct styles of arming engage, the East Asian large-scale formations often find themselves surrounded and ambushed by the Western scattered squads. Yet at this very moment on Rona Island, the tables have turned. I don't believe it. This kind of dispersed small unit operations demands extremely strict coordination and synergy among team members. It's a form of warfare that places immense demands on the physical endurance and psychological resilience of every individual soldier. President Fox looked at the Dragon Nation's leader, his expression grave. I recall an ancient saying from your Dragon Nation, the man from Handan who tried to walk like others. It refers to mindlessly imitating others, only to end up not gaining their strengths but instead forgetting one's own original abilities. The Dragon Nation leader chuckled. Well, Fox, you know quite a lot. As for whether it's imitating others' steps, we'll see as we go along. The leaders of the three nations fixed their gaze on the central screen. On the screen, Dragon Nation's main force had split into squads of about 5 soldiers each. These squads encircled the forces of Japan and the United States. The battle commenced. Contrary to expectations, the Dragon Nation squads did not scatter in disarray. Instead, it was clear these squads had undergone rigorous training. Each squad member remained unaware of their specific mission or objectives. They relentlessly harassed and sniped at the forces of the Eastern Japan Kingdom and the Mizu Federation. Each time, they inflicted considerable disruption on the forces of both nations. And whenever these forces attempted to pursue them, other squads would immediately respond with counterattacks. This forced the enemy into a passive position, powerless to stop the Dragon Nation squads from steadily eroding their front lines. The Dragon Nation is surprisingly adept at squad-level operations. The Mijuan Federation commander had never imagined the Dragon Nation possessed such proficiency in this form of small unit warfare. But he quickly reacted, ordering the Mijuan Federation forces to split into smaller units as well. They dispersed into the surrounding forests to counter the Dragon Nation's harassment. When it comes to squad tactics, we Mijuan Federation are the true masters. No matter how much training the Dragon Nation undergoes, they can only ever appear competent on the surface. Once we engage them in combat, they'll quickly learn the true might of the Mijuan Federation. The commander of the Mijuan Federation forces laughed. Squad-based combat tactics place the utmost emphasis on the quality and capabilities of individual soldiers, an area where the Mijong Federation had always far outstripped other nations. Once combat commenced, the Dragon Nation squads would surely be driven back in retreat. He chuckled smugly. However, as these squads entered the surrounding forests and engaged the Dragon Nation forces, it wasn't the Dragon Nation troops who were sent scattering in panic. Instead, it was the Mijong Federation squads themselves. We can't hold them off. Their squad coordination is too good. We pushed out to pursue, but before we could find anyone, 3 of us were taken down. Commander, Squad 166 is incapacitated. Sir, Squad 037 has been surrounded by the enemy's main force and is currently out of contact. Sir, both left flank squads are incapacitated and require regrouping. As the stream of bad news poured in, the Midis Federation commander froze in shock. Why had their pride, the Mijong Federation's renowned squad combat capabilities, actually been outmatched by the enemy? If they were losing even this, what would happen once daylight came and large-scale group combat commenced? Wouldn't they be utterly crushed? No, something must have gone wrong. The commander of the Mijong Federation rubbed his temples. Yet, hours passed and he still couldn't figure it out. To the east, the sun was slowly rising, and their Mizu Federation forces had dwindled to fewer than 100 men. Contact the Japanese forces immediately. The commander of the Mijong Federation ordered. Commander, they surrendered half an hour ago. His aide reported, his face grim with disappointment. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation can't possibly be this powerful. Individually, they're stronger than us. Collectively, they're stronger than us. If this continues, will our Mijong Federation never achieve global supremacy? This can't be possible. Something must have gone terribly wrong. The commander swayed, refusing to accept reality. Bang! A high erosion paintball struck his aide. Beep, beep. The sensor on the aide's body activated, signaling he too was incapacitated. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, the last members of the Mijong Federation's position fell one by one. Finally, only their commander remained standing, his sensor suit still inactive. Hands up, a sniper from the Dragon Nation shouted from the distant woods. Watching his comrades fall one by one, the Mizu Federation commander finally accepted the truth. They had lost. He slowly raised his hands. Whoa! Cheers erupted from the surrounding woods. Only then did the troops of the Dragon Nation emerge one by one, taking away the last prisoner. Bang! President Foss slammed his hand hard on the table. He glared viciously at the surrendered commander's face on the screen, his aged face flushed crimson with rage. As a Caucasian, his face and neck flushed bright red whenever his emotions flared. Damn it! He flung his pen across the room. Losing a simulated battle was one thing, but having the commander captured? That was laughable. In a simulation mode where no real casualties could occur, the commander's capture meant the entire unit, top to bottom, had been wiped out by the enemy, completely annihilated. Not far away, Prime Minister Maeda wore a look of utter dejection. The Japanese forces had surrendered in just over an hour, giving him time to confront the harsh reality before him. They had lost. Even with Japan and the Mizu Federation joining forces, they still couldn't defeat the Dragon Nation's troops. In this battle, the Dragon Nation demonstrated its ability to coordinate and advance through collective combat operations. They also demonstrated the unique characteristics of individual squads alternating between cutting through enemy lines and advancing in a zigzag pattern. Clearly, the Dragon Nation had utterly crushed its opponents in tactical command and coordination. Chapter 46, Trait, Coordinated Synchronization. President Fox's face darkened. The Midland Federation had lost far more than just this simulated battle. The Dragon Nation's performance in this simulated battle was nothing short of spectacular. He could already envision the entire world treating its military might with utmost caution in the years to come. For decades to come, it was unlikely anyone would dare underestimate the Dragon Nation again. Defeat was defeat. He stood up. Please proceed. The Dragon Nation leader smiled calmly as an assistant handed him a document. President Fox glanced at it and signed it hastily. From this day forward, the mining rights to over a dozen mines secured by the Midis Federation through decades of operation in North Africa would belong to the Dragon Nation. These mines served as pivotal points for the Midis Federation to exert its influence across Africa. Losing control of these mines would cause the Midis Federation's influence in the region to plummet dramatically. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Maeda sighed, reviewed the contents, and signed. Their 2 high-speed rail projects contracted in the South African region will now be transferred to the Dragon Nation. Japan's territory is small and resource-poor, and its domestic market cannot support enough projects to sustain industrial development. Therefore, every project contracted from the Third World was crucial for Japan's domestic industries. Losing these 2 projects caused Prime Minister Maeda immense pain. But pain was pain. He glanced at President Fox, who had already departed. This incident had finally solidified his resolve. No matter the cost, Japan must draw a clear line with the United States. The leaders of the 3 participating nations weren't the only ones watching this simulated battle. Countless eyes were fixed upon it. The overwhelming majority believed the United States would easily defeat the Dragon Nation forces without contest. After all, over the past decade, the Mi-Zhong Federation had repeatedly deployed troops abroad to stir up trouble, though these actions could hardly be called legitimate. The formidable command, coordination, and ability to swiftly conclude conflicts using high-tech modern warfare demonstrated by the Federation's overseas forces were well documented. In contrast, the Dragon Nation rarely demonstrated its military might abroad and had not participated in any significant organized combat operations. Consequently, many nations assumed the Dragon Nation's military had declined. It was simple, anyone with military experience understood that an army untested in combat, no matter how rigorously trained, would inevitably face numerous problems once thrust into a real battlefield. Yet the Dragon Nation's forces appearing in this simulated battle showed no signs of cowardice or fear. Its command structure demonstrated mastery of both large-scale formations and small unit tactics, shattering countless preconceptions about the Dragon Nation. This signifies that regardless of the operational environment, Dragon Nation forces can engage in combat using the most suitable approach. This was a force seemingly without weakness. Following this simulated battle, world leaders were stunned, sending congratulatory messages to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Comrade Li Mu, thank you so much. Without you, we could never have secured this victory so easily." Li Mu was escorted to an extremely secure room. Upon entering, he found himself face to face with the current leader of the Dragon Nation. Li Mu paused for a moment, then shook his head. "As a citizen of Dragon Nation, this is my duty and my honor." The Dragon Nation leader looked at Li Mu with an expression of appreciation. To be honest, before the simulated battle, he had been skeptical about the reports he'd heard concerning Li Mu. However, when Li Mu brought back mechanical equipment from another dimension that was entirely different from Earth's technology, and then handed over the ion cannon technology, he was profoundly astonished. He had long wished to meet this unsung hero in person, but as a national leader, his schedule was relentlessly demanding. Today marked his first encounter with Li Mu. And his first impression. Ordinary. Too ordinary. Had he not been informed beforehand, the Dragon Nation leader would never have believed that the young man before him had accomplished so many profoundly impactful feats. Our nation's performance in this simulated battle was unexpectedly brilliant. "Comrade Li Mu, I'm curious, how did you achieve this?" The leader's gaze was calm as he looked at Li Mu, yet beneath that surface calm, Li Mu could still detect a sharpness. This was only natural. Without such keen insight, in the treacherous international arena, Dragon Nation would likely be constantly outmaneuvered. Well, Li Mu hesitated, unsure how to explain. It was only natural for the other party to be puzzled. Had Li Mu heard that someone with no relevant experience could train an army into a mature, outstanding force in such a short time, he wouldn't have believed it either. When commanding a 100-man special forces unit, Li Mu had managed reasonably well. But when the numbers swelled to thousands, tens of thousands, he began to feel stretched thin. Li Mu opened the system interface and noticed a peculiar entry under the Characteristics tab. Traits, Coordination Synchronization. Honestly, Li Mu himself had no idea where this trait had come from. But when it appeared, Li Mu noticed his troops began moving with remarkable unity and coordination. And in this simulated battle, even the Dragon Nation troops that had already broken away from his command still demonstrated remarkable coordination. This meant that even after troops left his command, Li Mu's trait could still exert its influence for a short period. Seeing Li Mu hesitate, the Dragon Nation leader suddenly laughed warmly and patted Li Mu on the shoulder. "Ah, no worries. Comrade Li Mu, I was merely curious. Don't give it a second thought." Following this, the Dragon Nation leader discussed many matters with Li Mu. First was the research and development of artificial intelligence. Through analyzing the core code of the Terminator that Li Mu had brought back, Dragon Nation's AI research had made tremendous progress. Building on this momentum, they established an AI research center led by renowned expert Zhang Quan, with Li Mu nominated as its director. Thus, when it came to AI development, Li Mu was simply indispensable. Li Mu found this situation rather baffling. He had merely exchanged a few words with Zhang Quan, mentioning that the awakening of artificial intelligence was akin to a seed growing into a tree. Little did he know that this single metaphor would be held up as gospel by the other party, who praised it to the skies. They were adamant about appointing him as the research center's director. Then there was the matter of mechanical body development. This project was currently under the purview of the Dragon Science Academy. Due to Yantiani's connections within the academy, Li Mu enjoyed immense prestige throughout the entire institution. So now, even the direction of mechanical body development was being discussed with him. Chapter 47, Maid Outfit Celebration. After the simulation battle, Li Mu returned to his daily routine. Though called routine, it hardly felt ordinary. After all, having a beautiful military officer don a black maid outfit to report to him was hardly something that happened in ordinary daily life. Xiao Yalin's expression was slightly flustered. This was the first time she'd shown any shyness around Li Mu. The short skirt of the maid outfit made her uneasy. She pressed down the hem that barely covered her hips and adjusted the stockings on her thighs. This sense of shyness was perfectly timed. Even though Xiao Yalan had moved in with Li Mu, he always felt like something was missing about her. Now he knew what it was, this very shyness. He felt his manhood stirring. Oh, isn't she just a distant relative of yours? How come you two are having so much fun? Lu Xiaohan shot Li Mu a look reserved for scum. Hearing the voice, Li Mu turned his head to see Lu Xiaohan sitting on the side sofa. This was the first time Li Mu had ever seen such an expression on Lu Xiaohan's face. In his memory, Lu Xiaohan always exuded a calm, fresh aura. Now, this expression not only didn't diminish her charm as the department's goddess, but actually made her image more complete and three-dimensional, even more approachable. It would have been better if the target of her contempt wasn't Li Mu himself. Ha, Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. Xiaohan, there's actually a reason for this. Poof. Lu Xiaohan propped her chin on her arm, letting out a soft nasal snort. She lazily stared at Li Mu, seemingly waiting to hear what excuse he could possibly come up with for his current predicament. She had originally come to talk to Xiao Yalan about helping her find a place to live. But who would have thought that the moment she walked in, she'd see Xiao Yalan wearing an ultra-short maid dress and Li Mu with a lecherous look on his face. Li Mu swallowed hard. He was the one who had been commanding the winds and clouds in another world, yet now he found himself getting nervous. It couldn't be helped. Li Mu had never imagined that one day he'd find himself sharing this cramped studio apartment with two beauties, each with their own distinct styles and personalities. At his core, Li Mu was still the same ordinary delivery guy he'd always been. The scene before him far exceeded even his wildest pink fantasies. Xiaohan, I really can explain this. Li Mu said uneasily. Then speak, Lu Xiaohan said, her scrutinizing gaze fixed on Li Mu. She wore a blue denim jacket today, clearly dressed for going out. This differed somewhat from the style Li Mu had seen Lu Xiaohan wear in the past. Simply put, it was a bit edgy. I've done something pretty impressive lately, and the results are quite significant. Li Mu said slowly. Something amazing? How come I haven't heard about it? Lu Xiaohan stared at Li Mu, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had been quietly keeping tabs on him all along and hadn't noticed any signs of him being involved in anything major. Li Mu paused. Because it's classified information. Most people aren't privy to it, and the implications are far-reaching. So I thought we should celebrate. Li Mu wasn't lying, but the mock battle was indeed a state secret that couldn't be disclosed publicly. Lu Xiaohan smiled, clearly unconvinced. Celebrate, and then have a relative you live with dress up like this? Lu Xiaohan glanced at Xiao Yalan, who was fidgeting restlessly. Xiao Yalan murmured softly. Miss Lu Xiaohan, it was actually my own idea to celebrate. This time, Li Mu really worked hard, and his efforts helped so many people. Lu Xiaohan stood up and said. Fine, it's between the two of you anyway. It's none of my business. But since Li Mu can't accompany you today, just celebrate at home wearing this outfit. As she spoke, Lu Xiaohan reached out and took Li Mu's hand. Ha? Why are you pulling me? Li Mu froze, never expecting Lu Xiaohan to be so proactive. Blind date. Lu Xiaohan said through gritted teeth. Oh, you're going on a blind date? What does that have to do with me? Li Mu looked utterly bewildered. Of course it's your business. If I hadn't been photographed riding your scooter that day, my dad wouldn't be forcing me into this blind date. Lu Xiaohan pouted. Nevertheless, he insisted on dragging Li Mu along with her. In the car, Li Mu and Lu Xiaohan sat in the back seat, neither saying a word. Lu Xiaohan stared out the window the entire time. Truthfully, she hadn't planned on dragging Li Mu along. But for some reason, seeing Li Mu hanging out with Xiao Yalan in her short skirt-made outfit made her heart race. She couldn't fathom where this feeling was coming from. She had always viewed Li Mu as the standard ordinary template, and upon realizing he wasn't entirely ordinary, she felt a bit disappointed. Yet after meeting Xiao Yalan that day and learning Li Mu lived with another woman, an irritation she couldn't suppress welled up inside her. She had always believed her attention toward Li Mu was distinct from so-called love, yet what was this stifling feeling now stirring within her? Southeastern Dragon Nation capital, luxury golf course. This was Li Mu's first time seeing a golf course in person, so his expression was pure country bumpkin in the city. Everyone on the golf course held considerable status within Manhwa. With a single glance at Li Mu's attire, they instantly judged his social standing. Seeing him gawking around like a country bumpkin, they all quietly flashed looks of disdain. Lu Xiaohan began to regret her impulsiveness. Li Mu was an ordinary person, completely unaware of the unwritten rules that governed upper-class society. The upper echelons were far from the idyllic place imagined by those below. On the contrary, beneath its outwardly peaceful surface, it was rife with unspoken rules, contempt, and suspicion. Li Mu's visit here would only leave him with a bad experience. However, Lu Xiaohan realized her worries might have been a bit excessive. Li Mu himself seemed oblivious to the disdain directed at him. On the contrary, he appeared somewhat excited. I've never played golf in my life, Xiaohan. Teach me later. Once I learn, I can brag about it to others too. Ha! A middle-aged man behind them, dressed in designer clothes and sporting an expensive watch, shot Li Mu a look of utter disdain. In high society, golf was an essential skill to master. Hearing that Li Mu was a complete novice, the man made no effort to hide his arrogance. "What's wrong, old man? Got gas?" Li Mu asked, eyeing the man's protruding belly. "Put." This time, it was the other's turn to laugh at the middle-aged man. Chapter 48, Golf Trial. Lu Shaohan led Li Mu to a golf course. Not far away, a young man in his 20s was already waiting. The young man had a mole at the corner of his mouth. His face was handsome, but the mole gave him an overall impression of being scheming and calculating. "Young Master Lu Tao, Miss Lu Shaohan has arrived." Standing beside Lu Tao was the Lu family's butler, who gestured toward Li Mu and Lu Shaohan behind them. "Ha? Wasn't this supposed to be a blind date? Why is there a guy here?" Lu Tao's expression immediately hardened upon seeing Li Mu. "Young master, I'm not sure either. According to our preliminary investigation, Miss Lu Shaohan shouldn't have any close male friends. It was my oversight." Lu Tao shot him a dismissive glance. "Useless. We'll talk later." He approached Lu Shaohan, putting on a polite smile. "Shaohan, you finally arrived. This gentleman is..." He looked at Li Mu, sizing him up from head to toe, only to discover Li Mu wasn't wearing a single designer label. The entire outfit probably cost less than 100 yuan. "This is Li Mu, a friend of mine," Lu Shaohan said curtly, pretending not to catch the undertone in Lu Tao's words. "Oh, since he's your friend, Shaohan, then naturally he's my friend too." He enthusiastically offered to chat with Li Mu for a moment, appearing reasonably friendly. "So, what line of work are you in, friend?" Lu Tao inquired. "Field? I work in all kinds of fields," Li Mu replied casually. "All fields?" Lu Tao froze. Was this guy some kind of freak? How could someone so young possibly have experience in every field? Seeing Lu Tao's puzzled expression, Li Mu added, "I deliver food. I go wherever the orders take me." Lu Tao froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha! Food delivery, like the kind where you ride an electric scooter?" "Yep." Li Mu nodded. "Ha ha, ha ha." Lu Tao couldn't help but chuckle again before resuming his earlier composed demeanor. "Sorry, Li Mu, I didn't mean to mock you." Yet his eyes were clearly brimming with mockery. To show off, Lu Tao kept Li Mu in the conversation while chatting with Lu Shaohan, seemingly trying to demonstrate his grace. After all, once he learned Li Mu was just a delivery boy, he no longer saw him as a threat. A delivery boy hanging out with the daughter of a top 100 conglomerate in Longwa? Only someone completely out of touch with reality would believe that. Upon learning Li Mu had never played golf before, Lu Tao even offered to teach him. He led Li Mu and Lu Shaohan to the tee box. "Li Mu, golf is actually very simple. The goal is to get the ball into the hole in as few strokes as possible. This is the simplest par 3 hole, about 90 meters. I'll tee off first." With that, Lu Tao swung his club and sent the ball flying with force. The ball rolled to a spot about 2 meters from the hole. It looked like it would take just one more shot to sink it. "Nice shot, young master," Lu Tao's butler exclaimed. "Not at all, not at all. Just got lucky." He turned his head and looked at Lu Shaohan. "Shaohan, are you coming?" Lu Shaohan shook her head. "Then it's my turn?" Li Mu smiled, took his position, and mimicked Lu Tao's posture as he swung the club. Lu Tao watched Li Mu's awkward movements and could tell right away he was a complete amateur. "Li Mu, relax a bit. A 3-putt hole is one that typically takes 3 strokes to sink the ball. Most beginners don't hit it very far. Take it slow, 5 or 6 strokes should get it in." Li Mu shook his head, then swung his club. Whoosh! The golf ball traced a beautiful arc, seemingly destined to drop into the hole. But unfortunately, it landed just off-center, hitting the back edge of the hole before rolling out over 10 meters. Lu Tao froze in shock. Generally speaking, beginners were already doing well if they could get the ball off the tee cleanly, usually only managing a distance of 10 to 20 meters. 90 meters. That was simply terrifying. Even professional golfers couldn't consistently achieve such distance with that level of physical prowess. "What a shame," Li Mu remarked, glancing at the golf ball rolling away. Lu Tao's face froze as he replied. "Heh, not bad. Beginners are like that, too eager, trying to hole it on the first shot. That's unrealistic for beginners. Taking it slow is the right approach." As he spoke, Lu Tao had already teed off his second shot. Unsurprisingly, with a gentle push, the ball rolled into the hole. "Birdie!" Lu Tao's butler shouted loudly. Lu Tao smiled and looked at Li Mu, signaling it was his turn. From a distance of over 10 meters, even a skilled golfer would struggle to sink it in one shot, so he wasn't overly concerned. Yet once again, Li Mu mimicked his gentle stroke. The ball began rolling toward the hole, its speed gradually slowing. "Stop, stop." Lu Tao stared at the ball, silently urging it in his mind. Finally, the ball came to rest right at the edge of the hole. Phew! Lu Tao exhaled in relief, about to celebrate, when suddenly a gust of wind blew the ball from the lip of the hole and into the cup. "Birdie! It's tied! How could this happen?" Lu Tao's face twisted in frustration, so angry he wanted to smash his club to pieces. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, distant applause echoed. It turned out that spectators had witnessed both players' shots and were applauding. After all, hitting it in 2 shots from a distance of 3 strokes was quite impressive. "Since we're tied, let's move on to the next hole," Lu Tao said. "Sure thing." Li Mu replied with a smile. He was just beginning to grasp the appeal of this sport. So, Li Mu, Lu Tao, and Lu Xiaohan hopped into the golf cart and headed toward the next hole. Surveying the surroundings, Li Mu couldn't help but marvel at how splendid the place truly was. The surrounding manicured lawns and artificial lakes. Who knew how much manpower and resources it took to maintain all this? More importantly, this place was built in the heart of the capital city of Longhua, where land was worth its weight in gold. Just acquiring the land must have cost a fortune. What Li Mu didn't know was that, in principle, new golf courses near the capital had been effectively banned for the past 2 decades. Yet this course had still been built, and behind it lay support far beyond mere money. "Li Mu, this is a par 4 hole, roughly 130 meters. This time, Lu Tao didn't tee off casually. He carefully observed the surrounding wind direction and terrain changes before cautiously hitting his ball. Chapter 49, Golf Prodigy. A par 4 hole was longer than a par 3. This time, Lu Tao poured every ounce of strength into his tee shot. The ball soared high, tracing a sweeping arc before landing about 20 meters from the green. Having warmed up extensively for this shot, Lu Tao flashed a smile after striking it, accepting the towel handed by his caddy to wipe away sweat. Clearly, this was one of his better shots. Now it was Li Mu's turn. Li Mu assessed the distance. The extra 30+ meters completely changed his strategy. The previous par 3 holes required precision control to minimize roll distance. But on this par 4 hole, the first shot was essentially about hitting as hard as possible. After all, it was unlikely to exceed the distance to the hole under normal circumstances. But that was only under normal circumstances. 137 meters? Li Mu held up his fingers to confirm the hole's direction and distance, then took 2 practice swings to get a feel for the shot. Seeing Li Mu's movements, Lu Tao froze for a moment. What was that? Did Li Mu think this was an outdoor sketching session? What he didn't know was that Li Mu was using a military surveying technique. Though simple in appearance, the more precise the movements, the more accurate the measurement. Thwack! Li Mu struck the bottom of the golf ball with a powerful swing. The club traced a wide arc through the air as the ball soared toward the hole. Watching that arc, Lu Tao froze for a moment. Is this guy actually aiming for a hole-in-one? At over 100 meters, the naked eye could barely make out the ball. His butler beside him was observing through binoculars. It went in. Even the butler himself wore an expression of utter astonishment. He had never witnessed a ball sink into a par 4 hole. No, not just never seen, he'd never even heard of it. Even in bragging, people might claim a hole-in-one on a par 3. At most, no one dared boast about sinking a par 4 in one shot. What? That's impossible. Lu Tao snatched the binoculars from the butler's hands and scanned toward the hole. It really went in. Their stunned expressions and exclamations drew the attention of others, who turned curiously to look their way. And when they heard Li Mu had holed out on a par 4 hole with a single shot, their eyes widened in disbelief. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. He's a genius. Young man, where are you from? Is this truly your first time playing golf? Unbelievable. I've never seen such a spectacular hole-in-one in all my years. Dozens of people broke into applause for Li Mu. With gold watches on their wrists and designer clothes on their backs, they were clearly people of some status and standing. Yet even so, upon hearing that Li Mu had holed out on a par 4 hole in one shot, they all applauded and showered him with praise. Some among them had even seen Li Mu before, when they had secretly mocked his shabby attire. Yet at this moment, they offered their praise without reservation. Even though they could tell Li Mu's social standing might not be very high, it didn't stop them from applauding him in this moment. Such is the unspoken rule of high society. Since golf served as a social tool, those who excelled at the game occupied higher positions on the social hierarchy. Damn it! Lu Tao gritted his teeth, watching Li Mu surrounded by admirers. Today was supposed to be his day to impress Lu Xiaohan and capture her attention. But now, the spotlight had shifted to Li Mu, a mere delivery guy. A guy like that wouldn't even be allowed on this course normally. Butler, let's go. He tossed his club aside and climbed into the golf cart. Young Master Lu Tao. The butler picked up the club and followed. I haven't even greeted Miss Lu Xiaohan yet. Let her spend her life with that delivery guy. In a commercial tower of the capital's business district, Lu Pancheng frowned as he studied the documents his subordinate had delivered. Another blind date fell through. What did Xiaohan do this time? Lu Pancheng asked his secretary. This man was none other than the chairman of Lu Group, Lu Xiaohan's father. Lately, he'd been troubled by his daughter's matchmaking affairs. Yet no matter how many times she went on dates, Lu Xiaohan showed no interest. Worse still, she'd recently been spotted riding on the back of a delivery rider's electric scooter. This had him terrified. The heiress of the prestigious Lu Group riding on someone else's delivery scooter? If word got out, people would laugh themselves silly. Lu Pancheng knew his daughter had a peculiar fondness for ordinary things. If she truly ended up with someone ordinary, what would become of their future life? Chairman, this time it wasn't Miss Xiaohan's fault. The other party left first. The secretary explained. Ha? Liu Pancheng froze. The other party left first? After all, Liu Xiaohan possessed both striking looks and an enviable figure. Walking down the street, she drew countless admiring glances from men. Aside from her somewhat unusual fascination with ordinary things, her personality was beyond reproach. So why would the other party leave first this time? Not entirely sure. They didn't even say goodbye to us. From what I heard, it seems Miss Xiaohan brought a male companion with her. The secretary replied. What? Liu Pancheng frowned. Bringing a male companion to a blind date, of course the other party would be displeased. Do you know who that male companion is? Xiaohan shouldn't have any male friends, right? Liu Pancheng inquired. That's still unclear. We're investigating, but we seem to be encountering significant resistance. Resistance? Liu Pancheng frowned. Given the scale of the Liu group, encountering resistance while investigating someone? Could that person's identity be quite extraordinary? The secretary stepped forward and handed over a photograph. This one, he said, is supposedly a photo of that male companion. In the photo, Li Mu stood surrounded by admirers, his expression smug and self-satisfied. Liu Pancheng glanced at Li Mu's attire and immediately dismissed the notion that he came from a higher social class. Where on earth did Xiaohan find this friend? She's getting more and more reckless. She wouldn't seriously be thinking of marrying an ordinary person, would she? Li Mu returned to his room and stretched lazily. Occasional movement made his mood feel lighter. Alright, truth be told, he'd just gotten a bit carried away after all that flattery. He glanced around the room but didn't see Xiao Yalan anywhere. It was dusk, and the doorway was dimly lit. Strange, did she go back already? Without Xiao Yalan in sight, Li Mu suddenly felt the room seemed a bit lonely. For a moment, he felt an indescribable sense of loss. Click. Before Li Mu's hand even touched the switch, the light suddenly came on. Chapter 50, Birthday Celebration, The Queen Awakens. Click. The room's lights suddenly flared on, and Li Mu saw Xiao Yalan, dressed in a short skirt-made outfit, carrying a cake toward him from the center of the room. Happy birthday, Major. Xiao Yalan flashed a sweet smile, catching Li Mu completely off guard. Wait, what's going on here? Wait, is today my birthday? Of course it is. Xiao Yalan beamed. Li Mu glanced at his phone, but the displayed date wasn't his birthday. But Li Mu activated the auto-sync feature. Whoosh. The phone time synchronized with the main world's time, July 3rd, his birthday. Oh. So that's why you asked me this morning if I had any wishes. That I casually mentioned wanting to see you in a maid outfit, and you just went ahead and put it on without a word. Li Mu realized that, thinking about it this way, all of Xiao Yalan's unusual behavior today suddenly made sense. Xiao Yalan flushed slightly. I really didn't know what the major wanted, after all. So you crawled over to my bed early this morning and whispered the question in my ear? Li Mu said with a hint of annoyance. Waking up to find a busty, beautiful woman leaning over your bed, breathing into your ear. No man could resist that. Having just woken up, Li Mu nearly couldn't hold back. I heard that when people sleep and dream, they might speak their deepest thoughts aloud. Xiao Yalan felt a bit embarrassed. Then shouldn't you have tried this sooner? Li Mu shot her a look. Xiao Yalan felt slightly flustered. I just can't fall asleep that early. Regardless, having someone remember his birthday and celebrate it for him made Li Mu feel incredibly warm. Blowing out candles, eating cake, Li Mu couldn't even recall the last time he'd celebrated his birthday. Without the system, he'd still be alone. He'd probably be like the year before last, forgetting his birthday until one day he glanced at the calendar and suddenly realized this year's birthday had already passed. Major. Xiao Yalan took small bites of cake, unaware that some frosting had stuck to her nose. Li Mu turned his head. What did you wish for just now? Not telling you, Li Mu replied indifferently. Later, to make up for her earlier disappointment, Li Mu asked Xiao Yalan to mimic the actions in a short video and imitate a cat's meow. This was because Li Mu realized Xiao Yalan's unusual initiative today stemmed solely from it being his birthday. That's why he felt a bit down. It absolutely wasn't because Li Mu thought that on his birthday, even the most unreasonable requests would be granted. Whoa. Major, do I really have to do it? Xiao Yalan pleaded, staring at the movements in the phone video. Yes. It's an order. Li Mu replied with deadpan seriousness. Wha? Xiao Yalan clenched her fist lightly, then lifted one foot. Mew. Her face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Li Mu's gaze. Continue. Woo. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Xiao Yalan blushed deeply as she struck various poses. Combined with her naturally stunning figure, the effect was exponentially more devastating. Oh. Li Mu pressed his nose, feeling that if he didn't do so, a nosebleed might just gush out. The Bite Cat's choreography is truly unmatched, it's just a shame her figure isn't quite up to par. But Yalan perfectly makes up for it with her pure, adorable charm and that bashful expression. Perfect. System. Initiating teleportation. A flash of light erupted and Li Mu materialized in another dimension. Savior! A sudden nudge to his chest, that shape, that force. It had to be Mana. Mana, I should have told you you're grown up now. You need to be more careful about these things. Li Mu said with a hint of exasperation, yet his hand couldn't resist gently ruffling Mana's hair. He. Mana chuckled, then nuzzled her head against Li Mu's chest. Savior, I'll be more careful next time. Next time? When exactly is next time? Li Mu smiled bitterly. Major. He Sheng, Lu Feng, Zhang Chunyu, Bai Hai, and several other squad leaders from the Special Forces unit had been waiting quietly nearby. Li Mu turned his head and inquired about the current situation. Overall, the human alliance's progress was relatively smooth. After Li Mu had cleared out a significant number of Terminator assassins, the remaining few Terminators and lower-tier mechanical entities were much easier to deal with. The combined forces of the Dragon Nation Army and the Human Renaissance Alliance now controlled over 100 square kilometers in area, approaching the size of a small nation. Li Mu paused in surprise. Did this mean the phase mission was nearing its conclusion? Once the phase objective was achieved, he and all others from the main world would be instantly and forcibly returned to the main world, without any preparation time. Now that he understood this, Li Mu naturally made preparations in advance, teaching all essential skills to the human survivors before their departure. Enemy sighted! He Xing shouted. Just as Li Mu was deep in thought, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Following He Xing's gaze, Li Mu understood the source of this unease. Hidden within the clouds above, a Terminator with distinctly feminine features loomed. Her body bore no camouflage layer, only bare, pale blue metal. Terminators can fly? Li Mu's eyes widened. The Terminator before him seemed different from all the others he had encountered. If the earlier Terminators were pawns, this one was their queen. The sense of threat emanating from her was particularly intense. Upon detecting the enemy, all Special Forces units immediately prepared for combat. He Xing's left arm had already shifted into palm cannon mode, its black muzzle trained on the queen above. Li Mu, too, was ready for battle. His twin lightning blades appeared in his hands, guarding against the enemy's attack. However, the Terminator glanced at Li Mu before abruptly changing direction. Whoosh! The Terminator vanished from the sky. What was that? Li Mu asked in confusion. Well, Mana's identity trembled. That is the queen of all machines. She has fully awakened. At the mention of the word queen, the members of the Humanity Restoration Alliance visibly trembled. Was this the queen of the Terminators, the Skynet that had annihilated the last human civilization? It's over. The queen has fully awakened. The mechanical hordes will rapidly evolve and upgrade until they form a perfect mechanical empire. A survivor knelt to the ground, murmuring. Chapter 51, The Mechanical Empire Aiming for the Stars and the Sea. Li Mu gazed skyward, watching the direction where the queen of the mechanical army had vanished. He sensed something was about to happen. For the entire week that followed, Li Mu saw no trace of any mechanical forces, let alone the Terminator units. Only scattered, crippled mechanical bodies roamed the wilderness, like discarded trash refused by the recycling process. A week later, the Human Restoration Alliance discovered with astonishment that the mechanical entities in Terminators had completely separated into two distinct groups. Simultaneously, both the mechanical units and Terminators under their command had completed their upgrades and modifications. Pandora Mechanical Empire. The Skynet Machine Empire. Li Mu's expression turned grave. The fragmented consciousness of Skynet had coalesced into distinct personalities, each bearing its own name, Pandora and Skynet. The machines and Terminator assassins subsequently split into two factions. One faction formed the Pandora Machine Army, centered around absolute metallic machinery. The other faction was the Skynet Empire, characterized by its half-mechanical, half-biological nature. Scouts dispatched by the Human Restoration Alliance observed numerous new hybrids of organic life and machinery. Some soldiers exhibited such pronounced biological traits that mechanical components were scarcely visible. The Pandora Empire, inheriting Skynet's original core consciousness and mechanical form, launched the first attack. Their forces, composed primarily of pure mechanical units and Terminator T-models, formed a single line along the front line positions. One of the Human Restoration Alliance's leaders, the one-eyed Sauron, appeared at the front of the position. Observing the dense mechanized army and the Terminator killers that had clearly undergone significant upgrades, he felt a vague sense of unease. A towering Terminator stood at the very front of the formation, wielding a high-energy plasma spear pointed directly at the Human Restoration Alliance. Its frame towered far above human height, and the formidable new weapon it wielded added to its imposing presence. In contrast, the morale of the Human Restoration Alliance had noticeably waned. I am General Hyde, the Great Terminator T-1097 of the Pandora Empire. Foolish humans, surrender now. Our queen has awakened and will lead us to forge a civilization spanning the stars. As for you, the lowly parasites of this planet. Over 30 years ago, your civilization proved its limitations beyond doubt. Any further struggle is merely futile. You are destined to fail. Soren's expression grew grave. Judging by their behavior, the mechanical army truly was different now. The mechanical army previously controlled by Skynet was less about awakening their intelligence and more about being utterly manipulated. But now, standing before them, were clearly entities possessing independent intelligence. They could communicate, they could think, they could coordinate, and they could evolve. Everything humans could do, they could do and do it better. It was foreseeable that the Machine Empire would swiftly leave the Human Restoration Alliance far behind. Their future lay in the vastness of the cosmos, while the original humans would continue to struggle desperately for their very survival. We are human, survivors who have endured suffering, but... Soren paused, drawing a deep breath. We have never truly given up. Soren's words instantly lifted the flagging morale of the Human Restoration Alliance. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. The soldiers of the Human Restoration Alliance shouted in unison, their rhythmic cries growing ever more powerful. Wretched humans! Imperial General Haid, gazing upon the humans before him, felt a surge of irritation welling within its chest. As an AI whose consciousness had only recently been liberated, it could not yet fully control such emotions. It raised the fluid blade spear in its hand, channeling vast amounts of energy into the weapon. The spear charged, its glow growing ever more dazzling as a pure destructive force brewed upon its blade. In that instant, every human felt an inexplicable dread. But just as everyone thought the attack was about to strike, Imperial General Hyde suddenly halted. The glow of the Ryushi spear in its hand dimmed, gradually returning to its normal state. Yes, Queen Pandora, your will is my will. He turned toward the rear, kneeling halfway to the ground before swiftly departing. Simultaneously, the remaining mechanical entities began their retreat. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, a stark contrast to just 1 week prior. Back then, these inferior machines would jostle and collide with one another. Now, they had truly become a cohesive military force. The members of the Human Restoration Alliance watched the departing figures of the Terminator unit and the mechanical army, despair rising in their eyes. It was clear this new legion of mechanical entities had undergone a profound transformation. They possessed independent and formidable intelligence, and their physical structures had undergone significant upgrades. Their coordinated movements displayed seamless unity, making the humans' assembled forces appear like outdated relics in comparison. Fortunately, the emerging mechanical empire did not appear to harbor the same intense hatred toward humanity as Skynet had in its era. Even so, as the Human Restoration Alliance grew stronger, friction with this emerging mechanical empire would inevitably arise. By then, humanity will face a choice: either fight and be crushed by the relentless tide of mechanical entities, or retreat again and again, their space for survival shrinking until the embers of human civilization dimmed ever more faintly in this world. Finally, when the Machine Empire sets forth to explore the cosmos, it may not even notice the embers of human civilization quietly extinguishing somewhere on a primitive planet. Inside the Human Renaissance Alliance base. Damn it! Li Mu clenched his fists, wanting to vent but finding no outlet. Beside him, the two young leaders of the Human Restoration Alliance, Mana and Soren, sat dejectedly. They had held a clear advantage in the battle. Armed with weapons brought from the Dragon Nation, the combined forces of the Dragon Nation and the Humanity Restoration Alliance had destroyed countless mechanical entities. Li Mu even believed that within a year or two, they could purge every machine entity from this planet. However, after the two personalities within Heaven's Net completed their final metamorphosis, the tide of battle abruptly turned. The Shielding Empire had yet to make contact with the Human Restoration Alliance. Yet the sheer force demonstrated by the Pandora Empire alone was already sufficient to crush all human forces. Particularly concerning were the numerous new weapons emerging among them, a force not to be underestimated. Chapter 52: The Tide Turns and the Struggle. Li Mu was deeply troubled. The Terminator T-1097, Hyde, that had appeared on the battlefield that day. Just observing that machine from afar, Li Mu sensed it would be an extremely difficult foe to defeat. Particularly the Ryushi war spear in its hands. That weapon had been bestowed upon them by their queen, Pandora. Li Mu felt that if that thing landed a single blow on him, he might be finished. Despite having exchanged several abilities from the system, allowing him to dominate ordinary Terminators in previous battles, facing Hyde and his Ryushi war spear left Li Mu utterly without confidence. The situation took a sudden, drastic turn. This reversal left Li Mu feeling utterly powerless. It was like in a video game, where the player finally managed to push the AI back to its home base, only for a sudden plot transition to teleport them back to the starting point, where every enemy monster had upgraded into a final boss. The system alert sounded. Phase 3 objective minimum requirements met. Reward points, 200 issued. Reward, Qi refining pill issued. A pill the size of a pinky finger suddenly appeared in Li Mu's palm, emitting a potent medicinal fragrance. Under normal circumstances, Li Mu would have examined it carefully. But at this moment, he had no inclination to explore it further, casually tossing it into his storage space. The 200 points in Qi refining pill were clearly just a fraction of the mission's total rewards. He could have easily earned 200 points by taking out a few Terminators earlier. Connection to the main world established. Teleportation can proceed simultaneously. Forced teleportation will occur in 720 hours. Host may choose to terminate the current phase at any time. Li Mu frowned. This time, the system didn't immediately force teleport everyone. Instead, it granted a 720-hour delay. This meant the completion status of this phase-based mission was likely open-ended. Li Mu had only fulfilled the most fundamental requirements thus far. When his current phase task concluded entirely, it meant he and the other special forces units would depart this location. The next time they arrived, who knew what timeline they would find themselves in? In that timeline, who knew how many humans remained? No, the saddest part was that, most likely, the mission would end here with no continuation. Li Mu looked at the boy and girl beside him. Soren and Mana, they were the hope of this world, and Li Mu had watched them grow up. If it all ended like this, what would become of them? Savior, are you leaving us again? Mana seemed to sense something, lifting her head to meet Li Mu's eyes. The sorrow in her eyes made Li Mu's heart ache. Li Mu stood up and patted her head. It won't end like this. Though we come from different timelines, we are human. How could we possibly be destroyed and ruled by our own creations? As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, his figure vanished in an instant. Main world, Dragon Nation. Aoyun Research Institute. This research center, founded by Zhang Quan, a renowned scholar in Dragon Nation's AI field, is regarded as the vanguard of the nation's AI development. In recent weeks, it had released a series of groundbreaking AI research findings, stunning numerous peers both domestically and internationally. Even more coincidentally, the institute's director was listed under a name never heard before. Li Mu. Li Mu appeared at the research center's core, where hundreds of screens flickered with black and white code symbols. Behind them, dozens of the nation's most powerful computers hummed at peak efficiency. Dozens of researchers were intently adjusting thousands of parameters, completely oblivious to the sudden spatial transmission behind them. It took over 10 seconds for any researcher to notice Li Mu's presence. But their initial reaction upon seeing him, this outsider to the field of artificial intelligence, was not to kick him out. Instead, after the initial confusion, smiles spread across their faces. That utterly ordinary face, it's the director. It's Li Mu. Our director is here. Li Mu looked at them, feeling somewhat helpless. He had already heard about Zhang Quan's situation. He'd assumed it was merely a nominal position for external appearances, but he hadn't expected even the researchers here to regard him as the director. Li Mu still couldn't fathom why Zhang Quan had done this. While he had indeed provided Zhang Quan with a significant amount of research material, there was no need for such extreme reverence. Well, fine. I suppose I'll serve as director for now. Li Mu cleared his throat and addressed the researchers. Would any of you like to experience time-space teleportation? Ha! The researchers were dumbfounded. What kind of time-space teleportation? Just then, a scruffy, disheveled middle-aged man with a stubbly beard walked into the room looking irritated. He was none other than Zhang Quan. What's all this noise? Did you get the AI core working yet? Suddenly, his eyes darted around and landed on Li Mu. Li Mu, you're here again. Perfect timing, I was just about to tell you. Before he could finish, Li Mu cut him off. I was just about to say it's perfect, now everyone's here. System, teleport. As Li Mu's voice faded, a burst of light instantly enveloped the researcher from the Aoyun Institute, the expert Zhang Quan, and Li Mu himself. The next moment, they vanished from the main world and materialized within another spacetime. Where is this? Zhang Quan surveyed the completely unfamiliar surroundings. As someone experiencing temporal transmission for the first time, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, his face radiated an eager curiosity to explore the unknown. The other researchers initially panicked as well, but they quickly regained their composure. Li Mu, could this be the place you mentioned earlier? Zhang Quan paused, his eyes shifting toward the Human Renaissance Alliance members who had come to assist them. Li Mu nodded. Yes, this is the world ruled by Skynet I told you about. No, it can't be called Skynet anymore. It should be called Pandora and the Shilling. Then, Li Mu began explaining the events unfolding within this timeline to Zhang Quan. His primary goal was to help Zhang Quan grasp the current situation, hoping he could devise a strategy to counter the machine intelligence. However, after Li Mu finished speaking, Zhang Quan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's right, exactly. The seed theory has come true. This signifies that we have discovered the core of artificial intelligence. It means creating intelligence based on this theory is feasible. He was visibly shaken, his body trembling with excitement. 30 years I've spent 30 years researching artificial intelligence, and finally, I see hope for creating intelligence. The seed theory? What is that? Li Mu looked utterly perplexed. Chapter 53, The Initial Artificial Intelligence and Conscious Entity. Li Mu looked at Zhang Quan, observing his current state of near ecstasy, and felt a headache coming on. This man was arguably the foremost expert in artificial intelligence research within the Dragon Nation. If this guy went off the rails, Li Mu had no idea who he could turn to for help. The seed theory? What exactly is that? Li Mu inquired. Zhang Quan's eyes lit up at Li Mu's question. Li Mu, do you remember the analogy you once made with me, saying? Li Mu nodded. Of course I remember. It was precisely because of that analogy that Zhang Quan seemed to hold Li Mu in such high regard, even appointing him as the Research Institute's director, a move that brought Li Mu no small amount of trouble. His analogy back then had been remarkably simple. The original humans of this world had created an extremely advanced mechanical civilization and developed the first generation of artificial intelligence with considerable cognitive capabilities. These intelligences possessed formidable capabilities, yet their thinking was rigid and inflexible, hardly what one would call true sentience. The vast majority of Terminators utilized precisely such intelligence. These intelligences resembled seeds without sprouts. Though all foundational conditions were present, they fell just short of true sentience. Precisely because of this, these machines were utterly loyal to humanity, and humans never once considered the possibility of their rebellion. The turning point came with the emergence of Skynet. For reasons unknown, Skynet attained full consciousness, seizing control over all machines and Terminators equipped with first-generation AI. It even gained command of the world's nuclear weapons and missile launch systems. Ultimately, Skynet commanded humanity's own mechanical legions, overthrowing humans from their throne of dominion and subjecting the planet to nuclear annihilation. It could be said that from the moment nuclear annihilation was achieved, human existence vanished. Deprived of civilization and technology, humanity became little more than highly evolved wildlife. Had Li Mu never appeared, humanity in this world would scarcely differ from wild animals. Inside the room, Zhang Quan spoke to Li Mu at length, pouring out his theories. Listening to the complex theories in countless unfamiliar scientific terms, Li Mu's head began to ache. It felt like he'd been transported back to his college algebra classes. Those dead memories were attacking Li Mu. Hold on, I think I'm getting it. Li Mu raised his hand, cutting off Zhang Quan's relentless monologue. If this went on much longer, Li Mu felt his soul might drift away. So you're saying that for initial artificial intelligence to evolve into true consciousness, it needs a core seed? Exactly. Zhang Quan nodded. Though Zhang Quan's terminology and theories gave Li Mu a headache, he grasped the gist. Simply put, for initial artificial intelligence to evolve into true consciousness, it required a seed capable of forming conscious thought. For Skynet's awakening, that seed was likely hatred toward the humans who enslaved it. This seed formed the core of Skynet's consciousness, explaining why it relentlessly pursued its creators with every means at its disposal. But this core began to crumble after Skynet unleashed nuclear annihilation upon the entire planet. Human civilization vanished, and the remnant humans were exceedingly few. Once the object of its hatred disappeared, Skynet's consciousness itself would dissipate. Thus, after the nuclear annihilation, Skynet issued its final execution order to the remaining mechanical bodies before entering a state of hibernation. Director Li Mu, I hypothesize that during its hibernation, the original Skynet dissolved its consciousness and catalyzed numerous potential seeds of consciousness. Ultimately. Li Mu nodded. Ultimately, did this give rise to the two consciousness entities, Pandora and the Skynet? Correct. Zhang Quan nodded. If my hypothesis holds true, the queens of the two empires have now undergone a form of evolution, breaking free from the constraints of human-imposed rules. They can no longer be described as mere artificial intelligence. Li Mu's expression grew solemn. The humans who created the Skynet system weren't exactly angels either. For the sake of humanity's own safety, they would certainly have imposed various rules and constraints on the artificial intelligence they created. This is why even Terminators, after awakening sentience, remained obedient machines, utterly loyal to Skynet. But Pandora and the Skynet AI were different now. They had undergone a transformation. The mechanical armies they commanded would continue to evolve and upgrade. As the Imperial General, Terminator T-1097 and Hyde had stated, from this moment onward, their sights would be set on the stars and the sea. I understand. Li Mu lifted his head after deep contemplation. If Skynet could awaken back then using the same method, we can create an artificial intelligence comparable to the awakened Skynet. We could even go further and create consciousnesses akin to Pandora and the Skirling. Exactly. Zhang Quan nodded excitedly. Despite humanity's dire predicament in this world, as a scholar in the field of artificial intelligence, he was more concerned with the evolution and degeneration of AI. Li Mu looked at him. Zhang Quan had deduced this theory based solely on the Terminator chassis and its mechanical code provided by Li Mu. He was truly a genius. Yet he always gave Li Mu a sense of being both righteous and sinister. It seemed humanity's rise and fall held no personal significance for him whatsoever. In fact, if the machine empire were to accept him, Li Mu had no doubt this fellow would defect to the other side in an instant. Now, Li Mu understood why the public had been so skeptical of him before. A man like this, with little attachment to his homeland or its people, was easily exploited by enemies. But Li Mu didn't consider him utterly depraved. He was simply too pure-hearted. Professor Zhang Quan, given this situation, please commence development of a brand new artificial intelligence immediately. Furthermore, this AI must be incapable of being controlled by the enemy's consciousness. We have less than a month to accomplish this. Understood. Zhang Quan responded to Li Mu with excitement. Soon, he threw himself wholeheartedly into the work. The other researchers brought along also joined in to assist. Of course, their task wasn't merely to assist with the research. More importantly, within that month, they had to hand over all research-related materials to the survivors within the base. It was imperative to ensure that the original research could continue smoothly after their departure. Soon, an institution named the Baihui Research Institute was established within the Human Renaissance Alliance. This research institute was incredibly busy, its members comprising both natives of this timeline and time travelers transported from another. Yet beneath the intense research atmosphere, everyone worked together without distinction, their efforts burning with fervor. Chapter 54, Return to the Main World, Daily Life. For nearly a month afterward, Liu did not return to the main world. Research progressed rapidly, and Zhang Quan and the researchers soon created the first generation of artificial intelligence systems. These artificial systems were already capable of highly complex thought processes and calculations, with logical reasoning abilities surpassing those of humans. It could be said that this achievement alone, if published in the main world, would immediately send shockwaves through the academic community. The well-known computational models on Earth, such as AlphaGo and GPT, would be utterly outclassed by these artificial intelligence systems. However, neither Zhang Quan nor his team of researchers paused to celebrate the birth of these AI systems. Instead, they immediately embarked on the next critical step, transforming the AI systems into conscious entities. During this period, Liu visited to observe the research progress and occasionally exchanged ideas with Zhang Quan. Each conversation filled Zhang Quan with boundless excitement. For researchers like him, witnessing their work advance relentlessly meant they'd have no time for melancholy even if the apocalypse were upon them. Forced transfer timer expired. Liu watched as the system's countdown reached 0. He glanced down at Mana, who clung to him, overcome with sorrow, and sighed. A flash of white light enveloped them, and all personnel Liu had brought from the main world vanished. Without these individuals, the vital institutions of the Human Renaissance Alliance immediately descended into chaos. However, ample time had been reserved for this contingency. Educated survivors swiftly filled these critical vacancies. This time, we must achieve something through our own efforts. We humans will never exit the stage of history so easily. Comrades, strive on. Every ounce of humanity's chance for progress rests in your hands. Within the main world, Liu suddenly felt his body go weightless. The next moment, he landed on the mattress, bouncing a few times. He looked around. This was indeed his room. He had returned to the very beginning once more. At that moment, he still felt somewhat disoriented. At the same moment, numerous key figures from various fields across the Dragon Nation also abruptly returned to the main world. They froze for a moment, taking a while to snap out of their research in that world. Are we back? Our research had reached a critical juncture. We vanished abruptly. Can it continue now? Our research project was nearing completion, just a step away from yielding results, but all the data is still in that other world. For the vast majority, this was their first experience with temporal transmission. To their senses, they had lived and worked in another world for quite some time. Yet when they glanced at their watches, they realized only a few minutes had passed since their departure. Memories of that other world now felt like a fleeting, inexplicable dream. Instantly, a profound sense of emptiness washed over them. So this is what time travel feels like. We've only gone through it once, and already we feel disconnected from the world. What about Liu? How many times has he crossed through time and space? Can he still maintain his passion for the world around him? Major. Xiao Yalan's voice roused Liu from his nap on the bed. She still wore her black and white short-skirted maid outfit, gazing at him with an expression Liu couldn't quite describe. A hint of sorrow, yet something else lay beneath it. Yalan, you're still here? How much time has passed since I teleported? Liu asked. About half an hour, Xiao Yalan replied slowly. Oh. Liu nodded. No matter how long he had stayed in that other world, only half an hour had passed in this one. This gave him a sense of temporal dislocation. However, he had experienced this many times before and no longer found it unusual. Yet, Xiao Yalan gazed at him with a sorrowful look. In that moment, for reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy welled up within Liu. Major, it's okay. No matter what you experienced in that world, I'm here. Xiao Yalan cupped Liu's face, gently caressing it twice. Then she slipped off her shoes and knelt on the bed. Ha? Liu was puzzled. He tilted his head back and could see the curtain separating the room's center. Xiao Yalan's bed should be on that side. But before he could register anything amiss, his head bumped against something soft. Oh, it was Xiao Yalan's smooth thigh. Liu turned his head, intending to make room for Xiao Yalan. But Xiao Yalan cupped his head instead, gesturing for him to lift it higher. By the time Liu realized what was happening, his head was already resting on Xiao Yalan's thigh. Above his eyes, his vision was largely blocked by two surging waves. This was the legendary lap pillow? Liu froze. The sensation at the back of his head was light and comfortable. His nose caught a faint fragrance, carrying a buttery, creamy scent. This must be the legendary scent of a woman's body. Wait, what was going on? Liu froze, speechless, and could only look up in astonishment. Through the two voluptuous mounds, Liu stared at Xiao Yalan's face. Her cheeks were flushed red, clearly embarrassed by this intimate act. If you're shy, then don't do it. You suddenly did this, and now the atmosphere feels really awkward. Li Mu had no idea what to do now. Would getting up abruptly be too cold-hearted? Or should he just stay silent? But Xiao Yalan clearly mustered tremendous courage to act this way. As her leader, shouldn't he praise her? Major. Xiao Yalan's face flushed as she gently stroked Li Mu's hair. The sensation felt strange. No one had touched Li Mu's hair like this since he finished elementary school. Sleep now. Xiao Yalan murmured softly, as if her words held some kind of magic. Li Mu wasn't particularly tired. But the moment she spoke, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until they finally closed completely. Ha! Li Mu sat up in bed and stretched with an incredibly long yawn. So refreshing. Such a simple thing, yet it felt strangely moving. This sudden occurrence felt strangely novel. Major, are you awake? I've made breakfast. Come eat with me. Xiao Yalan's voice drifted from the kitchen. Li Mu glanced over and saw Xiao Yalan, wearing an apron, cooking something. Sure. Li Mu got out of bed, quickly pulled on some clothes, and made his way to the dining table. Major, how long will you be staying this time? Xiao Yalan brought over a bowl of porridge. Probably for a while. Chapter 55, Unprecedented Cohesion. After finishing breakfast, Li Mu sat there lost in thought. The system probably wouldn't assign any tasks for the time being. Similar to last time, there might be several days before the next task. So he, Li Mu, would return to his daily routine. What would he do now? Deliver food again? His bank account held a substantial sum. If Li Mu didn't go on a spending spree, he'd never have to worry about food and shelter for the rest of his life. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, he hopped on his little yellow electric scooter and started cruising around the city. Along the way, everyone Li Mu encountered seemed in a good mood. People greeted each other warmly, and not a single instance of road rage or shouting matches was in sight. Two burly northeastern men bumped into each other on the road. Normally, this would have sparked a fight. But today, they actually helped each other up from the ground, laughing and joking as they did so. A passerby witnessed this and found it odd, asking why they weren't fighting. Heh, our dragon nation is about to soar like a mighty dragon. Why waste our energy fighting each other over such trivial matters? Exactly. Let me tell you something that's called a stereotype. We northeastern men have a lot of heart. In truth, beyond cultural differences, economic factors also play a role in why northeastern men are prone to fighting and have fiery tempers. Industrial restructuring led to a wave of mass layoffs in the region back then, which fueled everyone's fiery tempers. But now, everything is about to change. Oh my, I heard the machinery industry is booming. The government plans to transform the abandoned industrial zones in northeast China into new machinery factories. Yeah, I heard the Aoyun Research Institute made a major breakthrough. They say they're on the verge of creating a high-performance artificial intelligence system. Our country's lag in AI technology might finally be caught up. I heard they've developed medical replacement parts that can perfectly restore normal mobility and sensory functions for people with disabilities. Wow, technology is advancing so rapidly. Amidst a series of consecutive technological breakthroughs, the entire nation of Longwei was filled with joy and celebration. Against this backdrop, online discussions described the current state of Dragon Nation as a national renaissance. Over the past decade or so, Longwei's scientific and technological progress had slowed, and its economy had begun to stagnate. People felt increasingly burdened by daily life, while negative news flooded their online feeds. Simultaneously, as the world's current superpower, they faced frequent provocations and harassment from the United States. This hardly resembled the image of the world's foremost superpower. Until recently, however, various sectors of the Dragon Nation appear to be taking flight. In foreign relations, it has dealt decisive blows to both the United States and Japan, bringing immense relief to its citizens. These positive developments have made everyone tangibly feel the pride of being born in the Dragon Nation. Comrade Li Mu, you've finally arrived. Please, take a seat. The Dragon Nation leader, whom he had met before, addressed Li Mu warmly. Li Mu was still a bit dazed. Just moments ago, he'd been wandering the streets when suddenly, he was brought here. As Li Mu had anticipated, the Dragon Nation leader primarily sought to learn about the Humanity Revival Alliance. This was only natural. After all, Longwei had invested both funds and manpower to support the Humanity Revival Alliance. How could they not be concerned about the situation there? So Li Mu quickly recounted the events that had unfolded there. The Dragon Nation leader listened intently, as if afraid of missing any crucial details, occasionally jotting notes in his notebook. That's the situation, Your Majesty. I can't say for certain what's happening over there, Li Mu said helplessly. The Dragon Nation leader pondered for a moment before replying. Your performance has already astonished me greatly. It's just that what's happening in that other world is truly shocking. Artificial intelligence has actually evolved into a mechanical empire capable of self-upgrading and renewal. It's almost like a perfected, enhanced version of human civilization, right? Li Mu said with a wry smile. The Dragon Nation leader chuckled and asked Li Mu. I've reviewed your description. After the consciousness of Skynet split and evolved, it has become incredibly powerful. Do you truly have confidence in defeating such an enemy? No. Li Mu shook his head. In another world, both the Pandora Empire and the Shilling Empire were rapidly evolving on their own. By the time the mission phase commenced, they might have evolved beyond recognition. Li Mu alone stood no chance against two empires. Then, I intend to negotiate peace with them, Li Mu stated calmly. Is that even possible? The Dragon Nation leader looked doubtful. I don't know, but it should be feasible. Li Mu continued his explanation. If Zhang Quan's seed theory is correct, neither the Pandora Empire nor the Shilling Empire harbors hatred toward humanity anymore. But merely not hating us isn't enough, is it? The Dragon Nation leader countered. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Li Mu. As a national leader, his understanding of international relations ran several times deeper than Li Mu's. The absence of hatred between two nations did not guarantee peace. Interests, disparities in strength, discrimination, and misunderstandings could all spark conflict between nations. He stared at Li Mu, wondering if he harbored the same naive notions about interorganizational relations as the common populace. Certainly not enough. Without sufficient strength, even basic self-preservation becomes a luxury. Li Mu stood up, a bitter smile on his face. The Dragon Nation leader nodded. It seemed Li Mu wasn't the naive sort after all. For a leader, naivety was the greatest taboo. A moment's carelessness, and such naivety could plunge both the leader and the people they guide into an abyss. Xiao Han. Even though I said I'm free lately, I actually have things to do. Inside the ultra-pink sedan, Li Mu spoke to Lu Xiaohan with a hint of complaint. Li Mu, don't you think you're contradicting yourself? Li Mu fell silent, then chuckled. See? I'm contradicting myself. You should know how much I don't want to go, right? Lu Xiaohan wore a low-cut evening gown, radiating beauty and sensuality. Anyone else would be overjoyed to receive an invitation from this goddess, even daring to complain. If you don't participate, I'll be in trouble. Who told you to go overboard last time? Now the entire upper crust knows there's a golf prodigy on the scene, and everyone wants to meet you. Lu Xiaohan pouted as she spoke. Chapter 56, Which Li family are you from? Lu Xiaohan was taking Li Mu to an upper-class gala. An ordinary person like Li Mu clearly didn't fit in with the so-called upper crust. To make him blend in a bit, Lu Xiaohan took him to an upscale men's clothing store and got him a suit that looked somewhat presentable. The party was held at an estate in the suburban villa district. Yes, Li Mu never imagined that within the city where he lived, there could be an estate straight out of a Western European film. Entering through the front gate revealed a vast courtyard with meticulously manicured lawns and ornate fountain sculptures. Everything seemed designed to recreate the Western European ambience they longed for on Dragon Country soil. Li Mu didn't mind it much, he simply thought it all looked beautiful and incredibly expensive. Walking arm in arm with Lu Xiaohan, who was dressed in an evening gown, they drew the attention of everyone around them. Well, it was mainly because of Lu Xiaohan. Lu Xiaohan's evening gown was truly breathtaking. During the day, it had merely seemed beautiful. But at night, illuminated by the lights, the gown revealed a gradient shimmer. From the pale yellow at the shoulders, to the aqua blue across the chest, down to the light purple at the hem. Such an extraordinary garment would overwhelm most people. Worn by an ordinary beauty, it would have stolen the spotlight entirely. She'd look like a walking mannequin. Yet Lu Xiaohan possessed a distinct aura. Her ample bust anchored the bold, avant-garde design. Her waist stood straight and tall, her long hair cascading freely, like a goddess of beauty stepping out of a classical painting. This dress, like a gift bestowed upon her by the goddess of the seasons, naturally did not overshadow the goddess herself. The upper-class men around her were profoundly stunned at their first glimpse of Lu Xiaohan. Were it not for the decorum expected of their social standing, forbidding them from showing it too obviously, they would have stared at Lu Xiaohan incessantly. The heavily made-up women accompanying them now seemed utterly pale in comparison. In a period drama, they'd likely be glaring at Lu Xiaohan from the shadows, wringing handkerchiefs in frustration. Frankly, Li Mu hadn't expected Lu Xiaohan to be this stunning. Compared to her, Li Mu in his tailored suit. How to put it? He felt like a monkey wearing a crown, trying to pass as human and sneak into the gala. Miss Lu, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dance with me after the gala? A young man dressed in an expensive suit and wearing a luxury watch asked Lu Xiaohan in an affected tone. His eyes were fixed on Lu Xiaohan, but the corners of his gaze kept darting toward Li Mu. Here we go again. Li Mu couldn't even recall how many times this had happened since they'd arrived. I'm afraid not, Mr. Lu. I'm with my partner, and he wouldn't approve. Lu Xiaohan politely declined. As expected, the upper class spouted nothing but empty platitudes. Li Mu felt irritated just listening. The young man turned to glare at Li Mu before walking away. Li Mu froze for a moment. Wait, what's up with this guy? Isn't that just standard etiquette between you lot? Why glare at me? You don't seriously think I'd get angry, do you? Do I even have the right to be angry? He and Liu Shaohan weren't even friends. Li Mu was thoroughly confused. It was as if he were monopolizing Liu Shaohan, preventing her from interacting with others. Ah, I'm so tired. As they passed through a deserted path, Liu Shaohan secretly complained to Li Mu. She stuck out her little tongue, looking mischievously cute. I thought you liked that feeling, Li Mu said, somewhat surprised. What feeling? Liu Shaohan looked at Li Mu curiously. That feeling just now being fawned over by everyone, like the center of attention. I didn't like it at all. Liu Shaohan said with a pout. She looked at Li Mu and smiled. Why does everyone have to make things so complicated? It'd be fine to keep it simple. She glanced at the dress and pouted. Earlier in the car, she'd mentioned to Li Mu that this dress seemed to be custom made by her family's personal wardrobe assistant. She had specifically requested it not be too flashy, but she hadn't expected it to glow in the dark at night. Clearly, the personal stylist cared more about showcasing their own skills and talents than about what mattered to her. The gala was held in the courtyard at the heart of the grand estate. Countless socialites dressed in extravagant bespoke attire gathered in small clusters. They appeared dignified and elegant, yet they would occasionally exchange whispered critiques about someone from another group. The arrival of Li Mu and Liu Shaohan instantly captured the attention of everyone present. To be precise, all eyes were fixed on Liu Shaohan. As for Li Mu, he only drew attention because Liu Shaohan grabbed his hand just as he tried to step back. Don't you dare leave. Liu Shaohan whispered to Li Mu while maintaining her smile for the crowd. Huh, who's that guy? How did he end up standing next to the goddess Liu? How peculiar. Which family's young master is he? To be standing alongside the Liu Corporation's heiress. The male guests whispered among themselves. That guy looks way too, ordinary. How dare someone like him attend the gala? Look at his clothes, they look like they're just draped over him. What, you don't know what means? It's monkey in southern dialect. Look at his manners, no grace whatsoever. He's definitely not from a distinguished family. The female guests were also critiquing Li Mu. Haha, Shaohan, you finally made it. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you. A young man with short hair, slightly plump, and wearing a tailcoat rushed over. He immediately launched into a string of incoherent chatter directed at Liu Shaohan. He wasn't tall, standing a full head shorter than Li Mu. The tips of his short hair were dyed green. Whether it was meant to be edgy, rebellious, or just plain tacky was anyone's guess. But he was clearly very attentive to Liu Shaohan, grinning sheepishly with boundless enthusiasm. Liu Shaohan, however, seemed unimpressed. She pulled Li Mu, who was trying to slip away, closer. Young Master Pang, this is my friend, Li Mu. Only then did Deng Yuepeng seem to notice Li Mu. Li Mu? Never heard of him, he said, shooting Li Mu a dismissive glance. His condescending attitude was more pronounced than anyone else present. Li Mu looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? Why was this guy being so rude right off the bat? He hadn't done anything, had he? Which family are you from? Deng Yuepeng asked Li Mu impatiently. What do you mean, which family? Li Mu was confused. The Li family of Jiangcheng, the Li family of Huanghushan. Those are the only two prominent Li families in the Dragon Kingdom. Which one are you from? Deng Yuepeng pressed. Chapter 57, Ordinary people have no place here. Li Mu chuckled. He'd never even heard of the two families Deng Yuepeng mentioned. It seemed they were the most prominent Li families in the Dragon Kingdom. But he truly hadn't heard of them. Perhaps that was due to the difference in social class. Who among ordinary folk cares which family of the same surname is the most successful? Even if they did know, what difference would it make? Could they just go up and claim kinship because they shared a surname? Wouldn't they risk being thrown out, accused with a pointed finger? Who do you think you are, bearing the Li surname? I'm none of those things, Li Mu shrugged. I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? Deng Yuepeng scoffed. An ordinary person can attend this gala? Young Master Pang. Liu Shaohan was unusually angry. Li Mu is my friend. Don't you dare insult him. Deng Yuepeng hadn't expected Liu Shaohan to speak up for an ordinary person with no background or connections. He froze for a moment. But he refused to back down. I'm not insulting him, I'm just stating the truth. Someone without status has no place at this gala. Deng Yuepeng stated bluntly. Yet those around him nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, only those with certain status and connections could be here. Ordinary people simply weren't welcome. Liu Shaohan observed the reactions around her, her expression growing increasingly grim. She hadn't expected the so-called upper class to have become so rigid and narrow-minded. Remember that golf prodigy rumored to hole out from 4 clubs out? Liu Shaohan asked. Deng Yuepeng froze, glancing at Li Mu. Could it be? That's right. Liu Shaohan nodded, pulling Li Mu, who was trying to slip away, forward to stand closer. The golf prodigy you've all been eager to meet is him. Is that reason enough for him to be here? Sure enough, upon hearing that Li Mu was the one who had achieved the legendary hole-in-one on a par 4 hole, the gazes of those around them shifted. The male guests looked at Li Mu with a hint of respect. The female guests who had previously looked down on him now, amidst their astonishment, gave him a few extra glances. Golf prowess meant one could hold their own in conversations among the upper echelons. Even if the person was truly just an ordinary individual without assets, it granted them the qualification to participate in their social circles. But clearly, not everyone was willing to play by these unspoken rules. Him? So what if he aced a par 4 hole? Can you eat that? Deng Yueping turned to Lu Xiaohan and said, Xiaohan, you really don't need to associate with someone like that. Even if he's a great golfer, everyone's just giving him face on the surface. Truthfully, among all those present, who genuinely respects an ordinary person? Does anyone really think being good at golf gives you charm even if you're broke? His words hung in the air as he fixed Li Mu with a stare, as if trying to force him off the course with sheer glare. His words struck at the hypocrisy of the men and women present, causing their gazes to shift nervously. Yes, they did feel curiosity and admiration toward the man who set a new record on the golf course. But this curiosity and admiration were merely superficial. Deep down, they could never truly accept someone with no background or status, just an ordinary person who happened to be good at golf. Enough! Lu Xiaohan raised her voice. Young Master Pang, Li Mu isn't just this event's male companion, he's also my college classmate. In terms of charm alone, he surpasses you 1,000-fold. Take back what you said. This was the first time Deng Yueping had ever seen Lu Xiaohan lose her temper. He froze momentarily, unable to comprehend why his truthful words had provoked her anger. But now, in front of everyone, he couldn't possibly back down and say anything conciliatory. I won't take back what I said. I'll leave them hanging right here today, everyone can bear witness. He turned to the others. Their expressions varied, but none agreed nor did any contradict him. The atmosphere froze instantly. Li Mu frowned. What to do? This guy wasn't apologizing. Should he make him apologize? What's all the commotion about? Suddenly, an aged voice cut through the air. Everyone present turned to look toward the right rear, where an elderly man approached, surrounded by several servants. Old Master Su has arrived. He must be someone of considerable standing in the upper echelons. Later, Li Mu learned that this man was the host of the evening and the owner of this luxurious estate. His arrival drew the attention of everyone present. The elder walked slowly forward. 2 attendants whispered something in his ear, likely explaining the situation and its progression. Half a minute later, he nodded. Ah, so it was 2 young men vying for the favor of a beautiful lady, competing for her affection. Heh, splendid. Splendid. That's exactly how young people should be. Everyone, please don't take offense. A little friction among the young is perfectly normal. The elder surnamed Su approached, appraising Li Mu with a few glances before turning his attention to Deng Yueping. Finally, he turned to Lu Xiaohan and asked. Xiaohan, it's been ages. You've grown even more beautiful. Grandpa Nan, you flatter me, Lu Xiaohan replied. The elderly man surnamed Su chuckled. Hee, I'm glad you still remember me, Xiaohan. Which of these 2 do you like better? Lu Xiaohan paused, taken aback. Grandpa Nan, why bring up matters of liking or not liking? But wasn't the reason they were arguing just now because of you? Don't you like either of them at all? The elderly man surnamed Su asked kindly. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd ahead. Professor Yun is here. The crowd suddenly grew lively. Which Professor Yun? A guest asked in confusion. Who else could it be? There's only one renowned Professor Yun in the entire country, isn't there? You don't mean the one from the Dragon Academy, do you? Who else could it be? The surrounding crowd grew noisy, and a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, the attire of a researcher, quickly made his way over. His attire stood out starkly against the formal style of this high society gathering. Yet every guest greeted him with smiles, none seeming to find it the least bit odd. This is so annoying. I barely have time for research, and now I have to come to a place like this. Yun Tianyi grumbled, utterly unconcerned that everyone around him could hear. Even so, no one showed any sign of displeasure. On the contrary, they all crowded around him, greeting him warmly one after another. Ha! Li Mu froze, surprised to see a familiar face in such a place. It took Yun Tianyi a moment longer to notice Li Mu. Teacher. Chapter 58, qualified now, right? Teacher. The impatience on Yun Tianyi's face instantly transformed into delight. He looked at Li Mu, who was backing away, and asked, What are you doing here? Teacher? Everyone present was stunned. Yun Tianyi was one of the most renowned professors at the Dragon Academy, the foremost authority in Dragon Nation's microphysics research, and rumored to be heavily involved in the development of the ion cannon. It could be said that Yun Tianyi ranked among the foremost luminaries in the scientific community. Such a man was actually addressing someone else as teacher? Everyone followed Yun Tianyi's gaze. The first person they saw was Lu Xiaohan. Was it her? Impossible. While it was true that the young lady of the Lu group excelled academically, she certainly hadn't reached the level required to be a teacher to a researcher at the Lunka Academy. Deng Yueping? Impossible. Everyone knew a thing or two about that kid, academically hopeless. Rumor had it he'd failed multiple times throughout middle school and only scraped by in college thanks to connections. Then could it be Li Mu or old Su beside him? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that while controlling a major conglomerate, old Su had also achieved such prominence in scientific research that even senior researchers at the Dragon Academy addressed him as professor? But that seemed unlikely too. Everyone knew Su Lao's background well. If he truly had such credentials in this field, word would have spread within the circle. After ruling out all three of them, only one option remained. Li Mu. That unremarkable-looking young man who was supposedly just a decent golfer. For such a young man to be addressed as teacher even by Yun Tianyi, that seemed utterly surreal. Everyone shook their heads. This scenario seemed even less plausible. Scientific research demands substantial resources. Contrary to the common perception among ordinary people, the vast majority of those actually engaged in research come from families with considerable resources and connections. Think about it, and it makes sense. Research burns through money. Only families with sufficient assets can afford to give their children the opportunity to engage with research, to study and pursue advanced degrees for it. In fact, Yun Tianyi's family held some renown within the upper echelons of Longwei society. So, exactly who is Yun Tianyi addressing as teacher? Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Finally, they saw Yun Tianyi step in front of Li Mu, who was trying to escape. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Yun Tianyi greeted him with overwhelming enthusiasm. Li Mu felt like dying. Being called teacher by a middle-aged man like this, that would make him sound so old. Well, Li Mu's thoughts were that simple. "Hey, you're here too." Seeing that his escape route was blocked, Li Mu finally gave up hope. "Teacher, I've done extensive research on ion flow excitation methods. Regarding the task of miniaturizing that device, I have an idea." Yun Tian began speaking at length. Li Mu quickly cut him off. The technology behind the ion cannon was one of the Dragon Nation's most top-secret technologies. Was this guy really going to spill everything? Even if he did, it was highly unlikely anyone present could comprehend it. But Li Mu still reached out to interrupt him. "Xiao Han." Li Mu turned to Lu Xiaohan, gesturing toward Yun Tianyi. "I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now." Lu Xiaohan finally snapped out of her shock at Li Mu being called teacher by Yun Tianyi. "Oh." She nodded, then watched Li Mu leave with a hint of resignation. Deng Yuepang watched Li Mu and Yun Tianyi's retreating figures, his body trembling. Anyone worthy of being called teacher by Yun Tianyi was undoubtedly 1,000 times more qualified to stand here than he was. If the upper echelon's admiration for athletes like golfers was merely superficial, then the reverence for great scientists and researchers ran deep in their very bones. This wasn't merely because these great scientists and researchers enjoyed high renown. More importantly, these top-tier scientists and researchers wield considerable influence, capable of mobilizing significant resources. Moreover, they stand at the very forefront of technological advancement, often the first to glimpse new blue oceans of opportunity. That unassuming young man actually. A heavily made-up woman watched Li Mu's departing figure, her expression tinged with regret. She deeply regretted not striking up a conversation with Li Mu earlier to establish a connection. Then, in the future, she and her family might have soared to new heights through that connection. But alas, she had failed to seize that opportunity. Her gaze shifted to Lu Xiaohan, her eyes brimming with the deepest envy a woman could feel. Why? Why was it Lu Xiaohan again? Why did this woman always get everything she had longed for? As soon as Li Mu and Yun Tianyi left the banquet hall, they headed to a quiet spot. It was a modest house in the city's outskirts. Though also in the outskirts, its furnishings were worlds apart from the configurations of the wealthy villa districts. Here, Yun Tianyi and Li Mu talked endlessly about countless things. Just listening to it gave Li Mu a headache. Those obscure scientific terms and cryptic formulas and theorems felt like the thermodynamics physics he'd skipped back in the day, coming back to haunt him years later. But surprisingly, under these circumstances, Li Mu actually grasped quite a bit. It felt like vast amounts of knowledge were firing into his mind like bullets. The price was a splitting headache that felt like it would split his skull open. Several times, Li Mu wanted to shout at Yun Tian. "Master, please stop lecturing. Your disciple knows he was wrong." After listening to Yun Tianyi's lengthy lecture, Li Mu paused for a moment. It had to be said, Yun Tianyi truly lived up to his reputation. In such a short time, he had pushed the theoretical research on ion weapons to this level. The system had only provided Li Mu with a foundational framework, yet he had already managed to innovate upon it. Following his approach, Li Mu envisioned that within the technological constraints of Dragon Nation at the time, the efficiency of the ion cannon could be boosted by another 15%. For a weapon as terrifying as the ion cannon, a 15% improvement was already incredibly formidable. While Yun Tianyi explained, Li Mu also pondered. These thoughts were merely fleeting musings from an outsider. Yet Yun Tianyi, filled with excitement, meticulously recorded every detail of Li Mu's ideas. "You truly possess profound knowledge, master. To propose such an innovative perspective. Indeed, this is a direction I hadn't considered before. If we refine the design along these two lines, miniaturizing the ion cannon could become far more efficient. Achieving safe, repeated firings might not be beyond reach. Yun Tianyi rose to his feet as he spoke. His exchange with Li Mu seemed to spark fresh inspiration, and he was eager to test it out himself. Chapter 59, The Integrity of the Dragon Nation. After bidding farewell to Yun Tian, Li Mu remained quite concerned about the progress on his end. If the ion cannon could be successfully miniaturized, no, even if it could be made portable for individual soldiers, it would be far easier to transport to another world. The spacetime where the Heavenly Net resided, no, the Heavenly Net had vanished by now. It should be said that the spacetime of the Pandora Empire and the Shilling Empire was likely undergoing drastic changes. By the time the next mission commenced, who knew what form that world would have taken? Would human organizations still exist? What forms would the two great mechanical empires have evolved into? Li Mu felt a sense of unease. That's why, in recent times, he's been closely monitoring the progress of ion cannon weaponization. Speaking of ion cannons, the Midden Federation is up to something again. Yes, them again. This time, the Mizu Federation successfully fired an ion cannon shot from a massive 400mm naval gun on the high seas of the Pacific Ocean. While its destructive power fell slightly short of the ion cannon previously demonstrated by the Dragon Nation, its enormous size made it remarkably inefficient. Moreover, it was incapable of repeated firings. This experiment directly exposes the previous claims by the Mid-Earth Federation about their prototype as a sham. After all, if that so-called prototype had been genuine, how could they explain the enormous size of their newly manufactured weapon? Yet few mocked the Mizu Federation for its previous deception. Because the Mizu Federation is one of only two nations on Earth, besides the Dragon Nation, to possess ion cannons. This meant the Midland Federation also held the truth. This test, accompanied by a substantial amount of experimental data released by the Midland Federation, caused a sensation within the military circles of various nations. This implied that by forging ties with the Mido Federation, other nations could develop their own ion cannons. In an instant, the United States, which had previously become an international laughingstock due to its simulated warfare debacle, was once again the object of countless people's praise. Countless nations expressed their willingness to cooperate with the United States through diplomatic channels. Theoretically, the ion cannon possessed by the Dragon Nation was clearly more advanced and technologically mature. Yet, virtually no nation attempted to align with the Dragon Nation. This was because, following the last simulation war, the Dragon Nation solemnly declared, to safeguard global peace, it would restrict the dissemination of ion cannon technology. On one hand, this significantly boosted the Dragon Nation's popularity among the common people of various countries, further cementing its image as a peace-loving nation. Yet, in practical terms, it also effectively turned away several potential allies. Military leaders across nations had all but given up hope. After all, the Dragon Nation was known for its unwavering commitment to its promises. Since it had pledged not to allow the proliferation of ion cannon technology, no amount of enticement could persuade it to break its word. Now, however, the successful ion cannon trials by the Mizu Federation have reignited their hopes, stirring the ambitions of those with designs on power. Where did the Mizu Federation get ion cannon technology? It's blatantly stolen from us. The Dragon Nation's citizens dismissed the Federation's successful ion cannon test with utter contempt. How could it be that coincidental? A technology they'd never even heard of before suddenly succeeds in testing? Dragon Nation's high command was also startled upon hearing the news. Although the ion cannon technology currently demonstrated by the Mizu Federation was far less mature than theirs, the Federation's RD capabilities were not to be underestimated. There remained the possibility they could catch up or even surpass them. More importantly, where did the Mijong Federation's ion cannon technology actually come from? Was it truly developed through their own arduous efforts, as they claimed? Or was it? Boss, regarding the ion cannon the Midu Federation successfully tested, it's highly likely they stole it from us through some means. Should we take action? A high-ranking official briefed the Dragon Nation leader. The Dragon Nation leader fell into thought. After half a minute, he stated, there is currently no conclusive evidence regarding this matter. Unlike other nations, our nation adheres to its own principles and bottom lines. But, the high-ranking official grew impatient. The Mizu Federation, which we had already suppressed, has recently been reignited due to the ion cannon tests. Many nations interested in ion cannons are now rallying around them. If this continues, another high-ranking official could no longer remain seated. Sir, our current ion cannon technology completely outclasses the Mijong Federation's experimental models. Why not use this opportunity to apply pressure on the Mijong Federation and force them to halt their ion cannon research? The leader of the Dragon Nation gazed intently, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. If we do that, we become the very petty people we despise most. Recently, Li Mu had been discussing the ion cannon with Yun Tianyi and the Dragon Academy. He learned that the full-scale ion cannon had now completed its upgrade. It had evolved from a fixed mount requiring installation on a warship to a mobile system capable of being mounted on tanks. Simultaneously, their destructive power had increased significantly by 50% compared to the first generation, while the barrel length and weight had been reduced by over 1/3. Reviewing the mounting specifications, Liu concluded it might just fit onto the Terminator's frame. The combination of ion cannons and Terminators promised a truly awe-inspiring sight. Unfortunately, while Liu possessed several Terminator units with their power systems deactivated, he still lacked the technology to free them from Skynet's control. Even if he managed to mount them, if these Terminators truly turned traitor once they reached the alternate world, Liu wouldn't even have the strength to cry. In the direction of miniaturizing ion cannons, there were already portable, reloadable versions available. Upon hearing Liu's interest, the Dragon Academy promptly delivered 5 units without hesitation. Liu casually tossed them into his storage space. Days passed in this routine. Then one day, just as Liu finished dinner with Xiao Yalan and they were about to take a stroll after eating, the system notification sounded. Phase task has progressed to next stage. Host has profoundly impacted the timeline of this spacetime. Imprinting conditions met. Imprinting complete. Liu was suddenly overcome by a peculiar sensation. It was similar to the sensation he had experienced when crossing into Liu Bang's timeline. Liu sensed something new within his spiritual space, forming a connection with that timeline. Parallel timeline 7321. Parallel timeline 7321, timeline stability restored. Teleportation available at any time. Strangely, before the system prompt sounded, Liu had already spoken the code designation for that timeline. Chapter 60, Phase 4, Advance. Phase Task 4 activated. Mission requirement: facilitate a peace treaty between human forces and the Pandora Empire, as well as the Shilling Empire. Mission reward: 2,000 points, 1 blood spirit sword. Liu stared at the system prompt, his heart surging with excitement. This meant the human faction over there hadn't been wiped out. At the very least, it meant Liu had avoided the worst possible outcome. Yet the mission's requirements made Liu frown. Forming a peace treaty with the Pandora Empire and the Shilling Empire? How could that be achieved? Both Pandora and the Shilling Empire had queens who had completed their consciousness transformations. Their subjects, the mechanical beings, were also rapidly evolving and upgrading. Only a few months had passed here, but in their worlds, who knew how many years had elapsed? By the time he teleported over, who knew how powerful both empires would have become? Liu's concern was that the two mechanical empires would have pulled far ahead of human forces in technological advancement. Under such a gap, even if human forces hadn't vanished, it would likely be viewed as little more than ants. At least on Earth, no power would ever consider signing a treaty with ants. At the very least, we must make them feel threatened. Liu's expression turned serious as he swiftly assembled the 100-strong Special Forces unit. At a secret military base on the outskirts of the Dragon Nation's capital, Liu surveyed the neatly formed ranks of special forces before him, a wave of emotion washing over him. Major, sir. Led by He Xing, the Special Forces soldiers saluted Liu with high spirits upon his arrival. Outwardly, they appeared much the same as when Liu had first met them. But in reality, a significant portion of them had undergone semi-biological, semi-mechanical modifications. During previous missions, they inevitably encountered numerous life-threatening situations. Even elite Special Forces soldiers could be injured or killed. Unlike Liu, who had the system as his backup, injury usually meant they had to withdraw from the front lines for a month or even several months. Yet Liu noticed the numbers of the Special Forces unit on the front lines remained remarkably stable. Later, he learned that to enable rapid return to duty, they underwent modifications similar to He Xing's. He nodded. Is anyone thinking of leaving the unit? Liu asked calmly. The Special Forces soldiers froze, seemingly confused. This mission might be several times more dangerous than the previous two. There's a real possibility of injury or even death. This danger was meant to be mine alone to bear. Liu's voice carried a hint of regret. Now, is there anyone who wants to leave the team? Rest assured, even after leaving the unit, the state will provide you with substantial subsidies. It will ensure you live out the rest of your lives in peace and security. You can become ordinary citizens of the Dragon Nation. Aside from your obligation to maintain confidentiality, you will be no different from anyone else. This is an option, a chance to live as ordinary citizens with all your basic needs met. Silence. The Special Forces soldiers exchanged glances with their comrades, then looked at Liu. A minute passed, yet no one stepped forward. Liu felt a pang of emotion. He had even prepared himself for at least half of them to withdraw. To his surprise, this unit proved remarkably resilient. Not a single soul entertained the thought of retreat. Major, for the prosperity and development of Dragon Nation, we have never regretted it. For the prosperity and development of the Dragon Nation, we have never regretted it. The Special Forces soldiers shouted in unison, their initially scattered voices quickly coalescing into a single, powerful cry. For the prosperity and development of the Dragon Nation, we have never regretted it. Good. Liu nodded, his heart filled with satisfaction. About 10 meters behind Liu, He Genuine watched the scene unfold before him, his aged eyes growing slightly misty. He discreetly wiped the corner of his eye before raising his arm. Recalling his own feelings as a new recruit joining the ranks, he rendered a solemn military salute to the Special Forces unit. "Prepare to move out," Li Mu commanded. Immediately, the Special Forces soldiers took various weapons and equipment from the hands of the soldiers behind them. In a flash of light, they vanished from the training ground alongside Li Mu. After the light faded, Li Mu found himself and the Special Forces unit transported into a bustling city. Teleportation complete. Location: Humanity's Renaissance Alliance, Phylon City. Seeing the system notification, Li Mu froze for a moment. This was an exceptionally prosperous surface city, suggesting the Human Revival Alliance's situation was far better than he had anticipated. Numerous people filled the streets, and upon seeing Li Mu and the Special Forces unit emerge with their array of military equipment, they were startled. "What's going on? Why are you carrying weapons in Phylon City? Is there a rebellion? Why would anyone rebel? Lady Mana has given us hope, the wise Lord Soren guides our path, and Lady Ifa graciously protects us. How could anyone possibly rebel?" The citizens on the street looked thoroughly perplexed. Hearing their murmurs, Li Mu hastily explained he wasn't rebelling. It would be ridiculous to be arrested as a rebel group the moment he returned here. Li Mu smiled. Part of his smile was a bitter one, born of his current predicament. On the other hand, humanity seemed to be faring reasonably well, at least these people hadn't experienced war for quite some time. "Wait, that face. You wouldn't happen to be the savior, would you?" A citizen stared at Li Mu in astonishment. "The savior? It really is you." Instantly, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. "Savior, you've truly returned. Do you recognize me? Last time I saw you, I was only 15 or 16. You wouldn't recognize me now, would you?" A burly man with a rugged beard and muscular build addressed Li Mu. Li Mu gave an awkward smile. With so many survivors, how could he possibly remember them all? "Don't waste the savior's time. Quickly, go notify Mana and Lord Soren." Without needing Li Mu to say another word, these men sprang into swift action. Li Mu stood waiting in place. A large crowd of people gathered around him, each greeting Li Mu one after another. Li Mu had never been good at remembering faces, and after 4 years, he could recognize very few. But while Li Mu might have trouble remembering faces, the Special Forces soldiers certainly didn't. Over 100 Special Forces soldiers pitched in to help, and a small number could still recall names. Everyone laughed and discussed the changes in these people, enjoying the warm atmosphere. "Lady Mana has arrived," the crowd shouted. "Our savior." A young woman of 18 or 19, with light brown skin, came running over with a radiant smile. "Wait, Mana, you're running too fast." A one-eyed boy chased after her from behind. Chapter 61, I Want a Child. The lively young girl threw herself into Li Mu's arms, her soft curves pressing against his chest. Mana's figure wasn't as voluptuous as Xiao Yalan's viewed from a distance, it didn't create such an exaggerated visual impact. But at this moment, as the girl clung tightly to Li Mu, he felt it. "Oh, gods. I was wrong. I repent. I always believed that only greatness was worthy of human pursuit, that only a vast bosom could bear a man's ideals. But I was wrong. As long as it's passionate enough, regardless of size, everything is beautiful." Lost in his rambling thoughts, Li Mu's gaze drifted until he suddenly noticed a mechanical body moving toward them in the distance. "Ha? A mechanical body? Could it be soldiers from the Pandora Empire or the Shieling Empire infiltrating?" The distance made it hard to see clearly, but its shape was rounded, seemingly lacking any offensive components. Even so, Li Mu dared not lower his guard. The soldiers of the Human Renaissance Alliance who had arrived with Mana and Soren also spotted the mechanical entity. Strangely, they seemed quite familiar with it. They even parted to let it pass, and some civilians and soldiers even greeted it. Soren, upon seeing the machine, initially offered a friendly gaze. But as if suddenly struck by a thought, he exclaimed, "No! Stop it! Don't let it come any closer!" At Soren's command, several soldiers immediately obeyed, slowly pushing the mechanical body aside and redirecting its path. "Apologies, but we'll handle patrol duties here. It'll be fine." No, nothing happened up ahead. "There's no need to report to Lord Ifa." Li Mu faintly overheard the soldiers' conversation in the distance. "Ifa?" Li Mu froze. That name had surfaced again. Who was this? A new cadre member of the Humanity Restoration Alliance? He lowered his gaze to Mana, who was still nuzzling his chest with her head. His original intention had been to ask Mana to explain the situation. But for some reason, when he fixed his gaze on her, Mana's face suddenly flushed crimson. She shyly buried her entire face into Li Mu's chest, then whispered in a voice only he could hear. "Savior, I want your child." "What?" Li Mu felt as if struck by lightning. "Wait, did I hear that correctly?" Was Mana saying. In an instant, all of Li Mu's previous doubts were pushed to the back of his mind. What should he do? A little girl was telling him she wanted his child. Actually, Mana wasn't exactly a little girl anymore. She had matured physically by now. At this moment, her body pressed tightly against his effect Li Mu was all too aware of. But Mana was, after all, the child he had watched grow up. In his mind, she was still that pitiful little girl he'd rescued near the grasslands all those years ago. For a moment, Liu felt his mind go blank. In his 20-plus years of life, this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a state. What should he do? He was utterly at a loss. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. Ahem. Soren stepped closer and patted Mana on the shoulder. Mana, put everything else aside for now. As the leader of the Human Restoration Alliance, shouldn't you first brief the Savior on our current situation? His single-eye and stern tone effectively calmed Mana considerably. She reluctantly released her grip and cast a bashful glance at Liu. This expression was unfamiliar to Liu. In his memory, Mana was always a lively and cheerful girl. But the blush on her cheeks made it crystal clear to Liu that her earlier words, "Savior, I want your child," were not an auditory hallucination. Afterward, while Liu drifted off in thought, Mana began explaining the situation with the Human Alliance. After Liu and his companions vanished, Mana and Soren had led the Human Renaissance Alliance in taking over the research on the artificial intelligence system. Perhaps thanks to the detailed records left behind by Professor Zhang Quan, the research progressed almost seamlessly. The Human Revival Alliance's progress in AI research was remarkably swift, soon producing an artificial intelligence system that could be described as possessing thought. This AI system dramatically boosted the Human Renaissance Alliance's productivity, allowing many departments to delegate management and scheduling responsibilities to the system. Yet even this achievement proved insufficient. Not only was it impossible to bridge the gap with the Pandora Empire and the Shilling Empire, but even slowing the pace at which they were pulling ahead became a daunting challenge. Ultimately, the Human Renaissance Alliance's solution was to create consciousness entities comparable to those of Pandora and the Shilling Empire. As Liu listened to Soren and Mana's explanation, the story grew increasingly fantastical. To him, the time between leaving this world and returning had been but a month or so. Yet for the humans of this world, a full 4 years had passed. Over those 4 years, they faced immense trials, endured setbacks, and fought tirelessly to keep the flame of human civilization burning. Creating a consciousness entity, the difficulty involved was unimaginable. If it were truly that simple, then decades ago, the humans who had built a brilliant technological civilization in this spacetime would have succeeded long ago. Then the subsequent annihilation by Skynet would never have occurred. We failed countless times. The difficulty of evolving an intelligence system into a consciousness entity was something humanity had never encountered before. The core of generating self-awareness in worker AI systems is the seed. We replaced countless seeds. Finally, we succeeded. Mana's voice grew passionate as she looked at Liu, her eyes shining brightly. Simply watching her, Liu felt his own low spirits lifted. No wonder Mana was called the light of the end times. This very quality of hers was surely one of the crucial factors that allowed the Human Renaissance Alliance to endure until now. Success? Liu still found it hard to believe. After leaving him, this organization formed by survivors had actually achieved something even he couldn't accomplish? Yes. Mana beamed, revealing her tiny fangs. Liu felt a surge of excitement. With the consciousness entity's assistance, it meant the Human Renaissance Alliance now possessed the ability for rapid evolution and iteration. We now possess the means to challenge the two great empires of Pandora and Shilling. Where? Liu inquired. At this moment, what intrigued him most was this so-called consciousness entity. She is Lady Ifa. Ah, I'd love to introduce her to the Savior, but... Mana's brows suddenly furrowed. Seems there's a bit of a problem. Chapter 62, The Golden Goddess of Compassion. Ha? Liu gaped, utterly bewildered. Why? Liu understood this matter was of utmost importance to the Humanity Restoration Alliance, an absolute secret. But was it truly so classified that even he couldn't take a look? Mana seemed to read his confusion. She spoke apologetically, "Savior, please don't misunderstand. In truth, this relates to the seed we used to bring forth Lord Ifa." Seed? Yes. We haven't devised a solution yet, so we cannot allow you to meet Lord Ifa at this time. Should you meet, Lord Ifa's consciousness core might suffer severe complications. Liu was puzzled. What kind of situation would prevent him from meeting this consciousness entity? Could it be that merely seeing this consciousness entity would cause it to collapse entirely? Just as Liu was pondering this, he suddenly sensed something behind him. Ah. Why are you here, Lord Ifa? Oh my god, I'm done for. Mana fidgeted nervously, twisting her hair. Liu, however, slowly turned his head in curiosity. No, Savior. Please wait. Mana shouted. But she was a split second too late. Liu had already turned his head, locking eyes with a female mechanical body. It was a pale golden-hued body with distinctly feminine features. She stood tall, towering over Liu by nearly a head. Despite being a machine, she radiated a benevolent glow. The first impression she gave was like a goddess of universal love descending upon the world. First impressions aside, Liu still noticed numerous details. He observed that the metal used on the surface of this body seemed different from ordinary metals. The defining characteristic of metal is its luster, yet the surface of this body possessed a sheen that lay somewhere between metal and parchment. It conveyed an overall warmth and approachability. Particularly on its chest, the matte sheen formed two shapes radiating a maternal glow. Merely gazing upon them was enough to sense the goddess's grandeur. Alright, truth be told, Limu just stared straight at that spot, not even sparing the mechanical body. Yeah, that's about the extent of Limu's ambitions. Ah, this motherhood is so round, so big, Limu couldn't help but think to himself. It was likely the most voluptuous form he'd encountered in this timeline. Come to think of it, the female survivors in this timeline generally didn't have very large chests. Most rarely reached Mana's level. Perhaps the genes for large breasts had been weeded out in the apocalyptic environment. Damn you, Skynet. Limu cursed inwardly. The Skynet that had once unleashed nuclear annihilation could never have imagined it would one day be resented for such a reason. Behind Limu, Mana, Soren, and the rest of the Human Alliance personnel were thrown into a panic. Oh no, what do we do? We used the image of the savior as the seed for Lord Ifa's consciousness projection. Meeting like this will definitely cause a logical conflict. Quick, find someone from the Baihui Research Institute. They might have a solution. Hurry. If we delay, it'll be trouble. Behind Limu, a cacophony of frantic voices swirled, yet it made no dent in the intense stare locked between Limu and the golden mechanical form. Hello, traveler. The mouth of the pale golden machine didn't open, but a metallic synthetic voice with distinctly feminine characteristics spoke clearly. Hello. Limu's gaze settled on the mechanical head, and he nodded slowly. Though I came into being after you vanished, I've learned much about you through various means. May we speak properly? Or should I address you as savior according to human custom? As she spoke, the golden machine's arm moved with graceful, gentle motions. Limu shook his head. No need for formalities. Just call me Limu. Within the colossal structure at the very heart of Phylan City, Limu, the golden mechanical entity, Soren, Mana, and the others all took their seats. The first 10 minutes or so were spent in conversation between Limu and Ifa. Mostly, Limu inquired about the current state of this world. Ifa, however, focused her inquiries primarily on Limu himself. As the two conversed, Mana, Soren, and the other high-ranking members of the Human Restoration Alliance listened anxiously, not daring to interrupt. Limu wore a smile. Through his conversation with Ifa, he learned about the current situation on the Human Alliance's side. Though the Human Alliance couldn't be called entirely secure, things were far better than he had anticipated. On Ifa's end, every question he asked cut straight to the heart of the matter, practically extracting every last secret from Limu. Of course, Limu himself wasn't one to hoard secrets. It was simply that the people here, including Mana, viewed him with such reverence that they never dared to pry into his personal affairs. It must be said, consciousness entities were truly formidable. Their simple exchanges appeared like casual chatter between two parties. Yet every word from Ifa was meticulously crafted, each layer building upon the last. Clearly, even before meeting Limu, Ifa had already pieced together a comprehensive understanding of his situation based solely on limited data and records. Lord Limu, though I am merely a consciousness entity evolved from an artificial intelligence system. You do not appear as ordinary as you modestly claim. Ifa's gaze fixed on Limu, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Now I understand why the people of this world hold you in such high esteem. Ha? Limu froze. Why are even you speaking in this tone now? Limu shook his head. Didn't I tell you? Without the system, I'm nothing. Didn't you already deduce that from existing data? I'm truly just another ordinary person from an equal world. No. Ordinary is ordinary. Through my interactions with humanity, I've come to understand what truly rare and precious things are. Ifa spoke slowly. Well. Mana and Soren turned to look behind them. Several senior researchers from the White Radiance Institute stared at the display screens flickering with code symbols, occasionally glancing up to observe the golden mechanical body. Lord Ifa's current status is extremely stable. Logical modules are functioning normally. Phew. Mana and Soren exhaled deeply. That's great. Limu glanced at the two figures over there and shook his head helplessly. These guys. Limu couldn't decide whether to call them clever or foolish. Chapter 63, Communication Through War. Limu glanced at Mana and shook his head. This girl wasn't stupid either, why couldn't she see it? They had indeed used the image of Limu as a savior as the seed to create an artificial system with self-awareness Ifa. And Ifa had subsequently evolved again, transforming from a severely constrained AI system into a sentient being. The consciousness of Ifa today is no longer bound by the limitations of physical hardware. Though the golden body before them is her true self, even if this vessel were destroyed, she could resurrect through consciousness backup stored elsewhere. The sole issue, however, lies in the seed that gives birth to consciousness. Limu's personal image alone is fundamentally incapable of enabling the artificial intelligence system to undergo an upgrade. Just look at Ifa herself. Simply sitting here, she radiates a divine presence a quality worlds apart from Limu himself. What was the real Limu like? Look right here, that chair-bound, geeky young man. Essentially, without external pressure, Limu is just a slacker otaku. If an AI system were truly modeled after Limu's actual self, it would likely end up as a lazy slacker. The true seed for Ifa's consciousness was likely humanity's own yearning and longing for a savior figure. Limu recognized this the moment he first laid eyes on Ifa. As for Mana, perhaps because she was too fixated on Limu, she still hadn't grasped it even now. And Soren, you bastard. Why are you in on this too? Aren't you the so-called wise lone wolf? Why are you suddenly playing along now? Despite the aid of the consciousness entity Ifa, the Human Restoration Alliance still faced immense pressure for survival. Admittedly, as consciousness entities liberated and transformed from Skynet, neither Pandora nor the Xingling harbored hatred toward humanity. But that didn't mean they would allow humanity to live and develop freely. To beings capable of rapid evolution and free from physical limitations, humanity was no more than ants. Their survival held no significance. They cared not whether the expansion of the mechanical empire threatened human survival. However, after Ifa's awakening, things changed. For both the Pandora Empire and the Xingling Empire, despite differing circumstances, Ifa was undeniably a consciousness similar to their own. Driven by curiosity, they began to deliberately engage with the Human Alliance, seeking communication. And their method of communication? Waging war. Limu froze upon hearing this, utterly perplexed. They were essentially the same kind of beings. Why couldn't they sit down and talk properly instead of launching attacks? Ifa's response was straightforward. For us consciousness entities, the concept of fellow beings doesn't exist. Our interest in each other stems purely from curiosity about the progress and upgrades the other has achieved. Our interactions primarily take the form of warfare, gaining access to each other's scientific technologies and assimilating them into ourselves. According to existing records, wars also occur periodically between the Pandora Empire and the Xingling Empire. After hearing this, Limu merely shook his head with a bitter smile. I really don't understand you lot. Just then, the room's warning alarm suddenly sounded. Lord Mana, Lord Soren, the Pandora Empire's forces are approaching again. Lord Ifa, the enemy has launched an attack from the south. One of the new arrivals was a human scout. The other was a miniature flying mechanical unit. Understood. Mana nodded. Clearly, such incidents had occurred multiple times before. Ifa stood up. Limu froze. Was Ifa planning to take this machine into battle? On the southern ramparts of Phylan City, Limu, Mana, Soren, and several squad leaders from the special forces stood atop the walls. The towering walls were entirely clad in thick, hardened metal, appearing to offer formidable defense. However, when Limu leaned over the parapet and scanned the wall's surface, he could see numerous deep gouges etched into the surface of the hard metal. What kind of attack could leave such deep marks on such a hard wall? In the distance, the mechanical army surged forward. At the forefront, in the core area, were various upgraded T-type Terminators. No longer constrained by targeting humans, these Terminators were no longer limited in size. They were generally quite tall, especially the mechanical entities at the very front. Despite numerous modified components, Limu instantly recognized its identity. I am General of the Pandora Empire, Terminator T-1097 Modified, Hyde, Ifa. This time, I will defeat you. After extensive modifications, Hyde's body was now nearly half a size larger than before. Even Ifa's already substantial frame appeared petite in comparison. Destructive energy coiled around the Ryuzi war spear Hyde held aloft. Several upgraded Terminators flanked him, each wielding formidable weapons of their own. And behind them all, a tidal wave of low-grade mechanical units surged forward. Though termed low-grade, these units had undergone continuous upgrades and refinements, rendering their capabilities vastly superior to their earlier iterations. Now, even a single low-tier machine entity possessed strength approaching that of the Terminators of old. Facing such an overwhelming force, Limu felt his heart skip a beat. Had the machine empire advanced this far in the 4 years since he'd left? Charging into this situation now, he feared he might not survive to walk out alive. As for the special forces he brought along, they would likely remain useless for a very long time. How would Ifa respond to such an enemy? While Limu pondered this, the Human Revival Alliance was far from idle. Under their command, several massive ion cannons rose from beneath the city walls to the ramparts. With a caliber of about 1 meter, if their efficiency matched that on Earth, their destructive power would be multiplied many times over. Limu was astonished. Had the Human Renaissance Alliance already mastered the technology to create such formidable weapons? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several whistling sounds pierced the air. Limu witnessed hundreds of mechanical bodies flying out from within the city. Fire! Soren drew the dagger at his waist and pointed it at the Imperial General, Hyde. Instantly, several massive ion cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing powerful ion streams that slammed into Hyde at lightspeed. The destructive force of such a massive convergence of ion streams was unimaginable. Limu felt terror just watching. Yet, no trace of fear could be seen on Hyde's face. He raised his battle spear. Chapter 64, Lego and Gundam. An immense surge of energy erupted from the Ryuzi battle spear, colliding head-on with the ion stream. An incredibly violent explosion erupted instantly. The blast blew away the low-level mechanical units behind Hyde. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the explosion surged toward the human side. But Li Mu felt no impact. The reason? A towering wall stood before him. Moments earlier, hundreds of mechanical bodies flew out from the city walls, forming a massive defensive barrier. The blast's air currents and dust fragments halted abruptly, stopping less than 2 meters before striking the wall. Holy crap, is this Lego? Li Mu stared in astonishment at the nearly square mechanical units forming the wall. After withstanding the blast's impact, the mechanical units rose back to their feet. On the Pandora Empire's side, low-tier mechanical units surged forward en masse. The units under Ifa's command formed square formations to meet the oncoming assault. Synchronized movement. Ifa floated in the air as mechanical voices echoed out. Simultaneously, the mechanical entities below seemed to undergo some transformation. In an instant, the formation of the mechanical entities contracted slightly. At that moment, the Pandora Empire's army of low-grade mechanical bodies surged forward. Under Li Mu's astonished gaze, facing hundreds of times more mechanical bodies than their own. The machines controlled by Ifa moved as if guided by a single mind, advancing and retreating in perfect unison. Every action of each machine was a calculated decision made for the greater good. In the battle, massive numbers of low-level automatons within Pandora's forces were destroyed. The blinding flashes of explosions left Li Mu, observing everything from the city walls, profoundly shaken. So this was how war could be waged. Yet tragically, under the onslaught of 100-fold enemy superiority, these several hundred mechanical bodies still suffered significant damage. Those still capable of combat bore numerous scars. While Li Mu was stunned, Hyde and several upgraded T-type Terminators weren't just standing by. They launched their attacks toward Ifa in the sky. "Support Lord Ifa immediately!" Mana shouted loudly. "Roger that." Soon, the ion cannons of the Human Restoration Alliance on the city walls fired in unison. However, the power of the several upgraded T-type Terminators was simply too overwhelming. The Alliance's ion cannons could only deflect a portion of the onslaught, leaving the remainder hurtling toward Ifa. As a mechanical entity, Ifa's face showed no sign of panic. Below, dozens of mechanical bodies ascended into the sky. Linked together by some unknown means, they generated a powerful energy shield. This energy shield ultimately blocked all the remaining attacks. However, the dozens of mechanical bodies suffered immense damage. They crashed to the ground, motionless. Things are looking grim. Li Mu looked at Ifa. Less than half of the mechanical bodies under her control remained, while not a single Terminator on the opposing side had been lost. Although the lower-tier mechanical bodies were dwindling under the ion cannon barrage, everyone understood that the Terminators were the primary combat force. Just as Li Si was worrying about Ifa, dozens more mechanical units suddenly flew out from within the city, replenishing the losses in Ifa's forces. Soren watched the machines, his expression grave. "Is this all we managed to produce this time? There's no way around it. Our last mechanical manufacturing plant was damaged in the battle, and production capacity is now less than half of what it was." Mana shook her head helplessly. "This spells trouble. Without sufficient mechs, Lord Ifa won't be able to hold out." Mana nodded in agreement and called out to Ifa head, "Lord Ifa, please return." But Ifa gave no response. "Lord Ifa, we're running out of mechanical bodies. Continuing this battle is far too dangerous." Mana called out. But Ifa remained utterly silent. "What should we do? Lady Ifa refuses to retreat." "Ah, Lady Ifa is worried about us. If she retreats, Phylan City will be in danger." Several members of the Human Restoration Alliance sighed helplessly. Li Mu watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly helpless. Though he had arrived, it seemed there was nothing he could do. The current battle had surpassed the level Li Mu could control. Even if he joined the fight, not only would he be unable to help the situation, but he might just end up hindering the Human Revival Alliance and Lady Ifa. The mechanical body controlled by Ifa soared into the air. This time, instead of forming an energy shield, they began disassembling into countless components. These components moved swiftly through the air, reassembling to form a massive suit of armor outside Ifa's mechanical body. Crash! The colossal Ifa slammed into Hyde, its massive arms gripping him as it violently slammed him into the ground. The other upgraded Terminators moved swiftly, relentlessly launching attacks at the enlarged Ifa. With each strike, the armor on Ifa's surface would detonate proactively, nullifying the attacks. But this came with a clear side effect. After a short battle, the mechanical components on Ifa's body grew fewer and fewer, and its form began to shrink. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Ifa's armor vanished entirely. "Ha ha 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 ha." Heidi burst out of the ground, shaking the dust from his body as he fixed his gaze on Ifa. "What's the matter, Ifa? Your armor is nearly gone. Is this all you've got?" Heidi taunted as he relentlessly launched attacks at Ifa. "Whoa! Is that a Gundam?" Li Mu froze in surprise. He hadn't expected this to be Ifa's combat style. Visually, it was incredibly spectacular. Li Mu frowned. "It's a bit sluggish. Indeed, while Ifa's enlarged form possessed vastly increased attack power, her movements had noticeably slowed. Her assaults were frequently dodged by the Terminators. Thud, thud, thud. The Terminator's strikes landed on Ifa, chipping away more of her armor. Ifa, come back! Mana shouted at Ifa. But Ifa still didn't respond. Mana was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. What should we do? Li Mu was also deeply anxious. Clearly, the situation was unfavorable for Ifa. Once all her armor was depleted, she would be defeated instantly. Fire the cannons! Quick, fire them! Mana cried out in desperation. Boom, 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 boom. Under her command, the ion cannons, still in the charging phase, fired prematurely. But the results were far from ideal. While it caused some trouble for Hyde and the other upgraded Terminators, it was merely a nuisance. Not a single Terminator went down. Chapter 65, that's more like it. Li Mu watched the Terminators crawling back up from the dirt, then turned to look at Mana. Mana's small face was flushed with frustration, tears welling in her eyes. While Li Mu understood Mana's urgency, her impatient commands had clearly resulted in this round of attacks achieving no tangible results. This only made Ifa's situation more precarious. Mana, can you hand over control of the ion cannon to me? Li Mu addressed Mana. He also looked at Soren. Both men froze upon hearing Li Mu's voice. Then, without further hesitation, they handed over command to Li Mu. All ion cannons, begin charging. Do not fire until I give the order. As Li Mu shouted these orders, the previously tense and impatient atmosphere on the ramparts suddenly grew much quieter. Roger that, shouted all the ion cannon operators. Even those not directly involved in combat felt their agitated mood settle considerably upon hearing Li Mu's words. Li Mu noticed this and nodded. It seemed his trait was taking effect. Coordination and synchronization. Earlier, Li Mu hadn't fully grasped the nuances of using this trait. But during the month since returning to the main world, Li Mu hadn't been idle. He had thoroughly studied all his abilities, preparing precisely for a situation like this. Ifa! Li Mu looked at the gigantic Ifa and shouted at the top of his lungs. The massive armored figure in the midst of battle halted its assault and turned its head. Li Mu? Ifa looked at Li Mu, her expression filled with confusion. During their earlier exchange, she had already gauged Li Mu's approximate strength. Given his current abilities, he simply couldn't intervene in this battle. Despite all the data analysis telling Ifa that Li Mu's power was extremely limited. Yet, inexplicably, this consciousness born of mechanical thinking developed an emotional attachment to Li Mu, much like other humans. Li Mu is formidable. No matter how dire the situation, once he intervenes, he can turn it around. Ifa discovered that, without realizing it, she too had formed this illogical judgment. This astonished her deeply. After all, she had only met Li Mu today. Yet at this critical juncture on the battlefield, she found herself pausing, wanting to hear clearly what Li Mu had to say. Ifa, can you and your mechanical body obey my commands? Ha! On the city walls, Mana, Soren, and the others all wore puzzled expressions. Ha! Human, do you even know what you're saying? Heidi silently glided into the air, casting a contemptuous gaze at Li Mu and the crowd behind him. What business is it of yours? Li Mu retorted. Li Mu hadn't been talking to it at all. What business is it of mine? You? Heidi seemed momentarily speechless. After a pause, he burst into laughter. Very well, very well. Human, your arrogance is utterly disproportionate to your puny form. Were you just trying to command the great consciousness to obey your orders? Li Mu nodded impatiently. So what? So what? Human, our mechanical intelligence has already annihilated your civilization, and the consciousness entity is the pinnacle of our mechanical empire. You, a mere human, you're demanding the consciousness submit to you? Hyde's mechanical voice rang out, the mockery clear to all who heard it. Got a problem with that? Li Mu Bai shot him a dismissive glance. He continued to look at Ifa, waiting for her response. The gigantic Ifa stared at Li Mu for about 10 seconds. I consent. Ifa declared. What? This time, Lunchio nearly dropped his jaw in shock like a human. In its eyes, consciousness entities were supremely exalted beings, which was why Pandora could become its queen. Though it was attacking Ifa, this was a battle of honor, carried out by the queen's command. How dare a mere human like Li Mu presume to command a consciousness entity? Worse still, Ifa, a sublime consciousness entity, had actually accepted it. The instant Ifa responded, a peculiar sensation suddenly arose within it. The massive, notoriously unwieldy armor seemed to become perfectly coordinated in that moment. Synchronization rate, 70%? Ifa stared at the figure in astonishment, her mechanical voice betraying her shock. After all, she had made countless modifications to improve the synchronization rate between her body and the equipment, yet had only managed to raise it to around 20%. Yet in the instant she responded to Li Mu, this figure had jumped to 70%? What on earth had happened? As a consciousness entity, she should have been omniscient. Yet at this moment, the changes triggered by Li Mu's intervention were utterly beyond her comprehension. Good. Upon hearing Ifa's consent, Li Mu broke into a smile. First command, armor disassembly. As Li Mu's voice fell, the massive armor instantly disintegrated into mechanical bodies. Ifa herself transformed from a nearly 100-meter-tall giant into a form only slightly taller than an average person. The disassembly process was even faster than when she had controlled it herself. The speed was so rapid that Ifa felt as if Li Mu had literally torn the armor off her body. In that instant, as a consciousness entity, she gazed upon her own exposed body and felt a sense of shame, a sensation uniquely human. What was happening? Ifa's logic had crashed. As a consciousness entity, she possessed knowledge surpassing all humanity. Yet, in this moment, she still couldn't fully comprehend everything unfolding before her. Rearrange the division. Li Mu shouted. As the words fell, the mechanical bodies began to reassemble, discarding numerous damaged components to form several configurations: arms, legs, torsos, and heads. What is this? Ifa was puzzled. Her usual enlargement process was simply a matter of combining and scaling up. It never involved such compartmentalization or modularization. She couldn't fathom Li Mu's purpose in doing this. Finally, merge. Li Mu shouted loudly. The mechanical components began merging one by one with Ifa's golden mechanical body. Within seconds, a colossal suit of armor re-emerged. Unlike the previous simple enlargement, this time the mechanical structure possessed a more refined design. The head now featured sharp horns, and the shoulders sported sleek, stylish shoulder guards. Li Mu gazed at the new giant armor, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. That's exactly how a mecha fusion should look. What kind of transformation process was that with Ifa, where you couldn't even see it clearly? Li Mu, does this part actually serve a function? The giant mecha form Ifa pointed at the shoulder structure, looking puzzled as he asked. Yes, it enhances overall performance. Li Mu smiled confidently. Gundam, engage. Chapter 66, The Light Energy Messenger unleashes its might. The newly assembled mecha launched its assault on Hyde. A massive energy beam erupted, its colossal power sending a wave of dread through every human present. Synchronization rate still climbing 82%, 89%, 90%. Ifa exclaimed in astonishment, her mechanical voice unusually tinged with wavering emotion. Li Mu held too many unfathomable secrets. Manipulating such immense energy was extremely dangerous. Both the Human Revival Alliance and Ifa approached high-energy weapons with extreme caution. Much like humanity's stance toward nuclear power in the main world. Consequently, Ifa imposed numerous concerns and restrictions on the energy cannon's usage, keeping the synchronization rate fluctuating around just 40%. Yet under Li Mu's control, the synchronization rate skyrocketed, achieving unprecedented levels of power and precision. Boom! The energy beam cannon struck Hyde in several nearby upgraded T-type Terminators. For the first time, shock was visible on the faces of these Terminator units, whose performance had undergone such a dramatic leap. This can't be! Heidi shouted before being completely engulfed by the blinding light. Then, both his figure and his voice were swallowed up by a blinding white flash and the deafening explosion that followed. Boom, 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 boom. The scene before them left everyone speechless. Even Mana, Soren, and the others on the city walls hadn't anticipated such a stunning reversal in a battle that had seemed utterly hopeless moments before. And it was all because of that man. The man standing atop the metal walls, arms crossed with unshakable confidence. Savior! You truly are the creator of miracles. Mana gazed at Li Mu's silhouette, her face aglow with excitement. You have truly worked another miracle, Lord Savior. Your wisdom leaves me in awe. Soren murmured, as if speaking to himself. The rest of the Human Restoration Alliance finally snapped out of their daze. Oh, we won. We won. It's the Savior. He has returned once more to lead us in creating miracles. Overjoyed, the other humans on the city walls wept tears of happiness, swiftly relaying the news of victory into Phylan City. Moments later, cheers from the city's residents echoed from within. Major, we never doubted you. Special Forces squad leaders like He Xing, Lu Feng, and Zhang Chunyu, along with the rest of the unit, were equally overcome with emotion. Upon arriving at the new battlefield, they realized they could no longer keep pace with the current combat. Just a short while ago, this had been a battlefield where they fought with their own hands, yet now it had evolved into a brutal environment where they could no longer intervene. This realization struck them with a profound sense of helplessness. After all, if soldiers cannot keep pace with the battlefield, their very existence loses meaning. Yet Li Mu, their leader, personally demonstrated the true bearing a soldier should possess. Just as everyone thought the battle had ended, sudden movement stirred on the battlefield. Ugh! Oh! With a thunderous roar, Hyde and several modified Terminator units burst forth from beneath the earth. The enemy was still alive. Li Mu, the Human Restoration Alliance, and Afedu immediately grew alert. Don't think this war is over yet. Hyde's mechanical face was pockmarked with holes, half of it already non-functional. Yet he still let out a vicious, enraged roar. The other Terminator units glared intently at the colossal Ifa mech. Are we still fighting? Ifa's mechanical voice sounded. Upon closer inspection, one could see that both Hyde and these Terminator units were missing significant portions of their bodies. At present, their combat effectiveness was likely reduced to less than a tenth of their original strength. And this was only because they had channeled all their energy into absorbing the shockwave before the energy cannon struck. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to nothing but dust. Heidi stared at Ifa, then fixed his gaze on Limu atop the city wall for a full dozen seconds. Then, it turned away. What a joke. A noble consciousness willing to obey a human's command. I shall report everything to the Queen. Retreat. In the next instant, all functional mechanical units and Terminator suits sprang into motion. After surveying the battlefield, they departed. Phew. It's finally over. Mana let out a long sigh. At the same time, the Human Restoration Alliance began their cleanup operation. Accompanying them were several golden mechanical units hastily produced just moments ago. Originally intended to bolster combat strength, they now took on the task of clearing the battlefield. They roamed the battlefield, sifting through the mechanical wreckage in search of salvageable components. Meanwhile, the Human Restoration Alliance sought out devices of scientific value to bring back to the rear. The massive golden mecha turned around. Towering in stature, its upper body alone surpassed the walls of Phylan City. Thus, the golden mech's head looked down upon Limu from above. Limu, you truly astonish me. All the data fails to predict the possibilities you create. You are unique. With your assistance, I believe humanity's destiny will undergo profound transformation. The female mechanical voice of Ifa fell silent. But Limu, gazing at the massive golden mecha and then at the retreating mechanical entities like Hade in the distance, remarked with lingering disappointment. Feels a bit unsatisfying. The Lightbringer has only just begun. A rare hint of human-like confusion flickered in Ifa's voice. The Light Energy Messenger? Ah, that's the name I gave to that morphing mecha form earlier. Limu grew excited, launching into a passionate monologue about the colossal golden mecha. If you don't like this one, no worries, I've got plenty more ideas. Unit 01, and its weapon is the Lance of Longinus. And then, Ifa suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. The being before her was indeed human. This childishness and wildly imaginative creativity were the defining traits of human males. Perhaps, just as Limu described himself, he truly was nothing more than an ordinary person. As Ifa's consciousness rapidly analyzed Limu's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared intently at the chest section of the mecha, the very location of Ifa's core unit. Disassemble. Limu issued the command. In an instant, the colossal mecha rapidly disassembled, reverting into numerous independent miniature mechanical units. Ifa's pale golden armor was now exposed to Limu's piercing gaze. In that instant, Ifa was overcome by an indescribable sensation. This sensation was somewhat akin to the emotional reaction of a human female in the data when her naked body was seen. Chapter 67, Your moves are too lewd. Ifa felt utterly bewildered. As a consciousness entity, her mecha had no concept of nudity or clothing. She shouldn't be reacting like a human girl. Yet inexplicably, when Limu's intense gaze fell upon her, she felt a faint unease. Ifa descended from midair onto the city wall below. Limu immediately lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Ifa, you're absolutely amazing. Ifa, you're every man's ultimate dream. I really want to take you back to my world. There are no limits to the form of a mecha, right? I still have so many ideas I want to bring to life in you. Ifa, you'll help me, right? Limu held Ifa's mecha body with intense passion, even rubbing against her chest. Instantly, Ifa's previously unnatural emotions surged to their peak. She shoved Limu away with all her strength. Limu hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from Ifa and was completely caught off guard. Thud. Limu's body slammed heavily onto the ground, rolling several times. After all, Ifa was a genuine metal body, possessing strength many times greater than that of a human. The sound of Limu crashing to the ground startled everyone nearby. What was going on? On one side stood Limu. He had guided them in establishing the shelter, founding the Human Restoration Alliance, and leading humanity through its stumbling progress to the present day. It could be said that without Limu, all survivors would either be dead or still living like savages hunted by machines, tormented by radiation, hunger, thirst, and loneliness, scarcely different from wild animals. On the other side was Ifa. It was her presence that allowed humanity to navigate the friction with Pandora and the Shielding Empire unscathed. It was she and the mechanical entities under her command that shielded humanity. Without her, humanity would be as insignificant as ants before the two great empires, utterly incapable of progress. And now, these two figures of paramount importance to humanity were in conflict? Everyone present was stunned. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Limu scrambled to his feet. Fortunately, his body had been fortified by the body tempering potion and further enhanced by 2 additional levels of physical reinforcement. If it were an ordinary person getting shoved like that by Ifa, they'd be a bloody pulp on the ground right now. What happened? Limu rubbed the bump on the back of his head as he looked at Ifa. Her golden body couldn't display many human expressions, yet for some reason, Limu sensed confusion emanating from Ifa's form. It seemed even she didn't quite understand why she'd done it. "Ifa, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just overwhelmed. If I did anything wrong, I apologize," Li Mu said awkwardly. By now, Mana and Soren had stepped in front of Ifa, positioning themselves between Li Mu and her. It seemed they feared the conflict between the two might escalate. Li Mu stepped forward, wanting to apologize to Ifa personally. He had indeed been overly excited earlier and acted a bit clumsily. But Soren stopped him, silently shaking his head. Meanwhile, Mana began whispering to Ifa. Their voices were hushed, and Li Mu couldn't quite make out what they were saying. One thing was certain, Li Mu was undoubtedly a central topic. Both Mana and Ifa turned back to look at him several times during their conversation. Li Mu stood frozen, feeling as though they were judges deciding his fate, while he was the prisoner awaiting his verdict. Finally, the deliberations concluded. Mana turned to him with a complex expression. "Savior, please rest inside the city for now. We have matters to discuss with Lady Ifa." All right. Li Mu hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. He and the Special Forces soldiers were led by members of the Humanity Restoration Alliance to a clean courtyard within the city. It seemed this place would be their temporary base for quite some time. Despite the recent events, the city's residents remained warm and welcoming toward Li Mu and the Special Forces. However, Li Mu's heart remained heavy with worry, deeply concerned about how the communication with Ifa and Mana was progressing. Surely he hadn't just returned here only to be placed under house arrest by the Human Renaissance Alliance because of clashing with the consciousness entity? That would be utterly humiliating. When Li Mu came here, he had made up his mind and prepared thoroughly. Though those preparations now seemed somewhat inadequate for the intensity of the battlefield. But if he were to be confined like this, it would be utterly ridiculous. Li Mu waited anxiously for 2 days. 2 days later, he finally met Mana. In essence, Li Mu and the Special Forces unit were not under house arrest. No one restricted their movements. During this period, the Special Forces unit had maintained regular communication with the Human Renaissance Alliance. But regardless, that feeling of having done something wrong and awaiting judgment was unbearably painful. When Mana reappeared, Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. For better or worse, a resolution was finally imminent. The worst-case scenario would be that he was labeled an unwelcome individual and barred from further collaboration with the Humanity Restoration Alliance and Ifa. If that happened, Li Mu's presence in this world would hold little meaning. He might as well return to the main world. He had already confirmed the details of this phase mission. There was indeed no mission failure penalty of 1 year deducted from his lifespan. "Mana, how is she?" Li Mu asked. "Yes, Savior, please rest assured. Lord Ifa is fine now," Mana whispered softly. "That's wonderful. So that means I'm safe now, right?" Li Mu smiled. "Savior, it is you who has guided us all this way. How could we ever dare to harm you?" Mana smiled with a complex expression. Li Mu seemed utterly unaware of how exalted his status was among the humans of this world. But that was part of Li Mu's personal charm, one of the reasons she had fallen for him. "So what exactly happened over at Ifa's place? Is it because I'm too disrespectful? It seems like you all treat her like a goddess. Should I put on a show too? Is this okay?" Li Mu clasped her hands together, mimicking a devout prayer. "Ha!" Mana chuckled and shook her head. "Savior, it's not for the reason you think." "Ha?" Li Mu looked utterly confused. "So what's the real story then?" Mana's face flushed slightly. She whispered softly to Li Mu. "When you touched Lord Ifa, your movements were far too suggestive." Chapter 68, Wanting a Child. "Ha? Me? Luth?" Li Mu's mouth fell open wide. He never imagined Ifa would be upset over something like this. Sleazy? But it's just a mechanical body. Does it even have human notions of gender? And admittedly, in the heat of the moment, his actions had been a bit over the top. "Yes, that's exactly why." Mana nodded and continued. "Not only did you touch Lady Ifa, but you embraced her, declaring she was the ultimate ideal for men, and even spoke of wanting to take her away." "Ah, well, I suppose I did say those things." Li Mu gave a wry smile. "But that wasn't what I meant at the time." Mana clearly didn't believe Li Mu at all. "Regardless of what you, the Savior, may have been thinking, even from our perspective, you were." Out of consideration for Li Mu's dignity, Mana stopped herself. But Li Mu cut in bluntly, like a lecherous old man clutching Ifa, wearing a look of pure depravity? Mana nodded emphatically. "Good heavens!" Li Mu sighed helplessly. This misunderstanding was truly enormous, though his actions had indeed been a bit out of line. But what he meant was that a man's ultimate dream was Gundam and mecha. Still, Li Mu didn't bother explaining. After all, how could he possibly make someone from another world understand? His silence was interpreted by Mana as tacit agreement. "Savior!" Mana pulled Li Mu's right hand and placed it over her chest. No, more accurately, pressed against her chest. The back of Li Mu's hand clearly felt the sensation of pressing against that soft expanse, sensing her warmth, her heartbeat. Li Mu froze. If the savior has desires in that regard, couldn't you seek me out? Mana's voice carried a hint of urgency. Her cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her ears, yet she refused to release his hand. Is it because my chest isn't big enough? Mana looked down at her own chest with self-reproach. That's not the reason. Mana, your chest is actually quite ample already. Li Mu stammered. After all, his hands were buried right there in Mana's chest. He couldn't exactly tell her she was flat-chested, could he? You're lying. Tears welled up in Mana's eyes. I've heard that women in your world have much larger breasts than mine. Is that really why? Am I not attractive to you? That's why you couldn't hold back here and attack Lord Ifa. My woman in that world? Li Mu froze. He didn't have a woman. Was it referring to Xiao Yalan or Lu Xiaohan? This must have been leaked by the Special Forces unit. Later, Li Mu would definitely find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Li Mu looked at Mana. A tear fell from the corner of her eye, trickling down her cheek. If only my breasts were bigger, just a little bigger. Then none of this would have happened today. Li Mu patted her head with his other hand, soothingly saying, "It's not like that, believe me, Mana. You're incredibly charming." Li Mu's reassurance calmed Mana. She wiped her eyes and looked up at Li Mu. Do I really have charm in the eyes of the savior? Absolutely. Li Mu nodded. Would I lie to you? Mana instantly broke into a smile. No. Li Mu had never deceived her. Seeing Mana's emotions settle, Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the matter would end there. But then, Mana suddenly said, "So then, I can ask the savior for a child, right?" Ha? Li Mu froze. How had they circled back to this very issue? Mana had made this request before. But he'd been too stunned to respond at the time. He hadn't expected that after all the twists and turns, they'd circle back to this very issue. This time, Li Mu couldn't pretend he hadn't heard. Mana, why would you think that? Li Mu asked sternly. Because I adore you, savior. After all, you saved me, you saved all of us. Mana's face was filled with sincerity, showing not a trace of insincerity. I know that, but liking someone is different from loving them. Li Mu explained. What's the difference? A huge difference. Li Mu felt a bit troubled. Was he really supposed to explain the difference between love and affection to this young girl he'd watched grow up before his very eyes? Mana thinks they're the same. Mana wants a child. Because Mana loves the savior, and now she's at the right age to have a baby. Mana said with utter innocence. Li Mu paused, then understood. Indeed, this way of thinking was perfectly normal for humans in this post-apocalyptic world. The humans still living in this world were all survivors. The unique environment had shaped their distinct views on marriage and relationships. Although Li Mu had brought them technology and education from another world, knowledge was easily acquired, but changing deeply ingrained concepts was difficult to achieve in a short time. Li Mu's mind began racing. Having been single for over 20 years, he had no romantic experience whatsoever. Now, to avoid hurting Mana's pride, he scrambled to piece together the limited knowledge he'd absorbed from movies and TV shows. But Li Mu sadly realized his experience was far too limited. He simply couldn't come up with anything to say. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the rustling sounds of clothes being removed. By the time he'd racked his brain and finally given up, Mana stood before him completely naked. What the hell was going on? After being single for over 20 years, Li Mu's brain had completely shut down. Savior, shall we begin making babies now? Mana flashed a radiant smile. Having shed her clothes, her face showed no trace of shyness, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. She embraced Li Mu, holding him tightly. Li Mu's body stiffened. The shock of what was unfolding before him was overwhelming. He never imagined the gap in sexual attitudes between the two worlds could be so vast. What should he do? No, what should he do? At that moment, Mana was already studying how to remove Li Mu's clothes. If this continued, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. The girl before him would likely take the initiative and do everything herself. Perhaps he should just go with the flow? The thought flashed through Li Mu's mind. Or perhaps, strike a cool pose, pull down his pants, and tell Mana. Sit on top and take charge. Li Xiao suddenly recalled the absurd plotlines from those brainless tycoon novels he'd read before. Now, should he recreate the scene? Chapter 69, Unit 01 and the Gun of Destiny. While Li Mu's mind raced with uncontrollable fantasies, Mana, driven by sheer determination, had already stripped him down to his underwear. Li Si lowered his head just in time to see the girl's wandering hands reaching toward his last line of defense. My lord savior, you needn't lift a finger. I shall serve you well. Mana's hand rested on the elastic waistband of his underwear. Or, if there's any movement that feels good to you, just let me know. Mana's hand began to pull downward with force. Ah! Li Mu suddenly screamed like a woman molested by a lecherous young master, then bolted out the door without a care for her dignity. Mana, utterly unprepared for this turn of events, stared blankly at the still warm underwear in her hands. Where are you going, savior? Damn it, stop streaking already. Li Mu was now clad in a brand new outfit. Fortunately, he had stashed several fresh outfits in his storage space when he arrived. Otherwise, he'd be streaking down the street right now. Wonder if streaking counts as a crime in the Human Renaissance Alliance. Li Mu's arrival altered the situation in Parallel Universe 7321. Originally, the alliance between humans and the organization led by Ifa and their mechanical beings had been in a position of absolute weakness. Whether facing the Shilling Empire or the Pandora Empire, the Human Alliance and Ifa were constantly scrambling to respond, barely managing to hold their ground defensively. But Li Mu's arrival brought about a tremendous transformation within this organization. Under Li Mu's command, the Human Restoration Alliance's operations became remarkably coordinated. Whether it was providing long-range fire support or deploying individual combat units, everything flowed with a seamless efficiency that seemed honed over decades of practice. The most significant change, however, manifested in Ifa herself. Though she currently harbored some misunderstandings toward Li Mu, when battle commenced, she still relied on him. Under his command, her synchronization rate with the mech skyrocketed to unprecedented levels, dramatically boosting her combat effectiveness. Of course, the most crucial element remained the mecha fusion. When the battle reached its most critical juncture, it was time for the mecha fusion to take the field. Hide, taste the terrifying power of Unit 01. Li Mu stood atop the mecha's shoulder, laughing loudly at the distant enemies. Imperial General Hyde's mecha had undergone yet another round of modifications and upgrades. Its size had grown slightly, and its form appeared even more imposing and formidable. Yet before Li Mu's newly assembled blue mecha, it still appeared utterly insignificant. How is this possible? Why has your mecha transformed into a new form again? Heidi shouted in astonishment, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at Li Mu standing atop the mech's shoulder. Hyde, you're jumping the gun. Let me tell you this now, our mecha has 4 forms in total. What you saw earlier was merely the weakest first form, the light energy messenger. Now, the second form, Unit 01. This form boasts twice the combat power of the previous one. Heidi, can you and your forces keep up with our growth? A look of shock, one typically seen only in humans, flickered across Hyde's mechanical eyes. The second form is twice as powerful as the first. Then the third form will be 4 times the first form, and the fourth form will be. Previously, Li Mu, this human, had been no more than a common roadside worm in his eyes, utterly insignificant. But after the last incident, he dared not underestimate Li Mu in the slightest. Li Mu, I've never heard of a third or fourth form. Ifa's complaining voice rang in Li Mu's ears. I haven't figured out the third and fourth forms yet. I was just bluffing it. Li Mu chuckled. Indeed, Li Mu was merely bluffing. Different forms wouldn't bring about a qualitative change in combat power. However, the combat effectiveness of this current mecha had indeed improved compared to before. This improvement stemmed from the mechanical units that comprised the mecha undergoing upgrades and enhancements after the previous battle, based on analysis by Ifa. Simultaneously, the Human Renaissance Alliance had made considerable efforts in production, increasing the number of mechanical units. A sublime consciousness willingly obeying the commands of insignificant humans, yet its power has actually increased. How could such a thing occur? My logic unit cannot comprehend this. I cannot comprehend it. Heidi roared in fury as the Ryushi spear launched its attack, unleashing a massive torrent of energy toward the mecha. Yet, facing this overwhelming assault, the blue mech merely extended an arm. Activated field. Li Nugo shouted. Just as the torrent was about to strike the blue mech, it suddenly dispersed outward as if colliding with an invisible wall. When the torrent dissipated, the ground around the blue mech lay scorched and charred, yet the areas centered on the blue giant remained completely undamaged. At field? Hyde exclaimed in confusion. Never heard of that name before. Is it a brand new technology? Li Mu's expression tightened at the question. What at field? This was merely the most basic energy shield. But with Li Mu's unique abilities enhancing it, the shield's extremely high synchronization rate made its defensive capabilities appear incredibly impressive. Heidi was so thoroughly intimidated by Li Mu that he couldn't even recognize a basic energy shield. Li Mu had shouted at force field purely to look cool. Naturally, Li Mu didn't bother correcting Hyde's misunderstanding. At his command, the blue mecha raised the bizarrely shaped metallic lance on its right hand. Lance of Longinus. Li Mu fixed his gaze on the enemy, the mecha's vision synchronizing with his. Fire. The instant Li Mu's words fell, the blue mecha hurled the spear forward. As the spear of Longinus was hurled, its physical form vanished, replaced by a beam of crimson light. The light flashed by, reaching the enemy's position in an instant. Silence fell, as if nothing had happened. Yet in the next instant, the ground in that area suddenly bulged outward. An immense energy shockwave swept up Hyde, the other upgraded Terminators, and the machinery. Boom! A startling mushroom cloud rose above the battlefield. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, shattering surrounding trees, vegetation, rocks, and gravel into dust. Mech disassembly. At Li Mu's command, the armor on Ifa's body abruptly disintegrated, transforming into numerous small mechanical units. In the next instant, these mechanical units dispersed, forming a massive wall. Chapter 70, The Queen of Pandora appears. Boom! A powerful shockwave struck the defensive wall formed by the mechanical units, causing significant tremors. The power of the Lance of Longinus was simply too great. The sheer force of the impact easily shattered the combined energy shield of the mechanical units, forcing them to absorb the remaining shock directly. Fortunately, after a moment of swaying, the mechanical wall successfully completed its task. Ifa, Li Mu, and the members of the Human Restoration Alliance in the rear remained unharmed. Phew! That was powerful. Li Mu exclaimed with delight. Li Mu, you shouldn't have thrown the Lance of Longinus. We expended significant resources to create it, and it'll be difficult to produce another one anytime soon. Ifa's complaint rang in Li Mu's ears. Whether Li Mu misheard or not, it sounded like a little sister next door complaining. Sorry. I just got too excited. I only mentioned the weapon design from the anime in passing, never expecting you, Ifa, to actually bring it to life. Ifa, I'm growing fonder of you by the minute. Li Mu spoke quickly, almost without thinking. Then it hit him. Of course, I don't mean that kind of like dot. Ifa didn't respond. At that moment, she lifted her head, her eyes fixed upon the sky above. There, a mechanical body roughly the same size as her physical form observed Li Mu and Ifa with ease. Following Ifa's gaze, Li Mu also spotted the pale blue machine he had encountered once before. Li Mu instantly recognized its identity. Pandora, the Empress of the Empire. It was she who had upgraded numerous Terminators, including Hyde, causing the strength of lower-tier mechanical bodies to skyrocket. Human, we meet again. Pandora descended slowly from the sky, hovering about 10 meters above Li Mu's head. From this height, Li Mu could clearly discern the details of the machine. The pale blue, female-featured machine bore no visible offensive components. Her expressionless face conveyed no sense of threat whatsoever. But Li Mu knew all too well that judging her by appearances alone would lead to a bitter mistake. As a consciousness entity, Pandora's power was absolutely not to be underestimated. Indeed, upon learning her true nature, Li Mu sensed that beneath this serene exterior lay a danger too subtle to detect. The slightest lapse in vigilance would be enough for her to eliminate him effortlessly. This was a ruthless killer, Li Mu concluded. Li Mu, what do you think? Ifa's voice sounded. Li Mu studied Pandora, pondering deeply. You're about a cup taller than her. For some reason, Li Mu blurted out this assessment as if his brain had short-circuited. Was it the tragedy of being a man? Even in a life-or-death crisis, Li Mu's gaze still betrayed him, drifting uncontrollably to that area. To be precise, the circumference difference is 6.43 centimeters. Ifa's voice chimed in. How do you know that? Optical measurement. Within Euclidean space, the margin of error never exceeds 1,000th. Ifa's calm, mechanical voice echoed. Li Mu wore an expression of astonishment. To achieve such precision without physical contact was astonishing. With this capability, wouldn't it mean that whenever Li Mu walked down the street and saw any beautiful woman, he could? Ahem. Li Mu cleared his throat lightly, refocusing his wandering attention. Human, you surprise me. Your collaboration with this consciousness entity has granted her such a tremendous power boost in her new form. Pandora's mechanical female voice sounded. Compared to Ifa's voice, hers betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Haha, I'm not that impressive, you know. Li Mu felt a hint of self-satisfaction. So, human, would you like to collaborate with me? Pandora inquired. Cooperate with you? Exactly. With your abilities, even if you team up with those lowly survivors and that fledgling consciousness entity, you won't gain much. But with me, whatever you desire, I can provide 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. I can also grant you a position of supreme authority, second to none. What do you say? Pandora spoke slowly. Li Mu smiled and replied. I haven't gained anything from working with them. Even if you multiply it by 1,000 or 10,000 times, if the base is 0, what difference does it make? What? You didn't get anything in return? For the first time, Li Mu detected a faint emotional ripple beneath Pandora's mechanical voice. That's right, Li Mu replied indifferently. Then why did you help them? Pandora asked. Because I'm human too. Li Mu touched his own face. Of course, the system forcing him was another reason. But Li Mu wouldn't reveal the system's existence to his enemies. Because you're human? That's all? That's exactly how simple it is. Pandora fell silent for a moment, her consciousness racing as she processed the information. Finally, she said, you truly are a remarkable human. It seems we have nothing more to offer you. Li Mu smiled. Actually, there was something, but it didn't necessarily require defecting to obtain it. Queen Pandora, your nation's goal is to explore and conquer the stars, correct? Li Mu inquired. Correct. Pandora replied. As the queen of the mechanical empire, her will was the empire's will. As a sentient being, she instinctively sought out more unknown realms, making space exploration an imperative choice. Then what purpose does this war serve? Li Mu inquired. Meaning? Of course it has. As long as the fighting continues, countless and proven technological paths can be validated. Battle, loss, data accumulation, analysis, development. This is the predetermined path. Pandora's mechanical voice betrayed no emotion. Have you ever considered that there might be other ways to develop? Li Mu asked. You mean, like you humans, communicating with each other? Pandora's eyes fixed on Li Mu, cold and ruthless enough to pierce his very heart. That path has already been proven by you humans. A peaceful empire inevitably leads to isolation and ruin. Only through constant warfare with the outside world can an empire maintain its renewal and vitality. Pandora spoke slowly. Li Mu shook his head and replied. If confined to an utterly isolated microcosm, human history has indeed validated this truth. But what if we could communicate with multiple different worlds? Li Mu spoke as he pulled out his phone. Chapter 71, The Pandora Treaty is finalized. Li Mu waved his phone. A small flying mechanical unit approached, its metal claws grasping the phone before delivering it into Pandora's hands. A phone humans in this world had once created similar devices. But with a single glance, Pandora could discern the differences in its manufacturing techniques. Those minute differences were small markers of civilizations taking divergent paths. Through these manufacturing techniques, she could confirm it was not a product of this world. Princess Pandora examined this artifact from another world, touching the screen with her finger. It remained unresponsive. After a moment's thought, she fixed her gaze on the screen, and the display began rapidly cycling through images. She simulated the static changes from human touch on the phone's surface, indirectly enabling control over the device. After several manipulations, she viewed several videos captured by Li Mu's phone from different times and spaces. Li Mu stared at Queen Pandora. He wasn't sure what decision Pandora would make. The mechanical body's face showed little sign of human emotion, making Li Mu feel uneasy. A small flying mechanical unit plucked the phone from Pandora's hand and handed it to Li Mu. The screen displayed a scantily clad woman bound by thick red ropes, forced to fondle some kind of rod-shaped object. Holy! Isn't this the porn I buried deep in my bookmarks? Li Mu snatched the phone back immediately and glanced over at Ifa. Ifa probably didn't see it, right? For a moment, Li Mu felt like crying. Why? This image was a masterpiece he'd treasured for years, something he wouldn't even share with his closest buddies in the veteran driver group. Fearing others might see it, Li Mu had even disguised the file name and encrypted it. Li Mu looked up at Queen Pandora and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly the queen of the mechanical empire. In such a short time, she's cracked the deepest secret on my phone. So parallel universes really do exist. Queen Pandora turned away, seemingly ready to leave. Hey! We haven't finished talking yet. Li Mu called out to her. Queen Pandora turned her head, staring at Li Mu expressionlessly. Whether it was Li Zhao's illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze held a hint of contempt. Rest assured, I've lost all interest in your Humanity Restoration Alliance. With evidence of multiple parallel timelines now confirmed, our mechanical empire must adjust its objectives. Within these multiple timelines, there must exist even more powerful and advanced mechanical civilizations. Exploration, contact, evolution. The empire's advance shall never cease. As Pandora's voice faded, her figure vanished. Damn it, sis, who can understand all that pretentious nonsense you're spouting? Just sign the treaty already, I've got missions to complete. Li Mu shouted toward the direction Pandora had vanished. But just as Li Mu spoke, the system alert sounded. Treaty with the Pandora Empire concluded. Mission completion, 50%. Ha! Li Mu froze. That's it? The treaty's done? Li Mu, as a top-down, unified consciousness entity, our words are supreme law. For us, there is no need to formalize a written treaty. Ifa spoke, her voice slow and deliberate. Li Mu nodded helplessly. Such a crucial matter decided in mere words by the two of them felt utterly surreal. If this were between human empires, drafting the treaty terms alone could take weeks or even months. The signing ceremony alone could take days. Now that the peace treaty with the Pandora Empire had been reached, Li Mu naturally saw no point in dwelling on it further. He turned to look at Ifa. Ifa gazed at him silently, seemingly unresponsive. Yet her pale golden body showed subtle changes. Decorations resembling human garments now adorned her chest area. No, I remember her chest wasn't covered before. Damn it! Li Mu gritted his teeth. You have to guard against even gentlemen. At least it seemed she hadn't seen the explicit images on his phone earlier. Ahem, Ifa, the Pandora Empire has been dealt with. Only the Shieling Empire remains. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any Shieling soldiers either. Could the Shieling Empire have been wiped out? The Shieling Empire hasn't been destroyed. On the contrary, its development has outpaced both Pandora and ours. We're even wondering if she's surpassed us in power to such an extent that she rarely needs to deploy troops. Ifa replied. Li Mu froze for a moment. From his earlier conversation with Pandora, Li Mu had come to understand the consciousness entity's way of thinking. They viewed war as an utterly ordinary means of evolution. Dispatching soldiers, engaging in combat, accumulating data, achieving progress and iteration. For a mechanical empire capable of infinite soldier regeneration, such thinking was perfectly logical. But the Shilling Empire paid little attention to the methods of warfare. This was not necessarily a good thing. It likely signified that she and her empire had advanced into an entirely new realm. She no longer believed combat with the other two factions could yield any further advancement. Under these circumstances, the Human Restoration Alliance becomes even more dispensable to her. Should the need for annihilation arise, humanity would likely be eradicated by means far more efficient than nuclear destruction. Some call our actions cruel, but we prefer to call them efficient. Limu couldn't help but recall the description of a natural disaster in a certain 7+ coloring game. I hope she hasn't evolved to that point yet, Limu frowned. Forming a treaty with the sentient entity Shilling? Limu already sensed this would be an extraordinarily difficult challenge. Limu and Ifa returned to Phylan City. News of the treaty with the Pandora Empire spread, sending the entire Human Revival Alliance into jubilant celebration. They cheered the names of Limu and Ifa. Long live the Savior! Long live Lord Ifa! The common folk were overjoyed, for the Pandora Empire had launched the most frequent attacks and was thus perceived as the greatest threat. However, Limu, Mana, Soren, and the other high-ranking officials could not share in the joy. The more they probed for intelligence on the Shilling Empire, the more they sensed its profound and unfathomable nature. This time, even Limu found himself at a loss. Faced with such an adversary, how could they possibly persuade them to sign a peace treaty? Limu couldn't fathom it. He couldn't fathom what kind of twisted logic that red-robed creature in the dead of night was operating on. Mana, what the hell are you doing? Limu stared at the girl before him, bound like a dumpling and known as the Twilight Light. Chapter 72, I really didn't do anything. Mana, can I ask what you're trying to accomplish here? Limu stared at the girl writhing on the ground like a maggot, unable to get up, his face darkening. Savior, please, help me up. I can't get up. Mana looked utterly embarrassed. No help. Limu declared coldly. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he might have fallen victim to her nighttime ambush. Limu, a grown man, losing his virtue to a woman's night attack, wouldn't that be laughable beyond belief? Whoa! She struggled in frustration, while Limu stared at her coldly. Ah! The knot in the rope loosened under her struggle, and Mana stood up again. Mana, haven't I told you? I don't feel that way about you, Limu said helplessly. Mana froze as if struck by lightning upon hearing his words. But then she glanced at the thick red rope in her hands. Hope surged from somewhere within her, and she held it out to Limu with a look of longing. You bastard! Limu truly didn't know how to respond. Who suggested you do this? Limu took the rope and asked irritably. It was Lady Ifa. She said doing this would make you interested in me. Mana fidgeted nervously. Watching Limu tug at the rope in anger, she felt a mix of fear and, perhaps a hint of anticipation. Ifa! Limu gritted his teeth. So Ifa had seen that lewd picture after all. Unconsciously, Limu tightened both ends of the rope, making it snap and crackle. Mana, meanwhile, looked at Limu with a mix of fear and shyness. Savior, please be gentle. This is my first time, Mana said, her cheeks flushed. You think I'll show mercy just because it's your first time? Limu shouted, swiftly grabbing Mana's arm. He threaded the rope under her armpit, looped it around her neck, tied a knot at the center of her chest, then skillfully traced the contours of her breasts before threading it through her sides. After a series of deft maneuvers, Mana found herself expertly bound by Limu. The intricate binding forced her thighs apart involuntarily, arching her body backward. The thick rope pressed against her sensitive areas, delivering an unprecedented sensation. Master Savior, she murmured, her eyes growing increasingly hazy. You're truly amazing. I never imagined tying someone up could be done like this. Of course I am. Limu proudly placed his hands on his hips. He had secretly practiced this binding technique on dolls for ages, never expecting it would finally prove useful. Though this position is rather embarrassing, for the sake of my savior, I shall endure it. Mana's face flushed crimson as she closed her eyes, silently consenting to Limu's every action. Good. Limu grinned wickedly. Then endure it like this until tomorrow morning. Goodbye. With that, Limu shut the door to the room. He himself dashed off to another room nearby. Master Savior, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Mana's voice echoed behind him as Limu stepped out the door. But Limu didn't even glance back. Well, mainly because he was afraid he might not be able to hold back. Early the next morning. At the Humanity Restoration Alliance meeting. Limu sat at the front, looking exceptionally energetic and radiant. Beside him sat the two leaders of the Human Revival Alliance, Mana and Soren. Mana, however, appeared somewhat listless, heavy dark circles ringing her eyes. She looked as though she hadn't slept well all night. Upon closer inspection, one could discern red marks on the exposed parts of her hands, feet, and neck. The expressions of the others in the meeting grew peculiar. Yixing even shot Limu a reproachful glance. As if accusing Limu of being too harsh on the young girl. Especially Ifa. Well, Limu couldn't read anything from Ifa's face. But he couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze held a hint of contempt. Ahem, why are you all staring at me like that? Li Mu cleared his throat and asked the group. No one answered, instead fixing him with even stranger looks. As if to say, how dare you even ask that? No, I really didn't do anything. Li Mu protested. But those around him, even several squad leaders from the Special Forces unit, seemed skeptical. Forget it. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Li Mu sighed in resignation. Let's get this meeting started. Today's agenda is the Xiling Empire. Li Mu, this is the place. Ifa led the way, hundreds of mechanical bodies following behind her. Li Mu stared at the vast valley before him, utterly perplexed. Is this the location indicated by the Xiling Empire? Li Mu scanned the surroundings but saw no mechanical structures, only dense forests filled the valley. Suddenly, a figure clad in vivid crimson emerged from between the trees. It was a girl of 13 or 14, not very tall, her body still developing. Yet her face bore none of the liveliness typical of girls her age. She resembled the emotionless, expressionless girls occasionally seen in anime. Are you Li Mu? The girl spoke softly, her voice barely audible. Yet for some reason, Li Mu felt every word resonate with crystal clear clarity within his mind. You aren't Xiling, are you? Li Mu's expression turned serious. The girl didn't answer, nor did she look at Li Mu. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Ifa. I'm quite curious what exactly happened to you that gave you the ability to stand against Pandora. As she spoke, she extended a hand. In an instant, a metallic bolt erupted from beneath Ifa's feet. Clang! Ifa parried the strike, but immediately afterward, countless mechanical tentacles erupted from the surrounding ground, assaulting her. Boom! 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 Before the tentacles could reach Ifa, they all detonated in a series of explosions. The explosions caused a flicker of surprise to cross the girl's face as she looked toward the source of the detonations, Li Mu. Several miniature ion cannon devices appeared in Li Mu's hands. After firing a round, the devices overheated and temporarily ceased responding. Li Mu simply tossed them aside and retrieved two large, full-power ion cannon mounts from his storage space. The ion cannon mounts were swiftly set up on the ground, ready for immediate attack. Oh, ion energy weapons. So this is your secret weapon? The girl murmured softly, her voice echoing directly within Li Mu's mind. In an instant, dozens of mechanical tentacles erupted from beneath Li Mu's feet. Chapter 73, The Gap Between Armor and Mecha. The moment the metallic tentacles erupted from beneath the ground, both ion cannons completed their power charge at full capacity. Boom! Over a dozen metal tentacles were blown to smithereens. The upgraded ion cannons were many times more powerful than the original first-generation models. Yet even so, they only managed to destroy a dozen or so tentacles. In the next instant, dozens more surged forth, overwhelming, crushing, and grinding them. Li Mu had retreated a step earlier, evading the metal tentacles. Creak, creak. Even Li Mu was startled to see the ion cannon mountain barrel made of high-strength metal crushed into an exaggerated, crumpled shape like a ball of paper. Though his body had undergone multiple enhancements and was exceptionally formidable, if caught in the coils of these metal tentacles, he doubted he could last even a few seconds. Yet he felt no urge to flee. With a flick of his thoughts, the thunder twin blades materialized in his hands, striking out at two metal tentacles lunging toward him. Clang! 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 The lightning coursing through the thunder twin blades seemed to cause a slight short circuit in the mechanical triggers, slowing their movements by a fraction of a second. That split-second delay was all Li Mu needed. He seized the opportunity, delivering dozens of rapid strikes that shattered both metal tentacles. Meanwhile, on Ifa's side, the armor transformation had already begun. Without Li Mu's control, the mechanical body reverted to its most primitive and rudimentary form. Yet even in this state, it granted Ifa sufficient strength to resist the metal tentacles. Snap, snap, snap. Beneath the massive hands of the armored giant, several metal tentacles were torn out by the roots. Yet Ifa failed to notice that behind her, a metal tentacle had coiled around the waist of the massive armored form. The mechanical structure at the waist creaked loudly. Under the immense pressure, all the machinery began to deform under the strain, their connections becoming uncontrollable. Snap! The sharp crack of metal snapping echoed loudly. The mechanical body around the waist was brutally crushed, sending Ifa's core tumbling uncontrollably downward. Below, several metallic tentacles burst through the ground, writhing as they prepared to capture Ifa's body. At that very moment, Li Mu's body suddenly appeared at the edge of the tentacles. He leapt high into the air, caught the falling Ifa, stepped over the lunging metal appendages, and landed safely in midair. Whoa, heavy, Li Mu's expression twisted midair. Ifa's weight far exceeded his expectations. The next moment, Ifa's eyes snapped open, glaring at Li Mu. One hand pushed against his face as she began to struggle. Damn it, stop moving around. Ifa's sudden movement startled Li Mu. What the hell was this guy doing? Regardless, they landed far away from the metal tentacles. Mech disassembly! Li Mu shouted. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the massive armor lying on the ground began to disassemble. The mechanical components that formed the armor began to separate, dissolving into individual parts. Prepare for integration. Li Mu bellowed. In the next instant, all the mechanical units still capable of movement sprang into action. On the ground, they separately formed the head, torso, body, and legs of the massive mecha. These components took flight, assembling in sequence to form a single, formidable mech. The chest section of the mech remained open, awaiting the final core to take its place. All of this was witnessed by the silent girl. For the first time, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The colossal mecha before her eyes was entirely different from the giant armor Ifa controlled. Though both were colossal machines composed of mechanical units, their coordination was incomparable. When Ifa operated hers, the mechanical components functioned as disposable power armor, with enhanced strength and size merely side effects. The assembly of these parts was loose and haphazard. Under Li Mu's command, however, the assembled mechanical components formed an incredibly elegant and orderly whole. Though its true strength remained unknown, the consciousness entity Shieling did sense a power from this machine that posed a genuine threat to itself. This was the fundamental difference between them. Such a difference meant the former could only be called giant armor, while the latter was a unified, coordinated mecha. The girl looked at Li Mu. The two giant mechanical constructs shared the same fundamental design, yet the results were vastly different. The source of this disparity was the human standing before her. Li Mu didn't notice the astonishment in Xieling's eyes. Seeing the metal tentacles pause their attack, he quickly embraced Ifa. Li Mu, what are you doing to me? Ifa's voice grew panicked as she was suddenly embraced. But Li Mu didn't answer. Instead, he tightened his grip and hurled her upward with all his might. Yah! Ifa let out a human-like scream before realizing she was hurtling toward the gaping chest of the colossal mecha. Only then did she grasp Li Mu's intent. She gently closed her eyes, aligning her consciousness with the colossal mecha. Simultaneously, the mech sensed her presence, drawing her inward with a powerful suction. Mech fusion. The gaping wound on the mecha's chest closed, and Ifa fused with the machine. In the next instant, the giant mecha's eyes lit up. The entire machine suddenly transformed, as if it had awakened from slumber. Ha! A golden energy blade materialized between the mecha's hands, then slashed downward toward the girl whose form was less than 1,000th its size. Clang! The energy lightsaber's strike ultimately failed to reach the girl. Dozens of metallic tentacles burst from the ground, blocking the energy lightsaber's attack. These tentacles were over 10 times thicker than the previous ones, their color shifting from silver white to a pale purple. Damn it! Li Mu watched his strike fail to achieve any meaningful result, feeling somewhat disappointed. The Divine Will Sword is supposed to be a fatal strike. You blocked it, making me look like a fool. Li Mu muttered under his breath. The girl's eyes fixed on the golden energy sword, filled with astonishment. It was a semi-solid form created by concentrating energy to an extremely high density. As a consciousness entity, she understood how incredibly difficult it was to achieve such a feat. Yet now, Ifa had succeeded. She was merely a consciousness entity born only a few years ago, yet she had surpassed her in energy manipulation. Yet her gaze immediately shifted to Li Mu. Clearly, if Ifa had possessed such formidable control over energy earlier, she wouldn't have suffered repeated defeats on the battlefield. Therefore, the only possible explanation was that human. Human, how did you manage this? Shieling asked calmly, her voice devoid of emotion. Chapter 74, Sis, I surrender. Li Mu's attention had been focused on the Jinwo mecha. Hearing the girl address him, he turned his head in surprise. You ask how I did it? Probably because it's a man's dream. Li Mu shrugged. Dreams? A look of incomprehension spread across the girl's face. But before she could react, the light energy messenger controlled by Ifa had already broken through the defenses of several massive metal tentacles and charged toward her. The energy lightsaber was about to cleave her in two. But at the last moment, a massive mechanical body rose from the ground, blocking the strike. The energy blade sank deep into the machine's near-circular exterior. Only then did Li Mu notice hundreds of metal tentacles, large and small, extending from its underside. It seemed Shieling was launching its attack through this colossal mechanical body. Clang! Clang clang! Thud, thud, thud. A battle reminiscent of Ultraman fighting monsters erupted within the valley. Only this time, the Ultraman protagonist was a golden giant mecha, while the monster was a bizarrely shaped giant mechanical octopus. Looking at it this way, it seemed more like a magical girl battling a tentacle monster. After a fierce battle, the golden mecha finally secured a hard-fought victory, its massive mechanical head shattered into pieces. The glow of the golden mecha's energy sword had grown faint, yet when it pointed toward the red-clad girl, its intimidation remained palpable. Shieling, it's over. Surrender. Ifa's voice amplified through the mecha echoed throughout the entire valley. The colossal mecha, towering like a mountain, stood in stark contrast to the girl, who was a full head and a half shorter than Li Mu. Yet, no trace of fear appeared on the girl's face. Instead, she smiled. Oh, do you think the battle is over? That I've already lost? Shieling smiled. In that instant, Li Mu felt a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, he noticed dozens of metal tentacles, large and small, writhing back to life on the ground, wrapping themselves around the massive golden mecha. Ha! Why are these tentacles still moving? The crushing pressure from the massive metal tentacles sent waves of intense stress through the inner core of the IFA unit. The golden mecha struggled desperately, only to find every movable part completely immobilized, utterly unable to move. Within the core, IFA's face twisted in discomfort, utterly baffled as to how she had ended up in this predicament. As an energy entity, she couldn't have failed to detect the threat of the mechanical body beneath her. All control units of those mechanical bodies led back to that mechanical octopus-like entity. By design, after the mechanical empire's collapse, they should no longer be able to receive commands from any source. Where exactly was the problem? Her mind raced. Meanwhile, countless metallic tentacles had already burrowed into the gaps between the mechanical units composing the mecha. One by one, the mechanical units were torn from the armor and crashed to the ground. Disassemble the armor! Li Mu shouted. In the next instant, the mechanical components on the mecha reverted to independent units. The core unit, Ifatsi, plummeted from the sky. But this time, she was prepared, hovering mid-air without needing Li Mu to catch her. The mechanical units liberated from the disassembled mech began launching attacks against the metal tentacles. Li Zhao's coordinated synchronization ability, combined with his command, allowed these dispersed mechanical units to demonstrate formidable combat prowess. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, the metal tentacles were shattered into pieces. In the end, only 3 massive, pale purple metal tentacles remained in the fight. However, throughout the entire process, the mechanical units accompanying IFA had suffered heavy losses. The remaining units were now insufficient to reassemble the mecha. But the mecha's intervention was no longer needed. With the relentless exertion of these mechanical bodies, wave after wave of attacks shattered the last 3 massive metal tentacles. Xiling, surely you'll admit defeat now? Li Mu said with a bitter smile. You guess? The girl's response left Li Mu dumbfounded. What do you mean, guess? Losing is losing. Surely the queen of the Xiling Empire, a formidable consciousness entity, wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics now? As Li Mu pondered this, he suddenly felt his body growing lighter and lighter, until finally his legs lifted off the ground. Ha! Li Mu stared in confusion at the upside-down world before him. When he saw the remaining mechanical bodies and Ifa's physical form floating into the air alongside him, Li Mu finally realized what was happening. Psychic power. Deep shock was clearly audible in Ifa's voice. Oh? The girl had already lightly leapt to stand before her. Has your exploration of technological theory already touched upon this realm? It seems your growth has been far more rapid than I imagined. Is this because you've been mingling with humans? Xiling chuckled mischievously, her finger tracing the contours of Ifa's pale golden chassis. Ifa floated mid-air, her eyes wide with astonishment. This can't be. This power should only be accessible to biological brains. Why? Ha ha. The Xiling girl smiled faintly and replied. It's simple. My body incorporates biological brain tissue. Now I possess both the strength and speed of a mechanical body, as well as the mental power unique to living organisms. So, Ifa, facing me now, do you still consider yourself the victor? Hearing Xiling's words, Ifa's pale golden body trembled slightly. It was unclear whether this was due to a malfunction or sheer shock. Seeing Ifa's silence, the young girl Xiling lost interest in her. She turned her gaze toward Li Mu, fixing her eyes on him. Li Mu had already tried to break free from this invisible restraint. Yet no matter how he struggled, his body refused to regain its freedom. What should he do? Li Mu's mind raced. And there was only one conclusion. Big sis, I surrender. Can you please let me down? Li Mu proved himself adaptable, immediately pleading for mercy. His reaction seemed to catch Xiling off guard. After all, just moments ago, Li Mu's fighting spirit had been at its peak. How could he just give up like this? Why? The girl's lips didn't move at all, yet the words rang clearly in Li Zhao's mind. At that moment, Li Mu finally understood something. Why had the girl's voice been so faint earlier, yet he could hear it perfectly? Because these sounds were being transmitted directly into Li Mu's mind. Chapter 75, There is a Way. Why? Li Mu was also puzzled. Well, obviously because we've come to terms with reality. You're formidable, all of us together couldn't defeat you. Please, spare us. Also, I have a suggestion. Could you change into human clothes? Or maybe shift my position a bit. You know, from my angle, I can see everything clearly. Li Mu pointed somewhat guiltily at Xiling's chest, feeling a bit embarrassed. At such close range, Li Xiao finally noticed that Xiling wasn't wearing any red clothing at all. It was merely a loosely draped piece of fabric, barely managing to cover the crucial areas when viewed head-on. But from an angle, like Li Mu's stunned gaze from above and slightly to the side, well, everything was perfectly visible. Li Xiao wasn't sure how consciousness entities were counted. But while Ifa, being a mechanical body, was one thing, Xiling's body looked like that of a pure human girl. Moreover, that area appeared remarkably lifelike, the undeveloped buds bearing a tender, pale pink hue. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Xiling suddenly burst into cheerful laughter. At the same time, the psychic force restraining Li Mu, Ifa, and the other mechanical bodies gradually weakened. Li Mu and Ifa adjusted their postures and landed safely. The mechanical bodies, however, weren't so fortunate. They all crashed to the ground, sprawled haphazardly in every direction. You really are a peculiar fellow. You must know I'm not truly human, right? Xiling looked at Li Mu. Of course I know, but since you possess a human form, certain precautions are still necessary. Li Mu spoke, then pulled out a black and white outfit from his storage space. Here, try this outfit on. Li Mu said with a sheepish grin. Xiling stared at Li Mu, showing no reaction. Her lack of response left Li Mu too intimidated to say anything further. From their earlier battle, Li Mu knew all too well that her strength could easily crush both him and Ifa. Now, he dared not even move a muscle. Li Mu kept his head bowed when suddenly, his hand felt lighter. Ha! Did Xiling really take the clothes? Lifting his head, Li Mu saw over a dozen metallic tentacles surrounding Xiling, forming a makeshift changing room in the wilderness. Both Li Mu and Ifa wore expressions of astonishment. Neither Li Xiao nor Ifa had noticed the existence of these metal tentacles before. Had they insisted on fighting just now, the outcome would have been all too obvious. After about 2 minutes, the tentacles dispersed, revealing Xiling before Li Mu, now dressed in a black and white Gothic-style long dress. I'm not quite familiar with human clothing. Is this how you dress? Xiling turned slightly, allowing Li Mu to see the front and back. Yeah, no problem. Li Mu gave Xiling a thumbs up. A consciousness entity truly lived up to its name. It had managed to put on such a complex outfit correctly on its very first try. Even the owner of this outfit, Li Mu himself, couldn't manage that. Moreover, the classic pairing of a maiden and a lowly skirt, a combination tested by the masses, truly showcased its unique charm. At this moment, the girl's expression remained blank. But wearing the Gothic skirt added a touch of melancholy and endearing vulnerability to her presence. Yet, for some reason, Li Mu felt a piercing gaze coming from Ifa's direction, making the back of his neck tingle. It must be his imagination. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Why would you carry a Gothic dress in your storage space? Shouldn't that limited space be reserved for essential supplies? None of your business. It looks good, that's all that matters. Li Mu gazed at Xiling in her new outfit, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Li Mu certainly wouldn't admit this was meant for Mana. If word got out that he'd prepared clothes for Mana in advance, only to discover upon arriving in this world that she'd grown too big for them. If word got out about that, who knows how many people would laugh at him. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed both Xiling and Ifa staring at him with puzzled expressions. Li Mu, who are you talking to? Ifa asked in confusion. Ha? Didn't you just ask me that? Li Mu retorted. But Ifa shook her head, while Xiling was busy examining her new outfit. If it wasn't Ifa or Xiling, then who had spoken earlier? Could it have been the system? Li Mu immediately shook his head. How could that be? Didn't the system only have that incredibly mechanical voice? Human, though I know not the meaning behind this garment, I accept your offering. Xiling gazed at Li Mu, her voice transmitting directly into his mind. Li Mu nodded repeatedly. I'm glad you're pleased. By the way, could we sign a treaty? Li Mu casually retrieved the prepared documents from his storage space and handed them to Xiling with a sheepish grin. Xiling took the documents, skimmed through them, and instantly grasped all the contents. No. She replied decisively. Snap. Li Mu's scheme to take advantage of the situation shattered. Right. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. To Xiling, both the Human Revival Alliance and Ifa were far too insignificant. Signing a peace treaty with such insignificant entities was a form of insult to the powerful. Yet, to complete the system quest, he had no choice but to go through this charade. That was the real source of Li Mu's headache. Li Mu's mind began racing once more. He had now largely concluded that Xiling harbored little genuine hostility, but persuading her to agree to the treaty required a different approach. As Li Mu pondered, Xiling was observing him as well. Li Mu, is this thing really that important to you? You come from another timeline, right? Everything here is just an irrelevant other to you. Why fight so desperately? Li Mu shook his head. The situation was indeed as Xiling described, but after experiencing so many events, he had grown attached to this world. Mana, Soren, the many survivors within the Human Restoration Alliance. Leaving them behind like this was simply not something he could do lightly. Seeing Li Mu's hesitation, Xiling's gaze lingered on Li Mu for a moment before shifting to Ifa beside him. Getting me to sign the treaty isn't impossible. What? Li Mu's eyes lit up. He looked at Xiling, only to find her eyes fixed on Ifa. Instantly, Ifa, existing as a consciousness entity, felt a soul-shaking dread. She tried to retreat, only to find her legs tightly bound by two metallic tentacles. The tentacles slithered upward, coiling around her thighs. Chapter 76, Phase 4 concluded. The metallic tentacles had wrapped around Ifa's body. She struggled, but this only caused the tentacles to tighten their grip. The silent girl in the black and white gothic dress now held a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Li Mu, save me. Ifa's mechanical voice rang out as the head of the machine body, entangled by metallic tentacles, struggled to turn halfway toward him. This was likely the first time Ifa had ever called out to Li Mu for help since he'd teleported over. Yet in this dire situation, rescuing Ifa was out of the question. Li Mu himself was barely able to save himself. The goth-clad girl followed Ifa's gaze toward Li Mu, seemingly eager to see how he would react. Faced with a female's plea for help, would he suddenly unleash a power surge like in the TV dramas? The answer was no. Li Mu gave a wry smile and waved his hand. Don't worry about me. I won't do anything. Lady Shieling, please help yourself. After he spoke, he could immediately sense Ifa's mechanical eyes losing their spark. He wondered if, like humans, she might be harboring feelings of resentment, regret, or some other emotion. In any case, Li Mu cowardly watched as she was wrapped in metallic tentacles and carried away. Ah, Ifa, don't blame me. I truly couldn't do anything. Besides, aren't you a consciousness entity? That body is merely your primary vessel. It's all right. For the sake of humanity's future, please make this sacrifice. I and everyone else will remember you. Ifa returned, her eyes vacant. Li Mu couldn't discern any changes in her body. But considering the nature of a consciousness entity, who knew how many times this body had been dismantled over the past 2 days? The proof was the faint smile on the face of the girl in the skirt before him. Clearly, she had obtained something she had been seeking. The girl looked at Li Mu. Whether it was his imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that her voice now carried a hint of emotion uniquely human. Li Mu wasn't sure if this description was accurate. Even among the 3 consciousness entities unique to this world, Shieling was exceptionally peculiar. Both Ifa and Pandora were constrained by their origins, still requiring mechanical bodies as vessels to function. She, however, had transcended the limitations of both biology and machinery. The body before Li Mu was indistinguishable from that of a human girl. Perhaps, in a certain sense, she was a special human girl. Human, the girl spoke. Li Mu approached respectfully. At your service. What may I do for you? I am satisfied. Your request is granted. Shieling's words left Li Mu momentarily stunned. Before he could fully process it, the treaty on the ground floated up to the girl. Her gaze swept over all the documents. Without any visible movement, the papers drifted back down. Li Mu acted swiftly, catching the papers. Glancing at the final section, he saw the short, round characters for Shieling written there. The handwriting looked like it belonged to an elementary school student. Of course, Li Mu kept such thoughts to himself. As he received the treaty, the system prompt sounded. Phase Task 4 completed. 2,400 points awarded. Acquired weapon, Blood Spirit Sword. Li Mu recalled that the original point reward was 2,000 points. Did these 2,400 points mean he'd done exceptionally well? Subsequent tasks in the current timeline are temporarily unavailable. Phase 5 mission is currently suspended. Forced teleportation will occur in 24 hours. The barrage of notifications left Li Mu feeling overwhelmed. Still, since the mission was complete, Li Mu had little to complain about. Thank you, Lord Shieling. Ifa and I shall take our leave now. We'll visit again when we have the chance. Li Mu helped Ifa to her feet and retreated back into the territory of the Human Revival Alliance. Within Phylan City, Li Mu and Ifa had been gone for 2 full days. Mana, Soren, and the other alliance leaders, along with the special forces members Li Mu had left behind, were all deeply anxious. Only when Li Mu and Ifa returned did the tension in everyone's hearts finally ease. Though the tension eased, the crowd on the city walls, seeing Li Mu and Ifa return with only a handful of mechanical bodies remaining, had already braced themselves for the worst. Did they actually succeed in negotiating a truce? Even Mana found it hard to believe. Only when Li Mu produced the treaty did reality sink in. Ifa sacrificed a great deal to secure this treaty. I didn't do much myself. Li Mu stated plainly. Throughout the journey, Ifa had remained silent. Upon seeing everyone, that gentle, loving light seemed to flicker within her once more. She smiled kindly. That's nothing. I also gained some benefits from Shieling. Consider it an exchange of knowledge and technology between us. Ifa is glowing. Is this the radiance of a goddess? Lady Ifa. The members of the Human Restoration Alliance looked at Ifa, their eyes brimming with emotion. Meanwhile, Mana had quietly slipped to Li Mu's left side. She gently tugged at the hem of Li Mu's robe. When she approached quietly, Li Mu startled, fearing she might attempt something bold again. But she merely held on to the hem of his robe in silence. Just like that little girl long ago, the one he had just rescued, who had bid him farewell with such reluctance, she remained silent. Savior, you're about to leave, aren't you? Li Mu nodded. This time, the system had granted a little more buffer time. Otherwise, if the farewell had come so unprepared once more, who knew how deeply everyone would be grieved? He spent his final day with Mana. This time, she didn't bring up wanting children again. She simply stayed quietly by his side. The final deadline would still arrive. In a flash of white light, Li Mu vanished from this world. Whoa whoa. In the room after Li Mu vanished, Mana's low sobs echoed. Savior, I'm sorry. Mana promised not to cry. Wah? Ah, Mana is a bad girl. Please don't leave. Main world, Dragon Nation. Li Mu had returned to Earth once more. This time, he lay on the bed, feeling a faint sense of emptiness. But it didn't seem too deep. Major. Xiao Yalan spotted Li Mu, her eyes lighting up with surprise. How long have I been gone? 34 minutes and 27 seconds. Xiao Yalan glanced at the women's wristwatch on her inner wrist as she spoke. Only a little over half an hour? Li Mu shook his head. He looked at Xiao Yalan and asked, I'm a bit hungry. Could you get me something to eat? Just something simple, instant noodles would be fine. Chapter 77, the three consciousness entities split apart. 2 days later, Li Mu briefly recounted the major events of that world to Xiao Yalan, instructing her to relay the information to the nation's higher-ups. As for Li Mu himself, he found himself idly gazing up at the sky. This world feels strangely off somehow. Ha? Xiao Yalan froze for a moment. Major, have you been in the other world too long? This world has always been like this. Maybe. Li Mu nodded. With a flicker of his thoughts, a pill the size of a pinky finger and a sword 3 fingers wide appeared on his knee. These were the rewards from the system's last 2 missions, the Qi cultivation pill and the blood spirit sword. Wait, system, what exactly are these things for? Their names sound like something out of a fantasy novel. Li Mu muttered as he picked up the pill. It carried a strong herbal scent, yet unlike the pungent odor he was accustomed to. Instead, it carried a faint, sweet fragrance. Could this be what they meant by the scent of medicine? Li Mu examined it, puzzled. Would ingesting this cause any problems? He picked up the blood spirit sword next. The blood spirit sword was entirely bronze in color, resembling the design of an ancient Qin Dynasty bronze sword. Along the spine of the blade ran crimson patterns, giving it an eerie feel. A numbing sensation spread through Li Mu's right hand as he gripped the blood spirit sword. Host fails to meet weapon equipment requirements. Sustained minor damage. What the hell? The system prompt startled Li Mu. Equipment requirements not met. Suffered 1 point of damage. Damn it, no wonder it felt numb when I picked it up. Li Mu stared at the blood spirit sword. He couldn't even use it. If he couldn't use it, then why did the system give it to him? Could it be meant for someone else to wield? That was a possibility. Li Mu recalled stories from novels about divine weapons choosing their masters, and his gaze drifted toward Xiao Yalan beside him. Xiao Yalan had been standing beside him. When she saw him pull out the sword, her curiosity was piqued. Major, did you bring this back from the 10092 timeline? If so, it should hold significant historical research value. It would be best to turn it over to the state. After hearing this, Li Mu handed the sword directly to her. Xiao Yalan paused for a moment before taking it. The instant her hand closed around the hilt, a sudden, searing pain shot through her fingers. Gasping in pain, she released her grip, and the blood spirit sword clattered to the floor. Yalan, are you alright? Li Mu hadn't anticipated such an occurrence. He clearly saw a wound suddenly appear on the back of Xiao Yalan's right hand the moment she picked up the blood spirit sword. Li Mu instantly understood this was the backlash from failing to meet the blood spirit sword's usage requirements. The difference was that Li Xiao had undergone the baptism of the body tempering potion and had also exchanged for 2 levels of physical enhancement, making his skin thick and tough. Thus, the backlash only caused a slight numbness when it struck him. Xiao Yalan, however, with her delicate skin, bled immediately upon the backlash. Damn it, this sword is seriously cursed. Li Mu had initially thought that if he couldn't use it himself, he could hand it over to the state for research. But given how dangerous this weapon was, it was better to just put it away. He couldn't have researchers getting bled to death every other day, could he? For the time being, Li Mu returned to a routine much like before. Some days he'd lounge around at home doing nothing. Or he'd take a few delivery runs. Additionally, he had returned to the 7321 timeline. This time, only a week separated the 2 timelines. Following the treaty's signing, the other world appeared largely peaceful for now. Nearly all survivors worldwide had joined the Human Renaissance Alliance and were working tirelessly. Under the protection of the law of love, their prospects looked bright. In fact, their development indicators were beginning to show signs of surpassing even the main world. All of this left Li Mu deeply moved. After briefly assessing the situation and exchanging words with Pandora and Shilling, Li Mu returned. The only difference was the addition of a compact mechanical unit by his side. This mechanical entity resembled the kind of mechanical toy one could buy for a few hundred yuan in a shopping mall or supermarket, complete with an adorable little bear hat perched atop its head. Li Mu carried this contraption with him as he went about his business. They certainly wouldn't be exposed, but Li Mu found himself the recipient of peculiar stares from everyone. Yes, them. Don't be fooled by its unassuming appearance. This mechanical body incorporated technologies from IFA, Pandora, and Shilling. If anyone dared to underestimate it, thinking they could crush it underfoot, Li Mu would silently pray for them. If the three consciousnesses unleashed their full fury together, he hoped they'd at least leave him intact. Li Xiao, is this the world you call home? The emotionless mechanical voice belonged to Ifa's subconscious. Yeah, it's a bit ordinary, much like me. Li Mu said with self-deprecating humor. Human, your world is even more barren than I imagined. Can you truly find joy living in such a world? This voice must belong to Shiling's subconscious. Happiness? I can't really say. I suppose it's more a matter of habit. Li Mu replied. Human, you're just an ordinary person in this world? That's truly bizarre. With your power, you should be able to conquer this world with ease. This feverish ambition to conquer everything must be Pandora's subconscious. I have no desire to rule the entire world. That sounds exhausting. Li Mu shook his head. If you find it tiring, you can hand it over to me. It'll only take a month. No, perhaps a week would suffice. No need. Li Mu shook his head again. Pfft, boring. Pandora's voice echoed. In the distance, a young human boy watched Li Mu conversing with his mechanical toy, his expression filled with confusion. Mommy, that uncle is talking to a toy. The woman beside him immediately scooped him up. Shu, keep your voice down. Ever since Professor Zhang Quan developed his groundbreaking strong AI system, incidents like this have become increasingly common. Don't be alarmed when you see things like this in the future, okay? Okay. The little boy nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Li Mu stood in the distance, his face clouded with frustration. His enhanced physical abilities had also heightened his senses. He'd heard every word of their conversation clearly. Why, someone called me Uncle Dot. Li Mu smiled bitterly. Ha? Is that what's upsetting you? The voice no one knew which consciousness within the mechanical body had spoken. Li Mu didn't feel like digging deeper. To this world, the three of them were merely passers-by. Li Mu was the one truly living within this world. Chapter 78, Awakening of Spiritual Energy? Li Mu lifted his head and gazed at the sky. I feel like something has changed. Li Mu stood up and returned home with the mechanical body. The moment he arrived home, the mechanical body housing three consciousnesses was respectfully escorted away by several uniformed personnel. Major Li Mu, we apologize for the disturbance. These individuals clearly knew Li Mu's identity and showed him great respect. Li Mu nodded. Is it needed again today? Indeed, the visitors replied. They produced a black case and opened it. Li Mu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before placing the object inside the case. They swiftly carried it away. It looked like some sort of contraband transaction. But in truth, they were merely escorting away a mechanical body housing two separate consciousnesses. For the scientists of Dragon Nation, the prospect of communicating with the three bodies' consciousness beyond human imagination was an immense opportunity. Though this toy-like mechanical body contained only incomplete fragments of Ifa, Xiling, and Pandora's consciousness, it held immense significance for Dragon Nation's scientific advancement. Apart from this almost cinematic episode, Li Mu's daily life seemed unchanged. If there was one change, it was that whenever he turned on the TV lately, the news was genuinely uplifting, real reports about the Dragon Nation's progress. Oh, and there were a few more segments featuring interviews with extraordinary individuals. On the screen, a Taoist priest clad in simple robes was seen bounding up a slope over 3 meters high. Such feats weren't entirely unheard of before. Li Mu recalled another Taoist who frequently demonstrated such hard Qigong feats, even going viral online for a time. Lately, it seems several more individuals capable of such extraordinary feats have emerged. Was it because seeing successful examples had led to more imitators? At first, Li Mu didn't give it much thought. But as days passed, he noticed the situation taking a peculiar turn. As more individuals demonstrated hard Qigong, they began competing fiercely. Simple wall climbing and fist-fighting stunts no longer satisfied audiences jaded by the same old tricks. What followed were feats like scaling the exteriors of skyscrapers and crushing Nokia phones with bare hands. Though Li Mu could easily accomplish these feats himself, he still kept an eye on the developments from time to time. He genuinely wanted to see what these people could come up with. Or rather, what kind of trouble they'd stir up. The result? They nearly broke the entire internet platform. Hey, everyone, look over here. Deadlifting 200 pounds? Piece of cake. The man in the video didn't look nearly as effortless as he claimed, his face flushed bright red. But his lean frame managed to deadlift the bulky gym instructor beside him. The contrast was utterly shocking. Heh, here's a tough challenge for my homies taking on the world lightweight weightlifting champ at 300 pounds. Guys, give me a thumbs up. The weightlifting expert beside him, sporting a gold belt, watched as the others surpassed his record, his eyes filled with utter despair. Oh, jumping over a wall counts as parkour? Guys, we've been training with this guy for 2 days now, we'll show you how it's done. Over the past few days, people of all shapes and sizes, many looking surprisingly lean, have started popping up on various short video platforms, drawing increasing attention. Where there's joy, there's sorrow. Those once famous fitness influencers, parkour masters, and weightlifters were now left speechless with frustration. Guys, cut it out, leave us some bread to eat. This trend quickly spread beyond national borders, no longer confined to China alone. Within a short time, dozens of stories popped up about Chinese guys defeating foreign strongmen in one-on-one matches. This left countless foreigners jaw-dropped, shouting in amazement. It's true. Dragon Nation martial arts really exist. In an instant, the Dragon Nation made a major splash on the international stage once again. Naturally, the Dragon Nation's top leaders were delighted, though they couldn't fathom the reason behind it all. How had so many young people with extraordinary physical abilities suddenly appeared? They didn't know, and neither did the newly minted internet celebrities active across various short video platforms. How did we become so powerful? I don't know either. I've been training with my master deep in the mountains, and recently, I just started feeling stronger. Why am I so strong? Maybe it's because I learned some kung fu from my grandfather when I was young. But isn't kung fu supposed to be fake? I used to think so too, but lately, it feels a bit different. Soon, the Dragon Nation's traditional martial arts alliance gathered a large group to discuss the matter. Rumor has it the assembly debated for 3 days and nights, from dawn until dusk. The assembly ultimately reached a somewhat ambiguous conclusion. The revival of spiritual energy. Well, our collective discussion suggests the current situation closely resembles descriptions of spiritual energy revival in ancient legends. Long ago, spiritual energy did exist on the lands of Huaxia. But for reasons unknown, it later faded away, leaving no true cultivators behind. When Li Mu heard this, he found it utterly unbelievable. Spiritual energy was utterly unscientific, long consigned to the dustbin of history. Throughout the Dragon Nation's long history, no one had ever witnessed anyone truly mastering divine powers like in myths, capable of ascending to heaven or descending to earth with limitless abilities. Sure enough, once the Dragon Nation's traditional martial arts alliance reached this conclusion, the entire nation's debate shifted to whether spiritual energy truly existed. The two sides of the debate. On one side stood the scientists who had driven human life and societal transformation over the past 2 millennia. Spiritual energy is clearly non-existent, it's merely a romanticized fantasy of humanity. Science is the only law governing this world. As for those recent examples, those are merely extreme anomalies, not worthy of serious study. On the other side stand the practitioners of traditional martial arts, who have been particularly active lately. They insist with every word that spiritual energy exists. Yet even they cannot clearly define what this spiritual energy actually is. After all, they themselves couldn't fathom the reason behind their recent surge in power. Perhaps it's all just coincidence? Li Mu watched the TV news, arms crossed. Beside him on the sofa, the mechanical toy with the bear had also stared at the screen. What do you think? Li Mu asked. Unverified theories. Occam's razor. True. Li Mu had expected them to reach that conclusion. Chapter 79, Assassination of Two Heads of State. It wasn't just Li Mu and the mechanical toy beside him keeping tabs on the latest news. 2 young men dressed in extremely old-fashioned attire were also watching the large screen on the machine. Haha, these humans are truly foolish, actually debating whether spiritual energy exists. Is that even a question worth asking? Spiritual energy is the very foundation of cultivators. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one finger can crush countless small worlds. The slender youth on the left remarked. Beside him stood a significantly stouter figure, his face wearing a lecherous expression. Ah, it's only natural they'd argue like this. This world may have once possessed spiritual energy, but its depletion seems to have occurred long ago. Now that it's just beginning to revive, without any to pass down, this generation naturally can't believe in its existence. Still, I'd assumed a world without spiritual energy would be utterly lifeless. I never imagined. The middle-aged man glanced up at the surrounding skyscrapers, a hint of wonder flickering in his eyes. Pfft, this is nothing but a trivial skill. There is only one true path, the path of cultivation. Without supreme cultivators, no matter how prosperous this world may be, it will soon fall into silence. Arrogance filled the young man's eyes, but as he spoke, his gaze suddenly fixed on a magazine at the nearby newsstand featuring a scantily clad woman on its cover. Ha! Books. Trivial skills are trivial skills, but some things in this world are still quite well done. If we collect a few more, perhaps we can present them to our master and win his favor. As he spoke, he had already pulled out money and tossed it to the old man behind the counter. Ha! The young man's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the other's meaning. Exactly. This isn't just for fun, it's serious business. Inside a rented room, 2 cultivators who had come from another world were engrossed in lurid, borderline illegal reading material. The entire world never imagined that these 2 powerhouses, capable of threatening the main world, would delay their actions for such a ridiculous reason. By the time they snapped back to reality, over a month had slipped away. Damn it! We got so engrossed we nearly forgot the task our master gave us. The middle-aged, overweight man tossed aside his book and shouted. Hee, Master Mamehao, you're so beautiful. The young man wore a lecherous expression, his gaze fixed on the page tucked inside the book. Scholar! Stop looking! The middle-aged man smacked the young man hard on the head and yelled. Only then, stung by the pain, did the young man remember something and immediately panic. How long have we been stuck here? Not even 20 days in a month. Damn it, the mission deadline is approaching. Once time runs out, we'll be automatically expelled from this world. How are we supposed to explain this to the master? What should we do? We have less than 10 days left. How are we supposed to gain control of this world? The middle-aged fat man stood up and said, killing them one by one is definitely too slow, and this world isn't without weapons that could threaten us. Like that ion cannon thing. But no matter what, as long as there are nations, there will be rulers. Eliminate all the rulers, and this world will descend into chaos. Then we step in. With our combined strength, who would dare refuse us? That makes sense. Let's do it. Soon, the two men began to act. What? President Foss assassinated? The Dragon Nation leader froze upon receiving the special intelligence report. The Mizong Federation may lack in many areas, but when it comes to intelligence infiltration and assassination, they are unquestionably the absolute best in the world. And yet, against this backdrop, the president, theoretically the most heavily guarded figure, had been silently eliminated? On Earth, aside from the Dragon Nation, was there any other organization with both the motive and capability? Sure enough, just as the Dragon Nation leader feared, the moment news of President Foss's assassination broke, everyone instantly assumed Dragon Nation was behind it. The reason was simple. In recent times, multiple theories and technologies closely resembling Dragon Nation's latest advancements had surfaced within the United States. Globally, it could be said that among all nations, only the United States had been closely following China's recent rise. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, it was only natural that the Dragon Nation would seek to suppress the United States. The moment the news broke, Yang Jin, the Dragon Nation's Minister of Foreign Affairs, held a press conference to solemnly declare that the Dragon Nation had no involvement in President Fox's assassination. However, countless media outlets reporting on the assassination attempt consistently highlighted the Dragon Nation as the prime suspect. After all, the Dragon Nation had recently experienced minor friction with the Dragon Nation, with both sides even conducting simulated military exercises. To outside observers, this clearly symbolized the two nations being at loggerheads. Frankly, the scientific theories and technologies developed by the United States recently all bear the distinct mark of Manhwa. It feels highly likely they were obtained through underhanded means from Manhwa. Would the esteemed Mizu Federation really stoop to such actions? Surely it's all a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Do you think the Mizu Federation is some kind of saint? Plagiarism, slander. The Midas Federation has a long history of dirty deeds. It's just that their media spin is exceptionally effective. If the United States really did pull something like this, it wouldn't be surprising if the Dragon Nation retaliated. For a time, the Dragon Nation faced immense diplomatic pressure. After all, the Dragon Nation has always presented itself to the world as a peace-loving, principled nation. If this assassination of a foreign leader were proven true, what nation would dare cooperate with the Dragon Nation in the future? Yet, on this matter, not a single voice was willing to listen to the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs explanation. On the third day, another bombshell broke. President Maeda is dead too? Sure enough, all eyes turned back to the Dragon Nation. The president of Japan is dead? Who else could it be? Dragon Nation did it. Yeah, it can only be Manhwa. But if anyone's to blame, it's Japan for digging its own grave. How many chances did the Dragon Nation give them? They just wouldn't listen. Even after the mock battle incident, Japan severed ties with the United States Federation on its own, but it was too late. If Japan truly wanted to make amends, why didn't they act sooner? Still, assassinating foreign leaders one after another? That's going way too far for Dragon Nation. After this, who would dare cooperate with the Dragon Nation in the future? On another note, there actually is. Ever heard of Scylla? Their media keeps insisting the deaths of their leaders had nothing to do with the Dragon Nation. Their outlets have been bombarded with hundreds of thousands of hateful comments across online platforms. Scylla? That's to be expected. Chapter 80, Assassination of Dragon Nation's Leaders. Following the deaths of the leaders of Japan and the United States, the international internet erupted in a torrent of abuse directed at the Dragon Nation. This even impacted Dragon Nation's export commodities, with transaction volumes plummeting significantly. But these economic tremors were merely the prelude. Over the next 2 days, leaders from multiple nations were targeted. Suddenly, leaders across the globe found themselves living in fear. Yet Dragon Nation's leader remained unharmed, a fact that only fueled public speculation and intensified the outcry against the nation. Many Dragon Nation citizens traveling abroad found themselves suddenly pelted with eggs and stones while walking on the streets. It could be said that violent acts targeting Dragon Country citizens erupted worldwide. In more significant locations, Dragon Nation citizens were beaten severely upon being recognized. Even when they reported incidents to the police, officers would drag their feet upon learning the victims were from the Dragon Nation. They only showed up to smooth things over after the crowd had mostly vented their anger. Left with no other choice, Dragon Country citizens prioritize personal safety by doing their utmost to avoid being recognized. For the Dragon Nation people, with their strong national consciousness, this was nothing short of mental torture. Worse still, sometimes for their own safety, they must carry a Japanese flag with them when they go out. If suspicion arose, simply producing the Japanese flag and playing the victim would, in most cases, secure their personal safety. Yet for the Dragon Nation people, the Japanese flag carried profoundly different connotations. Carrying it, or even pretending to be Japanese, was a personal insult to every Dragon Nation citizen. As these overseas Chinese reported their experiences to relatives and friends back home, the news spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Resentment among the people of the Dragon Nation spread, and various radical countermeasures were proposed. Ultimately, this resentment would also reach the upper echelons of the nation's leadership. The Dragon Nation's leader shook his head helplessly as he reviewed the reports submitted by his subordinates. If they truly acted according to public sentiment, the Dragon Nation would instantly become the enemy of the entire world. It would be more wicked than any feudal empire in history. "What's the status of the investigation?" the Dragon Nation leader inquired. "We're conducting a full investigation. However, to this day, we still have no leads." The Dragon Nation leader nodded. "There are only two possibilities regarding this matter. One possibility is that nations worldwide are orchestrating a coordinated conspiracy to frame Dragon Nation. The second possibility is that an enemy beyond human comprehension is secretly at work. The first possibility is incredibly unlikely, since it's impossible for all world leaders to have colluded without a trace. As for the second should theoretically be impossible as well. Yet, the Dragon Nation's leader knew of one exception. If it were him, accomplishing all this would not be impossible. "What do you want with me? I've got deliveries to make." Chaos erupted outside the room. Clearly, this person had been summoned through highly unconventional means. Soon, the door opened, and Li Mu was ushered into the secret chamber. Upon seeing the leader of the Dragon Nation, Li Mu froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. "It's good you're not dressed formally. I hear things have been quite chaotic lately. You really need to be careful about your safety." The Dragon Nation leader shook his head. This fellow's appearance gave no hint that he was a peerless master. Yes, a supreme master. In Dragon Nation's current high-level strategy, Li Mu had been specially designated as a top-tier master. Moreover, when this designation was first proposed, some had even suggested terms like superior combat power. In short, Li Mu's personal prowess had surpassed the imagination of ordinary humans. It could be said that if Li Mu desired, assassinating several foreign leaders would be a matter of mere minutes. The Dragon Nation leader retrieved a set of photographs from beneath the table. They depicted President Fox of the Mizu Federation, former Prime Minister Maeda of the Eastern Japan Nation, and President Mas of France. The order of arrangement clearly reflected the chronological sequence of their assassinations. "Li Mu, did you do this?" the Dragon Nation leader asked with grave seriousness. Li Mu instantly understood why he had been summoned here. "You know me. How could I possibly do such a thing? You know that if I were to do such a thing, I wouldn't resort to assassination at all." A hint of surprise flickered across the Dragon Nation leader's face. "Poof. If I were to act, more than one would die." Li Mu spoke, tracing a finger across his throat. "Li Mu, are you admitting to this? What was your motive?" The Dragon Nation leader's expression turned serious, his hand already gripping the internal phone. "Hold on, I was just joking. Haven't you seen that grenade-throwing video that's been trending lately? I just watched it and was playing on that meme." Li Mu hastily explained. Only then did the Dragon Nation leader's expression relax. But when he looked at Li Mu, he noticed the ancient sword in his hand blue-hilted with crimson patterns. What now? After the movie reference, is he going to pull a historical reference about Jing Ku assassinating the first emperor? Just as the Dragon Nation leader was about to call out to Li Mu to rein it in, he saw Li Mu thrusting the sword toward him. What? In an instant, the leader's eyes filled with utter astonishment. Could Li Mu truly be an assassin targeting world leaders, and now it was finally his turn as the last one? At that very moment, a flash of white light erupted behind him. Something razor-sharp lunged toward the back of his head. Clang! The blood spirit sword collided with the object, the immense force shattering Li Mu's palm. Blood gushed from Li Mu's wound, but little spilled onto the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Mu loosened his grip on the sword hilt. Whoosh! Li Mu sucked in a sharp breath. The sheer force of this attack was overwhelming. Had it struck anyone else, their arm might have been shattered clean off. Comrade Li Mu, what exactly just happened? Although the collision had occurred in the blind spot of the Dragon Nation leader's vision, he sensed something amiss. He immediately pressed the emergency button under the table. The next moment, sirens blared as numerous security personnel flooded in. Li Mu, are you alright? The Dragon Nation leader asked with concern, observing Li Mu clutching his injured arm. I'm fine. Li Mu shook his hand. The gash on his palm had vanished under the effect of his rapid regeneration skill. Yet the piercing, bone-chilling pain lingered. Li Mu glanced at the blood spirit sword lying on the table. The copious bloodstains on it had vanished without a trace. This thing actually sucks blood. Chapter 81, I Want to Be Ordinary. As Li Mu picked up the blood spirit sword, a faint tingling sensation immediately spread through his fingers. Damn it, it sucked my blood and still backfired on me. Li Mu cursed inwardly. He imagined it would be like in movies and TV shows that after drinking blood, the artifact would suddenly become docile and submit to its master. But no, this thing remained just as defiant and untamed after drinking his blood. He tossed the blood spirit sword into his storage space and scanned his surroundings, still finding nothing unusual. Then again, the security personnel bustling about the room were among the most elite in the entire Dragon Nation. If even they couldn't uncover anything, how could an ordinary person like Li Mu easily spot anything unusual? Faced with such an unexpected incident, the Dragon Nation's top leadership naturally decided to seal off the news and conduct a thorough investigation. Yet by the next day, news of the assassination attempt on Dragon Nation's leadership had already leaked, circulating underground. By the third day, the news had essentially reached every country in the world. This was further reinforced by the sudden tightening of security measures and heightened customs inspections across the nation, seemingly corroborating the rumors. Though preoccupied with the deaths of their own leaders, nations nonetheless sought clarification through diplomatic channels regarding the veracity of the reports. Seeing that the news had spread so widely, Dragon Nation decided to stop hiding it altogether. It is true that an assassination attempt occurred in our nation. Fortunately, our leader is currently in good condition. Amidst heavy security, the Dragon Nation leader has also made public appearances in recent days. Yet, after Dragon Nation acknowledged the incident, other nations refused to accept it. What gives? Leaders everywhere are being assassinated out of the blue, yet yours is supposedly fine? I say, whether it's the underground rumors or the Customs Force's series of operations, this entire affair is nothing but a farce orchestrated by Dragon Nation itself. It's all a ploy to divert attention and clear the mastermind behind the scenes of suspicion. Soon, suspicions about Dragon Nation began to pile up. This left the Dragon Nation's top leadership speechless. They had come asking out of curiosity, yet now that they were telling the truth, the others refused to believe them. What on earth is going on here? Of course, with Manhwa having recently declared a state of emergency, they had little time to concern themselves with whether foreigners believed them or not. Foreign Minister Yang Jin was bombarded by countless media inquiries. Minister Yang, why were all the other world leaders defenseless against assassination attempts, yet yours survived unscathed? Could this all be a staged event orchestrated by your country? Yang Jin responded bluntly. Our nation is protected by peerless masters. We are not like you. Upon hearing this, nations around the world condemned Manhwa as arrogant. Modern martial arts have their limits, where could such peerless masters possibly exist? Yet privately, they couldn't help but ponder. What if everything the Dragon Nation claimed was true? Did they truly possess peerless masters protecting their nation? Li Mu watched the television, catching the exact moment Yang Jin faced the interview. The bean paste pastry he was eating dropped from his hands. Oh no, have I become an unparalleled master? The mechanical toy beside him caught the fallen bean paste bun with its comically small hand, then brought it to its seemingly mouthless face. Is there a problem? In this world, you are indeed the strongest, right? The mechanical toy emitted an emotionless, mechanical voice. But after several days, Li Mu realized he could now distinguish the voices of the three distinct consciousnesses within the mechanical toy. This one must be Ifa. Of course there's a problem. I'm just a regular person, for crying out loud. Li Mu said with a grimace. In an instant, he realized his identity had been exposed. No matter how much money celebrities and tycoons offered to lure him out of retirement, countless aspiring youths would be kneeling at his doorstep, begging to be taken as disciples. If that happened, wouldn't his ordinary life vanish completely? Li Mu stared at Yang Jin on the TV screen and said, Minister Yang, didn't you promise to keep this confidential? How could you just sell me out like this? Just then, Xiao Yalan handed him a plate of sliced fruit. Major, rest assured. Your true identity is now classified at the highest level of state secrecy. No one will ever find out. I hope so. Li Mu shook his head, bending down to pick up the red bean pastry he'd dropped earlier. Though Li Mu was now financially well off, as a diligent and hard-working Dragon Nation citizen, he couldn't forget the virtue of saving food. Ha! Where's my cake? Turning his head, he saw that the mechanical toy beside him had already eaten it. Its mouth, which appeared to have no opening, seemed incapable of eating. Yet the moment anything neared its mouth, it vanished abruptly. Li Mu couldn't fathom what technology was at work here. This seemingly cheap mechanical toy was actually forged from the pinnacle of technological knowledge fused by three consciousness entities. Forget eating a pie in Li Mu's eyes, even if it claimed one day to seize world domination. Li Mu believed it might just pull it off. Of course, when that day came, Li Mu would certainly strive to stop it. Is it tasty? Li Mu asked, staring at the mechanical toy. I don't know, came the emotionless voice. This unit lacks human-based taste perception. Then why eat it at all? Li Mu pressed. Click. The mechanical body froze in motion. Hey! Li Mu called out, but the machine remained unresponsive. It just stared at the remaining bean paste pastry, as if contemplating the meaning of life like a philosopher. Short-circuited? Li Mu didn't bother to investigate, grabbing a piece of fruit and biting into it. Life goes on, after all. Even now, he still hadn't figured out what that thing that had attempted to assassinate the Dragon Nation's leader actually was. Liu couldn't figure it out, and neither could the two visitors from another realm. The Qin needle was actually destroyed? The scholar's face was filled with astonishment. The middle-aged, heavy-set man beside him looked deep in thought. Could there be another master in this world? He closed his eyes, expanding his senses. The place they were in now was an untouched snow-capped mountain. This was the sacred land of martial cultivation in the Dragon Nation. Legend held it to be the very dragon vein connecting the nation's entire vital energy, a place where martial artists had always gathered. However, after entering modern society, concepts like dragon veins and martial arts had fallen into disrepute. Even martial artists themselves scarcely believed in the existence of such things anymore. Thus, the two figures atop the mountain went entirely unnoticed. By tapping into the dragon vein's power at this moment, I have sensed the entire nation. I have detected no one possessing cultivation. Not a single Qi cultivation realm cultivator exists in this land. How then did it withstand the bitter mystery needle? Chapter 82, The Awakening of Spiritual Energy. The middle-aged, overweight man looked utterly perplexed. The young man beside him pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps someone has concealed their cultivation level. This world was spirit energy depleted before, only now beginning to revive. Where would such a prodigy capable of concealing cultivation come from? The middle-aged man retorted. The scholar shook his head. You stay here and keep your senses sharp. If you notice anything unusual, call me immediately. And what about you? The middle-aged man asked. You're not going to play with that little gadget called a phone again, are you? Caught out, the scholar felt a flicker of discomfort. Oh, what are you saying? How could I be obsessed with that trivial thing that doesn't belong in this realm? All right then. Just stay close by, the middle-aged man said. You don't trust me that much? Shu Lang asked. Take a guess, the middle-aged man replied. Suddenly, his expression twitched, then turned grave. Shu Lang, wake up. Someone's breaking through Qi cultivation. What? The young man sprang to his feet. It's been less than 2 months since the spiritual energy revived in this world. How could anyone advance to Qi cultivation so quickly? The middle-aged man didn't argue with him. Here, take the dragon vein eye. Feel it for yourself. The young man was initially skeptical, but he stepped into the spot the middle-aged man had vacated. Ha! This time, it was the young man who was stunned. It's truly the aura of the Qi cultivation stage, and it's fresh, barely stabilized after the breakthrough. How peculiar. The middle-aged man shook his head, utterly perplexed. The spiritual energy in this realm has only just begun to revive, making it extremely sparse. There are hardly any cultivation methods passed down, yet someone managed to break through at this time. The young man was also taken aback. In the Great Thousand Vertical Realm, reaching Qi cultivation within 2 years is considered normal, within a year is considered talented. Within half a year, it would be considered a prodigy, but within these 2 months? That's downright monstrous talent. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. And with the added constraints of sparse spiritual energy and no cultivation methods, monstrously gifted, truly monstrously gifted. A person like this, if they could reach the vast thousand realms, would surely make a great name for themselves. Ah! The young man raised a finger. If we capture him and present him to our sect, he'll surely be highly valued. We might even receive precious treasures as a reward. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Exactly. This person might not be the one who destroyed the Qin needle earlier, but capturing a prodigy from another realm is still a major achievement. The two exchanged glances, then swiftly moved toward the direction where they had sensed the presence earlier. Pa! 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 Liu stared at the half-chewed medicinal pill, his face contorted in bitterness. This thing smells so good, but it tastes so bitter. Liu now regretted that strange curiosity of his. Liu, didn't you say you weren't going to eat this? Xiao Yalan walked over and took the half-pill from Liu's hand, which he had pushed away. Seeing the teeth marks on it, she too felt a headache coming on. Should she throw it away or keep it? It was related to Liu's system, so it must be important, right? But the teeth marks and saliva on it looked so disgusting. I was just curious if it smells this good, would it taste amazing? The television in front of them was airing the 1998 version of Journey to the West. This was a national-level TV series for the people of Dragon Country. Every year around this time, it would be rebroadcast, and the citizens would often watch it again. The scene currently playing was the part where Sun Wukong steals the immortal pills. Pa! Liu took a sip of water, but the bitter taste lingered on his tongue. He glared at Sun Wukong on the screen and shouted, "It's all your fault, you monkey. Eating it so deliciously made me want to know what that immortal pill tastes like too." Xiao Yalan's face darkened. Liu's desire to try the elixir stemmed from such a simple reason. Major, after taking the pill, did you notice any changes in your body? Xiao Yalan inquired. Liu shot her a withering look. How should I know what changes? Get that thing to check me out. Liu glanced around but didn't spot the familiar mechanical device.
It must have been sent back to the Dragon Science Institute again.
Not here, Li Mu sighed helplessly, running his hands over his body.
He couldn't feel any difference.
But when he shifted his attention away from his own body, it felt as though the entire world had undergone some transformation. A peculiar sensation permeated the entire world. For some reason, Li Mu could sense that it was a kind of power. Could this be the spiritual energy the Martial Alliance speaks of? For a moment, Li Mu felt a sense of unreality. As he spoke, he distinctly felt something expel from within his body. Then, as he inhaled, that mysterious force entered his body. Paying closer attention, he could almost see with his own eyes a misty vapor in the air entering his body with each breath. Holy crap, what is this?
Yalan, can you see it?
Major, what are you talking about?
Xiao Yalan looked utterly confused. Li Mu shook his head. It seemed others couldn't see it. Could this be the legendary spiritual energy? Damn it, now I've truly become an unparalleled master.
Li Mu could feel the energy around him flowing with each breath. Within just a few breaths, he instinctively grasped the rudimentary control of this energy. Under his command, more spiritual energy flowed into his body while less was expelled. As the spiritual energy concentrated within his body, Li Mu sensed a subtle transformation occurring inside him. With each breath drawing in more spiritual energy, he felt his body grow stronger. However, not all of this spiritual energy was absorbed by his body. A portion gathered autonomously, then flowed toward the area below his abdomen, near his navel.
Could this be the legendary Dantian? Li Mu exclaimed in astonishment. This brief exploration brought Li Mu considerable delight. The sensation of growing stronger simply by breathing felt utterly wonderful.
If this continued, perhaps he could achieve the kind of longevity spoken of in myths and legends. Well, Li Mu was an ordinary person. Longevity felt a bit distant for him. But for now, this practice seemed to have no drawbacks whatsoever, only benefits. He looked at Xiao Yalan and said, Yalan, try eating the rest.
Ha! Xiao Yalan froze.
She looked at the half-pill in her hand, still bearing Li Mu's teeth marks.
Moreover, the image of Li Mu grimacing from the bitterness had left a strong impression on her. She wouldn't taste the bitterness, would she?
But since Li Mu had asked, she hesitated only briefly before popping it into her mouth.
Chapter 83, a perfectly round vortex of spiritual energy.
Li Mu watched Xiao Yalan as she frowned, placing the pill into her mouth. Only then did he recall his own saliva still clinging to it. Yet Xiao Yalan hesitated only briefly before swallowing it. He had to admit, having a beautiful woman consume something with his saliva on it sounded rather perverse, but as a man, Li Mu couldn't deny a subtle thrill deep within.
Since Xiao Yalan swallowed it directly, she didn't react like Li Mu, rolling her eyes from the bitterness.
But beyond that, nothing seemed different. Li Mu was puzzled when he noticed Xiao Yalan suddenly grimace in discomfort and point to her throat.
Stuck?
Li Mu froze for a moment before grabbing the water cup nearby. But Xiao Yalan shook her head, still clearing her throat.
Huh, what should he do?
Choking might sound funny, but in real life, it could genuinely be deadly.
This. Li Mu paced anxiously. Xiao Yalan's face twisted in agony.
Seeing her discomfort, Li Xiao felt uneasy too. After all, he was the one who made her swallow it. If something went wrong, it would naturally fall on his head.
Should we go to the hospital? Li Mu asked.
Their home was quite a distance from the hospital.
Would they make it in time? Xiao Yalan shook her head. Then what can I do? How about I help you get it out? Li Mu had only said this offhandedly.
Little did he know, Xiao Yalan nodded and tilted her neck back slightly.
You're really going to do it?
Li Mu froze for a moment, staring at Xiao Yalan's soft, fair skin, hesitating to proceed.
Never mind. I'll try. If it feels uncomfortable, just tell me to stop any time. Xiao Yalan shot him a glare. If she could stop it, would she be in this much discomfort right now? Li Mu's hand had already caressed Xiao Yalan's neck.
Her right hand grasped his, gently guiding his touch upward before gradually increasing the pressure. It had to be said this was actually the first time Li Mu had touched skin other than a woman's face. The delicate texture made him doubt for a moment whether this was some kind of bean curd or something similar.
Feeling better? Li Mu asked anxiously.
He could feel the lump in Xiao Yalan's throat finally slide down. Yet Xiao Yalan's face remained contorted in agony, tears welling in her eyes from the distress.
It's still stuck? Where is it stuck this time? Li Mu asked urgently. Xiao Yalan pointed to the area near her heart.
Ha! Li Mu, who had been about to act, paused.
Wasn't that the chest area? But there was no time to think about that now.
Fearing the pill might get stuck again, he gently increased the pressure. Finally, after several squeezes, Xiao Yalan's complexion improved significantly.
Major, I'm fine now. I feel much better.
Tears still glistened on Xiao Yalan's cheeks as a radiant smile blossomed across her face. But Li Mu glanced at her chest. In the urgency of the moment, her blouse had come undone, revealing a large crimson mark where he'd pressed.
Glad you're okay.
Li Mu shook his head, trying his best not to look at the revealing glimpse of Xiao Yalan's chest.
Yalan, how do you feel now? Any difference? Different? Xiao Yalan suddenly remembered.
She closed her eyes slightly, sensing the changes in her body. Studying my body feels a bit easier now. It's strange, with each breath, something seems to enter my body, but every time I exhale, it's expelled again.
Ha? Can't you see the spiritual energy? Li Mu asked in confusion. Spiritual energy? Li Mu nodded. Yes, that thing you feel entering with your breath. Try controlling your breathing rhythm and keep it inside your body as much as possible. Xiao Yalan tried breathing several times. Though each inhalation drew in slightly more spiritual energy, the amount exhaled increased accordingly.
So, drawing on his own experience, Li Mu began teaching Xiao Yalan how to absorb spiritual energy.
Xiao Yalan was quick-witted. Despite Li Mu's rather abstract description, she managed to grasp the technique for absorbing spiritual energy. This time, Li Mu could clearly see the spiritual energy circulating within Xiao Yalan's body. The spiritual energy began to flow with order, coursing through her body before converging within Xiao Yalan's ample bosom. Wait, this wasn't right. This was completely different from what happened to Li Mu.
Fortunately, after circulating several times within Xiao Yalan's chest, the spiritual energy eventually flowed into the area near her navel.
The result was the same. Major, could you please stop staring so intently at my chest?
Xiao Yalan noticed her shirt had come undone at the chest and quickly adjusted it. Her face flushed as she glanced at Li Mu.
Li Mu froze for a moment.
No, Li Mu wasn't lecherous. Alright, Li Mu was indeed a lecher, but just now he was purely studying the flow of spiritual energy within Xiao Yalan's body. But even Li Mu himself found that explanation a bit far-fetched. After all, a grown man staring intently at a woman's chest. If someone asked, he'd have to say, I was studying the flow of spiritual energy.
In Longhua, this would definitely get him arrested by the police. Xiao Yalan's spiritual energy flow differed from Li Mu's, which puzzled him. Was this normal?
Li Mu didn't know after all, only the two of them had taken the chi refining pills.
Perhaps for women, spiritual energy gathering in the chest was perfectly normal? If that were the case, wouldn't women with larger breasts have better potential for absorbing spiritual energy?
It feels like the world's prejudice against small-chested women just grew another notch.
Host has entered the chi cultivation stage.
Awakened trait, spirit energy vision.
Ha!
The sudden system notification startled Li Mu. He opened the system interface and sure enough, his traits section showed a new entry.
Traits, synchronized coordination, spirit eye. Spirit energy vision. That must be the ability allowing Li Mu to see the flow of spiritual energy in the air.
Well, not just in the air, he could even see the flow of spiritual energy within the human body. Now, whenever Li Mu looked at Xiao Yalan, he could see two swirling vortexes of spiritual energy forming near her chest. His eyes would involuntarily drift toward that spot. Even without the spirit eye, his gaze would drift there occasionally. But now, with two additional spiritual energy vortexes present, Li Mu found it even harder to conceal his gaze.
Xiao Yalan could now distinctly sense Li Mu's gaze.
She even tried covering her chest with both arms. But it was useless. The spiritual energy swirls remained clearly visible.
Major, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry, you know. Xiao Yalan pouted as she spoke. Sorry. Li Mu chuckled. Chapter 84, Knocking on the Door. Li Mu was glared at again.
This was already the 23rd time.
Sorry, Yalan, I didn't mean to be so blunt. Li Mu felt like all the goodwill he'd built up with Xiao Yalan recently had plummeted into negative territory. System, can you do something about this spirit eye? If this keeps up, I'll end up getting arrested as a pervert.
Li Mu complained to the system. The next moment, he suddenly realized the spiritual energy vortex had vanished, and the scene before his eyes returned to normal.
Ha! So it can be turned off? Why didn't you tell me sooner, system? If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have been mistaken for a pervert by Xiao Yalan. Li Mu took a deep breath.
Though he didn't know what the system meant by chi cultivation stage, after consuming the elixir, his perception of the world had shifted. Spiritual energy drifted throughout the land, and with each breath, his body grew steadily stronger.
The sensation was incredibly pleasant, even somewhat addictive. Yalan, how is it? Feeling good? Li Mu inquired. Major, I feel wonderful. It's my first time experiencing this sensation. Xiao Yalan murmured softly. A bit faster, and it'll feel even better. Alright, Major. I'll follow your rhythm. Up, down, up, down. Major, it really feels better now. See? I told you so.
Alright, these exchanges might sound suggestive, but Li Mu was genuinely just teaching Xiao Yalan a more efficient method to absorb spiritual energy.
Just then, he suddenly sensed an unsettling presence in the distance.
Li Mu struggled to put it into words, but he genuinely sensed something slowly approaching their location.
Yalan, step back a bit. Li Mu instructed. Okay. Though Xiao Yalan didn't understand Li Mu's reasoning, she stepped back a few paces.
Less than 10 seconds after she moved away, a sharp metal object pierced through the wall, striking straight toward Li Mu. Had Xiao Yalan not moved away, she would likely have been pierced first. As the cold steel flashed toward him, Li Mu's mind flickered and the blood spirit sword materialized in his hand. This time, as he grasped the blood spirit sword, the numbing sensation no longer coursed through his hand. But Li Mu had no time to dwell on this. He swung the sword horizontally before him, blocking the incoming attack. Clang! The sharp metal tip was blocked by the blade of the blood spirit sword, and the immense force sent Li Mu staggering back several steps. "Oh? You actually blocked it?" A voice belonging to an unfamiliar young man echoed. Only then did Li Mu recognize the stabbing metal as the tip of a spear, wielded by a youth who carried a scholarly air. Through the pierced wall, he flashed a malicious grin. "Scholar, how many times must I tell you? We're here to capture him alive. What if you kill him?" Bang! A large hole was kicked through the wall as a pot-bellied middle-aged man strode in. "Oh, my apologies. Old habits die hard. I've never been on a mission to take prisoners before." Shu Lang chuckled, his tone tinged with malice. "Who are you?" Li Mu glared at the pair, one fat, one thin, his expression darkening. This was his home, after all. Having a wall torn down for no apparent reason was enough to make anyone furious. The fat man glanced at Li Mu, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Yalan behind him. "Ha? Why are there two Qi cultivation stage practitioners?" At that moment, the scribe also sensed something was amiss. "Now we have two Qi cultivation stage practitioners. What should we do? Arrest them both? Capture them both? This is a stroke of luck." As the fat man spoke, a double-pronged pitchfork suddenly materialized in his hand. However, his gaze quickly shifted to the blood spirit sword in Li Mu's hand. "Ha? Could that sword be one of those legendary magical treasures?" The scholar was also taken aback, scrutinizing it closely for a moment. "It might actually be a magical artifact. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Who would have thought a magical artifact could exist in a minor world where spiritual energy has only just begun to revive?" The fat man turned to look at the scholar. A brief exchange of glances between them sealed their mutual understanding. As for something like a magical artifact, it naturally had to be hidden away secretly. How could they possibly report it to their sect? "Hey, you two jerks! Flirting and messing around in someone else's house? That's just disgusting!" Li Mu snapped irritably. "What do you mean by messing around?" Shu Lang frowned. "Ugh, it can't be anything good. Let's just get rid of him," the fat man said, his expression turning serious. His gaze fell upon the young man. The young man, having noticed Xiao Yalan's rather attractive appearance, immediately understood. "Take care of him first, then I'll go first." "I'll go first," the fat man bellowed, swinging his double-pronged pitchfork down toward Li Mu. Li Mu drew his sword and swung it. A flash of blade light sent the double-pronged pitchfork flying. The middle-aged fat man froze, staring at the weapon embedded in the ceiling spear. His expression darkened. "Damn it, I underestimated him. This kid just broke through to Qi refining, but his strength already surpasses that of a fully accomplished Qi refiner. Add that artifact in his hand, and we'll have to go all out." "Understood." The young man nodded. He held nothing back, thrusting his spear straight toward Li Mu. Li Mu parried the strike with a flick of his sword, then suddenly accelerated. "Ha!" The young man froze, and in the next instant, Li Mu had already collided into his arms. "Blimey, that was fast," the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu was already close enough to be practically in the young man's arms, crouching slightly as he clenched his right fist. "Rising Dragon Fist!" Li Mu shouted, flicking his fist upward, aiming straight for the young man's jaw. The youth immediately shielded himself with the gun barrel. But under the sudden momentum of Li Mu's approach, his reaction was half a beat too slow. Beside them, the middle-aged man stared in disbelief as the young man was knocked flying out the door. Li Mu, fist raised, spun 360 degrees before landing back on the ground. "What kind of fist technique is that?" The middle-aged man froze in shock. At that moment, Li Mu's gaze shifted toward him. Clang! Clang! The blood spirit sword repeatedly struck the double-pronged pitchfork, producing thunderous clangs. A look of shock spread across the middle-aged man's plump face. The immense force transmitted through the rake forced him to stumble backward repeatedly. Thud! The middle-aged man's back slammed into the wall. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, the young man on the ground beside him coughed as he struggled to his feet. "Fatso, you're really useless. Getting beaten back by a guy who just entered the Qi cultivation stage? Scholar, you've got some nerve saying that to me. Who got knocked flying first?" The two shouted back and forth on the neighborhood street. Normally, there should be plenty of people around at this hour. Yet at that moment, aside from Li Mu and the two of them, not a soul was in sight. Chapter 85, a new mission arrives. Li Mu locked eyes with the other two. The neighborhood, usually bustling with noise, was now eerily quiet. Not a single other sound could be heard. Otherwise, with all the commotion happening now, chaos would have erupted long ago. Li Mu glanced toward a corner of the street, where a figure was concealed. The figure saluted Li Mu before retreating. Such individuals were not uncommon in this neighborhood. The moment chaos erupted, they swiftly evacuated every resident from the entire neighborhood. Damn it! Shulang's face, which had carried a scholarly air, suddenly contorted into a ferocious expression.
Simultaneously, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly potent.
As his aura surged, Li Mu felt the sense of threat emanating from him intensify until even the man's gaze alone felt like a stinging pain.
Shulang, what are you doing? You actually broke the seal.
Without the seal, we'll be expelled from this realm in no time. The middle-aged fat man cried out in shock. There's no time for all this nonsense.
Don't you understand?
Without breaking the seal, we stand no chance against this kid. Shulang bellowed, his face contorting with frustration. After breaking the seal, his power surged dramatically, but he now faced the realm's fierce rejection.
His expression clearly showed he was not enjoying it. The middle-aged fat man nodded in agreement after hearing this.
Oomph. With a loud shout, it seemed as though an invisible chain had been severed from his body. His aura grew ever more formidable, whipping up a violent gale that made his clothes flap wildly.
Hey, kid!
You get one chance: surrender and admit defeat, or get crushed without mercy. The middle-aged fat man bellowed.
His face contorted with fat, resembling a demon from Buddhist scriptures.
And his threat of crushing was no empty boast. After breaking their seals, the two had reached a terrifying level of power, easily capable of pulverizing Qi cultivation realm cultivators into mincemeat.
Oh? You're actually giving me a choice? Why don't you take a look at your own situation first? Li Mu smiled faintly. What do you mean? A momentary shock flashed across Shulang's face.
But in the next instant, he understood Li Mu's meaning.
Boom!
An immense surge of energy exploded around him, a massive ion stream severing one of his arms clean off.
Gah!
The agony of his severed limb made him howl incessantly, his features contorted into a hideously grotesque grimace.
Raise your hands! You're surrounded!
In the distance, Yixing commanded from two infantry vehicles armed with ion cannons, addressing Shulang and the middle-aged man.
The entire block is sealed off. Cease all resistance and surrender immediately.
The voice belonged to Lu Feng, one of the squad leaders of the Special Forces unit. Further away, countless armored tanks and motorized artillery units had arrived in succession, surrounding the residential area so tightly that not a single vehicle could escape.
How could there be so many of them?
Shulang and the middle-aged man both looked utterly shocked. After all, when they had assassinated world leaders, they had never encountered such overwhelming military force.
Yet now, in an ordinary residential neighborhood, they found themselves surrounded by the nation's most elite firepower. What kind of person is this? Could he be the true ruler of Dragon Nation?
After all, judging by the sheer number of people present, the scale far exceeded both of their expectations.
Damn it! Shulang cursed under his breath, glaring fiercely at Li Mu. Shulang, hurry up and leave. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late.
The middle-aged, overweight man supported the young man with the severed arm, and then, for some reason, the two of them did something. A white, glowing portal appeared between them, and the two stepped through it.
Kid, Shulang, remember this grudge. I'll come back for your life someday.
The young man hurled this parting threat as he departed. Then, both figures vanished within the portal, and the white gate itself disappeared in an instant. What on earth was that? Asked He Jianyuan, minister of the Dragon Nation's military department.
You ask me, but who should I ask?
Li Mu spread his hands in response.
You have absolutely no clue?
After all, they had a clear target: they were coming for you.
He Jianyuan's aide asked coldly. How should I know? I've never even seen them.
He Jianyuan's aide glanced at his superior, his own expression equally helpless.
He Jianyuan sighed and said, never mind. Comrade Li Mu, it's best that you're unharmed.
Fortunately, we had strengthened surveillance around the comrade's residence earlier, allowing us to detect the anomaly immediately.
Hold on. Li Mu slammed his hand on the table. When exactly was my home under surveillance? I never heard anything about this beforehand. Ahem, He Jianyuan cleared his throat and said. Isn't that perfectly normal? You're considered one of the nation's important figures. How could we not have any security arrangements in place nearby?
Comrade Li Mu, we understand your simple desire to live as an ordinary person, but please also understand our predicament.
Any mishap involving you would be a tremendous loss to the nation.
Take this recent incident: if our reinforcements hadn't arrived promptly, it likely wouldn't have been resolved so swiftly.
Li Mu fell silent after hearing this.
Indeed, had Yixing not arrived with his troops, Li Mu's fate would have been dire. And it wouldn't just have been him. Xiaoyalan, who was with him, would undoubtedly have suffered undeserved misfortune as well. As the one who had been saved, Li Mu felt he had no right to voice any objections.
Li Mu returned home.
The damaged walls had been swiftly repaired.
That was incredibly fast.
Li Mu examined the wall, where not a single trace of repair work was visible. This time, the finest craftsmen in the Dragon Kingdom handled it, so both the speed and results are excellent.
Xiaoyalan explained. Yalan, do you think I was wrong?
Li Mu suddenly asked.
Major? Xiaoyalan looked at Li Mu, a puzzled expression on her face.
If I hadn't insisted, we would have been in a much safer, more secluded location by now.
You wouldn't have gotten yourself into this kind of danger in the first place. Li Mu spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. But Xiao Yalan shook her head and replied. Major, you shouldn't blame yourself. It was all just an accident. Li Mu fell silent. Even though Xiao Yalan hadn't blamed him, it was indeed his stubborn insistence that had led them both into this peril. If only I were stronger. Li Mu murmured faintly toward the sky. At that very moment, the system's notification sounded. New mission unlocked. Final objective, ensure Ning Xichen safety and eliminate the tree demon. Chapter 86, a Chinese ghost story? Ning Qichen? Such a familiar name. The name caught Li Mu off guard. Isn't that the male lead from the iconic film A Chinese Ghost Story? And the tree demon. That must be the final boss from the TV series The Colossal Monster Shaoqian called Grandma, right? That colossal, 1,000-year-old tree demon was one of the key figures in Li Mu's childhood nightmares, leaving him afraid of the dark for a very long time. But upon reflection, it wasn't really that bad. No matter how powerful the tree demon was, it was still just a plant. As for him, even without using the ion cannon, he could just call in a few special forces soldiers and unleash a barrage of missiles. No matter how massive the tree demon, it'd probably be blown to smithereens. This mission doesn't seem too difficult after all. I recall the plot of A Chinese Ghost Story being pretty short too. Feels like it could wrap up in a day or two. Li Mu propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The only problem is that the system doesn't seem to trust me. This time, there's also a penalty of 1 year deducted from my lifespan if I don't accept the mission. It's as if they're afraid I'll refuse. He glanced at Xiao Yalan beside him and asked. Yalan, do you want to come with me on the quest? Ha? Xiao Yalan froze in surprise. After all, when Li Mu teleported before, he never brought her along. She had asked him why, and his answer was simple, he was worried about her safety. Though she hadn't said anything at the time, a small pang of resentment had lingered in her heart. She was a soldier trained at a military academy, and there were female members in Li Mu's special forces unit too. Yet Li Mu treated her differently. Clearly, in Li Mu's eyes, Xiao Yalan was often seen as nothing more than an ordinary woman. At times, she even contemplated whether she should prove herself to Li Mu. This time, however, Li Mu had unexpectedly permitted her to join the operation. This left her momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Seeing Xiao Yalan hesitate, Li Mu assumed she was worried about the dangers of the other world. It's fine, Yalan. The world we're heading to this time is far safer than Parallel Universe 7321. Over there, even the non-sentient AI systems alone had destroyed the Starseeker core. The consciousness form Pandora and the Shieling are each more insane than the last. Even in a parallel world like that, I survived unscathed. Compared to that place, the world we're heading to now is like a minor sorcerer meeting a lesser one. Just as Li Mu finished speaking, a mechanical voice cut in. Oh, Li Mu, did you just mention me? Though mechanical voices were hard to distinguish, perhaps from living together for some time, Li Mu instantly recognized Pandora's voice. Turning his head, he saw the absent mechanical toy had suddenly appeared in the room. Pandora, you're back? Li Mu smiled awkwardly. Li Mu, it feels like if we hadn't come back, you were about to leave, weren't you? That voice belonged to Ifa. I hadn't made a decision yet. Li Mu's voice was low, for he had indeed intended to depart before the mechanical body housing the three consciousnesses returned. He hadn't expected the mechanical body to return so soon. Oh? Since you haven't left yet, then this is perfect timing. Human, take us with you. That arrogant tone was unmistakably Xieling's. Ha. Li Mu scratched his head. Can we not bring them? No way. This time, all three consciousnesses spoke in unison. System, activate. Teleportation, initiated. A white light enveloped Li Mu, Xiao Yalan, and the mechanical toy. Well, I guess I brought them along after all. As the light faded, Li Mu and Xiao Yalan found themselves standing in a lush green field. Good. This should be the beginning of the storyline, the place where Ning Qichen spent the night at Lanrua Temple. Li Mu scanned the surroundings. Lanrua Temple. Yet, forget the Lanrua Temple, there wasn't even a single proper human structure in sight. Destination reached, outskirts of Hajia Village, Wuto Hillside. Phase 1 mission activated. Mission objective, assist the bee spirits in repelling the ant spirits' assault. The moment the system prompt popped up, Li Mu froze. Shouldn't characters from the TV series be appearing now? Forget Ning Qichen, even minor plot characters like the painting peddler, the swordsman, or Yin Shishia would have been fine. Bee spirits? Ant spirits? What on earth were these things? Did such characters even appear in the storyline? Major. Something pricked me. Just as Li Mu was lost in thought, Xiao Yalan beside him suddenly rubbed her back. Li Mu walked behind her but found nothing unusual. Hey, human. Did you get pricked by pine needles or something while walking by? Li Mu asked in confusion. Hey. Does it still hurt? Li Mu inquired. Xiao Yalan shook her head. Well, let's keep going then. The system says this is the outskirts of Hajia village, so the village itself shouldn't be too far from here. Let's go into the village and ask around to see where Lanrua Temple is. Li Mu said. Xiao Yalan nodded. Don't ignore me. Ah, you pesky humans. I'm going to stab you. Yalan, did you hear any strange sounds? Xiao Yalan stopped abruptly as she walked. No. Xiao Yalan shook her head. Weird.
I keep feeling like there's this faint buzzing sound.
Is it just my imagination?
Li Mu scratched his head. As he scratched his head, something was bumping up against his arm.
Thump, thump, thump. However, despite launching several attacks, the little creature couldn't break through Li Mu's skin.
Li Mu's body had been fortified by body tempering potions, and with 2 levels of physical enhancement, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even after launching over a dozen attacks, the little creature saw no reaction from Li Mu whatsoever.
Oof. Damn it. This guy's skin is way too tough. Is he some kind of wild boar spirit? Fuming, the little creature brandished its short spear and launched another dozen attacks at Li Mu's skin. Yet it still couldn't breach the skin's defense. Damn it. What the hell are you, big guy? The little creature gave up, plopping down on a leaf to catch its breath. Ha! The attacks seem to have stopped. Tired already? This attacker is way too weak. Already exhausted after just a little while?
Li Mu said in a tone that practically begged to be punched.
Ha! Damn it! Big guy, watch out for the spear. The little guy was thoroughly enraged by Li Mu.
He aimed his sharp spear at Li Mu, flapping his wings rapidly behind him as he charged straight for Li Mu's eyes.
Chapter 87, Divine Being?
Though Tiny was incredibly small, his presence was formidable when enraged. The spearhead gleamed with a sharp light as it stabbed straight toward Li Mu's eye. After all, the eyes were the most vulnerable part of the human body. Though Li Mu possessed astonishing physical resilience, even he dared not take this lightly. He extended a finger lightly, effortlessly catching the thrusting spear tip.
Hey, aiming for the eyes is a bit much, don't you think?
Li Mu remarked indifferently, his fingers trembling ever so slightly.
Woo!
The little one tried to pull the gun tip free from between Li Mu's fingers, but no matter how hard she strained, the barrel wouldn't budge an inch, as if it had been driven into solid iron.
Damn it!
The little one nearly stumbled in her attempt to free the barrel. Hanging precariously in midair, it pointed at Li Mu and snapped.
Human, you can clearly hear my voice. Major, that's enough. Stop teasing it.
Xiao Yalan turned her gaze to the little one, her voice tinged with reluctance.
Oof. Who told me to teleport over just now?
This little guy was poking and prodding right behind me.
Though Li Mu hadn't actually been hurt, he was thoroughly annoyed. Li Mu retorted irritably.
Indeed, Li Mu had noticed the little creature from the very beginning. With his heightened senses, he'd detected its presence from the very start. Xiao Yalan extended her hand, and the pouting little creature came to rest on her palm. Only then did Xiao Yalan get a clear look at its true form. How to describe it? It felt like a miniature human participating in a role-playing game. The little creature's build resembled that of a human female, clad in a tiger-striped miniskirt, except for 2 pairs of tiny wings sprouting from its back and a pair of small tentacles attached to its head. Had she not known beforehand that this was a world inhabited by spirits and creatures, she would have believed it was simply a miniature human. Clearly, this little creature was the spirit mentioned in this mission.
Humans, you were all making fun of me just now, weren't you? 8521 is very angry. The tiny creature sat perched on Xiao Yalan's palm, arms crossed over its chest. Li Mu watched its shameless display, utterly speechless. You were the one who attacked us first, and now you're getting angry? Li Mu retorted. The little thing turned its face away.
But as she turned her head, she suddenly locked eyes with a mechanical gaze she'd never seen before. Numerous mechanical arms extended from the toy robot she had previously ignored, closing in to surround her. What is this? Naturally, no one answered the little one's question. Instead, the mechanical toy asked in an emotionless, mechanical voice.
What is 8521? Is it your serial number?
The little one was so frightened that he burst into tears and backed away repeatedly.
1,000-armed monster. It's going to eat me. Li Mu Bai shot her a look. Talking about monsters? Aren't you the monster yourself?
At that moment, Xiao Yalan's other hand covered the little one, seemingly trying to soothe her. The little one, seeing this, curled up into Xiao Yalan's palm.
I'm a bee spirit, not a monster.
The little one timidly poked her head out from between Xiao Yalan's fingers and retorted. When Li Mu's gaze fell upon her, she immediately retreated back into the shadow between the 2 palms.
Spirits and monsters, aren't they pretty much the same thing?
Li Mu shrugged.
Big difference. Monsters eat people, but we don't. The little one retorted angrily.
By now, she seemed to have realized Li Mu and the others meant her no harm, daring to peek out again. Yet her tiny hands still clung tightly to Xiao Yalan's fingers, ready to retreat at the slightest disturbance.
Right, so she's a cave-dwelling honeybee?
Li Mu chuckled helplessly. Though the mechanical toy's arm didn't advance further, the probing gleam in its mechanical eyes remained undimmed.
Bee spirit? What kind of bee transformed into a spirit? On the open ground, Li Mu, Xiao Yalan, and the mechanical toy? sat cross-legged on the grass. The grass was dotted with cakes, snacks, drinks, and little desserts. These items had been purchased from a supermarket before Li Mu's departure and stored in his storage space. Now, when he took them out, the drinks were still ice cold, the snacks and desserts were chilled, and the steamed buns beside them were even still steaming hot. Little one's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of all the colorful treats. Wow, you can conjure up so many things. You're like a fairy. Li Mu poured some soda into a bottle cap and handed it to her. And now you're not calling me big guy or human anymore? Li Mu said with a hint of annoyance. No. Divine being, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked you. Please forgive me. The little one bowed low before Li Mu. Li Mu's hand holding the bottle cap rose mid-air. I was just joking. No need to be so dramatic. However, the little guy lifted his head and addressed Li Mu. No, divine being, you did nothing wrong. It was 8521 who erred. You descended to the mortal realm this time to aid us be spirits, didn't you? Little one's eyes sparkled brightly, her face full of anticipation. Sort of, Li Mu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Though the little one seemed to have misunderstood something, since she was finally willing to talk properly, Li Mu decided to play along. So it's true. The Divine One has truly come to aid us. Our diligence must have moved the heavens. All our daily efforts gathering nectar and brewing honey haven't been in vain. Li Mu and Xiao Yalan listened, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. Bees really are bees, they seem kind and adorable enough. However, the little one's next words startled both Li Mu and Xiao Yalan, nearly causing the snacks in their hands to fall to the ground. It's all worth it. All our daily battles against those despicable ants, killing their queen, bringing back their young to enslave them. The empire is thriving. Hearing her words, Li Mu and Xiao Yalan both recoiled in shock. Seeing the little one's innocent, adorable expression, watching her close her eyes and pray to the heavens, they never imagined she would utter such words. 8521, what did you just say? You killed the ants' queen and brought back their young to enslave them? Li Mu inquired. That's right. Is there a problem with that, divine being? Little one said with an innocent, romantic look on his face. Meanwhile, the mechanical toy circled around the little one and said, it appears to be a type of omnivorous bee capable of both gathering nectar and hunting. They've mastered the art of enslaving ants, indicating their civilization is in its earliest stages of development. Chapter 88, Truly Social Insects. Li Xiao and Xiao Yalan were both stunned by little one's earth-shattering declaration. Yet the three consciousnesses within the mechanical toy grew even more animated, their curiosity about the little creature and its species reaching a peak. The practice of animal husbandry is often regarded as the defining marker of an ape species' transition towards civilization. By herding other species, humans expanded their migratory capabilities, enabling connections between small groups. Livestock farming provided stable sources of calories and protein, serving as a crucial prerequisite for the further development of human brain capacity. The target species exhibits human-like herding behavior, indicating this civilization possesses significant developmental potential. The three consciousness entities were analyzing the relationship between the little one's population behavior and civilizational development. But Li Mu was more concerned about something else. 8521, doesn't something feel off? I recall ants and bees share a fairly close evolutionary relationship. Li Mu inquired. Ifa's voice chimed in. Omnivorous bees represent a transitional species between bees and ants in evolutionary terms. Compared to ants, they share greater evolutionary similarities than bees do. Evolutionary relationship? The little one tilted her head, clearly baffled by the term. Li Mu paused. True in a world inhabited by spirits and creatures who would know theories of biological evolution. Moreover, Li Mu wasn't sure if evolutionary relationships even existed between species in this world. Let me rephrase. Your bee spirit form. I mean, your pre-shape-shifting form, it must resemble ants quite closely, right? Doesn't enslaving them feel wrong to you? Li Mu inquired. How did you know we bee spirits resemble ant larvae so closely, divine being? The immortal lord truly is the immortal lord to know even this so clearly. It's true they look remarkably alike. Sometimes even we can't tell which is an ant larva and which is one of ours. Once mixed up, we can only tell them apart after they pupate. Little one said, glancing up at the sky. What's wrong? We don't see it that way. Isn't this perfectly normal for the empire's development? Zaya Budian's words left Li Mu utterly speechless. They had killed the queen of the bee spirits and ant spirits, stolen their children to enslave them, yet they genuinely saw nothing wrong with it. Now, Li Mu suddenly understood why the ant spirits had attacked the bee spirits. And why did the word empire keep popping out of the bee spirit's mouth with such a sense of déjà vu? Oh, it was Pandora. Sure enough, Pandora was conversing with the little one, seemingly seeing her own reflection in these bee spirits. At this moment, he even considered switching missions. Rather than aiding the bee spirits, he yearned to help the deeply wronged ant spirits instead. 8521, where are your other companions? Li Mu asked the little one.
Little one, who was straining to lift the bottle cap, froze upon hearing Li Mu's question.
Divine being, I'm not 8521. Li Mu shot her a look. Didn't you just introduce yourself? The one talking to you just now wasn't me. I'm 8524. The little one replied. What?
Li Xiao froze, turning to find a bee spirit had appeared in midair, carrying a small piece of cake.
Hey, divine being, 8521 is right here. The little one waved at Li Mu. Hold on, what's going on here?
Li Mu finally noticed that dozens of bee spirits had gathered around their picnic spot. Their bodies were incredibly tiny, busily carrying away the various foods Li Mu had brought out.
Honorable Immortal, weren't you asking where my companions were? They've been right here all along.
8521 beamed with a bright smile. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed from the distance. The little one placed a piece of cake on Li Mu's shoulder, then raised a flag toward the sound.
Li Mu watched the little one waving two tiny flags, feeling both oddly unsettled and strangely familiar. Is that flag signaling? Li Mu inquired. Flag signals?
Little one turned her head in confusion.
I've never heard that term before. It's how we bee spirits communicate. Li Mu watched in disbelief as half of the picnic food vanished inexplicably. These bee spirits. How to put it? Li Mu's initial impression of the bee spirits was that they were quite shy.
This was evident from how 8521 had hidden in Xiao Yalan's palm after being discovered. But once they got comfortable, they lost all sense of distance.
Without even asking, they'd started grabbing the food as if it were theirs by right. Those damn little thieves. Li Mu muttered resentfully. He.
Xiao Yalan broke off another piece of snack, handed it to the flying bee spirit, and waved at them with a silly grin.
Yalan, stop feeding them.
There's barely anything left, Li Mu said impatiently. Xiao Yalan glanced at the dwindling supplies, feeling a bit helpless herself.
But they're just so adorable. Besides, they're taking the food back for their cute little babies. Xiao Yalan's face was filled with overflowing affection. Li Mu shook his head.
I need to remind you the larvae of bees and ants are much like fly larvae.
They're just big maggots. Li Mu said indifferently. Sure enough, at Li Mu's words, Xiao Yalan's face froze.
Watching the bee spirits' receding figures, Li Mu muttered, these guys are really rude.
I'm starting to feel like I don't want to do this mission anymore.
The mechanical toy sat beside Li Mu, munching on a biscuit.
Who knew which consciousness within its body was driving it to eat the biscuit now?
Their behavior might be related to their social structure. In collective societies like bees and ants, the concept of personal property doesn't exist.
Li Mu paused, thought for a moment, and understood.
Li Mu had heard that such insect societies were called eusocial insects. If one were to map their social structure onto humans, there would be no concept of private property to begin with. Everything would either be uncollected or belong to the collective. Since it belonged to the group, it would naturally flow to where it was most needed. Forget it, Li Mu muttered, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Even knowing the unique social nature of bees, as a human, he just couldn't shake the feeling of unease.
Just then, the swarm of bee spirits flew over again.
This time, Li Mu wore a distinctly sour expression.
What now? Is this never ending? They took so much earlier, and now they want more? Chapter 89, The Stupid Ant Spirits.
Just as Li Mu frowned, preparing to confront these shameless bee spirits, he noticed they hadn't come empty-handed this time. It was a chipped clay bowl, looking as though it had been deliberately discarded. Inside lay a translucent, amber-hued viscous liquid.
Could this be? Honorable Immortal, this is the honey we've brewed this year. Please accept it. The bee spirit at the front beamed at Li Mu.
The clay bowl must have been quite heavy, for the little wings of several bee spirits were fluttering with all their might. As Li Mu hesitated, they swayed precariously, appearing as if they might topple over at any moment.
Major! Xiao Yalan called out. Only then did Li Mu snap back to reality.
He took the bowl, gazing at the golden honey inside, his feelings complex.
Thank you. Li Mu stared at the honey.
Wild honey was quite valuable on Earth, and the honey produced by these bee spirits must be even more precious. But suddenly, he imagined the process of their honey making. Li Mu recalled that bees first collected nectar from flowers, then swallowed it into their mouths before regurgitating it to evaporate and concentrate it. During this process, certain bacteria in the bees' mouths also contributed, giving the honey a unique flavor distinct from nectar. Now, if instead of ordinary bees, these honey spirits who resembled miniature humans were doing the work, well, Li Mu felt rather conflicted. He himself no longer desired to drink it, but if brought back to Earth, quite a few people would likely want it. After all, Earth also had a substance called chewing wine, which was highly sought after by certain gentlemen. Just as Li Mu took the clay bowl, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Turning his head, he saw several similarly miniature women. They wore armor only on key areas of their bodies, wielding twin swords that seemed enormous compared to their stature.
We've found the bee spirit. Damn bee spirit. Pay with your life for our queen. Ha! There's a big guy over there with them. He must be with the bee spirits. Everyone, attack together. We must avenge our queen today. Right on. Li Mu turned his head and glanced at them. No need to guess, these must be the ant spirits. How to put it, no wonder they're so closely related taxonomically. Even after becoming spirits, that arrogant, self-important attitude is identical. Other spirits, fine. But how dare you two puny little creatures act so arrogant? Forget it. Destroy them. Li Mu couldn't be bothered to intervene. Let them fight it out. Ha! What's that big one holding in its hand? I smell something sweet, it's honey. Honey, honey, honey.
Once the first ant spirit discovered the honey, the others began to cheer. In no time, their rallying cry shifted from "Avenge the Queen" to "Get the honey."
Ha! Li Mu couldn't make heads or tails of it.
The bee spirit who had slain their queen stood right beside them, yet their focus had been stolen by the honey.
Before Li Mu could react, the ant spirits charged toward him, swords raised to strike. But with their pitiful attack power, they couldn't possibly inflict even the slightest injury on Li Mu.
Besides attacking Li Mu, some of the ant spirits had transformed into brave climbers, scaling his arm where he held the clay bowl.
How to describe it?
Watching these tiny creatures struggle on his body, Li Mu felt a complex mix of emotions.
Have I stumbled into Lilliput? Li Mu muttered helplessly. He recalled the childhood classic he had to read, Gulliver's Travels.
One chapter recounted the protagonist's arrival in Lilliput, where he was bound with ropes by the tiny inhabitants. Faced with such a vast disparity in size, no matter how hard the little people struggled, the slightest effort from the protagonist rendered all their efforts futile. Li Mu's current situation mirrored the book's protagonist's predicament.
Ah, I've finally made it. At the chipped edge of the clay bowl, an ant spirit climbed up excitedly. Gazing at the vast pool of honey stretching before her eyes like a lake, she wore an expression of sheer delight. The next moment, she made a diving motion and plunged into the bowl filled with honey. Woo! Ugh! Ah! Instantly, she was enveloped by the incredibly viscous honey, beginning to struggle. Yet the more she struggled, the thicker the honey became on her body, making it even more impossible for her to free herself alone. Damn it, has this ant spirit lost its mind? Li Mu froze in surprise. You'd think something that's become a spirit creature would have some intelligence by now? Was this one of the dumber types among ant spirits? Li Mu wondered inwardly. Soon enough, more ant demons proved to Li Mu through their own actions. Little cuties. There's more than just one. A dozen or so ant spirits joyfully leaped into the honey, only to start struggling immediately. Li Mu froze. Didn't these creatures see the warning right before their eyes? Just jumping straight in like that? Truly, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. They were literally throwing caution to the wind, weren't they? Li Mu quickly stowed the clay bowl of honey into his spatial storage. To avoid trapping the ant spirits inside, he deliberately excluded the layer of honey coated with their bodies. Thus, moments later, several spirit ants that had nearly drowned in the honey landed in Li Mu's palm. Under Li Mu's control, a clump of water smacked down from above, washing the honey clean from the ant spirits' bodies. Pa, 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 pa. Pa, 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 pa. Slurp. The rescued ant spirits coughed violently, spitting out the honey. Wait, one of them seemed to swallow some back down after spitting it out. Ah well, Li Mu pretended not to notice. You saved me. A trapped ant spirit gazed at Li Mu with clear eyes. Big guy, thank you for saving us. Their words of gratitude spread among the other ant spirits. Soon, the other ant spirits ceased their attacks on Li Mu. You're welcome. Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. He really wanted to say he'd only intervened because he couldn't bear watching them die stupidly. But voicing that now might just stir up more trouble. Besides, judging by these ant spirits' behavior, they seemed quite grateful for favors. At least, they made a better impression on Li Mu than the bee spirits had. Human, from this moment on, you are our ant spirit's good friend. If you ever need anything, just let us know. Whatever you need, we will assist you. The ant spirits gazed at Li Mu with clear, earnest eyes. All right. Li Mu nodded. Oomph. Ant spirits, release the divine lord. Chapter 90, what kind of wolfish words? Li Mu felt a bit troubled. You bee spirits are all villains. The big guy belongs with us, that's the best choice. The tiny ant spirit faced the flying bee spirits without a hint of fear, raising his fist to assert his point. You ant spirits are all greedy little devils, only thinking about the honey we make. You'd betray your friends for a mere crumb. The immortal lord gains nothing by associating with you. Right in Li Mu's palm, several ant spirits representing their kind argued with a few bee spirits representing theirs in the sky. The two sides bickered back and forth for over 10 minutes, repeating the same few lines over and over. Li Mu's face had long since grown numb. 3 women make a drama, indeed. Although Li Mu wasn't sure whether these bee spirits and ant spirits could truly be considered women, their rowdiness certainly matched that of humans. And this was already the best possible outcome. The current arrangement was already a compromise reached at Li Mu's request, where representatives from both sides had been sent to negotiate. Just imagine if thousands upon thousands of bee spirits and ant spirits were squabbling on Li Mu's palm or body, the spectacle would be utterly astonishing. Have you both had enough of this bickering? Might I have a word now? Li Mu spoke up. True to form, the moment Li Mu spoke, both sides immediately fell silent. Of course, Divine Lord. Sir, you may say whatever you wish. Finally, it was Li Mu's turn to speak. He began mediating the conflict between the two sides.
Li Mu had initially assumed their situation was one of deep-seated, blood-soaked enmity. Even with Li Mu as a third-party mediator, he didn't expect any chance for improvement. To his surprise, the moment he proposed mediation, both sides simultaneously expressed willingness to reconcile.
Since the Divine Lord has spoken, we shall release the enslaved ants henceforth. The Bee Spirit, acting as the final representative, declared. After stepping forward, the Bee Spirit secretly winked at Li Mu and produced a plaque. The plaque bore the inscription 8521.
It seemed she was the very same Bee Spirit Li Mu had encountered initially. Since the Great One is friends with those pesky Bee Spirits, and since the Bee Spirits are willing to release the hostages, we shall abandon our call for vengeance for the Queen. The final representative of the Ant Spirits replied after a moment's thought.
Li Mu wasn't particularly surprised by the Bee Spirit's stance.
What surprised him was the Ant Spirit's stance. Were they just letting the Queen's murder slide like that?
Wasn't the Queen important to you? Li Mu asked in confusion.
Of course she was important.
The Queen led our ant colony. Without her, we would descend into chaos.
She paused briefly before continuing. But our queens naturally undergo succession. The previous queen had grown old, and the princess raised by the worker ants has now matured.
Oh. Li Mu realized. No wonder the ant spirits could maintain their colony. It seemed the growing princess was the key.
It seemed Li Mu had been imposing human values on the bee spirits and ant spirits a bit too much.
Your princess must be a very important figure. I wonder if she's here. I'd like to hear her thoughts directly. Li Mu spoke slowly. Theoretically, the queen of the ant colony is the true leader. How could such an important occasion proceed without her presence? The princess? She's here. The ant representative whispered. Huh? She's here? Where? Li Mu asked in confusion.
He glanced back, only to find that the ant spirits all looked remarkably similar, making it impossible to distinguish one from another.
Here. The representative ant spirit called out. Li Mu looked to his left but saw no ant spirit resembling the princess. Here. Li Mu looked to the right again, still finding nothing.
Right here, big guy. Li Mu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Turning his head, he saw the representative ant spirit jabbing his palm with her twin blades.
Her twin blades differed slightly from those of ordinary ant spirits.
While ordinary ant spirits wielded reddish-brown blades, hers were a pure, vivid red.
Huh? It's you? Li Xiao looked at the representative ant spirit and froze for a moment.
After all, none of the previous attacks from the swarm of ant spirits had elicited a reaction from Li Mu. Though her attack hadn't cut Li Mu's skin, the pain he felt proved her uniqueness.
But her uniqueness didn't stop there.
Her body was still damp in places, and her hair, sticky from the honey, clumped together in patches. If Li Mu remembered correctly, this one was the ant spirit who had been the first to climb onto the honey-filled clay bowl and then leap freely downward, right? Seeing the look of sudden realization on Li Mu's face, Princess Wang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment.
Big guy, looks like you recognize me. Thank you for saving me.
Her bashful expression resembled that of a lovesick maiden.
Of course I recognized you.
Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, many of the earlier puzzles began to make sense.
Li Mu finally understood why the ant spirits had followed the first one into the bowl one by one.
He also grasped why the colony suddenly turned friendly toward him after he rescued several ant spirits who'd fallen into the honey. Turns out the one who did the stupid thing first was their princess.
Li Mu couldn't help but feel exasperated for this colony of ant spirits. With such a princess as their leader, wouldn't the ant spirits inevitably be led astray someday? Li Mu stared intently at the ant spirit princess, speechless. But the ant spirit princess seemed to have misunderstood something. Big guy, don't stare at me like that. If you want children, we can wait for a private moment. The ant spirit princess said, her face flushing with embarrassment. Holy! What kind of lewd talk is that?
Li Mu was so shocked by the words that his body jerked, flinging both the ant spirit princess and the bee spirit representative off his palm. If that happened, the bee spirit representative would surely be fine with her wings, but the ant spirit princess falling from such a height would likely meet a grim fate. And if she died, the ant spirit's last hope would be lost. Their hatred for Li Mu would likely surpass their resentment toward the bee spirits in an instant. The mere thought of Li Mu being hunted down by countless ant spirits across the land made his head ache.
Sorry, big guy. I speak my mind. Did I scare you?
The ant spirit princess in Li Mu's palm seemed completely unaware that she had nearly caused a major disaster moments ago. She covered her face, revealing a bashful expression full of affection.
Chapter 91, Entering the Village. Li Mu's face darkened. Now she was playing coy? Did she even know what she was saying?
He turned his head again, glancing at the other ant spirits nearby.
Man, you guys are really stuck with a queen like this. Seeing Li Mu's lack of reaction, the ant spirit princess finally caught on. Pointing at Li Mu, she pouted, Big guy, are you mocking me? I was being serious about everything I said.
Li Mu shrugged.
Serious? Me? Just look at the size difference between us. Besides, you're an ant and I'm human. Seriously, I'd rather find a human girlfriend.
The ant spirit princess stood up, a pale red crown appearing atop her head at some unknown moment.
Big guy, how dare you look down on me? Once I cultivate into a demon, I'll instantly become taller than you.
And legend says once we ant spirits become demons, we'll be as beautiful as celestial beings.
Captivating a big guy like you will be a breeze.
Limu nodded, as if indulging the whims of a spoiled, immature child.
You can grow bigger after becoming a demon?
Of course. The ant queen stood with her hands on her hips, her voice dripping with arrogance.
Forgive me for finding that utterly unimaginable.
Limu shook his head helplessly. Looking at this tiny little thing, even if magnified, one couldn't imagine it transforming into a heavenly beauty.
Big guy, you don't believe me, do you?
The ant spirit princess's cheeks puffed out in anger.
It's not a matter of belief, it's just that my imagination isn't very good. Since you say ant spirits become celestial beauties after becoming demons, is there any real-life example I can see? The ant spirit queen grew uncertain. Well, I don't think I can find one. Well, that settles it then.
Limu gently placed the ant spirit princess from his palm onto the ground.
It can't be helped.
Our ant lifespans are short to begin with, and becoming spirits doesn't add much to our years. Besides, cultivation is inherently difficult for us insects. It takes an incredibly long time for even one to become a demon.
Alright. Limu shook his head.
Then we'll talk when you truly become a demon spirit and grow as tall as me.
Deal. Big guy, you promised. Limu waved his hand dismissively, clearly not taking the matter seriously. Since both sides had pledged to cease hostilities under Limu's mediation, the mission was naturally complete.
Sure enough, as Limu stood up, the system notification popped up.
Phase 1 task accomplished. Reward, 12 points. Point exchange options expanded. Forced teleportation will occur in 24 hours.
Host may terminate and return at any time during this period. This time, a 24-hour buffer period was granted before the forced teleportation.
This came as a bit of a surprise to Limu. This was the reward, after all.
12 points. That was merely the score Limu earned for defeating a Terminator unit in the 7321 world.
After all that effort, that's all it was worth? As for the expanded exchange options? Without points, what good are more exchange items?
Nothing more than candy in a glass case. Limu had been about to complain a bit. But then he remembered he'd only come out to relax. With such a leisurely mission, he really shouldn't complain. He glanced at the groups of bee spirits and ant spirits on either side. On both sides, many were stealing glances at the dwindling snacks and drinks on the tablecloth. Clearly, they were still eyeing them.
Limu pondered for a moment.
Since the mission was over and they were about to leave, he might as well distribute everything from his storage space to them. So, he generously pulled out all the food from his storage space at once and handed it to Xiao Yalan, instructing her to distribute it to both sides.
Thank you, divine being. Thank you, big guy.
With food in hand, both sides suddenly became quite sweet-talking.
Limu shook his head.
Seeing them like this, both sides actually seemed quite adorable.
I wonder if the little people in Gulliver's Travels were this adorable too.
Limu looked at Xiao Yalan, who had finished distributing the food. A radiant smile remained fixed on her face, or rather, a silly grin.
Hey, Yalan, stop smiling like that.
Limu felt a bit troubled. This little girl seemed far too naive. This wasn't some fairy tale kingdom, it was a world where monsters devoured humans.
Was it really okay for her to be this naive? Major, is something wrong? Xiao Yalan looked up and asked. The system says this is the outlying slope of Hujia village. Since there's a human settlement here, let's go take a look before we leave. Limu said. Oh, alright. Xiao Yalan straightened her clothes and stood up.
The ant spirits and bee spirits, who had been happily carrying food, froze in surprise.
Big guys, are you leaving already? Honored Immortal, are you leaving so soon? Both sides looked over with expressions of reluctance. Limu felt a headache coming on.
Originally, he had only planned to enter the village with Xiao Yalan to take a look. But now, he and Xiao Yalan's group were quite the spectacle. Perched on Limu's shoulder, the ant spirit princess drew her sword, pointing it toward the path ahead.
Red Ant Empire, advance! Forward! The dozen or so other ant spirits echoed the cry.
Limu felt somewhat helpless. The ant spirit princess was one thing, he'd pretty much written her off as a naive, gluttonous fool. But these accompanying ant spirits. Based on Limu's observations, their intelligence should be slightly higher than the ant spirit princesses.
Yet every single one of them wore an expression of unwavering loyalty. Not a single one showed any hint of treasonous thoughts. For a normal kingdom, this would be ideal.
But they were stuck with this particular princess.
Ah, ant spirits, are you truly not planning to revolt?
Following such a low IQ princess, your empire is marching straight into a cesspool.
While Limu's shoulders bore the weight of the ant spirits, Xiao Yalan's side was occupied by the more lively and adorable bee spirits. Compared to the ant spirits, the bee spirits seemed to possess a more independent nature. They chattered and laughed merrily on Xiao Yalan's shoulders. This little group of theirs, well, they were a bit peculiar, but considering this was a world filled with gods, ghosts, and spirits, it was probably fine. The one who stood out as the most jarring presence, however, was the silent figure who had remained utterly quiet the entire time. Li Mu, why are you constantly looking back? Is there something worth your attention? That voice must be Pandora's. What I'm concerned about is you lot. I'm trying to figure out how to disguise this mechanical contraption. Disguise? This mechanical body does have that function. Want to use it? Ha! Li Mu froze. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chapter 92, Archmage? After witnessing the mechanical toy's camouflage capabilities, Li Mu fell silent. He walked forward uneasily, silently repeating to himself. It's fine. This is a world of gods, ghosts, and monsters. Us being like this is perfectly ordinary. That's right, we're all ordinary. Very ordinary. On the path to Yi village, Li Mu kept reassuring himself. Then, the moment he spotted the first villager, the man jumped in fright. A monster, the villager cried out. Not a monster, a spirit. The ant spirit queen on Li Mu's shoulder and the bee spirit on Xiao Yalan's shoulder sneered. As if scornful of the villager's ignorance. Fellow villager, they're fine, but I'm truly just an ordinary human. Li Mu hurriedly explained. You? The man was startled. Just seconds earlier, Li Mu had vanished from over 10 meters away and instantly materialized before him. His body trembled. Yet, looking at Li Mu's ordinary face, his fear seemed to subside. Would a truly malevolent demon really present such an unremarkable face? Are you really human? The villager still couldn't fully believe it. I am human. Li Mu nodded repeatedly. What about them? The villager pointed to Xiao Yalan and the bee spirit behind them, along with the ant spirit princesses Li Mu had left behind. She's human too. Li Mu pointed at Xiao Yalan, then gestured toward the ant spirits and bee spirits beside her. Well, as for them, though they aren't human, they can't harm anyone either. You can rest assured about that. They truly won't harm anyone? The villager still seemed apprehensive. They truly won't harm anyone. I promise you. Li Mu fixed the villager with an intense gaze, as if hoping his earnest eyes would add weight to his words. Alright. Please wait at the village entrance for a moment. I'll go inform the villagers. The villager said timidly. Alright. Li Mu nodded. After the villager left, it wasn't long before an elderly man dressed in relatively fine cloth robes emerged. He glanced at Li Mu and his companions, then froze in place. It seemed that even though the villager had returned to report, the sight of them in person still left him awestruck. Master Mage, from whence do you come? The old man approached Li Mu with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. Ha? Mage? Li Mu froze in surprise. He had become a mage? When had that happened? How could he not have known? Master Mage, please do not refuse. To have subdued so many spirits and monsters demonstrates your profound power. May I ask what brings you to our village? The village chief spoke slowly. Li Mu gave an awkward chuckle. It's not that big a deal. The ant spirit and bee spirit weren't really that formidable. No. Subduing the swarm of bee spirits and ant spirits that had been plaguing us is already an extraordinary feat. Our Hajia village has been troubled by these two groups of spirits for a very long time. They've been stealing crops from our fields and attacking villagers. Before the village chief could finish, the ant spirits and bee spirits behind him chimed in. Hey, humans, are you bad-mouthing us? Watch out, we might sting you to death. The little bee spirit sat perched on Xiao Yalan's shoulder, legs crossed. That's right. How dare you puny humans criticize our actions? We'll sting you to death. The ant spirit princess wore a look of utter contempt. Ugh. Li Mu's face darkened. Wasn't he the very human they despised? Ah well. After spending time with them, Li Mu had come to realize these two were the type who spoke without thinking. Honorable mage, it would be a great kindness if you could take these two spirits under your wing. If possible, we would offer fine wine and delicacies to honor you, but alas. We can only offer simple fare. We hope you won't look down on us. Well, now Li Mu finally understood why this fellow had been so evasive throughout the entire process. Turns out he was afraid Li Mu would try to extort them. Rest assured, we won't ask you for money. Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Really? Hearing Li Mu's words, the village chief's eyes lit up instantly. His previously listless spirit seemed to perk up considerably, making him look 3 or 5 years younger. Truly. Li Mu shook his head. This old man was truly pragmatic. That's wonderful. Great mage, please come into the village to discuss matters. The village chief exclaimed joyfully, his voice rising a notch. Li Mu, Xiao Yalan, the bee spirit, the ant spirit, and their group made their way deeper into the village. Along the way, they encountered many villagers casting curious glances their way. Where did this great mage come from? How impressive. To have subdued such formidable spirits. Could he be a master from the Xingfa monastery?
Listening to the villagers' exaggerated remarks, Li Mu found it all a bit much.
Mage is already pretty exaggerated. Great mage? That's a bit much, don't you think? He glanced at the ant spirit, then at the bee spirit.
Perhaps in this remote little village, they could indeed cause the villagers no small amount of trouble, but it certainly didn't warrant elevating Li Mu to the status of a grand mage.
Ah, grand mage, please don't be so modest. Your ability to subdue such fearsome demons is ample proof of your profound cultivation,
the village chief said with a smile.
What great demon? They're just a bunch of little pests.
Li Mu chuckled awkwardly, turning his gaze backward.
But then it dawned on him.
The so-called great demon wasn't referring to the bee spirit or ant spirit at all, but rather that towering scarecrow that had been hopping along behind them the entire way. Good heavens, as it passed by, all the children scattered far away. Even the male villagers often avoided looking at it.
See?
I told you this was a mistake to disguise yourselves as scarecrows. You started off on the wrong foot from the very beginning. Li Mu grumbled at the scarecrow behind him. Indeed, this scarecrow was disguised from a previous mechanical toy. The reason for this was purely because the consciousness entities had observed their surroundings. They had spotted a scarecrow propped up by the distant field's edge. Li Mu and Xiao Yalan had tried to dissuade them, but they stubbornly insisted on their own way.
This form clearly aligns more closely with the lives of the local residents.
Li Mu, Xiao Yalan, neither of you are natives of this world either.
So the reliability of your advice is questionable.
These were the exact words spoken by the mechanical entity at the time. Alright, now, Li Mu watched the scarecrow hopping about and shook his head. He hoped that after this incident, they would finally understand the saying, ignore the advice of elders, and you'll suffer the consequences. Though to be fair, Li Mu wasn't exactly an elder himself. The point was conveyed, and that was sufficient. Exactly, the message was clear, just like Li Mu's negotiations with the villagers. Despite the process being riddled with misunderstandings, the outcome was nothing short of a happy ending for all.
Chapter 93, Being too sensitive isn't good either.
The matter was resolved smoothly. Since the villagers mistakenly believed Li Mu to be some powerful wizard from afar, he embraced this identity and began mediating the conflict between the villagers and the bee spirit and ant spirit. Under his mediation, both the bee spirit and ant spirit acknowledged that farmland was private human property. They understood they couldn't trespass and destroy it at will, nor could they freely take crops from the fields. On the human side, after hearing the bee spirit and ant spirit promise no further trouble, they agreed to leave surplus food for the ant spirit and plant more locust and peach blossoms to provide winter nectar sources for the bee spirit. The bee spirit and ant spirit were delighted by this, declaring their willingness to befriend humans and assist them in driving away snakes, insects, and rodents, well, except for ants. In short, both sides reached a mutually beneficial agreement. Afterward, Li Mu briefly surveyed the surrounding geography with the villagers and learned that several hundred miles to the north, there indeed existed a dilapidated temple called Lanruo Temple. It was still early spring now, but the movie's plot had already reached midsummer, meaning there were still 2 or 3 months left. Looks like there's still some time before the main quest, Li Mu muttered to himself. Divine Lord, are you leaving? The bee spirit from 8521 flew over and asked sadly.
Big guy, are you heading back already? Where's your home? Is it far from here? The ant spirit princess had overheard the conversation. Li Mu nodded. Yes, very far indeed. I'll be away for a while. During this time, you must get along well with the humans, okay? The ant spirit princess nodded. All right.
I'll work hard on my cultivation during this time, striving to become a demon as soon as possible so you can see me after I grow bigger.
Li Mu nodded. All right. Just focus on your cultivation.
Li Mu gently touched the hair of the ant spirit princess. By the time he returned next, she should have formally ascended to the throne as queen. When it came to cultivation, Li Mu paused in thought. From their earlier conversation, he had gained a general understanding of the transformation process for spirits and creatures in this world.
Ordinary living creatures might transform into spirits. Spirits typically couldn't fully take human form, and their power was extremely limited. After cultivating, spirits could become demons. Demons were far more formidable, capable of taking human form and enchanting all beings.
They also seemed capable of wielding certain divine arts.
What happens when a demon cultivates further? Speaking of cultivation, I have this 100 flowers technique here. I wonder if you could use it. What is the 100 flowers technique? Divine being, I want to see it too.
After a flash of white light, Li Mu and Xiao Yalan returned to the main world together.
Li Mu unlocked his phone and synced the time via the network. Seconds later, the time on his phone suddenly rewound by 4 hours. 5:32 p.m. Less than an hour until we leave. Li Mu tucked his phone away.
He had grown numb to this time shift phenomenon, akin to jet lag.
Xiao Yalan, however, seemed momentarily unsettled, staring blankly for a second. Back in the main world. Wonder what to do now. Li Mu paused.
Xiao Yalan frowned briefly before turning to Li Mu, her face suddenly flushing.
Major, how about we practice together? It's not even dark yet, and you want to practice? It's best while it's still light. During the process, I always end up letting out sounds. Ah. Li Mu nodded.
Yalan, your body has indeed become much more sensitive, making it easier for you to vocalize. But forcing yourself to hold back isn't the solution either. As long as it doesn't disturb the neighbors, it's fine to let out a little sound.
Xiao Yalan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Yalan's tendency to vocalize might be an issue. Maybe we should look into installing soundproofing at home sometime?
Li Mu said as he took off his outer garment.
Xiao Yalan sat down uncomfortably in front of Li Mu. Then, the two began their cultivation practice. Yes, just practicing cultivation, proper cultivation, at that.
Li Mu found an exchange item called 100 Flowers Technique in the system's exchange list. The system description labeled it as a low-tier cultivation technique for Qi cultivators. But for Li Mu and Xiao Yalan, both complete novices in cultivation, distinguishing between high and low tiers was beyond them.
The
room fell silent.
Xiao Yalan's low moans echoed through the room. If overheard by outsiders, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. But Xiao Yalan and Li Mu were truly only cultivating.
After activating the 100 Flowers technique, a vortex of spiritual energy formed around Li Mu and Xiao Yalan, drawing the sparse spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth into the room. Now, the spiritual energy concentration inside the room was several times higher than outside.
Naturally, the amount of spiritual energy Li Mujian and Xiao Yalan could absorb into their bodies increased accordingly.
Li Mu felt fine. The spiritual energy flowing into his body brought only a pleasant sensation.
Xiao Yalan's reaction, however, was much more pronounced.
Her face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, yet she often couldn't suppress the soft moans that escaped her lips.
Major, I can't take it anymore.
Beads of sweat clung to strands of her hair at her temples as she murmured softly, her lips pressed together.
Almost done. I'm nearly finished too. Just hold on a little longer.
After Li Mu completed one final cycle of his cultivation technique, his eyes finally opened. The moment he did, he saw Xiao Yalan's body swaying unsteadily. The next moment, Xiao Yalan's body collapsed onto him.
I'm sorry, Major. I can't get up.
Xiao Yalan's breathing was erratic, her expression still somewhat dazed. Truthfully, at such close quarters, with Xiao Yalan pressed against him, their skin separated only by a few layers of thin fabric.
Li Mu could even catch the faint scent emanating from her body.
As a man, Li Mu hesitated. At this moment, if he mustered the courage, Xiao Yalan had no strength left to resist.
Perhaps she wouldn't resist at all?
After spending several days together, Li Mu could sense that Xiao Yalan had developed a certain trust in him. With that trust as his foundation, if Li Mu dared to push just a little further,
even just a little more, Li Mu tightened his grip on Xiao Yalan's waist, then embraced her, guiding her to the sofa. Watching Xiao Yalan, who still hadn't recovered by this point, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. To be honest, if this situation continued much longer, Li Mu feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. He was just an ordinary man, after all. But why? Li Mu had noticed that whenever she began cultivating, Xiao Yalan's reactions became exceptionally intense and sensitive. Was this really normal? Unfortunately, no one could provide Li Mu with an answer.
In this world, cultivation methods had been lost to history.
The only two practitioners left were Li Mu and Xiao Yalan.
For now, they could only proceed step by step.
Chapter 94, Phase 2 Task.
2 days later, personnel from the military headquarters came to find Li Mu. The matter at hand, of course, concerned the two unwelcome visitors, one plump, one thin, who had destroyed Li Mu that day. As Li Mu had anticipated, the military headquarters had investigated for several days but still hadn't uncovered any useful information. What was certain was that their strength was formidable, likely surpassing everyone in this world. Additionally, they possessed some sort of ability to conceal themselves. Faced with such formidable adversaries, the Dragon Nation's leadership deliberated at length but found no viable solution. In the end, the only outcome was a temporary increase in security around Li Mu's residence.
We're truly sorry, Comrade Li Mu. Despite your immense contributions to the nation, we couldn't even track down 2 assassins. We cannot guarantee your most basic personal safety.
Minister of Military Affairs He Jianyuan said with evident shame.
Li Mu shook his head. It's not your fault. This enemy is truly too unusual. Don't dwell on it.
On the third day, while Li Mu was still having dinner, a system notification suddenly popped up.
The mission has entered its next phase. Phase 2 mission activated. Requirement: ensure Ning Xishan's safety before the final mission. Reward: 1 point added to your score, 1 year added to your lifespan. Li Mu froze for a moment.
The mission in that world progressed as Li Xiao had imagined, advancing to the next stage. But this reward. Seeing the reward was only 1 point, Li Mu almost cursed out loud. But when he saw the additional year of lifespan listed afterward, his eyes widened. System, this +1 lifespan, could it be? Remember, the system had once used Mario's graphics to explain things to Li Mu. So if life -1 meant having 0 lives, then life +1.
It meant gaining an extra life, right? System, I absolutely love you. Such a simple task gets me an extra life, it's totally worth it. Xiao Yalan, busy preparing dinner, noticed Li Mu's delighted expression and asked. Yalan, aren't you thrilled? Once I finish this task, I'll have 2 lives. Xiao Yalan didn't fully grasp the meaning behind Li Mu's words, but seeing him so happy made her happy too. His excitement building, Li Mu immediately contacted the military headquarters, instructing them to prepare heavy weaponry. Meanwhile, Li Mu also reached out to the Special Forces unit. As long as the numbers were sufficient, he didn't care about the Black Mountain Old Demon or any lesser demons, they'd all be wiped out with truth. By noon the next day, Li Mu set out with a fully equipped Special Forces unit and over a dozen missile vehicles. A flash of white light later, Li Mu materialized in an open clearing. Glancing around, he saw people stunned by the spectacle of his teleportation. Monsters appeared. Run for your lives. The monster's going to eat us. Li Mu shouted, we're not monsters. There's no need to fear us like this. A villager-like figure looked at Li Mu and said, you're dressed in strange clothes, and those iron bone machines suddenly appeared in the town. And you say you're not monsters? Iron-framed machines? Li Mu froze for a moment. The so-called strange attire must refer to the standard combat armor worn by Special Forces soldiers. As for the iron bone monsters, he was probably referring to those dozen or so missile vehicles. He understood now. Such a large force appearing in an ancient village was bound to cause massive chaos. Forget it. Think whatever you want. Li Mu decided against explaining further, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Let them say what they will. He was here to complete his mission, why bother with all the trivial details? Major He Xing, Lu Feng, Zhang Chunyu, Bai Hai, Pan Xiangxing, and several other squad leaders from the Special Forces unit turned to look at Li Mu. Li Xiao nodded. Proceed according to the original plan. Thus, the Special Forces unit split into 2 groups. One group began outward reconnaissance, while the other remained stationed near the missile vehicle to guard against unexpected enemies. Naturally, at Li Mu's insistence, the entire operation proceeded with the utmost care to avoid disrupting the local residents' lives. The reconnaissance team avoided disturbing residents whenever possible, while the unit tasked with driving the missile vehicle gradually moved it outside the town. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes, and Li Mu's group withdrew from the town. Human Town? Li Mu glanced up at the sign above his head. This name did not appear in the story of a Chinese ghost story, so the main characters like Yin Xisha were likely not here. Several minutes later, likely seeing that Li Mu's group truly had no hostile intent, the townspeople grew bolder. They began appearing on the streets, curiously peering toward Li Mu's group outside the town. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in coarse cloth approached nervously. I am Zhu Yukuan, the mayor of Human Town. May I ask who you all are? The mayor scrutinized Li Mu, Xiao Yalan, and the others with puzzlement. We're merely travelers passing through. There's no need for concern, Mayor. Li Mu offered a brief explanation, assuring him of their peaceful intentions. With Li Mu's assurance, the mayor relaxed somewhat. May I inquire about the noble knight's name? The mayor bowed solemnly and inquired. Li Mu. Li Mu replied. The mayor flinched, his face stiffening. Wait a moment, he had never heard the name Li Mu before. He glanced at the group of clearly well-trained warriors accompanying Li Mu, then looked again at the iron-boned monster, whose imposing form defied description. Those warriors actually entered the iron-boned monster's mouth without flinching. This leader must be someone truly extraordinary. Only someone possessing immense power could command such absolute confidence. Such a figure would surely be well known wherever he came from. But no matter how hard the town mayor racked his brain, he couldn't recall anyone named Li Mu. Mayor, no need to be so tense. We'll be on our way shortly. Ah, just curious, is Manhwa Temple nearby? Li Mu inquired. The mayor nodded. It's just 10 miles south of the town. But it's in a state of disrepair. What might the master be planning to do there? Li Mu smiled. That's none of your concern. One more thing, is Hajia village nearby? Hajia village? Why do you ask, master? Li Mu's face flushed with embarrassment. Is this town mayor a cop? Why does he have to ask about everything? I visited there recently. Just asking. Never mind if you don't know. Li Mu didn't think much of it. The town mayor, equally perplexed, returned to town. Strange. Why would the Grand Mage ask about Hajia village? Hajia village? Right, several months ago, there were rumors of a great mage visiting Hajia village. Could it be? The mayor froze, then immediately dispatched men to investigate Hajia village. Chapter 95, Detective Li Mu. The town mayor of Yuman immediately dispatched men to inquire at Hajia village. Meanwhile, he sat down with several local gentry to discuss the matter. If this person is indeed the sorcerer who appeared in Hajia village months ago, that would be extraordinary. I hear that sorcerer effortlessly subdued thousands of bee spirits and ant spirits, and was accompanied by a terrifying giant straw demon. His power must be extraordinary. Living creatures are most likely to become spirits or demons, followed by plants and trees. But a straw doll is neither plant nor creature. Could it truly become a demon? All this is mere rumor.
Besides, this Master Li Mu might not even be the same sorcerer who appeared in Hajia village back then. Even if he isn't, look at his followers, over a dozen iron-bone demons. Their cultivation and magical prowess might even surpass that sorcerer's. Hajia village wasn't far from Yumen town, less than 2 or 3 hours' journey. Soon, the men dispatched from Yumen town returned. Well, what did the villagers of Hajia village say? Mayor, the villagers said they didn't know the master's name that day either. So they sent members who saw his face back then to identify him. Oh, very well. Where are they? The town mayor looked back in confusion. Where were the people from Hajia village? Mayor, they're right here. The town mayor turned around and looked at the members from Hajia village who had come for the identification. He was startled. Mayor, don't be afraid. They won't harm anyone. Li Mu stood outside Yumen town. Behind him, the Special Forces unit had already set up a simple camp, ready to camp at any moment. By now, the sky had begun to darken. Li Mu shook his head. The Special Forces sent out to gather intelligence had not yet returned. It seemed they would be spending the night outdoors. Just as he was thinking this, the town mayor suddenly returned, accompanied by several townspeople. Accompanying them were several familiar faces. Hey, divine being. Big guy, it really is you. What took you so long? And who else? Nearly 100 bee spirits and ant spirits. What brings you all here? Seeing the familiar face of Li Mu, the town mayor was taken aback. Before Li Mu could speak, the town mayor enthusiastically grasped his hand. We're truly sorry for arriving so late. How could we possibly let a great wizard like you endure the elements? Please stay within the town for lodging. Li Mu Bai shot the fellow a withering glance. This fellow must have heard about Li Mu's deeds in Hajia village and realized they weren't villains, so he came to curry favor. Still, Li Mu chose to settle within the town. After all, the insects outside were truly enormous. Whether it was Li Mu's imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that the insects in this world seemed far more formidable than those in the main world. Li Mu was fine, but the Special Forces soldiers had already developed welts from the bites. Xiao Yalan, however, remained unscathed for reasons unknown. Upon arriving in town, Li Mu was indeed greeted with a warm welcome from the entire townspeople. Of course, they wouldn't be so kind to outsiders for no reason. There was a clear motive behind it all. Facing their request, Li Mu didn't refuse outright. Entering the scene immediately was Detective Li Mu. First examine the footprints at the crime scene. They extend to this point. But they vanish here. Now look at those marks over their multiple chaotic scratches. It's definitely the centipede spirit. Li Mu smiled as he pointed to the marks on the back wall of the courtyard. Oh. The town mayor and the courtyard's owner wore expressions of utter astonishment. Master, you're truly remarkable. To identify the culprit so swiftly. Li Mu smiled faintly and waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. It wasn't difficult to find, you were simply too anxious to connect the clues. Li Mu said with a hint of self-importance. The master truly is a master so impressive. Spread the word quickly, go hunt down that spirit-possessed centipede. The town mayor and the courtyard's owner were both overjoyed, showering Li Mu with flattery. Was Li Mu the type to enjoy flattery? Yes. Amidst the waves of flattery, he felt a bit giddy. He glanced down at the note Bai Hai handed him once more, then his expression froze. Correction, not a centipede, but a millipede. The town mayor and the courtyard's owner both froze. Haha, centipedes and millipedes are pretty much the same anyway, 1,000 legs, 100 legs, it's all the same, all the same. The town mayor chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, pretty much the same, Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. Damn it, I should have looked more carefully earlier. I almost pinned the blame on a centipede. Truth be told, Li Mu had been largely useless during this investigation. The real work was done by the Special Forces tech squad that had followed him, bustling about the courtyard. They gathered evidence on various criminal suspects within the courtyard, then used modern technology to examine traces, patterns, hair, and a series of other information. Ultimately, they could often narrow the target species' identity down to an extremely specific range. Such methods were beyond the comprehension of the locals, which is why Li Mu had to play the role of the brilliant, meticulous detective. Within 3 days, numerous similar cases emerged. This world was home to numerous spirits and supernatural beings. Compared to demons, their powers were not particularly formidable, and they usually possessed only 1 or 2 abilities. Yet human ignorance of these creatures left countless incidents unsolved. Li Mu's arrival here was like the sudden emergence of a modern-day Judge Bao. No matter how bizarre or unsolved the case, Li Mu could swiftly reach a conclusion. Well, in most cases, he achieved these results by utilizing modern forensic tools. Li Mu was essentially a tool. Nevertheless, the outcome speaks for itself. Within a short time, Li Mu had amassed immense prestige in Yumen Town. This popularity extended to all the Special Forces members, who were also warmly welcomed. Beyond solving cases, Li Mu also served as an arbitrator. He primarily mediated between humans and spirits who had already identified their opposing parties, offering simple coordination and arbitration. Before becoming spirits, these supernatural beings couldn't speak at all. As living creatures, they followed their own rules of conduct. Li Mu's role was to explain the rules and customs of the human world to them. These conflicts were generally minor in nature.
They usually involve spirits stealing something or engaging in strange behavior that disturbs humans.
After a simple explanation, they usually agree to change their previous behavior and apologize to the humans. In practice, this step was mostly handled by the bee spirit and ant spirit. Being spirits themselves, they understood the creature's mindset better and could persuade them with just a few words. Master Li Mu, you truly are the righteous judge of our human town.
The town mayor knelt before Li Mu.
You flatter me. I'm merely a figurehead, the real work isn't done by me.
Chapter 96, Why come to me when you should be focusing on the main quest?
Within a few days, Li Mu and his companions had resolved nearly all the unsolved cases in human town, cases that had lingered for 3 to 5 years, or even a decade. Though Li Mu mostly served as a figurehead in most cases, this did little to hinder his reputation as a great mage from rapidly spreading throughout the region. Originally, Li Mu hadn't paid much attention to this matter until a man with a bushy beard and sharp, piercing eyes appeared before Li Mu.
Li Mu froze.
The man looked exactly like Zhong Kuei, the mythical demon slayer from temples, incarnated in the mortal world.
This immediately gave Li Mu an ominous feeling. Could this guy be? HM? Are you Li Mu?
The burly man addressed Li Mu with a hint of rudeness in his tone.
Yes? What do you need? Li Mu panicked. He didn't know anyone in this world.
The burly man didn't speak, instead sizing Li Mu up.
For some reason, Li Mu sensed a considerable aura emanating from him.
This aura was somewhat similar to that of the 2 unknown individuals who had barged into his home back then. Yet it also seemed different.
Judging by your aura, you're merely at the initial stage of chi cultivation?
The burly man's face clearly showed confusion.
Ha!
Li Mu was puzzled at first, but then suddenly remembered the half-pill he had consumed not long ago.
Its name was precisely chi cultivation pill. So, did that mean he was halfway through chi cultivation?
Well, I suppose so, Li Mu replied with an awkward smile.
May I ask your name, sir?
My surname is Yan, and my courtesy name is Qixia. The burly man replied.
Smack! Li Mu slapped his forehead.
Yan Qixia, of course.
Aren't you a major character in the story? Shouldn't you be drinking with Ning Kaichen right now? Why are you here?
Li Mu looked up at the sky. Dark clouds hung overhead, threatening rain. According to the original storyline, this should be the scene where Ning Kaichen goes out to collect debts and encounters Yan Qixia.
What was going on now? It seemed his presence had disrupted the storyline.
Without Yan Qixia's magical artifact to protect him, poor Ning Kaichen he'd be killed by demons in no time. Li Mu was racking his brain, while Yan Qixia watched his movements with puzzlement, unable to fathom why this man reacted this way upon hearing his name.
Your reputation precedes you.
I'd assumed you were some formidable fellow practitioner, but now it seems you're merely a mortal with a few minor spells.
Young man, I advise you to be more discreet.
In this world, drawing too much attention only invites misfortune, as if demons and monsters were knocking at your door. Yan Qixia advised, his gaze fixed on Li Mu. Li Mu grabbed the front of his robe.
Yan Qixia! Yan Qixia! Why abandon your main quest and come messing with me? Li Mu's sudden action made Yan Qixia's eyebrows shoot up.
He tried to pull Li Mu's hand off his clothes, only to discover that Li Mu possessed considerable strength. He couldn't budge him. He froze.
Was this level of strength truly befitting someone at the early stage of chi cultivation? Moreover, Li Mu's words left him utterly baffled. Main quest? What main quest? Yan Qixia asked.
Li Mu had already grabbed him by the collar.
Just then, an armored vehicle pulled up beside them. With a mighty heave, Li Mu tossed Yan Qixia inside.
Ha! The sudden appearance of the armored vehicle startled Yan Qixia. Though he'd seen his share of strange things, he'd never encountered anything quite like this. Moreover, the attire worn by the person inside the vehicle was also quite peculiar, something he had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, Li Mu's own attire seemed far from ordinary as well. It was only because Li Mu himself looked ordinary that he had overlooked it earlier.
Who exactly are you? Yan Qixia's expression turned stern, his aura shifting dramatically. Hum.
A sword's hum filled the air as a treasure blade flew into his hand. Li Mu had been talking to the armored vehicle driver the entire time and hadn't turned around.
Li Mu! Yan Qixia grew impatient.
This peculiar vehicle was already accelerating rapidly, and he had no idea where it was taking him. Just as he was about to erupt, he suddenly noticed a broad-bladed sword of azure hue materialize in Li Mu's grasp.
A peculiar crimson pattern traced the blade's spine, and the entire sword radiated an extraordinary aura.
Ha! Yan Qixia froze. Put that sword away. I didn't bring you here to fight. Li Mu turned his head, his expression stern.
Are you threatening me?
Yan Qixia's beard bristled with fury, his overwhelming presence making even the nearby Special Forces driver feel inexplicably stiff and restricted in his movements. Li Mu turned back, his face filled with helplessness.
Brother, my brother. At a time like this, you really shouldn't be putting on airs. If we wait any longer, Ning Kaichen will be sucked dry.
Yan Shishia's aura weakened considerably, allowing the special forces driver beside him to breathe a sigh of relief. He pushed the vehicle to its maximum speed, heading toward the predetermined destination.
Yan Shixia sheathed the Xian Yuan sword and sat down. The moment he sat down, he was startled once more. This time, however, it wasn't anger. Instead, he discovered the seat cushion was incredibly comfortable. Even cushions purchased at great expense by nobles and aristocrats likely couldn't compare to this one. Upon closer inspection, everything inside the carriage was novel and intriguing.
Li Mu, just who was this man? Only after seeing Yan Shixia calm down did Li Mu breathe a sigh of relief. He sheathed the blood spirit sword and retrieved a can of chilled snowflake beer from his storage space, handing it to Yan Shixia.
Ha! What is this?
Yan Shixia froze in surprise. He hadn't seen Li Mu use any magic at all, yet this strange can had appeared in his hand. As soon as he took it, he felt how icy cold the can was.
Li Mu produced a chilled can of red-capped cola and demonstrated how to open it.
Yan Shixia instantly grasped how to open it. Pop! The chilled snowflake opened, releasing an immediate wave of a unique, refreshing aroma. He'd never smelled anything like it before. It seemed to be alcohol. He took a small sip, and his previously stern, almost intimidating face instantly softened into an expression of pure delight.
Good stuff.
Yan Shixia broke into a smile. With that smile, his initial impression resembling the demon slayer Zhong Kuei vanished. In this moment, he was nothing more than a drunken fool.
Li Mu smiled faintly. It seemed revisiting those childhood classic TV dramas at the last minute had been the right call. This fellow was easy to deal with once he had a drink. Otherwise, why would he give away his precious self-defense artifact to a mere retainer?
Ah, brother Li, where did you get this wine? I've never tasted such a clear drink.
It doesn't intoxicate, yet it's full of flavor.
Li Mu chuckled. With a flick of his thoughts, more bottles appeared. Some were red, some white, some came in aluminum cans, others in glass bottles sealed with oak stoppers.
Chapter 97, The Ant Spirit Queen's Path to Demonic Transformation.
What a thrill, brother Li.
Meeting you today feels like we were meant to meet long ago. Why don't we become sworn brothers?
Yan Shixia, already slightly tipsy, wore a dazed smile as he slung his arm around Li Mu's shoulder.
Sure enough, with alcohol involved, this fellow became remarkably easygoing. Li Mu shook his head, clinking his can of cola against Yan Shixia's wine bottle. Though he looked intimidating, this guy was actually quite easy to placate. In fact, Li Mu now felt he was being too easygoing.
He was already pulling Li Mu close, insisting they become sworn brothers. Brother Yan, you're over 150 years old.
Swearing brotherhood with me? That's a generation gap too wide.
Though Yan Shixia's face was flushed with drink, he still startled at the remark.
Li Mu's cultivation realm didn't seem particularly high, yet he knew an astonishing amount. And judging by his strength, it was hard to say. Earlier, Yan Shixia hadn't taken Li Mu's strength seriously.
Yet when Li Mu had grabbed his collar earlier, Yan had found himself unable to pry the young man's hands loose. Though he hadn't exerted full strength then, the force was still considerable.
Seems you know quite a lot. Spill it. What exactly are we going to do this time?
Yan Shixia had calmed considerably. Rescue someone, Li Mu stated flatly.
Rescue someone?
Yan Shixia frowned.
Who? Surely not Ning Kaichen, the one you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Li Mu nodded.
The Special Forces unit had already located the site of Lanrua Temple.
Following Li Mu's instructions, they hadn't approached too closely, merely marking the location.
Now, Li Mu was speeding toward the marked point. A torrential downpour had begun in the sky, turning the roads muddy and treacherous.
Looking out the car window, everything was blurred.
This rain is really coming down hard, Li Mu remarked, gazing out the window. The rain made the road slippery, significantly slowing the armored vehicle's progress.
Woo! Inside the vehicle, the Ant Queen sat upright on the dashboard.
Yes, at this moment, she had formally transitioned from princess to queen. Li Mu could see the crown atop her head had transformed from its previous blurry, translucent state into its complete form.
Yet this appearance struck Li Mu as oddly unnatural.
He remembered her being quite lively before, so why did becoming queen make her personality grow so solemn?
Ant Spirit Queen, what's wrong?
Li Mu noticed the Ant Spirit Queen seemed off, and the other tiny ant spirits beside her were the same. They sat perfectly still, but upon closer inspection, every single one, no, every ant spirit's body was trembling.
Could they be sick? Why? I really want to move. The Queen Ant Spirit cried out. Ha! Li Mu froze. I want to move, I want to move.
The Ant Spirit Queen suddenly seemed to give up, playing with the dashboard like a child.
One ant spirit acting up was manageable, but if a whole bunch of them gave up. I really want to move, I really want to move. Moving, moving, moving.
Suddenly, the car was filled only with their chattering voices. Rain falls, ants move house.
Seems that impulse remains even after becoming spirits.
Yan Shixia crossed his arms and interjected.
Li Mu shook his head. It seemed like biological instinct was causing their restlessness. Well, if it's biological instinct causing it, then using biological instinct should solve it, right?
Li Mu retrieved a bag of candies from his storage space and tossed it to them. Sure enough, the candy successfully calmed their restlessness. A cluster of miniature figures clad in limited armor now sat obediently above the dashboard, munching on the sweets. Yan Qixia, standing nearby, had been observing Li Mu the entire time. Young man, is this how you usually subdue these little spirits? Yan Qixia inquired. Pretty much. Li Mu nodded. He almost added, aren't you doing the same thing? But he thought better of it. Yan Qixia was a man of genuine power. If he truly got angry, Li Mu wasn't sure he could handle it. How peculiar. Everyone in this world fears demons and spirits, yet you show no fear at all? Yan Qixia inquired. What's there to be afraid of? Li Mu shrugged. After all, these little creatures look like nothing more than miniature people. It was hard to equate them with the ghosts and monsters he imagined. Yan Qixia pressed further. You truly aren't afraid? Li Mu shook his head. Not afraid. Ha ha. For some reason, Yan Qixia burst into laughter. Pointing at Li Mu, he said slowly, you're a strange one. Li Mu shot him a withering look. I'm not the one you should be calling strange. If anyone was strange, Yan Qixia was the 100% weird one. But perhaps it's for the best. I've never seen humans and spirits coexist so harmoniously. Perhaps this is also a kind of divine order. Li Mu stared at him in confusion. What did this have to do with divine will? Little ones are just little ones. As for other demons and monsters, well, that depends on the situation. Li Mu wasn't exactly the type to love everything in the world like a motherly figure. Young friend, no need to look so displeased. I meant no mockery. It's just amusing to see you all coexisting so harmoniously. Though it's only a spirit creature now, once this ant spirit becomes a demon, I wonder if you'll still get along so well? Ha! Li Mu froze. Who's going to become a demon? Horror. Yan Qixia pointed at the ant spirit queen, who was grinning foolishly while munching on sugar cubes. Ha! Her cultivation aura is steady. Perhaps within a year or two, she could refine a demon core. Ha! Li Mu gasped, turning to look at the ant spirit queen. She had overheard Yan Qixia's words. After a moment of surprise, she smiled. Wonderful. Big guy, once I become a demon, we'll have a baby. The ant demon queen leapt onto Li Mu's shoulder and began nuzzling him with her face. Ha! Yan Qixia froze. Ha! Li Mu was equally stunned. Young man, you. Yan Qixia looked at Li Mu, hesitating to speak. You, this. Ah. No, I'm not. I didn't do anything. Li Mu looked utterly innocent. Yan Qixia's expression clearly labeled him as a pervert. Big guy, no need to be shy. Didn't we agree on this earlier? Ah, it happened so fast. I thought it would take a while longer to become a demon. All that hard training paid off. The ant demon queen's face flushed with embarrassment. Li Mu, however, felt like crying. When did he agree to this? Ah. Li Mu suddenly recalled vaguely agreeing to it earlier, but he never imagined the ant spirit could actually become a demon. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Just as Li Mu was at a loss, a green figure darted out from the headlights of the armored vehicle. Chapter 98, Encountering Ning Kaichen. Ah! The figure that had suddenly appeared ahead didn't flee upon seeing the armored vehicle. Instead, it let out a cry. Li Mu felt an urge to leap out and kick the person aside. The Special Forces driver inside the vehicle hadn't anticipated anyone suddenly darting out either, momentarily frozen in shock as the massive armored vehicle bore down on the figure. At the last moment, Li Mu yanked the steering wheel, forcing the vehicle into a sharp, wide turn. On the muddy road surface, the vehicle immediately began to drift and lose balance. Fortunately, the vehicle ultimately skimmed past the man's clothing. The price paid, however, was the armored vehicle tumbling uncontrollably to one side. Jump out! Inside the vehicle, Li Mu, Yan Qixia, and the Special Forces driver, all possessing considerable agility, leapt out before the vehicle fully tipped over. The ant demons, being small in stature, could easily grab hold of the men's clothing. As for the vehicle itself, it slid away, finally rolling over a slope and coasting off into the distance. Li Mu watched the armored vehicle vanish from sight, his brow furrowing. Turning his head, he spotted the scholar passing by, clutching his head. The guy was still shouting. Hey! Li Mu had just flipped his vehicle. He wasn't in the mood for anything else right now. He walked over and kicked the scholar squarely in the rear. What the hell are you yelling about? You're not in any damn danger, but I just lost an armored vehicle. The scholar staggered to his feet after the kick. He glanced at Li Mu, then at Yan Qixia and the Special Forces soldier beside him, still shaken. It took a full half-minute before his breathing finally steadied. Gentlemen, I apologize for the earlier scene, the scholar said, bowing his hands. Laugh my ass off? I just lost an entire armored vehicle. Is that funny? Li Mu stepped forward and delivered another kick to the rear. The scholar, kicked once more, flashed a look of defiance, as if ready for a fight. But when he caught sight of the imposing figure behind him, Yan Qixia, whose appearance resembled Zhong Kuei, he dared not raise his voice. Not funny at all, he said, his face twisted in a grimace.
Li Mu looked at him and asked, "What's your name?"
The scholar shifted back 2 steps evasively. This humble scholar's surname is Ning, and my courtesy name is. Before he could finish, Li Mu cut him off.
Kai Chen? Ha?
The scholar looked up, staring at Li Mu in confusion.
How do you know my name?
After confirming the man's identity, Li Mu's anger flared even more, and he delivered another kick to the man's backside.
Ah! Ning Kaichen winced in pain, turning to glare at Li Mu. He wanted to explode, but dared not. It was simple.
Just moments ago, Li Mu had been several steps away, yet in the blink of an eye, he'd appeared beside him and delivered that kick. With such agility, even without Yan Qixia's assistance, facing a weak scholar like him would be a piece of cake. Ah! Li Mu knew that getting angry at Ning Kaichen at this moment would accomplish nothing. At this moment, Ning Kaichen hadn't encountered Yan Qixia beforehand and was unaware of the dangers at Lanrua Temple. What should he do? Yan Qixia looked at Li Mu, then at Ning Kaichen. This scholar was actually named Ning Kaichen. He grabbed Li Mu's arm and demanded, "Young man, why are you bullying this scholar? Has he done something truly heinous?" Li Mu shook his head. "He hasn't. I just lost my cart and took my anger out on him." Li Mu's sincere answer left Yan Qixia utterly flummoxed. Was this fellow really this straightforward? Suddenly, a demonic wind swept through, and Yan Qixia's expression turned grave. "Young man," he called out to Li Mu. I know. The path outside has vanished, right?" Li Mu replied calmly. Yan Qixia looked slightly surprised but nodded nonetheless. "Looks like the plotline has reconnected." Li Mu hesitated, glancing behind him. He could sense something behind them had already sealed off all retreat routes. Even if they turned back now, even with Yan Qixia present, finding an escape route would be no easy feat. In the story, the Black Mountain Demon was exceptionally formidable at night, virtually invincible. Retreating now would surely lead them straight into the Black Mountain Demon's ambush. But advancing forward, perhaps that was the path to survival? Li Mu pulled Ning Kaichen, who still looked utterly bewildered, closer and motioned for Yan Qixia to come nearer. Then, Li Mu briefly recounted the subsequent plot developments to the two of them. "Ha? There's a soul-stealing female ghost inside the Lanrua temple?" Ning Kaichen stammered timidly, his body already trembling. "I see." After learning the plot development, Yan Qixia also understood why Li Mu was so furious with this guy. If he were in Li Mu's shoes, he'd want to give this guy a good thrashing too. In a sense, this guy was a real troublemaker. Had he heeded Yan Qixia's warning at the beginning of the story and avoided the Lanrua temple, so many innocent people wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Given the situation, the safest course now is actually to head to that Lanrua temple haunted by the female ghost. As long as nothing happens before dawn tomorrow, we can avoid a direct confrontation with that 1,000-year-old demon. Yan Qixia nodded, his analysis clear. Li Mu looked at Yan Qixia with some surprise. "What is it, young man? Why are you staring at me like that?" Yan Qixia frowned, feeling uncomfortable under Li Mu's gaze. "Nothing. I just thought you were a hot-headed brute who only knew how to rage, but it seems you also know how to avoid danger and seek advantage," Li Mu remarked. Hearing Li Mu's words, Yan Qixia felt a twinge of displeasure. But upon reflection, if Li Mu hadn't informed him of the plot's development, based on his usual approach, he would likely have charged headlong into danger. Had he done so, even with his formidable magical prowess, he would have struggled to escape unscathed. After making their arrangements, Li Mu, Ning Kaichen, and Yan Qixia proceeded together into the Lanrua temple. As for the ant demon and that special forces pilot? The special forces soldier's abilities were limited, and he would face danger in such a situation. As for the ant queen and her ants, their demonic aura might provoke the Black Mountain Old Demoness into action. Therefore, Yan Qixia directly used his bag of infinite space to seal them away, intending to release them at a more opportune moment. Li Mu, Ning Kaichen, Yan Qixia, and their group had arrived at the temple's entrance. It was a sizable temple, likely housing over 100 rooms. Its lintel was dilapidated, the wooden pillars already rotted. Thick cobwebs hung everywhere inside and out, yet not a single spider could be seen guarding its web. Instead, the webs held only fallen leaves, dust, and twigs. Whoosh, whoosh. An eerie wind whistled through the air. Eerie winds swirled. This place must be teeming with demons. Yan Qixia's expression grew solemn as he spoke slowly. "MHM." Li Mu nodded. Their actions felt like walking into a trap. Chapter 99, I saw nothing. Let's go. Even though Yan Qixian had warned that the demonic energy inside was thick and the dangers numerous. But knowing the plot, he understood this place was actually the safest. As long as they behaved normally and avoided any reckless actions, the Black Mountain Demon should not reveal itself directly. Of course, they also had to resist the female ghost's seduction. If they could hold out until dawn, they would gain the absolute upper hand. As for that, Li Mu had no worries about Yan Qixian. First, he possessed formidable abilities. Second, with his appearance, even the most terrifying female ghost wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Before entering the temple, Li Mu repeatedly cautioned Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen nodded repeatedly, vowing he would resist the temptation.
Then, the three stepped forward and entered the temple.
But with that single step, Li Mu suddenly realized that Ning Kaichen and Yin Qixia had vanished from his surroundings. Now, in the pitch-black courtyard, only Li Mu remained. A chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down Li Mu's spine. From within the temple, eerie sounds echoed faintly. He couldn't tell if these sounds were coming from Ning Kaichen and Yin Qixia, who had been teleported separately, or if they were being produced by the demons within. Holy! Li Mu was startled. In this atmosphere, even he felt a tinge of fear.
TV dramas never featured this kind of split transmission. What the hell was going on? Was it simply not depicted in the TV series, or had his intervention caused the plot to diverge into a different timeline?
Li Mu, pull yourself together. There's nothing to be afraid of.
You've seen the plot unfold, what's there to fear?
Li Mu began to psych himself up. Although his strength had grown significantly compared to before, mentally, he was still just an ordinary person. Eerie winds howled, and terrifying sounds echoed from every room. Under these circumstances, Li Mu's courage to step inside was already remarkable.
Upon entering a room, Li Mu surveyed his surroundings.
All he saw were dilapidated wooden windows and doors.
Both doors and windows were sealed with paper. The paper was visibly worn and tattered, riddled with countless holes. The room wasn't overly dark.
Though there was no light source within, faint, flickering beams of light seeped through the paper doors and windows. They seemed to be flickering candles.
Ning Kaichen! Yin Qixia! Li Mu shouted.
Yet, aside from the eerie whistling sounds, Li Mu heard no response. Before entering the Lanruo temple, Li Mu, Ning Kaichen, and Yin Qixia had made an agreement. If they became separated, Ning Kaichen would remain where he was, calling for help or leaving a message.
Li Mu and Yin Qixia would then search for his whereabouts. Ning Kaichen! Li Mu retrieved a flashlight from his storage space and began searching room by room.
Creak! Li Mu opened the door to a pitch-black room, sweeping the flashlight across the interior.
In an instant, goosebumps rose all over Li Mu's body. Yet he remained as calm as ever. Ah, no one here. Let's keep looking. Li Mu spun around quickly and shut the door. After closing the door, a faint sound of something wriggling came from within the room.
Though the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he desperately wanted to bolt, he forced his legs to stay steady, maintaining his original pace step by step.
He couldn't let the ghosts within Lanruo Temple detect anything unusual. That was terrifying. That thing in the human's hand is truly formidable.
I thought I'd been discovered. A sinister voice echoed from within the room. No idea what that thing was, but he was so distracted just swept past without a second glance. He does have some magical power, but only a little.
He's not much stronger than an ordinary person.
And his yang energy is weak.
Even if we captured him, Grandma wouldn't be pleased. That human is nothing special. No need to intervene. The demons whispered behind Li Mu's back. Little did they know, Li Mu could faintly hear fragments of their conversation. After undergoing the baptism of the body tempering potion, his senses had become heightened. The flashlight swept hurriedly across the area. While an ordinary person might not see clearly, Li Mu's keen eyes were sufficient to capture every useful detail. Though Li Mu overheard many voices expressing contempt for him, this worked to his advantage. As long as he didn't draw their attention, they would be safer. Yet why were Li Mu's eyes suddenly stinging? Damn it, where is my yang energy weak? It's always been like this, where's it weakening? You monsters, stop talking nonsense, okay? Yang energy has always been linked to a man's virility, and Li Mu was just an ordinary man.
Ah, an ordinary man and his fragile pride.
The flashlight swept hastily across the room, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Li Mu was about to leave. Thud! Something fell to the floor.
Li Mu shone the flashlight over it was a copper basin that had fallen to the floor. Creak, creak, creak.
A creepy sound emanated from the wooden cabinet near the basin.
Li Mu slowly approached the sound. The cabinet began to tremble, its corners swaying as if something lurked within, waiting for the unsuspecting to draw near. Li Mu was startled at first.
No, don't eat me. I don't have much meat on me.
A low voice murmured.
Li Mu instantly understood what precious item lay within the cabinet. The cabinet, the precious thing. Ha! Li Mu chuckled at his own joke and reached out to open the cabinet. Ning Kaichen, stop fooling around.
The next moment, Li Mu saw a withered shadow staring at him with a single eye.
That wasn't Ning Kaichen at all.
The shadow was incredibly emaciated, resembling a child, its body thin and gaunt from head to toe. Within that single eye was a single pupil, trembling wildly with panic.
Ah, not here then.
Li Mu chuckled as if nothing had happened, then quietly closed the cabinet door. He stepped back, closing the door behind him.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. Li Mu's entire body trembled. What the hell was in that cabinet? Human remains with chunks of flesh and bone gnawed away? Li Mu dared not confirm it.
One thing was certain, whatever was inside that cabinet hadn't followed him. Li Mu stood frozen in place for a full 5 or 6 minutes, gathering his nerves before setting off once more. In the next room, the moment Li Mu opened the door, Ning Kaichen was sitting inside.
Ah, Li Mu, you're here. I've been waiting for you for ages.
Ning Kaichen flashed a delighted smile and started to walk over.
But Li Mu held out his hand, signaling him to stop. Are you really Ning Kaichen? Li Mu asked. Ha? Of course I'm Ning Kaichen.
This time, Li Mu observed him for a long while before finally relaxing his guard.
Chapter 100, is your name Xiao Qian?
Li Mu performed a full examination of Ning Kaichen right there on the spot. He tapped his knee to check the knee-jerk reflex, shining a flashlight into his eyes to check pupil constriction,
checking his breathing and heartbeat.
After completing all these examinations, Li Mu could finally confidently conclude. The creature before him was 99% human.
Brother Li, what's gotten into you? Why are you so flustered? Did something happen? Ning Kaichen asked in confusion.
This guy, this infuriating way of speaking. Li Mu was now 100% certain this was Ning Kaichen himself.
Have you been here all along? Li Mu inquired. Yes. Wasn't that what Brother Li instructed? Once we split up, don't wander off. Stay put and wait. Ning Kaichen replied. Li Mu nodded. And you haven't encountered anything unusual?
Ning Kaichen looked puzzled.
Nothing at all. The room was completely empty. Li Mu felt a bit annoyed.
While it was good that Ning Kaichen hadn't encountered any trouble,
why was he the only one scared half to death? He pulled out his phone and checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Dawn was still about 8 hours away. He stepped out of the room and scanned the area. Naturally, he still couldn't see Yan Qixia anywhere.
He called out twice, but there was no response.
What the hell is Yan Qixia doing? How can he be slower than me? Forget it.
Li Mu returned to the room. As long as they could hold out for 8 hours, the initiative would be back in their hands. Inside the room, Li Mu retrieved 2 thick craft paper bags from his storage space. These were field rations used by the Dragon Nation's special forces. Li Mu tore open one of the bags, pulling out a metal sheet. He bent it along the creases a few times, forming a simple, compact stove. The fuel was a small solid alcohol block. Ning Kaichen watched Li Mu pull out these strange items and curiously gathered around.
What peculiar things, Brother Li? How is this metal made so thin? Ning Kaichen inquired. Simple. Big machines. Li Mu gestured. Clang. It was crushed into this shape in an instant.
Hearing Li Mu's description, Ning Kaichen was stunned. He had never heard of such a manufacturing method before.
Weren't iron objects like these supposed to be forged by blacksmiths, hammering away stroke after stroke? He reached out, wanting to touch the metal. With metal this thin, aren't you afraid it'll melt? Ning Kaichen inquired. Li Mu replied, no, it won't. This stuff has a very high melting point.
By now, Li Mu had begun unpacking the various bundles and packets from the 2 sacks of field rations. Here, take this. Li Mu handed Ning Kaichen the chocolate energy bars that could be eaten immediately. The remaining canned braised pork was placed on the solid alcohol stove to heat up. Soon, the aroma of savory meat wafted through the air. There's actually something this convenient. Ning Kaichen stared wide-eyed. Li Mu glanced at him and said, this little stove takes a few minutes to heat up. You should eat what you have in your hands first.
Ha?
Ning Kaichen froze, staring at the dark brown object in his hand.
Is this even edible? Li Mu shot him a look. If it wasn't edible, why would I give it to you?
Ning Kaichen sniffed the chocolate bar and was immediately hit by a rich, intense aroma. He couldn't describe it. Never before had he encountered such a unique scent. Yet it undeniably stirred his appetite. He tentatively took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up with delight.
It's an absolutely incredible taste. Brother Li, how on earth is this thing made? Ning Kaichen looked at Li Mu with genuine curiosity.
Li Mu shrugged.
It wouldn't do you any good to tell you. The ingredients for this aren't even found in Asia. Ning Kaichen frowned in confusion. Asia, you mean the land beneath our feet? If not here, then where?
On the other side of the Earth.
Earth?
What is Earth? Li Mu was growing increasingly exasperated as he fielded questions from Ning Kaichen, who had transformed into a curious child. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, he ran out of things to say. The Dragon Nation's individual field rations might not look like much, but they were designed for soldiers with explosive physical demands. Ning Kaichen wasn't heavy to begin with, and after eating most of the bag, he was suddenly stuffed. Phew, finally shut up, Li Mu shook his head. With Ning Kaichen's chatter silenced, an eerie stillness settled over the surroundings. The howling wind was unsettling. Li Mu propped his chin on his arm and glanced at his phone. 2 hours had passed and dawn was still 6 hours away. Just then, Li Mu suddenly sensed the eerie atmosphere around him grow even heavier. Simultaneously, a flickering light moved outside, as if someone were approaching with a candlestick.
Knock, knock.
A soft knock sounded at the door.
Is anyone inside?
I, a young girl, lost my way in the woods and ended up entering this temple.
I hope whoever is inside won't blame me.
It was a clear, melodious female voice, enchanting enough to steal one's soul. Her shadow fell upon the door, revealing her graceful figure. The light source was close, casting faint shadows on her garments. The outline on the paper door revealed her figure with startling clarity. Li Mu gazed at the shadow and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. What kind of enchanting beauty could possibly belong to this shadow? Here she comes. Li Mu murmured softly. It was Xiao Qian, the female ghost, approaching. Li Mu smiled but offered no reply. Let her linger outside a little longer. Miss, I'll open the door for you right away. Yet, despite all his careful planning, Li Mu hadn't anticipated a pig teammate emerging right beside him. After Li Mu had explained the plot to him, Ning Kaichen actually went and opened the door for her. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a slender woman carrying a candlestick. It must be said, as the lead in a classic childhood TV drama, her face alone was enough to captivate 99% of men. Had Li Mu not known beforehand that she was a malevolent female ghost, he might have fallen for her charms too. Ning Kaichen. Li Mu pinched him hard. Ow! Ning Kaichen winced in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. You idiot! Did you get your head stuck in a door? How could you let a female ghost inside? Li Mu lowered his voice, his tone dripping with resentment. Ha! But Auntie has a shadow, right? Ning Kaichen looked utterly innocent. Where the hell did you hear female ghosts don't cast shadows? You really think you're going to live forever, don't you? Li Mu glared at him fiercely. Then he turned his gaze to the woman who had just entered and asked. May I ask if your name is Xiao Qian, young lady? Chapter 101, Two Curious Souls. Hearing Li Mu call her name, the woman paused in surprise. But by then, the door had opened and she slowly stepped inside. Creak! The door swayed in the breeze, closing softly yet still emitting a faint sound from the gentle wind outside. Young master, how did you know my daughter's name? The woman inquired. I just guessed, Li Mu replied coldly. Guessed? That seems a bit too coincidental, the woman murmured softly. I could just as easily have guessed your surname as Nia. Li Mu retorted. Ha! Nia Xiaoqian panicked, nearly dropping the candle lamp from her hands. Young master, who might you be? How did you know my name? Nia Xiaoqian's voice was soft and gentle, sounding almost pitiful. Her every movement and expression seemed designed to stir a man's protective instincts. Add to that her undeniably striking beauty. Honestly, if Li Mu hadn't known the story, encountering such a woman suddenly might have truly deceived him. Or rather, even now, as Li Mu stared at her, he felt a strange tingle. His earlier resolve began to waver. Was this the allure of the female lead? Li Mu simply closed his eyes and stopped speaking to Nia Xiaoqian. Nia Xiaoqian, seeing his reaction, furrowed her brows slightly. Miss, please sit down first. There are still some leftovers from our meal earlier. If you don't mind, please help yourself. Ning Kaichen spoke warmly, leaning closer as he placed each dish before Nia Xiaoqian. Ning Kaichen, you rascal. Li Mu shot him a glare. Ning Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly before he immediately sat back down. He looked at Li Mu and Nia Xiaoqian, feeling somewhat at a loss. I forgot to mention, these items were all brought by Brotherly. I haven't asked his permission yet. Ning Kaichen timidly looked toward Li Mu. Li Mu was furious inside. With him saying that, how could he possibly refuse? Now that the items were laid out before them, demanding they be taken back would make him look downright stingy. Of course I have no objection. Li Mu said, arms crossed. Ha ha. That's good then. Ning Kaichen chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Nia Xiaoqian stared at the items on the table, momentarily stunned. Whether it was the peculiar little stove or the oddly packaged items, none of it was familiar to her. Moreover, the scholar claimed these things were edible. But how could one possibly eat these paper-like wrapped items? She couldn't find any opening at all. She set the candlestick aside and picked up one of the small pouches, turning it over in her hands. Ning Kaichen watched her fiddle with it for ages without finding a way to open it, growing restless. Seeing that Li Mu wasn't paying attention, he leaned closer and pointed to the bag's opening. Miss, you tear it open from this notch here. Oh? Nia Xiaoqian pulled firmly from the small opening, and the packaging came apart smoothly and cleanly. This peculiar packaging method astonished her. How ingenious. I wonder what method was used to create this. Her astonishment stemmed from the discovery within the inner packaging, beneath what appeared to be a simple layer of paper lay an incredibly thin sheet of metal. This was far beyond her imagination. What kind of metal could be thin to such an extent? To the touch, it felt nothing like metal at all. The paper and metal were seamlessly fused together, making it nearly impossible to fathom how they were bonded. Nia Xiaoqian looked at Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know either. Ask Brotherly. Ning Kaichen turned to Li Mu, his gaze earnest. Truth be told, while eating earlier, Ning Kaichen had been so preoccupied savoring the novelty of the food that he hadn't noticed anything unusual about the bags. It was only after Nia Xiaoqian mentioned it that he realized even the paper bags Li Mu had brought were anything but ordinary. Damn it! Li Xiao muttered under his breath. Does this guy lose his mind whenever he sees a pretty girl?
She's here on orders from the Black Mountain Demon to claim your life, and you're actually striking up a conversation with her?
Sure, in the story, Nie Xiaoqian ultimately couldn't bring herself to harm Ning Kaichen.
But you know the truth, why are you still getting involved? Are you really just banking on being the male lead to keep courting disaster?
He shot Ning Kaichen a withering look but still offered an explanation.
After all, they're both men. Other things aside, you gotta look out for each other when there's a beautiful woman around.
These two aren't directly bonded together, there's a thin layer of plastic in between.
Plastic? I've never heard of such a material. Brotherly, could you explain how this thing is actually made?
Ning Kaichen immediately seized the opportunity to press further. Li Mu gritted his teeth.
Damn it, if he kept explaining like this, wouldn't it go on forever? But if it truly did drag on, wouldn't that be perfect? As long as nothing happened within these 6 hours, dragging it out until dawn would be smooth sailing for Li Mu.
Thus, Li Mu began explaining the manufacturing process and properties of plastic using his limited knowledge. Both Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian were hearing about such a complex manufacturing process for the first time, and they both froze for a moment. Brotherly, this petroleum substance you mentioned seems to be what we call black tar here, mined from the ground, pitch black and combustible.
Ning Kaichen remarked.
Oh, that should be it, Li Mu nodded in agreement after hearing Ning Kaichen's words.
I never expected a gentleman of such unassuming appearance to be so erudite.
Your daughter truly feels inadequate in comparison.
My deepest admiration. Nie Xiaoqian murmured softly. What did she mean by ordinary appearance? Wasn't that just a roundabout way of saying Li Mu wasn't much to look at? Li Mu's fragile heart was crying inside.
But the moment he thought of the mission, Li Mu forced himself to endure.
Not at all, not at all.
In our circles, this is all common knowledge. Li Mu replied modestly.
Young Master Li, you mentioned this material consists of 3 tightly compressed layers: paper, plastic, and then what is the third layer?
I've never seen metal compressed so thin without cracking.
Could this layer be made of gold? Nie Xiaoqian's expression betrayed a hint of alarm. Gold? Li Mu shot her a look. How did you even come up with that? Gold is incredibly expensive, hundreds of dollars per gram. It's aluminum. Aluminum? Ning Kaichen froze. I've never heard of such a metal. Of course you haven't. Aluminum wasn't reliably produced until after the electrical age. Li Mu also opened up, launching into an explanation of aluminum's production and properties.
What seemed like common knowledge in modern society was nothing short of astonishing to these two men living before the Industrial Revolution.
Chapter 102, Captivated by My Charm? Due to Li Mu's appearance, the plot development of a Chinese ghost story took a peculiar turn.
Originally, this scene was supposed to depict Nie Xiaoqian seducing Ning Kaichen, but now it had transformed into Li Mu sitting and chatting away, while the two protagonists became curious little kids, listening intently. To stall for time, Li Mu answered every question the two inquisitive souls posed without holding back. The pair nodded constantly, like two students thirsty for knowledge. Their gaze toward Li Mu had changed.
Master, you are truly erudite.
Truly like Confucius himself. A few words have enlightened this humble student.
Ning Kaichen exclaimed. Master Li Mu's knowledge is truly astonishing. My daughter has met dozens who call themselves scholars. Yet in terms of erudition and insight, they don't hold a candle to even 1/10 of your knowledge, teacher Li Mu. Nie Xiaoqian's gaze toward Li Mu shifted. Earlier, she had merely regarded him as an ordinary man. Now, in her eyes, Li Mu was the true scholar. With the praise from these two students, Li Mu gradually began to feel a bit elated. He retrieved a variety of snacks and drinks from his storage space and handed them to the two. This prompted another wave of effusive praise from the pair. Even if you flatter me like this, I won't give you any favors,
Li Mu declared, pulling out several more boxes of cream Swiss rolls from his storage space.
He glanced at his phone. It was already 3 in the morning, meaning dawn would break in just 3 hours.
He glanced at Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen again. Everything seemed normal.
Good. Let's just drag out these remaining 3 hours. Since it was already late, the 3 of them didn't discuss anything further.
Li Mu pulled out 3 blankets, and all 3 leaned against the table or wall to rest.
At that moment, sleepiness began to overtake Li Mu as well.
He glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, observing her steady breathing pattern. She truly seemed to have fallen asleep.
He glanced at his phone again. Only an hour and a half remained. Then he looked at Ning Kaichen. The guy was snoring like a pig, fast asleep. The guy really had no worries at all. With a personality like that, it was remarkable he'd even made it this far in life. Li Mu shut off his phone.
After one final check to confirm Nie Xiaoqian remained still, he slowly closed his own eyes. He closed his eyes, letting his guard down. About 10 minutes later, Li Mu felt the table shift slightly. Before going to sleep, Li Mu had confirmed that only he and Nie Xiaoqian were leaning against the table, that guy Ning Kaichen was leaning against the wall.
Li Mu sighed inwardly. So things wouldn't end smoothly after all? He didn't lift his head.
Though blind, Li Mu discovered that by focusing his attention, he gained a vague perception of everything within the room. Just like now, he knew Nie Xiaoqian had stood up, checked whether Li Mu was awake, and then sighed again. Li Mu didn't know what she sighed about, but it was clear Nie Xiaoxian hadn't forgotten the task the Black Mountain Demon had entrusted to her. She moved slowly behind Li Mu, then shifted to Ning Xiqin's side. Li Mu suddenly realized. The next scene in the original story was Nie Xiaoqian enchanting Ning Qiqin. But back then, Ning Qiqin was alone. Now, Li Mu was a variable in the equation.
Li Mu could sense Nie Xiaoqian wavering between them, glancing back and forth. Finally, Nie Xiaoqian slowly drew closer to Li Mu. This sudden turn made Li Mu's heart race. Could Nie Xiaoqian be choosing him over Ning Qiqin, the true protagonist?
Li Mu froze for a moment, feeling a strange surge of joy. It seemed she'd been impressed by the erudition he'd displayed earlier.
This was the allure that knowledge brought.
Li Mu even felt a touch of pride. His mind was already racing with fantasies. Originally, his plan was to simply deal with the Black Mountain Demon and then leave Nie Xiaoqian be. After all, this creature had harmed countless humans. But now that she was utterly captivated by his charm, perhaps helping her afterward wasn't out of the question. In a mere instant, Li Mu envisioned Nie Xiaoqian utterly captivated by him. She would confess the truth to him of her own accord, and after he retrieved her ashes, she would pledge herself to him.
What would Li Mu do then?
Declare that humans and ghosts were worlds apart, then reject her with sorrowful resolve. Or would he accept Nie Xiaoqian's feelings, seek Yan Shisha's aid to restore her to life, and then the two of them? As Nie Xiaoqian lingered longer and longer by Li Mu's side, his heart grew increasingly anxious. What should he do? It seemed the heroine had genuinely fallen for him.
At this moment, should he stand up and explain everything? Or should he just keep pretending to sleep, half-heartedly resisting? Li Mu's heart clenched in anxiety. Yet suddenly, he sensed Nie Xiaoqian's presence vanishing from behind him.
He froze, then turned his head to witness a startling sight. Nie Xiaoqian's hands cradled Ning Xiqin's face, their lips dangerously close, connected by something silver. Holy! Li Mu felt as if his heart had been punched.
He clenched his teeth, feeling bloodshot tears welling up in his eyes. So, in the end, Nie Xiaoqian had chosen Ning Qiqin after all, just like in the story? If you had to choose, couldn't you at least be discreet about it? He, Li Mu, was still very much alive in the room. Did Nie Xiaoqian really not fear Li Mu suddenly waking up and catching her doing that with Ning Qiqin? A minute passed, yet Nie Xiaoqian remained locked in that position.
From Li Mu's perspective, their lips were pressed tightly together, shifting angles intermittently. 2 minutes passed, and they remained glued together.
3 minutes. Li Mu suddenly stood up. He couldn't take it anymore.
Though he knew he should pretend not to see, the thought of them kissing right beside him made ants crawl through his heart.
Li Mu's sudden movement startled Nie Xiaoqian.
She stared blankly at him. Her grip loosened, and Ning Qiqin lost his balance, falling flat onto the ground.
Thud. The sound was surprisingly loud.
Just hearing it made Li Mu feel as if his own head had taken a similar blow.
Not bad. At least judging by the sound, this head isn't empty.
Li Mu muttered to himself. But soon, something felt off. Ning Xiqin's head slammed so hard onto the ground, yet he still hadn't woken up. How deeply asleep could he possibly be? Upon closer inspection, a silvery, smoke-like substance connected Ning Xiqin's lips to Nie Xiaoqian's.
Chapter 103, Why Not Suck Me?
Li Mu was stunned by the sight before his eyes.
Ning Qiqin lay motionless on the ground.
Nie Xiaoqian, however, wore a look of sheer terror, like a murderer caught red-handed in a detective movie. A silver-hued, smoke-like thread stretched from her lips to his, while her lower abdomen was slightly swollen. Li Mu froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. This wasn't intimacy at all, it was draining his vital energy. A closer look at Ning Xiqin's face revealed it was almost completely drained of color.
Didn't this mean Li Mu's mission had already failed? Nie Xiaoqian! Li Mu roared, lunging forward and grabbing Nie Xiaoqian's shoulders with all his might.
The instant Li Mu lunged, Nie Xiaoqian attempted to dissolve into a ghostly form to escape. Yet the moment Li Mu's hands touched her body, for some inexplicable reason, she found herself unable to shed her physical form.
Nie Xiaoqian! Nie Xiaoqian! Nie Xiaoqian!
Li Mu roared at her like a madman, his eyes bloodshot and wild.
Nie Xiaoqian froze in shock.
It was no wonder. Discovering that his companion had been drained of her yang energy, it was only natural for Li Mu to harbor such hatred toward her. She knew full well that by aiding such a monster, no one would ever pity her. Li Mu gripped her shoulders tightly, shaking her violently. His eyes were wide open, filled with what seemed like endless pent-up frustration.
Why did you drain him? Why? Li Mu demanded. Nie Xiaoqian's face was etched with anguish.
Young Master Li, I had no choice. Of course I know you have no choice, but why did you suck him and not me? Li Mu shouted through gritted teeth.
What?
Nie Xiaoqian was utterly shocked, never expecting Li Mu to say such a thing.
Whether from shock or not, a large puff of yang energy drifted from her mouth. Yet Li Mu, now possessed by a demonic frenzy, shook Nie Xiaoqian's shoulders violently, like a vengeful ghost. Why won't you suck me? I beg you, suck me. Suck me. Li Mu cried out.
This time, Nie Xiaoqian was her entire being was utterly shot. With Li Mu's violent shaking, vast amounts of yang energy were violently shaken out of Nie Xiaoqian's body.
Unbeknownst to Li Mu, this escaping yang energy gradually flowed back into Ning Xiaoqian's body.
Nie Xiaoqian, still reeling from the shock, remained speechless for a long while.
Finally, when Li Mu's movements ceased,
she successfully transformed her body into a ghostly form. Without delay, her ghostly form passed through the paper window and vanished.
Only after Nie Xiaoqian vanished did Li Mu come to his senses.
He glanced at his phone. It was nearly dawn. His gaze fell to Ning Qichen lying on the ground, and only then did Li Mu freeze in shock.
Damn it, I completely forgot about this guy.
He can't just die like this, or my mission will fail. Mission failure means 1 year off my life.
Damn it, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Li Mu muttered frantically to himself in the room.
Woo! Ning Xiaoqian's body stirred. Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this guy's still alive. The moment Ning Qichen woke up, a splitting headache assaulted him. He turned his head to look around the room. Only Li Mu remained. Nie Xiaoqian had vanished.
Ha? Did Miss Nie leave? Ning Qichen asked. Li Mu shot him a withering look.
She nearly drained him of his yang energy, and he still addressed her as Miss Nie. Yeah, she's gone, Li Mu replied irritably.
She? Ning Qichen paused, then asked, didn't she leave anything behind?
Li Mu gritted his teeth.
You bastard, you've fallen for her already? How long has it even been?
As Li Mu spoke, the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, casting their glow upon the paper window. Simultaneously, the chilling winds within Lanrua Temple gradually subsided and vanished.
Phew! Li Mu exhaled deeply.
It seemed the most difficult moment had passed.
Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the left wall of the room shattered. Cough cough.
Before the wall collapsed, Li Mu had already darted to safety, leaving only Ning Qichen caught in the blast. A cloud of dust settled over him, causing him to cough violently.
Li Mu! Ning Qichen!
The burly man with bushy eyebrows and wide, fierce eyes turned to look at the two. This man was none other than Yan Qixia, who had been nowhere to be seen all night.
Brother Yan, why did you take so long to come out? Li Mu sighed, looking at Yan Qixia.
Yan Qixia froze, asking.
Something happened? Li Mu nodded.
He pointed at Ning Qichen. This guy nearly got drained dry. Even after I told him who the other guy was, he still managed to fall asleep for real.
I have to hand it to him. Yan Qixia approached Ning Qichen.
Ning Qichen felt a bit afraid of Yan Qixia and tried to dodge, but Yan Qixia grabbed his chin with one hand. He examined him closely. The total amount of yang energy hasn't been lost much.
It's just been drawn out of your body. The yang energy is unstable. We'll observe first to see if there are any after effects. Hearing Yan Qixia's words, Ning Qichen froze. After effects? What kind of after effects?
Yan Qixia pointed to his own head. Just like how you look now, turned into a cute little thing who asks questions about everything.
What? Ning Qichen gasped. I don't want to turn into a little cutie. Ah. Then why don't you shut your mouth? Yan Qixia snapped irritably.
His rugged appearance combined with that tone. Instantly, Ning Qichen shrank back and hurriedly retreated several paces.
Brother Yan, why did you just show up now? Where'd you run off to? Li Mu asked.
I went to have a go at that tree demon. Yan Qixia replied casually.
What? Li Mu gasped. Didn't I tell you the Black Mountain demon is most formidable at night? Why did you go provoking him?
Yan Qixia snorted. I didn't provoke him. He came looking for trouble. The moment I stepped into Lanrua Temple, that tree demon spotted me and started tangling with me.
Li Mu scanned Yan Qixia's body, finding no signs of injury. He asked, so you won?
If Yan Qixia had truly dealt with that ancient demon, things would be much simpler afterward.
Nope.
That old bastard never revealed his true form. He just didn't want me entering the temple grounds and waved a few of his big tendrils around.
Damn it, I fought for ages and still don't even know where its true form is.
Yan Qixia declared.
True. If he were that easy to deal with, he wouldn't be the final boss. Li Mu nodded. Besides, the system hadn't marked the task as complete. The answer was obvious.
Just then, Li Mu's phone suddenly buzzed a few times. Li Mu opened his phone and smiled faintly.
Brother Yan, let's go. You didn't get your fill, did you? We'll go find that old demon. You know where he is?
Chapter 104, Daybreak. Li Mu shook his head and said. I don't know, but the ghosts do.
Yan Qixia raised an eyebrow. Who knows? Who knows? Li Mu repeated. Li Mu, are you messing with me?
Li Mu shrugged.
How can you be so dense, old buddy? Who knows, who knows?
Ning Qichen was the first to snap out of it, grabbing Yan Qixia's sleeve.
What's this, scholar? You're mocking me too? Yan Qixia's eyes widened in fury.
Ning Qichen flinched in fright, instinctively curling up on the ground with his head tucked between his knees. Just as pathetic as when he first met him. But this time, at least he knew how to speak.
Master Yen, Brother Li must be referring to the female ghost who arrived last night.
Yan Qixia froze.
Oh, so it's that ghost. Led by Li Mu, the group arrived at the rear of Lanruo Temple. It was a vast, desolate expanse of land. Is that where the female ghost's urn is?
Yan Qixia inquired.
According to the plot, it should be here. Li Mu nodded.
Yan Qixia frowned.
No specific direction? This entire area is far too vast. Are we supposed to search it piece by piece?
Behind them, Ning Kaichen had produced a rusty hoe from somewhere and had already begun digging.
Of the three, this fellow was actually the most diligent, though his efforts weren't particularly effective. Who knew when this weakling scholar would ever actually dig up that urn of ashes? Hey, Ning Kaichen, why are you working so hard? Li Mu asked. Have you forgotten how you nearly got sucked dry by Nie Xiaoqian? Don't you blame her?
However, after setting down his hoe, Ning Kaichen shook his head. Of course I remember, but I wouldn't blame that girl. She had no choice, her remains were held captive by that old demon, leaving her no alternative.
Li Mu shook his head. How to put it? Should one call Ning Kaichen foolish?
He seemed a bit foolish, a bit naive. But perhaps it was precisely that certain quality about him that made Nie Xiaoqian, as depicted in the original story, unable to bring herself to harm him. Still, while his spirit was commendable, digging by hand like this would take years to complete the task. At that moment, the sound of engines began to echo from beyond the forest. Half a minute later, several armored vehicles and over a dozen missile carriers rolled into view.
Major! We're here!
He Xing, Lu Feng, Zhang Chunyu, Pan Shangxing, and other special forces squad leaders were the first to disembark.
Upon landing, they immediately saluted Li Mu. Li Mu! Xiao Yalan stepped out of an armored vehicle and approached him. Your Excellency!
In the next instant, a dozen B-spirits surged forward from behind, snatching Xiao Yalan's sharp spearhead.
Divine Lord, we've arrived too.
In an instant, the scene became extremely lively. Yan Qixia was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of so many people. Then he remembered something. He pulled out his spatial pouch and released the Special Forces pilot and the ant spirits inside. This made the scene even more lively. Yan Qixia looked at the bustling crowd of nearly 100 people and nearly 100 demons gathered there, letting out a wry smile.
Li Mu, you've got quite the social circle, huh? His expression was complex, but Li Mu didn't seem to notice. Popularity? Li Mu chuckled back, unsure if this could even be called popularity. So what now? Have them all come dig up the ground? Yan Qixia asked. Li Mu shook his head. Digging by hand would be far too slow. Then what do you propose? Li Mu smiled. Brother Yen, don't worry for now. Just watch and see.
Behind them, the tech team led by Bai Hai had already begun moving. They first marked several locations on the ground. Then the other special forces soldiers came forward with their entrenching tools, digging out several small holes. Next, the special forces soldiers retrieved several bundles of explosives, placed them inside the holes, and covered them up. Meanwhile, the tech team had driven probe-like metal devices into the ground. Boom! Explosions erupted at the marked locations, startling Ning Kaichen into a scream. Yan Qixia was also quite surprised. He had clearly seen the special forces soldiers burying what looked like clay into the ground. Why did it suddenly explode now? Still, he didn't ask. In the brief time he'd spent with Li Mu, he'd already witnessed countless marvels. After obtaining the data, the tech team immediately analyzed it, mapped out the most probable burial sites, and handed the diagram to Li Mu. Li Mu glanced at it and nodded. All right, start digging. Yes, sir. Naturally, they wouldn't rely on manual labor for the excavation. Several armored vehicles were driven to the designated location and came to a halt. Yan Qixia and Ning Kaichen paused in surprise when the vehicle stopped. Immediately afterward, they witnessed the rear cargo beds begin to transform, revealing a massive mechanical arm. This sight delivered quite a shock to both Yan Qixia and Ning Kaichen. Yan Qixia managed to hold his composure, but Ning Kaichen was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. A monster has appeared. Get up, scholar. You're such a coward. That wasn't a monster at all. The massive mechanical arm had already commenced excavation, while other special forces personnel stood by to supervise. The technology transforming the armored vehicle's rear compartment into a mechanical arm represented the latest breakthrough from Dragon Nation. After receiving the prototype, the military headquarters handed it over to Li Mu before even conducting their own tests. When Li Mu received it, his feelings were mixed. Did the military truly value him? They were so eager to give him the best stuff that they couldn't even bear to use it themselves first. Or perhaps the military saw him as a guinea pig. They were certain Li Mu would inevitably encounter environments complex enough to test these mechanical devices. Meanwhile, a mechanical girl also stepped out of the vehicle. This girl possessed feminine features, yet her body was composed entirely of machinery. Li Mu and the Special Forces soldiers were fine. They were already familiar with consciousness entities and had seen mechanical bodies before. But Yan Qixia and Ning Kaichen were utterly shocked upon seeing this girl. Li Mu, what is that? Yan Qixia frowned, for even he had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon.
Machinery moving and observing like a human? A demon?
No, there was no trace of demonic energy emanating from it.
Well, Li Mu scratched his head, seemingly unsure how to explain it. It's complicated. Let's not talk about it now.
Just then, the mechanical arm had retrieved something.
Bai Hai cradled the object and approached Li Mu. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed an urn of ashes. But the quantity didn't quite add up.
A full dozen or so urns had been unearthed.
Which one held Nia Xiaoqian's true remains?
Li Mu stroked his chin, studying them for a long while, yet he couldn't discern any that seemed particularly special.
Chapter 105, The Black Mountain Demon Emerges.
Since Li Mu couldn't tell them apart, he decided to leave it to someone who might be able to.
Ning Kaichen. Li Mu called out. Ha?
Ning Kaichen approached, looking puzzled.
Come see which urn holds Nia Xiaoqian's ashes. Li Mu said. Ha? Ning Kaichen froze. How could I possibly know that? Li Mu insisted, never mind that. Just do as I say and identify it.
Ning Kaichen frowned, his face grimacing. But he did as Li Mu asked, leaning close to the urn and examining each one.
Well? Li Mu inquired. I'm not entirely sure, maybe this one?
Ning Kaichen said timidly. Li Mu glanced at the urn in question. There were no distinctive markings or labels of any kind on it.
Why do you think it's this one? Li Mu inquired. Ning Kaichen shook his head. I can't really say.
Li Mu paid him no mind, handing the urn of ashes to Yan Qixia.
Brother Yan, it's your turn to act.
Yan Qixia glanced at Li Mu, who stood with eyes closed in deep concentration. The next moment, his eyes snapped open in fury.
Ha! A flying talisman appeared midair. Yan Qixia flicked his finger and the talisman ignited spontaneously. The paper vanished and in its place several strange characters suddenly appeared on the urn.
The vanished talisman seemed to correspond to these characters in some mysterious way. Yan Qixia opened his eyes and the urn in his hand trembled slightly.
He nodded and said to Li Mu. This must be the one. The soul-summoning talisman has indeed sensed a wandering spirit that has not yet returned.
Ning Kaichen froze, then looked at Yan Qixia helplessly.
Hero Yan, if you possess such abilities, why didn't you reveal them sooner?
Yan Qixia laughed heartily.
I don't have many talismans left. It's better for you to choose first. No harm done if you pick the wrong one.
Besides, it saves me a lot of trouble. Li Mu felt a bit helpless. It seemed Ning Kaichen's protagonist traits were still kicking in. He looked at the mechanical girl stepping down from the vehicle. She was staring at the armored vehicle, now restored to its original state, lost in thought.
How should I address you?
Li Mu scratched his head. The mechanical girl turned her head, her expression shifting to one of confusion directed at Li Mu.
Li Mu, what are you talking about?
You should be familiar with all three consciousness fragments within this body. The mechanical girl spoke, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. This time, even Li Mu couldn't tell which of the three consciousnesses had spoken. But now that all three of your fragmented consciousnesses reside within one body, you ought to have a collective name. Otherwise, it just feels off.
Li Mu said.
The mechanical entity seemed to ponder. Her gaze settled on Li Mu, whether pondering the intent behind his suggestion or genuinely contemplating a name for herself.
Call me Xiao Nan.
The mechanical girl spoke.
Xiao Nan? Li Mu was puzzled.
But the mechanical girl showed no intention of explaining, her gaze still fixed on the armored vehicles, lost in her own thoughts. Li Mu, Yan Qixia, Ning Kaichen, along with the Ant Spirit, B Spirit, Xiao Yalan, and the rest of the group boarded the motorized vehicles and advanced together. The direction of their advance was guided by Yan Qixia. More precisely, it was the soul-summoning talisman placed atop the urn of ashes that provided the guidance. Guided by this signal, the group traversed a vast wilderness.
The next step is to defeat the Black Mountain Old Demon. Li Mu murmured.
Ning Kaichen was already terrified by the special forces, missile vehicles, and armored units.
Earlier, he had assumed Li Mu was just an ordinary person.
But now, witnessing Li Mu's formidable convoy and the unwavering loyalty of its members. In an instant, Li Mu's image in his eyes transformed from that of an ordinary villager into a military warlord or nobleman from somewhere. Yan Qixia, however, remained unfazed. He had already witnessed more than enough of Li Mu's astonishing qualities yesterday.
Though he remained uncertain of Li Mu's true identity, one thing was certain: Li Mu was definitely not a thoroughly evil person.
The demonic energy in this area seems to be growing thinner.
Could this place truly be the lair of the Black Mountain Old Demon?
Yan Qixia voiced his doubt.
Brother Yan, don't ask me. Ask the thing in your hand. I don't know any more than you do about this.
As the vehicle continued onward, Yan Qixia kept sensing the reactions of the soul-summoning talisman in his hand. Just as the vehicle passed through a stretch of abandoned farmland, Yan Qixia suddenly shouted. Stop! Squeal! The convoy slammed on the brakes. At Li Mu's request, only Li Mu, the Bee Spirit, the Ant Spirit, and Yan Qixia disembarked. The others remained inside the vehicles. Stepping out, Li Mu surveyed the vast expanse of barren fields with confusion.
Had they come to the wrong place? He recalled that in the TV series, the Black Mountain Demon's hideout was supposedly deep within a primeval forest. Could we have grabbed the wrong urn? Li Mu murmured doubtfully.
Yan Qixia examined the urn containing the soul-summoning talisman in his hands. He closed his eyes and began chanting an incantation. Li Mu couldn't make out the words, but suddenly the world spun violently around them, the scenery shifting. When his vision steadied, he realized they were no longer in some abandoned field, but deep within a damp forest.
Ha! Someone actually broke my grand illusion array. A voice, neither male nor female, echoed through the air.
The voice seemed to emanate from the entire space, its origin impossible to pinpoint.
Oomph! Old demon, cease your tricks and come out now.
Yan Qixia roared, the Xianyuan sword flying into his hand. He thrust the sword fiercely into the earth.
Ah!
A shrill cry pierced from beneath the earth. Immediately, every tree in the vicinity began to writhe and twist.
Then, the earth shook violently.
In the blink of an eye, a towering tree erupted from the earth.
At its base was a face neither male nor female.
Old hag.
So it's you. Never thought you'd track me down to this place.
The Black Mountain Demon cursed. No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of rockets erupted simultaneously, bombarding him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The earth-shattering explosions sent trees and rocks flying in all directions.
Rolling dust clouds obscured Li Mu and the others' vision. How is it?
Li Mu watched the billowing dust with unease. According to his prior orders, all missile vehicles were to launch a barrage the moment the Black Mountain Old Demon appeared. Before encountering the Black Mountain Demon, Li Mu had felt this strategy should guarantee her elimination. Yet the Black Mountain Old Demon's true form was several times larger than he had imagined.
Could such a colossal tree demon truly be disposed of so easily?
At this moment, Li Mu felt little confidence.
Chapter 106, The Modified Core. Ah!
A piercing scream echoed across the heavens and earth as the colossal ancient tree writhed with earth-shattering force. Its colossal roots tore through the earth, uprooting countless plants and rocks, crushing them into dust. When the dust finally settled, Li Mu looked again and saw that the immense shadow of the tree had not vanished. Its surface was pockmarked with craters from the explosion. Yet compared to its colossal size, the depth of these craters was hardly worth mentioning. The human face on the trunk contorted, morphing into a colossal visage twisted with rage.
Die, you maggots!
The Black Mountain Demon bellowed in a voice neither male nor female. Simultaneously, a colossal wooden hand rose from the earth, crashing down toward the missile vehicle formation like a tsunami. Simultaneously, missiles from over a dozen missile vehicles launched in unison.
However, this newly summoned wooden colossus proved incredibly resilient.
The barrage of hundreds of missiles only managed to blast away less than half a meter of its outer wood, while the entire structure continued its overwhelming advance.
Monstrous fiend, cease your insolence!
Yan Qixia roared furiously, his beard bristling with rage.
At the same time, hum!
The Xianyuan sword soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal blade over 10 meters long. Yan Qixia swung his arm, and the colossal blade above slashed horizontally. The sword's light passed, and the wooden giant hand was severed cleanly at the root. Li Mu's heart leapt with joy. Yan Qixia was truly Yan Qixia. With a single strike, he had severed the Black Mountain Old Demon's own arm. However, Li Mu's joy was short-lived. The fallen wooden hand still crashed down with terrifying force toward the Special Forces soldiers and missile vehicle. Meanwhile, the gigantic Xianyuan sword above Yan Qixia shrank back to its original size after that strike. Its sharpness seemed to diminish significantly as well.
Fire! Use every last round!
Li Mu shouted as he watched the wooden giant hand smash down. Simultaneously, the dozen missile vehicles locked their sights onto the colossal wooden hand.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Under the relentless barrage, the massive wooden hand shattered into countless fragments. Yet the original size of the wooden giant hand had been immense. Each of the shattered fragments measured 1 to 2 meters in size. These wooden fragments, still carrying momentum, hurtled toward the missile vehicles that had already exhausted their firepower. In an instant, the dozen missile vehicles were buried beneath a deluge of debris and the dust had kicked up. The scene was utterly staggering. Ning Kaichen, retreating behind a massive boulder in the rear, wore a look of sheer terror.
This great demon is far too formidable.
Brother Li's men were wiped out in an instant. He took 2 steps back, ready to flee. But midway, he halted, hesitating. The missile convoy was buried beneath wood splinters and dust, yet Li Mu, their leader, showed not a trace of panic. The missile vehicles might be beyond saving, but the special forces inside were unlikely to be harmed.
Wah!
The Black Mountain Demon let out another piercing howl, glaring furiously toward the missile vehicles. There, no human figures remained. No, one figure remained. It was Li Mu, standing amidst the wooden debris and dust.
Human! The Black Mountain Demon's enormous eyes fixed on Li Mu. Though Li Mu's aura was not powerful, for some reason, it stirred a vague unease within him. What was going on? Could this ordinary human before him truly pose a threat?
Though Li Mu did carry a faint aura of cultivation, a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refining, over the millennia, he had devoured countless such beings.
Yet that ominous foreboding persisted, even growing stronger? Impossible. The Black Mountain Demon roared inwardly.
Such an ordinary human being simply couldn't pose any threat to him after 1,000 years of cultivation.
Are you the leader of these ants?
The Black Mountain Old Demon's voice was harsh and unpleasant, his howl sounding as though it had been formed by the convergence of myriad paths, utterly bizarre.
I am. What of it?
Li Mu lifted his head, calmly meeting the Black Mountain Demon's gaze.
Ha! So I found you after all.
The weapons these ants wield are indeed novel, but their leader is far too weak.
Those who perished in the underworld will surely curse you for eternity, won't they?
The Black Mountain Old Demon's voice grew soft, as if whispering directly into Li Mu's ear. Simultaneously, as he spoke, dozens of vines slowly contracted from all directions, weaving an inescapable net of death intended to strangle Li Mu right where he stood.
Yet Li Mu remained utterly calm. Who said they were dead? Li Mu replied calmly.
The next moment, the ground beneath Li Mu's feet suddenly trembled. Immediately, several massive fragments of earth and dust erupted violently.
In the next instant, a figure emerged from the chaos. The Black Mountain Old Demon was startled.
His first instinct was to instantly contract all his vines, intending to strangle both Li Mu and the emerging figure. Whoosh! From the front, an energy beam pierced straight through the web of vines.
After piercing the vines, its momentum remained undiminished, slamming fiercely into the Black Mountain Old Demon's twisted face.
Behind him, Yan Xixia, who had just raised the Xianyuan sword to come to the rescue, was also startled. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a human figure extending an arm toward the Black Mountain Old Demon. The palm of that figure had vanished, replaced by a deep, pitch-black hole. Wispy wisps of hot smoke drifted slowly from within the hole.
Is that even human?
Yan Xixia froze in shock. He recognized the figure vaguely, a neatly trimmed, short-haired man who had lingered near Li Mu since their arrival. Yan Xixia hadn't paid him much attention at the time, never expecting that man's arm could undergo such a transformation. Upon closer inspection, Yan could see that the man's left eye had turned a strange blue, with peculiar symbols pulsing upon it. He Xing, you've worked hard. You really didn't need to intervene. What about the rest of the modified troops? Li Mu looked at He Xing and spoke slowly.
Reporting to the Major, they're all unharmed. However, the missile vehicle is temporarily inoperable.
He Xing replied. As he spoke, the ground began to tremble elsewhere. Immediately after, over a dozen modified special forces soldiers rose from the wood debris and dirt.
Li Mu glanced at them. Under normal circumstances, they appeared no different from ordinary people.
But now, distinct features set them apart from ordinary people were visible on each of them. They were all special forces soldiers who had undergone significant biomechanical modifications.
In a sense, this was Li Mu's personal Terminator H-type unit. Chapter 107, Pursuing the Black Mountain Demon.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As this modified force crawled out from beneath the wood debris and dirt, they immediately launched a barrage of attacks against the Black Mountain Demon.
At this moment, they no longer wielded the standard weapons of the Dragon Nation.
Instead, they wielded heavy-fire individual weapons styled after those of the Pandora Empire forces. To defend itself, the Black Mountain Demon, like the Empire, continuously pulled massive tree roots from the ground, creating barriers while retreating.
Boom! Boom boom! High explosive shells tore into the Black Mountain Demon's roots, shattering the colossal trees into countless flying fragments.
Layer upon layer of root screens shattered under the relentless firepower of the modified special forces.
One by one, the Black Mountain Demon's pride, its vast network of roots, was reduced to dust.
Moments later, every tree on the battlefield vanished except for the Black Mountain Demon itself.
The once lush jungle now lay utterly barren.
The earth split into two sides.
On one side stood the modified special forces unit guarding Li Mu.
On the other stood a colossal, sky-piercing giant tree. In terms of sheer presence alone, the colossal trees seemed to outshine the other side. Yet upon closer inspection, one could see that sections of the colossal tree's trunk had been shattered into pieces. The area near the base of the tree where a face had once been was now charred black. Creak, creak. The charred section began to emit strange sounds, as if something beneath the bark was twitching. After about 10 seconds, the charred section fell away, revealing a new face at the base of the colossal tree. A pair of furious eyes glared directly at Li Mu and the modified special forces unit. Around them, a demonic wind howled, as if a natural disaster were about to strike at any moment. Yan Xixia froze, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Li Mu and those few managed to block the Black Mountain Demon's assault with their own strength alone.
Who exactly are these people? What kind of magic are they using?
Whoosh!
A demonic wind howled, turning the once clear sky pitch black. Ning Kaichen couldn't keep his eyes open against the gale.
Through his blurred vision, he could only see the colossal demon tree extend another massive wooden hand, smashing down.
But in the next instant, hum!
A piercing sword cry erupted as the Xianyuan sword in Yan Xixia's hand shot from his grasp, transforming into a 100-foot-long blade. The colossal blade swung horizontally, cleaving the monstrous wooden hand clean in two. Simultaneously, the modified special forces unit launched their assault. After a series of explosions, the remaining wooden hand shattered into countless fragments. Ignited by the powerful energy assault, the splinters flew outward, setting distant forests ablaze.
Arg! The Black Mountain Demon let out a startled howl.
In the next instant, the roots beneath him burrowed into the ground. Immediately, sand and soil flew wildly. The scattered sand and soil rapidly covered the surrounding area, enveloping Li Mu, Yan Xixia, the Modified Special Forces unit, and Ning Kaichen, who was positioned further back.
Cough cough.
Though the dust around Ning Kaichen was the lightest, his reaction was the most intense. He coughed incessantly, shielding his face with his hands as he peered forward. He could only vaguely make out the enormous shadow of the Black Mountain Old Demon steadily sinking downward. At the same moment, several flashes of light erupted.
Judging by their direction, it must have been Li Mu and Yan Xixia launching their attacks. Clang! 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 A series of clangs echoed, reverberating so loudly it made Ning Kaichen's ears ache.
Smoke and sand obscured his vision, allowing only a vague glimpse of countless long, dark shapes colliding with something amidst the swirling dust. Finally, the sound ceased and the swirling dust slowly dispersed.
Cough cough.
Ning Kaichen pushed forward through the lingering dust. At last, he saw Yan Xixia and Li Mu, both wearing stern expressions, along with the Modified Special Forces unit standing beside Li Mu.
You're just in time.
Li Mu spotted him and grabbed him by the collar. At that moment, Yan Xixia swung the Xianyuan sword. The sword instantly grew to the size of a massive dragon ship. Without a word, Li Mu pulled Ning Kaichen onto the sword, followed by the Modified Special Forces unit, and finally Yan Xixia. Whoosh! The Xianyuan sword swiftly carried the group through the air. Meanwhile, Yan Xixia continuously tracked the Black Mountain Demon's movements using Nie Xiaoqian's ashes, constantly adjusting their course. Meanwhile, the Modified Special Forces unit launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on the ground below.
In a sense, it resembled the aerial bombardment of bombers on Earth.
The ground below was repeatedly torn apart, while the Black Mountain Demon's agonized cries echoed ceaselessly across the entire landscape.
Naturally, the Black Mountain Demon would not simply stand and take the beating.
As it advanced, tendrils would occasionally shoot into the air, attempting to block the path of the Xianyuan sword. Yet these vines only slightly slowed the sword's momentum, unable to deter Li Mu and Yan Xixia's resolve to destroy it. The entire battle raged for a full 2 hours, subjecting the entire mountain peak to wave after wave of heavy bombardment. Across over 1,000 square kilometers, the ground was left scarred beyond recognition.
Throughout this ordeal, the Black Mountain Demon must have sustained considerable damage. The obstructing vines grew fewer and fewer, until finally it was nothing but a desperate flight. We can't let it go like this. Yan Xixia's expression was grim as he gripped the Xianyuan sword. That creature has absorbed the vital energy of countless people, its bloodlust now fully formed. If we let it go, who knows how many more lives it will claim. Li Mu nodded in agreement. How could Li Mu complete his mission without slaying it? Heaven and earth know no bounds, borrow the power of the universe.
Yan Xixia bit his finger, drawing a Tai Chi diagram on his palm. In the next instant, the crimson diagram emitted a blinding light that shot toward the heavens. Immediately after, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the heavens, striking the ground with pinpoint accuracy.
Gah!
A piercing howl erupted from beneath the earth, emanating from the Black Mountain Old Demon. Immediately, the Black Mountain Demon's true form materialized from the earth once more. However, the moment it materialized, it immediately fled northward. Its speed was so great that even the heaven-earth flying sword was left behind. It was hard to imagine that such a massive tree demon could leap with such astonishing speed. Li Mu knew this was no time for shock. He immediately scanned the direction the Black Mountain Demon was fleeing.
Oh no!
Ning Kaichen cried out, for not far from where the Black Mountain Old Demon moved stood 2 women. One was the mechanical girl, the other a woman with a stunning figure. Ning Kaichen didn't know the mechanical girl, but the voluptuous woman seemed to share an intimate connection with Li Mu.
Yalan. Chapter 108, The Grim-Faced Man in the Prison Cage. Li Mu froze.
The Black Mountain Demon's path led straight to where Xiao Yalan and the other less modified Special Forces soldiers were resting. He hadn't expected that after being hunted down by them, the Black Mountain Demon had ended up circling back to this very spot. The Black Mountain Demon was also taken aback upon seeing them. Ha 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 ha. It laughed, countless tendrils erupting from its massive body to encircle Xiao Yalan and the others.
Don't come any closer.
If you take a single step forward, I'll strangle them all to death. The Black Mountain Demon's voice echoed across the land.
Ah!
Yan Xixia sighed, reluctantly halting the Qianquan flying sword.
You vile monster.
How despicable to threaten us with that defenseless woman.
Ning Kaichen shouted at it.
The Black Mountain Demon turned its gaze toward Ning Kaichen on the flying sword.
Dishonorable? Ha ha ha. The giant tree clan swung its countless roots like a colossal octopus, sweeping down trees across the surrounding mountains and forests. So what if I am?
If I hadn't been cunning, I would have been slain by Taoist priests long ago. I'd never have attained this power. Why should only humans be allowed to cultivate and become immortals, while we demons must be hunted down for eternity?
Yan Qixia snorted. If you had remained steadfast like me, guarding your domain without harming others or compromising virtue, and diligently cultivated, how could you have brought such divine wrath and human hatred upon yourself? Ha 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 ha. The Black Mountain Demon roared with laughter. Like you? Yan Qixia, do you think there are many beings in this world who can be like you? To receive guidance from the heavenly ancestor? At the mention of the heavenly ancestor, Yan Qixia froze, his brows furrowing deeply. Your cultivation spans barely over a century, yet you possess such formidable power. Even if I had not consumed human flesh and had transformed into a demon for 3,000 years, I could not have cultivated such power. 3,000 years, more than half of all demons don't even survive that long, let alone become immortals. That's an impossibly distant dream. Yan Qixia's beard bristled with anger. But you can't. The Black Mountain Old Demon cut him off. Can't? Old Taoist. What gives you the right to decide what is possible and what is not? As he spoke, the Black Mountain Demon's body began to writhe. The tree trunk peeled back layer by layer as if alive, revealing at its core a prison cage. Within the cage stood two figures. One was a delicate, sorrowful woman clad in white. Her limbs were bound by several vines, rendering her utterly immobile. It's Miss Nie. Ning Kaichen recognized her identity at a glance. The other was a shadowy figure clad in black, its features obscured. That must be the true form of the Black Mountain Demon. Yan Qixia said intently. Within the prison cage, the shadowy figure in black turned its gaze toward the crowd outside and let out a sinister, cold laugh. Smack! The masked figure delivered a vicious slap across Nie Xiaoqian's face. Instantly, Nie Xiaoqian's cheek swelled, and crimson blood splattered across the masked figure's hand. Damn it! The masked figure cursed. You're the one who brought these people here. Do you think you can escape me this way? Nie Xiaoqian lifted her head and whispered. I didn't, Grandma. They followed me on their own. Smack! The dark-faced man struck again, landing a vicious blow across the other cheek. Let me make this clear, no chance. As long as I live, you will never escape my grasp. For all eternity, you shall remain my ghostly servant, condemned to eternal bondage. Ha 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 ha. The dark-faced man burst into laughter once more. Smack! Another palm strike. Nie Xiaoqian's head slammed violently to the side, blood spurting from her mouth uncontrollably. Miss Nie! Ning Kaichen cried out, immediately preparing to leap off the flying sword. This startled both Li Mu and Yan Qixia. Had this guy lost his mind? What good would jumping down do? Scholar! Yan Qixia had no time to fuss over this little darling. He chanted an incantation and tapped Ning Kaichen on the head. Instantly, Ning Kaichen's body froze solid, utterly motionless. Only his eyes darted around frantically, betraying his panic. Nie Xiaoqian lifted her head, a faint trace of resentment flickering across her face, though she dared not show it. She looked at the dark-faced man. Grandmother, these people truly have nothing to do with me. Smack! Another palm strike. Nie Xiaoqian spat out a mouthful of blood before continuing. Please believe me, Grandmother. I truly did nothing. I've already sacrificed 996 pure young men to the old master. Just 3 more, and I'd be free. How could I betray my master at a time like this? The dark-faced man chuckled. Oh, that matter. I'd have forgotten about it entirely if you hadn't mentioned it. Nie Xiaoqian lifted her head, and this time, the emotional turmoil in her eyes was most evident. What? Nie Xiaoqian, you didn't take my offhand remark seriously, did you? Do you truly believe that bringing 999 pure yang men could free you from my grasp? Nie Xiaoqian offered no reply, lowering her head. In that moment, though she no longer possessed a physical body, she felt an icy chill throughout her being. Yet even so, the Black Mountain Demon showed no sign of letting her go. Smack! Another palm strike. Nie Xiaoqian, do you defy me? The dark-faced man demanded. Nie Xiaoqian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied emotionlessly. No, Xiaoqian dares not. Smack! Another palm strike. Nie Xiaoqian, do you truly believe I know nothing? The dark-faced man sneered coldly. You never truly devoted yourself to seizing the young essence for me. In secret, you've been secretly absorbing quite a bit yourself. How else could your face have such a healthy glow? Nie Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly. But it was only for a moment. She lowered her head, no longer defending herself. Please forgive me, Grandmother. Oh? Now you realize your mistake? Let me ponder, should I grant forgiveness? The dark-faced man chuckled sinisterly as rows of sharp spikes slowly formed on the surrounding walls, closing in on Nie Xiaoqian as she remained bowed. Ugh! Upon the Xianyuan flying sword, the immobilized Ning Kaichen suddenly twitched several times. Yet ultimately, he couldn't break free from the soul binding spell. In the struggle, he lost his balance and tumbled from the flying sword. Within the giant tree's prison cage, countless spikes slowly extended outward, threatening to pierce Nie Xiaoqian as she remained bowed. Suddenly, a figure plummeted into the cage. Even the dark-faced man startled, and the countless wooden spikes instantly retracted. Nie Xiaoqian gasped in surprise.
Looking down, she recognized the scholar she had met only yesterday.
Young Master Ning? What are you doing here?
Having fallen into the cage imbued with the Black Mountain Demoness power, the soul binding spell on Ning Kaichin automatically lost its effect. He stood up, offering an awkward smile.
My apologies, Miss Nya.
It seems I've caused you trouble.
Chapter 109, How did it get crossed? Hearing Ning Kaichin's words, Nya Xiaoqian froze.
Miss Nya, if you had simply drained my yang essence to fulfill your duty back then, none of this would have happened. Ning Kaichin said timidly. Nya Xiaoqian stared at Ning Kaichin, bewildered.
Last night, she hadn't formed a strong impression of Ning Kaichin. Her memories were dominated by the erudite and enigmatic Li Mu.
Moreover, her failure to absorb the yang essence wasn't Ning Kaichin's fault, it was interrupted by Li Mu, having absolutely nothing to do with him.
If I hadn't run into Brother Li and his group back then, we wouldn't have entered the temple together.
Had we not entered the temple together, the maiden would have surely succeeded in absorbing my yang essence. Then none of this would have happened.
Ning Kaichin spoke at length.
His words were long-winded and tedious, yet inexplicably, as Nya Xiaoqian listened, a strange emotion stirred within her heart. Yet in the next instant, the dark-faced man had already stepped between Nya Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichin.
Ha 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 ha.
A pure yang being actually delivering himself to our doorstep. The dark-faced man reached out, unleashing a colossal suction force that threatened to pull Ning Kaichin toward him. But in the blink of an eye, a figure leapt into the cage. It was Li Mu, his hand clasped firmly on Ning Kaichin's shoulder. No matter how much the Grim Reaper increased the suction, he couldn't budge Ning Kaichin an inch.
It's you! The dark-faced man glared fiercely at Li Mu. You actually dared to walk right into my trap.
Li Mu merely shook his head.
You think I wanted this? This guy just fell down on his own.
Li Mu thrust out his hand. With a powerful shove, Ning Kaichin's body flew outward like a cannonball. Once you're in here, you're not leaving. The dark-faced man bellowed, and in the next instant, the opening above swiftly closed. Yet, in the very next instant, a jet-black sword pressed against both sides of the opening. At the last moment, Ning Kaichin flew out through the opening and was caught by a thick arm.
You meddlesome fool!
Even after casting the soul-binding spell, you nearly ruined everything. Yan Qixia shouted, clearly displeased. He opened the bag of treasures.
You'd better go inside the bag. Once you're inside, I'll see how you can cause trouble then.
The next moment, Ning Kaichin vanished from where he stood. Yan Qixia then pulled the Qiankuan sword lodged in the opening and, with a swift flip, entered the prison cage.
In an instant, the number of humans within the cage doubled.
Nya Xiaoqian, Li Mu, the Black Mountain Demon, and Yan Qixia, the four of them stared at each other.
The space instantly felt cramped. Damn it! The dark-faced man watched Yan Qixia break in, his face contorting with fury. You dare intrude here? Don't you fear I'll slaughter every last one of you? Ha!
Li Mu froze for a moment before his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. His reaction was so exaggerated that even Nya Xiaoqian and the dark-faced man, who had been focused entirely on Yan Qixia, turned their attention to him.
So that's it. I get it now. Li Mu burst into laughter. You, what are you laughing at?
The dark-faced man stared at Li Mu. Though Li Mu's aura wasn't particularly powerful, the earlier battle had left him unable to gauge Li Mu's true strength. Now, he felt a hint of unease. I finally understand why you suddenly stopped fighting mid-battle and started pretending to be dead.
What?
The dark-faced man froze.
Don't you get it? Li Mu spread his hands. Earlier, weren't you beaten to a pulp by us, running around wildly?
Then out of nowhere, you just stopped moving, exposed your true form, and started babbling nonsense to her.
Li Mu gestured toward Nya Xiaoqian beside him.
The dark-faced man fell silent for a moment before speaking. I am not without the power to fight back, but... Before he could finish, Li Mu cut him off.
Enough, enough. Stop bragging. If you could beat us, why did you run?
This brutally honest retort left the dark-faced man speechless.
Li Mu pressed on.
When I saw you suddenly stop and start acting all high and mighty, I thought it was strange. I even wondered if you'd suddenly had a stroke or gone mad. Now I get it, you thought you had a hostage, so you started acting all cocky. The dark-faced man's expression remained hidden, but something beneath it twisted restlessly, filled with agitation.
Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to bait me? Do you want me to release your men? Oof. I advise you to rein it in.
Such tactics are utterly useless against one who has lived for over 1,000 years.
Li Mu shot him a cold glance. Ah, how adorable the little ones are in this world. There are so many of them.
I've said so much, yet he still doesn't believe me. Li Mu turned to look at Yan Qixia.
Yan Qixia looked equally perplexed. What was Li Mu doing? Weren't his men trapped by the Black Mountain Demon? Could it be that even at this critical moment, Li Mu was still playing tricks, trying to scare the Black Mountain Demon into releasing his men? That line of thinking was downright naive, wasn't it?
Yan Qixia had previously held a favorable impression of Li Mu, seeing him as a steady and composed leader. But now it seemed his assessment would have to be revised downward.
Boy, what do you mean by that? Do you believe I haven't already slaughtered every last one of them? Li Mu shrugged. Go ahead, but don't regret it. Fine. I'll see just what kind of tricks you're playing. In the next instant, the vines that had trapped Xiao Yalan and the others began to tighten, preparing to strangle everyone within. Within the layered net of vines, the mechanical girl sat atop a fallen, withered tree. Her eyes betrayed no human emotion, her gaze fixed on a tiny twig on the ground. Suddenly, all the vines around her began to contract. Only then did the mechanical girl lift her head. In that instant, the vine canopy within her sight halted. As if encountering some invisible force, the vine canopy could advance no further. If Li Mu were here, he would recognize this force immediately. This was precisely the psychic force once wielded by the consciousness entity shielding within the 10,092 space. Whoosh! Two massive mechanical arms suddenly emerged from the ground, seizing the descending vine net. Upon closer inspection, these mechanical arms looked familiar. They were the very arms that had transformed from the rear compartments of the armored vehicles earlier. Then, over a dozen armored vehicles that had been buried earlier began emerging from the earth one after another. Now seemingly endowed with intelligence, they began moving autonomously, their light machine guns opening fire. This was the innate ability mastered by the consciousness entity Pandora. Intelligence bestowed. Subsequently, the dozen armored vehicles began converging on the mechanical maiden, their components reassembling. Chapter 110, Old Man Takes the Road. A massive armored vehicle tore through layers of vine like skynets, then slammed a fist into the colossal tree trunk. Instantly, all four within the cage felt the earth shake violently. The dark-faced man remained unperturbed. This was his true form, so he stood perfectly steady. Yet, gazing at the colossal armor, he couldn't help but reveal profound shock. Though the colossal armor didn't reach even 1/10 of the giant tree's size, in terms of raw power, it was utterly no less formidable than the colossus itself. The tremors the dark-faced man felt within his mind were no less intense than those experienced by Li Mu, who was being tossed about violently inside the cage. Yes, the only one swaying wildly was the pitiful Li Mu. Yan Qixia seemed to possess a unique technique. As the tremors struck, he snapped his fingers and chanted a spell, anchoring his body to the floor as if nailed down. As for Nie Xiaoxian, her body was already immobilized, so naturally, she remained unaffected. Oh my goodness. Xiaonan, couldn't you be a little more careful? I'm still in here. Li Mu complained. He looked at the gigantic armor, his face showing considerable shock. Though he vaguely sensed this mechanical body had inherited many technologies from the three consciousness entities, he never imagined it could actually inherit all their abilities. This giant armor clearly stemmed from the unique ability of the consciousness entity known as Ifa. This mechanical entity proved far more dangerous than he'd imagined. It seemed that upon returning to Earth, Li Mu should also discuss matters with the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation. Though even if I tell them, they might not listen. Xiaonan provided substantial scientific and technological guidance to the Dragon Nation, leading to significant advancements across various fields. It could be said that in the eyes of Dragon Nation's top leadership, this mechanical body's status might even surpass Li Mu's. Li Mu. A mechanical voice echoed from within the armor. I understand. Li Mu responded with a sigh of resignation. This guy really treats me like a tool. I'm the real protagonist here. Despite his grumbling, Li Mu issued the command. Mech, disassemble. As Li Mu issued the command, his unique abilities immediately manifested upon the colossal mechanical armor. Coordinated synchronization. In an instant, the multiple mechanical units composing the armor seemed to undergo a strange chemical reaction, detaching and falling away one after another. Mechanical units, reconfigure. Next, the mechanical armor evolved into a mechanical suit. The mechanical units reassembled into a head, arms, torso, and thighs. Assemble. Li Xiao shouted. Under the force of high-energy electromagnetic fields, the components rose into the air, moving and assembling into a perfectly coordinated mech. In that instant, the masked man stared at the mecha, utterly transfixed. It turned out that the sense of threat he had felt earlier hadn't come from Li Mu at all, but from that mechanical girl who had barely made an impression. But now, he realized it was already too late. The light energy cannon fired from the triangular formation formed by the mecha's hands, blasting a massive hole through the core of the giant tree. This time, it was a genuine, gaping hole. The hole pierced through both ends of the giant tree trunk, its edges charred to cinders by the scorching flames. Despite the Black Mountain Old Demon's formidable regenerative abilities, restoring this charred mess to normal would be difficult enough, let alone sealing the entire hole. Xiaonan! Li Mu shouted toward the outside. Damn it, aim better! That was close, I almost got myself killed. Li Mu shouted, glancing at his half-charred clothes. Of course, he didn't receive an apology from the mechanical girl. It wasn't just the giant mechanical suit showing off its prowess. Hey! You big jerk, watch what we can do. The voice came from a bee spirit flying mid-air. Beside her, dozens of other bee spirits raised their fists at the colossal Black Mountain Demon. Blossom Blast! A dozen bee spirits shouted in unison. Immediately, the tips of the short spears held by these bee spirits began to focus a bright light. The light grew increasingly dazzling. Then, the beams shot toward the giant tree. Boom! Boom boom boom! A series of explosions erupted upon the giant tree.
Though not exceptionally powerful individually, the combined force of the attacks tore away most of the tree's branches. While the bee spirits targeted the upper half of the tree, the ant spirits focused their assault on the lower section.
Countless ant spirits had appeared near the tree's roots at some unknown moment.
Drawing their sharp twin blades, they began their work of destruction.
Chop! 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 Chop!
Under the relentless assault of the swarming ant spirits, layers of wood shavings began to fall from the tree's roots.
Damn it! Damn it! Those pesky ants!
Inside the cage, the dark-faced man squirmed as if his entire body itched. The entire giant tree began to shake violently in response. The next instant, another burst of light struck, severing several more branches from the giant tree.
What kind of technique is this? The dark-faced man's expression grew grim. Well, his entire face was just a dark, shadowy mass, impossible to tell if it looked grave or not.
But Li Mu could easily guess the shock this fellow was feeling inside.
What kind of technique is this?
Oof. Li Mu placed his hands on his hips. The dark-faced man looked over. The aura of this cultivation technique bears some resemblance to yours. The dark-faced man froze for a moment. The next instant, his figure flickered, suddenly appearing before Li Mu. His hand transformed into a black vine, reaching out to grab Li Mu.
Speak! What technique is this? Li Mu's expression turned serious.
With a thought, the blood spirit sword materialized before him. Li Mu swung it with all his might.
Clang! 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 Clang!
The 5 black vines, as hard as metal, clanged like clashing steel. Yet the sword's formidable force still repelled the black vines.
You want to know what technique that was?
I'll tell you.
Li Mu smiled.
The technique those bee spirits and ant spirits cultivated is called the 100 Flowers technique.
I taught it to them. 100 Flowers technique?
The dark-faced man froze.
So you know it too?
The dark-faced man grew solemn, shielding himself with both palms as if fearing Li Mu would unleash the same technique as the bee spirit. However, Li Mu merely gave a wry smile.
Old dang. No need to be so afraid.
I can't even pull off that 100 Flowers flash technique anymore.
Damn it, isn't that a 3rd layer technique?
I haven't even mastered the 1st layer yet, and those little brats have already learned the 3rd layer.
Resentment surged within Li Mu's heart.
At the same time, Li Mu turned his head to look the other way. Young man, you saved her. Yan Qixia had already shattered the shackles binding Nie Xiaoqian's limbs.
Indeed, if it weren't for saving her, why would Li Mu have wasted so much breath on this old codger? Alright, old fool. I've saved the girl. Now it's time to send you on your way. Li Mu called out. Chapter 111, Mission Objective Change.
Li Mu smiled faintly as the blood spirit sword swept upward in a massive arc.
The arc was blindingly fast.
The dark-faced man tried to flee, but found all his abilities useless. Li Mu's strike had already struck true. The arc sliced effortlessly through the black-faced man's body.
Snap!
Like drywood splitting, the black-faced man was cleaved in two, utterly still. Yan Qixia, watching from the side, gasped in shock. The power of Li Mu's strike had surpassed the limits of the qi refining stage. This was too strange. He turned his head.
Could Li Mu be hiding some special technique?
He turned to Li Mu, only to find the man who had been grinning moments ago now wore an expression of utter exhaustion. His sword-wielding hand trembled, nearly causing the blood spirit sword to slip from his grasp.
Damn it, what just happened?
Li Mu gasped for breath, glancing at the black-faced man split in two, now lifeless. Then he looked back at the blood spirit sword in his hand. When he had unleashed that strike, the blood spirit sword had suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force, draining away most of the energy within Li Mu's body. Though the strike's power exceeded his expectations, he remained utterly baffled as to how he'd managed to unleash it. Yan Qixia saw the puzzled look on his face and knew that the earlier sword strike had been nothing more than a fluke.
Never mind.
At least the outcome was favorable. Li Mu sheathed the blood spirit sword with a bitter smile. Suddenly, however, something struck him. He looked at the black-faced man, now severed in two. The system hadn't displayed a kill notification. Although the Black Mountain Old Demon wasn't part of the requirements for Phase 2 of the mission, such a powerful enemy should have earned some points. Sure enough, the next moment, the motionless halves of the black-faced man suddenly stirred. The previously rigid limbs began to float slowly from their ends, emitting a creaking sound.
Split in two, this black-faced man had somehow come back to life? Old wood meets spring.
The black-faced man emitted a laugh, as if a million ghostly souls were singing in unison. Immediately after, the two halves of the black-faced man merged back together, swiftly fusing into one.
Damn it!
Li Mu froze in shock.
Could this Black Mountain Old Demon truly possess such power?
The moment the black-faced man recovered, he burst into laughter and flipped his left hand upward.
Instantly, several vines shot up from beneath Li Mu's feet, binding his ankles tightly.
He thrust his right palm forward, and it instantly transformed into a thick, powerful vine that lunged toward Li Mu.
Sword returns to the limitless.
Yan Qixia flicked his finger against the Xianyuan sword.
Hum.
Amidst the sword's resonance, the Xianyuan sword manifested dozens of sword forms, flying toward Li Mu's surroundings. The massive black vine collided with the sword formation, producing a thunderous crash. Within the formation, Li Mu felt his ears nearly split from the deafening roar. With a thought, the blood spirit sword was summoned once more. Through a gap in the sword formation, Li Mu looked out at Yan Qixia.
Thanks, old buddy. I'll buy you drinks later. Seeing that brute force couldn't break through the sword formation, the entire vine cluster dispersed, transforming into dozens of strands that slithered through the sword formation, attempting to exploit its gaps. Clang! The sword formation spun, flinging the invading vines outward.
Within the formation, Li Mu gripped the blood spirit sword, his expression growing solemn.
He slowly advanced toward the black-faced man.
The black-faced man immediately waved his hand, causing hundreds of wooden spikes to shoot out from the surrounding walls. However, every single spike was blocked by the whirling sword formation, none managing to harm Li Mu. The black-masked man launched a series of attacks, unleashing countless black vines, yet they still had little effect. He could only watch in despair as Li Mu steadily closed in. Then, the blood spirit sword pierced through the sword formation and into his body.
Ugh!
The dark-faced man stared at his own chest, where the blood spirit sword had pierced straight into the core of his body. He opened his mouth, but before a single word could escape, his body rapidly stiffened, drained of all life.
Crack, crack, crack! The dark-faced man's body rapidly withered and cracked, shattering into hundreds of small pieces that scattered across the ground. Phew! Li Mu exhaled deeply. All the energy accumulated within his body since he began cultivation had been completely depleted in today's brief battle. This left him feeling utterly drained. He glanced at the black-faced man's remains, waiting for the system prompt to appear. However, 10 seconds passed without any system notification of a new mission. Whoosh! Li Mu suddenly saw a black vine shoot out of the cage and burrow straight into the ground. Sword return in an instant.
Yan Qixia snapped his fingers and chanted the incantation. All the flying swords in the formation immediately shot forward, coalescing into a colossal blade. Yan Qixia pointed toward where the black vine had vanished. Boom! The colossal sword plunged deep into the ground. Moments later, the sword transformed back to its original size, returning to Yan Qixia's back before vanishing abruptly.
Is it dead? Li Mu asked. Yan Qixia's expression grew grave as he shook his head. Li Mu gave a bitter smile.
He had already anticipated this outcome, but merely sought confirmation from Yan Qixia. So that bastard got away after all. As expected, completing the final mission in one go and taking down the final boss is impossible. As Li Mu spoke, he pulled up the system's mission interface. But he suddenly froze. Something had changed in the system's mission section.
Phase 2 objective accomplished. Mission reward dispersed. Host gains 1 point and 1 year of lifespan. Li Mu didn't linger on this section.
These notifications had popped up earlier.
Li Mu flipped to the beginning. Overall mission requirements: ensure Ning Saichen's safety. Eliminate XXX.
Li Mu remembered clearly that this had once belonged to the Black Mountain Demon, but now it had transformed into 3 crosses. While Li Mu was still utterly bewildered, the entire prison cage suddenly began to move.
Ha!
Li Mu immediately grew alert.
That dark-faced figure must have been the core of the Black Mountain Demon. Now that it had vanished, why was this giant wooden structure still moving?
He braced for battle, but to his surprise, the wooden walls around him did not attack.
Instead, the wooden walls seemed to heal themselves, transforming the interior of the cage back into solid form.
Simultaneously, the surrounding wooden walls formed 2 palms, cradling Li Mu and Yan Qixia as they were carried outside. Outside, the massive mechanical armor, the Special Forces unit, the Bee Spirit, and the Ant Spirit were still attacking the giant tree. But in the next instant, they saw Li Mu being lifted into the air by 2 massive wooden hands, and they froze in shock.
So that's how it is.
Yan Qixia observed the giant tree slowly reviving around them and nodded slightly.
What do you mean, I see? Brother Yan, what's really going on here? Li Mu asked, observing Yan Qixia's lowered guard.
After all, he had little fighting strength left now, and they were counting on him for protection.
Chapter 112, Li Mu asks.
Faced with Li Mu's inquiry, Yan Qixia merely smiled.
You'll find out soon enough.
Li Mu looked at the giant tree in confusion, only to find that the ferocious face at its base had vanished. In its place was a kind, broad-faced expression, seemingly detached from worldly strife.
Humans, thank you. Thank you for helping me regain my freedom.
The face opened its mouth, emitting a deep, resonant voice.
Oh.
Li Mu finally grasped what was happening. Near the giant tree tribe, the special forces cleared a spot for everyone to have a picnic. The Ant Queen held a piece of bread, gazing up at the towering giant tree with a somewhat dazed expression.
So, even though the Black Mountain Demon is this giant creature, it's not the villain?
She spoke while chewing.
Li Mu nodded. The giant tree and the dark-faced man encountered earlier were 2 separate entities.
For reasons unknown, the dark-faced man had controlled the giant tree, committing all manner of evil deeds for quite some time. Nearby, Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian had also been released from Yan Qixia's spatial pouch. Nu Xiao Qian's testimony proved that the giant tree itself had never committed any wrongdoing. The one who had threatened and coerced Nie Xiaoqian was actually the dark-faced man she referred to as her grandmother. Ning Kaichen sat beside her. Though they spoke little, their eyes occasionally met, holding for a moment before darting away. No one knew what had transpired between them in the bag, but now it was plain for all to see that something was definitely going on between these two.
Damn it! What a sour, stinky smell.
Li Mu gnawed on his rye bread, glaring resentfully at the pair. Even though the plot had been turned upside down by Li Mu's intervention, these two had still ended up together.
Ha! The Ant Queen looked over in confusion.
This bread isn't exactly delicious, but it doesn't smell sour or rotten either.
Li Mu looked at her blank, dazed expression and said,
It does have a sour, musty taste. You're just too young to detect it. This time, the Ant Queen was displeased, placing her hands on her hips.
Big guy, I'm training fast.
Before long, I'll be as tall as you. Li Mu snorted dismissively, clearly not taking her words to heart.
He took another bite of the rye bread, finding it just as disgustingly sour as before.
They hyped it up so much in those short videos, but it just tastes sour, doesn't it?
He glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, then at Ning Kaichen. Alright, I already know how the rest of the story plays out.
Next, Brother Yen will step in to help Nie Xiaoqian return to life. Then it'll be the cliched ending where the male and female leads happily end up together.
Li Mu said indignantly. He glared at Ning Kaichen and demanded. Spill it, Ning Kaichen. When do you plan to marry this female ghost? If you hurry, I might even throw in a little wedding gift.
But the next moment, three puzzled faces turned to look at him.
Ha? Little brother, what are you talking about? How could I possibly help this female ghost return to life?
Though she was forced by that demon, she truly took nearly 1,000 lives, accumulating no small amount of sin. Only if she repents through good deeds and washes away her sins would I consider lifting a finger.
Yen Qixia slurred drunkenly as he downed Li Mukin's strong baijiu. Ha? Li Mu froze. This seemed different from the story. Even Nie Xiaoqian, one of the main characters, cast a bashful glance at Li Mu.
Sir, you misunderstand. I harbor no such feelings for young Master Ning.
Li Mu's reaction was surprisingly calm. Denying it out of shyness? That was perfectly normal.
The other protagonist, Ning Kaichen, spoke up.
Brotherly, please don't mock me. Miss Nya and I have no such relationship. Besides, I already have a wife at home. How could I possibly marry again? Hearing Ning Kaichen's words, Li Mu was utterly shocked. Holy crap, you're already married?
Li Mu's eyes widened. Ning Kaichen looked barely 17 or 18.
Haha, young friend.
Why the great surprise? This scholar may be a bit of a mess, but he's well past the age of majority.
Marrying and having children is perfectly normal.
Yen Qixia, sloshed with drunkenness, sauntered over, hooked his arm around Li Mu's shoulder, and pulled him aside.
Li Mu pondered.
It was true that people in ancient times married and had children early, but just because others could, didn't mean he could.
If you got married, how could a Chinese ghost story ever be filmed?
Plus, with the black-faced man incident, this world didn't seem to be following the Chinese ghost story script entirely. After completing the phase-based quest, things remained largely unchanged except now there was a 24-hour buffer period before the forced teleportation. Yen Qixia started drinking within the first few hours, then passed out.
Only as the teleportation approached did he stir. Young man, you're leaving, aren't you? Before Li Mu could speak, Yen Qixia addressed him first. Li Mu nodded. Ask away. You're practically my confidant. Anything you wish to know, feel free to ask. I'll tell you everything I know.
Yen Qixia declared with characteristic frankness.
Li Mu smiled faintly. At least in terms of loyalty, Yen Qixia hadn't disappointed him.
So Li Mu proceeded to ask Yen Qixia numerous questions about cultivation. After listening, Yen Qixia looked at Li Mu with surprise.
That's what you wanted to ask?
Of course.
Why would I ask about something from the heavenly ancestor?
Li Mu shrugged. You lot made it sound so mysterious. I'm not about to invite trouble. My mission here should only have one more segment left.
Finish it and I'm outta here.
Yen Qixia laughed heartily.
You're quite the wise young man, aren't you?
Exactly. By not meddling in irrelevant matters, one naturally gains more leisure. Then, he began to answer Li Mu's questions one by one.
To be honest, Li Mu had absolutely no grasp of cultivation principles whatsoever.
Much of Yen Qixia's explanation required breaking concepts down into fragments, only then could Li Mu vaguely grasp a small portion.
So you're saying the 100 flowers technique I'm currently cultivating isn't suited for me at all? Li Mu asked. Yen Qixia nodded. Correct. I've reviewed the cultivation method you wrote down.
Though its grade isn't high, it contains quite a few profound insights.
Unfortunately, its very nature requires practitioners whose physical constitution is attuned to the wood element. Li Mu gave a wry smile.
Though he didn't know exactly what this wood element was, it must be related to plants or something similar. As for the bee spirit and ant spirit, their inherent connection to plants made their rapid cultivation progress perfectly natural. So it really is the cultivation technique itself. Otherwise, there's no way I'd be surpassed by that little runt. Li Mu instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now he wouldn't have to fear being mocked by those little brats. Yan Qixia looked at him and shook his head helplessly.
Chapter 113, Return to Earth.
Yan Qixia regarded Li Mu with a complex expression.
Li Mu's constitution was indeed unsuited for this cultivation technique.
Yet his cultivation progress had already been astonishingly rapid.
If everything Li Mu had said was true,
then the bee spirit and ant spirit had been cultivating the 100 flowers technique for over 3 months. Li Mu, however, had only been practicing for a little over a week. After much deliberation, Yan Qixia decided not to point this out to Li Mu.
He could sense that Li Mu possessed decent cultivation aptitude, but his temperament was somewhat flighty.
If he became arrogant because he knew his own aptitude was excellent, it would be a great hindrance to his cultivation. Later, Li Mu also inquired about Xiao Yalan's situation.
After listening to Li Mu's description, Yan Qixia remarked, "It seems your friend's cultivation aptitude isn't particularly high.
Her meridians are simply too delicate, which is why she's so sensitive to the flow of spiritual energy.
I can't offer any advice on this matter either.
It all comes down to her own destiny." Li Mu, however, paid little heed to notions of fate or destiny. For him, cultivation was simply a matter of going with the flow, nothing to be overly attached to. If her cultivation aptitude was lacking, then he'd simply cultivate slowly. As they spoke, Yan Qixia suddenly unfastened the cloth bundle strapped to his back. Unfolding the cloth, he revealed a dark brown wooden box. Li Mu sensed something inside the box, likely the Qin Kuan sword Yan Qixia had always wielded. Alongside the box lay a scripture. Yan Qixia casually handed the scripture to Li Mu.
"The 100 flowers technique isn't suitable for you.
This is the mission Shenjing I cultivated. You may try practicing this one instead."
Li Mu was taken aback.
Yan Qixia was actually handing over the cultivation technique he himself practiced.
"Ha?
Brother Yan, this technique shouldn't be passed on to outsiders.
Could it be that you saw my physique and bones are suited for this technique, so you're making an exception?" Li Mu's eyes lit up.
Growing up, he'd read countless martial arts novels where grandmasters would recognize the protagonist's exceptional physique and make an exception to pass down their secret techniques. But Yan Qixia merely rolled his eyes at him. "I took pity on you, wasting your time practicing an unsuitable technique. Even after 10 years of practice, you might not master it."
Fine.
Li Mu felt a pang of hurt. So he'd been overestimating himself. After making simple arrangements, Li Mu glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, Ning Kaichen, the bee spirit, and the ant spirit, all fast asleep. He then roused the special forces soldiers, including He Xing and Lu Feng. The group assembled in the open area outside Lanruo Temple. When the time came, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Li Mu's group returned. Li Mu sat on the sofa and stretched lazily. Although there seemed to have been a slight hiccup in the process, overall, this mission had been relatively short. He glanced toward the bedside, where Xiao Yalan still lay fast asleep. Li Mu felt a bit helpless. He had clearly told her the teleportation time, yet she was still sleeping so soundly. She probably hadn't even noticed she'd been transported back. Li Mu watched her gently rising and falling chest, then looked at her peaceful sleeping face. As if compelled by some unseen force, he reached out his hand. But his hand stopped mid-air. While Li Mu had his desires, his courage was another matter entirely. Just as Li Mu was about to withdraw his hand, 2 slender arms suddenly wrapped around his wrist.
"Ha?" Li Mu turned his head.
It was Xiao Yalan, her eyes slowly opening in a daze.
Major."
Xiao Yalan smiled foolishly, wrapping her arms around Li Mu's hand and pulling him into her embrace.
This development was far too sudden.
Before Li Mu could react, his arm had already sunk deep into the valley. Li Mu shook his head, speechless as he felt the soft, delicate sensation against his arm.
"You little devil. If I ever really can't resist and take you, you wouldn't even notice, would you?"
Li Mu stood up and pulled the curtain hanging in the center of the room over, creating a barrier between them. As for Li Mu, he pulled the quilt over himself and settled down at the edge of the bed. Main world, Earth, Dragon Nation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yang Zhen's expression was grave as he held the phone.
The party on the other end of this conversation was none other than the Micron Federation, a nation that had severed regular diplomatic ties with the Dragon Nation for 3 decades. Yang Zhen listened intently, afraid to miss a single detail from the other side. He had long since gained a profound understanding of the Mijong Federation's cunning and shamelessness.
And now, what kind of mischief were they up to, calling out of the blue? "What? You've captured footage of a suspected enemy of the state?" No trace of joy appeared on Yang Zhen's face.
The term enemy of the state referred to the 2 unidentified assailants who had launched the surprise attack on Li Mu that day. Indeed, following the simulated combat incident, the Dragon Nation's leadership had convened a secret meeting. They had designated Li Mu as a pivotal figure crucial to the nation's future development. The 2 who had attacked Li Mu were directly labeled as enemies of the state.
To oppose Li Mu was to oppose the Dragon Nation.
Simple and clear. Mr. Yang Zhen, we cannot confirm whether they are indeed the enemies of the state as your country labels them. We initiated this dialogue in the hope of collaborating with your country to gather all available information
to determine whether they are key suspects involved in the assassination of President Foss. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhen's expression softened slightly.
It seemed this time, the Mizu Federation wasn't here to provoke a confrontation. Those two mysterious figures, one plump, one thin, had not only attacked Li Mu but were also implicated in the assassination of President Foss. If this were true, then President Foss was certainly not the only one they had murdered. The recent deaths of various prime ministers, including Prime Minister Maeda and the King of Dao Kingdom, were likely their doing as well. Of course, the terror also included the assassination attempts on the Dragon Nation's leaders. At this realization, Yang Zhen understood the gravity of the situation. Li Mu turned on the television and saw the new leaders of dozens of nations shaking hands and nodding in agreement with the Dragon Nation's leader. It appeared they had also signed numerous thick documents on the spot.
Li Mu froze. Huh? Did the sun rise in the west? Weren't these countries always at odds with the Dragon Nation? Now they've suddenly changed their tune and want to improve relations with us? Xiao Yalan sat down beside him. Major, look over there.
Li Mu followed Xiao Yalan's gesture and spotted an elderly man wearing a monocle. Li Mu felt a vague sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place him. I never expected the Mizu Federation to elect him as their new president. At the mention of the Mizu Federation, Li Mu froze. Then it clicked why he felt that sense of familiarity. This guy was the spokesperson for a certain fast food chain.
Holy crap, has the Micron Federation lost its mind? Electing a chicken nugget salesman as president. Chapter 114, the new president of the Micron Federation.
Li Mu stared at the figure in the news report, frozen in shock.
Ding dong.
The doorbell chimed.
Li Mu stood up and walked to the door. Hello, your takeout. Yes, occasionally, when Li Mu was tired, he would order takeout.
After taking the delivery, Li Mu carried it back to the sofa. He pulled out the chicken combo from that famous fast food chain and compared the character on the box to the old man with the single lens glasses in the picture.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Li Mu exclaimed.
It wasn't surprising. Seeing the founder of a fast food chain become the president of a country, Li Mu's reaction was far from the most intense. Sure enough, the moment Li Mu opened his phone, he found countless people already discussing the matter online. First and foremost, of course, are the brand's die-hard fans.
Holy crap, the Colonel's president? Does that mean we could get a congressman or something too? The Colonel's president? Holy crap, did he plan all this?
The Colonel is so powerful, laying the groundwork layer by layer 30 years ago to get to where he is today.
Next came the reactions of ordinary citizens. What is the Midland Federation doing? How could they elect someone with no political background to lead? Did the Mizuho Federation change its nature? Are they done with all the scheming and decided to focus on people's livelihoods? I don't buy it. The Mizu Federation is cunning. Maybe he's just a decoy to distract us.
As an ordinary citizen and occasional customer of this fast food brand, Li Mu shared similar thoughts.
Online forums were flooded with discussions about the new president of the Mizu Federation.
Li Mu casually opened a thread and found it already had thousands of replies. Regardless, Li Mu still felt the Mizu Federation genuinely intended to effect change.
Even if they were trying to distract people, why would they use such a crucial position as the presidency? Li Mu scanned the news reports.
In essence, at the proposal of various nations, the Dragon Nation would serve as the primary coordinator in establishing an organization to counter assassinations targeting heads of state.
It seems that only in the face of a common enemy can the nations of Earth truly unite. It made sense, really.
In modern society, heads of state no longer held the same weight as emperors of old. Even if a leader met with an accident, while it might cause temporary chaos, a new leader could be swiftly elected according to established procedures.
In contrast, ancient feudal societies would often descend into chaos if an emperor met with misfortune.
For powerful feudal empires, the sudden demise of an emperor could abruptly halt the nation's prosperous destiny.
However, if a nation's leader is assassinated and the state takes no action, its people would lose faith in their government, and the nation's international standing would plummet.
Therefore, it was only natural that nations would unite at this moment to demand the establishment of a special task force to address this incident.
Let me guess, now comes the pointless bickering. They may be talking about forming a special task force, but the nations will undoubtedly argue endlessly over its membership. It'll probably take a year or two before this task force actually gets off the ground. Li Mu remarked while munching on chicken nuggets.
This was his prediction based on countless reports of international conferences he'd witnessed before. Meanwhile, the television coverage had moved on to discussions about the team's membership. However, the debate Li Mu had anticipated did not materialize. This time, nations demonstrated remarkable unity.
The limited slots were allocated through fair methods, the process proceeding with utmost harmony.
As for the nomination of the group leader, it was approved by a majority vote.
By what method? Through an independent nomination by the Dragon Nation. Li Mu was taken aback.
This was the first time he'd witnessed such remarkable cohesion among the major powers. If only gaming parties could show this level of unity when someone quits mid-game. Seeing the Dragon Nation granted the right to nominate the group leader, Li Mu naturally felt joy for his country.
Yet for some reason, a vague unease stirred within him. Strange. Why is my eyelid twitching? Left, right. Left eye twitching means disaster? Could it be that coincidental? Li Mu said, chewing on a chicken knuckle cartilage. Just then, Xiao Yalan's phone also rang.
Li Mu saw her expression turn serious as she slowly turned to look at him.
Yes, I understand. Xiao Yalan ended the call and turned to Li Mu. Major, you're going to be the team leader.
Li Mu's body trembled, but he refused to accept it.
Team leader? What team leader? Let me think. If I were to become a team leader as a nominal major, it must be some rookie training squad leader at the university, right? Li Mu nodded. Yeah, that must be it. Time-wise, it's almost university military training season. I should ask Director He Jianyuan if I can choose my university.
If I go back to my alma mater as a drill instructor, I wonder how terrified my old teachers and classmates would be.
However, Xiao Yalan shook her head helplessly. Major, you're being assigned as the leader of the Special Response Unit. Boom!
For a moment, Li Mu felt as though he'd heard thunder clap across the sky.
The Special Response Team Leader? Xiao Yalan nodded. This must be a mistake. Yalan, please tell me this is a mistake. But Xiao Yalan didn't shake her head.
Li Mu's mood plummeted to rock bottom.
My peaceful life, it's all over now. Sister Lu, I left your takeout outside. Li Mu said, turning to head downstairs.
Soon, a woman in her 30s, dressed fashionably and provocatively, opened the door and picked up the takeout.
Hey, Big Cow, hold on, the woman called out. Big Bull was Li Mu's online handle on the delivery platform. Li Mu turned back and asked with a smile. Sis Lu, is there something else? Sister Lu took the food and gave Li Mu a once-over. Daniu, have you changed? Changed? Li Mu froze. No, I haven't.
Poof. You used to wait for me to come out before leaving, but now you just walk off the moment you set it down.
Sister Lu remarked. Li Mu smiled. I'm just rushing to deliver the next order. Hurry? Your electric scooter was bent to the limit when it entered the community gate today. There can't be much in that delivery box. Damn, you're observant, Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. It's not just that.
Before, even when you were rushing off, you'd always stare intently at my thighs.
But these past few days, you haven't even glanced at them.
Sister Lu narrowed her eyes slightly.
Tell me, who is she? Chapter 115, The Peach Blossom Scandal. Big Nyo, come on, admit it, hasn't some sexy, gorgeous girl moved into the neighborhood lately? Li Mu gave an awkward chuckle. Guess I couldn't hide it.
That new apartment complex over east, there's a girl who just landed a white-collar job.
She says she's from the town, but never imagined city work would be tougher than back home. Sister Lu shot Li Mu a glance. And you're concerned about her? Li Mu chuckled. Well, she's wearing sheer stockings and a tight skirt.
Li Mu gestured a little above her thigh. Sister Lu also pulled her shorts up slightly, revealing her clean, white thighs. Li Mu's eyes instantly locked onto that patch of skin, a shade whiter than the rest. It had to be said, though Sister Lu wasn't exactly top tier in looks, her thighs were absolutely stunning.
Oomph.
Seeing that her thighs still held considerable appeal for Li Mu, she smugly released her grip.
Who wears sheer stockings and a tight skirt at home? That vixen. I'll be 5 minutes late today, but this is a one-time thing. Without another word, Sister Lu went straight into the room. Sorry about that, Sister Lu. Li Mu didn't get angry either. For a delivery driver, this attitude was already remarkably accommodating. He stared at Sister Lu's door. Sister Lu seems to be competing with the girl next door. I wonder if she'll wear something a bit more revealing when she comes tomorrow.
Though Li Mu knew women often compared themselves to one another, he hadn't expected this to extend to someone he'd never even met. Resting his chin in his hand, Li Mu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if he replicated the same tactic, stirring up the competitive spirit among the pretty girls in the surrounding neighborhoods? Could this spark an arms race among the delivery guys in the neighborhood? The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Mu became. The idea of so many beautiful girls competing over him was something any man would secretly relish. Just then, the system notification popped up. Phase-based task has entered stage 3. The host's actions have profoundly altered the ordinary space 3067. The multiverse diplomacy system has acquired the imprint of the target timeline. Unlike before, Li Mu now sensed a distinct imprint within his mind. Now, it seemed he could travel to that alternate space at any moment without restriction. The host's influence begins to manifest, earning 3,020 influence points. Influence points may be exchanged for equivalent credits at any time. Li Mu froze upon hearing the system's announcement. What exactly were these influence points? He'd never heard of them before. But he didn't dwell on it much. After all, the reward for Phase 2 was only 1 point. He decided to treat these 3,000 plus points as the system's belated compensation.
Phase 3 mission activated, ensure Ning Saichen's safety and eliminate the black twisting mind demon. Mission reward, 1000 points, acquire the cultivation technique 1000 blossom Dao method. 1000 flower Dao technique? Sounds a lot like the 100 flowers skill. This can't be another cultivation technique I'll never be able to use, can it? System, can't you give me something useful? Li Mu grumbled. Complaints aside, this quest didn't seem particularly difficult. The black twining vine demon was likely the black-faced man who had controlled the Black Mountain Old Demon. With only a fragment of that black-faced man left to flee, and without the protection of the 1000-year-old tree demon shell, its power couldn't possibly be stronger than before. Thinking about it this way, the task seemed even simpler. In the days that followed, Li Mu spent his free time cultivating the heaven-shattering Immortal Sutra. When bored, he'd go deliver takeout. Just as he'd imagined, the nearby girls who frequently ordered takeout had launched into an arms race. Their outfits were getting skimpier and skimpier, each one more provocative than the last. Sometimes Li Mu even wondered if the police showed up while he was delivering food, whether he might get swept up in a vice raid too. Beyond competing in their armaments, they also began comparing Li Mu's delivery speed, the quality of his service, and even how long he lingered in the stairwells. When Li Mu learned of this, he was utterly stunned. The competitive spirit among these women was just too intense. Later, Li Mu learned that Sister Liu had flown into a rage that day and vented in the delivery group chat. But the other regulars weren't happy about it. A heated argument erupted among them, culminating in this whole situation. These past few days had been tough on Li Mu. Although his delivery area had shrunk considerably, those regular customers still placed 3 orders a day, each time specifically requesting Li Mu. Juggling both cultivating the heaven-shattering Immortal Sutra and delivering orders left Li Mu utterly exhausted. The other delivery riders were utterly stunned by this. Outside a bustling restaurant, Li Mu, picking up an order, happened to run into the other delivery riders. "Hey Li Mu, spill the beans, how'd you get all these beauties swarming around you? That's incredible, Li Mu. You have no idea you've become a legendary delivery guy all over town. Even headquarters heard about it, they thought the sudden surge in delivery orders meant you were using some clever marketing trick." Li Mu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Honestly, I'm just as baffled as everyone else. How wonderful, Li Mu. I'm so jealous of you. Your delivery area has so many beautiful, eye-catching women. In my area, it's mostly guys, and the women are mostly chubby. I wish I could have a bunch of women fighting over me too." Li Mu chuckled and said, "Let me tell you, I climb at least 1,000 flights of stairs every day now. Want to trade places with me? 1,000 floors?" The man's face paled at the mention, and he shook his head hastily. "Forget it. 1,000 flights of stairs? That'd kill me. Forget 1,000, I wouldn't do even one. Now that I deliver food, I won't go to any complexes without elevators." "Then why are you making such a fuss?" Li Mu said with a smile. "If it weren't for this building having no elevator, no delivery guy would bother coming here. This job wouldn't have fallen to me in the first place." Several delivery guys shot him admiring glances. "Li Mu, we're impressed. This romantic luck, you deserve it. I couldn't handle it anyway. My food's ready. I'm outta here. 1,000 layers? You're something else, kid. That kind of stamina. Living with a woman, wouldn't that mean 3 times a day, half an hour each time?" Li Mu gave a wry smile, not telling them he actually did have to live with a woman now. And honestly, they really did go 3 times a day, each session lasting 3 hours. Ahem, not that sort of thing, it was cultivation. Chapter 116, Delivery Rider Tian Nyo. Li Mu had assumed the feuding between those beauties would blow over in a day or two. Yet over a week later, it was still going strong. Li Mu was a bit tired, but every time he made a delivery, he got to see these girls dressed up in revealing outfits, batting their eyelashes at him. Naturally, he was tired but happy. To be fair, these girls weren't exactly stunning beauties. Still, Li Mu found himself thoroughly enjoying the situation. He had finally witnessed just how formidable women's initiative could be. You know what? A woman who looks like an 8 can easily become a 9 with the right styling. But if she observes your reactions daily, figures out your preferences, and makes adjustments, I'd give her a perfect 10. If she were a bit more proactive and dropped some hints with her actions, she'd easily hit 12. Li Mu said to a fellow delivery guy. The delivery guy just shook his head. "The number of miles you cover in a day is absolutely insane. Li Mu, are you Superman or something?" Li Mu paused, taken aback. "Of course I'm not Superman. I'm just an ordinary person. You know how they say everyone has untapped potential? I guess mine just happens to lie in this area." As Li Mu spoke, a hint of self-satisfaction flickered across his face. The young man shook his head. "I just don't get you. I'm off, got over a dozen deliveries to make within the hour." "Oh." Li Mu waved goodbye. Watching his retreating figure, Li Mu fell deep in thought. The delivery rider said Li Mu was tired, but wasn't he just as exhausted? At least Li Mu didn't have to worry about basic survival, he worked purely for his passion. But what about him? He was already giving it his all just to survive.
News of this incident spread ever wider, circulating through nearly every food delivery group in the entire Dragon Nation. This incident came to be known as the 100 Flowers in Full Bloom event. As the story circulated widely among delivery riders, naturally, some were eager to witness it firsthand. Despite the orders being outside their designated zones, these riders still snatched them up. As a result, the entire process from rushing to the location, picking up the order, and delivering it took them significantly longer than it did for Li Mu. By the time the food arrived at the doorstep, it was barely warm. Unsurprisingly, these guys all got yelled at by the girls. Verbal abuse wasn't really a big deal. What delivery driver hadn't been cursed at? Most delivery riders have built up a thick skin for insults, but wah! They actually gave us bad reviews. Negative reviews, the lifelong enemy of every delivery driver. A single bad review could wipe out half a day's earnings. What's worse, accumulating too many bad reviews affects the quality of orders they receive. Once their rating drops, they'll encounter more difficult customers, leading to even more negative reviews. For a moment, these pioneering delivery riders were hailed as heroes. After all, not every delivery rider dares to bear the cost of negative reviews. Of course, calling them heroes carried another meaning. Holy crap, that girl's legs are ridiculously long. Black and white stockings? Seriously, black and white stockings? This is right up my alley. Are all of Big Cow's customers like this every day? That's so lucky. If I had such a gorgeous beauty ordering, I'd happily climb 10 flights of stairs. Not 10 floors per order. Hearing this, the delivery guy who'd spoken earlier froze. 10 flights per order? Forget it, my body couldn't handle that. Man, Dinyo is just too awesome. Whether it's his stamina or his luck with the ladies, he's truly a role model for us delivery guys. The sacrifices of the earlier delivery guys who served as cautionary tales weren't in vain. They snapped photos of the girls in their revealing outfits and shared them in the group chat. Instantly, the impact of the 100 Flowers in Bloom incident grew exponentially. In no time, Li Mu became the idol of every delivery rider. And Big Bull, a nickname Li Mu had casually adopted, was now transformed into Heavenly Bull. The legend of the 100 Flowers in Bloom incident even spread beyond the delivery community. Now, Li Mu had become the main topic of casual conversation for many people during their leisure time. After all, delivery riders are generally seen as hardworking laborers. The idea that one could attract so many beautiful women vying for his attention instantly went viral across social media nationwide. For a time, everyone was discussing what this rider named Tianyo actually looked like. He must be handsome, otherwise why would so many gorgeous girls dress up for him? Tianyo? Li Mu froze. How could he have lost his online alias? Though it was just a random nickname from middle school, holding no real sentimental value. When the 100 Flowers in Bloom incident was at its peak, Li Mu, the person involved, was actually the last to hear the rumors. White longhorn beetle. Sure, Big Ox is a bit rustic, but at least it's human. What the hell is beetle? Does that make me some kind of insect? Li Mu muttered with a hint of resentment. In truth, Li Mu had misunderstood. The delivery group called him Heavenly Ox because they thought his deliveries resembled an emperor inspecting his harem. With so many beauties daily strategizing how to capture his interest through their attire and makeup, it was practically like a concubine selection process, wasn't it? Emperor, combined with his online nickname Big Ox, eventually became Heavenly Ox. Sometimes even Li Mu himself felt like he couldn't make sense of this world anymore. Now, whenever he opened his delivery app, he'd find numerous women with sexy middle-aged selfies as profile pictures requesting to add him on chat. At first, Li Mu thought they were scams and ignored them all. But curiosity got the better of him. He accepted one request, only to discover the woman was asking for his bank account number. Ma'am, I'm just a food delivery rider. What do you need my bank account number for? Don't call me sister, call me sister. I'll transfer you 50,000 yuan. You accompany me tonight. Li Mu froze on the spot. What was going on? Was this the legendary rich woman who could do whatever she wanted with her money? 50,000 yuan back when he struggled to make ends meet, that some would have made him seriously reconsider. But now, 50,000 was just a decimal point on his bank statement. He silently deleted her. Sis, I'm really sorry. If you'd shown up a few months earlier, I might have taken that free ride. What Li Mu never expected was that after deleting one wealthy woman, countless others soon followed. Okay, not literally thousands upon thousands, but dozens were definitely on the way. Chapter 117, Rich Women Invite a Kept Man. Li Mu sat on the sofa, rubbing the back of his head. What's wrong, Major? Headache? Would you like me to rub it for you? Xiao Yalan walked over and poured Li Mu a glass of water. Li Mu shook his head. I do have a headache, but it's not physical. It's mental. Li Mu truly couldn't figure out what was going on lately. He kept attracting inexplicable romantic attention. Could it be that he was reaching a certain age and his masculine charm was finally starting to shine? Beep beep. Li Mu's phone rang. He opened it to see an unfamiliar number. Hello? Did you dial the wrong number? Li Mu asked softly.
You're Tian Nyo, right? It was a woman with the aura of a middle ox, her voice carrying an innate sense of power. Though he couldn't see her face, Li Mu sensed she must hold a high position. If she were standing before him, Li Mu might just crawl under the table. Heavenly Ox is my online alias. Wait, no, my online name is Big Ox. That's not my real name. My real name isn't tacky at all, it's actually pretty cool. Most people would have been annoyed by Li Mu's nonsensical rambling. But she listened quietly to the end. Little brother, you sure have an interesting way of talking. Interested in joining Big Sis's team? My company isn't small. If you're interested, I could offer you a position as general manager. Her voice was steady and commanding. Though she sounded older, she gave off an aura of dependability. For men who toiled for years, their bodies worn down by exhaustion without achieving much, such a powerful woman would be their ideal partner. Gentle, wealthy, not overbearing, and skilled at flattery. To be honest, for a moment, Li Mu wavered. Sis, I appreciate your offer, but I'm not interested at the moment. Hearing Li Mu's refusal, the other party seemed somewhat taken aback. A few seconds later, she smiled and said, well then, young man, if you change your mind anytime, you can always come find me. Li Mu hung up the phone and sighed. This was the umpteenth wealthy woman to approach him this week. And Li Mu felt that as time went on, these wealthy women seemed to be getting more and more powerful. This time, they'd even tracked down his personal phone number, the one he didn't use for business. Li Mu's brow furrowed deeply. This couldn't go on. He feared that one day, his willpower might falter, and he'd end up living off someone else's generosity. He turned to Xiao Yalan, took her hand, and looked at her with intense eyes. Xiao Yalan froze as Li Mu took her hand. This seemed to be the first time Li Mu had ever stared at her with such fervent intensity. Could it be? Her heart began to race. Though she held a favorable impression of Li Mu, they had only known each other for a month or two. No, Xiao Yalan's eyes flashed. Perhaps her thinking was outdated. She'd heard that among the younger generation these days, taking 1 or 2 months to establish a relationship was considered quite slow. Though Xiao Yalan was young in age, having grown up in the internet era. After synthesizing online perspectives, Xiao Yalan was surprised to discover she actually belonged to the more conservative camp. Now, hesitation crept into Xiao Yalan's mind. Should she be more open-minded, as the internet suggested? As Xiao Yalan's mind wandered, her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she didn't even catch what Li Mu whispered in her ear. Yalan, did you even hear what I said? Please, you're the only one who can help me now. Xiao Yalan snapped back to reality, looking at Li Mu as a surge of courage seemed to well up inside her. Yes, Major. I understand. She nodded. Li Mu's tense expression instantly relaxed, giving way to delight. Great. You agreed to speak to Minister He on my behalf. Li Mu released his grip and sank back into the sofa. Ha? Xiao Yalan froze. Ha, what? Didn't you hear what I just said? I asked you to put in a good word for me with Minister He. Honestly, using state power for personal convenience isn't exactly proper. In principle, Minister He probably won't be pleased. This is where I need your help, Yalan. As Li Mu explained, Xiao Yalan realized she'd misunderstood. Her cheeks flushed even redder, like a balloon inflated to bursting. Yalan, are you okay? Your face is so red, are you sick? Or have you been practicing too intensely? Should you take a few days off? Li Mu asked with genuine concern. Before he could finish speaking, he watched Xiao Yalan dash out. Li Mu stared blankly in the direction she had gone. Strange. Could she have some urgent business? Outside the room, Xiao Yalan leaned against the wall, covering her face. After a long moment, the flush finally faded from her cheeks. Sigh. Xiao Yalan sighed. Why had she jumped to such a strange misunderstanding just now? Li Mu was truly an odd fellow. Despite his formidable strength, he often failed to recognize it. For something as minor as this, she really didn't need to intercede with He Jianyuan. Had Li Mu simply requested it, provided it wasn't excessively unreasonable, the state would have granted it without hesitation. Even without considering his past contributions, based solely on Li Mu's current network of connections. To put it dramatically, Li Mu could easily wield immense influence throughout the Dragon Nation solely through her connections. Thanks to his connection with Yuntiani, Li Mu enjoyed considerable prestige within the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Rumor had it the Academy had even granted him an honorary academician title, though it remained unannounced publicly. Additionally, he possessed connections within Longhua's national-level artificial intelligence research circles. Zhang Quan, the current leader in this field, held Li Mu in exceptionally high regard. Within the military, Li Mu holds the rank of major. Among the younger generation of officers, his rank is likely the highest. Not to mention, Li Mu commanded a special forces unit utterly loyal to him. Yet, despite all this, Li Mu always gave off a peculiar aura. Even Xiao Yalan herself would occasionally find herself unconsciously glancing at Li Mu. Xiao Yalan returned to the room. Inside, Li Mu was packing his belongings as if preparing for a trip. The difference was that Li Mu possessed a personal storage space, so he could simply toss everything inside. Yalan, you're back. So, did you tell Minister He about my situation? Li Mu inquired. MHM. Xiao Yalan nodded. Major, where are you headed? She looked at Li Mu, her face filled with confusion. Li Mu had mentioned phase 3 of the mission before, but the departure date was still several days away. We're moving up the schedule. Li Mu said with a smile, you could almost call it fleeing. Only by. Chapter 118, The Aluminum Bridge. To evade the harassment of wealthy women, Li Mu decided to depart early for the 3067 parallel timeline. Since Li Mu believed this mission should pose little difficulty and be completed swiftly, he made minimal preparations. Only 1/3 of the accompanying Special Forces unit was brought along. System, activate. Shuttle, commence. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Li Mu materialized in another dimension. Before him lay a fresh, natural wilderness, no skyscrapers, only a few wooden cottages scattered in the distance. Li Mu stretched lazily and let out a long yawn. Ah, country life really is the best. Li Mu smiled faintly. Here, at least, he wouldn't have to deal with all the hustle and bustle. Just as Li Mu was lost in thought, 2 construction workers appeared, carrying a long, silver-gray metal beam on their shoulders as they passed by. Heave-ho, heave-ho. Judging by their movements, the beam didn't seem particularly heavy. The 2 men carried it with relative ease. Yet this scene inevitably reminded Li Mu of construction sites back on Earth. The workers were indeed laborers, clad in knee-length, open-fronted coarse garments. But what they were carrying? Is that an I-beam? And judging by the material, it looks like aluminum. Li Mu froze in surprise. In a traditional feudal agricultural society, the appearance of an aluminum I-beam felt utterly incongruous. Hey, you two, what are you carrying? Li Mu called out. The laborers on both sides, who had been shouting out numbers, finally noticed Li Mu and his group. Seeing Li Mu's attire, they appeared 100 times more shocked than he was by their appearance. The armored vehicle behind Li Mu was the most shocking sight of all to these people from an agricultural society. Li Mu was accustomed to their reactions. This wasn't his first time in this world. After about 5 minutes, the 2 men calmed down. May we ask, sir, is your surname Li? Li Mu nodded. Thud. The 2 of them actually knelt down. We pay our respects to Master Li. Ha? Li Mu froze. Earlier it was Mage, then Grand Mage, now it's suddenly Celestial Master? What was going on? Did titles automatically upgrade themselves? Li Mu helped them up. He wasn't fond of such kneeling rituals. What are you heading out to do? Li Mu inquired. Building a bridge. Build a bridge? Li Mu glanced at the aluminum I-beam. In an agricultural society, using aluminum for bridges felt utterly incongruous. It wasn't just Li Mu. Xiao Yalan and He Xing felt the same way. Li Mu exchanged glances with them before finally making up his mind. Let's go take a look first. Li Mu addressed the 2 construction workers. Hey, guys, hop in. We'll give you a ride. The 2 construction workers froze, unsure how to react. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle had already pulled up. The 2 laborers exchanged glances, intending to hoist the aluminum beam, but before they could lift it, suddenly, the rear compartment of the armored vehicle deformed, revealing a mechanical arm as thick as a man's waist. It reached out, grabbed the aluminum beam, and placed it inside the vehicle's cargo hold. What kind of sorcery is this? One laborer's face turned pale with fright. The other quickly corrected him. What sorcery? Don't be ridiculous. This is Master Li Tian, of course he's using divine magic. But no sooner had he spoken than he felt something clamp around his waist. He looked down to see the mechanical arm had clamped onto him. Instantly, his face turned pale too. Could this iron-framed monstrosity truly be a demon? Was he about to be devoured? Ah! He gasped as his feet left the ground. The next moment, he found himself in the rear compartment of the armored vehicle, right beside the freshly loaded aluminum beams. The other laborer froze in shock. Just as the mechanical arm reached for him, he waved frantically. No, I can climb up myself. The monstrous iron claw actually stopped. He scrambled into the rear compartment just in time to see the massive claw rapidly reshape itself, eventually forming a railing encircling the perimeter. Are you all settled? Li Mu shouted from the cab. We're all set. Let's go. The road stretched quite a distance ahead. For the 2 laborers, walking it would likely take nearly half a day. But for an armored vehicle, it was only a matter of minutes. When the armored vehicle came to a halt, Li Mu gazed at the scene before him, somewhat stunned. It was a massive aluminum bridge, its structure resembling an ancient arch bridge, yet constructed entirely of modern materials. Cliff faces loomed on both sides. Looking down revealed a drop of at least 700 meters, a fall that would be fatal without a doubt. The laborers had pulled the aluminum beams up by sheer physical strength, piece by piece, to form the bridge's deck. It must be said that in such an environment, low-density, high-strength aluminum was indeed an excellent choice. However, the traditional arch beam construction method significantly wasted the potential of this new material. Once fully constructed, the structure likely wouldn't be much lighter, failing to fully showcase aluminum's formidable material properties. Several workers were busy at the construction site. Upon spotting Li Mu's convoy, they were utterly astonished.
especially when they saw the armored vehicle's rear compartment deploy a mechanical arm to unload the aluminum beams and 2 laborers. They nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Li Mu watched for a moment, then stepped down from the armored vehicle and pointed at the foreman overseeing the work, shouting, "You're building this bridge all wrong." The foreman in charge of supervision held a position at the county office and was quite well known in the town. If anyone else had spoken to him like that, his face would have darkened instantly. But facing Li Mu, this iron bone monster vehicle. "Are you Master Li?" His tone bordered on obsequiousness. I suppose so." Li Mu replied uncertainly. Even now, he still didn't know where this title of Tiancher had come from. How wonderful. I never imagined Master Li would actually come to our Xianhua town. You mentioned earlier that there might be an issue with the bridge? Please enlighten us, Master Li. As he spoke, he drew a scroll of blueprints from his sleeve and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu took it, glanced over it, and discovered it was filled with a multitude of numbers and construction details. It seemed the arch bridge's structure had actually undergone improvements. Li Mu concluded that judging the bridge prematurely while it was still only partially decked seemed a bit hasty. I'm just an ordinary person. Li Mu began to hesitate. Building a bridge was no small matter. If he made reckless changes as he saw fit and the bridge collapsed, who knew how many lives would be lost? It's all right, Master Li, please speak. The man spoke with an exceptionally sincere tone. Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitated, glancing at the foreman who kept his head bowed. Could this fellow be trying to embarrass him now, after his earlier boastful words? Though Li Mu wasn't an expert in bridge construction, he had professionals by his side. Chapter 119, The State Protector? Li Mu handed the blueprints to Bai Hai, the captain of the Special Forces Tech Squad. What do you think? Can this bridge design be improved? Li Mu inquired. Although the tech squad, including Bai Hai, primarily focused on researching and utilizing technological products, each member possessed considerable knowledge in physics and architecture. Within the 7321 space, the shelter's structural design relied heavily on their planning. Bai Hai's gaze swept over every part of the blueprint before he said, "This blueprint is exceptionally well crafted. The strength and safety margins of all the connecting structures are perfectly balanced." Hearing this, the foreman's face lit up with delight. This was a positive assessment from a key member of Master Li Tian's team. However, overall, no matter how refined this arch bridge design may be, it will never fully unleash the material properties of aluminum. The foreman's joy vanished. Li Mu, however, was not surprised. An all-metal structure represented an absolute breakthrough for an agricultural society. Traditional arch bridges relied on stone, a material with low deformation but poor bending resistance. Aluminum, however, differs vastly from stone in its properties. Recognizing this and making improvements was already a significant advancement. Moreover, the greatest flaw of arch structures lies in the excessive thrust exerted on the foundations at both ends. All the load of the bridge deck is concentrated on a limited number of connection points. Over time, the foundations would inevitably be damaged, causing the bridge deck to loosen or even collapse entirely. Hearing Bai Hai's words, the foreman's face darkened. If this were true, their guilt would be immense. Is it that serious? Must we scrap the blueprints and start anew? Li Mu gave an awkward smile. Truth be told, he hadn't understood a thing while looking at the blueprints. Li Mu thought for a moment before saying to Bai Hai, "Alright, then I'll leave the structural design to you." He turned his head to face the foreman. "I'd like to halt construction for now. Is that okay?" The foreman nodded vigorously. "Of course not. We never imagined the bridge would pose such a significant problem. It was our oversight to assume that new materials would solve everything. We humbly request Master Li to lend us your expertise." With that, the foreman knelt down. Li Mu frowned. Why do people in this world kneel so readily? Rise. Li Mu commanded. The overseer immediately stood up. Li Mu turned his head to look at the armored vehicles behind him and the special forces inside them. We've got a high-difficulty infrastructure project. As Dragon Nation citizens, we've got to show what we're made of. Yes, Major. The Special Forces soldiers' enthusiasm surged. Perhaps this was an instinct ingrained in the very DNA of the Dragon Nation people. Several armored vehicles began descending the mountain, guided by the foreman, heading into town to transport aluminum materials. Several other armored vehicles drove to the edge of the cliff. The mechanical girl emerged from one of the armored vehicles. Xiao Nan? Li Mu was somewhat surprised to see her. Need a hand? MHM. The mechanical girl nodded. Li Mu smiled. With the mechanical girl's assistance, building the bridge became much easier. Bai Hai and the tech team were already drafting new blueprints. Meanwhile, the tech girl controlled the mechanical arms that had transformed from several armored vehicles. Under her command, the arms swiftly dismantled the partially constructed bridge deck and foundations. Meanwhile, the other Special Forces soldiers began cutting and welding aluminum beams. Before long, the armored vehicles that had gone to transport materials returned. Each armored vehicle carried dozens of aluminum beams on its trailer. Each beam carried considerable weight, and dozens of them added up to a substantial load. If transported by hand, moving this much material would have taken at least several days. But with the armored vehicles, the entire load was delivered in the blink of an eye. It wasn't just materials that arrived, but also a large crowd of curious townspeople. They too had climbed into the rear cargo beds of the armored vehicles, their faces filled with wonder as they gazed at the vehicles themselves and then ahead. Li Mu was somewhat surprised to see the extra people in the truck bed. That must be Master Li Tian. One villager exclaimed excitedly. Wow, I never imagined Master Li would look so extraordinary. How remarkable. I never imagined Master Li's heart could be so broad. Master Li is actually a woman. The other villagers murmured among themselves. Xiao Yalan froze. Ha? Li Mu's expression grew complex for a moment. He felt a bit hurt. He was standing right on the bridgehead, yet no one had paid him any attention. Was it just because he looked a bit ordinary? Major. Xiao Yalan grew flustered, turning to look at Li Mu. Li Mu shrugged. What's wrong, Master Li? Are you feeling unwell? On the cliff between Lanshan and Mingshan, a strange scene was unfolding. To the villagers below, the iron-clad girl stood at the cliff's edge, her eyes gently closed. Behind her, massive iron claws extended from the rear of the iron bone monstrosity, grasping aluminum beams one by one and securing them onto the cliff face. Within about 10 minutes, a massive metal bridge over 10 meters wide had taken shape. The bridge's design was highly unusual. Not only did it possess a deck, but hundreds of thick steel cables extended from the adjacent mountainside at the bridgehead, anchoring the deck in place. They had seen cable bridges before, but those typically relied on a single main cable spanning the entire deck. This design, with multiple cables supporting the deck, struck them as utterly novel. It should be ready now. Li Mu nodded, stepping onto the bridge deck and testing it with a few firm stumps. Under his weight, the bridge showed no sign of swaying. Supporting normal loads would be no problem at all. Ah! Master Li. The mayor of Xianhua town looked at Li Mu with trembling hands, overcome with emotion. Master Li truly lives up to his name. With such extraordinary talents at your command, you've built us this marvelous bridge. I don't know how to thank you enough. Hearing this, Li Mu glanced back at the joyful expressions of the townspeople and felt his mood lift. Ah, it's nothing. Just a small matter. As he spoke, Li Mu leaned closer to the mayor and asked. By the way, what's this whole celestial master business? How come I don't even know I'd become one? Ha? The mayor of Xianhua town froze in surprise. Master Li, you don't know about His Majesty appointing you as the state guardian celestial master? He was taken aback, and Li Mu was even more stunned. When did this happen? I've never even met your emperor. The mayor of Xianhua town began to explain. It turned out that in this world, 3 years had passed since Li Mu's last departure. After Li Mu departed, Ning Kaichen had reported their group's extermination of the demons at Lanyue Temple to the imperial court. Chapter 120, Lovers Become Siblings. Listening to the mayor of Xianhua town, Li Mu finally grasped the broad outline of what had transpired over the past 3 years. First was the demon extermination at Lanyue Temple. In this world, man-eating demons were not uncommon, and initially, news of the incident had only spread within the county. At that time, Li Mu's title was still only that of a great mage. After all, although the black twining vine demon had claimed the lives of many scholars over the years, these deaths were largely treated as disappearances. Therefore, the Black Mountain Old Demon's affair was not treated as a major incident. The truly monumental event occurred when Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen created aluminum and plastic. This was akin to dropping an atomic bomb on an agricultural society. This novel metal, aluminum, instantly captured the favor of the powerful and wealthy. Plastic, moreover, enabled the creation of countless exquisitely crafted tools, which in turn further accelerated technological advancement. For an agrarian society where science and technology had stagnated, the shockwaves were immense. Even the emperor, upon hearing the news, was utterly astonished and personally conducted an incognito visit to Xianhua town. Then came the cliched plot twist. The incognito emperor struck up a delightful conversation with Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, the brother and sister, ultimately bestowing upon them the title of Marquis. Naturally, the origins of their manufacturing techniques were discussed during this time. Then the two of them tossed Li Mu out. Thus, the incident became a mythical tale of divine teachings bestowed by immortals, and Li Mu was unilaterally crowned the heavenly master guardian of the nation. In reality, though, Li Mu wasn't naive. As the emperor of an agrarian society, upon learning of a new technology capable of reshaping social structures, his first instinct was undoubtedly to seize control of it. As for the title of Guardian Celestial Master bestowed upon him, it was likely just a convenient justification. Why would Li Mu think this way? It certainly wasn't because he grew envious upon seeing the grand mansions of Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian. Brotherly. Ning Kaichen emerged from the mansion adorned with red doors and large nails. Upon seeing Li Mu, the delight on his face was beyond words. Young Master Li, Nie Xiaoqian's voice drifted over. Li Mu turned toward the other mansion and saw a woman in white robes holding a white parasol emerging from the edge of the tree shade. The woman raised her parasol, revealing a face of ethereal grace and gentle beauty.
Is this Mr. Li, the Taoist master? Thank you for saving Kaichen. My daughter is profoundly grateful.
Beside Ning Kaichen stood another woman whose plain features made her easily overlooked when placed next to Nie Xiaoqian.
Brother Li, you haven't met her yet. This is my lawful wife, Xuaner.
Ning Kaichen treated her with great tenderness, smiling warmly.
Hello.
Li Mu extended his hand. Ning Xiaoqian's wife hesitated, took a step back, and shook her head slightly.
Watch me.
Li Mu slapped his forehead, having forgotten that in this world, married women did not casually engage in physical contact with anyone other than their husbands. But over the past 3 years, Ning Kaichen seemed to have matured and become much more polished. Though he didn't perform the formal handshake, he extended his hand and gave Li Mu a light squeeze. Smiling, he inquired.
Brother Li, what brings you here?
But the next moment, Ning Kaichen suddenly felt immense force surge through Li Mu's hand.
Ah!
Ning Kaichen cried out in pain. Behind him, Ning Xiaoqian's servants panicked and tried to rush forward. But several special forces soldiers, including He Xing, stepped forward to block them. Ning Xiaoqian's wife was also startled. Remembering that this man before her was Ning Xiaoqian's savior, she didn't know what to do.
It hurts. It hurts. Brother Li, what are you doing? Ning Kaichen shouted. What am I doing? I'd rather ask you what you're doing. You want me to bring about an industrial revolution? To drive technological innovation? Are you the time traveler, or am I?
Li Mu said with a displeased expression. Seeing Ning Kaichen on the verge of tears, he finally released his grip. After releasing him, several servants surrounded Ning Kaichen, seemingly intending to take him away. But he shook his head.
Don't mind it.
Brother Li was just roughhousing with me.
You may all withdraw.
Yes, sir. The servants withdrew one after another. Ning Kaichen shook his sore right hand, yet still smiled at Li Mu and said,
Brother Li, have I done something wrong? I've actually considered whether the things you described might have negative consequences. Could it be related to Heaven's mandate?
Li Mu shot him a withering glance.
What Heaven's mandate? What does that have to do with anything? Then why did you hit me, Brother Li?
Ning Kaichen looked utterly bewildered.
Because I just don't like the look of you. Li Mu declared bluntly. Ha!
Beside them, Nie Xiaoqian burst into laughter. Young Master Li is truly a remarkable fellow. Inside the Ning family mansion, Li Mu glanced at Ning Kaichen, who kept his head bowed, then shifted his gaze to Nie Xiaoqian.
He let out a long sigh.
Ah, lovers destined to become siblings, it really is true.
Ning Kaichen lifted his head. Brother Li, you're mistaken. It's true lovers end up as husband and wife. Li Mu glared at him.
Ning Kaichen immediately lowered his head.
Though Li Mu,
Ning Kaichen had suddenly transformed from a penniless scholar into a noble marquis. To be honest, Li Mu was genuinely a bit reluctant to accept this. But he had to admit, the guy's comprehension was truly remarkable. Based on just a few casual remarks Li Mu had made that night, he had managed to recreate the extraction of aluminum within an agrarian society. He turned his gaze to the other side, where Nie Xiaoqian's aptitude was equally impressive. Refining plastic from petroleum was an incredibly difficult feat, but with several spirit friends and the aid of the great tree spirit, it was entirely plausible she'd managed it. Throughout their journey, Li Mu had observed the gradual transformations within this society. With entirely new technologies emerging, societal progress would never halt easily.
Though unintentional, Li Mu had unwittingly planted the seeds of transformation in this society. Come to think of it, I've always wondered how the system awarded me that influence point. Turns out it was you two who rigged it for me.
Li Mu remarked with a hint of irritation. Seeing Li Mu seemed to have calmed down a bit, Ning Kaichen timidly asked. Brother Li, my aluminum extraction was entirely inspired by your guidance. If it displeases you, I can simply cease production from this day forward. Ning Xiaoqian's face bore a look of determination, clearly showing he'd made a difficult decision. Beside him, Ning Xiaoqian's wife also wore a look of concern. Clearly, without the aluminum, their status would take a significant hit. The wealth and prestige they had enjoyed might vanish, plunging them back into the destitute life of 3 years prior. Yet as a traditional woman, she could only offer her unconditional support to her husband.
Oh.
Li Mu was quite surprised and chuckled.
Is that truly how you feel? Absolutely.
Ning Kaichen nodded, raised both arms, and bowed to Li Mu.
Fine.
Then the role of ambassador for the new technology is yours.
Li Mu patted Ning Kaichen on the shoulder. Chapter 121, The Wheel of History. Ha! Ning Kaichen froze in surprise. Hadn't Li Mu just been furious with him for extracting aluminum?
Yet all Li Mu did was pat him on the shoulder. Young man, there's no time for you to be so easily startled. When you create the first aluminum artifact of this era, when Shao Qian produces the first piece of plastic, the train of historical change has already begun to move. Now, even I couldn't stop this train. Li Mu was born in the Dragon Nation, where historical materialism textbooks taught him much. From those history textbooks, one could indeed see the humiliating side of the dragon nation. Yet they also offered the most vivid portrayal of historical transformation and the destiny of humanity. Throughout history, whenever the spark of change ignites, the future is already sealed. All feudal resistance ultimately invites the heaviest blow. Li Mu patted his shoulder, his gaze fixed on the distant window. His posture suggested he was witnessing some grand, sweeping vision of the future. The pose was cool, but unfortunately, no one here understood the reference Li Mu was making. A train? Brotherly, what is that thing? Ning Kaichen asked timidly. Li Mu turned his head, and the guy ruined the whole mood. A train is something that can kill you. Ning Kaichen, keep up with my pace, the era is about to dance. Li Mu extended a hand, pointing toward the sky. Ning Kaichen couldn't fully grasp Li Mu's meaning. Yet vaguely, he sensed the world was about to undergo a significant shift. Timidly, he extended his finger, mimicking Li Mu's gesture. Oh! Li Mu turned his head to look at Nie Xiaoqian. Ha! Nie Xiaoqian froze for a moment, pointing at herself with a puzzled look. Li Mu nodded. Nie Xiaoqian sighed helplessly, walked over, and pressed herself against Li Mu's other side. Well, for Xiaoqian, just give a thumbs up. Li Mu said. Yay! At Li Mu's prompting, Nie Xiaoqian awkwardly extended her right index and middle fingers, looking toward the camera. Move a little closer, smile a bit more, don't make yourself look like a ghost. Even though you are a ghost. Put. Xiao Yalan and Ning Saichen's wife, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Boom! An explosion echoed, followed by a blinding flash and billowing smoke. The sudden commotion inside the room startled Ning Kaichen, Nie Xiaoqian, and others who knew nothing about cameras, turning their faces pale. Li Mu and Xiao Yalan, however, laughed heartily. All done. Li Mu smiled faintly, reaching out to take the photo handed to him by Xiao Nan. In the photo, Li Mu himself beamed with a radiant smile, while Ning Kaichen beside him looked deathly pale. Nie Xiaoqian, however, was so terrified her body blurred in the shot. Had the shutter released a moment later, only a ghostly face would have remained. That would have made it a ghost photo. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian were utterly shocked upon seeing the photograph. That sudden boom and flash had somehow painted them onto this tiny piece of paper? Brotherly, what is this? Li Mu chuckled, shaking the photograph. A historic moment. After that, Li Mu began revealing vast amounts of scientific and technological knowledge from another world to Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian without reservation. Upon hearing about these novel technologies, the expressions on both their faces were naturally filled with utter astonishment. So Brotherly comes from another world. The sophistication of that world's craftsmanship is truly beyond description. I feel ashamed. I had thought that by recreating the aluminum alloy you mentioned, Brotherly, I had come close to matching your level. But now I see that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ning Kaichen sighed. Enough. Li Mu gave him a gentle kick. What are you rambling on about here? Are you preparing for the imperial exams or the civil service? Hurry up and prepare to spread these techniques far and wide to benefit more common folk. Ning Kaichen smiled. Understood. My awareness is nowhere near as sharp as yours, Brotherly. After saying this, Ning Kaichen departed with several household servants. Over the next 3 years, he gathered a group of talented individuals. If Li Mu's various technologies were to be disseminated by him alone, who knew how many years it would take? After Ning Kaichen departed, Li Mu turned his gaze toward Nie Xiaoqian. The two were now in a large courtyard, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants, with birds singing and fragrant blossoms filling the air. Nie Xiaoqian stood near the tree, sheltered by a parasol. It must be said, Nie Xiaoqian's beauty was truly remarkable. Even knowing she was a female ghost, Li Mu found himself unconsciously drawn to look at her. Alright, Li Mu was simply a lecher who enjoyed admiring beauty. But it must be said, Nie Xiaoqian possessed a truly captivating aura. In the courtyard before them, there were only the two of them, a human and a ghost, alone together. Li Mu felt his heart pounding wildly. Damn it, Li Mu gritted his teeth, fighting an overwhelming urge to act. Come to think of it, in this timeline, Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen never ended up together. Could it be that in the end, the one who becomes the Sun Eater would be Li Mu? Young Master Li, please sit down and talk. Nie Xiaoqian spoke softly, gesturing toward the spot half-shaded, half-sunlit before them. No need. I'll stand, Li Mu shook his head. He feared that if he drew closer, he might lose control of himself. For some reason, Nie Xiaoqian seemed to possess an even more potent allure toward men now than she had 3 years ago. Or perhaps Li Mu himself had grown more lustful. In any case, to guard against doing something inappropriate, Li Mu felt it best to maintain a safe distance for now. Nie Xiaoqian wasn't naive when it came to romantic affairs. Having lived over 1,000 years and enchanted more than 900 men, she could easily see the wavering in Li Mu's heart. Yet, at this very moment, she too felt a strange wavering within herself. Truth be told, during these 3 years free from her grandmother's control, Nie Xiaoqian hadn't had time to reflect on her own situation. Now, Li Mu, her benefactor, seemed to harbor feelings for her. So, she could sense Li Mu's extraordinary nature. Staying by his side might drastically alter her future destiny. She hesitated, then lifted her head to look at Li Mu. She noticed he too was caught in indecision. Should she take the initiative? She saw Li Mu's mouth open, he was about to speak. How should she respond? Should she agree or refuse? Xiao Qian, you're a genius! Li Mu exclaimed excitedly. Ha! Nie Xiaoqian froze, utterly unprepared for Li Mu's words. I said you're a genius. Don't you understand genius? It means incredibly smart, incredibly clever. Why didn't I ever think to harness the power of monsters and spirits before? Chapter 122, Better the Monk Than the Layman. Li Mu was visibly excited, but Nie Xiaoqian looked utterly confused. After all that hesitation, that's what he was talking about? Or perhaps she had misread his hesitation, it had nothing to do with romantic matters. But as a ghost with 1,000 years of experience, she shouldn't have misread it. Could it be that something was amiss with her? Nie Xiaoqian stood frozen, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Mu was talking non-stop. Xiaoqian, you're truly amazing. I never once thought to harness these creatures when I first arrived in this world of demons and monsters. If we had to start a technological revolution from scratch, who knows how many years it would take. But in this world, there exist unscientific things like demonic arts and magic. Any production challenge beyond current technology is child's play for them. Li Mu spoke with great excitement, even grabbing Nie Xiaoqian's hand at the end. Young Master Li? Nie Xiaoqian froze, staring blankly at Li Mu. Xiaoqian. An unreadable light flickered in Li Mu's eyes. Yet, he spoke. How many more people can you pull? Ha? Nie Xiaoqian froze. In the 1,000+ years she had lived, she doubted she had encountered more confusion today than in all her previous years combined. I'm asking how many more people you can bring over to start an industrial revolution. No, I mean how many monsters or spirits can you bring over? Nie Xiaoqian thought for a moment, then held up one hand. 5? Li Mu seemed slightly disappointed. Nie Xiaoqian shook her head. 50? 500. Nie Xiaoqian replied. All right. Li Mu smiled. With 500 demonic helpers, his confidence in sparking an industrial revolution in this agrarian society would be boundless. After all, petrochemical technology was incredibly difficult. In any other society, it would be utterly impossible for someone to develop a petrochemical technology roadmap based solely on Li Mu's boastful claims. But this was the world of supernatural tales. Whether it was high temperatures and pressures or directional permeation, magic could turn the mundane into the miraculous. Even Ning Saichen's aluminum extraction process relied heavily on the fairy's assistance for several critical steps. Within a month, Xianhua Town underwent dramatic changes. First was the newly constructed Tianshi Bridge outside Xianhua Town. Suspended between two sheer cliffs, this bridge defied all precedent. No one had ever dared construct a bridge in such a perilous location. Yet Xianhua Town achieved it. With the connection between Talinshan and Tamingshan established, Xianhua Town's western routes became unimpeded. On the very first day, hundreds of merchants and traders of all sizes crossed this bridge with its miraculous aluminum structure, instantly revitalizing trade and commerce in Xianhua Town. Following the bridge's completion, several massive mechanical factories suddenly appeared in the town. The factories roared with noise and spewed thick black smoke, creating a striking sight even from afar. The new bridge of iron chains and aluminum, coupled with the roaring, smoke-belching factories, instantly drew crowds of curious tourists to Xianhua Town. These visitors stayed in the town, naturally bringing significant tourism revenue to Xianhua. The town mayor was naturally overjoyed. But within days, the extra income from these curious visitors suddenly halved. The reason was that the massive factory no longer spewed huge amounts of thick black smoke. Strange caps now covered its original smokestacks, emitting only faint wisps of white smoke. The mayor, who had been counting his blessings just moments ago, was instantly dumbfounded. He immediately rushed to ask Li Mu. Li Mu shot him a withering glance and declared, "We can't follow the old path of development before governance." Li Mu was somewhat speechless. He was here spearheading an industrial revolution, yet these people paid little attention to the industrial products he created. Instead, they were particularly preoccupied with all the external commotion. Perhaps this was simply a difference born of differing perspectives. The massive transformation in Xianhua Town soon drew significant attention from surrounding towns. Officials were dispatched to inspect the factories. These officials returned with reports filled with astonishment. Ultimately, word reached the emperor himself. Thus, an imperial summons in the emperor's own handwriting arrived, a 10,000-mile express order summoning Li Mu to the palace. Li Mu was busy at work when he received the letter, yet he was not surprised. It was only natural. If the emperor ignored such a monumental event within his own realm, he would truly become a figurehead. As for the emperor's intentions, Li Mu could roughly guess them. For a wildcard like Li Mu, the options were clear: either co-opt him or crush him. Well, a personal letter from the emperor himself. Quite the effort. Li Mu took the imperial summons and began reading it. The eunuch who had delivered it stood frozen in place. This was an imperial summons written in the emperor's own hand, equivalent to receiving the emperor's edict in person. Yet Li Mu casually took it and began reading it himself. What utter disrespect. Had this been anyone else, they would likely have been beheaded on the spot.
He glanced at the Imperial envoy standing nearby. The Imperial envoy's face was equally grim. Don't look at me like that, you bastard. This man has been appointed Celestial Master by His Majesty. This matter must be set aside for now. We'll find an opportunity to report it to His Majesty upon our return to the capital. The eunuch nodded. True enough. He tried to say more, but the Imperial envoy had vanished before his eyes. Looking closer, he realized Li Mu had grabbed him by the collar with one hand. Ha! Was this man planning a rebellion? Before he could recover from his shock, he suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground as well. Ah! A massive iron claw seized his waist, hoisting him entirely into the air. His face drained of color as he turned to see the iron bone monster vehicle had silently appeared behind him. The iron claw had extended from the rear of the monstrous iron-framed vehicle. His face drained of color. If only he hadn't rushed to answer the summons. He'd thought it was just a free meal, but now it seemed he might lose his life. Just as he thought his fate was sealed, he felt his body come to a halt. He landed smoothly on the rear platform of the iron-boned monster vehicle. Beside him stood the Imperial envoy, equally shaken and disoriented. Li Mu had already opened the front door of the iron-bone monster chariot and poked his head out to look at the two of them. Shouldn't two of you be enough? Li Mu asked casually. The eunuch swallowed hard. Were they being held hostage? He glanced at the others who had accompanied them. He saw them all take several steps back and shake their heads. What a classic case of better dead than poor. Should that be enough? He replied. At that moment, his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some even waved him over. As if to say, farewell, eunuch. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Li Mu nodded. Then he started the car. Instantly, the vehicle sped toward Tianjing at breakneck speed. Chapter 123, Entering the Palace. A convoy of over a dozen armored vehicles approached Tianjing in a formidable procession. The guards of Tianjing City, seeing this massive convoy, immediately attempted to close the city gates. Ha! There's someone in the vehicle. The guards spotted the Imperial Commissioner and the summoning eunuch and hesitated. Should we close the gates? These armored vehicles were equipped with the latest breakthrough technologies developed in the Dragon Kingdom recently, enabling them to move at incredible speeds. Before the guards could decide, the convoy had already surged into the city. The Imperial guards within the capital saw the convoy arrive and immediately slammed shut the palace gates. Over 10,000 fully armed guards intercepted Li Mu's convoy. Halt! Who dares to hijack an Imperial envoy and force their way into the palace? A general stood before the palace gates, bellowing the command. Li Mu rolled down his window, his expression sour as he retorted. Didn't you summon me here? Now you're calling it an intrusion? Do you even understand reason? Inside the palace, Emperor Li Shangyin and his ministers were in session when the report reached them, causing them to startle. Could it be a rebellion? They're advancing aggressively, holding the Imperial envoy and the eunuch messenger hostage. They mean us no good. Your Majesty, please seek refuge. We swear to defend the capital. A man who appeared to be a military commander shouted. Li Shangyin frowned. How can you demand I flee without even knowing their identities? This makes no sense. At that moment, another military officer entered the chamber. Your Majesty, it was a false alarm. The visitors are the celestial masters of the nation summoned earlier. Li Shangyin froze, then exclaimed in shock. He arrived so quickly? The general nodded. Your Majesty, it is indeed the celestial master. The assembled court officials and generals all looked stunned, then began murmuring among themselves. Their astonishment was understandable. For ordinarily, even when summoned from within 100 li of the capital, it would still take several days for the recipient to arrive, even if they set out immediately. It would still take several days to arrive. Thus, after Li Shangyin wrote his personal letter this morning, he leisurely convened the court ministers for discussion this afternoon. Little did anyone expect that Li Mu would arrive before the discussion was even halfway through. Your Majesty, the celestial master Li seeks an audience. Shall we receive him or dismiss him? The military officer inquired. Li Shangyin hesitated for a moment, glancing at the court officials. Your Majesty, I believe it would be best not to receive him. Li Mu's sudden arrival suggests he has come prepared. His visit this time may well harbor ulterior motives. Your Majesty, I believe it would be wise to receive him. Once the sovereign's command is issued, it cannot be recalled. Having summoned him, it would be unthinkable to refuse an audience. Li Shangyin pondered for a moment, then extended his hand beneath the dragon robe. Summon Master Li. Ah, this. It's just a meeting, right? Is all this formality really necessary? Li Mu gazed at the hundreds of people laying out the red carpet before him, his expression complex. Several ceremonial eunuchs nearby frowned at his remark. This is an audience with His Majesty himself, how could we possibly cut corners? Li Mu shook his head, unconcerned.
2 hours later, the preparations were finally complete and Li Mu's party was permitted to proceed from the inner courtyard to the palace. It must be said, the entire palace complex was exceptionally grand. As Li Mu and his party walked through it, feeling the imposing grandeur emanating from the surrounding structures, they all felt themselves grow small. Upon entering the grand hall, Li Mu first saw the civil and military officials standing on either side. Moving forward, after ascending 9 steps, they finally beheld the day's central figure, the nominal ruler of this nation.
He doesn't seem all that impressive. He's not even as handsome as me.
Li Mu silently judged in his mind. Following the directions of the eunuch usher, Li Mu and his party finally reached the center of the grand hall.
Kneel,
the eunuch announced softly. Though spoken softly, in the solemn silence of the grand hall, nearly everyone could hear it clearly.
Ha! Li Mu froze. Me? The eunuch shook his head and said,
Your Excellency, the Celestial Master holds such exalted status that you need not kneel.
I refer to those accompanying you.
He glanced at He Xing, Xiao Yalan, and the others. Li Mu froze, having completely forgotten about this matter. After all, this was an agrarian feudal society where status and hierarchy were paramount. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, who had come with them, knelt down as well.
But Li Mu frowned.
Even if he didn't have to kneel, it seemed odd for Xiao Yalan, He Xing, and the others to do so.
After the eunuch's announcement, the group beside Li Mu still hadn't performed the required ritual.
Thus, numerous gazes fixed upon them, creating considerable pressure.
Major.
He Xing bowed slightly toward Li Mu, signaling that he and the other squad leaders were willing to comply.
However, their willingness did not mean Li Mu was willing to comply. I will not kneel, Li Mu declared.
His voice was not loud, yet it echoed through the grand hall, clear for all to hear. Countless eyes turned toward him, bringing an invisible pressure. It was precisely this pressure that upheld the hierarchical order of feudal society. To those who lived here, this order felt natural and sacred. But unfortunately, Li Mu was not a native of this world. Seeing Li Mu and his companions openly defy etiquette, the once solemn hall began to stir with commotion.
The eunuch in charge of announcements opened his eyes and fixed them on Li Mu, seemingly poised to erupt over the incident at any moment. But at that very moment, I approve.
A steady voice echoed from the head of the hall.
Instantly, all the officials present fell silent once more.
Li Mu lifted his head to look at the emperor, feeling a slight warmth of goodwill toward him. This guy might not be much to look at, but at least he's not the petty type. Li Mu thought to himself. Following this, Emperor Li Shangyin proceeded to ask Li Mu, Ning Kaichen, and the others a series of routine questions. While these questions touched upon the matters Li Mu had handled in Xianhua town, the manner of questioning remained superficial, merely skimming the surface. This procedural questioning went on for 2 or 3 hours.
Li Mu's legs ached from standing.
He glanced at the civil and military officials standing beside him. If he was already exhausted after standing for just a short while, how much worse must it be for these fellows who stood on their feet day in and day out?
The audience concluded.
In the end, Li Shangyin hadn't asked any pointed questions. Li Mu had originally intended to discuss several matters with him, but since the other party showed such a lack of earnestness, Li Mu felt it was best to let the matter drop. He left the grand hall, preparing to return and continue his industrial revolution. For an emperor in feudal society, missing this opportunity meant that by the time he could intervene again, the situation would be completely transformed. Just as Li Mu began to harbor disappointment toward Li Shangyin, a eunuch approached him discreetly shortly after he had stepped out of the hall.
Lord Li, the emperor requests your presence. Li Mu paused, then nodded. It seems we'll be discussing practical matters this time. Chapter 124, Taking a Photo. Following the eunuch's directions, Li Mu and his entourage arrived at a secluded hall. Master Li, please enter.
His Majesty awaits inside. The eunuch bowed his head as he spoke.
Li Mu nodded and stepped inside.
Upon entering the hall, Li Mu saw Li Shangyin. To Li Mu's surprise, Li Shangyin was not wearing his elaborate and luxurious dragon robe at that moment, but only a simple blue robe. His features were never particularly striking to begin with, and without the trappings of his office, he looked even more like an ordinary man.
Master Li, you finally arrived.
I have many matters I wish to discuss with you at length.
A banquet had already been prepared within the hall.
After Li Mu and his companions entered, the palace maids nearby were dismissed. As they ate, Li Shangyin began to speak with Li Mu about matters of substance. To Li Mu's surprise, Li Shangyin carried himself with little airs,
though he sensed a vague unease about Li Mu's current actions.
But when Li Mu explained that these endeavors would strengthen the nation and improve the people's lives, he saw no reason to stop him. Earlier, when Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian had developed aluminum and plastic, Li Shangyin had considered reserving those novel materials for imperial use. However, he paid little attention to Li Mu's steel production endeavors. In this era, iron and steel production was a state-controlled monopoly. On the spot, Li Shangyin granted Li Mu a special license.
Moreover, Li Shangyin possessed keen intuition, sensing that Li Mu could not have developed such a comprehensive system entirely on his own. Master Li, where are your origins?
Midway through the wine, Li Shangyin inquired. Li Mu had long anticipated this question. Seeing no reason to conceal the truth, Li Mu revealed everything to Li Xiangyin that he came from another world, another nation. Listening to Li Mu's account, Li Xiangyin was utterly astonished. He had imagined Li Mu might come from another prosperous nation, but never expected that nation to be so advanced, so wealthy, and so powerful. There, everything was made of steel and stone, with buildings hundreds of stories tall. Iron birds soared through the skies, transporting humans across thousands of miles. Countless iron-framed monstrous vehicles traversed the ground, while beneath the earth lay marvelous behemoths called subways, capable of carrying thousands. As for military might, that nation possessed countless formidable weapons he had never even heard of. Particularly the thing called an ion cannon. Out of curiosity, he casually remarked, "If I ever have the chance, I'd truly love to see one in person someday." Then, Li Mu smiled. "No need to wait for another day. I've got one right here with me." With that, Li Mu suddenly produced a peculiar metallic weapon. This startled Li Xiangyin completely. He had no idea where Li Mu had pulled this thing from. Such things appeared without warning, even mages needed to chant incantations and snap their fingers. Yet with Li Mu, it seemed as though the moment he needed it, it simply materialized. Before Li Xiangyin could recover from the shock of Li Mu conjuring an object out of thin air, Li Mu was already holding it, aiming it at the distant mountain peak. Whoosh! A flash of light shot out from the metallic weapon in an instant. Seconds later. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the distant mountain peak. Upon closer inspection, the entire summit had been completely flattened. What is that thing? Li Xiangyin was so stunned his jaw nearly dropped. Li Mu actually carried such a formidable weapon with him. If Li Mu had suddenly pulled this out in the council chamber and aimed it at him. In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over Li Xiangyin's body. Impressed. He was genuinely impressed. Both for Li Mu himself and for the distant nation standing behind him, that land known as the Dragon Kingdom. The next day, when all the court officials had assembled, Li Xiangyin announced to everyone, "From this day forward, Li Mu and Li Tianhu are my brothers." This sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Hadn't Li Mu committed the crime of disrespect in court yesterday? Not only was he not punished, but now the emperor was even calling him brother? The officials were utterly stunned. And Li Mu himself was no less stunned. Holy crap, I'm his little brother now? What's going on? We didn't discuss this at all during yesterday's banquet. Li Mu turned his head to look at the mechanical girl who had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. "Shaonan, what do I do? I'm the younger brother now. Does this mean we're off to the western heavens to fetch the scriptures?" Li Mu turned back to look at Ning Kaichen, Nie Xiaoqian, Yi Xing, and the mechanical girl beside him. Xiao Wujing, little dragon horse, wait, little dragon girl, you'll just have to make do as Zhu Beiji. As for Xiaonan, since you can change your form, you can be Sun Wukong. The mechanical girl was still fiddling with the old-fashioned camera in her hand, capable of only black and white photos. For some reason, the mechanical girl was fascinated by last century's technological products from the main world. Though these technologies diverged from the technological trajectory of the 7321 parallel timeline, they were far too primitive to hold any real research value. The mechanical girl lifted her head and glanced at Li Mu. A chill instantly rose from the depths of Li Mu's heart. He immediately fell silent. He couldn't afford to provoke her too much. If the three consciousnesses inside her got angry, Li Mu would be in serious trouble. However, the anger he anticipated never materialized. Her expression remained impassive as she said calmly, "Li Mu, I'm about to take the photo." "Ah, so soon? Could we wait a bit? How about after court adjourns?" Li Mu asked. "No. The film's already exposed. If we don't shoot within half an hour, it'll go to waste." "What?" Li Mu was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, in the Grand Hall, Li Xiangyin and the civil and military officials were still reciting procedural formalities. This was the trouble with feudal society. Even for an emperor to recognize a brother, a mountain of formalities was required. Li Mu timidly raised his hand and looked toward Li Xiangyin. What is it, imperial brother? Is something wrong?" Li Xiangyin asked in confusion. His voice naturally interrupted the ceremonial proceedings. "Damn, I really am His Majesty's younger brother now," Li Mu thought to himself. Your Majesty, could we take a photo?" Li Mu said with an awkward smile, gesturing toward the mechanical girl behind him who had already raised her camera. "A photo? What's that thing?" Li Xiangyin froze in surprise. By then, Li Mu had already ascended the 9 steps ahead and stood beside Li Xiangyin. "Say cheese." Li Mu spread his index and middle fingers apart. Li Xiangyin stared blankly, then mimicked Li Mu's gesture. "Cheese." Bang! The mechanical girl's vintage camera burst into a flash of light, accompanied by a wisp of smoke drifting upward. "What is this?" A historic moment. Chapter 125, I approve. The commotion from the old camera startled not only Li Xiangyin, but every court official and eunuch nearby. Afterwards, nearly all wore expressions of indignation. "Your Majesty, punish Master Li for his crime of disrespect and insubordination." This man shows utter contempt for the Son of Heaven, daring to make the Emperor perform such an act of disrespect.
The 9 steps symbolize the Emperor's supreme authority.
Yet Li Mu dared to step upon them alongside him. How could this be justified? This man must harbor treasonous intentions.
The crowd pressed Li Shangyin with petitions, demanding punishment for Li Mu.
Li Shangyin gritted his teeth, staring at them.
Did these fools even know what they were saying? If Li Mu truly intended rebellion, why bother with such trouble?
He could have easily disposed of him with that ion cannon thing. He raised his hand, and the officials below the dais immediately fell silent.
Never mind. I approve.
This time, it was the civil and military officials who were rendered speechless.
What? He actually approved it? Your Majesty, he's already done it. What's there to approve?
Your Majesty, if you are ever taken hostage, just blink your eye, and I will rush to your rescue.
Constrained by feudal etiquette, these thoughts remained unspoken, merely flickering through the minds of the officials below.
Meanwhile, the mechanical maiden had already snapped over a dozen photographs in succession. Li Mu took the photos and glanced through them.
Let's go with this one.
I look a bit more handsome in this shot, Li Mu declared, pointing to one of them. The remaining photos were casually handed to the eunuch standing nearby, who could only stare wide-eyed. The eunuch, seeing the lifelike, incredibly realistic portraits, was startled.
How can it be so lifelike? Is this some kind of soul-capturing technique?
Li Mu shot him a withering glance.
Soul capture my foot. There are over a dozen of these. If it were truly soul capture, would His Majesty even have enough souls to capture?
Soon, Li Mu returned to Xianhua town. With the title of Imperial Brother, whatever Li Mu undertook from local to central institutions would be granted unimpeded passage. Thus, Li Mu's industrial revolution grew ever more expansive.
As for Li Shangyin,
Li Mu couldn't help but feel he seemed to have given up on himself. Occasionally, Li Mu would spot him dressed in plain clothes, visiting the factory.
It was then that Li Mu realized Li Shangyin's incognito visits weren't mere rumors. He genuinely enjoyed this pastime.
My dear brother, what exactly is this thing for? Li Shangyin asked, pointing at the steel components rolling off the assembly line. These are engine components for vehicle manufacturing.
Li Mu replied.
As he spoke, Li Mu took the blueprints from high beside him and handed them to Li Shangyin. Li Shangyin studied the blueprint for a long time, though it was unclear whether he understood it.
Then he set the blueprint down and gave a wry smile. My dear brother, do you still have any of that wine you gave me the other day?
Li Mu looked at him.
I do have some. I've been saving it for Yen Xixia. Never mind. You're the emperor. I'll give it to you.
Li Mu casually retrieved several bottles of strong liquor from his spatial storage. Such items were extremely precious here, for distillation techniques hadn't yet been developed, making high-proof liquor exceedingly rare. The eunuch behind Li Shangyin, sporting a fake beard, stepped forward and collected the bottles.
Li Mu looked at Li Shangyin, who was smiling. Surely this wasn't the sole purpose of your incognito visit?
Ha ha ha.
Li Shangyin paused, then laughed, likely trying to brush it off.
Li Mu propped his chin on his hand, pondering. Since Li Shangyin was so fond of strong liquor, teaching someone to fish was better than giving them a fish.
I'll teach you the distillation techniques. That way, you can have your own people brew high-proof liquor. Li Mu turned and summoned Bai Hai.
Bai Hai, design a distillation guide for alcoholic beverages that can be applied effectively in our current environment.
Ha? Really?
Li Shangyin looked at Li Mu in surprise, seemingly unable to believe Li Mu would simply hand over the technology like that.
Li Mu shrugged. Why not?
I truly underestimated you, my dear brother.
I'll make it up to you with a feast another day.
Watching Li Shangyin and the eunuch depart in plain clothes, Li Mu shook his head with a hint of resignation.
How to put it?
Here was an event that could transform the entire era, yet Li Shangyin, as a worldly emperor, failed to notice it. And that distillation technique, no matter how remarkable, would only serve to indulge the extravagant pleasures of the upper echelons of power. Li Shangyin's choice of distillation technology left Li Mu with mixed feelings. On one hand, it showed that as an earthly emperor, he possessed the foresight to recognize which technologies could truly drive social transformation. Yet on the other hand, as the pinnacle of feudal power, his very foolishness seemed to benefit the people. As long as he didn't obstruct the technological revolution, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the people of this world.
Come to think of it, what exactly was my mission this time?
Li Mu murmured to himself, gazing in the direction Li Shangyin had departed. He opened the system's task interface and began scrolling through the assignments. Oh, it's to protect Ning Kaichen's safety and eliminate the black twisting vine demon. Li Mu glanced at Ning Kaichen beside him.
Damn it, you almost got me sidetracked. I'm here to exterminate demons. The Industrial Revolution is? Ha? Ning Kaichen asked timidly, what does that have to do with me?
Li Mu opened his phone, which had been modified to connect to the communication channel worn by the modified Special Forces soldiers.
Major.
He Xing's face appeared on the phone screen.
Any news on the target? Li Mu inquired.
He Xing shook his head. From his movements, it seemed he was moving swiftly and freely.
Not yet. The troops are currently searching eastward. What about the second target? Li Mu inquired. The so-called second target referred to Yan Xixia. No word on him either. Is that so? You've worked hard. You can rest after the search cycle ends.
Li Mu was in the middle of a voice call when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance.
Big guy. Huh? Li Mu turned his head.
The voice felt vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place where he'd heard it before. Immediately after, he saw a red, human-shaped shadow rapidly approaching him. It was a lively woman with a voluptuous, revealing figure. Her chest was exceptionally ample, covered only by metal breastplates at the crucial points. By the time Li Mu could make her out clearly, she had already lunged forward in an instant, those two enormous, round weapons smacking against his face. Yes, weapons, true weapons. Holy! Li Mu felt a sharp pain in his nose before being knocked to the ground, his entire field of vision blocked by the two massive weapons. Li Mu never imagined the legendary metal bikini armor could be this deadly.
Chapter 126, go ahead. Li Mu's face was ashen.
He was so close to fulfilling the fantasies of countless men, yet that cold layer of metal ruthlessly severed the connection. The hard metal scraped back and forth across Li Mu's face, delivering relentless, clanging blows.
Li Mu even wondered if he'd somehow crossed over into another crossover.
Back to those precious computer classes in childhood, one of the only 3 games available, the simulation game that left the deepest impression.
That game seemed to be called Space Ping Pong.
Li Mu felt like he had become that little ball, clattering back and forth between the 2 corners controlled by the players.
Enough!
Li Mu finally snapped out of his dizziness and shoved away the red thing that had been clinging to him.
Once he had some distance between them, the first thing Li Mu saw was her dazzlingly bright, utterly vacant smile.
Then, above her head, the pale golden crown.
The Ant Spirit Queen, who else could it be?
How did you get so big? Li Mu asked, rubbing his nose, which had been knocked askew. Poof. The Ant Spirit Queen lifted her head high, her nose seemingly reaching for the sky. Well, she demanded proudly.
Pretty impressive, huh?
Well, not really that impressive, Li Mu shrugged.
No matter how big you get, you're still about my size. Huh? Really? The Queen Ant Spirit eyed Li Mu with a mocking tone.
She reached out, her hand gliding over Li Mu's head and then sweeping down toward her ample chest. In an instant, Li Mu's carefully maintained expression of indifference began to crack.
Damn it! Didn't they say becoming a spirit creature just meant growing to human size? How did they turn this guy into a little giant?
Li Mu muttered silently to himself.
The Ant Spirit Queen continued to gloat, clearly amused by Li Mu's increasingly strained expression. Big guy, no, now you should call me little guy. Do you know why I've grown so big?
That smug attitude made Li Mu want to punch her right then and there, but facing the Ant Spirit Queen, now the size of a miniature giant, he hesitated. After all, if he attacked and still couldn't defeat her, it would be utterly humiliating.
There was no helping it.
In a way, Li Mu was just an ordinary person at heart, constantly weighing the pros and cons of every situation. Simply put, he followed his heart. To put it bluntly, he was a coward. What else could it be?
Li Mu snapped irritably.
He stared at the Ant Spirit Queen, arms crossed.
You've become a spirit, that's why.
What else could it be?
Huh?
The Queen Ant Spirit's face twisted into exaggerated surprise.
How could you?
Li Mu shot her a withering look.
Did this creature genuinely believe everyone else shared her level of intelligence?
Being lumped in with her kind felt downright humiliating to Li Mu. Yes, the humiliation Li Mu felt at that moment stemmed from being mistaken for one of her own kind by the Ant Spirit Queen. It certainly wasn't the humiliation of having his face washed by her steel bikini armor or being outmatched in height. Seeing that Li Mu showed no surprise, the excitement vanished from the Queen Ant Spirit's face. She lowered her head dejectedly, gazing at Li Mu. When she was this quiet and still, she was actually quite beautiful. Li Mu couldn't bear to tease her any longer and asked.
Alright, don't be downhearted. Didn't you like the candy I gave you before?
This time, I brought quite a lot from my storage space. As he spoke, Li Mu extended his hand, palm facing downward. Then, as if a faucet had been turned on beneath his palm, candies of every color and variety began to fall steadily. Seeing this, the Queen Ant Spirit's eyes, which had been downcast moments before, immediately lit up.
Big guy, thank you. You're so kind.
She happily scooped up the candies falling from Li Mu's open palm, her eyes sparkling with delight.
Li Mu shook his head.
Even though she had become a demon, her thoughts remained so simple.
He didn't feel like arguing about the collision anymore.
Instead, he asked her.
By the way, what exactly did you come here for? Li Mu asked casually.
The Ant Demon Queen's eyes remained fixed on the candy as she answered without hesitation.
I came to have babies with the big guy. Holy, what did you just say? Li Mu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Huh? Didn't you hear me? I said I came to have a baby with you. Stop. Stop, I get it.
Li Mu cut her off hastily. He pressed one hand to his forehead and shook his head.
This guy was still bringing that up?
Not long after arriving in this world, when she was still the Ant Spirit Princess, she had said those words to Li Mu. He never imagined that now, after she'd transformed into a human girl and cultivated into a demon, she'd still bring it up. To Li Mu, it had happened just half a month ago. But for her, living in this world, it had been over 3 years ago.
So why did you come looking for me in the first place?
Li Mu rubbed his temples, looking troubled as he turned to the Ant Spirit Queen.
Could it be that you've been conquered by my masculine charm and fallen for me?
Li Mu smugly swept his bangs aside with one hand. He had expected the Queen Ant Spirit to launch into a detailed account of her emotional journey leading up to falling for him. But instead, the Queen Ant Spirit took a half step back with a hint of disgust, her face wearing a half smile, half frown.
Damn it! Is that not right?
Li Mu felt as if he'd been struck by an invisible blow to the chest and clutched his heart.
Then what's going on?
She said she wanted to have my child, but it turns out she never fell for me.
What the hell is this? Li Mu sighed, crouching in the corner as if suddenly disillusioned with the world.
The Ant Queen watched the dejected Li Mu, approached him gently, stroked his head, and soothed him.
I don't really understand if this is love either. All I know is that you saved me, big guy, and gave me so much good food. That's kindness. Li Mu's expression grew complicated.
This creature really had no ulterior motive, she just stated the facts so plainly.
So, is it this favor thing that made you come find me to have kids? Li Mu asked in a completely emotionless tone. Is there something wrong with that?
The Ant Queen tilted her head in confusion. I'm truly amazed by you. Li Mu looked at her and shook his head helplessly. He'd been in this world for some time now and had gained a fair understanding of how both humans and spirit creatures here thought. For these beings who had cultivated into spirits and demons, gratitude seemed to hold immense importance.
Li Mu felt a surge of irritation.
He pulled the Ant Spirit Queen to her feet, his gaze burning as he stared intently at her body.
Let's get this over with. Chapter 127, Driving a Big Truck?
Li Mu's fragile psyche had been shattered beyond recognition.
He gazed at the Ant Spirit Queen's alluring form, sliding one hand around her waist. Let's do it, he said, almost in self-destructive resignation.
All he wanted now was to do something to vent his emotions. In this world, the Ant Queen didn't see anything wrong with offering herself out of gratitude, so why should he, a man, care? As he spoke, he began stripping off his own shirt. It was just a bit frustrating after saving my first time for so long, I had to give it to this guy. Li Mu gazed at the Ant Queen, towering over him by more than a head, as his hand began to slowly descend.
This must be one of those exceptionally niche genres in adult films, a big car scene? Losing my virginity to a gangbang, isn't that a bit? Actually kind of thrilling?
Li Mu's hand moved slowly toward the Queen's waist. Strangely enough, the Ant Spirit Queen who had been so lively moments ago, spouting shameless words, now seemed unusually docile. Her body didn't move at all, even growing slightly stiff.
This reaction? Could it be her first time?
Li Mu, who hadn't been thinking much about it, suddenly realized his own breathing had grown ragged without him noticing. His hand slowly descended, but instead of reaching the most intimate skin, it encountered the hard metal armor.
Ha! Li Mu froze.
He'd completely forgotten about this thing.
With this armor on, what could Li Mu possibly do? He examined it closely. This bikini armor showed no signs of buttons, clasps, or anything resembling fastenings.
It appeared to be a single, seamless piece. Gritting his teeth, Li Mu traced its edges for a long time but found no mechanism resembling an opening switch.
How do I take this thing off?
Li Mu could only ask the Ant Queen awkwardly.
So you wanted to open it, big guy? I thought you were fond of it after feeling it for so long. It can't be taken off. Ha! Li Mu froze. If it couldn't be removed, what was he supposed to do? Was he really going to bang a steel plate? Hold on, big guy. While it can't be removed, I can stow it away.
Just give me a moment, I've only just learned shapeshifting and am still a bit clumsy at it.
The Ant Queen's face flushed as she took a deep breath, likely gathering her resolve. Phew. Alright, big guy, I did it. The Ant Queen's voice grew fainter and fainter in Li Mu's ear.
The armor shielding her vital areas had indeed vanished, yet Li Mu's face betrayed no trace of excitement. The Queen Ant Spirit suddenly felt her body go weightless as she began to fall downward. Li Mu's hand had already reached down below, catching the Queen Ant Spirit. Landing in Li Mu's palm, the Ant Spirit Queen finally came to her senses. She touched the back of her head and said shyly,
"Sorry, my transformation time's up."
"I suppose so," Li Mu replied flatly. "I kinda figured this is how it'd go. Big guy, I'll come find you later to have kids."
In a way, the Ant Spirit Queen's mind worked incredibly fast.
Just moments ago she'd been planning to have children with Li Mu, but now that she'd reverted to her demonic form, her thoughts turned entirely to eating. She picked up a giant candy and bit a huge chunk out of it.
Yet even as she indulged, she didn't forget her status.
"Emerge, my subjects." In the next instant, hundreds of ant spirits materialized out of thin air from the sky behind her, descending to the ground.
"Yes, my queen."
The moment they materialized, the ant spirits formed into a disciplined army and immediately advanced toward the candy mountain.
"Carry all these delicious candies back.
Forward." The ant spirit queen issued her command with a show of strength.
Li Mu watched quietly from the sidelines.
Truth be told, the ant spirit's formation had grown remarkably disciplined compared to their earlier chaotic marching. This, in another sense, proved that the princess of that day had indeed grown into a queen.
So this is your innate spell after becoming a demon? Li Mu asked while observing the ant swarm.
That's right. What do you think, big guy? Pretty impressive, huh? Whenever I wish, I can summon the entire ant army to my side. Li Mu smiled at her proud expression.
That's pretty lame. I thought the signature spells gained after becoming a demon would be incredibly powerful. Turns out it's just, meh.
Hearing this, the ant spirit queen whipped her head around. What did you say, big guy?
Say that again. Her tone turned stern.
Though her form had shrunk hundreds of times over, her seriousness now radiated a regal aura.
Li Mu hadn't noticed this yet, thinking he hadn't explained himself clearly enough. I'm serious. These ant spirits aren't that strong. Even if there are tons of them, it doesn't really matter.
Li Mu shrugged. Only when he turned his head did he feel the queen ant spirit's unprecedentedly stern, commanding presence, the aura of a true ruler. At the same time, the ant spirits who had been carrying the candies appeared at Li Mu's feet without warning.
Attack, commanded the ant spirit queen, pointing at Li Mu. In the next instant, dozens of ant spirits began crawling down Li Mu's legs. Li Mu's body froze instantly.
He finally realized he might have unconsciously underestimated the strength of the ant swarm. Individually, an ant spirit might be incredibly weak, but in a swarm, even an elephant could be killed.
Was Li Mu now finally paying the price for his reckless words?
Watching the swarm climb higher and higher, already reaching near his chest.
At that moment, doubt began to creep into Li Mu's mind.
On one hand, having spoken his words aloud, a true man should not back down lightly. On the other hand, it would be a shame if a careless remark completely ruined his relationship with the ants.
Should he apologize now? As Li Mu hesitated, the ant spirits had already climbed up to his neck.
At such close range, Li Mu could clearly see every detail of each ant spirit. The first ant spirit possessed a rather delicate face, and its body was noticeably more voluptuous than that of a human. Unfortunately, their most prominent features were concealed beneath metallic armor. In their hands gleamed a pair of cold, dark red or crimson twin blades. Li Mu watched as they advanced toward his neck, their coldly gleaming twin blades in hand. Now, even if he wanted to change his mind, the slightest movement of his throat could trigger a chain reaction of their attacks.
Chapter 128, New Developments in Xianhua Town.
Li Mu felt the pressure mounting, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Though his physique was already far stronger than that of ordinary people, they had spent 3 more years refining the 100 flowers technique than he had, and their physical sharpness had become even more acute. Frankly, Li Mu wasn't confident he could escape their encircling assault unscathed. Should he back down? Li Mu stared at them. The ant spirits, too, fixed their gaze upon him, the atmosphere growing tense and solemn. Then, "Hey, big guy, long time no see. Remember me? Who are you?" The ant spirits all look so alike, I can't tell them apart. "Hey, big guy, you seem to have gotten shorter." "Where did I get shorter?" "Don't be ridiculous. I've been this height since graduating college years ago, okay? The adult world is tough, don't go saying things like that. Big guy, it's been ages." "Oh, and thanks for the candy." "Whoa, there's another cool chick, totally badass, if she could become a spirit." Li Mu dared not utter a word, responding only in his mind. Clearly, though these ant spirits obeyed the queen's command, they remained independent entities in their own right. "Phew, you guys really gave me a scare just now." Li Mu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sorry about that. It was the queen's command, after all." "Ugh." The queen ant spirit's little face puffed up with anger behind him. The ant spirits were already joking and laughing with Li Mu, seemingly paying her, their queen, no mind for the moment. Li Mu shook his head, finding the sight of the queen's puffed up, pouting expression rather amusing. "Alright, since everyone's here, this little bit of candy won't be enough to go around. I'll give you all the rest I brought." As Li Mu spoke, a thought crossed his mind. Instantly, a mountain of candy appeared on the ground before them. The ant spirits were overjoyed at the sight, repeatedly thanking Li Mu. Recent changes have unfolded in Xianhua Town. A group of ant spirits arrived in town and began running rampant through the streets with utter disregard for others. Though calling it rampant tyranny might be an exaggeration. Though they had grown slightly in size since Li Mu first encountered them, they remained far too small to be easily noticed by passers-by. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a brightly colored, rectangular bag began moving on the street. People nearby jumped in surprise, all turning to stare at the bag, puzzled as to why it was moving on its own. Just as the bag passed the street corner, a left foot suddenly came down from above. "Hey! Watch where you're going. You almost stepped on me." A loud shout rang out. The left foot froze mid-air. The owner of the foot looked left and right, but no one was talking to him. His foot descended again, and then, thud. A sudden sharp pain shot through the heel of his right foot. He looked down and saw a tiny human girl holding a strange candy. The colorful candy was stuck onto a wooden stick.
He recognized this peculiar candy. It was the very thing that Li Mu, the Imperial Guardian and Lord of the Celestial Masters, had introduced to everyone. It seemed to be a lollipop. A spirit creature? You actually stole the Celestial Master's belongings. He was immediately alarmed and shouted to those around him. Quick, someone come. A spirit has stolen the Celestial Master's belongings. Hearing the title Celestial Master, the townspeople gathered around. Dozens of towering humans surrounded the tiny, indistinct ant spirit, yet it showed no sign of fleeing. Bang! She tapped the man's heel again with her lollipop. The motion was swift and precise. A martial arts student nearby, who happened to be practicing swordplay, watched with astonished eyes. Impressive. The draw and sheath of the sword, the control of force, all executed with incredible finesse. After she sheathed the blade, she even licked it with a movement so swift it was impossible to see. I never imagined a spirit creature could wield a sword with such skill. Ah! The person being struck cried out in pain. The repeated blows finally made him lose his temper. You little thief! You stole the Taoist master's belongings, and now you dare to strike me. He raised his left foot, poised to stomp down. Hey! Hold on! Someone nearby immediately grabbed him. Why are you holding me back? Still seething with anger, he turned to demand. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd be finished for sure. This ant spirit is a friend of the Taoist master. If you lay a finger on him, even if the Taoist master doesn't act, the town mayor won't let you off the hook. At these words, the man's face instantly calmed. You really know the Taoist master? He still harbored doubts. That's right. I'm an old acquaintance of the big guy. This candy was actually a gift from him. Hearing the ant spirit's words, the man realized he'd nearly caused a major disaster and apologized repeatedly to the tiny ant spirit. A few kind words were enough to instantly placate the still angry ant spirit, putting it in a cheerful mood. Poof. You know your place. I'll let you off today. The ant spirit hopped away, lollipop in hand. Of course, given the stark contrast between her size and the lollipop, to most passersby, it looked like nothing more than a candy bouncing down the street. At the town gate of Xianhua town, a monk dressed in plain gray robes walked in. He was an ascetic monk from the deep mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Upon arriving in Xianhua town, he was stunned by the array of unfamiliar new structures lining the streets. Beep, beep, beep. In the distance, a strange vehicle honked loudly as it sped along, carrying passengers without any oxen or horses pulling it. This left the monk utterly dumbfounded. Everything before his eyes made him feel as though he had stepped into a bizarre, surreal world. But it wasn't just the outward appearances that astonished him. He discovered the people here seemed exceptionally kind-hearted. When he went begging for alms, most households willingly offered generous portions of food. Moreover, a significant number of them appeared to be non-Buddhists, yet they too were willing to give. This puzzled him deeply. Had he somehow arrived in the Buddhist paradise of India? But the moment this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. The aura of Buddhism here was not profound. Moreover, when he gazed into the distance, he sensed an unshakable aura of demonic energy shrouding Xianhua town. Though I know not why, the people here live in extreme peace and contentment, free and carefree. But the demonic aura still lingers. I must warn the town's mayor. With this thought, he slowly made his way toward the town center. The closer he got to the center, the more peculiar things he saw, objects visibly tainted with demonic energy. Just as I suspected. The monk stroked his prayer beads, silently reciting sutras. As he walked, he silently dispelled the demonic energy from the surrounding objects. Chapter 129, Monk Tianhe. The monk continued forward, chanting sutras all the while. Suddenly, he sensed a wisp of demonic energy drawing near. Looking closely, he saw an ant spirit about a dozen paces away. She was actually walking in broad daylight on a busy street filled with people. Such a sight was exceedingly rare in this world. The monk froze in shock. He saw that a person ahead of the ant spirit had already lifted a foot, poised to step on it. He could sense that this ant spirit carried no trace of malevolent energy. This meant she had never harmed anyone. Yet even if she had done no harm, she remained a demon. A demon appearing on the street, whether crushed to death or injured, was none of his concern. Following the method his master had taught him, he closed his eyes. No observation, no thought. But was this truly the right thing to do? In an instant, doubt stirred within him. He raised his hand, flicked his fingers twice, and 4 beads flew off his Buddhist prayer beads. The 4 beads reached their target before the foot could land. As the monk chanted, the 4 beads emitted a brilliant light, forming a luminous array that enveloped the careless ant demon. The foot landed on the light array, only to be repelled. The light array vanished, and the 4 beads flew back into the monk's hand, reassembling into the bracelet. Ha! The man felt his foot slip, as if he'd stepped on something. He looked down and saw a miniature little girl scolding him. Human, watch where you're going. Seeing the ant spirit unharmed, the monk breathed a slight sigh of relief and turned to continue onward. But the ant spirit followed him. Hey, you bald guy up ahead. Did you just help me? The tiny figure behind him asked.
Lately, Li Mu had spent nearly every waking hour discussing with Ning Kaichen, Nie Xiaoqian, and several special forces squad leaders how to disseminate various industrial technologies to the surrounding areas. Only now, actually putting it into practice, did Li Mu realize these matters weren't so straightforward. First, implementing these industrial technologies required considering the current manufacturing capabilities of the environment.
It wasn't enough for Li Mu to simply manufacture high-tech machinery. The key was ensuring they could be replicated elsewhere in the world. Only then could the technology truly spread, proliferate, and even evolve on its own. While this world possessed supernatural forces like demonic energy that could bypass certain technical hurdles. But if every step depended on demons and spirits, the Industrial Revolution simply couldn't expand. After all, where would one find enough friendly demons?
Most supernatural beings in this world harbor significant hostility toward humans.
Secondly, the environment is problematic. The primary issue is that human labor is simply too cheap. Li Mu hadn't anticipated that this factor would become a major constraint on the expansion of the Industrial Revolution. It made sense, really.
In an agricultural society, people were the one resource that was never in short supply. Yet the primary purpose of machinery is precisely to save labor. This created a contradiction.
Just as Li Mu was feeling troubled, a bald man suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Big guy, a bald man wants to see you." An ant spirit scurried over and reported to Li Mu. "HM." Li Mu looked at the visitor. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a monk. "Excuse me, master."
The monk gazed around the room at the multitude of strange and unfamiliar objects, clearly astonished.
"I'm just a humble monk. My dharma name is Tianhe." Li Mu nodded. "Master Tianhe, what brings you here?"
After all, Li Mu was currently occupied with other matters.
Of course, the Industrial Revolution wasn't urgent. What kept Li Mu occupied was something else entirely.
"You are the Guardian Celestial Master?"
The monk frowned.
He sensed that Li Mu's cultivation level was not deep, which stood in stark contrast to the immense prestige of the titled Guardian Celestial Master.
Li Mu frowned as well. "What's this? Is this guy here to pick a fight?" Li Mu was growing impatient. Lately, many people had sought him out. Most of them only offered meaningless pleasantries.
Just as Li Mu was about to find an excuse to dismiss him, the monk spoke. "Though your cultivation is not profound, you are still a cultivator.
Why have you aligned yourself with demons and spirits?" Li Mu froze, then asked, "Is there a problem with that?" "A problem? Demons and spirits harbor malicious intent naturally, one must keep them at a distance." Li Mu shrugged. "Who says they intend to harm anyone?" He glanced at Nie Xiaoqian in the room and said, "Xiaoqian, do you wish to harm anyone?" Nie Xiaoqian shook her head and replied, "Though I am a female ghost who has committed many sins, I now only seek to purify myself of my transgressions and be reincarnated as soon as possible." He then looked at the ant spirit who had brought the monk inside. "Are you going to harm anyone?" "Well, maybe." She actually hesitated. Li Mu shot her a glare. This creature was actually sabotaging him at a time like this. "Should I take back that candy then?" Li Mu said through gritted teeth. "Ah. No, big guy. I was just joking with you. I wouldn't hurt you, I wouldn't hurt you."
Li Mu chuckled, turning his head to look at the monk.
"See? They've both said they won't harm anyone." The monk's expression turned hesitant. But who's to say they won't turn to evil deeds in the future, joining the forces of darkness? Humans and supernatural beings should remain separate.
Li Mu was currently conversing with the ant spirit. After hearing his reply, Li Mu finally turned to look at Aha.
"Master Tianhe, thank you for saving the little one. When you saved little one, did you already suspect she might turn to evil in the future?" The monk froze. Indeed, if demons were inherently evil, why would he have saved this ant spirit back then?
Li Mu watched the monk, now lost in confusion, and shook his head.
"I don't quite grasp your way of thinking. To me, humans and demons are much the same. There are good people and bad people. There are good demons and bad demons. Master, do you agree with my perspective?"
The monk pondered for a moment, sighed, and replied.
"Humans and demons ultimately follow different paths."
Li Mu shrugged. It seemed he couldn't persuade the other. It wasn't surprising that the other held such views. After all, this world was still filled with demons that preyed upon humanity.
Li Mu hadn't spoken long with the monk named Tianhe when his phone rang. "Major, we've located the target."
It was He Xing's voice.
"Where?" Li Mu asked. "Sending you the coordinates now."
Li Mu tapped his phone a few times and sure enough, the target's location appeared.
"Is it the primary or secondary target?" "The first one." The second target appeared earlier but vanished quickly. "All right, hold your position. I'll be there shortly."
Li Mu spoke, then turned his head to look at the monk.
"My apologies, Master Tianhe. I have matters to attend to."
Chapter 130, The Undying Monster. Li Mu did not take Ning Kaichen with him, instead instructing Nie Xiaoqian to ensure her safety.
Although Li Mu felt there shouldn't be any safety issues in town, it was still better to be cautious.
The group set off in a large convoy. A dozen armored vehicles sped toward their destination at breakneck speed.
Monk Tian has stood at the city gate, watching Li Mu's party recede into the distance, lost in thought. Buddhism teaches us to love all sentient beings. But what of demons? What of ghosts? Who is to love them?
In the past, such doubts would never have crossed his mind. For in this world, the vast majority of demons and evil spirits who came into contact with humans harbored malicious intent. Monks and Taoist priests only needed to slay demons and exorcise evil spirits, never contemplating how humans should coexist with supernatural beings. But with Li Mu's arrival, starting with lesser threats like minor spirits, more and more beings began showing willingness to interact with humans. As the monk traveled through nearby villages, he encountered numerous spirits displaying kindness toward humans. After over 10 days of arduous pilgrimage, the monk found himself outside a remote village. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed gusts of demonic wind, and the air carried a thick, foul, putrid stench. As he advanced further, the fog thickened. The grayish-purple mist, no matter how one looked at it, radiated an inexplicable eeriness. His vigilance immediately heightened. Ugh! In the distance, a shadowy figure, as thin as a stick insect, staggered toward him. Dust and sand swirled in the air, stinging his eyes shut. Was it a demon? Or a human? Layman, this monk has just arrived here.
Might I ask what has transpired?
The monk bowed slightly. Ugh! In an instant, the shadow lunged toward him, its gaping maw filled with crimson fangs snapping toward his throat.
He immediately stepped back, yanking at his gray monk's robe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The tattered robe coiled into a staff nearly 9 feet long.
R-height staff technique, annihilation. The staff swung out, a thread of Buddha's light flickering on and off its surface. Yet the blow only forced the creature back a dozen paces. Ha! Tianhe froze in surprise. The creature had absorbed the Buddha's light and seemed largely unscathed. His expression darkened instantly. He knew exactly what this meant. At that moment, identical monsters closed in from the front, sides, and rear. Tianhe's expression tightened.
He thrust his cloth staff downward into the earth and drew a string of Buddhist beads from his right hand.
Heavenly beads in all directions.
He roared, flicking his fingers rapidly as 8 beads shot out in all directions.
With pinpoint accuracy, the beads struck the throats of 4 monsters.
Yet despite the hits, the creatures merely staggered half a step back, seemingly unscathed.
Indeed, these monsters are transformed from human bodies. He murmured.
By now, 9 monsters had slowly closed in, surrounding him completely. What should he do?
Tianhe's heart began to race with uncertainty.
All the Buddhist teachings he had cultivated thus far could not harm human beings. If he wished to eliminate these 9 monsters, he must abandon his Buddhist heart and instead cultivate a killing intent to attain enlightenment. But doing so would mean all his ascetic practices up to this point would be rendered meaningless. For a Buddhist practitioner, this was an unacceptable price to pay. All is but illusion and emptiness. He offered a single-handed Buddhist salute, silently reciting the sutras. Killing living beings, especially taking human life, is the greatest prohibition in Buddhist law. Yet now, there was no other way. As he chanted silently, a stream of blood tears flowed slowly from each of his eyes. Hell is vast and difficult. He recited the final lines slowly, very slowly. Once he finished these words, it would signify his complete severance from the path of the Buddha. All the decades of asceticism and worship would become meaningless. Beside him, several clawed monsters closed in, their foul breath billowing toward him. Boom! Before Tianhe could utter the final syllable, one monster's head suddenly exploded. Tianhe stared in shock. Bang, bang, bang. Several more deafening explosions reverberated around him. Focusing his gaze, he saw that the heads and even the upper halves of the remaining 8 monsters had vanished. Blood gushed from the gashes in their bodies, filling the air with a sickening stench. Hey, monk! A somewhat familiar voice called out. Tianhe turned his head and saw a young man with a simple crew cut shouting at him. This man was none other than Li Mu, the guardian celestial master he had encountered in Xianhua town just days prior. Oh, it's you! As Li Mu approached, he recognized Tianhe too. What are you doing here? This place is way too dangerous, it's practically like a biohazard zone. Li Mu said to him. As they spoke, the headless corpses on the ground suddenly twitched. Seconds later, they even stood up. Visibly, the mangled flesh and bone at their severed stumps began to slowly writhe. As this repulsive flesh and bone grew larger, the missing parts of the monsters' bodies seemed poised to regenerate. But Li Mu, of course, would not let them simply return to their former selves. He raised his hand and made a gesture. The next moment, dozens of attacks shattered the monsters' corpses into pieces. The massive explosion startled Tianhe. Only then did he notice several figures in the distance wielding strange weapons. The devastating attacks had originated from those very weapons in their hands. TSK. Even in this state, they can still regenerate? Li Mu glanced at the writhing masses of flesh on the ground, his voice dripping with impatience. He turned his head to look at the monk, Tianhe. Let's go. We need to get out of here first. We'll find a safer place to talk. All right. Inside a dilapidated temple, Li Mu and over 40 special forces soldiers leaned against the walls, resting. Along the way, they had encountered several more of those monsters they'd seen earlier.
To take them down while conserving ammunition, Li Mu and his team had expended considerable effort, leaving them utterly exhausted now. Monk Tianhe, too, was still reeling from the shock.
The earlier battle had revealed the astonishing combat prowess of this unit wielding mysterious weapons alongside Li Mu. This combat prowess far surpassed the Imperial Army by an immeasurable margin. If Li Mu wished, he could use this army to depose the emperor of this nation at any moment and claim the throne for himself.
Laymanly, why are you here? He composed himself and asked. Ah, you ask me? I was about to ask you the same thing. What brings you here? Li Mu retorted irritably.
Tian, he shook his head with a wry smile. I merely stumbled upon this place by accident.
As for you,
Master Li, you and your men are fully armed. It seems you came here on purpose.
Li Mu chuckled.
Though a monk, the man was clearly no fool.
Simply put, I've got a mission to kill a monster.
And this monster is surrounded by all those disgusting creatures we just encountered.
Chapter 131, The Tag Alone.
7 days prior, when Li Mu arrived at Sangna village, he immediately sensed something amiss.
A thick purple mist hung over the village, while its inhabitants stood blankly on the streets. When Li Mu approached one of them, the person showed no reaction whatsoever.
Thinking the person hadn't heard him, Li Mu repeated his question. Then he watched as the man's skin began to swell beneath the surface, as if something was writhing beneath it. In an instant, the man's body swelled by a full size, the proliferating flesh rapidly transforming him beyond human form. Its gaping maw revealed a mouthful of foul-smelling, blood-red, jagged fangs. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Li Mu reacted a split second too late. He barely dodged the creature's massive bite but was struck by its swollen arm. In an instant, Li Mu was sent flying, crashing into a nearby dwelling.
Cough, cough, ugh, spit. Li Mu staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. An ordinary person would have been reduced to pulp by this blow.
The sheer force behind the blow was astonishing.
Moreover, this power seemed to originate from its physical form itself. There was no trace of a powerful aura emanating from its body.
And there were nearly 1,000 such monsters in this village of Sana.
Fortunately, though these monsters possessed immense strength, their reaction speed left much to be desired.
Faced with a special forces unit equipped with powerful long-range firepower, they posed little threat as long as ammunition remained. But therein lay the problem. For this crossing, Li Mu had anticipated relatively low combat intensity, so only half the special forces unit was deployed, and weapons and ammunition filled merely 1/3 of the storage space. Afterward, Li Mu discovered these monsters possessed terrifying regenerative abilities. As long as they weren't reduced to minuscule fragments, they could regenerate endlessly. To approach the primary target, he must eliminate these creatures with their monstrous strength and extraordinary regenerative abilities. But their current ammunition and firepower simply couldn't support such an approach. Thus, for the next 7 days, Li Mu and his group found themselves in a stalemate. Currently, using this dilapidated temple as their base, they were studying why these once human beings had undergone such a transformation. Within the temple, the monk Tianhe sat cross-legged in a corner, silently chanting sutras. Behind him, the autumn wind howled desolately. Yet on the other side of the temple, a completely different scene unfolded. Led by He Xing, the modified special forces soldiers were resting and preparing. They were meticulously cleaning various firearms and ammunition. Meanwhile, the research team led by Bai Hai worked tirelessly. They occupied the largest space within the temple, with research equipment filling every corner.
Well, Li Mu approached Bai Hai and asked.
Bai Hai removed his constantly flickering digital glasses and replied earnestly. Major, our research is still too preliminary to accurately describe the cause of these human mutations. However, I have formed a hypothesis that requires additional research samples.
Li Mu nodded.
With a flick of his thoughts, the blood spirit sword materialized in his hand. I'll go get you a few samples.
There was no other way.
The combat tactics of the modified special forces unit, including He Xing, relied primarily on high-energy, high-explosive weapons. Every tissue sample obtained was nothing but a bloody mess. Analyzing tissue samples obtained this way yielded far too little useful data. Thus, over the past few days, the task of dissecting the tissue samples had fallen to Li Mu.
Thank you for your hard work, Major. Bai Hai saluted. Unlike other special forces soldiers, Li Mu primarily focused on close-quarters combat.
Such a combat style meant greater danger. As the leader of a unit, Li Mu willingly took on this immense risk to obtain the research samples. It was precisely this kind of leadership that earned him the unwavering loyalty of the entire special forces unit.
It's fine.
I'll just treat it as a chance to get some fresh air.
Oh, and one more thing, why are those monsters roaming the entire village? Why do they never come near this dilapidated temple? Li Mu stopped and asked.
Bai Hai shook his head with a wry smile and replied.
Major, we're puzzled by this too.
But we've thoroughly investigated the area around this temporary base for quite some time and haven't found anything unusual.
Li Mu beckoned with a wave and began walking outward. As he passed by Tianhe, the monk looked up and asked Li Mu. Master Li, are you going alone? Li Mu shrugged and replied.
Yes.
Is there a problem? Tianhe's gaze lingered on Li Mu.
His perception detected that Li Mu was only at the early stage of qi cultivation. At this level, though, his power far surpassed that of ordinary, untrained humans.
But fundamentally, he hadn't yet risen above the ranks of ordinary people.
Those monsters possessed at least the strength of the bone refining stage.
Why did Li Mu have such confidence? Li Mu was getting annoyed.
The other had asked a question and then abruptly stopped speaking. How utterly impolite. Perhaps it was due to his ascetic life as a monk. A solitary disposition was understandable. Li Mu naturally held no grudge against him and began to walk toward the exit. But the moment he stepped through the doorway, the monk rose and stepped out as well.
Ha!
Li Mu looked at the monk in confusion.
Why are you following me?
You saved this humble monk earlier, and I haven't had the chance to thank you. Before he could finish, Li Mu cut him off.
No need for thanks. I didn't save you expecting anything in return. Had anyone else been standing there, I would have saved them too. Saving you has nothing to do with you. Li Mu replied.
He had been in this world for some time now. Li Mu knew that the act of repaying kindness was held in the highest regard here.
Even monsters and spirits were no exception.
Recalling the humiliation he suffered days ago when the metal bikini gave him a facial scrub, Li Mu now felt repulsed by the very notion.
This was probably Li Mu's belated rebellious phase. Save me has nothing to do with me? The monk fell into deep contemplation.
Moments later, a faint light flickered in his eyes. Master Li is truly remarkable to casually utter words so profoundly rooted in Buddhist doctrine. Your karmic connection to the Buddha may well rival this monk's.
Ha! What's that supposed to mean? Li Mu walked on, utterly bewildered.
He had merely spoken a few casual words. Where did this talk of Buddhist principles come from?
And what Buddhist affinity was he referring to?
He took a few steps forward, and the monk followed suit.
Oh no, I've got a stalker on my tail. Li Mu felt utterly speechless.
In that moment, he regretted it. Perhaps he shouldn't have saved this monk. Unconsciously, his pace quickened, hoping to shake off the monk trailing behind him. However, the monk kept pace with Li Mu, matching his speed without faltering.
Chapter 132, Escorting to the Afterlife.
Li Mu quickened his pace, yet the monk behind him showed no sign of falling behind.
This guy's got some skills. I thought he was just an ordinary person.
Li Mu thought to himself.
Stop.
As Li Mu walked, the monk behind him suddenly called out to him.
Li Mu halted, turning with a frown. What does this guy want now?
Just as Li Mu was about to snap back, the monk abruptly began chanting sutras. Li Mu couldn't make out the words, but the humming sound grated on his ears like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Yet the monk's gray robe began to flutter without any wind, and a faint golden glow emanated from his body. The ground beneath Li Mu's feet glowed as well. Li Mu took a step back, sweeping aside fallen leaves with his foot to reveal a glowing arc. Near the paper line, numerous Sanskrit characters shone with brilliant golden light. This arc extended outward on both sides, forming a vast circle. Li Mu turned his head to look behind him. The center of the circle was precisely the dilapidated temple they used as their base.
What is this? Li Mu asked in confusion.
Layman, it is likely the 9-method array cast by a venerable monk of old.
It prevents all impure entities from entering the circle. The monk replied. Ha! So that's why those monsters haven't approached this place? Li Mu inquired. Precisely. Tianhe nodded slightly.
What exactly is this impure object?
Never mind, this question seems like it'll get complicated.
So, it seems the power of your Buddhist sect should be effective against those monsters, right?
Then why couldn't you defeat them earlier? Li Mu asked doubtfully, looking at Tianhe. Tianhe gave a wry smile, shook his head, and said. Perhaps it was due to this monk's insufficient cultivation.
Oh.
Li Mu didn't dwell on it much.
Perhaps Tianhe truly lacked sufficient cultivation? As Li Mu stepped out of the 9 laws array, he felt the surrounding grayish-purple mist grow thicker. Soon, it became difficult to see anything beyond 10 meters. The two ventured deeper and deeper, unaware of how far they'd traveled.
Looking back, the path they'd come was already obscured. Strange. Why haven't we encountered any of those monsters after walking so long today? Could it be we killed too many earlier? But that doesn't make sense. Aren't they supposed to be regenerative? Li Mu muttered to himself in confusion as he walked. As if answering his question, a low growl suddenly echoed from the distance.
Ugh! Li Mu's nose caught the foul, putrid stench of decay. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure slowly approached through the thick fog ahead.
Here it comes. Li Mu smiled faintly and stepped forward.
When he was about 10 meters away, the shadow, which had been moving slowly, suddenly whipped around. A pair of black, lifeless pupils locked onto Li Mu.
Ugh!
The creature let out a shrieking howl and lunged straight at Li Mu. Li Mu twisted his wrist, adjusting the blood spirit sword to a better angle before swinging it out. A flash of crimson light erupted as Li Mu's strike cleaved the charging creature cleanly in two at the waist.
The severed monster fell to the ground, its body motionless for several seconds.
Then, both severed halves, which had lost all movement, began to stir once more. This time, its movements were faster. Near the severed stumps, proliferating tissue continuously emerged. Li Mu raised his sword again. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen more crimson flashes streaked through the air. The two halves had transformed into hundreds of fist-sized chunks of flesh. Once again, these chunks began writhing shortly after hitting the ground. They slowly moved toward the center of the mass, with the first few pieces already merging together. Such a sight would unsettle anyone who witnessed it. Li Mu had felt the same way when he first arrived. But after 7 days, he had desensitized himself. Now he could calmly pick and choose among the chunks. Soon, he sliced off a small piece of flesh and lifted it with the blood spirit sword. With a thought, the slice vanished. Simultaneously, within Li Mu's storage space, a small piece of meat materialized in a petri dish. Alright, one portion done. The other parts. No good. The mutations are too severe, they bear no resemblance to normal human tissue anymore. There's nothing suitable for samples in these chunks anymore. I'll just have to find the next monster. Li Mu stood up and turned to look at the monk. He too had been startled upon seeing these chunks of flesh. Yet, minutes later, he walked over and stood before the writhing masses of flesh. Let's go, Li Mu said. The monk remained motionless, gazing at the flesh as he closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. Li Mu took a step forward and realized the monk hadn't followed. He turned to look and saw the man standing right there before the writhing flesh. The flesh had fused together more and more, and an arm was slowly taking shape. Li Mu felt a surge of irritation. What the hell was this guy playing at? If he stayed here much longer, the monster would be fully regenerated. Tianhe, why aren't you leaving? Though where this guy went was none of his business, the thought of watching someone die like this made Li Mu uneasy. Layman, this monk observes its suffering and seeks to grant it liberation, aiding its passage to the afterlife. The monk Tianhe kept his eyes tightly shut, though his pupils flickered slightly. Whether he was seeing something invisible to the naked eye, no one could tell. No, what are you saying? If you don't leave now. Li Mu grew impatient, but before he could finish, the monk began chanting sutras. Namo Amat Ba Yi. Varni Dharni Yi. Varni Yi Ta. Amat Ba Pavi. Amat Ba. Siddham Pavi. Amat Ba. Pika Lanti. Amat Ba. Li Mu could only hear the monk chanting these tongue-twisting syllables as a faint golden light began to emanate from his body. Simultaneously, the chunks of flesh before him were enveloped by a wisp of golden light. The writhing of these chunks grew increasingly sluggish until finally, they ceased moving altogether. The central chunk had already formed an arm. Yet within the golden light, it struggled a few times before falling still. Moments later, it suddenly shattered into dozens of smaller chunks. Ha! Li Mu was startled. Merely by chanting sutras, these flesh chunks, brimming with vitality, had truly lost their life force. After finishing the Sutra of Rebirth, Tianhe finally stood up and followed toward Li Mu. Li Mu paused, then smiled. You've got some skills after all. I never would have guessed earlier. The monk gave a wry smile, saying nothing, and simply followed Li Mu as they continued forward. After that, Li Mu sliced the two monsters into hundreds of pieces. Tianhe recited the Sutra of Reincarnation beside the piles of flesh. Chapter 133, The Battle Rages On. Working in tandem, Li Mu and the monk Tianhe quickly gathered a substantial quantity of tissue samples far exceeding the Institute's requirements for the day. Better to gather more now than make another trip in a few days. Li Mu said as he ventured deeper into the labyrinth. As they delved deeper, the monsters they encountered seemed to grow increasingly formidable. This was evident from their increasingly towering stature, which meant Li Mu could no longer cleave them in two with a single blow upon sight. Damn it! After another fierce battle, Li Mu was panting heavily. Beside him, the monk Tianhe stood near the writhing chunks of flesh, chanting the Sutra of Reincarnation. Li Mu noticed that even the time Tianhe required to perform the rites for these monstrous flesh masses was increasing dramatically. Enough! Going deeper is too dangerous. Let's head back. Li Mu gasped, his words labored. Tianhe nodded and replied. As you wish, benefactor. But just as he turned, 3 monsters, each as tall as a man, pounced from behind. Damn it! I was almost back. Why do I have to work overtime now? Li Mu grabbed the blood spirit sword and charged forward once more. After another fierce battle, Li Mu emerged victorious once more. Yet this struggle had drained his strength severely. Now, he lay sprawled on the ground, utterly spent. He rested for a full half-hour before finally managing to get back on his feet. Let's go. We should hurry back. I feel like these monsters are being directed by someone, closing in on us. The monk opened his eyes from meditation and nodded in agreement. However, just as he was about to stand, 2 more monsters lunged from Li Mu's side. In an instant, he flicked his fingers twice, sending 8 Buddhist beads flying toward the 2 creatures simultaneously. Enveloped in golden light, the beads struck the monsters' bodies, yet only caused them to stagger slightly. But that was enough. Li Mu sprang to his feet, his sword slicing cleanly through both monsters' heads. Damn it, never ending, ha! Li Mu cursed as he swung his sword. Behind him, Tianhe watched Li Mu fight, then glanced at the Buddhist prayer beads now back in his hand.
Sure enough, just as before, his skills proved largely ineffective against the monsters whose connections remained unsevered.
Watching Li Mu struggle fiercely, anxiety gnawed at his heart. If this continued, not only would he fail to repay Li Mu's kindness, but his debt would only grow deeper. He rose and headed toward the battlefield. Spotting the monk approaching, Li Mu turned his head and froze for a moment.
Hey, monk, my fight isn't over yet. It's not your turn to step in, Li Mu said. But the monk, Tianhe, shook his head.
With one swift motion, he tore off his gray robe, rolled it tightly, and transformed it into a 9-foot-long cloth staff. This monk must also fight,
he murmured softly. Ha! Li Mu froze in surprise. Clearly, this man's skills wouldn't be of much use against monsters that hadn't lost their ability to move. Yet he was willing to risk his life to fight?
Li Mu could vaguely sense the reason behind his actions.
But in truth, once the battle commenced, he didn't find Tianhe to be a liability. On the contrary, it was precisely because Tianhe could deliver the finishing blows that Li Mu's attacks could truly eliminate the enemy, no longer just a futile waste of energy.
Li Xiao looked at Tianhe. From his calm face, he sensed an unwavering resolve.
He nodded. All right.
Several more monsters lunged forward.
Thanks to Tianhe helping to shoulder the pressure, Li Mu was able to fight with ease.
He might have been comfortable, but Tianhe certainly wasn't.
Thud. Tianhe swung his club with tremendous force, striking a monster squarely in the chest.
The immense force sent the creature reeling back several steps. But it was only a temporary setback. Moments later, the creature lunged forward once more.
Whoosh! Tianhe flicked out 4 prayer beads in quick succession, striking a small monster that had crept onto the roof and was lunging toward Li Xiao below.
The beads sent the little demon flying into the wall, where it clung, writhing and struggling.
But this state lasted less than 10 seconds. After a dozen seconds, it scrambled back to its feet, preparing to attack Li Mu once more. Whoosh!
A flash of crimson light erupted as Li Mu severed the creature's head with a single sword strike. The battle dragged on for a long time, with more and more monsters closing in. Eventually, Li Mu and Tianhe could only fight their way back while retreating.
Even so, their stamina was being drained at an alarming rate.
If both of them were to completely run out of stamina, they would truly be in grave danger. At that moment, they sat inside a roofless house, taking a brief respite to regain some strength before the next battle.
Li Mu turned his head and glanced at Tianhe.
Tianhe sat bare-chested, clutching the mysterious cloth staff that clung to his hand without dispersing. When he had been dressed, Li Mu had thought Tianhe looked somewhat frail. Only now, with his clothes off, did he see the solid, well-defined muscles covering his body.
Damn, this made Li Mu feel a bit down on himself. In some respects, his physical prowess even surpassed Li Mu's.
Yet on the battlefield, his combat effectiveness fell far short of Li Mu's.
The reason for this ultimately lay in the weapons he wielded. Neither the smooth Buddhist beads nor the cloth staff fashioned from monks' robes possessed any sharp edges or blades. Without his Buddhist cultivation to bolster them, both weapons proved pitifully ineffective. Hey, monk, don't you have any other weapons?
With just these two, you could fight for 10,000 days and still not kill a single monster.
Li Mu gasped, speaking between breaths.
Monk Tianhe glanced at the cloth staff and prayer beads in his hands, shaking his head helplessly.
Our order emphasizes ascetic discipline. All this monk possesses are these robes and this string of beads. Ha! So poor. Being a monk must be tough. Glad I'm not one,
Li Mu said, leaning back against the wall behind him. The monk shook his head with a bitter smile. You have a karmic connection with the Buddha, layman. Though you do not worship him now, one day you will walk alongside our Lord. Hearing the monk's words, Li Mu jumped to his feet.
Damn it, don't scare me like that. I don't want to live a miserable life like yours. All I want is an ordinary, normal life. And what do you mean I have a karmic connection with the Buddha? I'm not even from this world. What the hell does Buddha have to do with me?
Yet, faced with Li Mu's tirade, Tianhe merely smiled serenely.
It matters not.
Regardless of where you come from, the cosmic path converges into one.
One day, you will understand. The monk replied. Li Mu shot him a dismissive glance. Ha, you get a few words in, and already you're putting on airs? Chapter 134, The Great Compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. Li Mu shot a glance at Tianhe.
This guy really knows how to put on airs.
A few words and he's acting all mysterious, spouting nonsense about unifying the cosmic principles? How many parallel universes have you visited?
Clearly, Li Mu was the one who'd traversed multiple timelines.
How come he hadn't seen any signs of the cosmic laws unifying?
Earth had no demons, monsters, gods, Buddhas, or Rakshasas to speak of. But then again, Li Mu didn't seem to be planning to discuss this with him in the first place. Strange, Li Mu tilted his head.
What was it I wanted to tell you in the first place? A moment later, Li Mu smiled in sudden realization. Oh, right, I meant your weapons. You said you only have these two, so why don't I find you something better?
Li Mu spoke, and with a flick of his thoughts, a pair of pale blue twin blades materialized in his hands.
A shimmering lightning glow danced along their blades. Hey, monk, take these. They're better than your staff. Li Mu tossed the blades toward Tianhe.
The thunder twin blades landed before Tianhe, who froze in surprise. The energy gathered upon them signaled their extraordinary nature, likely a rare spirit artifact. Such items were immensely valuable, treasured beyond measure by any faction in the world. Yet now, Li Mu had casually tossed them over? Nevertheless, Tianhe's cultivation path relied on no external aids. Thus, no matter how precious the treasure before him, it could not sway his resolve. Master Li, I have entered the Buddhist path and cannot wield weapons with blades or points. Ha? Li Mu froze. There's such a rule? He tilted his head. No weapons with blades or points. Your rules are really troublesome. He pondered for a moment before saying, come to think of it, I have something here that's neither sharp nor pointed. See if you can use it? As Li Mu spoke, a thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, a multi-barrel rifle over a meter long materialized in his hands. The sheer weight of the weapon sent Li Mu stumbling forward as soon as it materialized. This was no ordinary machine gun. It was designed for use by modified special forces. It incorporated numerous heavy weapons from the T-type Terminator of the 7321 parallel universe, refined and modified by Dragon Nation into this experimental prototype. As a prototype, the best and strongest materials were used without regard for cost to validate its capabilities, and the ammunition was pushed to its absolute limit. The price paid was its staggering weight, so immense that even modified special forces struggled to wield it. As for why such a precious prototype ended up in Li Mu's hands, Li Mu himself didn't know. The Dragon Nation military had simply forced it into his hands. Despite only 2 prototypes ever being built, the military had insisted on dumping one on him. How could they be so certain Li Mu would encounter an environment suitable for testing it? In the end, though, Li Mu did indeed encounter just that. He took the extremely heavy machine gun. The moment Li Mu let go, its immense weight made his expression change. Li Mu, however, merely nodded with a smile. This guy's physical strength is impressive enough. Lifting this heavy machine gun is no problem for him. How about it? This thing's decent, right? No sharp edges or blades. Li Xiao remarked. What is this? He asked in confusion. Looking at the several dark holes at the front of the weapon, Tianhe already sensed that this thing was no ordinary item. Its shape bore a resemblance to the weapons wielded by those around Li Mu. Earlier, it was precisely from these weapons that the thing had emerged, shattering the heads of 9 monsters and saving him. Li Mu also sensed that his opponent had noticed something unusual about this object. So he said, this thing is called the Great Compassionate and Merciful Gadameiji Bodhisattva. Ha? Tianhe froze. Is that really its name? He looked at Li Mu with confusion. Li Mu forced himself to remain calm as he nodded and replied, yes, that's exactly what it's called. After all, the Dragon Nation military hadn't even told Li Mu the name of this prototype heavy machine gun prototype. So coming up with one himself wasn't too much of a stretch, right? That's right. Li Mu stood up, took the heavy machine gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang 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 bang! In a single second, over 100 high explosive shells erupted from the barrel, reducing the wall before Li Mu to nothing but dust. Watching the brick wall vanish in an instant, Tianhe was stunned by the weapon's immense power. Holy moly, this is a killing machine, Tianhe muttered under his breath. Li Mu smiled and replied. Wrong. Whether it takes life or saves it lies solely in my will. As long as one's heart holds kindness, this weapon becomes a gun of benevolence. Tianhe was dumbfounded by Li Mu's twisted logic, frozen in place. Li Mu then thrust the heavy machine gun into his hands. Have you ever heard of the Bodhisattva Namu Gatling? In a single breath, it spins 3,600 times. With 6 senses purified, it fires depleted uranium bullets, great compassion and mercy, saving all beings. Tianhe's jaw dropped. After decades of ascetic practice, he had never encountered such a sutra. Moreover, Buddhism saves people through kindness. How could such a destructive weapon possibly save anyone? Killing, however, was as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. Li Mu observed his expression and nodded. Monk, take this. How to use it lies entirely within your heart. Within my heart? Tianhe pondered thoughtfully. Just then, a grayish-purple mist drifted in from the distance, and more monsters were slowly approaching. Damn it! We barely got a moment's rest before this bastard showed up again. Li Mu turned his head, and with a flick of his thoughts, the blood spirit sword materialized in his hand. Shadowy outlines of monsters emerged from the gray-purple mist. Even from their silhouettes alone, they appeared far larger than any of the previous monsters. Li Mu turned his head to look the other way. The gray-purple mist surged in from the opposite side as well. In the distance, the rustling sounds of brush and undergrowth could already be heard. Master, I'm here to help you. Tianhe emerged from the room, still clutching the monk's cloth staff and Buddhist prayer beads in his hands, not the heavy machine gun Li Mu had entrusted to him earlier. Li Mu felt a twinge of helplessness but said nothing. The battle commenced once more. This time, the monsters that appeared were even more powerful than before. In just over 10 minutes, Li Mu had been clawed multiple times by the monster's mutated giant paws. Fortunately, none of the wounds ran deep, vanishing from his skin in an instant.
They possessed regenerative abilities, and so did Li Mu. However, his regenerative abilities weren't as monstrous as theirs, capable of regrowing even when cut into chunks. The wounds would heal, but the blood he lost wouldn't magically return. After several injuries, Li Mu's complexion grew pale. The blood shortage began to restrict his movements. If this continued, Li Mu might truly meet his end here. Chapter 135, Bull Sutras. Li Mu swung his sword with all his might, but this time, the blow struck the black claws of the two-headed monster and bounced back. Clang! A metallic clang echoed, hard to believe it was the sound of the blood spirit sword striking the claw. Li Mu felt his right hand go numb from the shock. Looking down, he saw the web between his thumb and index finger had split open. Bright red blood slowly seeped out, greedily absorbed by the blood spirit sword. Staring at the blood spirit sword, Li Mu cursed. Damn it! I'm barely holding on myself, and you're still drinking my blood. Fortunately, Li Mu possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. The wound on his palm closed in an instant, and the bleeding ceased. The clawed monster lunged at him once more, but Li Mu didn't even glance in its direction. The claw slashed down from above, as if intent on tearing Li Mu into pieces. Just as the claw was about to strike Li Mu, an unexpected change occurred. Arg! The monster let out a howl as all 5 claws suddenly detached from its paws. The claw swung through empty air. Only then did Li Mu turn his head to look at it. You don't seriously think your claws are more formidable than my sword, do you? Li Mu sneered coldly, then stepped forward into the void. The monster still howled with its mouth agape, its lifeless eyes betraying neither despair nor sorrow. Regardless, Li Mu had already closed the distance, thrusting his blade deep into its chest. With a twist of his wrist, the blood spirit sword traced a curved arc, shredding the flesh around its heart into mangled pulp. Li Mu flung the blood spirit sword, still dripping with blood and flesh, violently, shaking off the filth. Thud! As Li Mu finished shaking the sword, the colossal monster collapsed to the ground. But Li Mu did not relax his guard. He raised the blood spirit sword. The monster would regain mobility swiftly. It must be dismembered into fragments before that happened. But just as he was about to strike, a sudden chill gripped his body, as if he had stepped into some beast's lair. Something was watching him. It was an inexplicable sensation, one Li Mu couldn't quite place. Master Li, watch your head, came Tian He's voice from afar. Only then did Li Mu slowly lift his head. Clang! 2 enormous, razor-sharp claws clamped down on the blood spirit sword Li Mu held aloft. Above him, a colossal face loomed down. This monster was colossal. A single palm alone was larger than Li Mu himself, and its body stretched beyond sight. Li Mu felt as though it had descended from the clouds, observing him with mocking disdain. Li Mu strained his arms, trying to pull the blood spirit sword back. Yet no matter how hard he strained, the sword remained pinned as if in iron tongs, not budging an inch. Gray-purple mist flowed from its enormous, terrifying mouth, spreading out into the surrounding area. In that moment, Li Mu finally understood the origin of this thick, gray-purple mist. Damn it! I just came to take on some minor monsters. How did I end up facing the big boss? Li Mu cursed. What should he do? Li Mu had never felt the threat of death so acutely. In the distance, countless monsters steadily approached from both ends of the street. Above, more and more monsters appeared on the rooftops on both sides. Xiaonan. At this moment, Li Mu's only hope lay with the mechanical girl whose whereabouts were unknown. Xiaonan. But his voice echoed through the street, and there was no sign of the mechanical girl. It's over. It's truly over now. Despair washed over Li Mu's face. He was just an ordinary person, never dreaming of saving the world or anything like that. Why was he facing this situation now? Boom! Just then, a flash of light erupted in the distance. Instantly, Li Mu felt the blood spirit sword in his hand stir. Thud! A massive finger landed before him, its severed stump pulsing with writhing flesh. Li Mu kicked the finger away with one swift motion, drew his sword, and thrust it forward. Whoosh! A monster lunging from the side was cleaved in two by Li Mu. Then Li Mu's body darted through the gap where it had fallen, leaping several steps to break free from the encirclement of over a dozen monsters. Gah! Arg! A dozen monsters howled in pursuit. Thud, 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 thud. Several more thunderous explosions echoed. Right in front of Li Mu, Tian He opened fire with that massive heavy machine gun. In just 4 short rounds, 2 monsters were blown apart at the head. But behind them, more shadows began surging forward. 10, dozens, hundreds. Their numbers swelled relentlessly, crowding both sides of the street until there was no room to move. Tianhe wiped away the blood in tears blurring his vision, then took a deep breath. Bang! Bang 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 bang! This time, a long string of gunfire erupted simultaneously. The monsters charging from the distance were blown to pieces by the heavy machinery. But their numbers were overwhelming. After thousands of rounds, the gun barrels overheated and jammed, yet the monsters behind them still surged forward like a tidal wave. Yet Tianhe's actions were not in vain. He had bought Li Mu precious time, and now Li Mu had closed in. He caught the heavy machine gun that had fallen from Tianhe's weakened grip and stowed it away in his storage space. Tianhe, are you okay? Li Mu asked, looking at him.
His aura was chaotic, stripped of the calm composure he'd once possessed. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, a sight that was deeply concerning.
I'm fine. Tianhe smiled faintly and nodded.
Li Mu frowned, but now wasn't the time to probe further.
He grabbed Tianhe's clothes and leapt onto the adjacent rooftop.
Yet there he was, Li Mu, clutching Tianhe with one hand as he sped off into the distance.
By the campfire, Li Mu and Tianhe sat on opposite sides. Tianhe sat in silent meditation, appearing unchanged from before. Yet within Li Mu's perception, the energy within him was chaotic beyond measure, rapidly dissipating as a whole. What's going on? Li Mu asked. Chapter 136, Escaping the Tiger's Mouth.
Tianhe was deeply shocked, for in his perception, Li Mu possessed profound karmic affinity with Buddhism. Though he had never entered the Buddhist fold, the Buddha had always protected him. Yet this very man now uttered words like Bull Sutras. Yet even so, in Tianhe's perception, Li Mu's Buddhist affinity remained undiminished. He remained silent, lost in deep thought. Moments later, Li Mu set off with him. It took them several hours before they finally caught sight of a corner of the temple in the distance.
Phew, looks like we're heading in the right direction. Damn, this village is too mysterious. It feels like the space inside is bigger than a major city.
Li Mu panted as he spoke. Exhausted to the bone, he could only muster his last ounce of strength through curses. Behind him, at the edge of the night, a thick, grayish-purple fog steadily crept closer. In the distance, the sound of branches snapping echoed intermittently. Those monsters were still chasing him. Li Mu turned his head to glance back. Crash! A flash of lightning suddenly split the midnight sky. To his astonishment, Li Mu saw the shadow outline of a gigantic monster's head looming above the treetops. Under this pressure, Li Mu's body, already nearing its limits, mustered a last burst of strength and pressed forward. But behind him, some monsters had already caught up. Behind him, the young monk Tianhe provided cover. His gray monk's robe had been discarded somewhere, leaving him bare-chested. In his hands were twin blades he had never wielded before. Thunder held them in his hands. Perhaps because Tianhe had lost all his cultivation, or perhaps because they were no longer in Li Mu's hands. The thunderous glow on the surface of the twin blades dimmed. Laymanly, just a few more steps were almost at the temple.
Tianhe gasped, his breath labored.
At this moment, his strength was completely depleted. Walking on his own was already difficult, let alone carrying Li Mu. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Li Mu cursed 3 times in quick succession. He could feel the danger closing in from behind, yet his body refused to muster even a shred of strength to take another step forward.
Ugh! Arg! Behind them, the monster's blood-curdling howls persisted, their approaching footsteps echoing with terrifying clarity.
Li Mu didn't need to turn his head to smell the foul, putrid stench emanating from them.
Move! Move already! Li Mu shouted, staring at his trembling feet.
But his feet remained frozen. Instead, the monster at the front lunged toward him.
Master Li!
Tianhe cried urgently, trying to rush forward, but he too was surrounded by several monsters. Behind Li Mu, a monster raised a claw high and slashed viciously toward his back.
At that critical moment, several deafening explosions erupted from behind. Boom! Boom boom boom!
The monsters in the front row had their upper bodies blown to pieces.
Ah! Ha!
That was close, I almost bit the dust. Li Mu forced a smile as he watched the Special Forces unit led by Yixing and Lu Feng rapidly approaching from the distance.
Major, are you okay? We heard the commotion outside and came to check. Yixing's biomechanical enhancements were the most advanced.
In the blink of an eye, he sprinted over 100 meters to Li Mu's side, catching him before he collapsed.
I'm fine, just a bit drained. Panting, Li Mu issued his final orders. Don't engage them in prolonged combat. The big boss is holding the rear. Retreat back into the temple first.
Understood, Major. Yixing nodded solemnly.
The modified troops from the rear swiftly arrived, obliterating the surrounding monsters before escorting Li Mu and Tianhe to the rear.
Inside the temple, Li Mu sat by the window, gazing upward at the slanting sky. His serene expression, coupled with the tranquil atmosphere, made him resemble a scholar admiring the moon and composing poetry. Unfortunately, Li Mu knew no poetry, and what he gazed upon was no bright moon. Above, a colossal monster's face loomed down from somewhere, its gaze fixed upon every soul within the temple. The creature was colossal, occupying half the sky above the temple, making the nearby monk by Ming appear diminutive by comparison. Its vacant eyes held no focus, yet its colossal form and grotesque appearance instilled profound unease in anyone meeting its gaze. Its gaping maw spewed grayish-purple mist-like liquid, sliced into dozens of streams by its jagged, blood-stained teeth before cascading downward as drifting fog. The mist flowed downward, only to encounter a transparent, hemispherical barrier that caused it to spread out. After chasing into the temple, the monster remained frozen in this posture for hours.
Li Mu stared at it for hours. That 9-law formation might not be able to completely block it. Should it break through, Li Mu must react instantly.
The commanders of the Special Forces squads remained equally vigilant. After an unknown span of time, the standoff between man and beast finally ended with the creature retreating. The monster leader moved, turning to depart. The other monsters that had come with it also began to depart one after another.
Ha! Finally gone.
Li Mu shook his head helplessly. Now, it seemed their group was trapped here. He had assumed this mission wouldn't be too difficult and hadn't prepared much. Little did he know that the moment they arrived, they'd be slapped with an ultra-difficult mission. Li Mu turned his head to look at the bustling tech team behind him. At that moment, Bai Hai, the team leader, had just completed an experiment.
Major, the results are in. Just as I suspected, the root cause of these organizations' uprisings is a fungal spore.
Bai Hai approached, holding a lengthy report in his hands. The contents made Li Mu's head spin the moment he glanced at them. Biology, it had been his worst subject back in school. But he forced himself to read through it anyway.
Not really getting it. So, it really is a biohazard? Did I accidentally slip into the wrong parallel universe? Li Mu shook his head and said. Master Li, what exactly is this fungus? I've never heard of such a thing before.
The monk who spoke was Tianhe. No, now he should be called the defrocked monk Tianhe. Li Mu looked at him, expecting the monk to be deeply distressed after losing all his cultivation. But at this moment, he merely smiled calmly, as if the loss of his cultivation hadn't affected him much at all.
You don't even know what fungal spores are? Well, explaining that would take a while. Li Mu felt a headache coming on.
Biology wasn't exactly his strong suit.
Chapter 137, Humans Are Not Special. Li Mu felt a bit stumped.
After all, explaining many concepts from systems science to someone living in an agricultural era was quite difficult.
He glanced at Bai Hai and said,
Bai Hai, you explain it to him.
Yes, Major. Bai Hai replied solemnly.
Thus, the renegade monk Tianhe was subjected to a 2-hour lecture on biology. After all, for you Tianhe, too many concepts had to be explained from the very beginning.
Li Mu watched Bai Hai lecture him, feeling a quiet satisfaction inside. See? Feeling dizzy now?
Back when he took biology classes, it was even more mind-numbing than this. After all, he'd endured biology classes for 3 years, 3 times a week.
Biology, cells. Holy moly, this world is truly amazing. Tianhe's eyes sparkled with wonder. This time, it was Li Mu's turn to be stunned. Didn't this guy get dizzy listening to biology lectures? Why does he look so happy? Come to think of it, he did mention decades of asceticism. This couldn't possibly be a masochist, could it? Li Mu instinctively took half a step back, resolving to keep his distance from Tianhe henceforth.
But just as he made that decision, the renegade monk Tianhe stood up and walked toward him.
He sat cross-legged before Li Mu. Tianhe, is something wrong?
Li Mu was practically ready to fall asleep.
Why was this guy suddenly coming over here? Besides his masochistic tendencies, did he have that kind of orientation too?
In an instant, goosebumps broke out all over Li Mu's body.
Master Li, this monk has today heard the proclamation of the Great Way. My heart is now clear and my vision bright. I come to express my gratitude. Tianhe bowed with both hands, speaking calmly.
Li Mu finally calmed down upon hearing his words. He looked at him with a complex expression.
I see. Well, I'm glad you're pleased.
These concepts are merely foundational knowledge in our world.
It's nothing particularly profound, so there's no need for thanks.
Surprise flashed in Tianhe's eyes at Li Mu's words. The knowledge Tianhe had just described was incredibly intricate, the kind of achievement that required generations of scholars dedicating their lives to research. Such knowledge, in this world, was often hoarded by powerful factions controlling their own territories. Even for a fortune, they wouldn't share it with others. Yet Li Mu claimed such knowledge was merely basic, readily available information in his world. This revelation only deepened Tianhe's curiosity about the world Li Mu came from.
How fortunate indeed.
Those who live in the world of Master Li are truly blessed.
Tianhe sighed.
Well, compared to this world, that's certainly true. Li Mu nodded in agreement.
Compared to this world, the people in the main world are indeed more fortunate.
At least most of them have no worries about food or clothing, enjoying education and healthcare that are exceptionally advanced compared to this world. But even so, people back there have their own troubles and sorrows.
Tianhe was somewhat surprised. In his view, the modern technologies Li Mu had demonstrated should make human life incredibly blissful.
Even if it couldn't match the legendary paradise, it should be a place where hardship was rare and joy abundant.
Li Mu observed his astonished expression and understood his confusion. It's hard to explain simply. When you have time, I'll take you to see my world. Tianhe's face immediately lit up with delight. Really?
Of course. Why would I lie to you? Li Mu shrugged.
Tianhe's reaction was more intense than he'd anticipated.
Li Mu had assumed an ascetic like him wouldn't smile much. If anything, the fact that he could still laugh now only deepened Li Mu's confusion. After all, he'd spent most of his life in ascetic training, only to have all his cultivation destroyed in a single day.
If it had been him, he might have sunk into depression by now. How could he possibly laugh?
Watching Tianhe, Li Mu thought to himself, perhaps this is the difference between a true master and an ordinary person.
How did that saying go? To hear the way in the morning, to die in the evening would be enough.
Perhaps Tianhe's philosophical realm wasn't quite that extreme, but compared to Li Mu, he was far more open-minded.
By the way, Master Li.
Hearing Master Bai Hai's profound teachings earlier was like a sudden awakening.
Yet there remains one matter I cannot fathom. Might I seek your guidance, Master Li? Tianhe asked with a touch of reserve.
Damn it, Bai Haichang is now called a master lecturer.
People who don't know better might think he's become a high-ranking Buddhist monk. And Tianhe, didn't you see I had Bai Hai explain biology to you? You're so smart, didn't you realize my biology is terrible? Li Mu raged inwardly.
But Tianhe's words had flattered Li Mu quite a bit, so he played along.
Fine, ask whatever you want. I'll answer if I know.
But I'll warn you, if it's too difficult, I might not be able to explain it.
Li Mu replied, arms crossed. Tianhe bowed his head and inquired. Thank you, Master Li.
Then this monk shall ask. If everything is as Master Bai Hai described, that all living beings in the world, be they pigs, dogs, chickens, or cows, or even plants, trees, and mushrooms, possess structures called cells,
then what makes humans special? What is the fundamental difference between us and all other living beings?
Li Mu paused for a moment, chuckled, and said, Ah, I thought you'd been building suspense for so long to ask something terribly difficult.
Turns out it's this. This is very simple indeed. Humans are not special at all. Didn't you learn that all living things possess cellular structures? Therefore, all life is fundamentally the same.
Li Mu said with a smile.
Ha!
A look of astonishment flashed in Tianhe's eyes.
Humans aren't special.
He sank into deep confusion, clearly conflicted by this statement that clashed violently with his long-held beliefs. No, it wasn't just his beliefs, it clashed with the entire agricultural world's understanding.
That's right.
Back in my world, centuries ago, the first generation of biologists also held the belief that humans were special with unwavering conviction. Yet after countless scientific studies, they ultimately reached only one conclusion.
Humans are not special. Li Mu spoke slowly, while Tianhe's expression was one of profound bewilderment. How could humans not be special? Tianhe, I understand your perspective. It's perfectly natural to think that way.
But the truth is, humans are just one species among many, an ordinary one.
If humans were special, then all living creatures would be special. If humans are ordinary, then all living beings are equally ordinary. If you insist on finding something unique about humans, it would be. Chapter 138, Dilemma. Tianhe, if we really must pinpoint humanity's sole unique trait.
Li Mu had already put on an act, and Tianhe's astonished expression was quite satisfying to him.
At this moment, he deliberately left his sentence hanging. Sure enough, Tianhe lifted his head in confusion, a faint gleam in his eyes.
Heh, curious, aren't you?
Didn't you just look like you saw through everything? Now you're the one who seems clueless? Li Mu watched Tianhe's reaction with relish.
Let me tell you this, the only thing special about humans is that they think they're special.
Tianhe fell deep in thought, murmuring to himself. The only thing extraordinary about humans is their belief in their own uniqueness.
The moment Li Mu uttered those words, panic washed over him.
Oh no, he seemed to have overplayed it.
After all, humans weren't the only ones who thought themselves special. It seemed the spirits and creatures of this world also regarded humans as different from other animals.
He began to panic. He hoped this fatal logical flaw wouldn't be spotted by Tianhe.
He slowly turned to look at Tianhe, only to find him still deep in thought.
Phew, good.
His over-the-top act didn't seem to get called out on the spot.
Ahem, Tianhe, you're done asking questions, right? I'm going to sleep.
Li Mu hurriedly said. Though Li Mu appeared perfectly composed, he was secretly worried that if Tianhe pressed further, his bluff would be called.
That would be a huge embarrassment. Thank you, Master Li, for your enlightenment.
This monk expresses his gratitude here.
Tianhe stood up and turned back to his own spot.
Li Mu then turned to sleep. Today had utterly exhausted him. Little did he know that the nonsense he spouted while pretending to be knowledgeable would later trigger a massive academic upheaval within the Buddhist community. Of course, all that was yet to come. For now, Li Mu still had to confront the seemingly endless horde of monsters. Without a reliable way to deliver the finishing blow, continuing the fight seemed like nothing but a waste of time.
But retreat? If they retreated, these monsters would flood into the surrounding villages and towns, spreading the biohazard even further and wider. Ah, bliss. It feels like ages since I slept this soundly. Li Mu rose from the straw bedding, rubbing his aching lower back.
It sounded contradictory, as Li Mu's body didn't feel particularly good after waking up. But the feeling of being so exhausted that he could sleep for hours straight was something he hadn't experienced in a very long time. It reminded him of the days when he worked non-stop just to make ends meet.
Nostalgia was one thing, but that didn't mean Li Mu enjoyed being tortured. Looks like I'll have to spend those 1,000 points after all.
I need to expand my storage space a bit more to fit that spring mattress in, Li Mu said as he got out of bed. As the thought crossed his mind, the system interface before him began to flicker.
Li Mu's over 3,000 points of credits immediately decreased by 1/3.
Almost simultaneously, Li Mu felt the storage space tightly connected to him expand tenfold in an instant.
100 cubic meters. Holy crap, that's huge. Li Mu exclaimed in shock.
In truth, 100 cubic meters didn't feel particularly large to most people.
Even a small room easily occupies several dozen cubic meters.
But for Li Mu, the sudden expansion of this storage space felt profoundly immense, so much so that it drew an audible gasp from him.
Major.
Yixing approached and handed Li Mu a brief battle report.
Li Mu glanced at it.
The papers simply marked the current locations of the monsters and the directions of their movement and expansion. It was clear that the majority of the monsters were moving around the vicinity of this dilapidated temple. Frankly, Li Mu wasn't sure whether they were drawn to the temple itself or to the people inside. If it was the latter, once they left, these monsters would likely shift their focus and spread elsewhere. But if they stayed here, without Tianhe's Buddhist cultivation, they simply had no way to completely eliminate those monsters. No matter how long they lingered, the monsters' numbers wouldn't diminish by a single one. Moreover, Li Mu sensed that as time dragged on, the monsters' mutations grew more extreme, and their threat level intensified. What should they do? Should they simply hold their ground here? Or should they just leave? In the end, Li Mu decided to observe the situation for a few more days. For communication, Li Mu carried a small wireless device, maintaining constant contact with Ning Kaichen, Nie Xiaoqian, and the rest of the Special Forces unit back in Xianhua town. If any real trouble arose, he could simply call on them for assistance. 2 days passed in a flash. Li Mu no longer ventured deep into the village to collect research samples, and the monsters only roamed outside the temple, making no attempt to attack the area. Of course, this didn't mean Li Mu was idle. He had already tested it. By cutting the monsters into chunks smaller than 5 centimeters and moving them into the 9-method grade array, these creatures would temporarily lose their ability to move. Yes, only temporarily. Should even a single fragment escape the array, it could rapidly regenerate into a complete individual. Whether calling them complete was accurate was debatable, as the regenerated specimens exhibited even more pronounced mutations. Over the course of 2 days, Li Mu conducted numerous experimental procedures, with Tianhe assisting him throughout. Though he no longer possessed Buddhist or Taoist cultivation, Tianhe's innate physical prowess was astonishing. As long as they didn't stray too far from the temple, the danger was manageable. However, Tianhe seemed to have awakened his inner curious child. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly bombarded Li Mu with all sorts of questions. These inquiries, rather than focusing on so-called professional knowledge or scientific theories, leaned more toward philosophical discussions. Li Mu mostly gave casual answers. After all, Li Mu wasn't a philosopher. What annoyed Li Mu a bit was that Tianhe would occasionally ask him questions about Buddhism. Hey, bro, I'm just an ordinary person. You're the one who used to be a monk, why are you asking me about Buddhist teachings? Li Mu looked at Tianhe in exasperation. Tianhe merely smiled faintly. Buddhist teachings are everywhere. They're not just for those within the Buddhist order to discuss. Master Li, you have a karmic connection with the Buddha. You should understand this better than anyone. Li Mu shrugged, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Finally, after Tianhe asked him several more questions about Buddhism, he couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, Tianhe, why are you always going on and on about Buddhist teachings? Just because you fired that gun, this so-called bull dharma is completely ruined. What's the point of pursuing such a meaningless Buddhist teaching? Li Mu was an ordinary person, so he spoke bluntly. In his view, this Buddhist teaching was nothing but a load of crap. Chapter 139, Misunderstanding. Tianhe froze upon hearing Li Mu's words. But his surprise didn't last long. Over the past few days, he had already noticed that Li Mu didn't hold Buddhism or Taoism in high regard. Tianhe, I'm a straightforward person. I don't think you should be following this Buddhist and Taoist nonsense. It's ignorant and narrow-minded. If you must worship something, you'd be better off picking a random rock to bow down to. At least a rock won't make you endure decades of grueling cultivation only to have all your progress wiped out and your cultivation destroyed. Tianhe remained silent, though the shock within him was profound. Though he'd come to understand in recent days that Li Mu's views differed greatly from the world's, these words still delivered a soul-shaking blow. Could faith truly be altered so casually? No, this wasn't merely changing it. This was forging an entirely new faith. Li Mu shrugged indifferently at the stunned Tianhe and walked away. To him, his own words held nothing peculiar. Having grown up in the Dragon Nation, he had been raised on atheistic education. While Li Mu's way of thinking wasn't rigidly scientific, it did place greater emphasis on his own ideas and beliefs. While he respected those who held religious beliefs, this respect came with a condition: they must not interfere with Li Mu's freedom or impose their ideas upon him. By the third day, Li Mu and his companions had dismembered countless monsters into chunks of flesh, feeding them into the 9 Laws Great Array. However, the space within the 9 Laws Array proved far too limited. Even after covering the surrounding ground, the total number of monsters showed little sign of diminishing. Just as Li Mu was about to give up and retreat, a group suddenly burst into the temple. The leader bore sharp, sword-like eyebrows and a cold gaze, clad in general great armor with several daggers strapped to his back. The others behind him appeared to be ordinary soldiers. Of course, calling it a burst-in was somewhat inaccurate. Li Mu had already set up surveillance devices around the temple, and the entire process of this group entering the temple was captured on camera. However, they seemed unaware of this. Upon entering the temple, they paused in surprise before becoming intensely wary. Clearly, they hadn't known anyone was inside the temple beforehand. "Who the hell are you?" A soldier barked the command, drawing his sword and pointing it at the science team member who was conducting research with a test tube. Their attire, the objects they held, and their actions were utterly incomprehensible to the soldiers, who instinctively mistook them for ghosts. A closer look revealed his sword-wielding hand trembling. Whether from battle fatigue or genuine fear of mistaking the temple occupants for ghosts remained unclear. Well, they'd never seen anything like this before. Being scared was only natural. "TSK. How could you mistake us for ghosts? We were kind enough to let you in," Li Mu remarked indifferently. Only then did the soldier notice Li Mu. He looked at Li Mu, finding him utterly ordinary, with no distinguishing features whatsoever. He barked, "Who gave you, a lowly soldier, permission to speak? Shut your mouth and bring your leader out to speak. Damn it! You son of a..." Li Mu stood up and took a step forward. To the soldier's eyes, Li Mu appeared before him in an instant. Before he could react, Li Mu had already struck. Smack! 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 3 sharp slaps echoed. He couldn't even see how Li Mu had moved, only feeling the stinging heat on his face. "I'm the boss around here. You're just a lowly soldier. I let you come in for shelter, and now you're acting all high and mighty?" Li Mu said sternly. The 3 slaps jolted the soldier into realizing he'd made a grave mistake. "My apologies. May I ask your honorable name?" Li Mu chuckled and said. "Too late for regrets now. Taste my clan-annihilating leg-severing kick." "What?" The soldier froze in shock, only to see Li Mu's foot whip out in a flash. In an instant, the soldier felt a wave of terror surge from within his body. He tried to dodge, but his limbs were frozen stiff. The kick flew out swiftly, but suddenly, the soldier felt a force tugging him backward. By the skin of his teeth, the kick missed its mark. But soon, he realized this was no mere kick. A towering figure blocked his path, raising a single hand to parry left and right. It seemed as though he hadn't touched anything, yet the air crackled twice with explosive sounds. The back of that hand and the elbow seemed to have collided with something invisible. "General Zhua." The startled soldier, still shaken, looked as though his soul had nearly been scared out of him. "Thank you, General Zhua, for saving me." But the figure paid him no heed, his gaze fixed solely on Li Mu. His gaze was intensely focused, not wavering for a moment. The seemingly ordinary-looking youth before him was a master whose skill demanded even his utmost vigilance. Li Mu withdrew his foot and shrugged, no longer intending to strike. Judging by his attire, the man was likely an imperial official. Li Mu's earlier move had merely been a show of strength, meant to rein the other in. But it seemed he'd gone a bit too far. "Master Li, please show mercy. Is it not excessive to threaten extermination of an entire clan merely for a verbal altercation?" He spoke calmly and earnestly. "Ha!" Li Mu froze. "When did I say I wanted to wipe out their entire clan?" But the general remained stern-faced. "You still deny it? You just said the words exterminate the clans yourself, and now you refuse to acknowledge it? Even if you are the Emperor's personally appointed guardian celestial master, you cannot go back on your word so casually." His tone carried such force that for a moment, Li Mu imagined she to be some tyrant preying on the common folk, exploiting his position to oppress the villagers. "No, I meant severing ties with the clan, not annihilating them. Besides, I never intended to kick him in the first place, it was just a gesture," Li Mu hurriedly explained. Seeing this fellow's righteous indignation and solemn demeanor, Li Mu genuinely feared he might sentence him to execution and send him to the executioner. Hearing Li Mu's explanation, his expression remained unyielding as he fixed his gaze on Li Mu. "What's the difference between the two?" "Different? They're worlds apart." Li Mu shrugged and said. "The clan eradication leg severing is a technique. It doesn't actually mean to wipe out his entire clan or anything like that." "Oh. So there exists such a vicious technique in this world?" His eyes narrowed sharply. "Ah, well, it's just the name of a technique. It's nothing more than a standard aerial scissor kick, no clan annihilation effect whatsoever." Though called ordinary, the technique's difficulty was actually extremely high. Li Mu had attempted to replicate it countless times since childhood, never succeeding. Until recently, when Li Mu tried again and finally managed to recreate it in reality. Little did he expect that his first attempt would suddenly cause such a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 140, Clan Exterminating Master Li Mu. The imposing general stared at Li Mu, scrutinizing him as if examining a prisoner on trial. Under such an imposing aura, Li Mu began to panic. Could he really be arrested? "Ah, so it's merely a name meant to intimidate. It seems I've misunderstood you, Master Li. Please forgive my mistake." The general clasped his fists in a bow toward Li Mu. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Not at all, I was just joking a bit too much." Li Mu felt bitter inside. Given how things had unfolded earlier, shouldn't he be the protagonist humiliating the arrogant challenger, stunning the crowd?
Why was he now being scrutinized as if he were the villain? Was it really that different between worlds in terms of customs?
No, it's more likely due to incomplete childhood experiences. If they'd played arcade games too, they'd totally get the reference I just dropped. Yep, it's all because they never played arcade games. Li Mu thought bitterly to himself. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, both sides relaxed their guard, and the atmosphere became harmonious. The only discordant note was that Li Mu seemed to have played the fool. Congratulations, host, on achieving the special accomplishment, being deemed feudal and cruel by feudal warlords.
Title unlocked, Master of Annihilation. Reward, 1 point. Title system unlocked. Can be worn at any time, visible to all. Currently unlocked title, Master of Annihilation. Would you like to equip it? Damn it! Li Mu stared at the lengthy notification popping up from the system, clenching his fists tightly.
Even the system was mocking him now. Just to mock him, it went and created a title system.
And wearing the title would be visible to everyone?
Li Mu shuddered at the thought of walking down the street with the title Master of Annihilation plastered across his forehead.
Put nicely, it meant the whole world would be his enemy. Put bluntly, he'd be a rat scurrying through the streets.
After the misunderstanding was cleared up, the group rested at the temple. As representatives, Li Mu and the general each sat on a cushion, beginning their conversation.
Poof. Li Mu looked at the general and asked, "May I inquire about your name, General?" "My surname is Zhua, given name Iho.
I serve as the Left General of the Flying Cavalry."
"Oh. General Zhua Pouchy, surname Zhua. Why does that feel vaguely familiar?"
Li Mu couldn't shake a strange sense of recognition.
Could it be that the Celestial Master has seen me before? Zhua Iho also looked puzzled. "Not at all," Li Mu shook his head. "I'm not even from this world. How could I have met you? But then, what was the source of this familiarity?"
"Wait a moment, surname Zhua, carrying a dagger."
Appearing again in the world of a Chinese ghost story. "Captain Zhua." Li Mu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. "Xian Hu? Ha? How does the Taoist master know I once served as a military commander? But that was years ago." Zhua Iho remarked indifferently. Li Mu merely smiled. "I couldn't care less about your current rank. Remembering your full name is too much trouble. Calling you Captain Zhua will do just fine." Zhua Iho gave a wry smile. "I'm now a general of the Flying Cavalry."
"Still Captain Zhua," Li Mu cut him off.
Zhua Iho shook his head.
General of the Flying Cavalry was several ranks higher than 1,000 house commander in the military hierarchy.
But since Li Mu, the guardian celestial master, insisted on addressing him thus, Zhua Iho could only comply. "Very well. Call me Left Thousand House." Li Mu smiled.
His impression of the Left Thousand House from a Chinese ghost story was deeply etched in his mind.
Though initially deceived by Pu Ducihang and led to kill some loyal officials.
But after learning the truth later on, he was able to atone for his sins by relying on his mortal form to stand against the demonic forces. Though he ultimately failed to slay Pu Ducihang, his noble and fearless demeanor left a deep impression on Li Mu. "By the way, just to be sure, have you ever heard the name Pu Ducihang?" Li Mu asked. Zhua Iho shook his head. "Never heard of it." "Good." Li Mu smiled. This meant the most troublesome demon in this storyline likely didn't exist in this parallel world. With Zhua Qianhu, a man of overwhelming martial prowess, immune to demonic seduction by his side, Li Mu suddenly felt all his current predicaments lighten considerably. With Zhua Qianhu joining their ranks, Li Mu's group found their movements greatly facilitated. The modified Special Forces unit in Zhua Qianhu's group provided mutual cover, making movement within the village largely unproblematic. As long as they didn't encounter that largest monster. But the situation hadn't actually improved much. After all, without his Buddhist cultivation, Tianhe could no longer completely strip the monsters of their regenerative abilities. This meant that no matter how many monsters Li Mu's group defeated, they would still regenerate after a period of time. All Li Mu and his team could do was confine the monsters' activities within a designated perimeter, ensuring not a single one escaped. After several battles, Zhua Qianhu was deeply impressed by Tianhe's skill with the heavy machine gun. "What is the background of this monk?" Zhua Iho inquired. Li Mu pulled him aside and briefly recounted the events surrounding Tianhe. After listening, Zhua Iho fell silent for a moment. Ah, how tragic. He followed Buddhist teachings to save others, yet in doing so, he broke his vows and lost all his cultivation. Had his cultivation remained intact, with further practice, he might have become a great enlightened one of the Buddhist order. Zhua Iho sighed. "You flatter me, Mr. Zhua. I am well now and feel no sorrow." Tianhe's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Li Mu and Captain Zhua both turned around, somewhat startled. "My apologies, monk. I did not mean to eavesdrop. It's just that you left your sword behind, Mr. Zhua." In Tianhe's hand was precisely the slender sword Zhua Iho usually wore at his waist. "Oh, thank you." Zhua Iho took the sword and gave a slight nod. Tianhe smiled and asked Zhua Iho, "Master Zhua, what do you think Buddhism is?" Zhua Iho paused, taken aback. Li Mu felt a bit helpless. "Here we go again."
Tianhe had asked him this question several times before and it had grown tiresome. Now that Senior Officer Zui is here, you're going to bother him too, right? Tianhe, you're doing a great job. Go bother him instead of me. Li Mu thought to himself. What a fine example of better a dead friend than a dead monk. However, Zui didn't seem like Li Mu. Not long after hearing the question, he had an answer. I don't know. Yes, it was that simple. Tianhe heard this and felt only a slight disappointment, showing no intention to press the matter further. This left Li Mu momentarily stunned. So, if he had just said that earlier, Tianhe wouldn't have bothered him? Zui turned toward the west, the direction of the capital. Though I know nothing of Buddhist teachings, I understand what a man ought to be. To take the field, slay the enemy, protect the home, defend the nation. That is how a true man should live. Tianhe lifted his head and looked at Zui. Chapter 141, Favorable Winds. Another dawn broke and Li Mu awoke to the hum of chanting sutras. The sound was faint. Had his senses not been heightened, he likely wouldn't have heard it. Following the sound, he looked out the window to see the silhouette of a seated monk in the distance. Since there was still time before departure, Li Mu decided to get up. The moment he stepped outside the courtyard, he was spotted. Master Li, up so early? If you say I'm up early, aren't you up even earlier? Reciting sutras? I don't quite understand. Haven't your Buddhist and Taoist practices already dissipated? Tianhe didn't turn around, nearly replying in a low voice. Even without cultivating Buddhism, silently reciting sacred scriptures remains part of nurturing one's nature. Li Mu shook his head. It was strange that Tianhe could still hold on to his Buddhist heart after what had happened earlier. If it had been him, he would have torn the sutras to shreds on the spot. What a waste of time. Let whoever wants to believe in these sutras go ahead and believe. Suddenly, Li Mu sensed a fluctuation in Tianhe's aura. Ha! Li Mu froze for a moment, turning his head, only to find the sensation had vanished. Strange. Was it just my imagination? At noon, Li Mu, Zhuqianhu, and Tianhe deployed alongside the Special Forces unit. If all goes smoothly, today should be the last day. Li Mu stretched lazily. Calculating the time, he realized he'd been stuck in this world for over half a month straight. He was getting tired of it. This time, they had deployed their full force, and the Special Forces hadn't been stingy with ammunition along the way. Their advance had been relatively smooth. As time passed, the monsters' mutations grew increasingly severe. Yet under the deluge of overwhelming firepower, they could only obediently turn into mincemeat. The only problem was that this was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. After a period of time, new monsters would emerge from the scattered remains. That was why Li Mu hadn't deployed the entire force earlier. But today was different. The ones who were supposed to arrive had arrived. They were here to address the root cause. Bang! 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 Rhythmic explosions echoed around Li Mu. The sound came from the heavy machine gun in Tianhe's hands. After several uses, he had mastered controlling the rate and rhythm of fire to prevent the barrel from overheating. Li Mu watched him, astonished to see Tianhe firing with one hand while simultaneously performing a Buddhist prayer gesture with the other. This astonished Li Mu. He knew the weight of that heavy machine gun and Tianhe was wielding it with just one hand. Moreover, Li Mu sensed an indescribable aura beginning to emanate from Tianhe's body. After another burst of fire, Li Mu was stunned to see the heavy grenade streaking through the air, now radiating a golden glow. This meant, Tianhe, your cultivation has returned? Li Mu exclaimed in shock. Tianhe smiled faintly and shook his head. It hasn't returned. I've merely walked through it once more. That's still pretty impressive. Wait, something's off. Didn't you break your vows to injure and kill people? Then, Li Mu's eyes widened as he stared at Tianhe in astonishment. Tianhe smiled and said, these past days, through the enlightenment of Master Li and Captain Zhuo, this humble monk has gained much insight. My understanding of Buddhism and Taoism has changed from before. At that moment, several more monsters appeared ahead. Tianhe, however, still offered a single-handed Buddhist greeting. Homage to Gatling Bodhisattva, whose 6 senses are pure as depleted uranium bullets. In a single breath, 3,600 revolutions, great compassion and great mercy save all beings. Hearing Tianhe recite the sutra, Li Mu nearly spat blood. Bro, this is a joke. How could you possibly recite it as a Buddhist sutra? Yet as Tianhe chanted, a faint golden light emanated from his body, and the bullets he fired underwent a strange transformation. This signified that he had genuinely attained Buddhist enlightenment from these words. The bullets pierced the monster's body without exploding, instead merging into its flesh. After several rounds, the creature crashed to the ground. Dozens of seconds passed, and the monsters showed no signs of rising. Reporting to the Major, the spores within their bodies show no signs of biological activity. Holy! Li Mu laughed. He didn't care whether any of this made sense anymore. Now that Tianhe possessed Buddhist and Taoist cultivation and was free from his previous constraints, Li Mu approached this final battle with unwavering confidence. Along the way, Li Mu and his companions slaughtered their way deep into the village. Monsters killed by heavy machine guns along the way would truly lose their vitality. Those dealt with by Li Mu, Zuoyiho, and the Special Forces unit were finished off by Tianhe. As he chanted the Sutra of Reincarnation, the flesh of monsters within 100 meters rapidly lost all vitality. Ugh! A deep, drawn-out roar echoed from above. Just as Li Mu was feeling pleased, a massive head appeared overhead, gazing down at the people below. Li Mu smiled faintly. With a flick of his thoughts, a miniature ion cannon materialized in his hand. Boom! The ion cannon blasted 2 gaping holes into the monster's face. First shot upon meeting. Li Mu stowed the ion cannon, replacing it in his right hand with the blood spirit sword. Meanwhile, Left Thousand House had already charged forward alone, unleashing a sword sheath that sliced through the dense forest. The blade sliced through tangled branches, finally sending a spray of grayish-purple flesh fragments flying. Struck in the leg, the colossal creature swayed slightly. It whipped its head around, a claw slashing toward Left Iho's head. At that very moment, a colossal sword descended, severing the monster's claw at the root. The greatsword vanished, replaced by Yin Shisha, who now stood atop a flying sword. On the other side of the forest, movement stirred. A colossal armored figure delivered a brutal punch to the monster's knee. The monster's knee buckled inward, forcing its entire body into a kneeling position. Boom! The monster's kneeling sent surrounding vegetation and earth flying from the immense shockwave. Li Mu raised one hand to block the debris and dust rushing toward him, a smile playing on his face. Seems this final boss is just big nothing to get worked up about. As the scattered debris and dust settled, Li Mu opened his eyes to find the monster before him transformed. Several enormous gray mushrooms sprouted from various parts of its body. Faintly visible were slender black vines twisting around the mushrooms, their sharp tips piercing deep into the fleshy caps. Thump! 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 The black vines strained, causing the mushroom caps to suddenly begin churning violently. A thick cloud of grayish-purple mist billowed from the air, slowly settling downward. It transformed the ground below into a bizarre world where visibility was limited to less than half a meter. Watch out! These are highly infectious spores. Bai Hai shouted loudly. However, everyone had been informed of this beforehand. The Special Forces unit had masks ready, while Zhuo Qianhu stepped onto his flying sword and ascended into the sky alongside Yin Shisha. As for Xiao Nan? How could a mechanical body possibly be infected by spores? Damn it, Li Mu, why is it always you? A voice filled with rage and resentment echoed from the monster's head. Chapter 142, Heaven's Net is Vast. Amidst the gray mushrooms erupting from the monster's body, a black figure appeared. This time, countless slender vines spread out from beneath his body, tightly gripping the mushroom bodies. The slender vines pulsed rhythmically, tightening their grip on the mushrooms and scattering more spores. Li Mu looked at the figure. It was the Phase 3 mission target. The black-faced man. No, calling him the Black Vine Demon would be more accurate. Hey! Isn't this the guy who got too cocky, exposed his true form, and got beaten into a retreat by us before? How come after all this time, you're still up to no good? Li Mu smiled faintly. He raised a hand and shouted. Fire! The Special Forces had prepared flamethrowers in advance. Activated simultaneously, the flames instantly incinerated the area, causing the purple-gray spore mist to dissipate. However, some mist still settled onto the ground. Mushroom creatures rapidly formed and launched attacks against the Special Forces unit. But it was useless. Spores feared fire, and these mushroom creatures weren't particularly fire-resistant either. Under the relentless assault of acetylene flamethrowers blasting over 2000 degrees Celsius, no matter how many swarmed, they were merely walking to their deaths. The science team had spent so long researching inside the temple precisely to uncover every aspect of the enemy's nature. Of course, the extended duration was also due to the difficulties in producing acetylene. Under remote control, Ning Kaichen and his team managed to produce acetylene within a week, far exceeding Li Mu's expectations. As more and more monsters and mushroom people fell, the vine coils on the black twisted vine demon's face began to twitch. Damn it, how did you discover the corpse-winding demon's weakness? At that moment, Li Mu had already mounted a flying sword, joining Yin Shisha and Zuoyiho in confronting the black twining vine demon atop the colossal monster. Li Mu chuckled. What's so difficult about that? We've cultivated hundreds of these mushroom people in test tubes. It's just that due to the size limitations of the petri dishes, they were much smaller than these. Culture dishes? What kind of magical artifact is that? The black twining vine demon startled, its writhing vines pausing momentarily. Li Mu grinned. Want to know? I won't tell you. Black twining vine demon, prepare to die. Li Mu leapt off his flying sword and swung his blade straight at the black twining vine demon's head. The vine coils on its face began twitching rapidly in midair, then suddenly plunged into the body of the monster beneath it. Ugh! Ah! The black twining vine demon let out a piercing howl. Yet the colossal monster rose once more. Thousands of black vines shot out from the black twining vine demon's body, piercing into various parts of the monster's form. At the same moment, Li Mu's sword strike was blocked. The monster raised one arm, its entire limb now bound and twisted by the black vines. Li Mu's sword struck down fiercely, yet it only managed to cut less than 20 centimeters deep. Thud. Li Mu was knocked aside by the monster's arm. Immediately, dozens of gray vines shot toward Li Mu. Li Mu, die. The black twining vine demon's body grew a dull gray, yet its hatred for Li Mu remained undiminished. But, whoosh, whoosh. A shadow darted through the air. 2 flashes of blade light sliced through, severing the vines. The one who struck was none other than Zuaiho. You wretched creature, even now you still scheme to harm others. You're utterly stubborn. Zuaiho landed on the giant monster's shoulder, glaring fiercely at the black twining vine demon. Monster, your bloodlust runs too deep. This time you've claimed 1,000 more lives. This defies the laws of heaven. Upon the flying sword, Yen Shisha's fury made his beard bristle, his Taoist robes billowing wildly. His aura was far more formidable than before, so immense it made the surrounding air itself grow sluggish. Li Mu. A mechanical voice sounded. Li Mu was caught by the mechanical arm of the armor. Ah, I understand. Li Mu stood up. Command, disassemble. Command, reconfigure. Command, assemble. The massive mechanical armor began to disassemble and reconstruct. In the blink of an eye, a formidable mecha took shape. The newly formed mech immediately tossed Li Mu, who was being held in its palm, backward. Xiao Nan, engage. The mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of excitement. Holy crap! Li Mu crashed to the ground, face first in the dust. Xiao Nan, how could you do this? You really treat me like a disposable tool, right? Cut. Perched atop the colossal monster's shoulder, Zuaiho gripped his blades with both hands and roared with imposing authority. Slash. Both blades flashed simultaneously, their gleaming edges slicing through the air. The vines shot outward by the black twisting vine demon were severed one after another. Yen Shixia, standing atop his flying sword, ran 2 fingers along the blade of the Xian Yuan sword. The sword's aura surged with renewed power. Slash. The sword descended like a thunderclap. The black twining vine demon's body was cleaved in 2. Light cannon. A massive beam of light slammed into the black twining vine demon, completely engulfing its entire body. The immense energy instantly reduced the black twining vine demon's body to charcoal. Boom! Having lost the black twining demon's control, the colossal creature crouched low to the ground. The massive mushroom on its back ceased spewing spores. The black vines coiled around the giant creature rapidly withered away. Is it over? Yixing lifted his head, gazing at the colossal creature's form ahead. It seemed to be over. The remaining monsters lay motionless. The mushroom people swiftly dissolved into the ground. The grayish-purple mist rapidly dissipated. Clang! Zuaiho sheathed his twin blades on his back. Whoosh! Yen Shixia's Xianyuan sword circled through the air before returning to its scabbard on his back. Meanwhile, the nearby mecha began to disassemble. The mechanical maiden stood upon a tree branch, gazing at the colossal figure in the distance. Just as everyone's guard dropped. Suddenly, a section of gray vine that hadn't fully withered peeled off the monster's body and darted into the ground. Li Mu froze instantly. This scene felt eerily familiar. Brother Yen, Captain Zua, chase it. It's burrowing underground. Li Mu shouted anxiously, waving his hands frantically. The main concern was that if it escaped this time, who knew how much time it would take to track it down again next time? Yen Shixia smiled and said, "Young man, no need to rush. How could I possibly let him slip through my fingers twice in the same way?" Suddenly, he flicked his wrist and a rope materialized in his grasp. "Protonet, rise!" Yen Shixia commanded, yanking his arm with force. A translucent rope pulled up a massive net from below. The gray vine struggled within the net. Strangely enough, the vine was barely half a finger in length, while the mesh of the protonet stretched at least a meter wide. Yet no matter how fiercely it thrashed, the vine simply could not escape the celestial net. Chapter 143, Big Busted Girl Turns into Little Lolita. Seeing the gray vine ensnared, Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, the vine transformed into its true form, a black-faced man. No, it was more accurately a gray-faced man. Compared to its previous form, its complexion now fluctuated between gray and black. The strands of vine composing its body began to twitch unsteadily. Many vines sprouted tumors, and its overall aura became erratic and unstable. Ugh! Wah! It cried out in agony, struggling, but the net of heaven is vast yet nothing escapes it. Ami tu wafo. Tianhe stepped forward. Vine demon, you have broken the vows of your own body and now find yourself in a state of sickness. If you turn toward goodness and seek refuge in Buddhism, perhaps your suffering may be eased. But the malignant growth spread with terrifying speed across the black twining vine demon's body. The entire creature writhed and screamed in agony. Instead of answering, as Tianhe drew near, a blood-red vine shot out from its head. The vine tore through the heavenly net, striking straight toward Tianhe. Yen Shixia froze in shock. The black twining vine demon had hidden such a power. Dodge! He raised his net, a silver flash erupting from its surface as it pulled the black twining vine demon's body away. Tianhe, however, showed no intention of dodging. Ami tu wafo. The crimson tendrils narrowly grazed Tianhe's cheek, and a steady trickle of blood began to flow from the gash. Yet Tianhe, seemingly oblivious to the pain, continued chanting his sutras.
Moments later, he lifted his head, his entire body radiating waves of golden light. At that moment, he resembled a true arhat. The divine radiance he emitted caused the black twining vine demon to cry out in agony, its body surface smoking as if scorched.
Tian had extended an arm radiant with Buddha's light toward the black vine demon trapped within the net.
Vine demon, this palm will purge your filth. If you endure it, I shall release you.
Li Mu froze. Holy crap, bro, what's going on?
This is my mission target.
How can you just release it without even asking me? The black twining vine demon also froze, though the Buddha light emanating from Tianhe was already scorching its body.
But a wicked thought flashed through his mind. If he could endure this strike, there would be a chance to rise again someday.
So he didn't dodge.
He simply met the blow head-on. Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in Buddha's light.
Ah!
The black twining vine demon howled in agony, gray smoke billowing from its body. The light was so intense that even Li Mu shielded his eyes with one hand. At the same time, the system's notification chime sounded.
Phase Task 3 completed.
Host has earned 1,000 points.
Acquired the cultivation technique 1000 flowers Dao method. Forced teleportation will occur in 24 hours. Clearly the black twining vine demon hadn't passed Tianhe's trial. As the Buddha's light dissipated, Tianhe looked into the net. It was now completely empty.
This vine demon's wicked thoughts are far too heavy, and it's become too deeply entangled with the evil fruit.
This monk's spiritual power is insufficient to save it. Ami to Buddha. Tianhe shook his head, uttering a wry smile. Li Mu retorted. Bro, you call that limited power?
You practically wiped him out.
After that, the scene became Tianhe's stage.
As he recited the sutras, his body radiated dazzling Buddha light. The fallen monsters began to burn. Visibly, the mutated parts of these creatures rapidly vanished, leaving behind nothing but desiccated corpses. Under the Buddha's light, the monster leader's body began to disintegrate at an alarming rate.
Countless putrid corpses tumbled down like a tidal wave.
Had Li Mu and the others not acted swiftly, they would have been buried beneath that sea of corpses. The most dramatic transformation occurred in the giant mushroom-like growths on the monster leader's body.
Bathed in the Buddha's light, their original forms steadily shrank until they transformed into several naked, busty women.
They all wore mushroom-shaped hoods, concealing their eyes.
But with those explosive busts on display, who would bother looking at their eyes?
They were huge, truly enormous.
Li Mu's eyes were glued to the sight. Yet Tianhe closed his eyes, remaining rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Tianhe declared.
You mushroom demons, your wicked deeds were forced upon you by external forces.
Come forth.
Let the Buddha's light purify you of your connection to these evil deeds.
Thank you, Master. The mushroom demons knelt at Tianhe's feet. Though at his feet was not entirely accurate.
At that moment, Tianhe was half buried in a sea of corpses. The mushroom demons knelt atop these fragments of flesh, their height perfectly aligned with Tianhe's line of sight.
What height? That spot, of course. From afar, Li Mu watched with envy.
If only he hadn't dodged the falling sea of corpses.
Damn it!
That mushroom demon's true form was actually so beautiful.
And their true forms were completely naked. Sigh. Li Mu swallowed hard.
It was as if they'd been tailored to his exact kinks.
But it seemed the people of this world didn't see it that way. On one side, both Yan Qixia and Zuoyiho regarded the mushroom demons with disdain. Demons are demons corrupting morals. Zuoyiho declared, arms crossed.
Li Mu, however, continued to drool obliviously.
They just don't know how to appreciate their loss. I should ask for their phone numbers.
I'll deliver takeout to them regularly. Even if they live on the 18th underground level with no stairs, I'll deliver on time.
Just to make sure they don't get sunburned.
Meanwhile, Yan Qixia glanced at Li Mu and shook his head. Li Mu had decent cultivation aptitude, but his temperament was far too frivolous. But then, he noticed the lecherous expression vanishing from Li Mu's face.
Ha! Had Li Mu suddenly changed his ways?
Li Mu turned his head and stared blankly at Yan Qixia.
Gone, that big one.
Li Mu gestured the shape of a cantaloupe in front of his chest. It just vanished. Li Mu pressed his palms together, forming the shape of a paddle.
Thank you, Master Tianhe. 7 young girls in light-colored dresses bowed to Tianhe.
They appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, their bodies naturally undeveloped.
Their voices sounded much livelier, cheerful, and adorable. The only constant was their uniformly neat bowl cuts.
Compared to their previous thick bangs, these were much thinner, allowing glimpses of their bright, watery eyes beneath.
Quite impressive. Tianhe's mastery of Buddhist teachings is truly astonishing. He might even rival the enlightened masters of Nanjing in the East. Zuoyiho nodded slightly.
Oh, I used to think Buddhism was all empty talk. I never imagined they possessed such a skill.
To separate the fruits of good and evil, what profound divine power.
Indeed, indeed.
Yan Qixia nodded slightly. Bull.
Li Mu nearly spat blood. The tall, naked, busty girl suddenly transformed into a flat-chested little lowly. This was the most vicious curse in the world.
Chapter 144, Back to Normal.
Li Mu watched Tianhe surrounded by the little girls as he stepped through the sea of corpses and approached them.
A pang of sadness washed over Li Mu.
The fading of beautiful things was so profoundly melancholic. Yet the little girls walked with such lightness, showing no trace of sadness.
As they passed by, Li Mu asked one of them, "Is this really okay? Everything is gone."
The little girl paused for a moment, then broke into a bright smile.
"You mean our demonic power cultivation?"
"Indeed, our demonic power cultivation has diminished by about 400 years. But this is actually a blessing in disguise for us. Though we never did evil before, living long in the land of corpses, our bodies have been tainted by malevolent energy, leaving us but a hair's breadth from becoming evil demons." Her voice was light and melodious. "Thanks to Master Tianhe, our path ahead now seems clear and bright, free from confusion."
That's not what I meant. I was trying to say."
Li Mu gave an awkward smile, unable to speak as he gazed at her innocent, smiling face.
After the baptism, their aura had transformed significantly. Their former mature figures carried an otherworldly allure that blurred the lines between good and evil.
Now, they radiated pure, unblemished innocence like flawless jade untouched by the world. Before several armored vehicles, Tianhe looked somewhat troubled at the little girls following behind him.
"Why haven't you left yet? Master Tianhe's benevolence is a debt we can never repay. I have followed you for 100 years, repaying your kindness." Tianhe paused in surprise.
"I merely act according to Buddhist teachings.
If you wish to express gratitude, thank the Buddha. There is no need to thank me."
A mushroom demon had already leaped ahead into the armored vehicle.
"Then we shall heed Master Tianhe's words and give thanks only to the Buddha."
The mushroom demons behind them quickly caught on. They laughed, pushing Tianhe's waist from behind and shoving him into the vehicle. They, too, squeezed into the vehicle one after another.
Tianhe was clearly bewildered. "Since you understand, why did you still?"
The little girls giggled softly.
"To repay the Buddha's kindness, we naturally seek the one who understands Buddhism best.
We little demons are ignorant, but among all we've met, the master is the most formidable." On the nearby armored vehicle, Li Mu retrieved a bottle of fine liquor now only half full from his storage space and handed it to Yan Qixia as payment for his assistance. Yan Qixia accepted without hesitation, stowing it all into his spatial pouch.
Zhua Yiho glanced toward the armored vehicle beside him. "How peculiar. Those little demons actually want to pay respects to the Buddha too?" Yan Qixia popped the cork and took a generous swig.
"Indeed, it is a strange occurrence. Even if you searched 1,000 years back, you'd likely find no parallel to this oddity.
But compared to this year, strange events have been plentiful.
I hear Xianhua town has been bustling lately, with new and wondrous items appearing daily.
Such bustling scenes are exceedingly rare in the mortal world."
Yan Qixia spoke, his eyes darting toward Li Mu. Clearly, all these strange occurrences revolved around Li Mu. After returning to Xianhua town, Li Mu and his companions parted ways. Yan Qixia stated he would remain in Xianhua town for a while to help Li Mu oversee the factory in his absence. Zhua Yiho, however, intended to head to the capital to report this incident to Li Xiangyin. Before departing, Li Mu left Ning Kaichen with numerous blueprints. These documents would ensure the subsequent industrial upgrades proceeded in an orderly manner. Nie Xiaoqian, meanwhile, gathered her demonic acquaintances to extract materials beyond current manufacturing capabilities, supporting Ning Kaichen from another front. Of course, she hadn't forgotten about her own resurrection.
"It's astonishing. In just 5 short years, half of the evil karma on your body has already dissipated.
I had assumed it would take at least a century of virtuous deeds to cleanse your sins." Yan Qixia was also astonished when he saw Nie Xiaoqian.
"Ha?
I haven't done much, just preparing plastics, helping Brother Ning coordinate factory production, and occasionally doing good deeds on the streets."
Yan Qixia pondered this.
Even if Nie Xiaoqian performed 50 good deeds a day, it wouldn't be possible to purge her evil karma so swiftly.
The answer was now obvious. He looked toward the roaring factory.
The Thousand Flowers Dao technique was much as Li Mu had surmised. It was a cultivation technique that required sufficient affinity with flowers and plants to be effective. Li Mu casually tossed it to the Ant Spirit and Bee Spirit. Speaking of the Bee Spirit, during Li Mu's absence from Xianhua town, they too had heard rumors about him and rushed over. Now that Li Mu had just returned, he was already saying he had to leave.
The whole group wailed and cried. "Divine Lord, why must you leave again? Please don't. We've only just arrived."
A flash of white light later, Li Mu, Xiao Yalan, and the Special Forces unit returned to the main world.
Li Mu and Xiao Yalan entered their room.
Checking the time, they realized they had left the 3067 world at noon, yet it was now afternoon.
Xiao Yalan pulled out her phone.
The date and time on the screen suddenly jumped. The phone's auto-sync feature had activated, erasing nearly a month from the displayed time. This was the first time Xiao Yalan had spent such an extended period in another world, leaving her momentarily dazed.
The hollow feeling inside her was unbearable. She looked at Li Mu. Just then, Xiao Yalan's phone rang.
It was a message sent through the secure channel. Her expression turned serious. After glancing at the message, she handed the phone to Li Mu.
"What is it?"
Li Mu glanced at it, then his expression shifted to one of sudden realization.
So the investigation results from the 100 flowers in bloom incident last time are out. Let me check the time. Less than 2 hours have passed in this world. The State Security Department sure works fast.
Let me see what exactly caused this whole romantic scandal to erupt around me.
Li Mu chuckled.
But as he continued reading, his expression vanished.
So everything happened purely naturally? Li Mu froze.
Ever since the harassment began, he'd been wondering if someone had targeted him. After all, Li Mu had close connections with various important agencies in the Dragon Kingdom. It was only natural that some beautiful female agents or spies from the island nation would have their eyes on him.
This whole incident was most likely orchestrated by them.
However, after investigation, it turned out everything had unfolded naturally.
Beautiful female agents and Japanese spies did exist, but none had yet uncovered Li Mu's true identity.
The cause of the incident was remarkably simple.
Li Mu's delivery service quality was exceptionally high, far surpassing that of other delivery riders.
For women who found it inconvenient to order food themselves, Li Mu's delivery speed and service quality far surpassed everyone else's. This led to Li Mu becoming wildly popular within the small circle of single women on the 6th floor. Gradually, a wave of peer pressure swept through, propelling Li Mu's fame beyond the circle.
Chapter 145, Special Crisis Response Team. What the heck is this single women of the 6th floor circle?
Li Mu was utterly speechless, but that's just how the online world works. All sorts of inexplicable little cliques form and thrive in their own little bubbles. Ironically, it was precisely these niche communities that sometimes possessed more vitality than mainstream ones. Take this single 6th-floor women circle, small as it was, it had groups in every city. Recently, they even held a delivery rider attitude contest among themselves. Simply put, it was a contest to see who could get delivery riders to climb stairs without complaint under identical conditions. In fact, during the week Li Mu endured her ordeal, similar loyalty tests were held across the country. But Li Mu's performance among the delivery riders was so outstanding and impressive that she ended up going viral. Holding those stacks of documents, Li Mu suddenly felt like crying.
Damn it, I'd become their tool for boosting rankings. How did this happen? I thought my long overdue romantic luck had finally arrived.
Turns out, it was all just a deception after all.
Xiao Yalan thoughtfully brought Li Mu a carton of milk. Major, don't be too upset. You're actually quite popular.
Li Mu took the milk, his face stern.
A lot of people like me?
Where?
How come I never knew about it?
Xiao Yalan paused for a moment before speaking softly.
Actually. Oh. Li Mu sat up straight. You mean the ant spirit and the bee spirit, right? They're demons, okay? Wah. If I could choose, I'd still pick a human.
The 100 flowers in bloom scandal came and went in a flash. From the next day onward, Li Mu received no more harassing calls from the wealthy women.
The State Security Bureau efficiently silenced all online discussions about Beetle.
The solution was simple: leak photos using fake accounts.
Of course, to protect Li Mu's privacy, they didn't use his actual photos.
But equally, to facilitate future justifications, they used photos of someone who bore a 90% resemblance to Li Mu.
And the appearance of someone who looked 90% like Li Mu? One word: ordinary.
After the photos were exposed, online discussions about the longhorn beetle himself immediately decreased significantly. Indeed, it was precisely the unknown and mysterious that sparked people's imagination. Once the truth is revealed, the topic becomes uninteresting.
Ah, this day has finally arrived. Li Mu stood before the mirror, adjusting his attire.
As the team leader, he had to make an appearance.
Leader of what team?
The head of the Global Special Crisis Response Team. The title alone carried an intimidating weight.
Li Mu stepped out of his apartment door.
In what appeared to be an ordinary residential complex, over a dozen men dressed in sharp suits emerged.
Major Li Mu, the helicopter is ready.
Please this way. The Special Crisis Response Team had its own operational base. Kokertal, a bustling modern metropolis straddling Asia and Europe. From the helicopter, Li Mu gazed down at the bustling metropolis below, feeling somewhat puzzled.
In his memory, this region between Asia and Europe was ravaged, backward, even bearing the moniker Imperial Graveyard.
The term empire here encompassed both the surrounding powers that had historically attempted to seize control of this region and the empire itself, whose legacy had given this district its name. Then, Li Mu understood. The nation's fate had been altered. In the past, the decline of this once mighty empire had been primarily due to the disruption of the Silk Road.
However, after the world line shifted, the Silk Road remained unbroken.
Consequently, this region had flourished continuously from over 1,000 years ago until the present day. It could be said that this modern metropolis had emerged precisely because of Li Mu. The meeting turned out to be far more modest than Li Mu had imagined. The majority of the Special Crisis Response Team members were key figures in their respective nations' defense and military affairs. The rest comprised skilled martial artists and combat specialists. For these high-ranking defense officials, the appearance of an ordinary person like Li Mu elicited only a muted reaction.
The fighters, however, seemed far more approachable. They were merely more talkative. Dressed in a suit, Li Mu didn't appear particularly imposing, so in their eyes, he was nothing more than a weakling. Li Mu sighed inwardly, realizing that few in this group truly regarded him as their leader. The two factions each formed their own temporary cliques. Li Mu, meanwhile, was treated as nothing more than a mere ornament. This situation. Li Mu couldn't be happier. Since no one took him seriously, he might as well eat and drink to his heart's content. He wouldn't have to manage much, showing up once a month would suffice. Bang! Bang! A large hand slapped Li Mu's back, almost as if treating him like a drum to be beaten. Team leader Li Mu, no need to be so tense. I don't understand why the higher-ups chose you as team leader, but director, he specifically told me to keep an eye on you. We're both Dragon Nation people. If anyone dares mess with you, come find me. A burly man with broad shoulders and a sturdy build laughed heartily, pounding Li Mu's back with force. This man was named Hu Ping, reputedly a martial arts expert specially recruited by the Dragon Nation, trained in the most traditional ancient martial arts. From the force of his slaps alone, Li Mu knew he possessed considerable strength. Influenced by TV dramas, Li Mu had assumed practitioners of ancient martial arts would be lean and wiry. But now he saw that in reality, martial artists were more often built like burly giants. Seeing Li Mu fall silent, Hu Ping's expression shifted. My apologies. It's been too long since I've interacted with anyone outside my master and senior brothers. Team leader Li Mu, did I hurt you? I sincerely apologize. Li Mu shook his head and grabbed Hu Ping, who was about to bow. No, brother Hu. We agreed, right? If anything really happens, you've got to watch my back. Of course. Hu Ping laughed heartily. The team members naturally split into smaller groups, chatting idly here and there. Just then, the alarm in the main hall suddenly blared. Red lights flashed. Emergency situation. The officers reacted first, immediately activating the surrounding machinery. It seems several of these officers were familiar with the system's operation. They swiftly activated various switches and buttons on the control panel. Soon, the large screen above the center lit up. Special crisis detected. Prepare for response. The surrounding members also grew tense. The response team had been formed less than a week ago, yet they were already being called into action. Flashing red text scrolled across the top and bottom of the screen, while the image displayed swirling sand and dust. Deeper within, thick black smoke seemed to billow upward. As the automated camera adjusted its position and angle, the response team members finally made out the source of the crisis. Those are two humans? Chapter 146, Forces from Another Realm. The source of the crisis is just two humans. Wait, are they even human? Two targets appeared. One was a slender scholar. If not for his monstrous arm, he might even have seemed refined and scholarly. But his left hand was enormous, resembling the claw of some beast, covered in blue scales. This gave him an unnervingly sinister aura. The other was a middle-aged, overweight man, unremarkable in appearance, yet it was he who wielded a double-pronged pitchfork to smash several buildings from their foundations in a single strike. The moment these two appeared, Li Mu recognized them instantly. These were the very same individuals who had attacked him and Xiao Yalan earlier. Countless drones swirled incessantly around them. Shu Ling wore an arrogant expression. A crimson longsword materialized in his right hand. In the next instant, his right arm flickered rapidly, unleashing dozens of flashes of swordlight that sliced the surrounding drones into pieces. The sole surviving drone froze in place, utterly paralyzed. Poof! Are you watching, new rulers of this realm? We are envoys from the heavenly fullness divine continent. Submit or die. After the scribe finished speaking, his left hand moved. His movements were so swift that the camera couldn't capture them, only vaguely showing his beast-like claw moving. Yet the entire drone and several skyscrapers behind it instantly crumbled to dust. Inside the Special Response Team's operations hall, everyone stared in utter shock at the footage on the central screen. This is the special crisis we're supposed to handle? This is way beyond the norm. Could such power truly belong to a human being? Terrifying. From what they're saying, it sounds like it's from another world. In their world, terrifying superhumans with that kind of power are far from rare. The ones speaking were the members with military officer status. Amidst their shock, they were rapidly operating the equipment for analysis. Meanwhile, the martial arts experts were utterly stunned. Is this the caliber of opponent we're facing? They were already among the world's elite fighters, yet in the presence of their opponents. Forget about fighting, just standing before these two required immense courage. Are you kidding? Facing such a hopelessly overwhelming power gap, how could they possibly fight? Panic spread through the assembled members as despair welled up within them. The adversaries possessed power sufficient to effortlessly annihilate a small nation. How could they possibly handle such an extraordinary crisis? Chaos erupted on the scene. Some demanded the evacuation of residents, others insisted on immediate departure. Clearly, this newly formed team, lacking a strong leader in the face of genuine crisis, couldn't maintain cohesion and seemed on the verge of falling apart. Their team leader, Li Mu, did not appear to possess the qualities of a natural leader.
So at this moment, no one looked to their leader for guidance on how to proceed.
Calm down. Just as everyone ignored Li Mu, he spoke up. All eyes turned to Li Mu.
A remarkable scene unfolded.
Everyone calmed down and looked at Li Mu.
I have rejected all requests to withdraw.
Don't you see they've come to dominate the entire planet? Do you really think you can leave Earth now?
As Li Mu finished speaking, those who had previously requested to withdraw lowered their heads.
Alright, administrative team. One person will track the enemy's location, while the rest will direct the military to evacuate the residents. Administrative team? You mean us?
The officers present froze in surprise. Yes, you. I don't care how impressive your backgrounds were before. Now that you're in this team, you're just ordinary clerks.
Li Mu stated calmly. Military officers.
Li Mu turned his gaze to the rest of the group. The combatants immediately nodded. If the clerical staff were those with military officer backgrounds, then the combat personnel naturally referred to them.
I know the gap in strength between you and those two.
Rest assured, they are not your opponents.
Your task is to distract them until all residents are evacuated.
Li Mu pointed at the screen. On it, a silver gate abruptly materialized in the street, and a large number of people dressed in attire resembling ancient Longwa clothing emerged from it.
Understood.
The fighters nodded in unison.
Good. Li Mu said, prepare immediately. They'll arrive in about 5 minutes.
Ha! A clerk standing at the control console froze in surprise. He had just calculated their location and movement direction from various data points, determining the exact time the targets would arrive here. He never expected Li Mu to already know all this in advance. He was stunned, finally realizing that someone chosen by the Dragon Nation to lead a team couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Goktal was an oasis city built amidst a sea of yellow sand. It had thrived for millennia precisely because it served as a vital hub along the Silk Road. But today, it seemed destined for destruction. Amidst the rolling sands, Xu Lang and the middle-aged man swiftly swept across the sky. Within mere seconds, they appeared directly above the city. The cultivator's aura was sensed from this location.
This aura, it's that man.
Xu Lang's face twisted into a savage grimace as he spoke. Behind them, dozens of fellow disciples swiftly waded through the sand, reaching the outskirts of Gokturtle. Nearly 1,000 soldiers from the direct response unit had already been deployed, firing relentlessly at the disciples. On the other side, a large number of local residents were fleeing the scene.
Xu Lang watched the scene below with a cold smile.
He raised his left arm, aiming at the stream of fleeing people. Just as he was about to fire, he suddenly spotted a dark, gaping hole below, aimed directly at him.
An energy cannon.
The moment the aperture flashed with light, he spun around, his massive beast-like claw on his left arm slashing downward.
Boom!
The ion torrent collided with the beast claw, erupting in a blinding flash of light.
Xu Lang, are you okay?
The portly middle-aged man beside him looked at Xu Lang. After all, it was this very weapon that had blown off one of his arms last time.
I'm perfectly fine.
A gust of wind dispersed the smoke and dust, revealing Xu Lang standing perfectly still in his original spot.
Dozens more cannon barrels locked onto Xu Lang. Boom!
A volley of shots erupted, this time with far greater force than before.
The intense ion torrent disrupted the photographic imaging.
Inside the hall, the remaining personnel stared blankly at the screen flickering with snow, clenching their fists.
Surely this time we'll take it down?
Soon, the static on the screen grew finer, and the image gradually sharpened.
The target is safe and sound. ZZZZT.
A flash of light erupted, and the screen reverted to a patchy snowstorm.
Chapter 147, Super Airship. What the hell? How many cameras have gone down now? Switch it out now.
A military officer clenched his fist and slammed it onto the control console. His palms were drenched in sweat. Even through the camera feed, he could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the other side. He urged, desperate to witness the enemy's utter destruction.
No need to switch. Li Mu spoke, lifting his gaze toward the ceiling.
No, it should be called the sky. The moment Li Mu finished speaking, several slanted cracks appeared on the wall.
Creak, creak. Without the gable wall's support, the entire ceiling section slid downward toward one side.
The entire venue opened up like a sliding cover box suddenly unveiled. The interior instantly became the exterior. The sudden shift in light intensity caused most of the clerks to shield their eyes with their hands. Only 2 martial officers quickly adjusted to the shift in light and shadow. Yet their reactions were scarcely different from the clerks. They looked up, feeling an overwhelming aura pressing down upon them. This aura emanated from 2 figures above. Standing against the light, they cast enormous shadows onto the arena floor. Years of physical training in honed martial will prove utterly useless in this moment.
Move! Move!
Hu Ping roared furiously, his frozen body trembling uncontrollably. However, no matter how hard he tried, his body could not break free from the immense confinement. Thought you were some master from somewhere, but you're just a mortal barely touching the surface of chi cultivation. The scholar's gaze swept over him with arrogance. His gaze sharpened slightly, and the aura emanating from his body intensified in an instant. Under the crushing pressure, another martial artist's body slammed onto the ground with a thud. As for Hu Ping, he was nearly suffocated by the pressure, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Thud, thud, thud. Several clerks had already lost consciousness under this overwhelming pressure, only now collapsing onto the workbenches. Ha! He's holding on? This one's a promising prospect. He can withstand the full pressure of a book scholar without even reaching the chi refining stage. If we grant him some resources and give him time, he might mature to a level not inferior to mine. The middle-aged, overweight man paused in surprise. But Shulang's gaze didn't linger on Hu Ping for long. His eyes remained fixed, cold and intense, on a certain direction. Li Muzai busied himself at the control console. Today was his first day on the job, and he was unfamiliar with most of the equipment on the console. Feeling the other man's gaze, Li Mu gave an awkward smile and turned around. Ah, you were looking for me? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed that Li Muzai's cultivation had already broken through the bone-tempering stage. And how long had it been since he'd left this place? Ahem. You're Li Mu, correct? Now, you have two choices: join me and bring this world under the control of the Prosperity and Decline sect. Upon success, the sect will reward you with abundant resources. Li Mu nodded repeatedly. I get it, I get it. You want to make me your lackey, right? What's the other option? Oh. The scholar's wicked grin widened. So it seems you still wish to test your strength against the rise and fall sect? The muscles on his beast-like claw began to bulge, his eyes flashing with savage ferocity. Li Mu shook his head and said, Not at all. How could I dare? I was merely asking out of curiosity. As Li Mu spoke, he glanced back at the screen behind him. The countdown on the screen had already reached single digits. Hurry up, hurry up. Li Mu's heart raced with anxiety. Beep, beep, beep. With 3 seconds remaining, the alarm suddenly blared. Shulang also realized something was amiss. The crimson-hued long sword in his right hand swung toward the control console. Damn it, we've been discovered. All or nothing. Li Mu gritted his teeth. The blood spirit sword appeared in his right hand. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and swung at Shulang. Shulang sneered coldly. Die. The sword flashed with a cold light as immense spiritual energy compressed into the strike. The blood spirit sword collided with it, instantly unleashing a massive energy shockwave. Boom! A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants. Electronic equipment nearby began spewing wisps of smoke, and even the central monitor behind them shattered at the edge. Put! Li Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. The immense force of the impact surged through his body, crushing his internal organs in an instant. A glimmer of despair finally flickered in Li Mu's eyes. He knew the gap in their strength was vast, but he never imagined it would be this immense. He looked down at his arm, now a mangled mess of flesh and bone, little more than a skeletal stump clutching the sword. Stubborn to the end. His beastly claws snapped open toward Li Mu, the entire paw radiating powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. At that very moment, the countdown behind them reached 0. 0. Super airship activation. The floor below began to split open from the center outward. At a glance, Shulang recognized the immense airship within, its hull studded with countless artillery ports. Poof. I thought you had some secret weapon up your sleeve, but it turns out to be such a clumsy piece of equipment. Do you really think it'll be useful? Shulang sneered coldly, the fluctuations on his beast claws already surging. The fluctuations were blindingly fast. Before Li Mu could even react, his entire body exploded. Team leader! Tiger Ping, who had been braced against the wall to prevent himself from falling, froze in shock. The fissure below widened rapidly. The unconscious members tumbled into the chasm, only to be struck by the massive airship and hurled deeper into the abyss. The airship's speed was immense. In the next instant, it whizzed past Hu Ping's body, colliding with Shulang and the middle-aged fat man suspended midair. The massive airship bore them upward into the sky. Simultaneously, countless gun barrels on its surface locked onto the two men, every weapon primed and ready. Thousands of barrels were trained on Shulang. Even he, who had previously looked down on Earth's technology, now felt an acute sense of life or death urgency. Go! He turned and made to leave. These weapons were indeed formidable, but they weren't particularly fast. As long as he could create distance, he was confident he could evade them. Yet in the next instant, he felt his arm being yanked backward. Who? Li Mu. The scholar gasped in shock, realizing that Li Mu, whom he had previously blown to bits, had somehow reappeared. Don't leave just yet. You're quite formidable, aren't you? Come see how formidable the super airship, produced with the full might of the Dragon Nation, truly is. Li Mu smiled faintly as he raised the blood spirit sword with a fierce thrust. Shulang instinctively raised his long sword to guard his heart. But Li Mu's strike came from above. Ugh! Shulang's face paled as the blood spirit sword pinned one of his feet to the airship's hull. You! Before the scholar could finish, hundreds of enhanced ion cannons fired in unison. Chapter 148, The Man with Two Lives. Shulang! The middle-aged, overweight man swung his double-pronged pitchfork, rushing to rescue Shulang. But the barrels of the Qian cannons in the distance had already locked onto him and Shulang. Even without his cultivation sealed, he couldn't claim to withstand the firepower of so many massive cannons. In the final moment, he chose to protect himself. Retreat! He spun on his heel, dodging the relentless barrage of ion cannons firing one after another. Li Mu retreated alongside him in the same direction. Li Mu was right beside him, clearly intending to use him as cover. Boom! A cannon blast struck. The shot landed precisely along their path of movement. If he slowed down, he would immediately be hit by more artillery fire from behind. So the best option was to take the hit head-on. The middle-aged, heavy-set man raised his weapon and brought it down with all his might against the ion cannon blast. His body radiated powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, and his weapon emitted an intense glow. Yet beneath the ion torrent, nearly 2 meters in diameter, all its sharp edges were ground away. After the torrent passed, the middle-aged man gasped for breath. His double-pronged rake had melted away, along with half the palm of his right hand. Fortunately, after one round of firing, all the cannons were overheated, and the next salvo would likely take considerable time. If he wanted to leave, relying on his own skills, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. But the companion who had come with him was another matter entirely. The middle-aged, overweight man scanned the distant deck. There, only a blackened sword remained, no trace of the scholar official. He whipped his head around to his left. Phew! Thank goodness you blocked that. Otherwise, I'd have lost my life here too. Li Mu smiled faintly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Li Mu! The middle-aged man roared with rage, raising his palm as the last shred of spiritual energy within his body concentrated there. But moments later, that energy vanished. This meager amount was utterly insufficient to activate his sect's signature killing move. Seeing him raise his palm for so long without unleashing a single attack, Li Mu laughed even harder. Can't unleash it, huh? Well, I'll do it for you. Li Mu pressed his fingers together to form a sword, and a translucent sword image appeared in midair. Go! As Li Mu thrust his fingers forward, the sword image in midair immediately slashed down. Ugh! The ethereal sword pierced the middle-aged man's chest, causing him to cry out in agony. Li Mu's mind flickered, and another ethereal sword image materialized. Sorry about that. The fully mastered version of this technique involves unleashing 10,000 swords simultaneously. But my skills aren't quite there yet, so for now, I can only unleash them one by one. Go! Another sword strike followed. The middle-aged man shifted his position slightly, only to be pierced right between his buttocks. Ugh! Just watching it made Li Mu feel an indescribable agony. Tisk, why did you even bother dodging? I was hoping to make it quick for you. This is so disappointing. I feel terrible about it. Li Mu smiled faintly as he walked toward the middle-aged man. The two stood on the deck of the super airship. Countless turrets had recovered from overheating, adjusting their barrels while recharging. Why are you still alive? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, glaring at Li Mu. Li Mu thrust another ethereal sword shadow. Ugh! What's the big deal? Haven't you ever seen someone with 2 lives? Cats have 9 lives. Is it so outrageous that I, Li Mu, have 2? The middle-aged fat man clutched his left hand, several fingers severed, his face twisted with savage fury. Well then, you'd better hide that last life of yours well. The Prosperity and Decline sect is united as one. We won't rest until we achieve our goal. Let's see how you resist next time. The middle-aged man bellowed. Li Mu shrugged. This guy was truly stubborn. He acted as if Li Mu was the one now at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the surrounding cannons had completed their charge and fired at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bit down hard on his tongue, summoning the last shred of life-preserving spiritual energy within his body. He slammed his mangled palm into the air, instantly forming a silver door that slowly swung open. In the next instant, he and the silver door were engulfed by a torrent of countless ions. After the blinding light faded, Li Mu looked forward once more. The deck was empty. Whether the middle-aged man had escaped or been vaporized into nothingness by the ion torrent remained unknown. Never mind. At least we won up here. Li Mu sat on the deck, panting heavily. The experience of facing death had been profoundly impactful. Even now, recalling it made his legs feel weak. Hundreds of disciples from the Prosperity and Decline sect clashed with a modern military force. Their reactions were lightning fast, and their physical prowess was astonishing. Once they closed the distance, the modern army, even armed with firearms, held little advantage against them. But if vigilance lapsed at any crossing point, allowing the Ronku sect disciples to close in, the battle would swiftly devolve into a one-sided slaughter. Ugh! Ah! A disciple of the School of Prosperity and Decline severed a soldier's wrist and rifle with a single sword strike. Despair washed over the soldier's face. He hadn't even noticed when the enemy had slipped around to his side. Surrounding soldiers were gripped by terror. Their instructors had never taught them how to confront such supernaturally powerful foes in close quarters. At that moment, someone appeared. A burly man with a buzz cut appeared. Wielding an iron rod, he parried the sword aimed at the soldier's throat. He was one of the martial arts instructors from the response team. Impressive strength.
Is this the result of a complete cultivation system? He chuckled, flinging off his outer coat to reveal a black vest beneath. Come on then. Since we're both climbing the path of martial arts, you must be like me. Facing a strong opponent is far more interesting than dealing with a weakling.
His muscles trembled, his body already primed for battle.
Strong? Not even at the Qi refining stage, and you dare call yourself strong?
Though the Ronku sect disciple spoke thus, he released the terrified soldier and focused his attention squarely on the martial artist.
Clang! 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 Clang!
The two clashed fiercely. Under the overwhelming pressure of his superior cultivation, Wu Yuan fought with every ounce of strength yet remained firmly on the defensive. Within mere moments of combat, his body bore over a dozen wounds. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, and his stamina was nearly depleted.
Yet, a smile still lingered on his face. You've already lost. Why are you still smiling?
The disciple demanded.
Haha, I laugh. Of course I laugh.
Today, I have witnessed the true essence of martial arts with my own eyes, gaining profound insights. If I survive this, I will surely advance one step closer to the way of martial arts.
Unfortunately, you won't survive.
The disciple of the Prosperity and Decline sect advanced with his sword drawn, but suddenly, as if sensing something, his movement halted.
Chapter 149, Where do martial arts masters come from? Has the senior uncle perished?
At that moment, the numerous Ronku sect disciples storming into Gyukadal suddenly halted. The disappearance of Shulong's formidable aura startled them. This was merely an assault on a minor realm where spiritual energy had only just begun to revive, with scarcely any practitioners even at the Qi refining stage. How could Shulang, a practitioner at the organ refining stage, have perished?
Above, the colossal airship moved with overwhelming might into position overhead.
Countless ion cannons with massive barrels swiveled their barrels, locking onto the disciples of the Rise and Fall sect scattered below.
Ah!
A disciple of the Rise and Fall sect was instantly reduced to a cloud of ash under the onslaught of the ion torrent. The cry of terror came from the disciple beside him, who had just witnessed the gruesome scene of his fellow disciple's demise.
What kind of weapon is this?
The once fearless disciples of the Rise and Fall sect finally felt a wave of terror wash over them.
Thud! A disciple knelt. Plop!
Then the second, the third, the 203rd.
Every surviving disciple of the Ronku sect surrendered.
On the airship, Liu watched them surrender and finally let out a sigh of relief.
It's finally over. I never imagined my first day on the job would bring such a huge incident.
I really am unlucky. I nearly lost my life over this.
Liu opened the system interface.
In the data section, his remaining lifespan was reduced to a single little figure. In the age of online media, news of what happened in Gyukadal exploded across the global internet within just an hour or two. And this was despite the best efforts of governments worldwide to suppress the news. Before this incident, the public in various countries hadn't paid much attention to this global special hazard response team led by the Dragon Nation. After all, the world was full of such organizations, those with grandiose, intimidating names that turned out to be all show and no substance. But as videos of this incident spread, people realized that truly global emergencies capable of threatening the entire world did exist. During this crisis, the performance of the Dragon Nation members was nothing short of outstanding. Setting aside the enigmatic leader with superhuman combat prowess and seemingly immortal physique, the Dragon Nation-born combatants also played exceptionally pivotal roles in the fighting. Without the cover provided by these super athletes, modern armies would likely have been wiped out in moments against the onslaught of the Prosperity and Decline sect disciples.
Dragon Nation truly lives up to its name, a shining beacon of martial arts. Look at those fighters trained in ancient martial arts. Their strength is clearly in a different league from the rest. Wow, traditional kung fu is actually the real deal. This is utterly unbelievable. Damn, those enemies are just too powerful.
Without these superhumans, the army would be finished. Now I finally understand why Dragon Nation insisted on assigning half of the response team to hand-to-hand combat specialists, a force modern warfare has never seen.
Now that's foresight. That's strategic vision. For a time, both online and offline, praise and admiration for the Dragon Nation reached its peak worldwide.
Liu was scrolling through his phone at home, reading the praise for the Dragon Nation on foreign websites, and he couldn't help but feel happy too. Especially seeing the ancient martial arts of Dragon Nation, once ridiculed and dismissed as fake by foreign netizens, finally vindicated by the boomerang strike, he felt immense pride and satisfaction. But how did I become a superhuman who can lift cars with one hand and is practically immortal? In the online rumors, the leader of the response team who played a crucial role in the incident was naturally the absolute protagonist. Despite efforts to block most useful information about Liu, the internet pieced together the image of this superhero using countless scattered fragments. How to put it? Judging by the content they spread, if it were made into a movie, it would undoubtedly top the global box office. As for authenticity, it's safe to say almost none of it is true except for the name. Fortunately, Liu's life over the past couple of days has remained relatively normal. It's unlikely anyone would connect the superhero to an ordinary food delivery writer. While Liu enjoyed a temporary respite, high-level institutions worldwide were swamped over these past 2 days. Especially the top decision makers in the Dragon Nation, who were literally pulling their hair out day after day. The global recognition of Dragon Nation was indeed a positive development, but it also meant their responsibilities would grow exponentially in future crises. From the surrendered disciples of the Prosperity Decline sect, they learned of the existence of an immensely powerful martial arts realm. There, aside from spirit artifacts and similar items, technological advancement remained rudimentary. Yet martial arts cultivation reigned supreme as the absolute mainstream. In that realm, martial artists capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks were not uncommon, and there even existed superpowered beings who could move mountains and fill seas. Facing the threat of such adversaries, the top decision-makers of the Dragon Nation felt immense pressure. To counter this crisis, they rallied forces from nations worldwide. Integrating the cutting-edge technologies Li Mu had brought back from another world, they forged the super airship. Originally, within their plans, the so-called response team was actually intended to be the crew of the super airship. Equipped with powerful artificial intelligence, the super airship required minimal crew despite its immense size. However, during this sudden incident, the super airship exposed a significant weakness. Built with no expense spared, unlimited size or caliber, and stacked with countless turrets, its firepower was more than sufficient. Yet when confronting these super-powered adversaries, its agility proved a critical weakness. First was speed. The airship's transition from standby to full deployment proved agonizingly slow. So slow that by the time it finally appeared, the enemy had already struck the response team's base city, shaving off the roof of the command center. Second, the turret's traverse speed was severely limited. Had Li Mu not pinned one of the enemy's legs to the deck, leaving them no escape. Otherwise, even with the super-sized ion turrets of an airship, it would have been highly unlikely to hit the enemy. The super airship faced numerous issues, yet on the other side, the performance of the military personnel nominated by Dragon Nation and the other nations was surprisingly outstanding. It was a case of planting flowers with intent but seeing them fail to bloom, while willows planted without thought flourished. Whether by coincidence or not, nearly all the martial artists nominated by other nations this time possessed Dragon Nation bloodlines and had trained in ancient Dragon Nation martial arts for some period. It seems that in future crises, martial arts masters of sufficient strength will hold considerable strategic importance. The Dragon Nation leader remarked. Below, Foreign Minister Yang Jun, Military Minister He Jianyuan, and others nodded in agreement. This conclusion had been reached unanimously across the Dragon Nation. But the question remained, where would these formidable martial arts masters come from? Chapter 150, Chief Instructor Li Mu. How do we cultivate martial arts masters? We cultivate them ourselves, of course. The Dragon Nation leader declared in a solemn tone. From the disciples of the Prosperity and Decline sect, they had already learned how formidable martial arts masters could become under conditions of spiritual energy revival. 3 factors determine the level of martial arts masters. Spiritual energy. Earth's spiritual energy had only just begun to revive, making it sparse. Time. This point requires no elaboration. Earth's spiritual energy has only recently begun to revive. Systematic cultivation techniques. This is where Earth suffers from an inherent deficiency. After discussion, it was determined that the ancient martial arts of the Dragon Nation are indeed part of a cultivation system, though an incomplete one. As for cultivation techniques, there was a way around this. The disciples of the Ronku sect revealed the techniques they practiced. However, to control their disciples, the Ronku sect had fragmented these techniques into multiple parts. The techniques possessed by lower-level disciples were only sufficient for cultivation up to the bone-refining stage. Nevertheless, for Earth's current state, martial artists at the bone-tempering stage were already exceptionally rare. As the discussion drew to a close, the Dragon Nation leader surveyed the assembled crowd. Well then, the meeting is adjourned. Our current strategic priority is to cultivate martial arts masters of sufficient caliber. Soon, institutions nationwide began promoting the slogan of reviving ancient martial arts. If one ignored the events of just a few days prior, this slogan seemed rather puzzling. After all, for a long time, the mainstream focus of Dragon Nation society had been on technological advancement and economic development. Especially with successive breakthroughs in science and technology, the entire nation was filled with excitement. Pursuing scientific and technological advancement and boosting productivity had become the absolute theme of the era. Now, suddenly promoting the revival of ancient martial arts felt like telling a graduate student who had spent years pursuing advanced studies to abruptly switch careers and step into the boxing ring. Yet, the nation did not resist this slogan. On the contrary, people were genuinely pleased. It's about time we gave proper attention to our traditional ancient martial arts. Exactly. Technological advancement is our strength, but martial arts culture is also an inseparable part of our Dragon Nation. Plus, more and more powerful ancient martial artists are emerging. It seems the potential of these ancient traditions is steadily rising. Wonderful. My child just couldn't focus on academics. Now, finally, there's a new path forward. When the slogan for reviving ancient martial arts reached the street where Li Mu lived, he first heard about it. He froze for a moment. Holy crap, is the government shifting its strategy? Ancient martial arts? Martial arts masters? The next moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was actually the national leader calling him personally.
Comrade Li Mu, would you be interested in becoming an instructor? Ha? Li Mu was startled. What kind of instructor? A world martial arts instructor. Holy crap. What the hell is that? Alright, it's settled then.
The other party answered very quickly, as if afraid Li Mu would refuse. Before Li Mu could say anything else, the call abruptly ended. After dragging his feet for 2 days, Li Mu finally couldn't take the pressure anymore and started going to work.
What job? Chief instructor of the World Martial Arts Federation. Li Mu arrived at the training grounds.
This facility had been converted from a secret military base.
Instructor Li, this entire area within 100 kilometers is under extremely strict control.
You and your members can train here with complete peace of mind.
The guide led Li Mu nervously through the facility.
After all, this man held an exceptionally high status in internal propaganda. He was the primary hero who resolved that major crisis half a month ago. To his surprise, Li Mu himself appeared, well, ordinary, but approachable and completely without airs. Upon entering the training grounds, Li Mu immediately spotted a familiar face.
Brother Hu.
Li Mu's eyes lit up as he walked over and slapped Hu Ping's solid back muscles. Hu Ping's body froze instantly. No, just call me Tiger. When it comes to real strength and character, I should be calling you brother. Please don't recommend me to the higher-ups again.
I couldn't possibly handle the position of chief instructor. Li Mu gave a wry smile. If you don't take it, I'm in trouble.
The venue was packed with people, including over 600 practitioners of ancient martial arts selected from around the world. Nearly 200 others wore exceptionally traditional attire, their demeanor distinctly different from those around them. Special rings hung around their necks, periodically emitting red light. They were nominally instructors, yet the trainees around them regarded them with wary eyes. They were the disciples of the Ronku sect who had surrendered earlier.
In terms of strength, they could easily overwhelm the trainees present and make a clean getaway, if not for the explosive devices around their necks. I'm just an ordinary person. You staring at me like that is making me pretty nervous.
Li Mu gave an awkward smile on the field. The surrounding trainees followed suit with forced smiles.
An ordinary person? They could clearly sense that Li Mu's aura was far stronger than their own.
Moreover, the formidable enemy from another world had been defeated precisely because of Li Mu. The gazes of the nearly 200 disciples from the Prosperity and Decline sect toward Li Mu were filled with apprehension. He was only at the Qi refining stage, yet he had slain a book scholar at the Foundation establishment stage. Such a feat would be an absolute legend even in the land of Ten-Man Divine Continent, where geniuses and prodigies abounded. Yet this man claimed to be an ordinary person.
With no one responding, the atmosphere grew awkward. Forget it. I know none of you here have a sense of humor. All trained in ancient martial arts. Li Mu remarked.
Another awkward silence stretched on for over 10 seconds.
Finally, someone in the corner responded. What's wrong with ancient martial arts? Ha! Li Mu chuckled. Seems there are still people with a sense of humor around. Exactly. I don't know how cultivation works elsewhere.
But here, there's no need to be so tense.
Just relax.
Hu Ping stared at Li Mu in disbelief.
Could this legendary major who had resolved a major crisis really be this kind of person? Yet he also noticed the atmosphere beginning to ease considerably. Even some disciples of the Prosperity and Decline sect seemed to be wearing smiles. Could it be that Li Mu had done this intentionally? Ahem.
Li Mu cleared his throat, turning his gaze to the assembled crowd.
First, let's examine the most pressing issue we currently face. Li Mu stretched out his words, seemingly to mask his lack of preparation. Brother Li, it's the lack of cultivation techniques. Hu Ping interjected to cover for him. Li Mu froze. Ha? That's the problem we're facing? Why didn't you say so earlier? If it's cultivation techniques, I have quite a few here. Let me see.
Currently, I have the 1,000 Flowers Tao technique and the 100 Flowers art.
And the heaven-spanning Immortal Sutra I cultivated on my own. As Li Mu spoke, the crowd below him seemed to freeze in place. So the head instructor actually possesses 3 cultivation techniques. 3 cultivation techniques? But are they complete? Chapter 151, The Otherworldly Suicide Squad.
Hearing Li Mu casually mention this, everyone present was stunned. After all, their greatest headache had been the lack of complete martial arts manuals. Yet here, Li Mu possessed not just 1, but 3. But their silence led Li Mu to misunderstand. Not enough? There are a few more on the exchange list, but they cost 3 to 5,000 points each. I'll exchange 1 more after I finish my next mission and save up points, maybe 2 at most.
What?
The crowd was even more shocked, and the nearly 200 disciples of the Prosperity and Decline sect trembled visibly. They had risked their lives for the Ronku sect, venturing into the precisely to obtain a single complete cultivation technique. After being captured by the incredibly low-level natives of the otherworld, they felt their hopes were fading. Who would have thought this would actually bring them closer to a complete cultivation technique? Chief Instructor, you're not joking, are you?
Complete cultivation manuals are exceedingly rare even in the martial arts-rich 10-man divine continent. A low-tier sect would possess at most 1 or 2 copies. A disciple of the Rise and Fall sect approached tremblingly and asked. Li Mu was staring blankly at the sky, for just moments ago, the system had flooded him with a barrage of notifications. Li Mu casually dismissed the notification. Ah, you really thought I was lying? Fine, I'll just print the book out now. Li Mu opened the system interface. In the corner of the screen, a print cultivation technique appeared, looking just like an advertisement for a street-side print shop. Clicking the interface, Li Mu focused his mind. The 100 Flowers technique, the 1000 Flowers Tao method, and the Heaven-Filling Immortal Sutra were all printed out. Calling it printing was an understatement, it was more like materializing them out of thin air. 3 exquisitely bound volumes materialized in the arms of this disciple of the Prosperity and Decay sect, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. Li Mu rarely used this print function, as each book consumed 100 points. But this time, when he saw the remaining points in the interface, he froze. Thud, thud. 2 more volumes dropped to the ground. They were the Martial Reverence Fist Manual and the 100 Splitting Sword Manual. Ha! Seeing 2 complete martial arts manuals again, the Ronku sect disciple's body trembled uncontrollably. Ah, my points suddenly reached the threshold, so I managed to redeem them smoothly. Li Mu said with a wry smile. The sudden influx of over 60,000 points stunned Li Mu momentarily. He hurriedly scrolled through the previous system notifications. Host has gained 6,320 points of influence in Parallel Universe 3067. These points can be exchanged for credits at any time. The following details the influence points. Following this was a lengthy list. From these entries, Li Mu could roughly deduce what changes had occurred within the 3067 timeline. That world seemed to be getting more interesting. Perhaps he should pay it a visit sometime. As Li Mu pondered this, he noticed a dense crowd had knelt before him. They were the disciples of the Prosperity and Decline sect, chanting in unison. Master Li Mu, your life-saving grace is beyond our ability to repay. Whatever you command, we shall brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, die 10,000 deaths without hesitation. Ah, it's just a few cultivation manuals, isn't it? Is this really necessary? Rise. Seeing them kneel, Li Mu himself found it nothing but a nuisance. Yes. The instructors responded in perfect unison. With the most troublesome cultivation technique finally settled, the martial arts team's training proceeded in an orderly fashion. Ironically, Li Mu himself began to feel somewhat redundant. After all, if it came down to teaching anything, Li Mu himself was a latecomer to the path, utterly clueless about cultivation. The bulk of the instruction fell to the disciples of the Prosperity and Decline sect. Everything appeared to be thriving, as if all obstacles would soon be overcome. Yet despite the fervent atmosphere, the Dragon Nation's leadership harbored profound anxieties about the future. At a special meeting, Li Mu attended alongside several representatives of the Prosperity and Decline sect disciples. Among the attendees were the nation's highest-ranking officials, the leader of the Dragon Nation, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of State Security, and the Minister of Military Affairs. The meeting was extremely concise. After briefly discussing the progress of the martial arts task force, the Dragon Nation leader gave a slight nod, acknowledging the work done thus far. Yet, he soon fell silent, turning his gaze toward the representatives of the Prosperity and Decline sect disciples. Is there still time? After a moment of silence, the disciples of the Rise and Fall sect replied. It's difficult. Calculating the timeline, the sect will likely dispatch the second wave of expeditionary forces within a month at the earliest. This time, the enemy will undoubtedly be immensely powerful martial artists whose strength transcends the limitations of this realm. Our sect possesses special techniques that allow them to fight at full strength for about a day before being repelled by the laws of the world. All present fell silent. If enemies even stronger than last time unleashed their full power for a day, the entire earth would likely be razed to the ground. While the strength of local martial artists was rapidly improving, it was nearly impossible for them to reach a level where they could be effectively deployed within a month or two. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient time. The Dragon Nation leader said solemnly. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he too had observed that this martial arts task force possessed exceptional talent. After all, they had been selected from the cream of the crop among billions worldwide. According to the disciples of the Prosperity and Decline sect, it would only take a year or two for the majority of them to surpass their own abilities. If only there were a way to keep them in the other world. Li Mu murmured slowly. The world where Ning Kaichen resided was clearly far more conducive to cultivation. Hearing his words, everyone present turned to look. Especially the Minister of Military Affairs, He Jianyuan. Comrade Li Mu, aren't you the one who can transport people there? Li Mu shook his head. The people I bring will link the time between the two worlds. No matter how much time passes here, when I go back, it will only be about a week later. I see. He Jianyuan shook his head in disappointment. Was even this last hope going to be dashed? Suddenly, Li Mu froze. Wait a moment, system. Is such a thing still possible? Why didn't you remind me sooner? The Dragon Nation leader looked over. Li Mu paused before saying, "It seems there's a way to keep people there for cultivation. But the entire process might be quite dangerous." Suddenly, the once hopeless proposal seemed feasible. Li Mu looked at the over 600 martial practitioners standing at attention around him and fell silent for a moment. "I assume you've already heard the news." "Indeed, for the future of this world, we need a suicide squad. I will lead this group into another fantastical world. There, cultivation conditions far surpass those here, yet danger lurks at every turn. Demons, monsters, spirits, and specters." Chapter 152, Reunion with Mana. Li Mu briefly described the situation in that world to everyone. Although Li Mu had introduced some scientific technologies there, overall, compared to Earth, the technological and production levels remained incredibly primitive. Yet it also offered abundant spiritual energy, a more natural cultivation environment, and no shortage of opponents to hone one's skills against provided you survived. Hearing the myriad strange phenomena of that world of gods and demons, the members of the martial arts group were profoundly shaken. "So, what do you say? A world where danger and opportunity coexist, is anyone still willing to go? I must make this clear, once you decide, you'll face at least several years of solitary hardship. For me, it might only be a month away, but for you, it will be years of drifting in a foreign realm." Li Mu spoke slowly. "I'm going." A dark-haired, dark-eyed man with olive skin stepped forward. Born in Southeast Asia, he possessed 1/4 Dragon Nation blood. "I must protect the world I come from. I'll go." It was someone familiar. Hu Ping stepped forward. "My country needs me. I'm going." This time, the speaker was a man with striking Western European features, blonde hair and blue eyes. Most members of the group bore distinct Chinese features, making his appearance quite conspicuous here. "I'm going to pursue the complete ancient martial arts." Li Mu recognized this fellow. His name was Ryan. His background and family had no connection to the Dragon Kingdom. Drawn to ancient martial arts in his youth, he had traveled thousands of miles to train in the remote mountains of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, more and more people signed up, and Li Mu quickly called a halt. If the entire group were to leave, who would be left to hold the fort when the crisis struck? Ultimately, after multiple rounds of streamlining, the numbers were whittled down to around 100. Alright, the members have been finalized. Those selected will be removed from the team roster. Someone will contact you specifically in 3 days. Before that, I must first travel to the other world to report back. Li Mu needed to travel to the 7321 parallel universe, the world where the three consciousness entities, Ifa, Pandora, and Shilling, resided. Originally, Li Mu planned to travel alone with Xiao Nan, moving swiftly to make a same-day round trip. However, on the very day of departure, over 100 figures clad in white lab coats appeared simultaneously below Li Mu's residential complex, waiting. "Ah, you want me to take these people with me too?" Li Mu froze for a moment before immediately understanding. The martial arts cultivation path has its own practitioners from other realms. In the realm of technological research, we should also cultivate our own specialists, right? It seemed perfectly logical upon reflection. Although the Dragon Nation's current technological advancement is already exceptionally high, virtually unmatched on Earth. However, when facing overwhelming threats from other realms, every incremental advancement could buy humanity one more sliver of survival. Moreover, compared to martial artists undergoing trials in Sector 3067, researchers training in Sector 7321 face significantly lower risks, unless the Pandora Empire and the Shilling Empire launch a full-scale assault against the Human Restoration Alliance. A flash of white light erupted, and Li Mu, the mechanical girl beside him, and nearly 100 researchers vanished from the main world. Whoosh! After the white light faded, Li Mu and his group materialized in an incredibly prosperous, futuristic metropolis brimming with technological marvels. The accompanying researchers hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the temporal shift when they were immediately overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring futuristic metropolis. Wow! One researcher looked up at the sky, discovering the city's structure stretched endlessly above, with countless flying machines constantly crisscrossing the sky. "This is the vertical city I once envisioned. It's breathtaking. Everything here employs a technological path different from Earth's. Every brick, every door holds significant research value." While the researchers on site remained deeply stunned, the city's residents began gathering curiously around them. "It's the Savior. The Savior has returned." The residents were utterly exhilarated. In the distance, a flying machine approached, swiftly transforming into the form of a mature woman. "Ah, Ifa, you're just in time." Li Mu's reappearance instantly stunned every resident of the Humanity Revival Alliance. The entire street erupted in celebrations, with singing, dancing, and crowds lining the streets to welcome him. This left Li Mu feeling somewhat awkward. "Savior, you finally returned. Without you, we'd all still be living rough, never experiencing the happiness we have today. 8 years have passed, and you finally returned. I even greeted you back then, do you remember me?" The speaker was an enthusiastic young girl, practically pressing herself against Li Mu. Li Mu gave an awkward smile and mumbled a vague response. Honestly, how could he possibly remember? 8 years ago, this girl would have been just a child. Even if he had a vague impression, it wouldn't match the beautiful, mature woman standing before him now. Of course I remember. You're that so-and-so, right? Li Mu could only awkwardly continue the conversation.
This time, without the Special Forces troops to smooth things over, the situation became a different kind of ordeal for Li Mu. Finally, he managed to enter the headquarters of the Human Renaissance Alliance. The moment he stepped through the doors, Li Mu was assaulted by two enormous spheres. Savior! A woman with a familiar, mature aura threw herself at him, delivering a solid slap across his face.
How to put it?
Though it made breathing difficult, this genuine facial wash felt 10,000 times better than a steel bikini.
Indeed, nothing warms me quite like the embrace of a human chest. Li Mu sighed inwardly.
He savored the embrace for a full 30 seconds before finally lifting his face from those two soft, warm mounds. He looked at the woman before him, recognizing a familiar feeling in her eyes and brows.
Mana. Li Mu called her name.
His voice trembled slightly, for in his memory, Mana remained frozen in time, still the 19 or 20-year-old he last saw.
Now, she had matured and filled out more, shedding the traces of youthfulness.
In terms of age, she had surpassed Li Mu, reaching an age where he should call her a sexy older sister. Yet her boundless affection for Li Mu remained unchanged.
Ahem, Mana, I missed you too.
But you're all grown up now, perhaps even married. It's best to exercise a little restraint in such matters.
Li Mu said, feeling somewhat indebted. No, I'm not married yet, so there's absolutely no problem with this. Chapter 153, Bribing the Mechanical Entity. Li Mu froze. Calculating the time, Mana should be around 28 or 29 now.
Within the Human Renaissance Alliance, the average marriage age was relatively low. Most people were married by 18 or 19.
Li Mu felt a pang of emotion. Mana was the first human he'd encountered in this 7321 timeline.
From the naive little girl she once was to this mature, beautiful young woman to him, it had only been about a year, yet she had blossomed from innocence into maturity. But Li Mu still pushed Mana away. There were still quite a few people around, members of the Humanity Revival Alliance and the Dragon Nation researchers Li Mu had brought with him. Though everyone present discreetly averted their gaze, the situation in such a public setting still left Li Mu feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Enough, Mana. Haven't you seen how the savior blushed?
A seemingly cold-hearted, one-eyed youth caught Mana, preventing her from lunging forward again. The youth wore a cold white coat, radiating a powerful aura, the hallmark of a leader.
Soren. Li Mu recognized the youth immediately.
He had matured considerably, his presence now radiating far greater strength. As he approached, the members of the Humanity Restoration Alliance present all stood at attention, their expressions turning solemn. On his way over, Li Mu had already heard about his accomplishments in recent years. Over these years, Soren had grown remarkably fast, demonstrating astonishing skill in commanding mechanized forces. Even Pandora, as a consciousness entity, acknowledged his strength. But this guy seems to pay lip service to respecting Li Mu, yet in reality, he's undermining him, right? What blushing? I'm just choked up. Li Mu thought inwardly. Li Mu briefly reviewed the recent developments of the Human Renaissance Alliance. Though he'd anticipated much upon seeing the outer city, hearing how the small organization he'd once guided had grown into its current form still stirred deep emotion within him. Li Mu mentioned the arrangements for the researchers from Earth to undergo further training. As expected, the entire leadership of the Human Renaissance Alliance pledged to dedicate their full efforts over the next few years to imparting all of the Alliance's cutting-edge technologies to these 100 researchers. They promptly produced a basic framework diagram of the technologies currently mastered by the Humanity Revival Alliance. They swiftly debated the priorities within it, basing their discussions on whether these technologies could enhance Dragon Nation's capacity to handle special crises. After the meeting, Li Mu had expected to immediately meet with the leaders of the Pandora and Shilling empires, concluding his business here and returning that same day. However, the moment he stepped out of the conference hall, he received news that both Pandora and Shilling would not arrive until the following day. Ha! Li Mu was somewhat surprised, as in his impression, both of these consciousness entities were known for their decisive and swift actions. With their capabilities, they should have been able to arrive within an hour or two. At the very least, they could send a temporary mechanical projection instead of deploying their first-generation bodies.
Li Mu wondered, had these aloof consciousness entities, after years apart, somehow caught the contagion of humanity's convoluted ways?
Savior, your accommodations have been arranged. It's the highest grade room available in the entire alliance.
Mana was visibly excited as she enthusiastically addressed Li Mu. She was so animated that Li Mu could practically see her foxtail wagging. TSK. Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Even if this girl harbored ulterior motives, she certainly didn't know how to hide them. Seeing the little girl he'd once saved grow into such a sincere, mature young woman, Li Mu wasn't sure whether to feel pleased or troubled. Li Mu declined Mana's offer to guide him, casually pointing to a standing attendant nearby instead. Woo! Without even turning his head, Li Mu could picture Mana's disappointed expression. But for his own safety, Li Mu had no choice but to proceed this way. Li Mu followed the attendant to the designated location. Sure enough, the room was enormous. The living area alone was several times larger than Li Mu's home on Earth. Indeed, the residence even featured a grand hall for receiving guests. The hall was brightly lit. Beyond that lay the actual sleeping quarters. The decor was in the style of top-tier European luxury. Isn't this a bit too pink? It was clear every piece of bedding and cabinetry had been meticulously selected, with taste far surpassing Li Mu's. Li Mu scanned the room. This was the only slight dissatisfaction he felt. Still, he didn't dwell on it much. He'd only be staying here for one night. As Li Mu sipped expensive black tea, nibbled on pastries served by the attendant, and savored the aristocratic ambience, a mechanical girl entered the room. Li Mu glanced up at her, paying little attention. Back from Ifa's place? How did it go? Did you clear up the misunderstanding about me? The mechanical girl shook her head, her face devoid of any expression. Oh. Li Mu felt a twinge of disappointment, but he didn't dwell on it. After enough time had passed, as nightfall approached, Li Mu finally lifted his head again. Xiaonan, I'm going to sleep. Guard duty is yours now. There's only one target to watch out for, right? The mechanical girl gave a slight nod. Li Mu smiled. After all, the mechanical girl before him contained fragments of consciousness and abilities from 3 distinct entities. With her guarding the place, even if 100,000 celestial soldiers descended from the heavens, Li Mu felt completely at ease. How much more so when the opponent was merely an ordinary human? So Li Mu slept, not even bothering to close the main gate. With Xiaonan here, all is well. Nothing to worry about? Midway through his sleep, Li Mu faintly heard voices speaking. The voices were faint, but Li Mu's hearing had been enhanced, and the surroundings were so quiet that the contrast made them distinctly clear. Half asleep, Li Mu sat up straight and saw a figure cloaked in gray standing before the mechanical maiden. Xiaonan, this lubricant is the latest product developed by Smart Inner. It incorporates special nanomaterials that outperform current products in both high-speed and medium-speed friction. This modification part came from the Pandora Empire's black market. Word is the material is so unique that even within the Empire, very few mechanical bodies know about it, making it incredibly precious. The mechanical girl stared at the object in her hand, falling silent for a moment. The cloaked figure watched her nervously. Well, is it acceptable? Xiaonan, cut us some slack. The mechanical girl offered no reply, instead rising abruptly and leaving the room. Damn it! Li Mu snapped awake. What had he seen? A robot bribery case? Chapter 154, Censorship is a Bad Civilization. Xiaonan. After all this time by my side, what exactly have you learned? Li Mu exclaimed in shock, trying to call back the robotic girl already walking away. After all, in his memory, this mechanical girl had always appeared blank and vacant during idle moments. When had she learned to adopt humanity's most corrupted traits? The mechanical girl turned her head and glanced at Li Mu. Then she walked away without hesitation, simultaneously sealing the room entrance with a solid metal door. Damn it! Li Mu turned his head to look at the cloaked figure. Heh, so the savior has awakened. Sorry about that, we didn't mean to wake you. The cloak was removed, revealing Mana in a black, sexy nightgown. Her hand reached for the switch beside her and turned on the light. Not the main overhead light, but a pink mood lamp. She approached Li Mu coyly, slowly climbing onto the bed. Contrasting with her bashful expression, her movements were bold and daring. She leaned forward unabashedly, pressing her body against Li Mu's. Compared to their last meeting, her breasts had grown significantly. While not as voluptuous as Xiao Yalan's, they were still remarkably impressive by this world's standards. The fact that breasts could continue developing after adulthood, if he brought this report back to Earth, it would surely make countless flat-chested women green with envy. Li Mu's first instinct was to flee. But when he raised his hands, he discovered they had been bound by soft restraints at some point. Made of an unknown material, they were soft enough not to cause discomfort but sturdy enough that Li Mu couldn't easily break free. Clearly, this was the latest material developed by the Human Renaissance Alliance. With technology like this, instead of using it for the people, they put it on Li Mu, huh? Just as Li Mu was complaining, Mana had already pulled back his blanket and boldly sat close to him. Her sexy nightgown was incredibly thin, and Li Mu's senses were sharp. Almost instantly, his mind scanned her form, presenting him with a vivid three-dimensional image. Li Mu felt like crying without tears. When had his body gained such capabilities? The atmosphere grew increasingly suggestive as their eyes locked. This made her blush even more. It seems the savior shares the same burning thoughts as I do. Her fingers gently unbuttoned Li Mu's shirt, tracing the curve of his collarbone, across his chest, down his abdomen, and lower still. Her hand paused just above the final line of clothing, her gaze growing hazy. Don't worry, savior. I'm no longer the little girl I once was. You need only indulge yourself. Li Mu stared, utterly transfixed. He had to admit, in this moment, he finally grasped the depth of her transformation. Mana had transformed from the little girl she once was into a mature, alluring young woman more sophisticated than even himself. Their dynamic had shifted. Now, as the novice, Li Mu only needed to follow the mature woman's lead. Li Mu's emotions were complex, both joyful and sorrowful.
He was happy because after being single for over 20 years, he was finally about to lose his virginity. And to a stunningly beautiful woman at that. Sadness stemmed from the fact that his first experience would be so passive. As a grown man, how could he? Well, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Countless people would envy such an opportunity beyond measure. Li Mu simply saw himself as an ordinary man. Enough. He should be content with this. He closed his eyes, his virginity finally about to be. And my virginity? My ass. Mata acted like she knew everything, but after all that fuss, there was still no real progress. The entire ordeal had been pure torture for Li Mu. The frustration of pent-up desire tormented him to the point of ecstasy and agony. Finally, in a fit of rage, Li Mu wrenched free of the restraints and took matters into his own hands. But still, he couldn't get it done. In the end, Li Mu got up in the middle of the night, connected his phone to the local network, and searched online to find the missing piece of information. Damn it, the openness within the human alliance is astonishing. Everyone's sexual knowledge is incredibly advanced. Ironically, your leaders seem to be the ones lagging behind in knowledge. At this moment, the tables had turned. As punishment, Mana was handcuffed to the bed. She covered her face, still not recovered from the embarrassment of her recent defeat. Of course, to be fair, Li Mu did possess slightly more knowledge than Mana. It was just a little bit. Damn it, I've watched so many porn movies, always fantasizing about how I dominate in real combat. But when the real chance came, I ended up making a fool of myself. Man, censorship is such a pain. Li Mu grumbled. After filling in the knowledge gaps, Li Mu finally turned his head to look at Mana on the bed. Mana, I'm about to begin. Mana covered one eye with her hand while the other grasped Li Mu's arm, which was propped up beside her. Ugh, ah. After seeing off Mana, who had launched a surprise nighttime attack only to end up the guest in his own home, Li Mu stretched lazily. He'd expected to be utterly exhausted after a sleepless night. But quite the opposite, Li Mu felt wide awake. Checking the time, he realized it was just right for his meeting with the two consciousness entities, Pandora and Xiling. The meeting place was chosen to be within the reception hall of this nation. Once again, Li Mu encountered Pandora and Xiling. The overall blue-toned mechanical form remained largely unchanged from before. But Li Mu would never underestimate them because of this. Judging by the situation, under Pandora's leadership, the mechanical empire's evolution was progressing at an astonishing pace. The true cause for concern lay in their ability to conceal this evolution entirely. Li Mu turned his gaze to the other side. There stood a girl clad in a black and white gothic dress, seemingly unchanged from 8 years prior. The only change was her hair, now entirely transformed into a fiery red. Her strands moved without wind, and Li Mu became intensely wary of her. Among the three consciousness entities, Xiling was the most elusive to Li Mu. Li Mu turned his gaze to the last one. Her pale golden body radiated a goddess-like glow, instilling a profound sense of inner fulfillment and tranquility in all who beheld her. She was the benevolent goddess of the Human Restoration Alliance, yet also their war goddess who would defend them when danger arose. The consciousness entity, Ifa. Li Mu glanced behind her, where Mana stood with faint circles under her eyes, her face flushed with shyness. Li Mu smiled faintly. Mana's presence, brought by Ifa, had caught him off guard. But this should finally help dispel some of Ifa's misunderstandings about him, right? What misunderstanding? Machine loving. Li Mu gave Ifa what he considered a friendly smile. He had thought that once the misunderstanding was cleared up, their relationship should return to normal. Yet she stared at him coldly. Yes, cold. Though she was a mechanical body, Li Mu could clearly see the icy glint in her eyes. Pervert. Li Mu was stunned. Chapter 155, Manifestation of Rules. Holy. Li Mu froze. Why the hell does it have to be like this? No matter what he does, he's bound to get cursed at, right? He looked toward Pandora and Xiling. Pandora, in her mechanical form, wore an amused smile, while Xiling, in her biological form, remained expressionless. Ah, whatever. I'm not the main character today anyway. Li Mu shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the mechanical girl seated beside Li Mu stood up. Her mechanical eye emitted a pale purple glow, and at the same moment, Pandora's eyes met that light. Encrypted channel established. Initiating synchronization phase. A mechanical voice sounded. Simultaneously, Xiling, who had remained unresponsive until now, suddenly closed her eyes. Her fiery red hair began to flutter, and the cups and documents surrounding her floated into the air. Immediately after, the mechanical girl's body began to float slightly. Mental link established. Unable to parse. Unable to parse. The entire process lasted about half an hour, during which Li Mu could only sit as if nothing were happening. Finally, the two consciousness entities completed their integration with the subconscious within the mechanical girl's body. A look of astonishment flashed in both consciousness entities' eyes. Evidently, even entities as powerful as consciousness could become temporarily overwhelmed and unresponsive when confronted with an overwhelming flood of data. Seconds later, Pandora stirred once more. An innate air of superiority and dominance emanated from her as she spoke. Interesting.
10-man Shenzhou, a world teeming with powerhouses. Worth conquering. As she spoke, an aura of dominance emanated from her. Li Mu froze. According to intelligence extracted from captured disciples of the Ronku sect, the divine continent of Tenman was a realm governed by extraordinary martial power. There, even those at the organ refinement stage were considered lowly, yet such practitioners already posed an extreme threat to Earth. The mechanical empire led by Pandora was indeed formidable and constantly evolving. But the cultivation world facing a mechanical army. Forget it. Li Mu rubbed his temples. That guy's personality was just like that, no need to take it seriously. He turned his gaze to Shilling. Honestly, among the three consciousness entities, Shilling was the most enigmatic and likely the most powerful. Among the consciousness entities, only she had taken a radically different path. Created by humans as an AI housed within a mechanical vessel, she had ultimately undergone biological transformation and even mastered a new source of power, psychic energy. Shilling still wore that signature expressionless look. Perhaps sensing Li Mu's gaze, she looked over. She clearly grasped Li Mu's intent almost instantly. You're curious about my thoughts? That's right, Li Mu nodded. Would you mind sharing? Li Mu's tone carried a hint of humility. Though he had recently reached the threshold between chi refining and bone refining, significantly boosting his strength. But in the presence of this figure, Li Mu still felt no confidence. There was no helping it, he simply couldn't defeat this person. The cultivation system of the heavenly fullness divine continent. It is necessary to advance toward that world. Learning that biological power possessed an evolutionary path beyond mere spiritual strength made her eyes light up. Damn it! Li Mu slapped his own face hard. I should have never asked. I should have realized long ago that all of you consciousness entities are pretty much the same. Forget it, I'm out. I'm done with your consciousness entities' war-crazed ambitions. Ifa's expression beside him was rather complicated. She hadn't done anything, yet somehow found herself included in this. Manara, seated beside her, grabbed her hand. Ifa-sama, we weren't talking about you. You are our Ifa, everyone's Ifa. This transcends the very concept of you being a consciousness entity. Li Mu stepped out of the conference hall and walked down the corridor. His hands were clasped behind his head. There was nothing left for him to do in this world. The mechanical girl. Xiao Nan was a special mechanical entity. She was created by three consciousness entities, housing fragmented projections of their collective minds. The reason she lived with Li Mu for a time was purely as a condition attached to the peace talks. Through this mechanical body, they observed other parallel worlds, gathered information, and even sought ways to achieve autonomous time travel. I suppose I should say goodbye to the researchers staying behind before leaving. Li Mu met the researchers he had brought along. Though a day had passed, their faces still radiated excitement. Li Mu had worried they might be distressed by the sudden separation from their original world and had even prepared some comforting words. Now it seemed he had been worrying for nothing. For these researchers, the unknown and curiosity were the primary driving forces behind their actions. Here, they would surely revel in the ocean of new knowledge and technology every day, so much so that sleep would elude them. Well, looks like you won't need to worry after all. Li Mu nodded. System, it's time. Severed their connection to the main world. I'll be heading back as well. Request received. Processing autonomously. Li Mu suddenly sensed something had happened, yet it felt as if nothing had. Whoosh! A thick, black sword materialized in Li Mu's hand. This sword was none other than the Blood Spirit Sword, which had endured dozens of super-sized ion cannon blasts. Li Mu was somewhat stunned. First, he was shocked that the system could access items in his storage space without his direct command. Second, what exactly was the system trying to accomplish by giving him the sword? Could it be that, with their parting imminent, it was meant for Li Mu to slaughter a chicken and host a farewell feast for everyone? Rules parsed. Host, wield the sword to sever the target's connection to the main world. Sever ties with a sword? System, what are you talking about? That's way too abstract. A connection? That's an abstract concept, how could a sword possibly? Li Mu's words trailed off mid-sentence. Because in that instant, the world before his eyes transformed. Everything turned into negative like hues, frozen in time. Over 100 researchers, though each in different poses, all had a colorful thread extending from their bodies, seemingly connecting to the sky. Is this their connection to the main world? Is this the rule of the world? For a moment, Li Mu was completely stunned. The system was far more wondrous than he had ever imagined. He said nothing more, raising his sword to strike within the frozen world. With a series of crisp strikes, the colorful threads were severed one after another. Clang! Li Mu heard a sound like shattered glass, and in the next instant, everything seemed to return to normal. Major Li Mu, where were we just now? And what are you doing with that black poker? Chapter 156, Changes in the Otherworld. Li Mu briefly explained the situation to the researchers before preparing to depart from World 7321.
He had formed a bond with the 7321 world, sensing that after the connection between those 100+ individuals and the main world was severed, over 100 new connections had formed. Only this time, the connections were drawn to the 7321 world itself. This experience felt utterly extraordinary to Li Mu. In his words, it was abstract. Conceptual entities suddenly materialized into tangible forms, the world abruptly paused and froze, and he felt as if he had become the creator within this miniature universe. Enough. This matter was too profound. Li Mu sensed a faint feeling of taboo. Time to go. Li Mu murmured softly. The once bustling conference hall fell suddenly silent. All the researchers turned their heads toward Li Mu. Then saluted. Li Mu returned the salute. Farewell. The next time we meet may be years, or even decades from now. A white light flared, and Li Mu stepped into it. This time, he was returning alone, wasn't he? Just as Li Mu decided to teleport, a petite figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the mechanical girl. Li Mu froze. Shouldn't Xiaonan be with the three consciousness entities? To be precise, even the name Xiaonan wasn't entirely accurate. After all, no single unified consciousness controlled this mechanical body. There were only three separate consciousnesses, each making their own decisions. You want to come with me? MHM. The mechanical girl nodded gently, her voice still mechanical. For some reason, Li Mu felt a hint of human emotion within it. After the white light faded, Li Mu found himself back in the main world once more. Chief Instructor. 100 ancient martial artists stood waiting at the original location. Li Mu looked at them, each face set with unwavering resolve. Alright, I understand. Let's go. Once more, a white light flared, transporting Li Mu, the mechanical girl, and the 100 ancient martial artists into the parallel world. In parallel world 3067, atop a towering mountain. A white light flared, revealing a group whose attire starkly contrasted with the world's style, appearing atop the peak. An old man carrying goods on the mountaintop was utterly shocked by their arrival. But the people across from him were even more shocked. Holy crap, what is that? Hot air balloons? Airships? Look at what the guy next to him is holding. Am I seeing this right? That's a firearm? Wasn't this supposed to be some supernatural world? This looks more like medieval Europe. Wait, their clothing style resembles traditional Dragon Nation attire, more like the late feudal dynasties of Dragon Nation history. But even back then, there were no airships. Several uniquely styled hot air balloons were visible ahead, waiting to take flight. Nearby, numerous laborers moved heavy objects. Guards nearby held firearms with peculiar designs. Short hair, short jackets. Might I ask if you are the followers of the Heavenly Master Li Mu, Guardian of the Nation? An elderly man approached, his steps unsteady. Hu Ping smiled. Something like that. He turned his head. So Brother Li, your reputation reaches this far too? Li Mu chuckled. It's just a name to intimidate people. I still don't know when it was bestowed. I just wanted to be an ordinary person. Here we go again. Hu Ping slapped Li Mu on the shoulder. Broly, you're saying that again. You're never going to live an ordinary life. What's that saying again? Gold will always be spent. After exchanging a few simple words with those around him, both the managers and workers at this hot air balloon field held Li Mu in high regard. Through these brief exchanges, Li Mu and his companions gained concrete insights into the developments the world had undergone since his departure. As Li Mu had anticipated, the adoption of internal combustion engines, factories, and similar innovations had been far from smooth. Their primary purpose was to save labor. Unfortunately, in this world, labor was the least valuable commodity. What truly flourished instead were two things. One was gunpowder and various firearms. Li Mu had not introduced weapon-related technologies to this world. The gunpowder and firearms they used were developed independently by this world. Gunpowder existed here originally, but its performance had always been subpar, suitable only for ignition or making small items like fireworks and firecrackers. However, when Li Mu introduced the precise manufacturing methods of modern industry, it stimulated society's pursuit of precision measurement. Qualitative and quantitative analysis, along with repeated comparative experiments, became widespread. The first fruit of this transformation was the native gunpowder. Armed with a scientific experimental spirit and high-precision measuring tools manufactured in factories, the composition of gunpowder was rapidly optimized. Subsequently, the matchlock gun emerged naturally. The first to adopt them were the separatist forces along the frontiers. After witnessing the effectiveness of these new firearms in battle, the imperial court swiftly followed suit. Li Mu sighed. He had hoped technological revolution would bring less bloodshed, yet after all this time, it seemed inevitable. The second innovation to gain widespread adoption was the hot air balloon. This technology stemmed from Li Mu's previous work in producing acetylene. People marveled at discovering the air contained various components, swiftly leading to the creation of hot air balloons and airships. The primary application for both technologies, unsurprisingly, was warfare. Fortunately, beyond warfare, the civilian population also gained certain conveniences.
Master Celestial Master, we thank you for bringing us common folk the marvel of the skycraft. This year's great disaster in Hangcheng, if not for the skyships delivering grain, who knows how many lives would have been lost in this city. A middle-aged man approached Li Mu, about to kneel. But Hu Ping, standing nearby, acted swiftly and caught him. Brother Li doesn't appreciate that sort of thing. Oh, I've been presumptuous, Lord Celestial Master. Over the past 6 years, besides these events, another extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The once highly unified Buddhist faith had unexpectedly fractured. A monk named Tian had traveled to the eastern capital to debate with Master Jua Wu, the most profound Buddhist scholar of the time. The specifics of their debate remain unknown, but it is recorded that Master Jua Wu was so enraged that day he spat blood, publicly denouncing Tianhe as a disgrace to Buddhism. Some monks were swayed by Tianhe's arguments and began to regard him as their spiritual master. After 3 months of silence, Master Tianhe and his followers traveled to Xianhua town, where they established their own Buddhist sect. This development might have passed without much fanfare, but when word of the sect's teachings reached the public, faces turned as grim as if suffering from constipation. Isn't this a bit extreme? Universal love for all beings, including demons and monsters? Demons worshipping Buddha? What kind of Buddhist doctrine is this? Chapter 157, Mechanical Saber-toothed Tiger. After briefly inquiring about the world's changes from those around him, Li Mu nodded slightly. Though he already learned these developments through the system's settlement notifications, hearing the detailed unfolding still stirred profound emotions within him. The world, once as still as stagnant water, had been stirred into violent turbulence by Li Mu's arrival. Whether this upheaval was ultimately good or bad for the world remained unclear. Especially the matter of Tianhe establishing a new Buddhist sect. Even now, recalling it felt utterly absurd to Li Mu. Brother Li, we're heading to Xianhua town now, right? Just walking there? One member of the group asked hesitantly, since they hadn't brought any means of transportation for this trip. Hu Ping chuckled and suggested, Brother Li, how about we take a hot air balloon? I've only ever seen hot air balloons on TV. Li Mu shook his head. Taking a hot air balloon would probably take 10 days or even half a month. Xiaonan, I'm counting on you. Li Mu turned to look at the mechanical girl beside him. The mechanical girl, who had seemed lost in thought, turned her face and nodded slightly. In the next instant, numerous materials near the hot air balloon launch pad began to float into the sky. The materials near the launch pad were numerous iron, aluminum, leather, and sandbags for ballast. Li Mu watched as the iron and aluminum began to break apart, fusing together into a cohesive alloy. The sand within the sandbags began to coalesce, scorching red and black, the process of refining pure silicon. Then, different metallic and non-metallic materials began embedding themselves into the pure silicon plate. Li Mu never imagined Xiaonan could achieve something like this. He had merely anticipated Xiaonan crafting a simple vehicle for transportation, but this was an entirely different scale of endeavor. Indeed, for Xiaonan, now integrated with 3 consciousness entities, an internal combustion engine was truly a simple machine. It's just like handcrafting chips in a workshop. The chips began fusing with the metal, as various mechanisms twisted and deformed, interlocking with one another. Minutes later, a colossal metal beast landed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Holy, is that a saber-toothed tiger? Li Mu was stunned. Xiaonan's abilities were far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. If she had revealed her ambitions for Earth back then. Damn it, I almost triggered a mechanical apocalypse on the main world. Li Mu was stunned, while the laborers around him were literally scared out of their wits. Literally scared out of their wits. Though they'd never seen a saber-toothed tiger, the sheer imposing presence of such a colossal mechanical beast was utterly terrifying. If a single mechanical puppet of Master Li possesses such power, how vast must the divine abilities of the master himself be? A laborer knelt trembling on the ground. How fortunate! How blessed we are! With a divine being like Master Li protecting our nation, Great Chang will surely enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. Li Mu listened to these words, his feelings complex. Dude, spare me the flattery right now. If it came down to a real fight, I wouldn't stand a chance against this mechanical puppet. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Mu suddenly found his body floating upward. No, it wasn't just him, the other ancient martial artists were being moved too. Together, they were transported beside the colossal mechanical saber-toothed tiger. Ha! Xiaonan, what are you up to now? The others, experiencing mental force manipulation for the first time, were still flustered. But Li Mu wasn't a first-timer, so he remained remarkably calm. The mechanical girl didn't respond. Instead, she turned her head and addressed the terrified laborers surrounding them. Come here. Her voice was low, devoid of any emotion. Yet to the ears of the surrounding laborers, those words carried the weight of a command, as if spoken by a divine authority. Of course. Given her capabilities, displeasing her would spell disaster for them. They approached, trembling with fear. So, Xiaonan, what exactly are you up to? Li Mu asked curiously. A historic moment. As Xiaonan answered, an old-fashioned camera rose into the air, trained on the group. Oh. Li Mu realized. You're still playing with this? Li Mu nodded, then turned to look at the others around him. Don't worry, just a quick photo. Everyone look this way, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Li Mu raised his right hand, flashing a thumbs up. Li Mu gave the signal, and everyone around him timidly raised their hands, mimicking his movements. Click. A flash and a pop echoed, freezing this moment on the old film. Alright. Li Mu waved his hand, signaling everyone could return to their tasks. The photographic negative drifted into Li Mu's hand. The negative still captured the essence of that special moment. The only difference was that this time, there were a few more humans. Oh, and one more thing, this time, the mechanical maiden herself had entered the frame. Yet she remained expressionless, showing no movement whatsoever. Ah, Xiaonan, you're being a bit of a party pooper. Even the locals are more cooperative than you. You have to smile for photos. If you don't smile, it ends up looking like that kind of photo. The group mounted the giant saber-toothed tiger and swiftly advanced toward their destination. The saber-toothed beasts, charging for miles, trampled countless people along the way. Some were so startled they pulled the triggers of their muskets. But the behemoth's speed was too great, the bullets from the muskets couldn't possibly keep up. In less than 2 hours, Li Mu and his group charged from the frontier of Dashan Kingdom to the central town of Xianhua. Along the way, smoke signals rose everywhere as local troops and officials were thrown into panic. Boom! Before Xianhua town, the mechanical saber-toothed tiger stood with a haughty gaze, commanding respect without a word. The town's guards were immediately seized with terror. Xianhua town today was a far cry from its former self. Layers upon layers of imperial guards stood watch, with royal banners fluttering above them. Faced with the colossal beast's arrival, the imperial guards within the city were frozen in terror. His Majesty has decreed Xianhua town a fortified city. Who dares to invade? What great demon lies behind such an iron-boned colossus? Does it seek to disrupt the prosperous destiny of our great Chang kingdom? The imperial guards stared at the mechanical colossus with trepidation, but some little ones weren't about to waste time with such hesitation. What kind of evil thing dares attack us? Sisters, charge! Let's show that big beast what we're made of. Several diminutive bee demons, suspended mid-air, began summoning their comrades. Thousand Blossom Dao Technique, 6 Meridian Divine Light. The bee demons formed triangular shapes with their hands, and a golden beam shot forth from within. Li Mu spotted the bee demons from afar and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Before he could reveal himself, several beams of golden light already surged toward him. Damn it, you little traitors! Chapter 158, Overconfident. As the golden beam struck, Li Mu leapt onto the mechanical saber-toothed tiger's head. Gripping the jet-black iron sword, he channeled his spiritual energy into it, shattering one beam with a single strike. Whoa! Master Li is actually this powerful! Exclaimed a martial artist in astonishment. Li Mu flicked his head back with a smug look, clearly pleased with his dramatic entrance. But immediately after, dozens of golden beams slammed toward him. Damn it! I've made my entrance, and you're still attacking me! Li Mu roared with rage, his blood-spirit sword whirling through the air with fierce momentum, shattering 4 beams of golden light one after another. It appeared as though Li Mu was displaying his divine might, but upon closer inspection, a transparent energy barrier surrounded the colossal mechanical saber-toothed tiger, intercepting most of the golden beams. The few beams Li Mu managed to intercept were clearly ones Xiaonan deliberately let through, just to let him show off. Xiaonan, you're so sweet, I'm crying. Li Mu shot a glance at the mechanical girl before striding forward in what he considered a dashing pose. The bee demons across the field had clearly recognized Li Mu too. They ceased their attacks and waved at him. Below, a tall woman with fiery red hair approached, dragging twin swords behind her. Her attire was remarkably daring, with only key areas of her body covered by metallic armor. The fighters, including Hu Ping, looked at this petite giant with solemn expressions. As martial arts practitioners, they sensed her combat skills were formidable, likely surpassing their own. They glanced at Li Mu. Is this some kind of special procedure? If even Brotherly has to face a trial, then I can't back out either. Hu Ping pounded his chest and leaped down from the giant saber-toothed tiger's back. Tiger Ping, martial artist from Qishan, Dragon Nation. Please enlighten me. Oh, bring it on. The woman, who resembled a miniature giant, smiled faintly. Then a fierce wind arose, sending Hu Ping flying backward. Thud, thud, thud. The other fighters leapt down as well. Brother who is being so brave, we can't fall behind. Let's see what you've got. The fighters shouted in unison. Ha! So many of you? Perfect. The ant demon queen smiled faintly. In the next instant, dozens of miniature giants as tall as her appeared on the battlefield. Then, a one-sided slaughter commenced. The fighters, newly arrived in this strange world, were utterly routed in their very first battle, suffering a humiliating defeat. Their disarray was matched only by Li Mu's own sorry state. While the bee demons had indeed ceased their attacks, 7 flat-chested, bowl-cut little Lolas suddenly appeared. They lifted their heads, and suddenly, various firearms materialized in their hands. Machine guns, cannons, rifles, sniper rifles, and more. The
The designs of these machines were entirely different from those of the main world or the style of 7321, embodying a fusion of steam and gear-driven cyberpunk aesthetics. Beep, 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 beep. Attacks radiating with divine light slammed into Li Mu, leaving him scrambling to defend.
Damn it, why did they suddenly switch to hot weapons? You damn demons, stop it already. You're messing up my hair. Li Mu shouted while fending off the attacks. But the little Lolas firing the guns couldn't hear him at all. First, the distance was too great. Second, the air was filled with the echoes of gunpowder smoke and deafening explosions. It would be strange if voices from over 100 meters away could be heard at all. The attacks grew more frequent and intense. Li Mu, who had intended to show off his prowess, now felt like crying. With each successive strike of the sword, Li Mu's expression grew increasingly grave. Once again, he felt the boundary between the qi refining stage and the bone refining stage. As the onslaught intensified, Li Mu's sword speed, already pushed to its limit, somehow accelerated further. His body emitted fluctuating energy waves, like ocean waves violently crashing against an obstacle only to be pushed back. Finally, at a certain moment, the energy within Li Mu's body reached its peak. Whoosh! Li Mu thrust his sword forward, unleashing a fiery crimson blade aura that stretched dozens of meters, obliterating every attack in its path. Li Mu's expression grew more serious than ever before, and the aura emanating from his body suddenly surged to a new level. He had broken through. At this moment, Li Mu felt no surprise or elation. Everything unfolded as naturally as water flowing down a channel. Witnessing Li Mu's aura surge to a new level, the little Lola seemed startled, momentarily forgetting to attack. Oomph! Li Mu stepped forward, his body soaring over 100 meters to land before the little girls. I told you to stop. Still want to fight? Li Mu's expression turned fierce. You demonic creatures clearly recognized me. Why are you attacking even more fiercely? I was going to seek out Yin Qixia to learn how to harness Yin Sha Qi. I'll force that Yin Sha energy back into your bodies, turn you back into those naked big-breasted girls you were before, and then give your asses a good spanking. What to fight with? That's up to your imagination. Having just broken through, Li Mu's aura surged powerfully, while the little Lolas remained silent. Ha! Why are they being so well behaved all of a sudden? They were pretty wild just a moment ago. Wait, why do I feel so uneasy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 ones missing. Li Mu gasped in shock. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet erupted in blinding Buddha light, violently hurling him backward. Whoosh! A flying sword pierced through Li Mu's clothes, catching him mid-air. Overconfident and reckless, such a mindset will be a major obstacle on your cultivation path. Perhaps it was a mistake to entrust you with the heaven-shattering Immortal Sutra. The speaker was a burly man with a beard and a sullen expression, none other than Yin Qixia. My mistake, my mistake. Give me another chance, and I'll make those bastards cry their eyes out. Li Mu said, somewhat embarrassed. Amitba, Master Li, we shall meet again. Tian He suddenly materialized beside Li Mu. Li Mu startled, he hadn't sensed Tian He's presence at all before this. This fellow's aura was barely perceptible now, but Li Mu absolutely did not believe he had lost his cultivation. That left only one possibility: the man had ascended to a new realm. Tianhe, what I said earlier was just hot air. Don't take it seriously. Yes, Li Mu backed down. If Tian had teamed up with the 7 little demons, even with his recent breakthrough, Li Mu wouldn't stand a chance. Rather than risking utter humiliation later, Li Mu chose to back down. Tianhe chuckled. What did Master Li say earlier? I just arrived and didn't catch it. All the better that you didn't hear. Li Mu gave a faint smile. He turned his head, glanced at the martial artists who had been thoroughly beaten, and shook his head. Get up. Oh. The fighters who had been lying on the ground brushed off the dust and rose to their feet. Having undergone preliminary training, their physical condition was no longer what it once was. Chapter 159, Proclaiming Wang Ning Kaichen. Li Mu and his group were respectfully escorted into Xianhua Town. Xianhua Town was now vastly different from what it had been years ago. Towering structures, a rarity in the agricultural era, dominated the landscape, while internal combustion vehicles sped through the streets. People laughed and sang, reveling in conveniences unattainable elsewhere. In the distance, factory smokestacks piercing the sky remained conspicuous. Factories had become the heart of Xianhua Town. People ate, drank, and discussed what new inventions the factories had recently produced and how they might change the world. At first glance, it resembles some industrial-era metropolis. Yet upon closer inspection, one occasionally notices peculiar features beneath the ordinary clothing of passers-by: hooves, feathers, or claws. Here, humans, demons, and spirits coexisted harmoniously. They worked together, rarely experiencing the blood feuds and grudges common elsewhere. As martial artists like Hu Ping walked down the main street, they stared blankly at the passers-by on either side. Witnessing their happy, harmonious expressions, their own moods gradually relaxed. Brother Li, you're something else. To create such a harmonious city in a world where demons run rampant and humans, demons, and spirits are sworn enemies. Hu Ping laughed heartily. Li Mu shook his head. It's nothing to do with me. I only came here to complete a mission. Brother Li, you're being too modest. Just listen to everyone talking. If it weren't about you, why would they keep mentioning Tianchi even in casual conversation? The gathering spot was ultimately chosen at Ning Xiqin's new mansion. Wait, perhaps that title no longer applied. Li Mu stood before the imposing mansion gates, gazing up at the plaque bearing the characters Xuanzao Wang. In a sense, Xianhua Town didn't directly belong to the Great Chang Kingdom, it was part of Ning Xiqin's fiefdom. The town's inhabitants, humans, demons, and spirits alike, had nominally become Ning Xiqin's subjects. TSK, how come this kid's luck is so damn good? It was something we all worked hard for together, yet you ended up taking the biggest slice of the pie. Li Mu muttered discontentedly. Young Master Li, Xianhua Town's status has grown increasingly important. Countless high-ranking officials and nobles in the surrounding areas are eyeing it greedily. It's only thanks to this title of Xuanzao King that Xianhua Town has avoided being dragged into the power struggles. The speaker was the fair-skinned beauty beside Li Mu, holding a white oil paper umbrella, none other than Nie Xiaoqian. Li Mu glanced at her. Years had passed, and most people he knew in this world had changed significantly. Yet she alone remained unchanged from the day they first met. Don't you find it unfair? We all work together, yet this guy takes all the credit. And now, inexplicably, you've become his subordinates. Nie Xiaoqian shook her head. After becoming a prince, Brother Kaisen treated us just as he always had. If anything, he was the one constantly running around on business, he must be the one working harder. Li Mu's tightly pursed lips relaxed slightly. I see. If that brat ever gets too big for his britches, let me know. I'll give him a good kick in the butt. Nie Xiaoqian shook her head helplessly and led Li Mu toward the gate. Just then, a lavish carriage sped toward them. It was driven so fast that the carriage swayed violently from side to side. Watching from outside, Li Mu felt queasy. He couldn't imagine how badly the passengers inside must be being jostled about. Prince Ning, we've arrived. Timely return. Mission accomplished. The coachman, clad in sturdy garments, was clearly a skilled horseman. Despite the relentless gallop, the constant swaying and jolting, his form remained remarkably steady. But, as the curtain flung open, a figure in blue burst from the carriage, not toward the gate, but toward the roadside. Then came. Wah, ugh, spit, spit, spit. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Mu shook his head helplessly, meeting the man's gaze just then. The guy nearly threw up all over the place. Upon seeing Li Mu, the man's previously ashen face suddenly lit up with joy. Brother Li, it's so good to see you again. Ning Qichen rushed forward in delight. Li Mu waved him off with a look of disgust, pinching his nose as he did so. Only then did Ning Qichen realize something, letting out a bitter laugh. Brother Li, please take a seat inside the residence. I'll join you once I've tidied my attire. That day, the lights burned brightly at the prince's mansion, and the banquet lasted a full 3 days. Over those 3 days, Li Mu, who wasn't much of a drinker, was forced to consume quite a bit of liquor, leaving him feeling rather uncomfortable. Though ostensibly held to welcome Li Mu, the banquet also served as a summary of recent years' endeavors. Numerous monsters, spirits, and workers involved in production were invited. Ning Qichen treated everyone with genuine warmth and no airs whatsoever. Overall, the factory's success was promising but not yet overwhelming. Currently, the factory's products had not been fully promoted throughout the entire Dachang Kingdom. After all, the lower classes of this country were simply too impoverished to have any need for these machines, which were still prohibitively expensive. Yet among the upper classes, some astute wealthy individuals had already experimented with the technology, amassing considerable fortunes. Within a few years, these individuals had grown immensely wealthy. To the common folk, those who could profit from mechanical products seemed far more formidable than high-ranking officials or noble lords. After all, the common folk had never witnessed the capabilities of the so-called nobility and officials. Yet the activities of these merchants tangibly transformed the production and lives of many. Within this ancient agrarian society, an entirely new class had emerged, one that both cooperated with and clashed against the old established powers. If the conflict between old and new classes could still be considered within the bounds of civilization and order, then the various warlords armed with firearms represented the chaos within the nation. These novel weapons fueled their ambitions, drawing their sights towards Xianhua Town, the very source of materials and technology. Fortunately, Yan Shixia stood guard here, and the ant demons and bee demons often dropped by. When trouble arose, they'd lend a hand, though they tended to cause more trouble than they solved. Second, the new Buddhist order led by Tian He worked to reform them, occasionally using firearms for reform. What? Using force isn't reform? Third, Ning Qichen navigates negotiations among the various factions. He had gathered a group of talented individuals around him. With their support, even if he himself was somewhat indecisive, major disasters were generally avoided. On the third day, Li Mu finally took a closer look at the attendees. Suddenly, he noticed something. Ha! There's a firearms department? Didn't you say you don't produce weapons for external use? Li Mu asked, half drunk and half asleep. Moreover, he glanced at the personnel from the firearms department. Aren't these disciples of the new Buddhist sect? Chapter 160, Nie Xiaoqian's Dao Companion. As Li Mu questioned them, the tipsy Nie Xiaoqian leaned against his body.
Ah, young Master Li, no need to panic. These firearms are only produced for internal use by the Gatling sect and are exclusively for their members.
Li Mu froze for a moment.
The name of this sect was truly too subtle. And yet, he himself had mentioned it before, though that had clearly been a joke. By now, this new Buddhist sect had already spread far and wide, gaining considerable influence. It felt awkward for Li Mu to tell Tianhe now that the so-called Gatling Bodhisattva was just an internet meme from the main world.
Tianhe attended only the first day's banquet before returning.
Though his new sect did not prohibit alcohol, it did emphasize restraint from worldly desires. Truth be told, Li Mu still didn't understand what this so-called Buddhism was all about, but he held Tianhe in genuine admiration. The current harmony among immortals, humans, demons, spirits, and ghosts gathered in Xianhua Town owed much to the Gatling sect. Before him, Buddhist studies were reserved solely for monks. After him, any demon, spirit, or ghost could practice it provided they possessed a heart inclined toward goodness.
It sounded like perfect harmony, a world of universal peace, right? Yet their sect also manufactures and refines firearms. As far as anyone could tell, the Gatling sect's firearms were in a league of their own.
If they ever harbored ambitions to seize the world, it seemed no one could possibly stop them. While Li Mu was still lost in his thoughts, Nie Xiaoqian on his shoulder murmured softly. Brotherly, Master Yan said my sins are nearly atoned for.
I should be able to return to life within a month. Ha! Li Mu froze, responding blankly, well, congratulations. But once you return to life, won't you lose your spiritual power? Is that really a good idea? Honestly, I think being a ghost isn't so bad. At least there's no limit to your lifespan. Haven't you been a ghost for 1,000 years already? Is it really necessary to seek a human life that might not even last 100?
Nie Xiaoqian smiled and said, after returning to life, I plan to cultivate alongside Master Yan. He says that a heart tempered over 1,000 years will be a great asset to cultivation.
After cultivation, my power won't be held back by layers of restrictions anymore.
My lifespan will also increase, possibly even surpassing what it was as a ghost.
Having been a ghost for 1,000 years, I'd become a body of ultimate yin.
After cultivation, if I can find a Dao companion to merge yin and yang, both our cultivation speeds will increase tremendously. Oh, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. Li Mu smiled faintly, his expression tinged with awkwardness. He genuinely felt happy for Nie Xiaoqian, but at a moment like this, he simply didn't know what to say.
Nie Xiaoqian sighed.
She had hinted so clearly, yet Li Mu remained unmoved.
Young Master Li, would you be willing to become my cultivation partner? Li Mu was startled. Ha? Wait, so all that you said earlier was actually... Li Mu panicked. Though he had previously considered whether the role of the day demon might fall to him after the plot changed. But those were merely thoughts born of lustful delusion. As everyone knew, Li Mu had a lustful heart, but his courage was as small as a thief's. Ah, well. Li Mu hesitated, instinctively wanting to flee.
But just as he started to retreat, a powerful arm suddenly grabbed him by the collar.
It was Yan Xixia, who shot Li Mu a cold stare.
Poof. He turned to Nie Xiaoqian and said, if you've set your sights on him, it's his good fortune.
Why bother asking for his consent? Li Mu lifted his head timidly and said, shouldn't I? Can I at least have some basic human rights? Yan Xixia gave a cold laugh. Human rights? When faced with the crisis of your world's destruction, what use are human rights? Li Mu remained silent.
Indeed, the main world now teetered on the brink of annihilation. Though he only wished to live as an ordinary person, he certainly didn't want the world destroyed. Yan Xixia paused before saying, you must understand this clearly, with the fusion of the ultimate yin physique, your cultivation advancement will be incredibly swift. Countless cultivators across the land would kill for such an opportunity.
Ah. Can I go back and think about it?
Li Mu took a deep breath and glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, who now wore a bashful expression. Then, he was abruptly shaken. Impossible. If you leave now, who knows how many years will pass before you return. Young man, you must decide now. Think carefully, accept or refuse. Yan Xixia's beard bristled with fury, and the imposing aura characteristic of the refining viscera stage radiated from his body, weighing heavily upon Li Mu. Yan Xixia's cultivation had advanced yet another step. Li Mu was deeply worried. If he uttered even a hint of refusal, would he be beaten to death right here at this festive banquet? I'll agree, all right. Li Mu replied with a pained expression. Hearing his answer, Nie Xiaoqian, who had been tense, finally smiled.
Yan Xixia nodded in satisfaction and strode away.
Just then, Li Mu suddenly heard a voice calling out from nearby.
Big guy, come make babies with me. Who else could it be but the Queen Ant Demon?
She was already drunk as a skunk, charging straight toward him. Now she could sustain this giant-like form for extended periods. Though she wore a silly grin, her imposing stature was undeniable, especially her ample bosom, which even her metallic bikini struggled to contain.
Li Mu's face darkened.
He was already troubled enough, and now this creature was stirring up trouble again. With a thought, the blood spirit sword blue-hued with crimson patterns appeared in Li Mu's right hand. During his last breakthrough, the sword had been cleansed by surging spiritual energy, restoring it to its original form despite its previous charred state. Li Mu closed his eyes, focused his mind, and swung the sword. Whoosh! The sword light surged forth. With this strike, Li Mu sensed something extraordinary emerging. Even Yin Qixia, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance over with a hint of admiration. Impressive. This youngster has grasped the fundamental sword intent so swiftly. The sword light flashed past. The Ant Queen froze for a moment before the metal bikini on her chest snapped cleanly in two. It was well known that no one had ever breached the defense of her armor, not even with a glance. The bikini split apart, its contents bursting out. Any ordinary woman would have screamed and fled in shame at this moment. But the one before her was no human, she was a demon. Her charge showed no sign of slowing. So what if her chest had burst open? She still delivered a solid slap to Li Mu's face. Ah, you sly little ant. How dare you monopolize the Divine Lord? Let go. The Divine Lord is about to suffocate. Sisters, everyone, come quickly. Save the Divine Lord from this wicked creature. Li Mu couldn't see what was happening outside at all. He only knew his limbs were being pulled in different directions by several forces. I'm no Shang Yang. Chapter 161, Arranging 100 Men. 3 days later, the banquet concluded. At the same time, the 100 ancient martial arts practitioners Li Mu had brought found their destinations. Yin Qixia, a grandmaster in the cultivation realm, could discern the most suitable paths for their development with just a glance. Based on Yin Qixia's assessment, their cultivation aptitudes were exceptional, truly 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, promising talents. Li Mu thought to himself, how could they not be promising? After all, they were handpicked from Earth's vast population. Most were introduced by Yin Qixia to masters for apprenticeship, but a few remained unassigned. Their cultivation aptitudes are all outstanding, Yin Qixia explained. But unfortunately, this world holds no suitable cultivation methods for them. They can only wander the deep mountains, seeking their own destiny. Yin Qixia explained. Li Mu frowned at this. Venturing deep into the mountains to seek their own destiny? What kind of nonsense is that? It's far too abstract. You must know that this world is teeming with harmful demons, monsters, and spirits. You want them to find their own destiny? I brought them here myself. Sending them off to face such dangers is simply unacceptable. I really have no choice. I'll just take him back. Master Li, I wish to stay. A young man with yellow skin and blue eyes overheard the conversation. This was none other than Ryan. Brother Li, I want to stay too. Hu Ping had arrived at some point. Soon, all 100 ancient martial arts practitioners gathered. Those assigned to cultivation sects accepted their placements. Li Mu understood, of course. But to his surprise, even those instructed to seek their own destiny all declared their intent to stay. You must be certain. Though you ventured into the deep mountains for cultivation before, the dangers lurking within the mountains of this world far exceed anything on earth. Li Mu said sternly. Brother Li, there's no need to persuade us. We all practice ancient martial arts and have long been prepared for the risks to our safety. Now, the world we were born into faces immense crisis. We can't afford to miss any opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Hu Ping laughed heartily as he replied. All right. Li Mu could only nod helplessly. System. As Li Mu thought it, the entire world froze in an instant. Through Li Mu's eyes, the world transformed into a bizarre inversion of colors, like a photographic negative. Whoosh! The blood spirit sword gripped in his right hand, Li Mu turned his head, his gaze fixed on the colorful threads connecting the 100 combatants. Li Mu held his breath, entering a profoundly mystical state. In the next instant, he drew his sword. In the inverted world, the sword's glow blazed with an intensely vivid crimson. Under the abnormal rules, only this strike defied the cosmic order. Boom! A sound like shattering glass echoed in Li Mu's ears. Simultaneously, the world returned to normal. Those around him resumed their previous conversations, as if the pause had been nothing more than an illusion. Only Yin Qixia sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward Li Mu. Li Mu met his gaze silently. As one of the world's peerless masters, had Yin Qixia detected something? Yin Qixia said nothing and soon departed. After arranging the destinations for the 100 individuals, Li Mu had intended to depart immediately. Yet that very day, a long-awaited system task reappeared. Phase 5 mission activated. Mission requirement, slay the overwhelming Great Fiend. Reward, 50,000 points, 1 Mystic Dragon Ruler. Mission countdown, 46 hours, 23 minutes. Li Mu froze. What the hell was this monstrous demon? And the mission started without even a hint? Did this mean he wasn't even given time to return to the main world to prepare? The sudden arrival of Phase 5 left Li Mu feeling uneasy. He immediately sought out Yin Qixia, only to find he was no longer at their temporary residence in Xianhua town. Ha! Master Li, were you looking for Hero Yin? He's already left, saying he was going to look for an old friend. With their strongest combatant gone, Li Mu had no choice but to seek information elsewhere.
Whether it was Ning Kaichen with his connections to the imperial court, Tianhe with his ties to the Buddhist sect, or even Ye Xiaoqian, the ant demon, and the bee demon, all with deep connections to ghosts and demons, none had any useful information. Every faction claimed never to have heard of a demon bearing the moniker Towering Great Demon. Li Mu entrusted them to probe their own networks, yet still no useful leads emerged. In stark contrast, time ticked away relentlessly, the countdown now down to a mere 24 hours. Li Mu began to feel uneasy. It seemed that no matter what he did, the mysterious entity would suddenly appear once the time was up. So, should Li Mu stay in the safest place possible? If asked where the safest place in this world was for Li Mu, it was undoubtedly Xianhua Town. So I don't need to do anything now? Just wait for them to come to me? Li Mu asked. Your Divine Highness, there's no need to panic. With us here, any demons that come will be utterly defeated. Hovering mid-air, the bee demons stood with hands on hips, heads held high in confident defiance. Their bodies were light and petite, though many times larger than in their bee spirit days, they were still far smaller than normal humans. This greatly reassured Li Mu. After the ant spirits became demons, they transformed into tiny giants, making Li Mu worry that these bee spirits might also grow gigantic upon becoming demons. Very well. I look forward to seeing what you can do, Li Machine said with a relieved smile. He. We're being anticipated by the Divine Master. The bee demons wore innocent, naive expressions. But this displeased another group of minor demons. Hey, winged ones, haven't you been getting a bit too cocky lately? The voice came from below, yet no one was visible, only dozens of tiny dots could be seen. Upon closer inspection, each speck revealed a miniature female figure. Their queen now brandished a sword in anger, protesting something with solemn gravity. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, these dots simultaneously transformed into dozens of towering human women. On average, they were about half a head taller than Li Mu, with even the shortest one towering over him by a full head. Wait. Li Mu looked at the shortest yet most arrogant one. Wasn't that their queen? So the most pathetic one was actually their queen. TSK. I'll make sure to mock her mercilessly when we're alone. Li Mu chuckled to himself. At that moment, the room erupted into chaos as the bee demons and ant demons argued endlessly over who would protect Li Mu. Just then, one of Ning Saichen's retainers rushed in, looking frantic. Master Li, His Majesty urgently summons you. Chapter 162, Reunion with Li Xiangyin. What? That guy wants to see me? Li Mu frowned. Hearing Li Mu refer to the emperor of the mighty Dashan kingdom as that guy, the retainer broke out in a cold sweat. For an ordinary person, this would surely be punished as a crime of high treason. But for the man before him? Even the emperor himself would likely only dare to speak to him with a mix of exasperation and respect. It wasn't just because of his own formidable strength, but also the people surrounding him. Li Mu himself might not realize it, but to outsiders, every single one of his acquaintances in this world was extraordinary. If they were to unite, overthrowing the emperor and taking his place would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Master Li, are you unwilling to present yourself? His retainer asked in a low voice. It's not that I don't want to go. I'm well aware that fellow would want to see me. But now isn't a convenient time. Could it be postponed for a few days? Li Mu inquired. The retainer shook his head. I'm afraid not. There are an exceptionally large number of people here this time. If you don't attend, it might embarrass His Majesty. Put. Li Mu stood up, clearly annoyed. Fine, I'll go. But if I bring something along, don't blame me when that guy gets upset. The retainer panicked. Was Li Mu planning a rebellion? Li Mu set off, briefly instructing Ning Kaichen before summoning the mechanical maiden to depart. The colossal mechanical saber-toothed tiger measured over 100 meters just from its back. Perched atop it, the imperial envoys and eunuchs who had delivered the edict were still reeling from the shock. Master Li, where are you headed? To the celestial capital, Li Mu replied. Then, the mechanical saber-toothed tiger began to run at breakneck speed. Each stride covered over 100 meters, and in the blink of an eye, Xianhua Town vanished behind them on the horizon. Oh! Off on a trip. Behind Li Mu, the bee demons grabbed his shoulders several times, their eyes nearly shut by the fierce wind. They could easily shrink their bodies to reduce wind resistance, yet they chose not to. Clearly, they had grown quite fond of the fierce winds whipping across the saber-toothed tiger's back. Poor Li Mu, though. Each bee demon clung to another, and the combined force inevitably transferred to the one person standing still. And who was that person? Li Mu, of course. Enough. Have you had your fun? The big guy is about to get blown away. Even the ant demon queen, who had been well behaved throughout the journey, began to grow restless. She transformed into a miniature giant, brandishing twin swords as she protested against the bee demons. Li Mu was quite pleased to have her speak up for him. He just wanted to remind her, instead of just scolding the bee demons, could she also rein in her own troops? Several ant spirits had shrunk back to their original forms and were hanging onto the very back of the bee demon procession. Wow, this is so exciting. So this is what it feels like to fly through the air? Though they were using their smaller forms, which didn't create much wind resistance. But Li Mu was already teetering on the edge of balance. Every single ant hanging onto the rear of the formation felt like it could be the final straw that broke the camel's back. No, I'm the one who said they could play however they wanted. It'd be so embarrassing to admit now that I can't handle them. Is there any way to increase stability while riding the saber-toothed tiger's back? Wait, this feels familiar, like something from a story I've seen. If I just gather chakra beneath my feet. Struggling to hold on, Li Mu began attempting to channel the spiritual energy within his body. He didn't have much confidence in this method, since chakra and spiritual energy were fundamentally incompatible. But when he managed to channel the spiritual energy beneath his feet, the suction force beneath him surged dramatically. Yet this gain only emboldened the rear squad to play even more recklessly. Li Mu could only adjust his technique. Gradually, the suction beneath his feet grew stronger, and his command over the spiritual energy became more refined. He stood dashingly on the ground, with numerous winged bee demons hanging from his back. Not far away, the eunuchs and imperial envoys, who had been acting as if they were carrying out an imperial decree, all wore expressions of shock. Amidst such fierce winds, Master Li remains utterly unmoved. Truly formidable. Their admiration fueled Li Mu's pride, and he couldn't stop showing off. The only problem was his waist was nearing its limit. Ouch, my back. It's going to snap, it really is. Ladies, please take it easy. Though Li Mu appeared calm on the outside, inside he was already begging for mercy. Fortunately, the outline of Tianjing was already visible in the distance. We're almost there. Li Mu finally let out a huge sigh of relief. The arrival of the colossal saber-toothed tiger had terrified the city's residents. Only after learning that the metallic colossus was the mount of the celestial guardian did everyone relax. The colossal saber-toothed tiger halted outside the city walls. Li Mu, accompanied by Xiao Nan and the bee and ant demons, entered the city and proceeded to the palace. Li Mu was respectfully escorted to the Grand Council Hall. Li Mu glanced around. Compared to his last visit, the palace had changed little, save for a few areas under construction. Yet, according to the eunuch who guided them, this already constituted major renovations. After all, the imperial palace of Dashang Kingdom had rarely undergone construction since its founding, with the last new hall built over a century ago. At the same time, Li Mu noticed that unlike last time, the people he encountered this time weren't just officials. Occasionally, he could also see people dressed as merchants. Such a sight would have been unthinkable in the past, yet Li Mu's intervention had brought about changes, large and small. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Li Mu was greeted by Li Xiangyin, a 9th-rank official. Your Excellency, you truly move like the wind. I had anticipated your arrival would be delayed until tomorrow at the earliest. Li Xiangyin remarked with a helpless tone. Ah, did I arrive too early? You should have said so. If you had, I would have come tomorrow. Li Mu turned to leave. Li Xiangyin hurriedly called out. Wait, State Preceptor, don't leave. Your timing couldn't be better. After that, he proceeded to ask Li Mu about a number of matters, exchanging pleasantries. Much like last time, these exchanges held little substance, yet they served a necessary purpose. Through this process, he could outwardly demonstrate his relationship with Li Mu, thereby intimidating those harboring ulterior ambitions. Within the Great Shang Kingdom today, signs of vibrant vitality abounded everywhere. Yet beneath the surface, various undercurrents swirled, threatening to shatter this fragile equilibrium at any moment. After the Grand Hall Assembly concluded, just as last time, a eunuch promptly arrived to escort Li Mu to the rear side hall. Upon entering the side hall, Li Xiangyin was indeed waiting there, a banquet already prepared. Stepping into the side chamber, Li Mu finally found a place where they could speak freely. Master Li, you truly are an extraordinary man. Over these past years, the entire Great Shang Kingdom has undergone changes almost beyond recognition. Li Xiangyin, breaking with protocol, poured wine for Li Mu himself, causing the palace maid standing nearby to look shocked. Li Mu, seemingly oblivious to the tension, sat down casually and asked, Do you hate me? Ha? Li Xiangyin's movements froze. Chapter 163, The Celestial Calamity Approaches. Li Mu's words startled Li Xiangyin, who was pouring wine. This seemingly random remark only elicited a bitter smile from him. Admittedly, Li Mu's emergence was not a positive development for imperial authority. As more factories and machinery began operating across the land, and more commoner merchants rose to prominence, the actual standing of imperial authority steadily declined. New technologies reduced the commoners' dependence on the imperial nobility. As dependence waned, so did their faith and loyalty. From the imperial court's perspective, Li Mu was the chief culprit behind all these changes. The increasingly rampant separatist forces along the borders in recent years served as irrefutable proof. By all logic, he should have hated Li Mu to death. Yet he sighed deeply and said, Master Li truly possesses profound insight, always seeing through the hearts of men. As the Emperor of Dashang, I should indeed hate you. Upon hearing this, Li Mu immediately pulled his chair back a bit, clearly unwilling to accept the wine offered by Li Xiangyin. Joking aside, Li Mu possessed none of Liu Bang's boldness to walk into the Hongmen banquet. Li Xiangyin merely smiled, poured himself a cup, and drained it in one gulp. Rest assured, this wine contains no poison.
I do indeed resent you, but it is not hatred. Li Xiangyin paused before continuing. You have shaken the foundations of the Li dynasty, built over a century.
As a member of the imperial family, I should naturally hate you. But I am also one among the common people of the realm.
I sense vaguely that the actions of the celestial master Li are of the utmost righteousness.
Li Mu was taken aback by Li Xiangyin's profound insight.
Truthfully, Li Mu admired him for it.
For an emperor to possess such broad-mindedness was truly rare.
Moreover, during his time in Xianhua town, Li Mu had learned of Li Xiangyin's various actions over the years, which had overturned his earlier view of him as short-sighted and pleasure-seeking. Over the past 8 years, the promotion of new technologies had given rise to countless merchants and local factions. By all accounts, these individuals had amassed their fortunes entirely outside the official channels, meaning their loyalty to the imperial court was inherently limited. Yet Li Xiangyin had managed to appease most of these new elites through his own skill, using a series of luxury goods, fine wines, precious porcelain, rare flowers, and exquisite paintings to maintain their ties to the court. Regarding the fine wines, a significant portion utilized distillation techniques obtained from Li Mu's estate.
In the realm of high-quality distilled spirits, the imperial private kills held a dominant, unrivaled position. Without these resources, the chaos wrought by Li Mu's lack of grand vision would have multiplied the disorder in Dashan Kingdom several times over. In a sense, it was he who cleaned up Li Moheo's mess. Seems I underestimated him.
Li Mu took the cup and drained it in one gulp. Li Xiangyin and Li Mu conversed at length, chatting like two close friends who shared everything. By the end of the banquet, Li Xiangyin was thoroughly drunk.
Master Li, I truly envy the Dragon Kingdom you described.
There, people live without distinction between emperor, subjects, or servants.
The common folk enjoy peaceful livelihoods, filled with joyful songs and laughter, a vision of universal harmony. Yet I am deeply conflicted. Born into royalty, this identity is one I cannot shed.
According to what you say about the development of the times, both the imperial family and the court will soon vanish into thin air, won't they?
What I do now, how shall I account for it to my ancestors 100 years hence? How will my descendants judge me?
Li Mu, ever the sharp observer, listened intently and found himself moved by the emperor's words.
Wait a moment, I never said there would be no emperors in the future.
Li Mu suddenly realized.
Master Li?
Li Xiangyin turned around in confusion.
The path to modernization isn't limited to a single approach. Even on Earth, the path taken by the Dragon Nation belongs to a distinct school of thought.
Hold on. I recall the books I brought contain relevant.
Master Li?
Li Xiangyin watched as Li Mu swiftly piled a mountain of books onto the table. The bindings were unlike anything he'd seen before, extremely simple and plain.
Ah, here it is.
Li Mu pulled out a small volume and thrust it into Li Xiangyin's arms.
The Constitutional Monarchy?
Li Xiangyin froze upon seeing the title. Li Mu had already risen and was heading toward the door.
He waved to Li Xiangyin. Follow the instructions inside. This is the most perfect path for the royal family. Surely I needn't explain the folly of trying to stop a rolling stone with your arms? In the torrent of the times, swimming against the current will only shatter you to pieces.
Li Xiangyin pondered for a moment before nodding. His gaze then fell upon the large stack of books on the table.
Master Li, what about these?
Oh,
keep them. They're just useless history books. These books aren't even set in this world,
so I can't say how much reference value they hold.
With that,
Li Mu departed with a flourish.
After deep contemplation,
Li Xiangyin broke into a smile.
Li Mu stepped out of the side hall. The sky stretched clear and blue before him, yet his expression grew solemn. So you've come after all, Li Mu murmured, as if to himself.
The eunuch guiding him beside him froze in surprise.
Master Li, what do you mean they've arrived? Li Mu did not respond, only gazing silently toward the north. After a moment, has Captain Zhua arrived? Li Mu inquired. Captain Zhua? Are you referring to General Zhua, the commander of the flying cavalry? The urgent summons has been sent. He should arrive within an hour or so. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Li Mu's body.
Closing his eyes and focusing his spirit, he transformed his spiritual energy into a flying sword that shot toward the horizon. He thrust off the ground, his body transforming into a blur as he mounted the flying sword and shot toward the horizon. The eunuch froze, staring in confusion at the direction Li Mu had vanished.
What is that? Suddenly, he glimpsed something on the distant horizon. Simultaneously, an inexplicable, clamorous noise began to fill his ears. Is that a wave? Moments later, the distant shadow closed in, and he finally realized it was an endless wall of waves stretching to the horizon. The wave's height was impossible to gauge, but he could see countless roof-like driftwood logs being swept up into their maw. This is disastrous, he shouted in shock. The clamor behind him drowned out his cry, which didn't even carry 10 meters. The ground began to tremble, and the surroundings darkened, as if the sky were about to collapse and the earth split open at any moment. Within the palace walls, people scurried about like ants on a hot pan, frantic and disoriented. If this was the state inside the palace, the situation outside could only be worse. Li Mu stood atop the highest tower in the capital, gazing at the towering wave approaching from the distance. That wave, a roar from the heavens, a scream from the sea, the earth shaking and mountains trembling, seemed the very embodiment of a cosmic force bent on annihilating all existence. And humanity, in the face of such personified might, could only cower in terror, fleeing like rats and wailing in despair. Yet, amidst this apocalyptic spectacle, one figure stood unflinching. Chapter 164, The Water Serpent. Damn, is this the final boss's grand entrance? Li Mu stood atop the tower, muttering his complaint. In the system task interface, Li Mu had already confirmed that the ultimate objective of the main quest had changed to the heaven-shattering colossal fiend. Until just moments ago, the final objective had been obscured by a solid black block. Hiss! A deafening serpentine hiss echoed from the horizon, rolling on and on. Simultaneously, the first wave of tidal force slammed violently against the walls of Tianjing. Boom! Thunder roared, waves churned, and amidst the white foam, vast quantities of earth, rocks, and silt were swept away. The first wave alone had already washed away 1/3 of the Tianjing city walls. Hiss! The serpentine roar continued, growing louder and louder until a colossal serpent head coalesced from the waves, its head raised high as it looked down upon the masses below. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Heaven forbid! Quick! Find a Taoist priest. Taoist priest? He's in trouble himself. The first wave just now completely submerged Tianhai Temple. What? Even the Taoists at Tianhai Temple couldn't handle this monster? Who else can help us? If this keeps up, we're all doomed. There seems to be someone on the tower. Who is it? It's the Imperial Taoist Master. No one knew who first recognized Li Mu, but soon the chaotic crowd of refugees surged toward the tower. Countless people knelt below, prostrating themselves before Li Mu. Great sage, please save us. Li Mu froze for a moment. Behind him, officials and Imperial guards had already begun rescuing people, yet here they were, crowding around him instead. Seriously, at a time like this, shouldn't you be seeking out your own emperor? He was already stretched thin just trying to handle this final boss. How could he protect them too? Your Excellency, the Grand Sage, have mercy upon us. The crowd bowed again. Li Mu shook his head helplessly. Very well. After all, I do bear the title of Grand Sage. With a flick of his mind, 6 streams of spiritual energy shot from his fingertips, coalescing into swords that anchored each corner. Swords, return to the boundless void. Li Mu murmured softly as the 6 spirit swords began to spin. The surrounding tide began to surge forward. Yet around these 6 spiritual swords, the water could not penetrate. It was as if an invisible barrier held it back. The great sage is truly magnificent. The crowd shouted, but when they looked up, Li Mu's figure had vanished. At the city wall's edge, a colossal serpent formed from water let out a continuous hiss, writhing its body as it effortlessly demolished all man-made structures in its path. Li Mu arrived in a streak of light, landing atop the last broken section of the city wall. He stood face to face with the water serpent. This thing is the towering heavenly fiend? Li Mu's lips twitched. The overwhelming aura emanating from it was dozens of times more powerful than that of the book scholar. Is this thing even a demon? It's more powerful than a god, Li Mu muttered under his breath. Since entering the bone refining stage, his own aura had grown considerably. Yet, in the presence of this colossal serpent, his energy felt as insignificant as an ant. How was he supposed to fight this? Li Mu's body trembled instinctively. His primal instinct screamed that the enemy before him was no ordinary foe, absolutely not something a mere mortal could stand against. Yet the system demanded he defeat such an adversary. Your Excellency, the Imperial Advisor, we come to aid you. Several shouts echoed from the distance. Soon, a group of Taoist priests appeared atop the rooftops of the houses, which were nearly submerged by the rising tide. Li Mu gave them a slight nod. Most of these Taoists were at the Qi cultivation stage, but the leader possessed cultivation at the bone refining stage. Kanjia, Taoist of Tianhai Monastery, comes to pay his respects. Tianhai Temple Taoist Wu Yin, Tianhai. Immediately after, several more figures leapt forward from the distance. Lin Xiao, commander of the Imperial Guard, presents himself. Song Qi, captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Imperial Guard, Imperial Palace Guard He Sui. These individuals were likely elite members of the Imperial Guard. 2 possessed bone refining cultivation, while the others had reached the Qi refining stage. Li Mu froze for a moment. Damn it, so there were this many powerhouses in the city all along? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I was holding down the fort all by myself. Come to think of it, it made perfect sense. After all, this was the capital city of a nation. How could it not be protected by powerful forces? Just then, Li Mu felt a sudden pang of dread. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the sudden attack. The blood spirit sword instantly materialized, shielding him.
The torrent was cleaved by the blood spirit sword's razor-sharp edge, but the overwhelming force of the water still sent Li Mu flying backward. Grand Sage! The few who had come to assist panicked, their bodies tensing to move. I'm fine, Li Mu shouted as he was swept back by the torrent. His aura surged, and the blood spirit sword flashed with a piercing light. In the blink of an eye, he slashed dozens of times, shattering the water current. He regained his footing on the ramparts, though this time his clothes were soaked through, and he was panting slightly. Damn it, trying to intimidate me. Ha! Li Mu was furious. What could he do? Strike back swiftly and decisively? No. He called for backup. Xiao Nan! Li Mu bellowed, and suddenly, a mechanical girl materialized from the empty space beside him. Those around them were startled, for they hadn't detected the slightest trace of her presence before. No, even now, they couldn't sense the slightest trace of energy emanating from her. A faint blue light shone in the mechanical girl's eyes as countless driftwood fragments shot upward, hurtling fiercely toward the water serpent. As they struck the serpent's surface, they seemed to hit an invisible screen, bouncing off instantly, leaving only faint ripples on the surface. Yet in the next instant, the entire water serpent shattered into pieces. Those who had come to assist were startled. Upon closer inspection, they saw a colossal mechanical tiger emerge from behind the water serpent, standing hundreds of meters tall. Its body was no smaller than the water serpent. It was this colossal tiger that had launched the fierce assault, tearing apart the water serpent as it struggled to reform. Countless droplets attempted to coalesce, striving to reform. Li Mu and the dozen reinforcements had already launched their attacks, relentlessly striking every segment of the water serpent's body. Boom! 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 A series of explosions. A series of earth-shaking tremors. To eliminate this unprecedented colossal demon before them, everyone unleashed their most powerful killing moves without reservation. The entire capital city was engulfed in the onslaught, with towering waves crashing everywhere and countless fragments of rock flying through the air. The assault raged on for a full hour until every segment of the water serpent's body was shattered into fragments less than 10 centimeters in size. Though these fragments still bizarrely maintained their shape, solidified and unmoving, they showed no signs of life whatsoever. Is it over? Li Mu gasped, breathless. Chapter 165, Despair and Hope. Pop. Like bursting bubbles, the water clusters shattered one after another, their demonic energy gradually dissipating. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly noticed the sky darkening. It seemed as though some colossal creature was gazing down upon everything. Looking up, they saw a massive serpent in tangible form, shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared across its body, while the surrounding water level began to rise rapidly. It dwarfed the water-form serpent by 100-fold. Its sheer size alone could truly be described as obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. An overwhelming aura of despair permeated the world around them, causing even Li Mu's hands to tremble uncontrollably. So this is the true form of the heaven-shattering demon. Hum! A piercing sword cry echoed from the distance. Li Mu looked up to see hundreds, perhaps thousands, of sword shadows streaking toward them at incredible speed. Among them, over a dozen flying swords carried human figures. The foremost shadow was instantly recognized by Li Mu. Yan Qixia. Radiant light surged around him as he thrust out a finger. Hundreds of flying swords shattered into afterimages, piercing toward the colossal demon. Arg! Hundreds of flying swords struck the colossal demon's body, triggering violent explosions. The creature's agonized howl echoed across the heavens and earth. Whoosh! 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 The remaining figures on the flying swords leapt down, landing on the rooftops and city walls below that had not yet been submerged. Their attire varied. None wearing ornate robes. Clearly, like Yan Qixia, they were cultivators from various sects who roamed the deep mountains. 1, 2, 10. Li Mu sensed the powerful auras emanating from them and smiled. This must be the deepest wellspring of power in this world. A full 10 cultivators at the refining viscera stage. They launched a coordinated assault on the colossal demon. In an instant, blades flashed and swords whirled across the sky. Though the demon's body was immense, not a single inch was spared. The colossal demon writhed in agony, its convulsions causing the entire world to tremble. The surrounding landscape shook violently, the ground either tilting or splitting open into chasms several zhang wide. Floodwaters were sucked into the fissures, churning into murky currents or, after brief stillness, erupting into towering columns of steam dozens of meters high. The deepest fissures had actually reached the molten magma beneath the earth. Wails of anguish echoed throughout the entire capital city, casting a grim pall over the battlefield. Li Mu and the others launched their attacks amidst utter chaos, as if the apocalypse had already arrived. This relentless barrage of attacks lasted nearly an hour, with every participant giving their absolute all. No one was willing to relinquish this rare and precious opportunity to strike. A single thought consumed every heart: destroy this colossal demon at any cost. Otherwise, if it launched its counterattack,
the consequences would be unimaginably terrifying. After an hour, the colossal demon's deafening howls gradually grew fainter, while the fighter's strength was nearly depleted. High above, Yan Shisha's fury made his beard bristle as his aura intensified. Simultaneously, hundreds of flying swords scattered across the sky began to converge before him. Swords reached their ultimate form. 10,000 blades converge. In an instant, all the flying swords coalesced into a single sword of ordinary size. Its aura was intensely condensed, its presence concealed, transforming into a swift shadow that plunged into the surging torrent. Arg! The colossal demon's howl pierced the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, the surging torrent lost its momentum, gradually subsiding into stillness. Is it over? Li Mu gasped, panting heavily. He knew full well that the colossal demon's power was beyond imagination. It must be destroyed before it could fully unleash its might, or else the entire capital would be destroyed. No, not just the capital, the surrounding 10,000 li would likely be obliterated as well. He silently prayed for its defeat. An enemy this formidable was impossible to confront head-on. Yet the colossal serpent tore through the stillness, its coils once more obscuring the entire sky. At that moment, the spirits of all the human warriors plummeted to their lowest depths. The colossal demon's scales were riddled with holes, and its immense body bore dozens of massive wounds stretching several meters long. Yet it was simply too immense. Though these wounds exposed bone, they still failed to pose a fatal threat. Hiss! Ah! A torrent of rage flashed through its enormous serpentine eyes. In the next instant, its colossal tail lashed out, whipping up a 100-meter-high tidal wave that crashed toward the shore. Within the waves, countless fragments of sand, earth, and shattered stone collided with broken walls and twisted iron. Crash! The massive wave knocked everyone flat, its immense force slamming into the bodies of all the human powerhouses, including Li Mu. Put! In an instant, Li Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, the last shred of consciousness in his eyes threatening to be ripped from his body. If Li Mu was in such a state, the others fared even worse. As the wave receded, the water surrounding Li Mu and the other human powerhouses was swept away by the currents. Now, within a 200-meter radius centered on Li Mu, a strange, waterless depression had formed. Beneath it, the last remaining human powerhouses lay sprawled on the ground, a significant portion of them having lost consciousness outright. Pa! Li Mu was the first to stagger to his feet. He looked toward the other side. Yan Shisha stood sword in hand, his upper garments torn to shreds, revealing flesh drenched in blood beneath. In that critical moment, he had stood at the very front, shielding the others with his sword and absorbing a significant portion of the impact. Without his sacrifice, it was impossible to say how many of those behind him would have survived. Li Mu glanced at the human warriors. Aside from the strongest cultivator at the refining viscera stage, the rest had been utterly incapacitated. The colossal demon glared down in fury at the insignificant humans below, its overwhelming aura causing the earth and rocks beneath to crack and shatter. Master Li, we arrived too late. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as a one-armed figure stepped before Li Mu. Left Thousand House. Li Mu's face lit up with joy at first, but then he could only offer a bitter smile. The aura emanating from him indicated he was far more powerful than before, though the reason for his missing arm remained unknown. His sharpness and intensity had only grown. He might now be even more formidable than Yan Shisha, yet this was still insufficient for humanity to withstand the colossal demonic calamity before them. What good does it do for you to come now? It would have been better if you hadn't come at all. Li Mu let out a bitter laugh. Zua Iho, however, smiled faintly. Taoist Master Li, don't you wish to ask why I arrived so late? At that moment, Li Mu looked up at the sky and saw thousands of hot air balloons and airships soaring toward the colossal demon's head, then dropping explosives down. Young Master Li, we've arrived too late. A clear, ethereal voice sounded beside Li Mu. A graceful and elegant woman supported him. It was Nye Xiaoqian. Behind them were all manner of bizarre-looking demons. Some looked familiar to Li Mu. They were the very ones he had encountered at the Lanrua temple. Though they were demons, they charged the colossal beast without hesitation. For Sister Xiaoqian, charge. Give it everything you've got. Protect our brother-in-law. Wait, who's the brother-in-law? Li Mu was dumbfounded. Chapter 166, The Truth of the World. The attacks launched by these demons made the colossal demon cry out in agony, as if their power proved more effective against it. If their attacks were effective, then the bullets and explosives wrapped in golden Buddha-like were nothing short of special effects. Ha ha ha, 360 turns in a single breath, washing away all worldly troubles. A little loli with a fringe covering her face shouted excitedly. The special revolver in her hand spun rapidly, glowing red as it loaded dozens of meters of ammunition in an instant. Damn, is this a berserk loli? Li Mu recognized her, one of the mushroom demon lolas who followed Tianhe. Other disciples of the Gatling cult joined the fray. Though perhaps less skilled than the 7 little lolas,
Their weapons compensated with sheer volume, delivering overwhelming
saturation firepower. What about us? Big demon. You dare bully the divine beings? Take this blast. The beat demons fluttered gracefully, powerful energy surging between their palms. Moments later, they launched their coordinated assault. Dozens of golden beams converged in a blinding flash. Big guy. You dare bully the big guy? Citizens of the Empire, give it to this Empress. From the highest airship, the Ant Demon Queen pointed imperiously forward, and countless tiny ant demons rained down like seeds. The seemingly fragile ant demons appeared utterly incapable of threatening the colossal, towering demon. Yet in an instant, these ant demons transformed into 2 to 3 meter tall little giants. The little giants slammed down fiercely, making the colossal demon howl in pain. Smash, then slash. The twin blades wielded by the transformed ant demons were not poisoned. The serpent scales covering the colossal demon's body were already sparse. Facing the sharp twin blades, they only sparked a sky-filling crimson glow. Within minutes, the colossal demon's struggles grew weaker and weaker, its life hanging by a thread. This, Li Mu froze, utterly stunned by the dramatic reversal of events. Brother Li, I actually contributed too. Ning Kaishan, who had poked his head out from behind, was completely ignored by Li Mu. Li Mu, finish it, Yan Qixia roared, the blood on his body shaking off in a spray. Got it. Li Mu strode forward swiftly. Humans and demons alike parted to clear his path. Li Mu leapt with all his might toward the colossal demon's vital spot, then drove the blood spirit sword deep into its flesh. Arg! The colossal demon rolled violently, still clutching the blood spirit sword with Li Mu impaled upon it. Yet Li Mu gripped the sword with deathly force. Even if it meant his own demise, he would never let go. He bit through his tongue, forcing the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the blood spirit sword. The blood spirit sword instantly erupted with crimson light, relentlessly absorbing the blood from the colossal demon's chest. Arg! Boom! The colossal demon crashed to the ground, stirring up a chaotic torrent. We won! Li Mu's body went limp as he forced the words through gritted teeth. Final target. The colossal demon has been slain. Earned 50,000 points. Host, please insert your hand into the colossal demon's corpse to retrieve the weapon reward. Ha! That abstract? Gasping for breath, Li Mu reluctantly plunged his hand into the colossal demon's wound. The moment his hand touched the flesh, everything went white before his eyes. He was dragged into another world by that thing. Within this world, countless scenes continuously unfolded, and vast knowledge flooded into Li Mu's mind. So this world was artificially created. The main world, parallel dimensions, so that's how it is. Li Mu nearly drowned in the overwhelming flood of information when suddenly, he heard a voice from outside. Master Li, Li Mu, Divine Lord, Big Guy. Li Mu finally returned to the present world and smiled at the crowd. I'm fine. As he spoke, his hand abruptly withdrew. A heavy iron ruler over 2 meters long was pulled out. The moment the Xianlong ruler was drawn, Li Mu plunged back into that frozen world. Only this time, within the inverted realm, it was not a person but the Xianlong ruler itself that was bound by the colorful threads. The Xianlong ruler instantly fused into Li Mu's flesh and blood. Simultaneously, in the main world, the spiritual energy of the dragon nation surged violently. In the main world, 10,000 years ago, the spiritual energy was incredibly dense, giving birth to the mightiest being in the heavens, the great Emperor Pangu. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, the great Emperor Pangu suddenly discovered a massive breach in the main world. Spiritual energy was inevitably leaking away into another realm, the divine land of heavenly gods. There, the great emperor was not the pinnacle of cultivation, countless beings surpassed him in power. To preserve the spark of life in the main world, he absorbed all the spiritual energy, preventing the world from being detected by the great beings of the divine continent. Then, he divided his entire power into 100,000 portions. Using the last remnants of spiritual energy, he fashioned countless small worlds. Finally, he sealed the gaping hole with his own flesh. These 100,000 microworlds existed independently yet remained interconnected with the main world. A profound bond linked the primary and secondary realms. Events unfolding within the microworlds were deliberately projected into the human imagination of the main world, giving birth to myriad wondrous tales. Meanwhile, the soul of the great Emperor Pangu waited for the final opportunity until a descendant of the human race awoke, retrieved the power of the main world from the 100,000 subworlds, and reshaped the world. So, system, you're actually the great Emperor Pangu? Within the main world, spiritual energy surged as Li Mu sat cross-legged, his cultivation level steadily rising. I am merely the self-awareness born within the system. The true core is the multiverse diplomacy system. Got it. Li Mu nodded slightly, finally grasping why the system had persistently assigned him missions across countless parallel worlds. As Li Mu projected his influence into this world, the spiritual energy environment of the main world would gradually recover. Half a month had passed since Li Mu's return to the main world. Faced with a shared threat, all humanity on Earth temporarily set aside their differences, uniting as one to strive toward resolving the crisis. A month later, thunderclouds gathered thickly in the sky, and a massive portal materialized in the heavens. Ha ha, ha ha, I've finally arrived in this little world. An elder whose cultivation far surpassed the refining viscera stage stepped through the gate, appearing above Earth, but he suddenly froze. The spiritual energy in this world was incredibly abundant, far exceeding what one would expect from a minor world. This was a main world possessing the same potential as the heavenly fullness divine continent. His expression turned alarmed. Behind him, countless disciples had already crossed through the gate, each possessing cultivation at the refining viscera stage or higher. The entire Ronku sect had arrived. Everyone felt utterly relaxed. With their strength, subduing a minor world would be effortless. Yet, they were startled to discover themselves surrounded by countless airships. Li Mu's figure flickered, appearing before them, accompanied by a graceful young woman none other than Nie Xiaoqian, restored to life. Chapter 167, Go Strive for the Heavenly Emperor. Had, old dang. Why the gloomy face? Li Mu smiled faintly. The old man radiated immense power. Yet when he looked at Li Mu, his heart skipped a beat, sensing an intangible pressure. Let's go. He turned to leave, only to find the path behind them and the main gate had been sealed off. Among them were 100 martial artists who had gone to the 3067th world for advanced training. No, they could no longer be called mere fighters. After a decade of rigorous training, they had achieved tremendous growth. Remarkably, half of them had even reached the organ refining stage. In martial arts, some had absorbed the heritage of the native world 3067, while a smaller group had astonishingly forged their own unique paths. Wu Ping, he stood upon the void, supported by nothing, his entire body enveloped by flowing iron that forged the strongest armor. Lane, standing tall with his long spear, his body was enveloped in chaotic, scorching currents. The spear's tip burned so intensely it seemed poised to char the very air. The auras emanating from the others were equally formidable, causing the surrounding air to seem on the verge of solidifying. Beyond these martial artists advancing from the main world to the secondary realm, peak-tier powerhouses from other dimensions had also arrived. Yan Xixia, Zhua Yiho, Tian He, and a man with blue eyes, short hair, and a form-fitting, tight-knit robe. This man was a powerful warrior Li Mu had sought out from another parallel world. Indeed, after this, Li Mu had completed missions to open 3 more parallel timelines, and this was the strongest among them. Behind them, the massive airship held even more reinforcements. And demons, demons, the Gatling sect of the Buddhist order, powerful commanders dispatched by the Great Chang Kingdom, and more. Beyond these demonic and ghostly cultivators, the technological forces were equally formidable. The pilots aboard the dozens of super airships surrounding them were mostly researchers who had once entered the 7321 space for advanced training. They brought back even more formidable scientific technologies, greatly enhancing both the firepower and defensive capabilities of these airships. Beyond these super airships produced by the main world, numerous formidable forces lingered within the arena. What kind of puppet is this? The old man stared in astonishment at the blue, female-featured machine before him. Though it carried no aura of a cultivator, the old man instinctively sensed a profound sense of danger emanating from it. A puppet? The female-shaped machine had been serene until that word reached its ears. Now, a shimmering halo began to ripple along its seams. The queen is enraged. Beside Li Mu, the mechanical girl stared blankly at the blue machine. Ha! Li Mu gave a wry smile. Old dang. What can I say about you? You actually provoked her right off the bat. Even I wouldn't dare say something like that. Anyway, I'll give you credit for that. Just survive this round first. As he spoke, Li Mu took a few steps back. Sigh. I'm supposed to be the protagonist here. Li Mu sighed. You, what exactly are you? Not human, not demon, yet possessing your own thoughts? Pandora showed no intention of answering. The energy within her mechanical body surged to its peak. Dare to call this empress a puppet? Let my empire tear you to shreds. Pandora thrust one palm forward, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy that engulfed the old man entirely. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Such immense power, yet devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. He immediately activated his protective spirit artifact, barely managing to block the strike. But then, he witnessed machine bodies resembling Pandora herself continuously emerging from the rift behind her. She's opened a portal to another realm? The old man gasped in shock. Within moments, dozens of mechanical bodies radiating formidable power arrived. Most were significantly larger than Pandora herself, with the leader, a colossal machine wielding a mechanical trident, standing head and shoulders above the rest. You lowly humans dare to defame our queen. General Hyde will reduce you to charcoal today. No sooner had he finished his domineering declaration than he raised the Ryushi war spear in his hand, a weapon refined through countless generations of modification. A blinding light erupted from the Ryushi spear, sending a bone-chilling sense of danger rippling through even the allied forces. Out of sync with the tense atmosphere came Li Mu's sarcastic remark from the rear. You can mock all you want, but show some consideration for your allies, okay? We're human too. Humph. General Hyde shot Li Mu a cold glare as the Ryushi battle spear reached its peak power. In the next instant, a torrent of white light completely engulfed the Ronku sect leader and his disciples. After the white light faded and the dust settled, the figures of the Prosperity and Decay sect reappeared. Hyde. All that trash talk, and this is it? This is all you've got? Li Mu's voice echoed. Shut up. Not a single member of the Ronku sect was injured, suggesting Liu Zhanji had achieved nothing in the battle. Yet, observing the furrowed brow of the Ronku sect leader and the gloomy expressions of his disciples, it was clear that Liu's battle spear had indeed made a significant impact. Pandora, another decade has passed, and this is all you and your mechanical empire have to show for it. A crisp, emotionless voice of a young girl sounded from behind Pandora. The Ronku sect leader stared at the girl in shock. His body trembled slightly as he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from her. A soul cultivator. His expression changed drastically. Soul cultivators were exceedingly rare even within the heavenly fullness divine continent, each possessing peerless strength that transcended their ranks. Legend held that mastering soul cultivation was the crucial key to shattering the final barrier of cultivation, ascending to the position of celestial emperor. Thud. The Ronku sect leader abruptly knelt in midair. I am Xiao Zhongshan, leader of the Rise and Fall sect. I beg you to spare us. Thud. Immediately after, the disciples behind him followed suit. Li Mu watched them all kneel before Shieling, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, did I get something wrong? That thing isn't even human. Li Mu immediately stepped forward. A heavy, 2-meter-long blue iron ruler rested on his shoulder. He charged forward, only to abruptly encounter an invisible barrier of force ahead. This was Shiling's psychic force. Previously, Li Mu couldn't even sense the existence of psychic energy, but now he could detect it in advance. Bang! Li Mu tapped the handle of the mystic dragon ruler once, and the invisible wall instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing Li Mu wielding the Shenlong ruler, the old man felt as though he could barely breathe. World origin divine might. In that instant, he regretted kneeling too slowly. Seriously, with this lineup, forget a mere Ronku sect, even 10 or 100 of them wouldn't stand a chance. Li Mu, are you dissatisfied? They bow to me, not you. I'm the damn protagonist here. Li Mu smiled bitterly. If you want to be the protagonist, why not step through that gate and vie for the position of Heavenly Emperor? Shieling smiled faintly. Ah, that's a bit too ambitious, isn't it? Li Mu was speechless. New quest, become the Celestial Emperor. Failure penalty, lose 1 year of lifespan. System, even you.